Please provide the Chinese text that you would like to translate into English. Chapter 1. Bought a cultivation manual for 10 yuan. Pretending to be busy all day, xiuxian, exhausted, dragged his legs like they were filled with lead as he walked slowly home. Today's work wasn't actually much, but the boss was a psycho, sitting at the door with a stool and staring at them, forcing him to pretend to be busy even though he had finished his tasks early. He couldn't stop faking being busy. Actually, working hard for a whole day would only tire the body, while pretending to work all day not only made the body tired but also drained the mind. When it came to quitting time, he still couldn't leave. Overtime was mandatory without pay. However, if one didn't work overtime, money would be deducted. Everyone's main focus during overtime was actually watching the boss, waiting for when the boss would leave. Walking on the road, xiuxian felt weary of this bustling city. The purpose of working is to earn money so that one can enjoy life in their spare time. But after working, he realized that he neither had money nor time left. He felt that such a lifestyle was simply wasting life. The streets were full of beautiful women at night, and their delicate white long legs eased his mood significantly. There were many beauties, but he knew there was no fate for him here. He could only feast his eyes. Many people admired the beauties just like xiuxian did, and the beauties enjoyed the attention from others. Everything seemed normal, but what puzzled him was why the beauties came out at night. Did they not work during the day? Passing through a bustling street and onto a pitch-black alleyway. This was a path he took every day, leading to his residence at the end of the alley, which was a secluded yet affordable rental apartment. Young man, you and I have a connection. Who's there? Xiuxian was startled. Being suddenly heard a voice on such a dark road late at night would naturally scare anyone. With the faint light coming from the distant street, Xiuxian saw who was speaking. It was an emaciated old man dressed in tattered clothes. The old man held up a book. Young man, don't be afraid. I see that we are destined to meet. This book will cost you 250 yuan. Xiuxian sighed in relief after seeing the old man. It was just a salesman. But why price it at 250? Are you implying that those buying your book are fools? Then, after taking a closer look at the old man, he let out another sigh. What a pitiable soul. 10 yuan. Deal. The old man quickly agreed, his decisiveness making Xiuxian feel as if he had been swindled. Well, let's count it as doing good. After paying and receiving the book, Xiuxian continued toward home, walking a few steps before turning back to ask if the old man had other books to sell. But when he turned around, the old man had vanished without a trace, which startled him greatly. Without hesitation, he started running home. When he ran far enough and looked back, there was no sign of the old man, but at a sewer manhole on the side of the lane, a blackened hand appeared. From the sewer came the weak voice of the old man, saying, Young man, help me up. I've fallen into the sewer. Who knows who removed the manhole cover? What a rotten deed. Breathing heavily, Xiuxian returned to his rented apartment. After closing the door, he took several deep breaths to calm his nerves. Was that old man human, ghost, or immortal? Thinking about the book he just bought, he picked it up. Path of Immortals? Opening the first page, 8 large characters stood out. The Path of Immortals is vast, fools step aside. Is this a cultivation novel? Flipping to the next page, more words emerged. To become an immortal, one must possess a wealth of knowledge as a foundation. Achieving immortality means defying heaven. Thus one must understand the fundamental operating rules of the world. All worldly knowledge comes from the transformations of these rules, and only by understanding them can one break the rules. Below that text was a parenthesis with an additional note. Since the time of the investiture of the gods, becoming an immortal became one of the rules of this world. Therefore, it has become impossible to achieve immortality in this world. Anyone attempting cultivation under these circumstances will certainly die. Can't become an immortal because it's now a rule? Xiuxian didn't quite grasp the meaning of that statement. After pondering a bit, he understood it roughly. Isn't Xuanyu known as the martial saint due to his unmatched loyalty and righteousness? But haven't there been similarly loyal and righteous people since then? Yes, but none of them have ascended to divinity. This is just a novel. Why am I overthinking it? Xiuxian laughed, shaking his head. Continuing to read. Realm classification, enlightenment, golden core, embryo, separation of spirit, merging with body, earthly immortal, heavenly immortal, divine immortal, sagehood. Behind these classifications were detailed methods of cultivation for each of the 9 realms. Xiuxian chuckled and cried simultaneously upon reading this. He originally thought it was just a fantasy cultivation novel, but it unexpectedly turned out to be a manual of cultivation techniques. He couldn't believe someone had written something so bizarre. After all, how could real cultivation techniques possibly exist in the world? He knew about gods, many historical figures like Guanyu, Huatua, etc. They were indeed deities, but they hadn't attained their divine status through cultivating specific techniques. They were enshrined by later generations. As for figures like the 3 Pure Ones and Jade Emperor, they were all fictional inventions. The book also mentioned that each realm advancement required overcoming a tribulation. These tribulations weren't all thunder-related. Thunder tribulations belonged to the heavenly ones, and there were also earthly tribulations and human tribulations. The first 3 realms needed to overcome human tribulations. The middle 3 would face earthly tribulations, while the last 3 must deal with heavenly tribulations, making them increasingly difficult as one progressed. Xiuxian chuckled. Didn't it say that cultivating in this world would definitely lead to death? Then I'll try reaching the enlightenment stage. Following the content of the book, Xiuxian began his cultivation. To enter the enlightenment stage from being an ordinary person, the first step was to recall all the knowledge stored in one's mind. After recalling everything, One would then reach the enlightenment stage, without stopping in between. The more knowledge one had in their mind, the higher the success rate. Sitting cross-legged, Xuanhuan started to enter a state of recollection. He hadn't truly intended to succeed. He was just practicing for fun. He guessed he would fall asleep while thinking, so he began cultivating while sitting on the bed, ready to lie down if he fell asleep. Starting from his childhood memories. Touching caterpillars is dangerous as some are poisonous. You shouldn't mix pee and poop too much. They don't make good shapes if too runny, and the smell isn't pleasant either. At the beginning, Xuanhuan indeed felt sleepier the more he thought about these things, but after forcing himself to keep going, he became more and more energetic. Eventually, he had no trace of sleepiness left, becoming increasingly alert. His mind grew clearer and sharper, as though it had truly been enlightened. Thus, he continued recalling without knowing how much time had passed. Half a month went by, and since the landlord hadn't seen Xuanhuan coming in or out for quite a long time, he entered his room with a spare key. The next day's news reported a story. Yesterday, a man was found dead due to starvation inside a rented apartment in Xianxia City. A cultivation-related book was discovered beside him. According to those related to the matter, this man might have believed he had already reached a point where he could survive without food or water, which ultimately caused his starvation and death inside the room. A reminder to all cultivation enthusiasts: cultivation is fictional. Do not let it consume your life in unrealistic ways. Xuanhuan didn't know that he had become a negative example. Chapter 2. Born in a Strange World. Daxia Empire, year 4719 of Emperor Xiali. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Consort Yue has given birth to a prince for you. At the bottom of the steps, the chief eunuch Luan reported the good news to Emperor Gushing, who sat on the dragon throne. I see. Call someone from the Astronomical Bureau over. Yes, Your Majesty. Luan bowed to Emperor Gushing and turned around to leave. Consort Yue was one of the 4 consorts. She was the daughter of a fallen noble family and was chosen by Emperor Gushing for her natural beauty. Through her own means, she obtained the position of consort. However, with numerous concubines in the harem, she wasn't the most favored. Although she was among the 4 consorts, she didn't have much power. Above her were 2 imperial consorts and the empress besides the other 3 consorts. The birth of the 9th prince gave her hope for the prosperity of her family. The princess had the right to inherit the throne, so if this child could become emperor, it would allow her family to rise again. This was her childhood wish and also the family's expectation after she became a consort. Fortunately, heaven granted her a prince. Although there were 8 princes before him, at least there was now hope. Looking at the baby before her, Consort Yue felt a surge of determination. What puzzled her was that the baby seemed to be looking around immediately after birth, behavior completely different from normal newborns. Everyone present felt curious. Xuanhuan had no idea where he was or what had happened. He clearly remembered going through his life memories as per the cultivation methods described in a book. When he woke up, he found unfamiliar people and objects around him. Just as he wanted to ask about it, a large nipple was shoved into his mouth, and at that moment, he realized he had traveled across worlds. Instinctively, he drank milk greedily, never imagining he'd ever drink milk again, let alone enjoy it so much after decades without. Your Majesty. An elder wearing a white robe walked up to Emperor Gushing and paid respects. Li Tiangang, you're here. My 9th prince was born today. Has your astronomical bureau discovered any omens? Emperor Gushing asked anxiously. Your Majesty, our astronomical bureau has not discovered any omens. Everything is calm today. It's just a fine weather day. Emperor Gushing was a little disappointed after hearing this. When the other 8 princes were born, the sky always showed some kind of sign, more or less based on the weather changes that occurred. These signs roughly predicted their future impacts on the empire. The first prince, born to the empress, came with the best omen. On that day, a massive rainbow appeared in the sky. And the first prince proved to be outstanding, intelligent from childhood, with excellent cultivation talent. He was handsome and of noble character, surpassing the other princes, making him Emperor Gushing's favorite son. Your Majesty, Consort Yue sent someone to inquire about the name for the 9th prince. Luan bowed respectfully. Given that everything today is so quiet, let's call him Ihan. Emperor Gushing had lost interest in naming the child. Since the heavens offered no indication, he couldn't be bothered to think too hard about the name. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving his answer, Luan rose and left, subsequently arranging various tasks. A simple celebration was held, and then the 9th prince was registered. The news was broadcast throughout the royal family. When Consort Yue in Mingyue Palace learned of the meaning behind the name, her face turned pale. She understood that the emperor did not like this child. Upon further inquiry about what Master Li Tiangang of the Astronomical Bureau had truly said, all her small hopes were dashed. No wonder the emperor didn't favor her child. Since there was no divine indication, this meant that this child would have no chance of becoming emperor. Seeing that her family's prosperity was nowhere in sight, Consort Yue suddenly developed feelings of dislike toward the child and even decided to distance herself from him. In this royal household dominated by power, anything that couldn't bring benefits was unworthy of approach. The emperor already disapproved of him. She needed to stay far away from the child to avoid affecting herself. She was still young and had the opportunity to give birth to another prince. Xuanhuan was unaware that his fate had already been determined. He was a prince in title only and would have no real power. Every day Xuanhuan observed this world. Though he couldn't understand its language yet, he knew that his mother didn't like him, even despised him. This made him feel deeply saddened. His parents in his past life loved him so much, but before he had the chance to repay them, he left them. Now he was entirely neglected, which made him even more sorrowful and disheartened. The birthday celebrations for the ninth prince were perhaps the simplest and most tranquil among all the princes. Even princesses' birthdays weren't as peaceful as his. The congratulatory visitors mostly came out of respect for his majesty, sending a servant to deliver inexpensive gifts before leaving. Each servant left with disdain in their hearts. Since the prince held no status, there was no need for association, and everyone put on a mask. However, Xuanhuan did not care about these people, but what made him deeply sad was that neither his mother nor father came to celebrate his birthday. Xuanhuan lived up to his name as Ihan, staying quiet every day. By the time he was 3, he still couldn't speak, which made Consort Yue even less willing to see him, or even to have anyone mention she had such a child. When Xuanhuan was 2 years old, Consort Yue gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, bringing her immense joy. Moreover, on the night of their birth, a rare astronomical phenomenon occurred. Many stars surrounded the moon. This made Emperor Gushing very pleased. With the arrival of the twins, Xuanhuan became further marginalized, and now aside from the royal family gathering during the New Year's celebration every year, he hardly ever saw Emperor Gushing or Consort Yue. As a prince, only 2 people served him, his wet nurse, Lady Zhang, and a servant named Lu He. Unlike other princes whose wet nurses were selected from noble families, Xuanhuan's wet nurse, Lady Zhang, was recruited from the common folk. Lu He was also an elderly man in his 50s, one of the most overlooked individuals in the palace. Unfavored by both the emperor and his mother, Xuanhuan received the smallest monthly allowance among all the princes. Fortunately, Lu He remained extremely loyal, and Lady Zhang treated him kindly, occasionally bringing things for him to play with from outside the palace, warming his heart a little. Xuanhuan was not unable to speak. Rather, he had been diligently studying the language of this world on his own. Without anyone to teach him, he could only learn bit by bit. There were advantages to being marginalized, allowing him to quietly focus on what he wanted to do, practicing the immortal cultivation method known as the Immortal Path. He had now confirmed that this cultivation manual was genuine. Although he had not yet reached the enlightenment stage, at the age of 3, he was already stronger than he had been as an adult in his previous life. According to the manual, the reason he hadn't entered the enlightenment stage was due to insufficient knowledge. Therefore, he urgently wanted to master the writing system of this world. Chapter 3, The Foolish Prince. As one of the princes in the empire, he had plenty of time. As a shut-in like him, there wasn't much else to do. In this world, there were no mobile phones, no televisions, and no entertainment that caught his eye. The entertainment in the palace was either singing and dancing or boring noble activities, and he had no interest in them, nor did anyone want to invite him to participate. What Xuanhuan most wanted to do now was read. It could not only help pass the time, but also help him understand this world. More importantly, it would increase his knowledge, thus increasing his chances of entering the enlightenment realm. At the age of 3, he had already reached the age for royal disciples to start learning, and he would also participate in magic and martial arts tests. Everyone took the test very seriously because it determined everyone's future development direction. In this world, there were warriors and mages, both promising professions, especially mages. Due to their rarity, mages held a high status in this world, and becoming a mage was almost equivalent to becoming a noble. If one lacked warrior or mage talent, they could only become secondary professions such as scholars, historians, or geographers. Although these were considered secondary professions, they were still careers only nobles had the chance to become. Commoners shouldn't even think about it. Most members of the royal family, if they lacked talent, rarely chose these secondary professions and usually just lived out their days eating and drinking idly. Before the age of 15, the studies of the royal family all took place in the initial learning palace in the palace. After 15, they would study at the Royal Academy, where they could start building their own forces. Even though Xuanhuan was an insignificant figure, at the age of 3, he also needed to receive education. Led by Lu He, he arrived at the initial learning palace. The initial learning palace was essentially a royal nursery school. Besides the children of the royal family, the offspring of upper-class nobility would also come here. Get out of the way, mute ninth. Standing at the entrance, Xuanhuan was pushed aside by a child older than him. After seeing this, the other children laughed loudly and entered. The person who bumped into him was his second brother, the second Prince Guqi, son of the Right Empress. Mute ninth was the nickname Guqi gave to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't get angry. With the mentality of someone over 30 years old, he wouldn't be so petty as to quarrel with a child. Having experienced life and death, his heart was filled more with equanimity. Guqi, 2 years older than him, had already undergone the test. He possessed exceptional warrior talent, and at only 5 years old, Guqi had already become a third-grade Chuji warrior. Following his talent, he would probably reach the rank of Earth Warrior when he came of age at 15, which was why he was always so arrogant. Warriors are divided from 1st to 9th grade as beginners, then 1st to 9th grade Earth Warriors, followed by 1st to 9th grade Sky Warriors, and then 1st to 9th grade Holy Warriors, culminating in Divine Warriors. Mages are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, grand mage, and finally archmage, each level also having 9 grades. The Great Xia Empire had 4 holy warriors and 2 grand mages. As for divine warriors and archmages, they were only spoken of in legends. No one has ever seen them. Xuanhuan went to the testing courtyard of the initial learning palace. There were already 4 children of his same age inside, all of them from top-ranking noble families. Among the imperial family's children, only he was present. Seeing that everyone had gathered, the middle-aged man responsible for testing led the 5 children to the testing area. First to be tested was warrior talent, and as a member of the royal family, Xuanhuan was arranged to test first. Prince 9, please strike this pillar with your greatest strength. The middle-aged man pointed to a black pillar, looking at him. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan threw a punch, but what surprised him was that despite looking hard, the pillar felt extremely soft, like cotton. Prince 9, please run over there. Then, the middle-aged man pointed to a narrow passage. Xuanhuan immediately ran toward the passage. In the passage, there were many small balls covered in white powder flying towards him at irregular intervals. After finishing running, Xuanhuan, covered in white powder and panting heavily, returned to the side of the middle-aged man, looking at him with innocent eyes. The middle-aged man took out a record book. Weak strength, average reaction, poor endurance. Testing continued while Xuanhuan sat on the side pretending to rest. All of this was deliberate on his part. Being an inconspicuous prince suited him just fine. After all of them finished testing their warrior talents, they moved to the magic testing area. Magic testing was simple. A mage was responsible for testing. All they had to do was concentrate and place their hand on a crystal ball. The brighter the crystal ball glowed, the stronger their mental energy was. And the color it changed indicated which type of magic talent they had. After Xuanhuan's test, the crystal ball emitted dazzling light, but it did not change color. The mage responsible for testing similarly took out a record book. Extremely strong mental energy, no magical talent. Xuanhuan was quite satisfied with the result. He had initially been worried that he might possess magical talent and gain attention. In Xuanhuan's eyes, both mages and warriors were excellent and powerful. However, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't match becoming an immortal because there had never been a mage or warrior whose lifespan equaled that of heavens, whereas immortals could. News of Xuanhuan's lack of talent spread quickly, earning him a new nickname, the Idiot Prince. As he became even more marginalized, he received what could be called very good treatment. Emperor Gusheng assigned him a personal teacher, an extremely old man who used to be a historian but retired because he could no longer hold a pen. This old man spent very little time teaching Xuanhuan since he could barely walk. Within less than a year, the old man passed away, and Emperor Gusheng did not assign another teacher, possibly having forgotten he even had a son like this. As a prince, Xuanhuan enjoyed many privileges, one of which was the ability to freely enter the royal library, where there were countless books. However, one was not allowed to take the books out of the library or make copies. Xuanhuan always had plenty of time. After learning the writing system of this world, he immediately went to the library every day to quietly read, which made him very happy. Whether it was due to cultivation or rebirth, his mind had become much sharper. His memory improved, and he could read faster. Although he hadn't reached the level of comprehending 10 lines at once, he was close. The library had dedicated rest rooms for reading. He would take books and read in these rest areas, spending his days in the library. Apart from occasionally chatting with Lu He when he brought meals, he rarely spoke to anyone else. No one bothered him, allowing him to peacefully read in the library. This kind of life continued for years, and Xuanhuan was now 8 years old. At the age of 8, he finally entered the enlightenment realm. He had thought he would face his first tribulation, but perhaps because this was a different world, he did not encounter any human-related calamities. This left him slightly disappointed, feeling as if a childhood without experiencing hardship wasn't complete. Chapter 4. Coming of Age and Establishing a Mansion. There were countless books in the Imperial Library, so many that despite his reading speed, he still hadn't finished even 1/10 of them, which made him feel somewhat disheartened. However, after reaching the enlightenment stage, his reading speed was much faster than before, more than 10 times as fast. Even though he hadn't mastered any divine techniques or celestial arts at the enlightenment stage, he found that both martial chi and magic had become incredibly simple for him. Once he understood the principles, he could fully grasp them with just a little focus. By the age of 8, he had already reached level 1 of Holy Warrior and level 1 of Grand Mage. This was not his limit, but rather the highest level achieved by the secret manuals stored in the Imperial Library. At the age of 15, he finished reading all the books in the library, and Lu He reminded him that it was time to leave the palace. A 15-year-old prince must move out of the Imperial Palace to establish his own estate. If it weren't for Lu He's reminder, he would have forgotten about this entirely. Xuanhuan stepped out of the library where he had lived for over a decade. Over these years, almost everyone had forgotten about him, the foolish prince. Lu He, walking behind Xuanhuan, felt a distinct difference in the demeanor of the 9th prince compared to the other princes and princesses. He radiated no sense of royal intimidation, only calmness and serenity, like a still lake without ripples. His eyes carried no arrogance or anxiety common among royalty. Instead, they exuded a natural ease, making people feel comfortable around him and inclined to draw closer. Xuanhuan sincerely thanked Lu for managing everything for him all those years. He himself hadn't worried about anything concerning his daily life. Lu He, what is the procedure for leaving the palace and establishing a mansion? Your Highness, the members of the royal family office have already submitted your application for establishment of an estate to His Majesty. 3 days from now, His Majesty will hold a ceremony in the Grand Hall for your formal investiture. Lu He answered respectfully from behind. The royal family office? Didn't expect them to remember me. Xuanhuan chuckled softly. Your Highness is a prince, and the royal family office keeps records. Lu He replied cautiously, unsure if the 9th Highness was upset about being overlooked. Is there any word on which estate has been arranged for me? The old servant heard that it might be a dilapidated mansion left by a minor noble, abandoned for 3 years. Luha carefully glanced at him. As expected, Xuanhuan smiled lightly. To him, this arrangement seemed perfectly reasonable. The royal family office probably just decided to dismiss him, the prince no one remembers, casually. Xuanhuan thought, perhaps he should live simply and focus on cultivating in peace. This way, the other princes wouldn't see him as a threat, and no one would disturb him. As a result, he'd be the happiest among the princes, far removed from their open conflicts and hidden schemes. 3 days later, in the Great Hall, I bestow upon you the rights of a prince. Contribute your strength to the empire and bear the responsibilities of your princely duties. Emperor Xuanhuan placed his hand on Xuanhuan's head and solemnly read the words of investiture. Xuanhuan was granted the title Xuanhuan, Prince of Peace. Apart from the eldest prince, who was crown prince and thus not given a special title, all the other adult princes had unique titles. For example, the second prince, Guqi, had the title Fuxinghuang, Prince of Good Fortune. But when it came to Xuanhuan, his title simply took the last character of his name, most likely because Emperor Guxian couldn't be bothered to come up with something more creative. After completing the investiture ceremony, Emperor Guxian called on the royal chief steward, Luan, to announce what Xuanhuan would receive. A residence on South Street is granted to Lorden, along with 10,000 gold coins and 1 senior guard. Though he received the least among his brothers, Xuanhuan was relatively satisfied. Although the mansion had been neglected for several years, it was located on bustling South Street, which would make future trips to the market convenient. The 10,000 gold coins were also satisfactory, enough for use. As for the guard, whether present or absent, it mattered little to him. As an insignificant person, nobody would bother assassinating him, and even if they did, he had never worried about his safety. Thank you, Father Emperor. Xuanhuan knelt on one knee and paid respects to Emperor Guxiang according to the empire's customs. Only after rising did he take the time to observe his father. Though 40 years old, the emperor looked young and handsome. The royal bloodline certainly bestowed fine features, robust physique, sharp eyes, and an intense aura that exerted significant pressure. Xuanhuan shared only a trace resemblance with his father. He looked more like his mother, Consort Yu. Emperor Guxiang was also studying this son whom he rarely saw. Even though he wasn't favored, the emperor still felt some familial connection. From here on, they'd likely meet even less often. Since the prince showed no promise, living a quiet life would suffice. Without any claim to the throne, it was best for him. No matter how wicked his siblings were, they wouldn't harm someone completely harmless, especially someone without any martial or magical abilities. Providing some money each year would be sufficient. In the unlikely event he had an exceptionally talented descendant, it could benefit the imperial family. Looking at Xuanhuan's calm face, Emperor Guxiang felt somewhat guilty towards this son for not caring about him. He gave him less than the other princes as he left the palace to establish his mansion, and his attitude must have completely extinguished any heart in Xuanhuan to vie for the throne. The ministers below were also watching Xuanhuan being enfeoffed. They were very unwilling to attend this enfeoffment ceremony as it wasted their time. This was just someone living off the state's largesse. Ihan, Emperor Guxiang said from his lofty dragon throne. Yes, Father Emperor, Xuanhuan bowed in response. Go see your mother. Emperor Guxiang didn't know what else to say. Now he realized it would still be better if Xuanhuan moved out. Yes, Father Emperor, your son shall take his leave. After bowing again, Xuanhuan slowly retreated from the grand hall. Finally leaving this wretched place, I'll move out today. Arriving at the harem, after being announced by a female official, another palace maid led him to noble consort Yu's residence. Your son pays respect to mother consort. Xuanhuan slightly bowed. You may rise. Noble consort Yu responded indifferently. This child didn't have deep feelings for her, or basically none at all. She had never wanted to see him. She hadn't even attended his birthday celebrations once. Now that you've come of age, after establishing your estate, you'll need to become self-reliant and stop relying on my power. You will bear the responsibilities and obligations due to you. Noble consort Yu said in her usual indifferent tone. She now had 2 extremely excellent children, so let this son survive or perish on his own. Lichio, bring 1,000 gold coins. Yes, noble consort. A plump lady-in-waiting by Yu's side replied. Thank you, mother consort. Xuanhuan really didn't expect her to give him any gold coins, expecting nothing. At first, he had even thought this mother of his wouldn't meet with him. All right, go back to your new estate quickly. Yes, mother consort. Just as he prepared to leave after paying his respects, 2 gorgeously dressed, incredibly adorable children rushed in. Chapter 5, Prince N's Mansion. Mother, we learned something new today. 2 children bounced past Xuanhuan and went to the side of consort Yu. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan felt sorrowful. His own brother and sister didn't recognize him. It was partly because they had never met, but also because consort Yu did not want to mention him. This is your elder brother, consort Yu said calmly. You're that idiot prince, aren't you? Don't worry, if anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. Xuanhuan's younger brother, Guximin, proudly told him. Though this younger brother of his was only 13 years old, he had already reached level 8 of a junior warrior among all the princes, and that was also the reason for his pride. Thank you, younger brother. Xuanhuan did not become angry because he called him an idiot prince, instead responding calmly. I'll find you to play later, elder brother Zumin bores me to death. A sister who looked almost identical to Guximin spoke beside him. Although she had rarely seen this royal brother, she felt that this blood-related brother was like springtime, making her feel exceptionally close. My mansion always welcomes both of you. Watching his younger sister, Xuanhuan smiled back, showing fondness for her. Ihan, you'd better prepare yourself quickly. This mother of his seemed unwilling to have too much contact between the younger siblings and himself. Yes, mother. After bowing, Xuanhuan immediately exited the room. Looking at the two children chatting nonstop with consort Yu, Xuanhuan missed his parents from his previous life dearly. When he was little, he would pull his mother aside and eagerly recount anything he learned at school, like these children. Unfortunately, there was no going back. When Xuanhuan returned to his quarters, Lu He had arranged everything. Beside Lu He stood a tall, strong man. Your Highness, I've arranged everything. We can move anytime. Then Lu He pointed at the large man beside him. This is Zhang Dehao, the bodyguard appointed by His Majesty for you. Your Highness. Zhang Dehao knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Zhang Dehao appeared a bit naive and seemed not very adept at social graces. There's no need for kneeling in my mansion from now on. Xuanhuan slightly raised his hand to let him rise. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Dehao curiously looked at this new master. In the guard circle, he had been constantly excluded by other guards due to his lack of wit. The reason he could serve as a palace guard entirely depended on his strong physical qualities and perseverance. As someone born into the common folk, he had always been despised by others. When he found out that he was assigned as Prince N's guard, a group of people sneered maliciously. From the mouths of others, he learned that Prince N was the idiot prince. However, he didn't care. What he wanted was simply a quiet life. Following someone who everyone else underestimated like Prince N was perfect for him. There were no complex matters, and he really couldn't understand why serving as a guard required bribes. A carriage loaded all of Xuanhuan's belongings. Upon arriving at the estate bestowed upon him by Emperor Gusing, it appeared to have already been cleaned. The plaque above the gate had also been changed to read Prince N's mansion. Even though it was originally a minor nobleman's residence, it was still large, with gardens, pavilions, rock formations, fish ponds, a training ground, and other necessary features. There were many empty spaces too. However, the buildings looked old, with some walls even partially collapsed, and the garden was overgrown with weeds. Prince, after receiving the notice, I dispatched people to clean once. But lacking enough money, we just did some basic cleaning and no repairs, Lu He said with slight embarrassment. Xuanhuan was the most financially strained among all the princes, having the least stipend. Even after setting up his household, there were only Zhang Dehao and Lu He at his side, not even a single maid. How much will it cost to repair? The mansion is quite large, so it would cost around 5,000 gold coins to completely repair it, Lu He answered truthfully. Well then, skip it. Just keep it like this for now. How much gold do we have left? How could one lead an extravagant life without gold? In total, we have 11,237 gold coins, 63 silver coins, and 42 copper coins, Lu He responded meticulously. I see. Go hire a few more people. It's too desolate here. Xuanhuan has now entered the enlightenment stage, officially stepping into the ranks of those cultivating immortality. To succeed in cultivation, one must undergo worldly trials first instead of living in isolation. Before becoming a celestial immortal, one needs worldly experience. After reaching celestial immortal status, one would leave mundane affairs behind. Prince, this servant suggests buying several slaves. They are cheap, and they won't leave easily. All right, handle it as you see fit. Make sure their bodies are sound. Male and female are both acceptable. About how much does one slave cost? Around 10 gold coins for the younger ones. All right, buy 3 to 5 slaves for daily cleaning around the mansion, and it's crucial to get a cook. A cook was necessary because neither of them knew how to cook. Though Xuanhuan could cook, he couldn't possibly prepare every meal himself. Initially, Xuanhuan had thought about inviting his wet nurse, Aunt Zhang, to come here, but Aunt Zhang and her husband already had their own little tavern to run and children to care for. Thus, he gave up on the idea. Lu He worked efficiently. Within half a day, he had bought 5 slaves, 2 women and 3 men. The older woman knew how to cook, while the younger one was purchased by Lu He to take care of Xuanhuan's daily needs. Of the 3 men, Lu He assigned one to guard the gate and the other 2 to clean the yard. Xuanhuan found it strange that slavery still existed in this world that had developed for tens of thousands of years, yet had not managed to outgrow its reliance on the slave system. Slaves rarely escaped, as each bore the mark of their respective masters. Even if they fled, they would be caught quickly and returned to their master, who would then have to pay certain fees. The first night at his mansion passed without any discomfort. In the morning, Xuanhuan woke up and stood in the courtyard, pondering the issue of reaching the Golden Core realm. Entering the enlightenment stage required a great deal of knowledge to be absorbed into the brain, and entering the Golden Core stage demanded an enormous amount of worldly energy to form the Golden Core. The scope of worldly energy was vast. It came from people selling vegetables, farmers planting fields, cooks, assassins, emperors, and everyone existing in the world. The greater someone's impact on the world, the more worldly energy they possessed. Xuanhuan didn't plan to entirely change the world, though such an action could generate massive amounts of worldly energy. The time it would take was too long. Instead, making minor changes to gradually collect worldly energy seemed more efficient. Looking at the large, empty patch of land in the corner of the courtyard, he came up with a plan, a way to both gather worldly energy and enrich himself. He got up and entered the room, taking out paper and pen to begin his first step. Chapter 6, Funhouse. Not long after, Xuanhuan walked out of the room. On his way to the hall, he felt that this mansion was still too quiet. After building the mansion, no one had come to congratulate him. It's about to get lively soon. Gu Yihan patted the paper in his hand and walked into the hall. He summoned Lu He and Zhang Dehao. How many gold coins would it cost to build a house on the plot of land in the corner of the courtyard? Gu Yihan handed the drawn blueprint to Lu He. Lu He took the blueprint, looked at it for a long time, and said, the construction of the house would probably cost around 1,000 gold coins, but according to the luxurious decoration inside as written by your highness, it is estimated to cost around 7 to 8,000 gold coins in total. You are now responsible for this with Dehao. The interior decoration must be done according to the requirements, and come ask me if you don't understand anything. Yes, your highness. Lu He pleased Gu Yihan on this matter, as he would completely follow what he was instructed to do without asking any reasons. In half a day, Lu He had gathered the construction team, and all the construction materials were also purchased in full. In the afternoon, the construction team started working. Unlike expected, it wasn't noisy at all. The builders spoke very softly. There was a significant difference between commoners and nobles, perhaps because Lu He told them that he was the prince, or maybe because they saw the words and Wang Fu at the gate. They dared not breathe loudly in front of Gu Yihan. Gu Yihan initially wanted to see if there were any differences in house construction in this world. Seeing their reactions, he immediately lost interest. He didn't want to influence them and returned to his room. There were no dice, cards, or roulette wheels in this world, so the house that Gu Yihan was constructing was actually a small gambling den. He originally wanted to directly build a hotel-sized large casino, but the number of gold coins in his possession didn't agree, leaving him with no choice but to start from a small gambling den. Although it was just a small gambling den, the interior decoration couldn't be taken lightly. It must give people the impression of being ostentatious from the moment they step in, and poor quality decorations could lower others' trust. Apart from regular customers, no one would believe a shabby gambling den. Inside the room, Gu Yihan conjured up martial arts magic to quickly make dice, playing cards, and a roulette wheel. He summoned Lu He, instructing him to find craftsmen to produce several sets using better materials based on the samples he created, to be placed once the gambling den was built. He also asked Lu He to buy more slaves as the gambling den would need staff. During these past 15 days, Gu Yihan was extremely busy training the newly bought slaves on how to interact with gamblers and, importantly, guide them to gamble willingly. 3 days later, the gambling den opened for business, and the employee training was completed. Over the next 3 days, Gu Yihan assigned them all to distribute flyers on the streets. Do you want to become rich overnight? Please come to Funhouse. Novel gameplay, a unique experience. Funhouse provides it for you. The divination of dice, the fun of playing cards, and the excitement of the roulette, it's all here at the Funhouse. On August 8th, the Funhouse will grandly reopen. Address. Everyone is welcome to come and experience a different feeling. The southern street of the imperial capital was filled with such flyers. Initially planning to spread them throughout the entire imperial capital, Gu Yihan ultimately decided it was better to focus only on South Street, as his place was too small to accommodate too many people. Besides the slaves from the mansion, Gu Yihan also spent money hiring some little beggars. He even hired a group of beautiful women from entertainment quarters who wore uniform outfits and held banners while walking on the streets. No one knew what dice, cards, or roulette were described on the flyers, but Gu Yihan wasn't worried at all. Most people have curiosity, and curiosity would naturally spark interest, and with interest comes the need to take a look. Outside the 2-story building stood 2 neatly lined up teams of greeters wearing identical costumes, something nobody had seen before. The general feeling was simply beautiful. A young nobleman was the first to walk inside. Welcome. As the greeters on both sides noticed him approaching the door, they bent their bodies 90 degrees to welcome him, giving him a special and comfortable sensation. The interior decoration of the building further amazed the young noble. It was too bright inside, dazzling with gold. Hello. This is an introduction to the service games of our fun house. The first 100 customers who enter will receive this as a free gift. The young noble took the booklet. Inside were instructions on how to play dice, cards, and roulette, along with what services Funhouse would provide. As more and more people entered, Lu He stepped onto the stage. Welcome to Funhouse. You should all have read the game introductions. To help you better understand the details, we will first demonstrate them to everyone here. The dice game was simple. Guess the size or the number of dots, and everyone quickly understood how to play. The spinning wheel was also easy. Just guess where the needle would stop. The playing cards were a bit more complicated because it was hard to remember all the combinations, but after Lu He's demonstration and referring to the content in the booklet, everyone could understand how to play. As soon as Lu He finished the demonstration, those who couldn't wait had already sat at the tables. In no time, there were people at every table. The young nobleman went to the dice table, taking out a gold coin and placing it on the big option. Everyone was starting to play, and he was the first to bet with a gold coin, while most others bet only a few copper coins, and only a few bet silver coins. The man sitting next to the young nobleman felt a little nervous inside, as he never thought he would one day sit at the same table as a noble. But as time passed, his eyes and mind were completely focused on the dice, with no thought for whether the other player was a noble or not. From the occasional cries at the beginning, Funhouse quickly turned into a cacophony of shouts around all the tables within less than half an hour. Gu Yihan, watching the scene from the second floor, smiled and instructed Lu He beside him. You stay here and keep an eye on things. If someone loses everything, invite them for a meal and kindly send them away. Don't let anyone cause a commotion. Yes, your highness, Lu He bowed. Then Gu Yihan turned to Zhang Dehao by his side and said, if anyone does cause trouble, resolve it properly if you can. If they're being completely unreasonable, beat them senseless for me. And if you can't handle it, notify me. At your command. Zhang Dehao saluted and accepted the order. After Guihan left, Zhang Dehao laughed and said to Lu He, the prince is the crown prince. Who would dare to make trouble here? Lu He also smiled and nodded, agreeing with what Zhang Dehao had said. Back in his room, Guihan was in a good mood. In the process of setting up Funhouse, he basically spent all the gold coins he had. Now it was time to start recovering his investment. What made him even happier was that, in the short span of less than an hour, he had collected more worldly essence than he usually did in an entire month. Calculating based on this progress, he estimated that it would take 10 years for him to reach the golden core stage. 10 years was a long time, but he didn't think he would really need a full decade to reach the golden core stage. After all, this was just the beginning. Once he had more money, there would be many more ways to collect worldly essence. Chapter 7, The Explosive Funhouse. Brother, did you go to the funhouse yesterday? I made 100 gold coins yesterday. So much. How could you be so lucky? How much capital did you bring? I only brought a little more than 1 gold coin. Let me tell you, before betting, you have to. 2 plainly dressed people were whispering on the side, quietly discussing betting techniques. What? You don't know the funhouse? You really lack experience. Yesterday was so damn thrilling. I had won 10 gold coins, but then I lost them all. I'm going to win back everything I lost yesterday today. We've never played, we don't know how. That's fine. You can buy an introduction to play at the funhouse and look at how others inside play. The next day, discussions about the funhouse were everywhere in the southern street of the imperial capital, gradually spreading throughout the entire city. New things always attract curiosity. More and more people went to the funhouse. Everyone wanted to make a fortune. As long as they are human, they inherently possess a gambling nature, yearning for effortless gains that are etched into their genes. The welcoming staff at the entrance of the funhouse always maintained smiles. Whether you were a noble or a commoner, they would warmly say, "Welcome." This increased everyone's interest, especially among the commoners. In the following half-month, the funhouse was bustling every day. From morning till night, it was always full. Therefore, Guihan also made substantial profits, recouping his initial investment within half a month and even earning a surplus. This left Lu He incredulous. It was like robbing money. What stunned Lu He even more was that just now Prince had opened the VIP room on the 2nd floor, exclusively for nobles. The VIP rooms could be rented monthly for 1,000 gold coins. Just this item alone brought in over 10,000 gold coins today. After opening the VIP rooms, there was clearly not enough manpower, so Lu He urgently recruited some more people. Half a month ago, Lu He was still worried about money. At the time, he had less than 100 gold coins left. Prince spent money too quickly. However, in just half a month, he no longer worried about running out of money, but rather worried that there was too much. Excluding employees' salaries and miscellaneous expenses, a large amount of gold coins were still accounted for each day. In Lu He's view, this wasn't just opening a fun house. It was like minting gold coins. Contrary to Lu He's concerns, Guihan was worried about having too little money. He still had many things to do, and he needed more gold coins. There was something Lu He couldn't understand. Prince had someone post slogans outside the door. Gambling leads to bankruptcy. Rationally approach betting. And stay away from gambling. Cherish life. In Lu He's eyes, weren't these driving customers away? Wasn't Prince slapping his own face? Guihan didn't explain Lu He's confusion, but simply smiled faintly. Even with these banners hung, the enthusiasm of the gamblers was undeterred. Besides the funhouse's earnings, the booklet introduction to play also brought him considerable income. Although it only sold for 10 copper coins per book, and each copy yielded only 7 to 8 copper coins, the volume made up for it. With the money earned, Guihan didn't let it stay in his hands for long. With the opening of the 2nd floor, more and more nobles preferred coming to the fun house, and previously, many nobles wanted to play but did not want to sit at the same table as commoners. All the money earned was invested by Guihan into the more exquisite renovation of the 2nd floor VIP rooms, not only adding dedicated playmates, but also introducing massage services, high-grade wine, and finely crafted pastries and food. Of course, the prices were also higher than those outside. Guihan signed an agreement with several major brothels, arranging for their top performers to appear. The appearance fees were promptly paid by Guihan, though the cost was naturally higher for the nobility. The place is still too small. If we provided specific rooms to accommodate their needs, we'd earn even more money. Guihan expressed dissatisfaction with the size of the fun house. Since he was dissatisfied, he decided to resolve the issue. Guihan spent a large sum of money hiring magicians, who transformed the fun house from a 2-story building into a 5-story one, increasing its floor space several times over. Lu He discovered that the more money Prince spent, the more he seemed to gain. The expansion of the fun house drained over 100,000 gold coins accumulated during this period, but after the renovation, the daily average income of the fun house reached over 10,000 gold coins. The speed at which they were printing gold coins became faster and faster, to the point where Lu He became numb to it. Following trends exists in every world, especially when there's money to be made. A month later, the imperial capital saw the emergence of big and small gambling houses. When the first imitator appeared, Lu He came to report the news to Guihan in panic. However, after hearing the news, Guihan merely smiled faintly. It was within his expectations. The playing methods at the funhouse were not complicated and could easily be mimicked. Subsequently, the funhouse introduced a new game, Pai Gao. If you want to follow the trend, then keep following. I have plenty of game varieties. Launching a new one each month is no problem at all. You're welcome to share some of the scraps from my table. After all, The imperial capital is vast, and it can't be filled by just one person. Even if it could, he wouldn't bother. It would attract unnecessary trouble. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but detested it. After the expansion, the fun house became the largest gambling den in the imperial capital. No, now it was officially a casino. Moreover, with the introduction of new games every month, more people were drawn here than before. The third, fourth, and fifth floors, each one more luxurious than the last, and with even better service, which further attracted those nobles. Furthermore, xuanhuan decreed that the fourth floor would be open only to the upper-class nobility, and the fifth floor exclusively to the royal family. This made the commoners feel that coming to the fun house brought them status, while the nobles believed that this was their proper place. Lower nobility values faced more than the commoners. Mingling with high-ranking nobles and royalty seemed like such an opportunity for bragging rights for years. And if someone from the royal family took notice, wouldn't that bring honor upon their ancestors? With these thoughts in mind, the rooms on the second and third floors were perpetually full, leading to resale activities. A room originally costing 1,000 gold coins per month had been inflated to 3,000 gold coins, yet still remained in high demand. Xuanhuan didn't interfere with this situation. Where there's demand, there will be transactions. These cannot be stopped, nor did he see any reason to stop them. Moreover, he personally stood to gain nothing. In fact, when others' VIP room fees expired, he could intentionally decline to renew them, finding intermediaries to resell them at high prices to others and make another fortune. A price increase under the name of the fun house was not possible. It would only harm its reputation once the hype period passed. There's no need to create bad publicity through future discounts. As the number of gold coins accumulated in his account increased day by day, Xuanhuan knew that the people he was waiting for would likely arrive soon. He awaited those who wanted a share of his profits. Chapter 8. The various factions that want to share. Your Highness, this is the invitation from the Crown Prince, and there's also the invitation from the Second Prince, and Luha reported to Xuanhuan with a large stack of invitations in hand. He had always been obscure and silent before, but now he was being eyed by all factions. Of course, it wasn't him they were interested in, it was his entertainment house. As elites, they each had their own channels of information, and it was only natural for them to eye the enormous profits from the entertainment house. Though Xuanhuan was a prince and now the Duke of An, who could blame them when he had no power at all? Xuanhuan understood one principle well. If you want more, you need to give up something as well. Your Highness, which place should we go first? Luha asked cautiously. All these people weren't insignificant. Going to one before another might result differently and unknowingly offend someone. Has Mother sent an invitation? Yes. Then let's go to her place first. Xuanhuan didn't know how to choose which place to go first, but going to see his mother first shouldn't be controversial among major forces. Respecting one's mother was normal. Luha prepared a luxurious carriage for Xuanhuan. Now that they were wealthy, many things became affordable, and everything had to be top quality. On the carriage, Xuanhuan had already thought through how to deal with his mother, whose intentions he knew very well. They soon arrived at the palace gate, presenting his ducal token of An. Not long after, a maid came to lead him into the palace. Yu concubine still had that cold demeanor, sitting high on her concubine chair. With Xuanhuan's arrival, she reluctantly managed a faint smile. Greetings, mother. Xuanhuan stepped forward to pay respect. Seeing her eldest son's completely emotionless face, Yu concubine felt reassured. Xuanhuan, take a seat. Yu concubine gestured toward the chair beside her. Xuanhuan sat down calmly and said indifferently, Mother, may I know why you summoned me? The attitude did not bother Yu concubine. On the contrary, it fitted his behavior because she had never taken care of him, so any resentment was justified. Your entertainment house is quite remarkable. I've heard about it within the palace. She looked at Xuanhuan and continued, I wish to buy half of your shares with 5,000 gold coins. This was the best joke Xuanhuan had ever heard in this life. Do you even know how much I earn daily? 5,000 gold coins for half the shares? If I hadn't maintained composure, I would have laughed out loud. What do you think? These 50% shares will go to your younger brother Xiaming. He'll be building his estate next year, and as an elder brother, you should make some gestures. Is this request too much? Yu concubine spoke nonchalantly. She observed Xuanhuan's reaction, yet saw nothing. No changes on his face, just sitting quietly and listening to her words. She did not expect to really get half of the shares, but she knew the principle of exaggerated demands and compromised negotiation. Mother, I'm afraid that won't work because I don't hold 50% of the shares either. Xuanhuan said blandly. What? Startled, Yu concubine stood up, realizing she had lost decorum, and slowly sat back down. Isn't the entertainment house yours? The Crown Prince, Second Prince, Third Prince, and several other princes, along with other forces, are all after shares. I am well aware that I cannot keep the entertainment house safe. I might be kicked out tomorrow. I wanted to ask Mother for help. Xuanhuan strained to produce a slight bitter laugh. Xuanhuan's words almost blew Yu concubine's mind. She didn't expect so many forces to be after this pie. She started regretting wanting to purchase it herself since these numerous powers were way beyond her reach. Her current leverage depended entirely on the Emperor's affection for her two children, far from being able to compete with these forces. Now, Yu concubine was seething with anger, yet it was impossible to retract what had already been spoken. Not only did she fail to obtain what she wanted, but she also invited unnecessary trouble. Xuanhuan noticed her predicament and spoke up. If Mother really wishes to buy, there is a way. Upon hearing these words, Yu concubine sensed hope. Oh, tell me more. If Mother spends 500,000 gold coins, you might secure 10% of the shares. Xuanhuan deliberately quoted a high price. How much? Hearing this staggering number, Yu concubine was shocked. Although she was a concubine, even she couldn't come up with such a large sum. So many factions want to buy? A high price must be paid to get a share, and it is precisely because of the high price that other forces dare not swallow it alone, giving others a chance to join in. Xuanhuan was very straightforward. Yu concubine calmed down, understanding the key point now. It seemed this child still favored her since she was his mother. If spending 500,000 gold coins buys 10% of the shares, approximately how long will it take to recover the cost? After deducting normal expenses, the funhouse's average daily income now is about 10,000 gold coins. Xuanhuan told her the current daily revenue and let her figure out the payback period on her own. Moreover, what he informed her was the income of the peak period, so how much there will be in the future, I do not know. 10,000 a day, 1% is 1,000, which means 3,000 in a month, and 360,000 a year. We can recover the cost within less than 2 years. Yu Fei quietly calculated. When will the negotiation among various forces take place? Yu Fei came to her senses. The younger son would have his mansion built in a year. By then, the pressure of finances should not be too great. If at that time the influx of gold continues steadily, it will be worthwhile. Her money plus some requested from the family should cover the 50,000 gold coins needed. At Yu Fei's decision, Xuanhuan felt somewhat surprised, never expecting she could truly afford such a huge sum. I'll contact all the major factions, and we'll discuss the distribution issue half a month later at the funhouse. Come for the money half a month later, buy me 1% share. Do you plan to keep any yourself? Yu Fei thought something seemed amiss with Xuanhuan's behavior, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly where. I don't have any money right now. I spent too much previously, accumulating quite a bit of debt. So, no, I'm not holding anything back. Xuanhuan said with another bitter laugh. Judging by his expression, Xuanhuan didn't seem to be lying. She realized he wouldn't keep any for himself. Moreover, after some mental calculation, building the funhouse must have indeed cost a lot of money, and its profitability started only recently, making it normal for him to owe some debts. Yu Fei suddenly pitted Xuanhuan. Without power, one cannot hold on to good things no matter how valuable they are, which also strengthened her resolve to make the family even stronger. Come half a month later to pick up the money. Go and prepare well. Yu Fei issued her dismissal. Yes, mother consort. Xuanhuan stood up, paid his respects, and then left. Once outside the palace, Xuanhuan chuckled inwardly. Wanting benefits from me? Sure. In half a month, each of you bring your money first. Let everyone lose a lot. All of you fools, physical assets are nowhere near as quick as capital operations. Someone will be doing work for me later, while I enjoy leisure. Very nice indeed. Xuanhuan couldn't resist laughing heartily inside the carriage, causing confusion for the coachman ahead. Chapter 9. The meeting with various factions. When Lord Xuanhuan returned with a smile, Lu He's heart finally settled. He was very afraid that the Lord couldn't withstand the pressure. If he couldn't hold up, they would lose the funhouse, and at the same time, the money of Prince's mansion might be gone as well. Now that His Excellency had a smile on his face, it seemed like the outcome was good. Throughout his life, Lu He could never fully understand His Excellency. In the past, others called him the idiot prince, but in Lu He's eyes, there was no one smarter than His Excellency. For everything the Lord did, Lu He could not comprehend, yet the final results were always unexpectedly good. Who would have thought that the former idiot prince became a wealthy man within just a month? If it weren't for the lack of power causing His Excellency to be targeted by others, development would have been even faster. If only the Lord had the ability to vie for the throne, Lu He himself might also become a high-ranking steward like Luan. My name is Lu He, while the royal head steward is Luan. How similar our names are? Mr. Lu He, you make a count of all the people who sent invitations to us. Arrange them according to the size of their forces and their respective camps. You must clearly identify which faction each belongs to. This is important. As for those with weak factions, just ignore them. Yes, my lord. Lu He bowed respectfully. 2 hours later, after Xuanhuan received the list of power factions organized by Lu He, he locked himself inside the room, and no one knew what he was doing. The next day, Xuanhuan handed over more than 10 letters to Lu He. You deliver these letters according to the list one by one. Remember, ensure that their owners open them personally, and tell them that if they delay, they will lose the opportunity. Lu He was curious about what was written in the letters. However, Lu He firmly remembered the rule of servants. Don't inquire about the master's affairs. Besides, every move made by His Excellency carried deep meaning. Knowing the contents of the letters might leave Lu He even more confused. Accordingly, Lu He delivered the letters one by one to the locations and informed them of His Excellency's instructions. The following day, replies were received. The messengers delivering the responses were all extremely polite, quietly giving him quite a few benefits, asking him to put in a good word for them in front of His Excellency. All this left Lu He completely baffled. He didn't know what happened. He handed over all the benefits he had received to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled, letting him keep the things without worry. This made Lu He feel warm. Since becoming His Excellency's manager, his fate has been in His Excellency's hands. He feels fortunate to follow His Excellency, because His Excellency is an excellent master and trusts him deeply. Time passed quickly, half a month flew by. Lu He, is everything prepared in the meeting hall? My lord, everything is ready. Lu He answered respectfully. Call me when it's time. After returning to his room, Lu He began to get busy too. Although the meeting hall preparations were done, there was still the banquet to arrange. There were many things to do during the banquet. The order of seating arrangement, personal preferences, and food restrictions to consider. At the same time, he needed to introduce all the guests who were coming to the prince. This is one of the basic requirements for a house manager. He never imagined he'd ever see so many important figures, even more than during his time in the palace. As the sun set, Lu He woke up Xuanhuan, who then waited in the hall while Lu He went to the main entrance of Prince N's mansion to welcome the arriving guests. Not long after, Luan led the first guest toward the hall, and Xuanhuan stood up to greet them at the doorway. "Ihan, Brother 3 hasn't arrived late, right?" "Brother 3, what kind of talk is that? You're the first to arrive," Xuanhuan responded with a smile. "Haha, Ihan, Brother 3 has brought 2 gifts for you. One congratulates you on establishing your estate, the other celebrates the opening of the fun house. Brother 3 is too courteous, we're family, so I'll humbly accept them. Brother 3, please come in and enjoy a cup of tea first. Brother 2 has already arrived. Alright, then I'll go inside and wait. Don't let me disturb your welcoming process." After saying that, Prince 3, Gubai, entered the hall. Who came earlier and who came later gave Xuanhuan a hint regarding how much they valued this event and their needs. Take Prince 3, Gubai, he was the first one to arrive, indicating that he urgently needed to expand his influence and was desperately short of funds. "Uncle Jingong, I never expected you to personally attend. This truly leaves me in awe." In front of everyone, Xuanhuan remained very humble, respectful, and sincere. The young man has certainly done well in business. When you have free time, drop by Uncle's place for a visit. Jingong Gu is Emperor Gusheng's younger brother. He played a significant role in helping Emperor Gusheng secure the throne and holds considerable power within the army. Moreover, being imperial kin, his words carry significant weight in the Daxiao Empire. "Of course, Uncle Jingong, please give me your guidance in the future." Xuanhuan's face was filled with humility, his expression as respectful as it could be, and his words as sincere as they could be. Gu Jingong walked into the hall with a smile. "Fourth brother, you've arrived, please come in. Sixth brother, you've arrived, please go inside. The other brothers have already come, and Uncle Jingong is also inside." Several princes who had established their own estates and a few uncles were all present. Xuanhuan understood that they represented various factions and sat in their respective seats according to their affiliations. "Mr. Lu He, is there anyone else who hasn't arrived?" "No one, everyone has arrived." "Then, bring out the dishes." The food at Prince N's mansion tasted great, but their minds weren't on the food. They were all thinking about the content of the letters Xuanhuan had sent them, yet none of them mentioned the contents during the meal, maintaining a harmonious atmosphere full of mutual flattery. After the pleasant gathering where everyone expressed goodwill, Xuanhuan ordered the dinner table to be cleared away. Lu He and Dahao closed the door of the hall and stood guard outside. Seeing this, everyone realized the main topic was about to begin and immediately became serious. "Thank you, esteemed uncles. Thank you, noble brothers, for coming. Since all of you are here today, I assume you have all reviewed the plan I sent to each of you. So, I won't beat around the bush. Now I will explain the details of this plan." Glancing at everyone's expressions, Xuanhuan continued. "You should all know how much Funhouse earns every day, right? A lot, isn't it? To me, it's not much at all." No one spoke, but in their hearts, they thought, 10,000 gold coins a day isn't a lot? Do you think those are copper coins? Why isn't it much? Because the Funhouse only attracts many people in the South Street area. Besides South Street, the Imperial Capital also has North Street, East Street, and West Street. And beyond the Imperial Capital, there are thousands of cities throughout the Daxiao Empire. If every city had a Funhouse, can you imagine how many gold coins we would earn? Would it ever end? Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this. If one city earned 10,000 gold coins a day, just imagine how much that would amount to, tens of millions of gold coins. Even if a city didn't make 10,000 gold coins a day, it would still be an enormous sum. Chapter 10, Lottery. If Xuanhuan heard their thoughts, he would surely sneer at them. The harm of gambling hasn't shown yet, but in the future, it is estimated that the royal family will be the first to crack down on gambling. But that's for later. Let me reap the benefits first. Continue deceiving. However, it's a bit troublesome to open fun halls all over the empire. The main issue is insufficient funds. Therefore, I hope everyone can join together and get rich, making this business thrive. How big your heart is, how big the world is, there's no limit to earning money. Xuanhuan's extremely inciting words made their eyes glow again. Does opening fun halls across the empire end there? No, it's just the beginning. Not everyone has time to go to the fun hall to play a few rounds. So after the fun halls cover the entire country, I will launch welfare lottery tickets. Everyone didn't understand and asked, "Is the welfare lottery you mentioned another way to play?" Xuanhuan smiled and said, "Yes and no. It's different from the other games in the fun hall. Other games require a long stay at the fun hall, but with the welfare lottery, you just need to buy a lottery ticket and then leave to wait for the winning numbers at home." Someone asked, "Can the welfare lottery make money? How exactly does it earn money?" Xuanhuan replied, "I won't say whether or not it can make money. Now, I'll introduce the game method, and you can decide for yourselves whether it can make money." Then Xuanhuan took out a large amount of lottery tickets prepared in advance, giving each person 100 tickets. Upon receiving the tickets, they saw that each ticket had 8 different numbers written on it. Then Xuanhuan shook a transparent large ball containing 100 small balls. Each small ball was marked with a number, 10 balls for each number from 0 to 9. After shaking for a while, one small ball rolled out through a small hole under the big ball. He continued to shake while saying, "A welfare lottery ticket costs 10 copper coins. If the final 8 numbers I draw are in the exact order and match the numbers on your lottery tickets, then I'll give him 10,000 gold coins." What? 10 copper coins could possibly win 10,000 gold coins? Are you looking to earn money or give it away? Everyone exclaimed. Looking at their flabbergasted faces, Xuanhuan found it amusing. This was normal. They did not realize how low the probability was to pick 8 correct numbers out of 100, and the sequence must also be correct. After the 8 numbers were drawn, Xuanhuan glanced at them and said, "For 7192022, check if any of your tickets have the same sequence and numbers. If so, come to me and claim the prize." After checking, no one had won. After hearing this, Xuanhuan smiled lightly. Each welfare lottery ticket costs 10 copper coins. You each have 100 tickets, which amounts to 1,000 copper coins, or 10 silver coins, or 1 gold coin. No one has won. So among the 13 people here, I've earned 13 gold coins. In this world, 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin, and roughly speaking, 1 gold coin equals 100 yuan in the previous life. The second prince, Guqi, asked, "What if someone wins? Then I'll give him 10,000 gold coins." Xuanhuan answered very directly, "Wouldn't that bankrupt us?" Xuanhuan looked at the second prince with a smile. "How many people are there in the empire? If there's an opportunity to get 10,000 gold coins for just 10 copper coins, how many people will buy tickets? Even if there's a winner every time, how much profit could we still make?" After hearing this, everyone started calculating in their minds. And the second prince muttered aloud, "There are about 1 billion people in the empire. With a chance to exchange 10 copper coins for 10,000 gold coins, and at such a cheap price, many people will buy more tickets. Conservatively estimating, we can sell at least 100 million welfare lottery tickets. That means 1 billion copper coins, which equals 10 million silver coins, or 1 million gold coins. Even if someone wins." At this point, everyone was shocked by these numbers. This was just the minimum estimate. In reality, the sales could be much higher because the welfare lottery is so cheap that selling 1 billion tickets isn't unrealistic. After seeing everyone finish calculating, Xuanhuan said, "I plan to sell the welfare lottery tickets once every 7 days. Why not once a day?" Xuanhuan explained, "One day isn't enough time for drawing results, and frequent drawings without winners might lose people's interest in buying welfare lottery tickets. 7 days is the most reasonable period. Then it will be every 7 days. Uncle Jin Gong decided with a decisive tone. Seeing the powerful duke spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Once every 7 days, selling 1 billion tickets each time, that would mean 10 million gold coins, which even the empire's mint couldn't produce within 7 days. It's easier to make money than minting coins. Everyone fell into beautiful fantasies. Xuanhuan didn't want to interrupt their dreams, but still had to speak. Everyone, the premise of all this is to open fun halls across the entire empire, but now we need to discuss how to solve the funding issue. They snapped back to reality. That's right, there was only one fun hall in the whole country right now. Young man, what's your plan? Uncle Jin Gong asked. It's like this, I've calculated it. To open fun halls in every city, they don't have to be as large as the one in the capital. A smaller size will do, plus various miscellaneous fees. Around 1 billion gold coins should suffice. No one answered immediately. The amount was too large, and they also had to go back and deliberate. They finally decided to gather again after 7 days. Xuanhuan looked at their hurried departure and showed a smug smile once they were gone. He thought these people were a bit foolish. Maybe they were good at plotting conspiracies, but when it came to business, they were quite average. He hadn't even used all his persuasion techniques yet, and they had already rushed to fall into his trap. Making money was certainly possible, but not as much as they imagined. Opening fun halls across the entire empire would involve enormous expenses. Normal operations didn't come free. Manufacturing lottery tickets wasn't free. The employees at the fun halls weren't working for nothing. Would the officials in each city not expect to take their cut? And then with some especially greedy underlings, another significant sum of gold coins would be lost. Even before the 7 days were up, the group had hastily gathered again. This time, the investment amount was even larger, reaching 2 billion gold coins, and Emperor Gusheng also wanted to get involved. Although Daxia Empire had many factions, it roughly divided into 5 main camps. The strongest was the royalist faction led by Emperor Gusheng, while the other 4 were the factions of the first prince, second prince, and third prince, and 1 neutral camp. The final profit-sharing arrangement was 10% for himself, 30% for Emperor Gusheng, 20% for the first prince, 10% each for the second and third princes, 10% for the neutral camp, and an additional 10% for certain special groups. Noble consort EU was among those special groups and received 1/10 of that 10%, which amounted to 1%. If it weren't for the promising future of his younger brother, whom he didn't want to offend, noble consort EU wouldn't receive a single coin from her 50 million gold contribution, and none of the other forces would leave her any share at all. Chapter 11, Delicious Hot Pot. After realizing she only owned 1% of the shares, consort EU sighed helplessly. She understood that if His Majesty only held 30% of the shares, her 50,000 gold coins could hardly buy even 1%. However, the good news was that the entertainment hall had now grown in scale. After a rough calculation, she discovered that although her share had become just 1%, the returns exceeded even 1% of what the entertainment hall in the current capital made. This caused an involuntary smile to spread across her face. Xuanhuan noticed her mother's faint smile and could not help but display a hint of mockery. Her mother thought too optimistically. Her own 1% share existed because others still required her to manage the nationwide expansion of the entertainment hall. Once it stabilized, various factions would certainly find ways to carve up her 1%. As for consort EU's 1%, unless her younger brother proved himself more outstanding in the future, this fate could not be avoided either. After finalizing all the changes in shares and division of responsibilities, they established a board of directors as proposed by Xuanhuan. Every faction sent representatives into the board. The accounts were to be audited by each director since no one trusted anyone else. Gu Yihan drafted 3 proposals: an expansion plan for the entertainment hall, a management rules scheme, and an employee training plan, which she submitted to the board for review. After an intense debate among the board members, 2 out of the 3 plans were approved: the expansion and the employee training. The management rule proposal was rejected. They insisted they knew better about managing such matters. The arguments among them were predictable for Gu Yihan. The main purpose behind proposing the board was to divert their attention from herself by having them focus on bickering over profits. In this busy period, Gu Yihan was mainly focused on training personnel dispatched by various factions. This mainly involved training numerous croupiers and lottery officials. Training croupiers was crucial as it affected the entertainment hall's earnings. Croupiers needed to know how to control the game carefully. They couldn't immediately take away all the players' money but had to do so gradually, giving small winnings to gamblers from time to time, and occasionally allowing someone to win big. In this way, other gamblers would see hope, and those who might doubt would lower their guard. Similarly with lotteries, there had to be some top prizes won, but it shouldn't happen every time. The control of the draw machine gave them the power to decide whether or not people would win. Because of the mutual distrust between factions, Gu Yihan took the role of coordinating the expansion funds with assistance from other directors. Luha had been living in fear lately. After the prince assigned everyone their tasks and distributed the expansion funds, Luha withheld 1 million gold coins without knowing how the prince managed to hide it from the scrutiny of the board members. Actually, it was simple. Gu Yihan exploited the mutual distrust among the factions and the fact that those dispatched by them were not reliable individuals. She randomly suggested a budget item requiring 1 million gold coins per city for promotion and had it passed by the board. But did they really need promotion? No, not at all. So Gu Yihan skimmed off some money from the funds, while leaving some for the ones carrying out the actual operations. With so many cities under the Daya Empire, withdrawing 10 million gold coins seemed like child's play. What if the board hadn't passed the proposal? No problem. There would be other reasons, and even if all her proposals were rejected, wasn't there food and shelter to consider? You can't refuse meals for those below you. Having arranged everything for the expansion of the entertainment hall, Gu Yihan left its implementation to the subordinates and turned her focus elsewhere. Once the entertainment hall covered the whole empire, she would gain vast amounts of worldly energy, yet forming the golden pellet remained far beyond reach. With enough wealth, Gu Yihan decided to proceed to the next step, influencing the eating habits of this world. Starting a restaurant was the best way. To change the local cuisine, she intended to create something tastier than anything currently available. Conveniently, the local food quality here was mediocre to her, and 2 of her favorite dishes, barbecue and hot pot, were completely absent. The same strategy again. Set up hot pot and barbecue shops on South Street first. As for expanding them throughout the empire, once her stores earned significant profits, the competition would naturally approach her and replicate the process they used with the entertainment hall to spread them across the empire. They are such great teammates. Gu Yihan smiled slightly and called for Luha, instructing him to purchase a larger storefront. Initially, she considered buying 2 locations but changed her mind. Barbecues suited small shops, where the essence was setting up a few tables on the roadside where friends could gather to eat, drink, chat, and enjoy barbecue. A large space would seem inappropriate. Thanks to the active participation of the major factions, soon the entertainment hall completed construction in all cities within the empire and officially opened its doors. Meanwhile, Gu Yihan's hot pot restaurant also finished its renovation. The hot pot restaurant was named Delicious Hot Pot because Gu Yihan truly believed it was delicious. The ingredients in this world were very rich, possibly due to the magical elements in the air. The hot pot made with these ingredients tasted much better than what she remembered from her past life. Li He, have all the invitations been sent out? Your Highness, they have all been sent. Li He carefully replied. Today was the grand opening of Your Highness's delicious hot pot restaurant, and invitations had been sent to all the major factions. However, not a single person came, not even a servant, and he was afraid that the Highness would be angry. But the Highness just smiled and nodded. Gu Yihan knew that sooner or later the people from the major factions would turn their backs on him, but he hadn't expected that now. When the fun hall had just started operations, others had already begun to ignore him. Highness, shall we start the opening ceremony? Li He asked softly, looking at the commoners around. Just as he was about to say yes, a voice came. Boy, I've come to congratulate you. Looking in the direction of the voice, Prince Gu Jingong walked towards him with a cheerful smile. Uncle Jingong, you've come, please come in. Gu Yihan greeted with a smile. Boy, I'm curious about your hot pot. How delicious can it be? It seems no one else shares my curiosity, but what a big hot pot shop you have here. Have you been making quite a bit of money lately? Prince Jingong said as he walked inside. Gu Yihan instructed Li He to start the opening ceremony and followed behind. From Uncle Jingong's words, he understood a few implications. 1. I only came to your opening ceremony because I'm curious about your hot pot. 2. Unlike others, I'm not someone who only sees profit. 3. Is this hot pot shop actually making money? Uncle Jingong, you're laughing at me. I will still need your help in the future. The 2 entered a private room. Boy, you don't seem disappointed at all. Gu Yihan knew he was referring to the fact that no one else had come. Not disappointed. This hot pot shop is just a place to fill our stomachs. There are so many good places to eat in the capital, and it's normal that they wouldn't bother to show up. Gu Yihan replied with a smile. Young man, you are indeed steady, Jingong commented. Young man, you don't seem upset that no one else showed up, Jingong said again. Chapter 12, Gu Jingong Wine. The sound of gongs and drums could be heard from downstairs. Pushing open the window of the private room, Prince Gujingong looked down at the bustling scene below and said, "There are quite a lot of people. Looks like your hot pot restaurant is also making big money. Maybe. I'm just trying to see if it can make money or not. I'm not sure. How could the hot pot that swept across the whole country in the previous life not make money?" But this couldn't be said aloud. What if he wanted to get involved right now? That would affect the speed of its spread. One family's influence wouldn't spread as quickly as all the families combined. But since he showed up today and gave him face, he had to give him some benefits. If he hadn't come today, then he would have lost face in front of the upper class. Although he didn't care himself, he still couldn't neglect thanking him. Upon thinking about Prince Gujingong's name and his fondness for wine, Guihan knew what to do. He called Luha over and ordered him to bring 2 jars of wine that he brewed for himself on a regular basis. "I've heard that Uncle Gujingong has a deep appreciation for wine. I've brewed some myself and would like you to try it out." You know how to brew wine too? Well, I will try it. If it's bad, I won't pay for this meal. Prince Gujingong joked. It's an honor to have the uncle here. How could I possibly let the uncle spend money? Very soon, Luha came back with the 2 jars. Guihan took the wine and poured a full cup for Prince Gujingong. "Uncle, please give it a try." As soon as the wine was drunk, Prince Gujingong immediately brightened. "Good wine." Looking towards Guihan. "What's the name of this wine?" "This is just something I brewed casually. It doesn't have a name yet." "Uncle, what do you think?" "Good wine. It's the best wine I've ever had. It's strong, it's refreshing." After saying this, he picked up the wine jar and took several large gulps. "Phew, comfortable. Uncle, do you think this wine will sell well?" Guihan asked with a smile. "That's for sure." Prince Gujingong answered confidently. Guihan smiled and called Luha over, asking him to bring some paper and pens. Soon, the stationery was placed in front of him. Picking up the pen, he quickly wrote down the recipe on the paper. "Uncle, this is the recipe and method for brewing the wine. I'll present it to you." Guihan smiled and handed the paper to Prince Gujingong. "To me? What does this mean? Am I the type who takes gifts from juniors without any return?" Prince Gujingong pretended to be angry. "It's not free either. I have one request." "What kind of request? Speak out." "The name of this wine must be Gujingong wine." Prince Gujingong was taken aback and then laughed happily. In his eyes, this wasn't even a request. Naming after himself, this was clearly flattery towards him. "All right, I have always thought well of you. I won't take it without giving anything back. From now on, I'll give you 10% of the profits." Prince Gujingong also happily replied. "Thank you, uncle." Guihan bowed respectfully in thanks, silently mocking in his heart. "Too fake. I'm the acknowledged foolish prince, and Uncle Gujingong saw me when I was little. When I was young, I never even met him." Prince Gujingong ate happily. Not only did the wine satisfy him, but the hot pot also left him singing praises. Looking at his leaving uncle, Guihan sighed inwardly at how good the warriors in this world were. Those 2 jars of strong wine were completely consumed by his uncle alone, without a single blush. Calling Luha again to bring another jar, his own thirst was stirred. He didn't drink even a drop just now. Enjoying the small sips while having hot pot, Guihan looked at the token on the table and felt very happy. Prince Gujingong was a major figure in the military department and also the dean of the Royal Academy. This token allowed access to the Royal Academy at any time. The royal family members start their studies at the Royal Academy at the age of 15. However, Guihan lacked the talent for cultivation and thus could not attend. This made him feel uncomfortable because he had always yearned for the library of the Royal Academy. "Wah, so handsome, so charming, my heart can't take it anymore. It's about to stop." A fangirl held her chest dramatically as she stared at Guihan. "Yes, this kind of aura makes you drown." The girl beside her said with dimples all over her face. "His eyes are black, he is from the royal family." Another one screamed. "No wonder, looking at that aura, that presence, that etiquette, a commoner simply cannot compare. I should have guessed earlier. So captivating eyes, which prince is he?" "Don't know, we've seen the other princes. He might be the newly adult prince." The admiration of these young girls didn't cause any ripples in Guihan's heart. He liked mature ones, older ones. When he arrived at the library of the academy, the librarian was an old man. Guihan sensed that his strength was at level 2 Sky Warrior. He couldn't understand why such a powerful warrior would stay here and be content to be a mere librarian. Level 1 Sky Warriors could fly briefly in the air, and level 2 meant they could remain flying longer. Having reached the holy stage, Guihan could already soar through the sky without consuming energy. After showing the token to the old librarian, Guihan entered the library. The library was spacious, with numerous sections. A quick glance revealed many books similar to those in the royal archives, though there were some unique ones as well. Books from the Academy's collection could be borrowed for a month. Guihan selected a few he hadn't read, intending to borrow them to read at home. He preferred solitude when reading rather than dealing with crowds. He handed the pile of borrowed books to Dahao, who had been waiting outside. Naturally, carrying things fell to Dahao, given his height and strength. Not using him for such tasks would have been wasteful. Guihan now spent his days immersed in books, only returning to the Academy's library after finishing what he had borrowed. This lifestyle pleased him immensely, reminding him of his days in the palace, where each day felt fulfilling. With the hot pot restaurant running smoothly and requiring no oversight, and the barbecue shop still under consideration, there was no rush. And as for Fun Hall, which once introduced new games monthly, Guihan informed the representatives of major factions that no new games would be developed. He didn't intend to involve himself further with Fun Hall matters, as it had already spread across the entire empire, maintaining its influence regardless of his involvement. Each day brought substantial profits, and whether he paid attention or not made little difference. The sole downside of disengagement was a noticeable reduction in his share of earnings, but xuanhuan didn't care. His hot pot business became as popular as Fun Hall had once been, and he knew representatives of various factions would soon approach him. Before they arrived, he intended to relax and enjoy reading. Meanwhile, Uncle Gu Jingong wine had hit the market, and the prince had gifted him plenty of bottles, identical in taste to what he had brewed himself. This spared him the need to brew his own wine. As for his share of the profits, he took whatever Prince Gu Jingong gave him, simply offering a polite, thank you. Time flew by, and within half a month, envoys from the major factions began visiting him, bearing lavish gifts as congratulatory presents for his hot pot restaurant's opening. Xuanhuan suddenly realized how advantageous being a prince was. It deterred any thoughts of open theft. Chapter 13. Great Hero Martial Arts. Xuanhuan, who was writing invitations in the room, was invited to the living room by Lu He, who had a complicated look on his face. On the way to the living room, Lu He explained the reason. Nursemaid Zhang Dama had come. The nursemaid and her husband used to be carriage drivers delivering vegetables to the palace. Later, after Zhang Dama became his wet nurse, the couple saved some money and opened a 2-story small tavern. Though the tavern was small, its business was very good. However, recently, a new tavern opened across from theirs. Unable to compete normally, they directly hired a group of hoodlums and goons to cause trouble at the nursemaid's small tavern. Perhaps tired of minor disruptions, today they bluntly threatened to make the nursemaid shut down, not only smashing her tavern to pieces, but also severely injuring her husband and son. With no other options, she could only seek help from him. The reason for Lu He's complex expression was quite simple. The opposing tavern was run by a relative of Wang Defa, an undersecretary in the Imperial Treasury Department, who was associated with the second prince. Lu He believed that Prince In might not be able to help much. With red eyes, the nursemaid waited anxiously in the living room. When she saw Xuanhuan come, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Prince In, the nursemaid asked for peace with a choked voice. Seeing her swollen eyes, Xuanhuan had never felt this angry before. The nursemaid and Lu He were the people who had taken care of him since he was young. They had followed him for more than a decade. Lu He was loyal beyond measure, and the nursemaid was the most considerate person toward him. As a child, afraid he would get bored, she would bring little toys from outside the palace. She was the one who made him feel warmth as a child. Nursemaid, take Dahao there. He then turned to Dahao and said, Dahao, you go and deliver those ruffians' heads to Secretary Wang's residence. Obey your command, Your Highness. After the nursemaid and Dahao left, Lu He couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, Secretary Wang is a man of the second prince. Doing this will offend the second prince. Never mind, it's just a bunch of hoodlums and thugs. We haven't acted against their men. If they dare to continue making trouble, we'll see what happens. Xuanhuan's face darkened with anger. The next day, Wang Defa personally brought gifts to apologize to Xuanhuan and invited magicians to treat the nursemaid's husband and son. A large amount of gold coins was compensated to the nursemaid's family. Xuanhuan merely smiled faintly at this. He understood that if the tavern business wasn't so booming, their attitude would have been entirely different. Dahao, how do you feel about being here? Xuanhuan looked toward Dahao beside him. Being by your highness's side is the happiest time of my life, Dahao said with a foolish smile while scratching his head. Then are you willing to follow me for the rest of your life? Xuanhuan seriously asked. Seeing the serious tone of Prince In, Zhang Dahao understood that his highness intended to heavily rely on him. Instantly kneeling on one knee, he declared, I am willing to guard your highness forever. Placing his hand on Dahao's forehead, Xuanhuan spoke solemnly. In the name of Prince In, I grant you the honor of a guardian knight. From this moment forward, you shall be my first guardian knight. Zhang Dahao, overwhelmed with excitement, loudly proclaimed, I, Zhang Dahao, pledge my life to protect Prince In. After the ceremony, both of them exchanged smiles. Lu He standing nearby was also delighted immensely. Dahao showed absolute loyalty to the prince and deserved the title of guardian knight. The only downside was that Dahao's strength fell short, a mere 5th-level earth warrior. The granting of the title guardian knight is a privilege exclusive to nobility. Both guardians, knights, and bodyguards protect their masters, but the significance of these roles differs greatly. The title of guardian knight symbolizes being the master's most trusted person, along with immense authority over all of the master's subordinates. Another benefit is that once one becomes a guardian knight, they immediately acquire noble status. Lu He, take Dahao to register at the Royal Academy. Yes, your highness. Guardian knights are of utmost importance. Since Xuanhuan belonged to the royal family, Dahao must register at the Royal Academy to officially obtain the title of guardian knight. Through this incident involving the nursemaid, Xuanhuan realized he needed to cultivate some personal forces. This time it was merely killing some small fry, and Dahao's strength could still handle it. But what about facing stronger opponents later? Surely he couldn't always act personally. Thus, he planned to train Dahao. But having just Dahao was insufficient. Xuanhuan looked towards the direction of the beast forest. The next day, Xuanhuan set off for the beast forest accompanied by Dahao. After entering the outskirts, Xuanhuan did not stop, continuing inward. Your Highness, ahead lies the inner perimeter of the beast forest. With my current skills, I may not be able to handle those powerful beasts, Dahao nervously stated. Beasts are ranked from level 1 to 9, then holy level and divine level. Levels 1 to 3 correspond to Chuji warriors, levels 4 to 6 to earth warriors, levels 7 to 9 to sky warriors, holy level and divine level likewise. The outskirts contain beasts of levels 1 to 3, The inner perimeter has beasts of levels 4 to 6, and the depths host beasts of levels 7 to 9. There are even rumors of holy level beasts residing there. With Daheo's current strength, he would definitely be unable to handle a 5th level magic beast. Magic beasts are much stronger than humans of the same level. Then let's stay here for a while. Xuanhuan placed his hand on Daheo's shoulder. Relax your whole body. Subsequently, a powerful fighting spirit surged into Daheo's body, and magic from all directions swiftly entered Daheo's body. Daheo trembled in pain all over, which lasted for more than 10 minutes before Xuanhuan withdrew his hand from Daheo's shoulder. As soon as Xuanhuan took his hand away, Daheo's pain disappeared instantly, replaced by a sense of comfort spreading throughout his entire body. He felt fully refreshed, with an indescribable feeling of power. Daheo looked at Xuanhuan in amazement. Your Highness, you. He never imagined that his Highness was so strong. The powerful fighting spirit and magic he had just experienced were what he had felt on the great magicians and saint-level warriors in the palace. Do not tell anyone else. Xuanhuan said faintly. Yes, Your Highness. Daheo knelt down on one knee. Get up. I've just helped you to improve your body, and left a strand of automatically circulating fighting spirit inside you. Now, follow the route of this fighting spirit to cultivate. Xuanhuan, using his vast knowledge, combined with his quick mind after reaching the enlightenment stage, and the theoretical foundation of cultivation he learned from the internet in his previous life, specially created a set of cultivation methods suitable for Daheo. Xuanhuan, in his mischievous mood, gave it a name called Great House Skill. It is a method of using fighting spirit to strengthen the body and power, very suitable for Daheo's strong physique, allowing him to cultivate to the saint level. 2 days later, within the inner region of the magic beast forest, Daheo dragged a 7th level magic beast, Earth Demon Pig, with one hand to Xuanhuan. Your Highness, let's eat this today. Xuanhuan nodded. The current Daheo has already reached the Sky Warrior realm. Cultivating the Great House Skill, his body surpasses even those of magic beasts of the same level. Xuanhuan was extremely satisfied with the Great House Skill he created, truly worthy of being called a divine skill. Chapter 14. The Earth Demon Turtle. After undergoing physical enhancements and mastering the Dahao martial art, Dahao indeed became stronger, achieving level 8 of Sky Warrior within half a month. Currently, he was deep in the magic beast forest, dueling with a level 9 turtle to see who could take more punishment. The Earth Demon Turtle, a level 9 Earth Elemental magic beast, had astonishing defenses and could use Earth magic. It was on par with a level 9 Sky Warrior, but far stronger. In its gigantification state, even a 3rd-tier Holy Warrior without holy artifacts would be unable to break through its defenses. As for mages skilled in large-scale magical attacks, they'd be useless unless a mage above the 3rd tier learned powerful single-target spells capable of injuring it. Perhaps due to the intensity of their fight, the earth elements around the Earth Demon Turtle suddenly grew restless before rapidly merging into the turtle's body. The originally carriage-sized body quickly expanded, reaching the height of a 2-story building. What a huge turtle. Look at that body, that head. Xuanhuan marveled. Dahao retreat. Faced with the gigantified Earth Demon Turtle, Dahao stood no chance against it. Dahao leaped back to Xuanhuan's side. Your Highness, I am no match for it. Dahao reproached himself. That's fine. With those words, Xuanhuan stepped forward and struck the Earth Demon Turtle's shell from a distance. Upon being hit, the shell cracked visibly, and the turtle began to shrink until it returned to its original size. This display left Dahao awestruck. His Highness was incomparably stronger than the turtle. Level 9 magic beasts were said to have attained human-level intelligence. The Earth Demon Turtle was bewildered too, its proud defense shattered by a single punch from a seemingly harmless human. It then realized that this little human chick-like figure was not just a bit stronger, it was overwhelmingly so. As the turtle prepared for what it thought might be the end of its life, it heard the human addressing it. Do you wish to sign a contract with me? Though reluctant, the turtle understood refusal might mean its next meal being soup. Thus, it nodded. Upon its agreement, Xuanhuan cheerfully drew a magical contract array on the ground. Xuanhuan gave the Earth Demon Turtle a name, Xuanwu. Having achieved his goal of coming to the Magic Beast Forest, they rested for a night. The next morning, Xuanwu flew over the Magic Beast Forest, Xuanhuan riding on its back, while Dahao trailed behind in flight. Originally wanting Dahao to join him on the ride, Xuanwu refused outright. It had its pride. Only the person with whom it had signed the contract could sit on it. Others were forbidden. Approaching the capital city gate, Xuanhuan asked Xuanwu to descend, slowly leading it into the city. He intended for everyone to know he possessed a level 9 magic beast, which could serve as a deterrent to other factions, saving much trouble. Wow, such a big turtle, exclaimed the children in awe. Is that a magic beast? Adults asked curiously. A level 9 magic beast, the Earth Demon Turtle, came the knowledgeable voices. We're doomed. The city is under attack by a magic beast, panicked the uninformed. But there's a person riding it. It's a contracted beast. Idiots, replied the explainers. Reactions varied widely. Some people spotting Xuanwu paused briefly before hurrying away. Xuanhuan merely smiled. These were undoubtedly spies for various factions. Noble sir, large magic beasts are not allowed inside the city. You should return it to your contract space. The guard hesitantly reminded, despite the great pressure Xuanwu imposed. Yet duty compelled him, lest he be reprimanded afterward. When the servant met Xuanhuan's black eyes, he immediately knelt down in terror, exclaiming, I didn't know you were a royal noble. Please forgive my ignorance. Ignoring the apology, Xuanhuan continued on Xuanwu toward Anwang Palace. Large magic beasts typically could not enter the city unless in extraordinary circumstances. They must remain confined within the contract space, a rule even top nobles followed. However, members of the imperial family were exempted. Small ones were permitted. Many noble women enjoyed bringing cute magic beasts along when going out. Distinguishing between sizes was simple. Could one hold their magic beast while strolling? Xuanhuan couldn't help but imagine carrying a turtle as large as a carriage while shopping and chuckled softly, making Dahao behind him feel quite confused. Truly, the mind of His Highness was inscrutable, occasionally displaying expressions that left him baffled. Perhaps he needed to study more books to keep up with the prince's intellectual pace, not falling too far behind. Although, considering his role as a guardian knight seemed somewhat redundant, should real danger arise, he might need protection from the prince. Regardless, he needed to improve in martial prowess. Xuanhuan had no idea that just thinking of something funny and smiling slightly caused Dahao beside him to overthink so much. Leisurely returning to Xuanhuan Palace. Liu River. Have someone clean up the area around the fish pond and set up a home there for Xuanwu. Yes, Your Highness. Being an experienced person, Liu River was greatly surprised when he saw Xuanwu. How did His Highness manage to subdue a level 9 magic beast in half a month? Subsequently, he felt glad for Xuanhuan as having such a magic beast meant His Highness now had self-protection capabilities. Your Highness, in the past half-month, representatives from various forces sent many invitations. As per your previous instructions, I told them you were out looking for hot pot ingredients. Now that you're back, they should already know. Liu River said. Inform them that in 3 days, I will invite them to a hot pot feast. The major factions quickly learned about Xuanhuan's possession of a level 9 earth demon turtle. Amazement, confusion, envy, and other complex emotions filled their minds. Even the 4 holy knights and 2 great mages only had level 8 contract magic beasts. It was extremely difficult to get a magic beast to sign a contract. One must utterly impress or defeat it. For a defensive powerhouse like the earth demon turtle at level 9, subduing it was even harder. If Xuanhuan knew what they were thinking, he would certainly say, it's not hard at all. A single punch suffices. No one in the Daxiao Empire had a level 9 magic beast as a contracted beast. However, Emperor's Guardian Knight, Dragon Knight Long Xianshan, possessed a Saint-class Wind Dragon. Already at the Saint-class level himself, coupled with his Saint-class Wind Dragon, Long Xianshan became the Empire's top combatant. Long Xianshan's Wind Dragon wasn't something he subdued, but rather a gift from the Dragon clan. Long Xianshan's family carried dragon lineage blood in them. In the past, one talented ancestor, though average in power, managed to charm a dragon princess. Later, their family adopted the surname Long and signed a pact with the Dragon clan. Every generation, one outstanding member could enter into an equal treaty with the Dragon clan and become a Dragon Knight. A new Dragon Knight can be chosen only after the death of the current one. That was how Long Xianshan was chosen. Chapter 15. Hot Pot Franchise. In the last 3 days, Xuanhuan did not stay idle. On the shell of Xuanwu, a tortoise, there were identical little squares. Xuanhuan carved magic arrays on each square, arrays for defense, attack, flight speed, cleaning, stain removal, and space manipulation among others. Not only on the top, but even the base was fully carved with arrays that had a hidden function, which couldn't be seen from the outside. However, in the end, Xuanhuan discovered an important array he had forgotten to carve. It was the Gathering Magic Array to enhance Xuanwu's absorption of Earth-type magical elements. Now, there was no room left on Xuanwu's body to carve anything else. Therefore, he made Xuanwu a pink hat engraved with the Gathering Magic Array. Xuanwu seemed much more flamboyant after wearing the pink hat. At first, it didn't want to wear it, but after forcing it to wear it for a minute, it never wanted to take it off again. The effect of the Gathering Magic Array made it value the hat as its most important possession. Except for Xuanhuan, anyone who even glanced at this hat too long was considered ill-intentioned, wanting to steal its hat. Because of this, it almost killed a maid who served its meals just because the maid found the turtle wearing a pink hat cute and looked at it for 2 seconds longer. The pink hat clearly became Xuanwu's sore point. During these 3 days, he visited his wet nurse once. The wet nurse's business had been severely impacted. Although the Wang family didn't cause any trouble for her small wine house anymore, after the incident, diners didn't want to risk having a meal and getting entangled with the Wang family. However, after Xuanhuan taught the wet nurse how to barbecue, the business slowly began to improve over the last 2 days. Barbecuing with beer is the right way to eat, so Xuanhuan sent the recipe for making beer to his uncle Jin Gong and specifically explained that beer suited thin profit margins but high sales volume, fitting well for selling to commoners. He definitely didn't want beer to become another Xiuxian wine, being turned by his uncle into a high-end drink that only nobles could afford. After receiving the recipe, Uncle Jin Gong sent over large amounts of gifts and stated he'd always known Xuanhuan was someone extraordinary since childhood. Your Highness, time's up. Luha looked fearfully at Xuanwu before whispering to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan patted Xuanwu's head and stood up, saying, then let's go. When they arrived at the delicious hot pot restaurant, representatives from all the major forces were already gathered. They were the same group from last time, but unlike last time, today they were waiting for him. Seeing Xuanhuan arrive, they stopped talking. All our elders have waited for you for quite some time. Xuanhuan bowed respectfully. Not at all. We've just arrived as well. They all responded politely. He clearly felt their attitudes improved considerably. Inwardly, he complained that he didn't receive as much respect as a turtle. Let everyone try the taste of my hot pot shop. The taste is very good. As Xuanhuan ate hot pot and chatted with them, though they were responding, their thoughts were complex. This time was different from the previous one. Last time they were confident they could control Xuanhuan, but this time, now that Xuanhuan had a grade 9 magical beast, they obviously lacked confidence. If Xuanhuan wasn't interested in cooperating with them, then they wouldn't needlessly antagonize someone who owned a grade 9 magical beast. After a long while, the unbearable silence drove Uncle Jin Gong mad. If no one will speak, allow me to start. Then he turned to look at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, I believe you understand everyone's purpose here. If you don't wish to cooperate, I assure you that no one will bother you. He then shot a warning glance at the crowd. Jin Gong, who benefited greatly from Xuanhuan, had begun taking his side. Uncle, are you referring to the hot pot store? Xuanhuan smiled gently. I intended to talk about it after we finished eating, but since Uncle has brought it up, I'll discuss it now. I do indeed hope to cooperate with everyone. I always believe that when it's good for both you and me, and all of us benefit, that's truly what's best. Hearing these words, everyone showed a smile, thinking Xuanhuan understood the balance of power. Nevertheless, this time I don't intend to use the same method as last time to expand the hot pot stores across the entire empire. I have an approach that minimizes costs yet yields the most gold coins. As long as operations go smoothly, earning money would be steadier and continuous compared to the funhouse. Xuanhuan rose slightly and said, this. Is such a good thing really possible? Truly, what kind of method is this? Xuanhuan smiled faintly and placed several small booklets on the table. You've seen how well my hot pot store performs. I can clearly tell you all that although the business is decent, it cannot compare with the funhouse. It pales even more compared to lottery games. And let you know this. Currently, because of the cold weather, the hot pot business thrives, but when summer arrives, it will significantly decrease. After finishing, Xuanhuan gazed at everyone. Everyone reacted differently. Some nodded in agreement, while others thought that Xuanhuan intentionally understated the situation to make them abandon the idea. What exactly is a franchise? Everyone asked, still puzzled. Xuanhuan answered, it's a franchise model. Going back to the franchise I mentioned earlier, the concept of a franchise is selling the brand. You don't need to go to every city to open stores. Let others open them, and you just collect franchise fees. How exactly do we collect these fees? Xuanhuan tapped the little booklet on the table and said, this is the recipe for the hot pot base, and I will sell it to all of you at once. Then you can resell it to those who want to open a hot pot restaurant. Of course, if you prefer to open one yourselves, I won't stop you. However, I must make this clear. Running a hot pot store might result in a loss, so don't blame me for not warning you later. Sell it to us all at once, and then we sell it to others? Even though it sounds profitable, you previously said it would continuously bring in money. How does that work? Xuanhuan smiled and replied, I'm selling the recipe to you, but what you'll sell to others are the materials and techniques. Xuanhuan, please explain clearly, don't keep us guessing. Uncle Jin Gong urged. Yes, Uncle, Xuanhuan responded with a smile. To be more straightforward, after you purchase the recipe from me, you can divide the regions among yourselves. Anyone within your region who wants to open a hot pot restaurant must buy the materials from you. Furthermore, their restaurants must be named Delicious Hot Pot, because we aim to establish an acknowledged standard that Delicious Hot Pot is the best hot pot restaurant. Once this brand is established, you'll understand how it will earn you money. After explaining all this in one breath, Xuanhuan sat back down and continued enjoying his hot pot. Everyone was deep in thought, looking lost in contemplation. The third prince was the first to understand, catching Xuanhuan's eye as she glanced at him before resuming her meal. None of the representatives for their respective factions were foolish, and gradually they grasped the wisdom behind the idea. This mode of doing business is very novel and remarkably effective. Yes, and without much trouble, it saves a lot of headaches. Indeed, using the least amount of money to gain the most coins. Ihan Mi truly is a business prodigy, coming up with such a way to earn money. Facing everyone's praise, Xuanhuan simply smiled. I'm merely standing on the shoulders of another world. An hour later, Xuanhuan left the hot pot restaurant after agreeing on a number that made them wince. Chapter 16, The Dandified Life. In the past month, Xuanhuan had returned to the routine of borrowing books from the Academy's library and reading them at home. Such a life made him feel very relaxed overall. But today he had nothing to do and could only sit on the xuanhuan turtle shell daydreaming, because by yesterday, he had finished all the books in the Academy's library. Luha was busy every day. Xuanhuan's businesses were bringing in large amounts of gold coins daily, and he was busy collecting them. Looking at Da Hao sitting cross-legged not far away in the yard, Xuanhuan felt a bit puzzled. He didn't know why, but recently Da Hao had been training harder than before, always practicing day and night. It was probably because he really liked the Da Hao divine skill that Xuanhuan gave him. The couple running Nine Yang shop were also extremely busy with their thriving business. Ever since Xuanwu started wearing the pink hat, its speed of absorbing earth elements became several times faster. Now there were signs that Xuanwu might soon break through to the next level. The path of cultivation is long and vast. Now Xuanhuan understood these 4 words. From entering the library at 3 years old to reaching the Qimeng, Kaiguang, stage at 15, it took him 12 years to complete the first stage of cultivation. Perhaps due to the difficulty of beginning something new, the second stage, Golden Core, Jindan, wouldn't take as long. With the collection of worldly energy from the empire-wide success of the hot pot restaurant, along with the previous reserves, Xuanhuan estimated that the time to form the Golden Core was not far off. Now he had collected about 2/3, and he guessed that by the coming spring, he would enter the second stage, the Golden Core phase. He originally thought that in this world, he wouldn't need to face any heavenly tribulations, but recently he realized that one still had to go through such tribulations. However, he unknowingly passed the tribulation when he entered the Kaiguang phase. The first 3 stages involved human tribulations, meaning calamities caused by humans. If it weren't for his memories from his past life and the knowledge of martial arts and magic he had learned, his life right now would have been much more difficult, and he might already be dead. Martial arts, magic, and memories from his past life were like 3 treasures that he possessed, enabling him to smoothly pass through the tribulations of the Kaiguang stage without realizing it. Most cultivators remained low-key. Previously, Xuanhuan didn't understand the reason, but after cultivating himself, he now realized that being low-key helped reduce the difficulty of tribulations. However, if you wanted to become a cultivator, you inevitably attracted attention. Just like him needing to collect worldly energy to enter the Jindan phase, and in order to collect that quickly, he had to influence the world around him. How could one remain low-key while doing that? If he chose only to live modestly and slowly gather energy, how many more years or decades would that take? Being low-key doesn't mean that no one knows who you are. Rather, it means that those who know you won't focus their attention on you. Now that he knew that this world also had tribulations to pass, Xuanhuan decided to show some respect to the challenges and try to keep a low profile. However, lately, he had been attracting too much attention, and more people were becoming hostile toward him, especially some of his older brothers. So, Xuanhuan decided to pretend to be a playboy, which was actually his dream. Most people disliked or looked down on spoiled rich children, but that didn't stop them from envying them. Walking birds, visiting brothels, teasing women, these were all things a dandy should do. Though Xuanhuan didn't have a bird, he had a turtle, so he decided to walk his turtle. "Dahao, xuanwu, come on, let's visit the brothel with the king," Xuanhuan shouted loudly. "We'll tease a few women along the way." Dahao almost choked upon hearing those words. What happened to the prince? This wasn't like His Highness's character at all. But then again, His Highness wasn't young anymore, and the other princes had already married. Prince Ihan was still single. Maybe he couldn't hold back today. Ultimately, Xuanhuan only took Dahao out. Xuanwu stayed behind because it didn't look well, appearing as if it were sick. Xuanhuan paid no attention because this wasn't the first time. Every time he called it to go out, it looked this way. Xuanhuan didn't understand how a turtle could pretend to be ill, and each time it was getting better and better at it. Today, it seemed perfectly genuine. "Hey, young lady, quite a pretty face." The little girl blushed and shyly ran away. Xuanhuan laughed loudly. "Big sister, you look so familiar. Have we met in a dream?" The woman glared furiously and drew her sword. "In my dreams, did I cut off your balls? You're not my type. Goodbye." Xuanhuan turned and left immediately. Dahao followed behind, expressionless. In his heart, however, he thought it was embarrassing. The prince acted just like a bully today, someone he hated the most. Nevertheless, Dahao trusted Xuanhuan completely and believed that there must be a deeper purpose behind the prince's actions. It was just that he, Dahao, was too stupid to see it. Still, he felt ashamed. Strutting proudly, Xuanhuan continued to tease women all the way to the Spring Moon Tower. The Spring Moon Tower was the largest brothel on South Street. It had previously collaborated with the pleasure houses and offered exclusive services. Most people inside recognized him. Upon his arrival, the courtesans of the Spring Moon Tower quickly informed the Madame Xuanhuan. "Greeting to Princeton. Is there any new business for us at Chinula? You just need to send a messenger. Why bother to come in person?" Xuanhuan said with a surprised smile. She thought that Xuanhuan coming in person must mean there was some big business for their pleasure house, and she was very excited about it. Fun Hall still had a cooperation deal with them, and they were earning quite a bit. "Today I'm here to spend money, not discuss business," Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Xuanhuan's expression froze for a second, then immediately she wore a bright smile. "It's an honor to have Princeton visit our Fengiula. I'll arrange the best private room and our top courtesan right away." "There's no need for a private room. I'll stay in this hall." Surrounded by several beauties drinking wine, it felt pretty good. Occasionally telling modern jokes made them burst into laughter, but as time went on, he started feeling a bit bored. "Is there no entertainment program in this hall?" Xuanhuan asked. "Does His Excellency Princeton want to watch a performance?" "They're all in the private rooms. Yaya can perform for you. We guarantee your eyes will be dazzled," said the top courtesan Yaya, speaking seductively near Xuanhuan's ear. Xuanhuan sneered internally. "What do you have that can dazzle me? I've got dozens of gigabytes worth of material on my computer. What haven't I seen?" Xuanhuan pointed forward. "Isn't there supposed to be dancing on that stage? This stage isn't usually used except during the annual selection of the Flower Queen. What a pity." Afterward, Xuanhuan summoned Xuanhuan. All the women at Fengiula could dance, though only within private rooms. Xuanhuan instructed Xuanhuan to bring a few of the best dancers. Then he taught them in the rear courtyard of Fengiula. In his previous life, his phone was filled with countless videos of beautiful dancers, which were far more captivating and alluring than anything he'd seen in this world. Not surprisingly, those chosen ones being considered the finest dancers at Fengiula quickly picked up what Xuanhuan showed them and mastered the moves with ease, perhaps because they were from a pleasure house, making their movements even more uninhibited, elevating the dance to a more artistic level. Yes, artful indeed, Xuanhuan mused to himself. Chapter 17, The Sacred Earth Turtle. Ever since the story of his visit to the brothel and his playful teasing of women reached the ears of various powers, their attention on Xuanhuan has obviously diminished. The Jingti in the eyes of a few princes when they looked at him also lessened, but only by a little. Now, the courtesans at Fengyue Tower look at Xuanhuan like he's a god of wealth. The girls smile brightly upon seeing him because not only did Xuanhuan teach the ladies of Fengyue Tower how to dance, he also changed their costumes. Short skirts, silk stockings, high heels, Lolita styles, maid outfits, and more. All these he arranged for them, causing business at Fengyue Tower to improve day by day. The brothels are making money, the men feast their eyes, and their coin purses have thinned out. Uncle Jin Gong even specifically came to his mansion to praise him for knowing how to have fun, which made Gu Yihan cry laughing, never expecting that Uncle Jin Gong also enjoyed this kind of pleasure. Now, all major brothels began imitating Fengyue Tower, and gradually, this trend spread throughout all the brothels in the empire. There were even nobles who secretly bought a few pieces to dress their concubines at home. This fashion craze caused Gu Yihan's worldly influence to increase significantly, something he hadn't anticipated. Your Highness, your uncle, Viscount Shimenji, has come to visit. Luha stopped Gu Yihan just as he was about to go to the brothel. Shimenji? Understood. The Shimen family was once prosperous. Initially, the head of the Shimen clan was a duke. The inheritance system for noble titles in the Daxia Empire decreases each generation's rank by 1 level. Because the Shimen family didn't establish any significant accomplishments later on, the ranks got progressively lower, from duke to marquis, then to count, and now to the current head of the household, Viscount Shimenji. If there were no achievements again, the next generation would become a mere baron, equivalent to Dahao's rank. Gu Yihan's mother, consort Yu's full name is Shimen Yu. She is more determined than her brother Shimenji when it comes to the revival of the family. Yihan greets uncle. Gu Yihan initiated the greeting with a bow first. Not at all, not at all. Viscount Shimenji greets Princeton. Shimenji nervously returned the greeting. As etiquette dictated, he should bow first. Uncle can call me Yihan. Calling me Prince and makes us seem distant. After all, you're my only uncle, Gu Yihan said with a gentle smile after inviting him to take a seat. Uncle, may I ask why you've come today? Well, it's nothing really, just visiting. Shimenji replied a bit embarrassedly. It's not his fault he's awkward. They had never visited before, and now that Gu Yihan demonstrated his talent for accumulating wealth along with owning a level 9 magic beast, here he comes. Everyone understands what this implies. Actually, Shimenji didn't want to make such a sudden visit either, but who could stop his sister from constantly urging him to come? His sister even said her relationship with this son wasn't good, insisting he come instead, pretending she herself has a close bond with Princeton. Gu Yihan had some understanding of his uncle. His face doesn't easily turn thick, and he guessed today might have been due to Empress Yu pressuring him. He understood his mother's intention too well. Have I heard correctly that uncle runs some cloth shops? Yes. Although there are a few in each district of the capital, they're not very large, just small shops, Shimenji replied slightly embarrassedly. Gu Yihan felt a little sorry for him. He's a viscount after all, with a sister being an empress consort, yet all he has is such a meager amount of property. In that case, I have some new clothing designs that have never appeared before. I wonder if uncle is interested? Gu Yihan asked. New designs? Of course I'm interested. Very much so, Shimenji happily replied. He knew that all the popular clothes at the brothels were designed by Gu Yihan, and they were very popular. Lu He, bring out the sketches of the clothing patterns in my room. Gu Yihan instructed Lu He, standing beside him. After getting the drawings, Shimenji chatted a while longer with Gu Yihan before leaving hurriedly. Gu Yihan received 2/10 of the profit share. Gu Yihan watched his departing uncle with a smile, and then headed toward Xuanhu. Xuanhu, during this month, hadn't moved at all and hadn't eaten anything, emitting a faint earthy yellow glow that grew stronger day by day. Gu Yihan knew it was about to evolve. A magic beast will evolve when it gathers enough energy, without encountering bottleneck restrictions. Therefore, the older the magic beast survives, the more powerful it gets. However, when evolving, the magic beast becomes very weak and immobile. In the wild, it would be dangerous as other magic beasts could take advantage of the situation. Gu Yihan thought this might be considered a sort of trial. The earth element around Xuanhu kept oscillating in an orderly manner, and the scope of the oscillation was expanding. Now it had affected the entire mansion and was still spreading outward. As time passed, one day went by. All the earth elements in the entire capital began oscillating in rhythm with Xuanwu's breathing. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but warriors and mages could. Especially the mages. The earth element mages at this moment were completely unable to control the earth element. More and more powerful presences began to gather around Gu Yihan's estate, and he could sense that some of these carried hostility. Gu Yihan stood quietly by Xuanhu. Xuanhu also felt the unfriendly auras surrounding them and glanced at Gu Yihan. Gu Yihan gave him a reassuring look with a faint smile. He had decided to reveal his true strength and unleash a bloodbath. The number of hostile energies was increasing, and Dahao alone would not be able to protect him adequately soon. That exposure was inevitable, so why not have a satisfying fight? The only regret was that this would disrupt his plan to keep a low profile. Looking at his servants bustling about as usual, Gu Yihan thought that ignorance sometimes truly was bliss. Dahao, you will stay by Xuanhu. Gu Yihan spoke calmly to Dahao, who was visibly on edge. Your Highness, they will not be my match, Dahao hastily explained, assuming the prince doubted his capabilities. I know, Gu Yihan replied coolly. Dahao paused briefly and then said, as you wish, Your Highness. Dahao didn't question further. His Highness always had his own plans, and as long as the prince didn't doubt his abilities, that was enough. To Dahao, the outsiders were no threat to either him or the prince. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. It seemed like any moment now combat could break out. Some people who originally came merely to observe what the evolution process might be like now quickly retreated, watching from a safer distance. Just as the ill-intentioned individuals were about to act, a resounding dragon's roar pierced through the sky. All eyes followed the sound to see Long Qianshan riding a majestic dragon coming from the direction of the palace, heading straight toward them. It didn't take long for Long Qianshan to hover above in Wang's mansion. He remained suspended there silently, without uttering a word. simply gazing down at the scene below. Those gathered nearby understood Long Qinshan's message. They realized that Emperor Gusing wanted to protect Prince Un, more specifically, to safeguard the magical beast. The ones ready to attack comprehended their attempts would fail. In the eyes of the Dragon Rider, they amounted to nothing. Any move might cost them their lives. However, what puzzled them was how Emperor Gusing could allow one of his princes to possess a divine beast. Chapter 18. Enfeoffment of the Turtle Knight. Emperor Gusing stood high in the palace and looked towards the direction of Prince An's mansion. He originally didn't want to meddle in this matter, for a prince possessing a divine beast posed a significant threat to him. However, upon considering the recently strained situation between the Daxia Empire and the Baiwei Empire, he decided to save Gu Yihan somehow. More divine beasts would mean more security, especially since Gu Yihan lately just seemed like a money-hungry playboy incapable of wielding much power even with a divine beast at his side. So Emperor Gusing felt confident that he could control him well. As if nothing had happened, Xuanhu successfully ascended to the sacred realm, transforming from a great earth magic turtle into a great earth saint turtle. His shell was continuously glowing with an earthy yellow light, which endowed Xuanhu with a sacred aura. After Xuanwu's successful ascent, a great amount of worldly energy flowed into him, allowing him to gather a golden core, thus smoothly entering the golden core realm. After pondering for a while, he understood that his advancement was related to Xuanwu's evolution. The evolution of a divine beast greatly impacted the current situation, hence granting him a massive influx of worldly energy. Furthermore, this incident should also be seen as a calamity, the Golden Core Tribulation, making his advancement smoother. Although the Golden Core Tribulation was only the second stage on the Path of Immortals, it wasn't something they could interfere with easily. Long Qinshan, the Dragon Knight, might survive due to his capabilities, but Emperor Gusing himself probably wouldn't make it. Prestige meant nothing before a calamity. All that mattered was one's own strength. Having reached the Golden Core realm, Gu Yihan finally attained divine magic. They were merely small spells, good for intimidating the inexperienced people from other worlds. For instance, commanding wind and rain gave off the impression of a forbidden magic of this world, though it lacked real harm, merely producing an impressive spectacle. After Xuanwu ascended to become a great earth saint turtle, news arrived from the palace. There would be an enfeoffment ceremony for Gu Yihan 3 days later. People with divine beasts were always officially honored by the empire. Every empire did so, as it represented the highest honor possible. Gu Yihan didn't desire such honor, particularly because Emperor Gusing wanted to entitle him as the Turtle Knight, which made Gu Yihan feel a bit upset. Luckily, it wasn't the Terrapin Knight, or else he'd definitely have cried. The Dragon Knights were far more imposing, but his title as Turtle Knight still sounded better than Pig Knights or Bird Knights in other empires. The scale of the enfeoffment ceremony was enormous, surpassing his previous one when he was made prince and by far. Almost everyone of royal blood and major ministers attended, and even a few elders who usually stayed hidden came out, exchanging a few words with him. Kneeling down on one knee, Gu Yihan found listening to Emperor Gusing's lengthy speech about the enfeoffment somewhat tedious. It differed significantly from the simple proclamation during his last ceremony for becoming princein, which lasted more than 10 minutes. This indirectly showed how the empire valued strength over status. The princes watched Gu Yihan nearby with complex expressions. The difference between a 9th grade beast and a saint grade one may be just one level, yet their powers were vastly different. They could manage a 9th grade beast with effort, but divine beasts were impossible unless they too had one. They envied, worried, attempted assassinations, sought alliances, and plotted to sow discord between Long Qinshan and Gu Yihan. Various machinations filled their minds. The ministers each harbored their own thoughts. As an imperial prince, Princeton had no strength to compete for the throne before, but now, his chances had significantly improved. They were contemplating whether they should change sides. Finally, the enfeoffment speech ended, and Gu Yihan formally received the noble title of Turtle Knight. Following the enfeoffment ceremony was a banquet. While the nobility often attended banquets, Gu Yihan had little interest in staying, but couldn't leave because it was held in his honor. Maintaining a smile, Gu Yihan dealt with people from various factions, mostly using their congratulations as opportunities to probe his thoughts. Questions like what he thought about Crown Prince, Second Prince, or Third Prince. Gu Yihan answered innocently, praising each of his brothers. Of course, there were also those trying to promote their daughters, to which Gu Yihan responded that it was up to the emperor's arrangement. Seeing Gu Yihan chatting amiably with everyone below, Emperor Gusing summoned him to his side. Yihan, which among your older brothers do you get along with the best? Emperor Gusing asked casually. I get along well with all my elder brothers, Gu Yihan replied simply. Ha ha ha. That's right, siblings should live harmoniously. Emperor Gusing said cheerfully. Do you have any plans for the future, Yihan? Emperor Gusing asked again. To open more stores and earn more money. Gu Yihan tilted his head, thinking for a moment, then answered innocently. Emperor Gusing was momentarily taken aback after hearing this. Looking at Gu Yihan's innocent face, it seemed that he had overthought things. He was still just a child, albeit one with good luck to have signed a contract with a saint beast. However, he remained the same child who hadn't caused him any trouble since he was little. Emperor Gusing's alertness decreased significantly at this thought, and he smiled genuinely. It's good that you want to make money, but as a prince, you must also contribute to the empire. That is your duty as a prince. Yes, Father Emperor. I've heard that the Baiwei Empire has invaded our Daxia Empire again recently. As a prince, I'm willing to donate 10 million gold coins to support the imperial army in driving away the invaders, Gu Yihan said angrily. Very well. Father Emperor will remember your contribution to the empire. Emperor Gushing was very pleased. Thank you, Father Emperor, Xuanhuan replied cheerfully. But then he furrowed his brows and said sorrowfully, Father Emperor, I only have so much money. After donating, there won't be much left. Can Father Emperor give me an authorization? Emperor Gushing didn't answer immediately, pondering his words carefully. He reflected that although Xuanhuan had numerous shares in businesses, such as the hot pot restaurant which earned him billions of gold coins from various forces, his expenses were also great. Besides, saint beasts weren't easy to raise. The dragon belonging to the Dragon Knight cost the empire several billion gold coins just for constructing its nest. After donating 10 million gold coins, Xuanhuan might indeed be broke. If Xuanhuan knew what Emperor Gushing was thinking, he would certainly laugh. Xuanwu wasn't like the dragon clan which liked to collect shiny things. It only enjoyed staying quietly, consuming nothing much besides food. Its daily expenditure was less than when Xuanhuan visited a brothel once. What kind of authorization do you want? Emperor Gushing asked. I want Father Emperor to grant me the right to forge weapons, Xuanhuan said seriously. Emperor Gushing was surprised for a moment, then replied happily, no problem. Chapter 19, Dwarf Hammer Steel. Xuanhuan returned to his mansion with the authorization for weapon manufacturing. Although the empire's law required royal authorization for weapon production, in reality, no one would actually come to apply for an authorization certificate. There were so many martial artists in this world, and weapon shops could be found everywhere on the streets. How many of them had proper authorization? The reason Xuanhuan asked was to let Emperor Gushing know he was a good son who followed imperial laws. Clearly, Emperor Gushing was pleased with his actions. Once back at the mansion, Xuanhuan tossed the authorization letter aside and sat in his room, contemplating his cultivation path. Now he had already reached the golden core stage. Once the golden core grew to a certain extent, it would break its shell and enter the xuanhuan, infant stage. The golden core was like a seed, and when that seed grew and sprouted, it would become the xuanhuan. Each cultivator's xuanhuan was different, depending on what you used to nurture your golden core seed, which resulted in a different type of xuanhuan. The most common method involved the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming what was known as a 5-element xuanhuan. If you nurtured it with kindness, you would form a benevolent yang. If with evil, a malevolent yang. If with blood, a blood yang. There were various ways of cultivation. Xuanhuan's first thought was to use life to cultivate his xuanhuan. When this idea came up, it startled him. He wasn't someone who disregarded life. So why did such an idea pop into his mind? He felt strange. He decided instead to use knowledge to nurture it. A xuanhuan cultivated this way would later awaken divine powers that possessed attributes of omniscience and omnipotence. Besides, since he'd always been a reader, using knowledge for nurturing seemed quite reasonable. But just as he was about to start nurturing it, an unexpected feeling of unease struck him, forcing him to pause. Over the following days, he kept thinking about this issue. Cultivation became more dangerous the further along you went. One misstep meant no future. The path of cultivation offered no chances for correction. Watching sunrise and sunset, Xuanhuan contemplated much. He had been reborn once before, and this time around, it wasn't about gaining knowledge. Deep down, all he wanted was to live well. His first instinct reflected his true inner thoughts, not that he despised life, but rather that he valued life immensely, specifically his own. To him, this world was more like a training ground for cultivation. To understand the preciousness of life, you first had to have life. Many said only after death would one realize the value of life. In Xuanhuan's view, dying and then realizing it was pointless. Using life to irrigate the golden core was most suitable for him. After resolving this, Xuanhuan decided to follow his initial instinct. Though he'd made up his mind, it wasn't wise to immediately go on a killing spree in public. That would make him a demon cultivator, not a cultivator. Instead, he glanced toward the direction of the demon beast forest. Master Hammersteel, I'll send over the blueprint as soon as I get back to my estate. Your help will be much appreciated. At the city gate of the capital, Xuanhuan addressed a dwarf. No problem. If the design is truly something I've never seen before, there'll be no charge. However, you must give me wine better than Gujin tribute liquor. The dwarf named Hammersteel loudly replied. No problem, Xuanhuan smiled and answered. Hammersteel was someone Xuanhuan had met several days earlier in the demon beast forest. He was a bearded dwarf. Dwarves were indeed short. Even as adults they barely reached his waist, but they were all naturally gifted blacksmiths who enjoyed being called masters. Originally, dwarves didn't have surnames, but after integrating into human society, they all adopted the surname Hammer uniformly. Their only other joy apart from forging was drinking, characterized by their loud voices. Xuanhuan encountered him by chance and exchanged a pile of demon beast teeth, claws, scales, and other things collected recently in the demon beast forest for Hammersteel's friendship, and a whole bunch of liquor. Not long afterward, Xuanhuan returned home, picked up the blueprints and some homemade liquor stronger than Gujin tribute liquor, and arrived at Hammersteel's blacksmith shop. Originally, he intended to forge weapons himself with all these materials. However, upon meeting Hammersteel, he changed his plan. The dwarves' talent in forging was unparalleled. He wanted to collaborate with the dwarves and see if they could craft divine weapons, celestial treasures, or magical artifacts. This wasn't just wishful thinking on Xuanhuan's part. Every holy artifact in this world had been crafted by the dwarves, though there were only a few of them. The current dream of the dwarves was to forge a divine artifact. They claimed that their ancestors had created one in the past, but no one believed it. It was merely legend, and no one had ever actually seen a divine artifact. They were just considered to be boasting. Upon taking the blueprint from Xuanhuan, Hammersteel's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment and finally excitement as he looked at Xuanhuan. This is a brilliant design. Did you really create it yourself? Xuanhuan nodded. You're a genius. Hammersteel excitedly shouted at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was rather cool, laughed at hearing this compliment, but he understood what Hammersteel meant. In Hammersteel's perception, being smarter than smart was super smart, and there might even be super duper smart or super duper ultra smart. Anyway, adding more super before the word was right. Hammersteel, excitedly, started forging according to the blueprint without even asking Xuanhuan for wine. Xuanhuan knew that people like Hammersteel would forget everything once they encountered something they had never seen before. Xuanhuan didn't bother him, finding a spot quietly to wait and watch how dwarf blacksmiths forged. In this world, iron forged by dwarf blacksmiths and human blacksmiths made different weapons. The ones forged by dwarves were sharper, stronger, more durable, and also more beautiful, yet more expensive. Watching Hammersteel's forging process, Xuanhuan was a bit puzzled because it was exactly the same as the human forging flow he knew. First high-temperature heating, then hammering and striking, nothing seemed different. But after observing more carefully, he discovered that every strike of Hammersteel's hammer transmitted a peculiar energy into the metal. Because there was only a tiny bit, he hadn't noticed it in the beginning. As the hammer struck repeatedly, the energy distributed inside the iron block according to some kind of pattern. Is this the secret of dwarven forging? Xuanhuan thought to himself. Weapons in this world were mainly pursued for their strength and sharpness. However, the blueprint Xuanhuan gave to Hammersteel described styles, characteristics, and multifunctionality instead. The sword Hammersteel was now forging was a broadsword with blood grooves. The weapon's greatest feature was that it could make wounds bleed endlessly. It's done. Take a look. How do you think it is? Hammersteel happily showed the weapon to Xuanhuan. It's good. I'm very satisfied, but I do have some suggestions. After some conversation, Hammersteel thought Xuanhuan was just knowledgeable about weapon design, but unexpectedly, he was also experienced in manufacturing and steel refining. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, admired the dwarves even more. Dwarves were indeed treasures. Not only were they good at crafting, but they were experts in all matters related to weapons, such as mineral appraisal and surveying. No wonder every empire tried their best to get along well with the dwarves, as these abilities were crucial to an empire's military forces. Chapter 20. Dwarf Steel Forging Technology. Recently, Xuanhuan has been running to the blacksmith shop every day. Xuanhuan also obtained a sword of his own. It was forged together with xiuxian. What, together, meant here was that after xiuxian finished forging the sword, Xuanhuan inscribed an array into it. It wasn't one of this world's magic arrays, but rather the mysterious Qi-Min array which Xuanhuan had comprehended at the Golden Core stage. The sword was crafted in the style of a xianxuan sword. Xuanhuan named the sword Fate. He didn't know why he called the sword by this name. When it was completed, the name suddenly appeared in his mind, so he didn't hesitate and named the sword as such. The reason he wanted to forge a sword was because he had understood the art of flying sword control. After getting the sword, he tried out the flying sword technique, finding it a pretty good ability, but not as powerful as he had imagined. Taking someone's head from 1,000 miles away was something he couldn't do. He could certainly make the sword fly 1,000 miles, but he couldn't lock onto a target. His divine sense only reached dozens of miles out. If he reached the nascent soul stage, he would probably be stronger, and when he reached the soul division stage, he should be able to kill from thousands of miles away. During this time, apart from creating this sword, he and xiuxian also studied methods for mass-producing weapons. There was no method for mass production of weapons in this world. They were all painstakingly hammered one by one. Xuanhuan felt exhausted just looking at it. All that effort for one large war might even kill a few blacksmiths. The biggest problem they encountered in weapon mass production was the refining of iron ore. If it wasn't refined properly into steel, the quality of the weapons would be too poor. Fortunately, after several days, they solved this problem, and now the mass-produced weapons are better than those made by ordinary blacksmiths. Xiuxian recently returned to the dwarf clan, intending to take the technology of turning iron into steel back to their elders. This was also Xuanhuan's wish. Steel forging technology is at its best in the hands of the dwarves. No one would dare to snatch the dwarves' techniques, though the dwarves aren't very strong overall. The dwarves have always maintained neutrality due to their talent in forging, and many forces protect them, including other races besides humans. If anyone really tries to harm the dwarves, many races would gladly step in to win their friendship. After several days of travel, Xiuxian returned to the dwarf tribe. The dwarves survive on forging, and the sound of hammering can be heard everywhere in the village. Though having them forge items is expensive, there are still a large number of orders every day. Xiuxian, how did you come back? A dwarf drinking alcohol at the door asked curiously upon seeing Xiuxian. Xiuxian, you lazy bastard. Xiuxian walked over and patted his shoulder hard. Xiuxian helplessly said, I don't want to be lazy, my dream is to become the greatest divine craftsman. But look what I'm doing every day, forging these simple weapons. How can my forging skills improve like this? But if I don't forge, I won't have any income, and I won't have my lovely wine to drink. It's so troubling. Then he looked at Xiuxian and said, I really wish I could go to the human capital like you, where I can create what I want and improve my forging skills. Xiuxian chuckled. Soon, you will get rid of this boring life. Xiuxian's eyes lit up. Are you coming back to recruit help from the tribe? Then take me along. No. What did you mean then? Xiuxian was confused. You'll know soon. Is the clan leader at home? Forget it. The clan leader is receiving guests from the elven race in the parlor. They are likely placing another bow in arrow order. My batch of shields isn't even finished yet, Xueta said dejectedly. Haha, keep being gloomy, I'll go find the clan leader. Xue Gang laughed and left. Inside the hall of the dwarf clan, Prince Qingyan, there truly is no way. 20,000 bows and 50,000 arrows in a month. We can make them, but we have a lot of orders about to be delivered. We don't have the time. Sorry, the dwarf clan leader Xuanhuan explained. Is there really no way? We need them urgently. See if you can help us first, asked the elf Prince Qingyan. Without hesitation, the dwarf clan leader Xuanhuan refused. No, it will affect our reputation. This, the elf Prince Qingyan didn't know how to respond. How could they ruin their reputation? Hearing this outside, Xueta pushed the door open and said, Prince Qingyan, our clan will accept the order of 20,000 bows and 50,000 arrows. Seeing it was Xueta, Prince Qingyan joyfully asked, Is that true, young master Xueta? It is true, Xueta nodded. Just as the clan leader Xuanhuan was about to say something, Xueta immediately interrupted, saying, Father, I have a way. Let's discuss it later. Seeing his seriousness, Xuanhuan nodded. In that case, I will pay the deposit right now, Prince Qingyan happily said. After Prince Qingyan left upon paying the deposit, Xuanhuan, the dwarf clan leader, asked, Gongzi, what is your plan? Xue Gang took out a stack of paper from his chest and said, This is the plan. The dwarf clan leader took it with doubt and began reading carefully. Not long after, Gongzi, is this steel-making method yours? It's brilliant. The dwarf clan leader was extremely excited after finishing reading. No, this is. Subsequently, Xue Gang explained everything he had experienced, starting from meeting xuanhuan until acquiring the steel-making technique. After hearing this, the dwarf clan leader, Xuanhuan, nodded. Good. This person is smart. This technology is safest in our hands. From now on, it will be our dwarf clan's unique technology, not to be passed outside, understood? Xue Gang nodded. I understand that. The dwarf clan leader continued asking, Did xuanhuan have any requests when providing us such a good technology? He wants exclusive selling rights in the human empire. Xue Gang answered. The dwarf clan leader thought for a moment, lowering his head. No problem. We can offer him discounted prices so he can sell them in the human empire. There's no need for a discount, said Xue Gang. Upon hearing Xue Gang's words, the dwarf clan leader, Xuanhuan, suddenly became angry. Gongzi, you've been in the human empire for only a few years, and you've become like this. Do you know how important this technology is to us? These past years, we made no progress in forging because we wasted too much time on orders instead of studying forging techniques. With this technology, we'll have more time to research. How big of a favor does this do for us? Is this the way you treat our dwarven race's friend? You won't even offer a discount? I am so disappointed in you. Looking at his furious father, Xue Gang was confused and blurted out, Father, it wasn't me who said it. It was xuanhuan who said there should be no discount. He said we shouldn't suffer any loss. The price should remain as it originally was. Realizing that he had misunderstood Xue Gang, the dwarf clan leader became embarrassed and said, xuanhuan is impressive, and so are you. It seems my decision to send you to the human world back then was correct. He then let out a laugh, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Chapter 21, The Arrival of War. After Xue Gang returned, xuanhuan opened an armory shop, the largest one in the capital city. Since all its weapons were forged from steel and known for their superior quality, along with the dwarven race's endorsement, business was extremely prosperous. People from various factions looked on enviously and approached xuanhuan to discuss potential partnerships. However, xuanhuan informed them that he merely acted as an intermediary for the dwarves, earning a bit of commission, and suggested they go directly to the dwarves if they wished to collaborate. Some indeed went to talk to Xue Gang about partnerships, but were berated by him, who made it clear that he would only cooperate with his dwarf friends and no one else. Upon hearing this report from his servant, the second prince threw his beloved mist weapon, purchased at a high price from the dwarves, onto the ground in anger. Why can xuanhuan sell, and I cannot? Damn xuanhuan. The second prince attributed everything to xuanhuan. After the last collection of life essences in the monster forest, xuanhuan had not been back since. It took too much time and yielded results too slowly. He thought about war. After donating 10 million gold coins previously, he wondered if there would be a conflict. If so, he planned to secretly collect life essences from the battlefield. Recently, Emperor Gusing had become increasingly irritated, as the originally weekly court assemblies had now become daily events. The Moon Worship Empire continuously gathered troops at the borders of the Daya Empire. Clearly, they intended to instigate a fight. Originally quiet, the Moon Worship Empire had, in recent years, revealed a genius military strategist, Princess Yu, the seventh princess. Just a few years ago, the Moon Worship Empire was still considered a medium-sized empire. However, since Princess Yu, a military prodigy, emerged, their ambitions became apparent. Within just a few short years, they annexed two neighboring empires similar in size to theirs. As a result, Princess Yu was named among the continent's top 10 generals, making her the youngest one, despite possessing the power level of a mere Earth-level warrior 6, given her young age of only 20. In the court halls, constant discussions occurred over who should be sent out. The Daya Empire hadn't seen any major wars in many years, and thus lacked generals ranked in the top 10. The highest-ranking officer, General Zhang Feng, barely reached the top 20. However, one of the commanders Yu defeated also belonged in the top 20 of the continent. Even though the battle caused her heavy losses, she ultimately triumphed. After half a month of deliberation without reaching a decision, The Moon Worship Empire had already captured a city on the border and infiltrated the Daya Empire territory, causing a stir throughout the court. This time, the Moon Worship Empire dispatched an army of 500,000, directly targeting the capital city, causing widespread panic within the empire. With no other choice, Emperor Gusing could only send out General Xianxia, the strongest in the empire, leading an army of 500,000 troops, while Wang Ye Gujin Gong, who commanded the most respect in the army, stayed behind in the capital. Joining General Xianxia on the campaign were Princes 5 and 7. When Xuanhuan heard this news, he predicted doom. Though appearing to boost morale, sending princes into battle actually hindered the general's freedom to make decisions. In a fast-changing battlefield, preventing the commanding general from having full autonomy would have dire consequences. Though Xuanhuan did not attend the court sessions, he had learned about Yu's tactics. She preferred ambushes. During her campaigns against the other two countries, they always began with surprise attacks. She formed a unique special force dominated by cavalrymen. All soldiers were Earth-level warriors or higher and included a proportion of mages, led by a Sky-level warrior. Sure enough, just as Xuanhuan anticipated, Xianxia's army was ambushed, leading to total defeat. Xianxia barely managed to save Princes 5 and 7 and eventually retreated back to the capital city with less than 100,000 remaining soldiers. Defeated at first sight, what shall we do now? Emperor Gusing roared loudly from his throne. Below, everyone stood still, lowering their heads in silence, which angered Emperor Gusing even more. Xuanhuan also attended this assembly because, being a prince, even as a turtle knight, he was obliged to contribute during such crises. My lord, allow me to lead the troops to repel the invaders. Gujin Gong exclaimed loudly. Emperor Gusing wished to send out Gujin Gong. Currently, there was no general within the country capable of matching Yu. This mission must result in victory, as failure would pose an extinction risk to the Daya Empire. Father, I agree with Uncle Jin Gong's expedition. Our empire currently lacks any commander who can rival Yu. We have no choice but to fight with our backs against the river. The second prince declared loudly. Father, please don't send Uncle Jin Gong. A loss would endanger the survival of the empire. I suggest we focus on defending the city and dispatch a negotiation team, ensuring the empire's safety at minimal cost. The eldest prince interjected. Gu Ming, what are your thoughts? The hesitant Emperor Gusing asked the third prince, Gu Ming. Father, negotiations are impossible at this moment. Gu Ming stated firmly. Why? Emperor Gusing asked in confusion. We are at a disadvantage now, and if we negotiate now, we won't have any bargaining chips. Gu Ming's words made Emperor Gusing feel much more comfortable. There were still sons who were Qingxing. With a slightly better expression, he asked, Gu Ming, what do you think is appropriate? I suggest that Uncle Jin Gong lead the troops to make an offensive stance first, and then conduct negotiations when both sides reach a deadlock. Only then can we ensure the interests of our Daya Empire. Gu Ming's words made Emperor Gusing feel much more comfortable. This would minimize the losses. Gaining security with minimal interests was currently the most important thing. Revenge could come later when the opportunity arises. Your idea is good. Does anyone else have other ideas? Emperor Gusing's words made everyone understand his meaning. We all agree with the third prince's suggestion. They had no better methods. The third prince's compromise method was the best one. Since everyone agrees, let's discuss the deployment plan next. Once the direction was set, the civil officials generally stayed quiet. The specific actions would be decided by the military. The military discussion quickly came to a conclusion. Proceed cautiously step by step. Father, I believe we need someone powerful to accompany the army to prevent the Yu troops from ambushes. I believe in Wang would be very suitable, as his Earth Saint Turtle has formidable strength, which will surely protect the army well, said the second prince loudly. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. He understood the second prince's intentions. He must hope that Xuanhuan wouldn't return. Although Xuanhuan was known as a turtle knight, it was common knowledge that he himself was considered weak in their eyes. Emperor Gusing furrowed his brow. He also noticed the intention behind the second prince's proposal. Xuanhuan's Saint Beast had unsettled them. Xuanhuan, what do you think? Emperor Gusing looked toward Xuanhuan. Your child will follow the father emperor's arrangement. Emperor Gusing thought for a moment and said, you have good relations with merchants, which will benefit the logistics supply. You should act as the supervisor in the logistics department to ensure the supplies. Chapter 22, The Military Supervisor. Xuanhuan returned to Wangfu smiling, truly delighted. Whatever he had intended to do was already prepared. Originally planning to go to the battlefield alone to collect life energy, but now it would be more straightforward and legitimate for him to go. However, he still needed to make sure his family affairs were in order first. Many people wanted him dead, and many also had designs on his industries. What? Your Highness, you are going to the front line? Luha asked with terror in his voice. Now the empire was filled with uncertainty. He knew what the situation was like recently. It was far more dangerous at the front than here in the capital. At least here there were dragon knights and a few elder protectors guarding. His Highness had never been to war before, and this time would be so perilous that it made Luha extremely anxious. Your Highness, please let me come along too. Luha firmly said as he looked at Xuanhuan. Not possible. I will take the Hao with me. You need to stay here and guard our businesses. This is far more important than going to the front line. If both of us leave, everything I have built up over time will be snatched by others. Xuanhuan explained. But if they come to snatch it all, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Luha thought for a moment and said, don't worry. As long as the situation remains unclear, they'll be cautious. Your Highness, that's enough Luha. There's no need for more talk. The decision is final. Xuanhuan announced firmly. Yes, your Highness. The Hao was excited hearing about the front line. The army needs preparation. We'll set out in 3 days. Yesterday, Xiuxian sent someone to tell me she wanted to see me. Standing before Xiuxian at Mingyu Palace, Xuanhuan felt somewhat comforted in his heart. It seemed his mother still cared about her eldest son, and seeing him before he went off to war. Mother, Xuanhuan addressed her kindly, but Xuanhuan seemed not to sense any emotion from the word. I heard you were joining the army to go to the front lines. Xiuxian asked indifferently. Doesn't she realize how many want her son dead? How could he think that having a sacred beast makes him invincible? Even if others couldn't hurt a sacred beast, does it mean they couldn't harm him either since he wasn't even a xianxia yet? Yes, mother, replied Xuanhuan respectfully. It is always dangerous at the front. Be careful, Xuanhuan stated coolly. Thank you, mother, I will be cautious. Xuanhuan bowed respectfully in gratitude. If you understand that well, since you're going to the front, then nobody will watch your business interests here in the capital. So just have your brother help look after it. Temporarily transfer your enterprises into your younger brother's name. So at least he has the official standing to watch over things for you. What do you think? After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan closely wanting to see his reaction, but found none. All right, mother. I will issue instructions when I get back home. Xuanhuan replied stoically, though inside he felt quite chilled. He thought that this meeting would be due to maternal affection, but it turned out his mother actually had eyes for his businesses. Transferring them temporarily under his brother's name and helping look after sounded so pleasant. On hearing Xuanhuan's answer, Xuanhuan couldn't help laughing. Her eyes squinted while she laughed, making her look rather beautiful. But in Xuanhuan's eyes, she resembled a venomous snake always watching him. There's no need to wait until we return home to give such orders. We can draft a declaration letter now. She finished speaking and instructed her maidservant to bring pen and paper. Follow mother's arrangements, Xuanhuan answered mildly. Really urgent. Was she afraid he'd change his mind? After taking the pen and writing something down, he handed it over to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan carefully examined the content of the document. Declaration. In the name of Prince Sin, before my departure to war and returning successfully, my property shall all be temporarily managed by my younger brother Guzhiming until I return. Seeing no problem with it, Xuanhuan said joyfully, very good. As you're setting off for battle soon, you must have much to prepare, better go back and finish your tasks. Yes, mother. Xuanhuan turned to leave. Although brief, the declaration had legal force within Daxiao Empire. It was written until his return, meaning if he didn't return, all his properties would belong to his younger brother. As he stepped out of the door of Mingyu Palace, Xuanhuan could hear Xuanhuan laughing. Xuanhuan sneered coldly. Did she think his enterprises already belonged to her? Did she assume he wouldn't return? How naive. Even if he didn't come back, they still wouldn't get anything. All his businesses, except for a hot pot restaurant on South Street, were shares. Did she really think that other factions would give her a share of the profits? With her and their brother's strength, how dare she ask Great Prince, Second Prince, or even Third Prince for money? Not to mention Uncle Jin Gong and the Dwarven tribe. She wouldn't dare to approach any of them. Without power, you had nothing. Even things in your hand could be snatched away. On the third day, Xuanhuan prepared everything and arrived at the camp of the logistics army. Halt. What's your business here? The guard stopped Xuanhuan and Dahao at the gate. Dahao took out the military supervision token bestowed by Emperor Gusheng. The guard said after taking a look, I can't read. I don't know what this plaque is. This is the military supervision token granted by His Majesty, and this gentleman here is Prince Sin, explained Dahao innocently, assuming the guard genuinely didn't know. However, Xuanhuan understood immediately. They intended to humiliate him. He had heard rumors that the commander of the logistics army was loyal to Second Prince. It was likely Second Prince's arrangement. Would you rather report after delivering a beating or now? Asked Xuanhuan, looking calmly at the soldier. As soon as Dahao heard the prince's words, he got it. You're deliberately making trouble, he growled at the guard. The guard, upon seeing Dahao's towering physique, cowered immediately. I'll report this right away, my lord. The guard wasn't foolish either. Of course he recognized Prince Sin in the capital, who didn't know him. However, he couldn't but follow the superior's orders. Now, having passed on the superior's command, it wasn't wise for him to meddle in these affairs among the powerful people. Soon, a round man in junior general's uniform came out to greet Xuanhuan. Welcome, Your Highness Prince, and Li Dagong pays respects to Prince Sin. Li Dagong greeted with a grin. I'm new here and will need much care from General Dagong in future. Xuanhuan smiled and responded politely. There was something odd about General Dagong's greeting. In the army, only ranks counted for saluting, but General Dagong showed respect because of Xuanhuan's princely status instead of his position as a military supervisor, implying that Dagong didn't take the supervisor role seriously at all. Chapter 23, Military Provisions. After arriving at the conference hall of the military camp, all the generals from the logistics department were waiting for him. Most of these people greeted him with insincere smiles on their faces, while some looked down on him altogether. To them, Xuanhuan was just there to gain credit. Once they entered the conference hall, Li Dagong instructed someone to bring wine and dishes to welcome Xuanhuan. General Li Dagong, when will our logistics troops set off? Asked Xuanhuan to the seated Li Dagong beside him. Your Highness, no rush. The logistics division will depart a day after the main army does. But right now, there's a problem awaiting your resolution. Li Dagong chuckled as he looked at Xuanhuan. What is it? Xuanhuan maintained his smile, but understood that this would likely be a troublesome task. Our current provisions are still short by a large margin. We hope your Highness can place an order with the merchants. Since you have better relations with those merchants, it should be easier for you to acquire supplies than us. I can try, but I cannot guarantee anything. Xuanhuan smiled. thinking in his mind that this was likely the first move to make him spend his own money to buy provisions. Your Highness must not fail. This concerns the life or death of the entire army. It's something you simply must accomplish, Li Dagong said seriously. Xuanhuan almost laughed. It was clear they were pushing the responsibility for the provisions fully onto him. Should any problems arise, they would likely push the blame entirely on him. Even if he were to handle the provisions alone, they might create trouble. Did they take him for a fool? Seems like the lack of provisions is indeed severe. General Li Dagong's task is truly difficult. If the provisions can't be prepared, I'm sure General Jingong wouldn't let you off easy. Since you're finding this task so hard, I guess I'll do my best to help you out. Xuanhuan reminded with a smile that arranging provisions was actually Li Dagong's duty. Haha, yes, thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. Drink up, everyone drink. Li Dagong realized Xuanhuan wasn't completely naive and gave a hearty laugh. The group only stopped drinking when most were utterly drunk. Xuanhuan smiled upon seeing everyone sprawled across the floor and then left back home. The next day, a large group of merchants arrived at the military camp, carrying grain. These were merchants Xuanhuan had contacted. Such a large amount of grain made the logistics officer unable to make decisions alone, prompting an immediate search for Li Dagong. However, Li Dagong never appeared. Gentlemen, we'll accept all the grain, but currently, we don't have enough coins to pay. So, we can only issue IOUs for now. The logistics officer loudly announced to the merchants. That's fine, adults. Now is the time the Empire needs us, and we're glad to contribute to the Empire. The grain goes to you first, but these IOUs need General Li Dagong's official seal, said one of the leading merchants. Since the logistics officer couldn't decide, he sought out Li Dagong again, soon returning to tell the merchants. Yes, the stamping has to happen, but it shouldn't be with General Li Dagong. You need to seek approval from whoever summoned you here. That complies with procedures. Just at this moment, Xuanhuan arrived with Dahao. He scolded. Logistics officer, are you rejecting these? Are you delaying the army's preparations? These merchants came spontaneously, knowing the recent state of the empire, and nobody invited them. Who shall they ask for stamps? Upon hearing this, the merchants immediately agreed. That's correct, adults. We've come voluntarily, without anyone summoning us. Who shall we ask now? If the empire doesn't need the provisions, we might as well leave. Then Xuanhuan also added, I will report this matter to His Majesty. Under such provision shortages, you deliberately reject the supply. Do you wish to rebel? Upon hearing this, the logistics officer panicked and stuttered. No, please wait a moment, I'll inquire. General Li, bad news. The logistic officer rushed breathlessly before Li Dagong. What's wrong? The logistic officer explained everything that happened, but twisted Xuanhuan's accusation that he wanted to rebel into saying that Li Dagong wished to rebel. After listening, Li Dagong was in a dilemma. If he didn't sign, Xuanhuan might really accuse him to the emperor of treachery. But if he signed with his official seal, and the empire could not afford to pay, he himself would have to cover these costs. In the end, Li Dagong decided to stamp his seal. After all, life comes first, and there was no guarantee that the empire couldn't raise funds. Satisfied, the merchants left holding their stamped IOUs. Xuanhuan, watching them go, grinned toward Li Dagong's direction. It wasn't easy for Xuanhuan to bring these merchants here to sell grain. The merchants understood the empire wouldn't be able to pay in coins immediately and would instead give IOUs. Although the empire probably wouldn't refuse to pay eventually, the repayment period could last too long. In the end, Xuanhuan agreed to pay an additional 0.5% in handling fees and signed a long-term grain contract with them. Furthermore, Xuanhuan, on behalf of his title as the Prince of An, promised them that if the empire failed to fully pay off the grain debts within 2 years, he would cover the rest himself. Only then did the merchants agree. 2 days passed. The main army had been on the march for 1 day already, yet there was still no sign of movement from the logistics side. General Li Dagong, when do you plan to depart? Haven't we gathered enough provisions? Xuanhuan asked. Xuanhuan found it peculiar. Was this delay regarding military supplies truly necessary? It was too basic a tactic, too dismissive of him. Your Highness, soon. Just a little more preparation and we will be departing, Li Dagong replied humbly. Seeing his manner, Xuanhuan wanted to kick his fat head and big ears twice. The rules state that the logistics must depart 1 day after the main army. If you don't move today, I'll inform General Jingong about everything. Decide for yourself, Xuanhuan said and left. Li Dagong was now furious. The second prince ordered him to deliberately delay departure by 2 days to embarrass Xuanhuan, but now this situation was troublesome. After some thought, he decided to leave that day. Being scolded by the second prince would be minor compared to facing martial law if General Jingong discovered his intentional delay. Back in his tent, Xuanhuan took out a mirror displaying 4 images. This was one of the magical arts known as mirror observation, allowing him to see pictures from other places. A powerful mirror observation could observe the 3 realms, but Xuanhuan's abilities were limited to 1,000 li range and required using the eyes of other living beings. Previously, Xuanhuan had someone cultivate a few magical beasts called swift birds. Small yet fast-flying creatures, common and easily overlooked due to their size. They served perfectly as eyes for the mirror observation art. Chapter 24, Killing and Seizing Power. Xuanhuan was now in a hurry. Earlier, he had seen the situation of the advancing army in the mirror, and he had also noticed the movements of the Baiwei Empire. He could roughly guess at Yueyu's tactics. Currently, Yueyu's cavalry had already gathered in one place, while the magic units were not far away. Although General Jingong had brought along a magical corps this time, they clearly appeared to be weaker compared to the opposition. Gu Yihan understood that Yu Yu had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance to deliver a fatal blow to the logistics team. Supplies were the lifeblood of an army, and as long as the supplies were cut off, it would then become easy to dismantle the several 100,000 troops up ahead. If he himself wasn't in the logistics group, it could almost certainly be concluded that the entire logistics force would have been wiped out. He wanted to go warn Li Dagong and his team, but Gu Yihan knew they wouldn't listen to him. However, one fortunate thing was that not everyone in the logistics crew was loyal to the second prince. There were members of other factions too. Still, Gu Yihan didn't feel like betting on whether or not they'd obey him. The forces led by General Jingong had already begun engaging Yueyu's troops, and Yueyu, retreating while fighting, slowly lured General Jingong into her trap. There was one thing Gu Yihan didn't understand. The strategy discussed in the palace before had been to gradually advance. So why was General Jingong acting so hurriedly now? Was it because of interference from the prince? If that were true, there would be serious trouble. Seeing that the forward units had already fallen into Yueyu's trap, Gu Yihan knew clearly that this war had already failed. General Jingong had been caught in Yueyu's trap. Meanwhile, the cavalry unit and the magical corps were starting to move toward their own logistics unit. Dahao, go and pass my order. Call all the generals to a meeting in the grand tent. Gu Yihan realized that he only had himself to rely on now. As you command, Your Highness. Dahao immediately set out upon receiving the order. Gu Yihan sat in the middle of the grand tent awaiting their arrival. The first to arrive were the 4 individuals who had initially shown disdainful expressions towards Gu Yihan. Others, namely those belonging to Li Dagong's faction, entered the grand tent yawning lazily and unhurriedly. Your Highness, why have you called us here so urgently? Asked Li Dagong indifferently, completely ignoring the solemn expression on Gu Yihan's face. The leading units have now fallen into Baiwei Empire's trap. It's just a matter of time before we fail. I hope we can all unite and fight for the empire, said Gu Yihan seriously as he looked at them. Highness, where did you get your information from? Li Dagong entirely disbelieved him. I have my sources, you don't need to know that. Now, there are 2 choices, believe me and stay inside the tent, or don't believe me and leave the tent right now. Time was tight, and Gu Yihan had no time to argue with them. After some consideration, the 4 people who had earlier treated Gu Yihan with contempt exchanged looks and stayed still in their spots. And after hearing Li Dagong's response, Your Highness, you're just a supervisor. All you need to do is watch. Don't worry about things outside your scope. He shouted afterward, let's go drink. Subsequently, part of the officers followed Li Dagong out of the grand tent. Just as they were about to leave the tent, Gu Yihan said, I'll give you one more chance. If you resign from your military duties now, you can return to the capital without facing any punishment. No sooner had these words left his mouth when Li Dagong took the group out of the tent, with not a single person stopping. Dahao killed them. Hearing Gu Yihan's command, Dahao showed absolutely no hesitation and rushed out of the tent instantly. Although these officers possessed a bit of power, they were powerless against Dahao. Outside the tent, screams and wails of agony could be heard continuously, with some pleading for mercy. But soon, the sounds ceased. Gu Yihan listened to the sounds outside without any expression on his face, though his inner emotions were somewhat unsettled. But he quickly adjusted his feelings, knowing that he would have to kill many more people in the future, and that these didn't amount to anything. Soon, the sounds outside stopped, and Dahao returned to the grand tent. Your Highness, they've all been executed. Standing inside the grand tent covered in blood, Dahao reported back to Gu Yihan. At this moment, the other 4 officers remaining inside the tent stood quietly without uttering a sound. They had been frightened. They hadn't expected Crown Prince and to dare execute so many officers. You few, gather all the troops immediately. Gu Yihan commanded the remaining 4. Yes, Your Highness. They replied instantly, fearing that if they hesitated, they would be killed too. They were truly afraid. Li Dagong has led a group of officers to betray the country. Let's jointly attack them, understood? Gu Yihan said to the 4 who had yet to leave the tent. Understood, Your Highness. They responded accordingly. After about half an hour, the logistics troops gathered on the open ground, but their disorganized posture greatly displeased Gu Yihan. Gu Yihan walked to the stage, and the 4 generals immediately straightened their bodies. The soldiers also sensed something was off. The generals all wore serious expressions, and some of them were missing. Without any preliminaries, Gu Yihan directly said, I have 2 pieces of news for everyone. One is that the frontline troops are now trapped, and the second is that Li Dagong has led some officers in rebellion and has been executed. What? How could that be? We're doomed. We're all going to die. The people below started discussing amongst themselves, and the entire scene turned into a cacophony. Silence. Dahao shouted loudly. Dahao's voice made everyone look at him. Seeing Dahao covered in blood, they knew it wasn't his own but the blood of those rebel officers, and the scene instantly became quiet. There's no need to doubt the fact that our forward army has been surrounded by the Baiwei Empire. Now, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to be deserters, or do you want to be real soldiers? Gu Yihan shouted loudly. No one answered from below, only whispers could be heard. Although the voices were soft, with Gu Yihan's abilities, he could hear everything clearly. Even General Jingong couldn't succeed. What can we logistics personnel do? Yeah, there are hundreds of thousands of troops ahead, and we, with our 20,000 logistics soldiers, are supposed to go to our deaths? But if we don't go, we'll be deserters. Either way, it's a dead end. Hearing their words, Gu Yihan continued. Deserters will die under others' disdainful eyes, while those who fight ahead will die with dignity. You choose. Seeing that still no one answered, Gu Yihan continued. You can rest assured. I promise you here that anyone who sacrifices themselves for the empire, I, under the name of Princeton, will give your family 10,000 gold coins as compensation, and I will erect a monument outside the city gate of the capital. The names of those who sacrificed for the empire will be engraved upon it, so that future generations remember your names. For the sake of home, fight, Xuanhuan shouted. Chapter 25, The Powerful Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's words made the soldiers below boil with enthusiasm. They had joined the army fully aware of the possibility of death. Now, after their death, there would not only be 10,000 gold coins in compensation, but also their names would be remembered by future generations, which excited them even more. None of them doubted that Xuanhuan was deceiving them. As in this world, people believed in words spoken under one's noble title, and no one would dare to lie under such circumstances. For family, fight, cried out the generals and soldiers in unison. Seeing the current high morale, Xuanhuan said to several generals, "You should immediately group the soldiers below and note down all their names. Then give me the list." "Follow your command, Prince," they answered unanimously. In the evening, the several generals came to Xuanhuan's tent. "You're all here now, yet I don't even know your 4 names." Xuanhuan smiled as he asked. "Zhang Daniu, Li Dili, Wang Xiaobao, Lu Taigun." The 4 reported their names one by one. "Good. Everything has been reallocated. Responding to your majesty, it's all arranged. Now on, I officially appoint you 4 as commanders-in-chief, each leading an army, and I will report this matter to his majesty." "Thank you, your highness." The 4 looked pleased, as commanders-in-chief were responsible for governing certain areas. Although specific locations had not yet been assigned, they expected arrangements after reporting to his majesty. "To each of you, pick 100 men and hand them over to Daheo. Tell them, there is an extremely dangerous mission for them, basically with little chance of return. At the same time tell them if they sacrifice themselves, I will compensate 10,000 gold coins to their families," Xuanhuan told the 4 commanding generals. Afterwards, looking at Daheo, complete this mission with those selected. Afterward, go get people from the 4 commanding generals. Without hesitation, Daheo replied, "Follow your command, Prince." Subsequently, Xuanhuan detailed a series of matters to the 4 commanding generals. When everyone left, Xuanhuan took out a mirror. The front army was now completely disintegrated. The empire's army split into parts running away. Watching the ordinary soldiers die tragically, Xuanhuan felt profound sorrow for them. Xuanhuan observed the terrain through the mirror, subsequently selecting a canyon, a perfect spot for ambush. Looking again at the cavalry and magicians sent by Yu to attack their logistics troops, he calculated when they would pass through the canyon. After some consideration, he used the pact's telepathic communication to summon xuanhuan. It was time for it to stretch its legs. Before the first light appeared, Xuanhuan dispatched General Zhang Daniu and his troops to lay in wait at the canyon's exit. "Commander Zhang, what are we doing here?" an aide commander questioned. "I don't know either. The prince said once we see Bayu's cavalry, we strike, without holding back." Zhang Daniu responded. "Cavalry from Bayu? How many? We're just infantry. Can we beat them?" The deputy general worried. "I don't know either. The prince ordered us to wait for Bayu's cavalry here." Zhang Daniu's face showed concern too. He prayed that crown prince and wasn't sentencing them to death. As dawn barely broke, a scout returned to report. "Report Commander Zhang. About 10,000 mounted units of Bayu have entered the canyon. They have a group of roughly 100 magicians among them," the scout informed. "What? How many?" 10,000. Plus 100 magicians." Zhang Daniu shouted aloud. "Commander Zhang, yes." The scout's response reflected equally grim countenance. "How can we possibly win? I've only got 5,000 foot soldiers here." Zhang Daniu thought of fleeing, but considered the consequences and desisted. "Commander Zhang, what do we do?" The deputy general lamented with worry. "What can we do? You want to be a deserter, or what? Big deal if we die. Let me take them head on." Zhang Daniu shouted loud, clearly boosting his own courage. The canyon wasn't too long. Just as Zhang Daniu prepared to fight a desperate battle, the nearby Xuanhuan gave an order to Xuanwu, who was idly playing with pebbles above the canyon. Soon, the ground started to tremble, initially slight shaking which turned into violent quakes within seconds, then followed shortly by a boom sound as both sides of the canyon walls closed together abruptly. The entire canyon vanished, transforming into a mountain. Poor Bayu's cavalry and magicians were instantly compressed into part of the mountain. Li Daniu and his team were dumbfounded. "Commander Zhang, what is going on?" the deputy general blankly asked. "Where would I know?" Zhang Daniu was utterly baffled too. Then someone yelled, "Look at the mountain. There's a giant turtle." Li Daniu looked toward the mountaintop after hearing this and quickly realized, shouting excitedly, "It's His Highness's Earth Saint Turtle." Xuanhuan was observing the situation here through a mirror inside his tent. He was somewhat dumbfounded as well. He had originally sent Xuanwu to deal with those magicians, intending to also kill more cavalry by chance, but he never expected that the magicians would be so weak in front of Xuanwu. He thought they would put up some resistance, allowing some cavalry to escape. If only he'd known these magicians were so powerless, there would have been no need to send Zhang Daniu and his men. The death of the magicians from the Bayu Empire was something Yu knew instantly. Her psychic stone showed numerous cracks. Each magician left a drop of blood on her psychic stone, and upon death, it would crack. The dense network of cracks made Yu realize the dispatched team of 100 magicians had been completely annihilated, and likely the cavalry guarding them too. Yu felt an ominous premonition, though she wasn't sure where it came from, yet her heart raced. She hadn't felt this way even when facing one of the top 20 generals on the continent. Though the army of Daxiao has been scattered by me, who could have killed so many magicians under the protection of 10,000 cavalry? Could it be the personal intervention of Daxia's Dragon Knight? That's impossible. Yu couldn't figure it out. Just as she was about to dispatch someone for reconnaissance, one of her generals rushed into the tent anxiously shouting, "General Yu, our logistics forces have been ambushed, and our supplies have all been set on fire." What? Yu stood up abruptly in shock. Deheo gazed at the distance where the encampment fires raged. "Brothers, the task given to us by His Highness is complete. We can return now." Oh, the 400 people cheered. Simultaneously, they also celebrated their fortune for having followed Deheo. They didn't really do much, just assisting him, while Deheo himself went to burn the supplies. Unfortunately, His Highness did not allow us to linger long. Only a few dozen gate guards were killed, which wasn't very satisfying. Deheo sighed regrettably. Chapter 26. The Arrival of Sword Saint Wang Ming. Xuanhuan also saw the situation on Dehao's side through the mirror, and the happy smiles of the soldiers couldn't help but make him smile too. At the same time, Xuanhuan also noticed the movement of the Banyue Empire Mage Corps. The Mage Corps had consumed a great deal of magic in their battle with the Daxiao Empire, so they set up camp to rest in an open area while the main force of the Banyue Empire continued to march toward the Daxiao Empire. The Mage Corps were usually protected within the main army, but possibly because they felt no danger after dispersing the Daxiao forces, they had separated from the main army. Xuanhuan thought this was an opportunity. During the collection of life energies in the Demon Beast Forest, Xuanhuan realized that more powerful beings possessed more life energy. The previous engagement against Banyue's 10,000 elite cavalry proved this point, and now seeing several thousand mages, he felt tempted. These mages were much stronger than the 10,000 cavalry troops. Xuanwu's earlier fight also made Xuanhuan understand that these mages were utterly powerless before Xuanwu. Because he didn't consider Xuanwu particularly strong, his initial judgment had been incorrect. However, he now realized that except for Sword Saint Wang Ming, who always stayed by General Yu's side and carried the holy sword of the Banyue Empire, the rest of Banyue's army posed no threat to Xuanwu. After checking the situation with Banyue's main army and confirming that Sword Saint Wang Ming was still with it, Xuanhuan assigned a mission to Xuanwu. Inside Banyue's main camp, General Yu turned her gaze to Wang Ming, the sword saint beside her. "Teacher, do you think this attack on the logistics unit could have been carried out by a Dragon Knight?" "It's impossible. I've interacted with the Daxia Empire's Dragon Knight. He is someone who desperately clings to face-saving appearances and loves putting on airs. He wouldn't engage in such sneaky tactics. If he were to enter the battlefield, his first target would be me," Wang Ming firmly stated. "Then who could it be? Besides ancient Jin Gong, did the Daxiao Empire send anyone else?" Yu questioned, feeling uneasy not knowing the identity of their opponent. "General, bad news. Our mage corps has been ambushed. Not a single mage survived." A frantic messenger burst into Yu's tent. "What?" Yu abruptly stood up, knocking over the desk in front of her. Her complexion already pale, Yu shouted, "What did you say? Say it again." "General, the mage corps has been completely wiped out," the messenger replied, his voice trembling as if about to cry. With a loud thud, Yu collapsed onto the ground. The mage corps took the Empire 30 years to carefully select talented children and cultivate them into this group of several thousand mages. It was one of the Empire's most valuable assets. Could they really all be gone? Yu deeply regretted allowing the mage corps to leave the main force. She also regretted not recalling them immediately after the supply stores were burned. Still unwilling to believe, Yu quickly rose and ran to the side, carefully opening a chest. Seeing that all the spirit stones inside were shattered, she froze in place, unable to move. Sword Saint Wang Ming didn't know how to console her and stood silently nearby, while the messenger dared not make a sound. Yu, indeed, one of the top 10 generals of the continent, soon regained her composure, holding back her rage but her eyes flickering with killing intent. "What happened?" Feeling the tangible killing aura emanating from Yu, the messenger trembled as he reported, "When I went to deliver your order to the mage corps, I felt a slight vibration in the earth 10 miles away from the mage corps. But it ended quickly. When I arrived there was no sign of the mages, only rocks on the ground. After a closer look, I realized that those rocks were fragments of the mages' bodies. In some places, their robes were still recognizable." Earth Elemental Magic's petrification spell. Wang Ming, the sword saint, asked in confusion. "Petrification spell? Are you sure? But the Daxiao Empire doesn't have any great earth wizards, does it? Even if they had an advanced wizard, it's impossible for an earth master magician to destroy the mage corps in such a short period of time unless it's forbidden magic? No, even that isn't possible since a grand mage can't perform forbidden magic. Perhaps it's a wizard then? Impossible." Yu kept hypothesizing and continuously refuting her own ideas. "Don't speculate wildly. Think it over. You should be able to figure out who it was. It doesn't necessarily need to be someone innately powerful," Wang Ming reminded her. "Not a naturally powerful individual?" She paused and thought for a moment. "And Wang of the Daxia Empire, Xuanhuan. It was his contract saint beast, the great earth turtle." Yu suddenly realized. "So it's him. That damned turtle rider. Fine, very fine indeed." Yu's gaze grew dark and brooding. Then she turned to Wang Ming, the sword saint. "Teacher, I hope you can kill that turtle for me, but don't kill Xuanhuan. I want to deal with him personally." Wang Ming, the sword saint, glanced at the Baiwei holy sword on his waist. "His Majesty gave me this Baiwei holy sword so that I could use it against Daxia Empire's Dragon Knight. Teacher, I know that too. But if we don't kill that damn turtle first, what if they team up during your battle with the Dragon Knight?" After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ming, the sword saint, said, "Fine then. I'll go and meet Daxia's turtle knight first. I've heard that the defense of the great earth turtle is unparalleled. Let's see if it can withstand the power of the Baiwei holy sword. After saying this, Wang Ming, the sword saint, examined the direction and took to the skies. First, he arrived at the place where the mage core had been annihilated. After sensing the aura of the great earth turtle, he followed its trace toward the direction of Xuanhuan. The moment Wang Ming left the camp of the Baiwei army, Xuanhuan saw him in the mirror, smiled faintly, and leapt onto the peak where Xuanwu was stationed. Xuanwu, someone's coming to challenge you. We need to welcome them properly, Xuanhuan said with a smile as he patted Xuanwu. Xuanhuan looked eagerly toward the horizon. He also wanted to meet the sword saint of Baiwei Empire. One reason was that he wanted to know how strong he himself was in this world. The other reason was that the destruction of the mage core had provided him with a great amount of life energy, which enhanced the luster of his golden Dan. The Baiwei Empire mage core were cultivated specifically for military combat, emphasizing unified strength and joint mass magic spells. As such, their average level was that of intermediate mages. Given sufficient preparation time, they could even hold their own against grand mages. However, they were unlucky enough to encounter xuanwu. The magic used by beasts differed from that of humans. Humans required long preparation times and incantations to cast spells, whereas beasts didn't need these things. For a saint-level beast like xuanwu, the speed of casting spells was much faster. Therefore, when facing xuanwu without preparation, the mages had virtually no chance to fight back. Xuanhuan gazed into the sky, and there came Wang Ming, the sword saint. Chapter 27. The Death of the Sword Saint. Sword Saint Wang Ming merely glanced at Xuanhuan before shifting his gaze to xuanwu beside him. He didn't pay any attention to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan noticed his expression and couldn't help but smile faintly, clearly understanding that this sword saint hadn't taken him seriously at all. Xuanwu, it seems like Sword Saint is interested in exchanging blows with you. Xuanwu stared earnestly at Sword Saint Wang Ming, more precisely, at the sword in his hand. It could sense danger from that sword. The man and the beast looked at each other for several seconds. Suddenly, Wang Ming made his move, drawing his sword and thrusting it toward Xuanwu. His speed was incredibly fast, while Xuanwu's movements were inherently slow. To onlookers, it seemed as though Xuanwu was intentionally staying still, allowing himself to be struck. Xuanhuan understood. It wasn't that Xuanwu intended to stay still. It was simply that he didn't have time to react. He also realized that this sword saint was a wind attribute master whose advantage lay in speed. At this moment, a sword mark appeared on Xuanwu's turtle shell. Xuanwu became enraged, enlarging his body instantly. Xuanwu also knew that if he didn't bring out his strongest state immediately, there might not be another chance. Seeing Xuanwu's 10-story tall body, Wang Ming, the sword saint, sneered slightly and looked at Xuanhuan. If this turtle of yours only has this much power, then I'll feast on it today. Xuanhuan smiled lightly and said, you may end up disappointed. Without further ado, Wang Ming slashed another strike toward Xuanwu. Another slash mark appeared on the turtle shell. Xuanwu retaliated using earth magic, but Wang Ming was too fast. No matter how many attacks Xuanwu unleashed, none even touched Wang Ming. Out of anger, Xuanwu began casting spells everywhere randomly. Yet Wang Ming remained untouched. Not a single edge of his cloak ever grazed. Xuanwu, step back. You're no match for him, Xuanhuan shouted. Xuanwu ceased the release of his magic, shrinking back down beside Xuanhuan. In Xuanhuan's eyes, Xuanwu looked humiliated. Xuanhuan smiled softly and stood in front of Xuanwu, looking toward Wang Ming, the sword saint. What? Do you wish to fight me? Wang Ming teased. I want to try. Besides, your sword is excellent, able to pierce through Xuanwu's defenses even when he's enlarged. Xuanhuan spoke sincerely. Ha ha ha. If you like my sword, kill me, and it shall be yours. Wang Ming burst out laughing. Fine. Xuanhuan nodded, then soared into the air and attacked Wang Ming with one swift slash. Wang Ming dodged swiftly, but nonetheless, a light scratch marked his neck. You're a saint-level warrior. Wang Ming exclaimed in shock. Had it not been for his incredible speed as a wind element user, that single blow would have taken his life. I wouldn't have thought the so-called idiot Prince Xuanhuan would turn out to be a saint-level warrior, and such a powerful one at that. It seems we've all been tricked by Emperor Gushing. Who would have imagined you could contract a saint-level magic beast? Xuanhuan didn't explain further. Whether or not he misunderstood made no difference because one side was destined to fall today. You advised me not to kill you, but it seems you must die. After speaking, Wang Ming's wind element battle chi filled his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he flashed right before Xuanhuan, delivering a slashing attack, which Xuanhuan barely evaded. You're very strong. These words from Xuanhuan came sincerely. Wang Ming's current speed had doubled compared to earlier, making it impossible for Xuanhuan to keep up. After saying this, Xuanhuan quickly cast upon himself all sorts of protective spells, magical shields of all elements, acceleration magic, defensive magic, exploration magic, and numerous auxiliary magics. Upon seeing the colorful spectacle before him, Wang Ming first paused in surprise, then exclaimed, You're a grand mage skilled in all elemental magics. Unbelievable. Not only are you a saint-level warrior, but also a grand mage proficient in all elemental magics. For someone so young, to possess such strength is impressive indeed. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will stop you. Otherwise, you'll surely become the most formidable enemy of our Banyue Empire. Immediately afterward, he charged directly at Xuanhuan. Even with the added speed enhancement, Xuanhuan still moved relatively slower than Wang Ming, but managed to hold his ground against him, matching blow for blow. Gradually, something strange dawned on Xuanhuan. He felt that Wang Ming seemed to be deliberately delaying things. Gu Yihan guessed that Wang Ming aimed to prolong their duel until Gu Yihan exhausted his mana reserves. Not worried about this at all, Gu Yihan's mana, unlike common mages, did not run dry easily. If Wang Ming wanted to waste time, then let them see who exhausts first. Let Wang Ming drain his chi instead. And thus, they fought fiercely into the dusk. The moon tonight is quite large. Standing aside, Wang Ming suddenly muttered inexplicably. Confused, Gu Yihan stared blankly at him. My sword is called the Moon Worship Sacred Sword. As a prince of Daxiao Empire, you should have heard of it, shouldn't you? Wang Ming asked. However, he continued without seeming particularly interested in hearing Gu Yihan's reply. Do you know why I waited until the moon appears? Because I want to make absolutely sure I can kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ming lifted the Moon Worship Sacred Sword above his head. Reciting some unknown incantation silently, suddenly a beam of moonlight descended from the heavens, enveloping both Wang Ming and his sacred sword completely. Not long after, Wang Ming emitted an intense light, turning the entire sky into day for a few moments. When the brightness subsided, Wang Ming was now radiating a cold moonlight hue. At this moment, Yu, anxiously waiting nearby in the military camp, saw the sky suddenly turn into daylight and gasped. The moon goddess descends. How could this be? It's just about killing a newly evolved saint beast. Not only has Master been gone for half a day, but he's also used the sacred sword skill. Could something unexpected have happened? Realizing something was amiss, Yu immediately gathered the strongest sky warriors from the army and headed toward Wang Ming's location. Master, please don't let anything happen to you. The mage core has already perished. You can't fail too. Yu worried deeply as she silently prayed. Looking at Wang Ming before him, Gu Yihan could feel his immense power. He tested a few attacks, but Wang Ming just stood there, letting Gu Yihan strike. The strength of a saint-level warrior and grand mage had become completely insignificant against him. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, I'm about to attack. Wang Ming mocked as he noticed Gu Yihan stopping his attacks. Gu Yihan sighed. It seemed he had no choice but to use the golden pill, Jindan. After reaching the Jindan stage, Gu Yihan had learned many spells, but they were all minor spells and useless against the current Wang Ming. There was one last technique, however, letting the Jindan leave his body to perform a single powerful attack. But it could only be done once, and afterward, the Jindan would suffer damage. What is the name of this move? Gu Yihan asked. The moon goddess descends. Good name. As Wang Ming was about to say how honored Gu Yihan was to witness this move, a streak of golden light suddenly appeared before him. He had no time to dodge and didn't bother trying. He didn't believe Gu Yihan could harm him. After retrieving the Jindan, Gu Yihan walked over to Wang Ming, picked up his sacred moon worship sword, and looked at the sword saint with a large hole in his forehead, who was now dead. Gu Yihan sighed in relief, glad that the strongest blow from the Jindan stage hadn't let him down. Feeling his Jindan, which had suffered some damage after the attack, he found that the life energy released by Wang Ming's death as a sword saint quickly restored his damaged Jindan, leaving it exactly as it was before. All the effort for nothing, he sighed again. But at least I have this sword as a trophy. That counts as a consolation prize, he said. Chapter 28. Complete annihilation of the Baiwei army. Gu Yihan took a glance at the deceased Wang Ming Jian saint, and then turned to leave. Several sky warriors were flying swiftly towards the battlefield with Yu. Since a moment ago, Yu's heart had been inexplicably beating fiercely, giving her a very bad premonition. Not long after Gu Yihan left, Yu and her group arrived at the source of the light. Upon seeing Wang Ming Jian saint lying on the ground, Yu couldn't believe her eyes. She trembled as she walked towards him. Master! Yu called out softly in a trembling voice, but received no response. When she approached and saw the gaping hole in his forehead, Yu froze instantly, tears streaming down non-stop while being unable to utter a sound. Every memory of her moments with her teacher began flashing through Yu's mind. Their first meeting, the first time she paid homage as a disciple, practicing lazily and getting punished for it, becoming an earth warrior, and seeing the proud smile of her master. Yu could bear it no longer. A mouthful of blood spurted from her lips as she fainted to the ground. After arriving at the military camp, Gu Yihan immediately gathered the four great commanders. Gu Yihan plunged the Baiwei holy sword into the ground. Your Highness, is this the Baiwei holy sword? Zhang Danium exclaimed in shock. It was unsurprising they recognized the Baiwei holy sword, as every academy taught students about the origins of such holy artifacts through pictures. This truly is the Baiwei holy sword. The other three also closely scrutinized the sword. You're correct. The Baiwei Empire's Wang Ming Jian saint has already been slain by me. Furthermore, their most threatening magician corps have all been wiped out. What? Wang Ming Jian saint was killed? And even the magician corps were annihilated. The four exclaimed in astonishment. They felt fear for Gu Yihan's strength. Even the first-rate warrior of Daxiao, Dragon Knight Long Qianshan, would not have been able to kill Wang Ming with the Baiwei holy sword in hand, let alone their combined force of mages capable of casting a minor forbidden magic. Now they were all gone. Subsequently, realizing that Prince N was one of their own, they calmed down, feeling relieved that he wasn't an enemy. Now, each of you prepare accordingly. We will attack tomorrow morning, Gu Yihan said. Hearing this, the four paused for a moment, before reacting excitedly in unison. Understood. With excitement, the four left the grand tent. They understood how tremendous this feat of merit was. Facing an army of 50 10,000s with only 20,000s, such merits were enticing indeed. They never considered failure. Without the sword saints or mage corps of Baiwei Empire, Along with the prince and his contracted beast, 10,000 regular soldiers simply could not hold against them. Xuanhuan pulled out a mirror to examine the location of the Baiyue Imperial Army, pondering over how much life energy this 10,000 strong army might bring. At dawn, Xuanhuan set off with the rear logistics army of 10,000 people. By noon, they reached where the Baiyue army had set up camp. Xuanhuan wasted no words, directly ordering Xuanwu to launch a wide-area magical bombardment. Without any high-end combat power, the Baiyue army had no chance to retaliate. Many of those struck down by the first round of attacks likely didn't even understand what happened. Using the art of controlling swords through qi, Xuanhuan hovered the Baiyue holy sword above the Baiyue core, ready to strike down any sky-level warriors attempting escape via air. Even though Xuanwu used massive range magic, the opposing side was too numerous and covered too vast an area. Despite having been battling for so long, only about 10,000 had been killed. As they started scattering to flee in different directions, it became harder to deal damage effectively. One spell cast now wouldn't even wipe out many. If this continued, many soldiers might escape. This was something Xuanhuan did not wish to happen. He wanted complete annihilation. He wanted life energy. There should be no waste. Lifting his hand skyward, dark clouds rapidly congregated from all directions, gathering above the army of Baiyue. Then came raindrops, falling. It was a rain-invoking technique. It lacked any attack. It was simply rain. Next, Xuanhuan lifted his hand once more, injecting water element magic into the cloud layers. Ordinary rain transformed into magical rain, while the air quickly cooled down. The soaked bodies of the Baiyue Empire's soldiers moved slower under this rainfall. Gradually, frost formed around their bodies until they turned into ice statues. About half an hour later, 9 out of every 10 soldiers from the Baiyue Empire perished, with only several thousand at the outermost edge surviving the ordeal. The remaining task is yours. Xuanhuan gave an indifferent command to the 4 commanders who stared dumbfounded behind him. Regaining their composure, the 4 promptly accepted the order. Understood. And at this point, dozens of miles away, 2 sky warriors gazed warily at the ominous black sky far ahead. One sighed in relief, saying, "We're lucky to have noticed the anomalies and fled early with Princess Yu. Otherwise, we'd have met our end." That's right. Who would have thought that Prince of Daxia Empire could wield forbidden magic? At his age, looks like the fall of Baiyue Empire is imminent. The other warrior marveled. Why bother? We're here to repay Princess Yu. All we need to do is ensure her safety. Whether the Baiyue Empire falls or not has no impact on us, though Princess Yu might not be able to accept it. After saying this, the 2 looked at Yu, who was still unconscious. Where are we? At this moment, Princess Yu woke up, groggy and confused. The 2 glanced at Yu but didn't answer, instead turning their heads toward the direction of the army. Yu followed their gaze. Isn't that where the army is? Is it raining? Then Yu noticed something odd and asked, "Why is there such a strong magical fluctuation over there? What's going on?" The 2 remained silent, unsure of how to explain for fear she wouldn't bear it. "You tell me, what's going on?" Yu shouted agitatedly, sensing something amiss. One of them hesitated before saying, "Prince of Daxia Empire is a forbidden magician." He didn't come out with it directly, but only spoke in subtle terms. Yet Yu understood his meaning. Closing her eyes, she fainted again. The 2 sighed, then picked up Yu and flew toward the Baiyue Empire. The battle had ended, and the 4 great commanders were leading the logistics troops to clean up the battlefield. Xuanhuan felt the golden core within him. These 500,000 soldiers, along with some capable generals, had brought him an immense amount of life energy. He already sensed that his golden core was just a little short of breaking into a yuaning stage. Just a bit more. Xuanhuan looked in the direction of the Baiyue Empire. 3 days later, the 4 great commanders arrived before Xuanhuan. "Your Highness, we've acquired large quantities of weapons, armor, and other supplies. How should we handle them? Contact the military department. Exchange our captured war trophies for gold coins. Then each of you keep 1/10, and the rest should be distributed among the soldiers below you." Xuanhuan said calmly. "Shouldn't your Highness take a portion?" Zhang Danium asked curiously. "No need. Thank you, your Highness." The 4 rejoiced. The material wealth from an army of 500,000 converted into gold coins, though half would go to the military department, still amounted to a colossal sum. Moreover, they'd also earned a tremendous amount of military merit. The 4 great commanders imagined the envious looks they'd receive upon returning home and couldn't contain their excitement. Chapter 29, Good News. In the Imperial Hall of the Daxia Empire, Emperor Gushing and his ministers were discussing the frontline battle situation. The defeat of the 50,000-strong army led by Prince Gongwang Gujin enraged him greatly. "So many days have passed, yet none of you have come up with a feasible plan. Do you all want to wait until the Baidu Empire's army invades the palace?" Emperor Gushing roared at the ministers. Seeing no one dared to speak, Crown Prince stepped forward and said, "Father Emperor, we can only now call for reinforcements from other areas." "Calling in armies from other places? Are you asking for the Empire's swift downfall? If we take away the troops from those areas, do you think the other empires would pass up such a fine opportunity? Foolish!" Emperor Gushing shouted angrily. The Crown Prince retreated quietly without saying anything further. At this moment, a guard kneeling on one knee entered the hall. "Your Majesty, General Zhang Daniu from the logistics army has sent us a message." All present were curious. Wasn't Prince and still there leading the logistics troops? They had not heard any news about his defeat. For so long they had received no word from Princeton. They had assumed he perished in battle. Royal Chief Luan took the letter, opened it, and then excitedly exclaimed loudly, Your Majesty, great tidings, truly marvelous. What kind of good news is this? Emperor Gushing was puzzled as to what could possibly be considered great joy amidst these current dire situations. Prince An has completely annihilated the Baidu Empire's 50,000-strong force. He also personally killed the Sword Saint of the Baidu Empire, Wang Ming. Several occupied cities have been recaptured by Prince An, Luan reported with excitement. What? This overwhelming surprise startled Emperor Gushing, who stood up immediately. A commotion erupted among the ministers. Could this be false? Indeed, even an army of 10,000 soldiers failed. How can 10,000 possibly achieve victory over the Baidu army? The Sword Saint Wang Ming of the Baidu Empire was slain too? I've heard that this time he carried the Baidu sacred sword. Even a dragon knight might not match up against him. How could he have fallen to Prince An? It must be false. As Emperor Gushing listened to the murmurs around him, his mood cooled somewhat. Is this the actual letter from Prince An? Emperor Gushing asked. In reply to your majesty, this isn't directly from Prince An but from one of the logistics army commanders, Luan replied. Emperor Gushing now wasn't sure if the contents of the letter were indeed true. In principle, it shouldn't be false. Something so big, a small commander couldn't dare to fabricate. Then again, another servant approached reporting new news. After reading the new letter, Luan once more spoke up with excitement. Your Majesty, the previous report is indeed true. It's confirmed now. This latest piece of information comes straight from our reconnaissance scouts. Having read the letter himself, Emperor Gushing burst out laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Emperor Gushing felt like he'd gone from hell into heaven. Previously distressed about how to fend off the enemy forces, within moments, not only had lost territories been reclaimed, but the opposing Sword Saint had also met his demise. Moved, Emperor Gushing ordered Luan to read the letter aloud for everyone present to hear. Shocked to disbelief, the assembled court did not fully comprehend the news. My lords, what do you say we should do next? Emperor Gushing asked, smiling. Among those below, some were thrilled, others anxious. Those elated came from the military departments. They deeply appreciated xuanhuan, especially Prince Gong. On the contrary, those who were anxious included people doing business with xuanhuan. Afraid of retribution following the loss suffered under Prince Gong, they'd quickly seized xuanhuan's assets and split them. Now fearing retaliation, they wanted to return everything at once. Otherwise, if Prince An came back, they feared annihilation given his significant influence right now. Princes First, Second, and Third had mixed expressions on their faces. One side held gratitude towards xuanhuan for saving the empire. If the empire fell, they themselves would become utterly insignificant, but another side was fear. Observing the faces of Prince Gong Wang Jin and the generals, they knew xuanhuan's reputation among the troops would now be unprecedented, perhaps reaching its zenith. Prince Gong would surely align himself with xuanhuan, and others may follow suit. Father Emperor, the situation remains unclear at present. I propose we wait for a personally pinned response from Prince An before making decisions, the Crown Prince suggested, wishing to prolong matters even though he realized it wouldn't help much. Just then, another servant arrived with the report. Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from Prince An. Quickly bring it forward. Emperor Gushing was very delighted and impatient. He desperately wanted to understand how xuanhuan managed to defeat the Baidu Empire with only 10,000 soldiers. After carefully reading the letter, Emperor Gushing handed it over to Luan and said cheerfully, Luan, read it aloud. Read it loud and clear. Yes, Your Majesty. Luan accepted the letter, adjusted his attire slightly, and proceeded to loudly announce its contents. Great Father Emperor, your son xuanhuan respectfully writes, by the time this letter is written, I have fully recovered all cities occupied by the Baiwei Empire and completely annihilated their 50,000-strong army and the 3,000 mage battalion. Sword Saint Wang Ming has been killed, and the Baiwei sacred sword has been captured. Unfortunately, General Yu of the enemy forces is nowhere to be found. I estimate he has escaped. Following that were more detailed contents, which Luan read aloud attentively to everyone present. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The courtiers all offered their congratulations. Haha, good. Now what do you suggest we do next? Emperor Gushing couldn't stop smiling. Father Emperor, in my opinion, we should immediately select officials to go to each city to ensure normal operations, and also dispatch armies there for garrison duty to prevent any possible return attacks from the Baiwei Empire. Third Prince, who had kept silent up until this point, spoke now. Excellent. The task of selecting officials will be given to you, and military deployment will be handled by the War Ministry. Yes, Father Emperor. The Third Prince happily accepted his orders. Seeing an opportunity to reap benefits, the First and Second Princes also stepped forward with suggestions, as did representatives of other powers. Once a series of arrangements had been made, Emperor Gushing asked, how do you think we should reward Prince An? Everyone heard this and knew it was the main point of interest. A merit of such magnitude could not go unrewarded. Yet Emperor Gushing was torn over exactly how to bestow rewards. Granting him military power? 10,000s of logistics troops could defeat 10,000s elite soldiers. If more power were given, even Emperor Gushing would fear him, making the imperial throne unstable. With such authority, no one in the empire would stand a chance against him. Father Emperor, I believe Brother Nine should be granted control over the various eastern military forces so that we don't need to worry about further invasions from the Baiwei Empire. Gu Zhiming, xuanhuan's younger brother, proposed. Though still young, Gu Zhiming was intelligent. His blood brother needed to grow stronger for his own safety as well. What are your thoughts on this? Emperor Gushing looked toward the three princes standing at the front, wanting to find a way out, as he indeed did not want to grant Xuanhuan further military authority. Father Emperor, I believe we should first send someone to inquire about Prince N's preferences. Based on Prince N's past actions, perhaps he values business prosperity above all else. The first prince suggested. Emperor Gusing lit up at this thought. Perhaps this might indeed be the case. Fine, let us proceed according to the first prince's suggestion, sending someone first to ask about Brother Ihan's thoughts. Chapter 30, Current Situation. Minister Luo Xian was dispatched to Dongxing City in the eastern border to meet with Xuanhuan and also investigate the battle conditions along the eastern frontier. As Luo Xian traveled, he saw that the battles had already ended. Every city was engaged in post-war reconstruction. Since the destruction was not severe, there were no visible signs of war, and the operations of each city remained largely normal. Upon reaching his destination, Dongxing City, the guards at the city gate merely conducted a brief inspection and did not impose the strict checks he had imagined would follow a war. After entering the city, Luo Xian went straight to the lord's residence, but did not see Prince N. Instead, he met the city lord Yaoan. Yaoan was the newly appointed interim city lord by Prince N. The original city lord was killed after the city fell to the Baiwei Empire, and Yaoan was a merchant saved by Prince N, who highly esteemed him and thus entrusted him with temporary leadership of the city. Luo Xian, Prince N is not within the city, Yaoan respectfully said. Not here? Could it be that the Baiwei Empire has made another move? Luo Xian asked curiously, unable to think of any other reason. No, the prince said he wants to teach the Baiwei Empire a lesson. Therefore, he led the army into their territory. He likely won't return in the short term. Yaoan replied with a smile, as in his eyes this was about teaching the aggressors a lesson. Luo Xian couldn't believe what he had just heard and asked again. What did you say? Prince N's troops have invaded the Baiwei Empire. Yes. Yaoan nodded confidently in affirmation. With a clear response, Luo Xian felt he must immediately return to the capital and report this matter to the crown prince. Acting without the approval of Emperor Gusing was a major taboo, and as someone from the crown prince's faction, Luo Xian thought this was an excellent opportunity. Although they might have won the battle, Prince N's actions could raise suspicions in Emperor Gusing's mind. Without hesitation, Luo Xian turned and departed for the capital. Once back, Luo Xian immediately informed the crown prince, who promptly went to see Emperor Gusing. Father, Luo Xian got word from Dongxing City. Prince N has privately deployed his forces and now attacked the Baiwei Empire. I know. Emperor Gusing replied casually. The crown prince was astonished. How could his father possibly receive news before him? Luo Xian returned at full speed as soon as he learned of the event, and the crown prince came directly to inform the emperor. Prince N has written to report this matter to your majesty. Luan explained beside the crown prince, seeing his confusion. Well, if there are no other matters, you can go back. Emperor Gusing said somewhat irritably. Seeing this, the crown prince slowly retreated from the room. Emperor Gusing was very troubled and wanted to scold someone. If you want the invaders to pay a price, then why didn't you send someone to inform me? If you had confidence in making them pay a price, wouldn't I agree? Emperor Gusing felt that Xuanhuan's private military operation demonstrated disrespect towards him, which was a very unfavorable sign. Luan, you personally make a trip there. Tell Prince N to come back and ask him what reward he desires. Emperor Gusing said while suppressing his anger. Yes, your majesty, Luan replied. Having grown up by Emperor Gusing's side, Luan understood him well. Emperor Gusing did not want Prince N to earn further merit or grow stronger, fearing that such strength would destabilize his reign. Depart immediately. Yes, your majesty. After Luan left the room, he sighed. He thought that his majesty overthought things. Prince N never showed the slightest indication of wanting the throne. Other princes after establishing their residences cultivated numerous bodyguards, yet Prince N only ever had one guardian knight before going on campaigns. Thinking of this, Luan sighed once more. Recently, among those in the palace who had been enjoying the most comfortable time was Consort Yu. Due to Xuanhuan's reasons, she received daily visits from concubines seeking favor through their backing forces. As the mother of Xuanhuan, it was quite ordinary to receive these kinds of flatteries. However, Consort Yu felt somewhat awkward, as she was fully aware of her strained relationship with her son. It was already good that Xuanhuan didn't resent her. She wasn't even confident about what she could say before her eldest son. Apart from the other concubines, the other three noble consorts occasionally wandered over to her place, and even the empress treated her much better, unlike before when she would say harsh words in front of her. For the first time, Consort Yu genuinely experienced the importance of power. Forces that previously held her in contempt were now devising all sorts of ways to flatter her. The less she wanted to see these people, the more uneasy they became. If only I had treated him well back then, Consort Yu regretted now, feeling sorrowful as she realized how poorly she had played what should have been a strong card. As his birth mother, she couldn't even involve herself in any of Xuanhuan's businesses. Outside the palace, Lu He was the one living the most comfortably. Having been an old retainer since Xuanhuan's childhood and also the steward of Prince N's manor, he recently strutted proudly wherever he went. Many people came to see him, hoping to attract Prince N's attention, and offered Lu He many gifts. Though Lu He remained composed in public, when alone, it was a different story. Every day, he worried anxiously about Xuanhuan's safety, but there was nothing he could do. Every night, he prayed for Xuanhuan's success in battle, hoping that the prince would triumph in all conflicts. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan was doing extremely well. Commander Zhang, continue your message. Tell them if they don't surrender soon, I'll let Xuanwu begin the assault, Xuanhuan said casually over a small drink to Dahao. Yes, your highness. Zhang Daniu replied immediately and instructed the soldiers in front to deliver the message. Princeton has ordered that you must surrender within half an hour, or else Lord Xuanwu will launch the attack. We are righteous warriors. Once we enter the city, we will not harass any civilians. All we want is to reclaim justice, the soldier repeatedly called out. Mayor, let's surrender. Princess Yueyu's army of 500,000 along with the Mage Corps and the Sword Saint could not defeat the Prince of Daxiao Empire. Let's just surrender, the city defense official begged with a troubled expression. Surrender. Now we can only hope they will keep their word and won't harm the civilians. I am prepared to die, the mayor sighed helplessly. The city defense official wanted to offer some words of comfort, but he could not bring himself to speak. In war, there were many unspoken rules. One of them was that capturing a city meant executing its governor and displaying his head outside the gate. You go and open the gates now. I'm heading back to the mayor's office. As the mayor walked away, the city defense official's eyes welled up with tears. This mayor had been the best he'd ever seen. Kind to the subordinates, to them, and to the commoners alike, with the city meticulously managed under his leadership. If not for the promise from the other side to spare the civilians, the mayor would never have surrendered. Chapter 31, Managing the City. Recently, Xuanhuan had been conducting guerrilla warfare across the Baiwei Empire. His goal was simple. He wanted to lure Baiyue's main forces out to surround him so that he could harvest their life energies and make some profit on the side. However, the guerrilla tactics hadn't managed to attract their main army yet, so Xuanhuan thought about simply taking over a city first. Surely they couldn't ignore that, right? And if they did, he'd just seize another one. He was almost at the yuaning stage now. Recently, he had realized that his calamity period had already passed. It was the battle with Wang Mingjian, the Sword Saint. The tribulations of the immortal path were different from what he'd known before. He had thought the calamity would only arrive when he was breaking through to the next level, but now it seemed that he wasn't fully ready for it yet. He wondered if coming to this foreign world had caused the calamity to come earlier. Crossing the Yuaning tribulation while still at an incomplete Jindan stage compared to being fully Jindan is a big difference. Take his battle with Wang Mingjian. If at that time he had been fully Jindan, his abilities would have been stronger, and he wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Finally, he even had to use a cultivation harming technique involving sacrificing his Jindan as an attack. Xuanhuan felt a little down. This calamity was unpredictable, and if he suddenly faced a Fun Shun tribulation upon entering the Yuaning realm, he might not be able to handle it. Before the half-hour mark was up, the city gates opened, and a middle-aged man shouted, "We surrender." The city was occupied. The city guardian believed what Xuanhuan said because this army did not disturb the civilians at all. Of course, unless you tried to attack them, then your fate would be death. This army's discipline gave the city guardian an idea. He wanted to plead on behalf of the city lord. "Your Highness, the city guard wants to see you," Dahao said as he approached Xuanhuan. "Let him come over." Soon after, the city guardian kowtowed repeatedly to Xuanhuan, who chuckled slightly. In the city lord's mansion, Xuanhuan met Zhao Bufan sitting on the city lord's chair. After seeing Xuanhuan, Zhao Bufan stood up, walked up to him, and handed the city lord's seal over. "Princeton, this city is yours now. I hope you honor your promise not to harm the civilians. If you wish, you may take my head." Xuanhuan smiled and asked, "You're Zhao Bufan, right? Does Princeton know me?" Zhao Bufan asked curiously. "I've just learned it, thanks to our city guard speaking highly of you before me and asking me to spare you. Now that I see you, you seem all right. Keep the city lord's seal and continue managing the city," Xuanhuan said with a smile. "This?" Zhao Bufan was astonished. "I promised not to disturb the common people, but how could our large army take over a city without receiving any benefit at all?" Xuanhuan questioned. "What does Princeton mean?" "You list the names of those whose assets exceed 10,000 gold coins in the city and tell them that I want half of their wealth to reward my soldiers. Afterwards, let them return to normal lives. This demand isn't unreasonable, is it?" "No problem, I'll inform them immediately." Zhao Bufan agreed without hesitation. This requirement wasn't harsh at all. It was almost merciful. "I will wait for 3 days. Those who haven't submitted or submit less, I won't give them another chance. Do you understand?" Xuanhuan said calmly. "I understand." With that, Zhao Bufan left immediately to organize the notice. With only 3 days, it was urgent that he acted quickly. The commoners noticed the entire city hadn't become chaotic due to its occupation, but instead seemed more stable than before. On the first day of occupying the city, Xuanhuan had people establish a city management office. If any soldier harassed or robbed the citizens, or anyone was bullied by hooligans within the city, or someone suspected someone of stealing their belongings, or disputes among neighbors existed, all these issues could be brought to the city management team for help. Initially, no one trusted this, but after an old lady had her livestock forcibly taken by a soldier and she reported the incident, Xuanhuan publicly punished the offending soldier with corporal punishment and compensated the old lady. Afterward, everyone believed it, causing the people working in the city management department to be incredibly busy every day from morning till night. Even the smallest, trivial matters needed to be meticulously recorded and resolved. Slacking off would result in punishment. Xuanhuan's goal for establishing the city management office was straightforward. He wanted to test whether it would work since he would have his fief in the future. He wanted to observe the effect here first, and if it proved successful, he could replicate it elsewhere. Another reason was to make some money by charging a small fee for solving their problems. But of course, it wouldn't be much, depending on the issue, sometimes just 10 or so copper coins, an amount even children could afford. "Your Highness, all the gold coins have been collected," Zhang Bufan reported to Xuanhuan. "Was there anyone who didn't pay or paid less than required?" Xuanhuan looked at him with a half smile. Seeing the expression on Xuanhuan's face, Zhang Bufan knew he must have sent someone to check. Reluctantly, he told the truth as he had planned to hide it. No one paid less. Most merchants understood the current situation and wouldn't cause trouble for themselves by trying to save a bit of money. Some even gave more to curry favor with your highness. Good. Xuanhuan praised him. He appreciated those who knew how to act properly. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Bufan added, however, 5 families refused to pay. One of them is a prince of the Baiwei Empire. This city is his territory, and the other 4 are also under the prince's protection. So he thinks I won't dare do anything because he's a prince, huh? Alright, I get it. Zhang Bufan wore a complicated look, realizing that the prince from his own empire might now be in deep trouble. He didn't think Wang would hesitate over offending a prince from another kingdom. You're here to plead for mercy? Xuanhuan asked after studying Zhang Bufan's expression. No. Zhang Bufan knew it wouldn't help, and worse, it could anger Wang. You're very smart. After saying this, Xuanhuan turned to Da Hao beside him and said, Da Hao, confiscate these 5 families' properties, kill all the major figures, and deal with the rest as you see fit. But keep the prince alive, he's worth money. Yes, your highness. Following his order, Da Hao led a team to carry out the command. Reaching the nearest house, without a word, Da Hao kicked open the door. Seeing the plain clothing, servants were gathered in the yard by Da Hao's men, while the ones dressed extravagantly were killed upon sight. We're willing to give up half of our fortune, an old man shouted desperately. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man was beheaded by Da Hao. The latter wasn't interested in negotiation. He just wanted to finish the job quickly. In no time, this household was dealt with. Summoning the people responsible for cleaning up the mess, Da Hao and his team moved on to the next target. Arriving at the second residence, Da Hao once again charged in and separated the common servants from those dressed in fine attire, slaughtering the latter instantly. The operation continued seamlessly. Chapter 32, 3 Holy Level Warriors. The news of the 5 families being wiped out was not concealed. By the second day, everyone in the city knew about it. Those who had paid gold coins secretly rejoiced that they had acted quickly, while the common people were also happy since these 5 families had a bad reputation in the city. The crown prince of the Baiwei Empire had been captured, but Xuanhuan had no intention of seeing him and simply locked him up, waiting for the Baiwei people to find out about this matter soon. If they truly cared about the crown prince, they would surely send someone to negotiate his release. All the gold coins collected were placed in the courtyard, almost filling the entire yard. Seeing the gold coins in the courtyard, the 4 commanders swallowed hard. The people of this city were indeed wealthy, as in their entire lifetimes combined. The 4 of them had never seen so many gold coins. You will count the gold coins, then divide them. Each of you takes 1/10. The rest will be distributed among the soldiers. Remember, if I find any of you taking more than your share, there will be punishment, a cut for each extra coin. The subordinates dare not. The 4 replied simultaneously. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, the 4 commanders felt excitement mixed with fear. Your highness, do you not want any? Zhang Danu asked. There is no need. Xuanhuan answered indifferently. Zhang Danu did not understand why his highness had come to the Baiwei Empire, if not for gain. Why wouldn't his highness take such a large amount of gold coins? He had not even claimed any part of the seized equipment from last time. Your highness, should we return? Zhang Danu quietly asked. Return? Why should we return? The Baiwei Empire occupied 3 cities of our Daxia Empire before, and now we only have 1. Isn't this a great loss? Also, we're here to punish the invaders. This punishment has just begun, Xuanhuan said earnestly. The 4 looked oddly at Xuanhuan. In their view, Prince An had brought them merely to make a fortune. Now that they'd achieved their goal, it was time to go back, but obviously Prince An wasn't willing to leave, so they could only follow along. All the gold coins must be distributed. Tomorrow, we will head to the next city to seek out the invaders, ordered Xuanhuan. Yes, your highness. While the 4 commanders divided the gold coins, Xuanhuan returned to his room and summoned Da Hao. Da Hao, have all the properties confiscated from the 5 families been transported out? They have, your highness. Good. Sell them when we return, and you can keep half of the profits. Your highness, I don't need that much. Da Hao chuckled foolishly. Take what's given to you. I remember that your family isn't very wealthy. Everyone around me must become a rich man. Xuanhuan smiled. My family is rich. Since following your highness, my family is now among the wealthiest in our town. Came another foolish laugh. Actually, the prince often gave him money, and he himself didn't know how much he'd received, yet the wealth kept growing. You are my guardian knight, and also a noble. Where has there ever been a noble who complained about having too much money? Take it, and be generous to those under you, Xuanhuan laughed. Yes, your highness, hee hee. Da Hao was happy thinking about being a noble. At this place, everyone under Xuanhuan was pleased, but the emperor of the Baiwei Empire was not so joyful. What do you suggest we do now? Emperor Baiwei roared at the assembled ministers below. In just 1 month's time, Emperor Baiwei seemed much older. Though 40-something, previously he was elated from conquering several cities of the Daxiao Empire, and now he looked like an old man over 60. He didn't expect things to change so suddenly. From being conquerors, they had turned into the conquered, which he couldn't accept. Moreover, his favorite Yu fell ill after returning home, complicating the issue further. The empire currently lacked a renowned general to rival the crown prince and of Daxiao Empire. Sire, I believe we should send our strongest Baiwei Holy Army Corps to counteract the crown prince and of Daxiao Empire, said one military leader stepping forward. No, sire, the Holy Corps is our final line of defense. If we lose, the consequences would be disastrous, Prime Minister Yao Buliu opposed. What do you propose then, Yao Buliu? Wait for Crown Prince and of Daxia to march right to this hall. the previous speaker retorted. Prime Minister Yao Buliu ignored him and looked toward Emperor Baliwei above. Sire, I think we should pay some cost and hire holy-level warriors from other countries. Crown Prince and of Daxia Empire only commands 10,000 men, and their logistic troops. Their current success is entirely due to Crown Prince and his contracted beast. If we can hire someone to hold him off for an hour, I believe that any 10,000 army we send out could easily annihilate them. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's words, Emperor Baliwei found it reasonable, and everyone nodded in agreement. All right, that's settled. Yao Buliu, you're in charge of hiring the warriors. Generals Dajin and Xiaojin will assist the Crown Prince in leading an army of 10,000 to annihilate the 2,000-strong enemy forces, commanded by Wei Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Father. It took the Baiwei Empire a month to hire other holy-level warriors. In this month, Xuanhuan had successively taken over 3 cities at Baiyue's border. The reason it took so much time was due to the confiscation of wealth. Attacking the cities themselves were basically no challenge at all. Perhaps because of what happened to the first city, once Xuanhuan's troops arrived at the next cities, the local lords would immediately surrender without any resistance. This made things extremely easy, especially when they conquered the third city. When discovering Xuanhuan's troops were coming, the lord of the city immediately notified the wealthy merchants and nobles within the city, who quickly handed over half of their properties to the city lord. By the time Xuanhuan arrived, the city lord directly turned over the city to him. This left Xuanhuan momentarily confused. After hesitating for quite some time, he simply said, "Good. Finally, they've come." Sipping tea and looking into the mirror in his hand, Xuanhuan smiled. There are about 100,000 soldiers, and 3 individuals seem extraordinarily powerful, possibly holy level. Judging by their clothing, there are 2 holy level warriors and 1 grand mage. Seeing these 3 figures, Xuanhuan felt slightly puzzled. Did the Baiwei Empire possess so many holy level experts? Xuanhuan summoned the 4 commanders. The Baiwei Empire is sending 100,000 troops our way. Now we'll leave the city and follow the plan I outlined earlier, heading to the designated location to intercept them. Yes, Your Highness. The 4 were elated as before, reporting their battle achievements to the Emperor through Princeton. They requested rewards, but most of the credit went to Princeton, leaving them with little tangible benefit. Moreover, friends from the capital informed them that people in the capital were mocking the 4 of them, claiming that even if Prince and led a herd of pigs, the results would be the same. Yet here they were, shamelessly asking for merit recognition. This news angered the 4 deeply, but now it was different. Princeton had provided them with strategies, and they were prepared to fight earnestly against their foes. Chapter 33, Complete Annihilation of 100,000. Not long after the 4 commanders left the city, the Baimu Empire's army changed direction and headed towards them. Xuanhuan saw this situation without much surprise, for this was after all in the Baimu Empire's territory. So many people in the city had seen them leave that it was only natural for someone to report their movements. Xuanhuan noticed that 3 saint-level experts hadn't changed their course and were heading directly toward him. Upon seeing this, he realized that the city lord's mansion must also have some of their people inside. But he paid no heed to this fact. It would be better for these 3 saints to come to him so that he wouldn't have to go out to lure them away himself. Xuanhuan understood that the Baimu Empire would certainly send an army to besiege him, and he had made preparations accordingly. However, the army was much smaller than he anticipated. This time, only 100,000. But that was enough. It would be sufficient for his breakthrough into the Yuanying stage. Xuanhuan calmly drank wine in a pavilion within the city lord's estate, while waiting for the 3 saint-level experts. He didn't let the Hao stay by his side, but sent the Hao out of the city with the army instead. Nearby in a pond not far from the pavilion, the Xuanwu was having great fun playing with several baby turtles. Those little turtles might even think of Xuanwu as their father. It didn't take long for the 3 to arrive in front of Xuanhuan. "Are you His Highness Princeton?" asked the great mage among them. "Yes, it is I, Your Majesty. Are the 3 of you here to avenge Wang Ming?" Xuanhuan asked with a smile. "You're mistaken. It's true we know Wang Ming, but we aren't good enough friends for us to seek vengeance on his behalf," the great mage said. "So it seems that your Baimu Empire isn't very united." Xuanhuan mocked. "You're wrong again. The 3 of us are not from the Baimu Empire," replied the great mage. "If you're not from the Baimu Empire, then who are you?" Xuanhuan asked in confusion. "No more chatting. Let's quickly subdue him and wait until the battle over there ends." One scruffy-looking man stared at Xuanhuan's wine while speaking. "Subdue me? Weren't you here to kill me?" Xuanhuan felt increasingly curious. "We never intended to kill you. We don't want to cause trouble for our own empire," said the burly man. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Xuanhuan's wine. "How about a drink?" Xuanhuan probed, pointing at the wine glass. "That sounds great. Don't mind if I do." The man readily sat down and picked up the wine flask, gulping it down loudly, leaving the other 2 helplessly shaking their heads. Xuanhuan called for several more jars of wine to be brought out. "Based on what you just said, your goal was merely to keep me from going to the battlefield, right? If so, then your mission is accomplished because I wasn't planning on going anyway." Xuanhuan chuckled and relaxed a bit. In reality, he didn't feel like fighting either. Once the battle was over, his life force would suffice for his needs, so if possible, he'd prefer avoiding unnecessary conflict. Besides, since they weren't from the Baimu Empire, there was really no need to create another enemy unnecessarily. "You weren't planning to go?" "I wasn't. Aren't you worried your entire army will be wiped out? There are 10,000 troops on the opposing side." "Not necessarily. Who will perish still remains to be seen." As the conversation continued, all 3 of them sat down and became more engaged in their discussions. During the conversation, Xuanhuan gradually came to understand that they had been invited by the Beimu Empire to delay him. Initially, the Beimu Empire had wanted them to kill him outright, but the three great emperors of their own empire did not wish to provoke the Daya Empire. As such, no agreement was reached. Instead, they decided merely to hold him back, a choice that cost the Beimu Emperor quite dearly. The bearded man's name was xiaoxia. Another saint-level warrior was named Qianlai, whose name Xuanhuan praised upon hearing. However, Qianlai, the Wu saint, didn't talk much. The great mage's name was Luohua, a fire wizard who loved talking. They conversed happily together until sunset, when Dahao returned to report on the battle conditions. Your Highness, the Beimu Empire's army of 100,000 has been completely annihilated. We lost 6,000 soldiers, and another 10,000 were wounded to varying degrees. This result is far from what I imagined, sighed Xuanhuan. 2 against 10, yet you eliminated 100,000 with only 6,000 dead and 10,000 injured. Aren't you satisfied? Exclaimed Xiaoxia beside him. It doesn't meet my expectations, Xuanhuan responded blandly. Speechless, Xiaoxia raised his thumb in admiration and then said, Mission completed, and we've had plenty of wine too. I'll be off first. Saying this, he turned around and left swiftly, with the other two following closely behind. They didn't want to see Xuanhuan pretending. Your Highness, we've captured Crown Prince Daxizi of the Beimu Empire, said Dahao. Excellent. That means another large sum of money awaits us, Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Let the 4 commanders arrange for people to record the names of those soldiers who sacrificed themselves. Also, dispatch messengers to bring compensation to their families. When delivering the compensation, ensure that neighbors around are well aware. Yes, Your Highness. Dahao took the order and departed. Inside the palace of the Beimu Empire. Yueyu, how do you feel now? The Beimu Emperor looked at Yueyu, who appeared much more haggard with deep concern. Father, I'm fine. Yueyu replied with a vacant gaze. Seeing his most capable daughter end up like this, Emperor Baiwe felt deep guilt. He regretted being too arrogant before and realized that he shouldn't have targeted the 1,000-year empire at that time. He should have waited a few more years for Yueyu to grow stronger. Now his finest daughter had turned out this way because of him. Father, I've let you down, and I've let down the people of Baiwei Empire. Yueyu said through tear-filled eyes. No, it's me who has let you down, and my arrogance has harmed the people of Baiwei Empire as well as you. The emperor whispered lowly. Yueyu didn't hear clearly, so she asked, Father, what did you say? Nothing. I was just saying the battle will soon be over. You are still young, and you'll have plenty of time ahead. When you're ready, you can take revenge then. The emperor quickly changed the subject. So soon? What do you mean? Yueyu wondered. Emperor Baiwei explained their plan in detail to Yueyu. What? Big brother is leading the troops? Father, why did you agree to let brother go? Yueyu exclaimed upon hearing that her elder brother would lead the army. What's wrong? With Wang and his contract beast gone, 10,000 against 2, we'll surely win. Emperor Baiwei was puzzled by her strong reaction. Father, since you haven't led an army into battle, you don't know this. Even if I had 10,000 soldiers, brother leading 100,000 wouldn't be a match for me. I believe that, but the forces under Wang are only supply units anyway. Moreover, Wang himself is already being held back by 3 saint-level experts, so he can't get to the battlefield to give commands. Emperor Baiwei consoled her. Father, Wang is not as simple as just relying on himself and his contract beast for victory in battle. Think about all the things he did after taking those cities. Is he just some reckless warrior without a brain? I think he might already have set traps waiting for us to fall into them. Yueyu said anxiously. This can't be true, can it? Emperor Baiwei doubted. Yueyu urged earnestly. Father, going into battle without fully understanding the situation is one of the biggest taboos. And brother's nature makes him too eager for quick success. He could easily be deceived. Please, father, call brother back. Chapter 34, Negotiation. Yuyu's agitated expression threw the Emperor Baiwei into a panic. After all, his daughter's achievements in military affairs were far beyond what he could match. If she said there would be problems, then there was a high probability that they would indeed occur. The Emperor Baiwei immediately decided to call back the Crown Prince, hoping it wasn't too late. Your Majesty, something's wrong. The Emperor's guard rushed in with great urgency. What happened? The heart of Emperor Baiwei suddenly sank. An ominous feeling washed over him. Your Majesty, the 10,000-strong army led by the Crown Prince has been entirely annihilated, and the Crown Prince himself has also been captured by them. The guard nervously lowered his head, afraid to meet the Emperor's gaze. What? How could this have happened so quickly? Didn't the 3 saint-level experts we hired hold back the Crown Prince and of Daxiao Empire? Emperor Baiwei asked incredulously. Princess! Suddenly, a maid who had been tending to Yuyu shouted. For Yuyu, already severely ill, fainted upon hearing the news. Emperor Baiwei glanced at Yuyu, then turned to his servant and said, Summon the ministers to the Grand Hall for discussion. Upon learning from the messenger that the 3 saint-level experts did indeed detain Crown Prince but still lost, Emperor Baiwei collapsed onto his chair. Yuyu had been right after all. Never would he have imagined that Crown Prince was not only a military genius, but even outsmarted Yuyu in strategy, truly wiping out his 10,000-strong army with just 2,000 logistics troops. In the court hall, Emperor Baiwei sat helplessly on his throne. After the servants relayed the situation to the ministers, he weakly asked, What should we do now? Your Majesty, in light of this current predicament, I believe negotiation is our best option. Minister Yao Beliu spoke up when no one else dared. Negotiation? Do you think it will work if we send the Holy Army to resist? Emperor Baiwei wanted to take a gamble. No, absolutely not, Your Majesty. If the Holy Army suffers another defeat, other nations would certainly seize this prime opportunity. We won't merely face Daxiao Empire, but all surrounding empires. Even if we win, we may suffer catastrophic losses. We can't afford such a risk. Minister Yao Buliu advised immediately. But how shall we negotiate? Hearing Yao Buliu's words, Emperor Baiwei gave up the idea of sending the Holy Army. Indeed, losing or barely winning would mean the end of Baiwei Empire. I think Crown Prince and likely lacks the resources to continue offensive now. They've stayed in the 4 cities they've occupied for quite a while, perhaps waiting for us to surrender. Moreover, Daxia Empire hasn't sent an army to govern these occupied cities. I imagine they're also waiting for us to approach for negotiation. However, if we don't respond, things may turn difficult. All right, hand the negotiations over to you. Emperor Baiwei completely surrendered to reality. Your Majesty, including the 4 cities, both princes, and the Baiwei sacred sword, it might be hard for us to immediately come up with so much gold. Yao Buliu reminded, as there was no way to gather such funds due to prior military expenses and hiring those 3 saint-level experts. Then make the wealthy citizens of the empire contribute. Emperor Baiwei painfully rose, assisted by his attendants, and left the grand hall. Minister Yao Buliu thought it unwise to forcibly demand contributions as it might lead to unrest within the empire. However, seeing the emperor leave, he complied. The next day, Minister Yao Buliu set off leading the negotiation team. Upon arriving at the city where xuanhuan resided, Minister Yao Buliu was impressed by the vibrant scene inside. Despite the chaos of war, life here appeared more prosperous than before. His respect for xuanhuan grew as he witnessed firsthand the remarkable governance skill of the Crown Prince. Minister Yao Buliu reflected that if allowed further time, the residents of this city might refuse to return to Baiwei Empire altogether. Startled, he realized the true horror of Crown Prince and his ability to easily win people's hearts. In such a short span of a month, tens of thousands of people in the city seemed to harbor no resentment towards him. Instead, reverence was evident on their smiling faces. Minister Yao Buliu felt they couldn't delay any longer and decided to directly seek out Crown Prince and at the city lord's residence, determined to expedite the negotiations. Inside the city lord's residence, Prince, the negotiation team from Baiwei Empire is here. They wish to see you. Dahao reported to xuanhuan. Tell them I'm busy. Take them for a stroll around the city. xuanhuan smiled gently. Yes, my prince. Dahao also smiled and added. There's news from the imperial border. His Majesty has dispatched Director Lu and to find you. He has already crossed the border and should arrive here tomorrow. Oh, xuanhuan pondered for a moment. Let the Baiwei representatives wait in the main hall. Yes, my prince. Although puzzled why his prince seemed eager to first see the imperial envoy before the Baiwei delegation, Dahao dared not ask. Minister Yao Buliu arrived at the main hall of the city lord's residence, where he was warmly received by the city lord Luo Chong. Luo Chong, are you now siding with the Daxiao Empire? Yao Buliu felt curious. Why was Luo Chong still alive? The city lord would certainly be killed after a city fell. Prime Minister, you've misunderstood. Prince In has allowed me to continue managing the city and also acknowledges my identity as part of the Baiwei Empire. Luo Chong quickly explained, sensing that Prince In might withdraw his troops, which meant he'd remain under Baiwei control later. If Prime Minister Yao thought otherwise, it would be disastrous for him. Yao Buliu nodded. He understood that Luo Chong was telling the truth and realized they had to redeem the cities as soon as possible. Welcome, Prime Minister Yao Buliu. xuanhuan approached the city lord's chair with a smile on his face. I greet you, Your Highness, Prince In. Yao Buliu performed an aristocratic bow. His first impression of xuanhuan was how young he appeared, followed by a sense of warmth in his smile. I understand why Prime Minister Yao Buliu has come here. What price does Baiwei Empire intend to pay? xuanhuan wasted no time and went straight to the point. Yao Buliu hadn't expected Prince In to be so direct either. What amount should we give then? Yao Buliu also wasted no time, asking bluntly. He wanted to wrap up the negotiation quickly since he originally feared that Prince In might avoid meeting him for several days before beginning talks, a tactic often used by stronger parties in negotiations. You tell me what you want first? xuanhuan sipped some tea leisurely. The Baiwei sacred sword, the 4 occupied cities, and our 2 princes, Yao Buliu stated outright. One city costs 10 billion gold coins, the Baiwei sacred sword 50 billion, the 2 princes 10 billion, making it a total of 100 billion. xuanhuan said this nonchalantly. Before Yao Buliu could open his mouth, knowing what Yao wanted to say, xuanhuan cut in. No bargaining here. You can choose to abandon any part if you cannot pay. Yao Buliu knew Prince In was serious. We agree. 100 billion gold coins was not unreasonable in Yao Buliu's mind, though he realized they couldn't afford it outright. It seemed inevitable that they'd have to extract funds from wealthy merchants within the empire. When will you deliver the money, and when I leave? After saying that, xuanhuan smiled faintly and left. Chapter 35, Return to the capital. Luin, who had been with Emperor Gushing since childhood, had never been to any other country. He rarely left the capital because Emperor Gushing himself was not fond of traveling outside. Never would he have thought that his first visit to another empire would be due to persuading the imperial prince to leave a foreign land. Moreover, he didn't expect the son who was once the least favored by his majesty to become the person whom the emperor now dreaded the most. Upon arriving at the city where xuanhuan resided, Luin felt a bit scared. After all, this was on Baiwei Empire's territory, and the streets were filled with Baiwei citizens. At any moment, some people might leap out and kill him. Dare not to look outside the carriage. Luin imagined the Baiwei citizens glaring at their caravan dressed in Daxia Empire attire. Despite the tense journey, They arrived safely at the city lord's mansion gates. Seeing their own soldiers, Lewin finally relaxed. Accustomed to freely walking around the palace, Lewin directly entered the mansion but was stopped by the gate guards. Who are you? The guard was not particularly stern. He could see that this group wore the clothing of the Daxiao Empire and was curious as to how their countrymen came here. I am Lewin, the royal chief steward. Someone beside him then presented relevant credentials. After inspection, the soldier saluted and said, Mr. Liu, please wait a moment. I will inform immediately. All right. At this point, Lewin secretly shuddered with fear. He remembered that this was Prince N's domain. Unlike other princes, Prince N was not one to allow just anyone to enter without restriction. Fortunately, the soldiers identified them as belonging to the Daxiao Empire. Otherwise, if they attacked and killed him, even the emperor wouldn't be able to demand justice for him. Lewin also found it strange that upon recognizing his identity, these soldiers did not show any favoritism. This demonstrated their sole allegiance to Prince N. If only one soldier acted like this, it wouldn't mean much, but if all soldiers behaved similarly, it certainly wasn't good news. Soon, the previous soldier reappeared and led them into the mansion. Mr. Liu traveled such a great distance to come to the front lines, truly surprising me. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Your Highness has achieved extraordinary military feats, rescuing the nation during dire times. His Majesty sent me to express his recognition of your efforts. I also thank His Majesty for giving me the chance to set foot on Baiwei Empire's land. Lewin bowed and stated, Mr. Liu has traveled far and worked hard. I shall immediately arrange a banquet for you to wash away the dust of travel. After saying this, Xuanhuan ordered someone to prepare. Thank you, Your Highness. Indeed, Lewin wanted a proper meal, as he hadn't eaten or slept well due to constant anxiety throughout the journey. At the dinner table, Lewin ate joyfully. The food of Baiwei Empire had a unique flavor. Your Highness, His Majesty sent me to inquire about what rewards Your Highness desires, considering the tremendous achievements. The Emperor does not know how best to reward you, asked Lewin after finishing eating and putting down his utensils. Reward? Expanding our territory is merely my duty as a prince. No reward is necessary, replied Xuanhuan with a smile. Your Highness, meritorious actions deserve commendation. If there are no rewards, others will lack motivation to serve. His Majesty believes you have the ability now to possess your own fiefdom. How do you feel about that? Asked Lewin. That seems fine. However, Mr. Liu must have more matters at hand. A letter could have conveyed such minor issues. Why did you need to come personally? Xuanhuan smiled and looked at him. Lewin hesitated and said, His Majesty hopes you withdraw your troops. Xuanhuan didn't answer immediately, smiling while slowly drinking wine. He understood the implication from Emperor gushing. The Emperor feared him, a common ailment among rulers, hoping for talent within the empire, yet fearing the power growing too large might threaten their position. Even though he only brought 20,000 troops to Baiwei, he had earlier subdued all the armies guarding the eastern borders of Daxiao Empire. Now the entire east answered to him. Seeing Prince N smile, Lewin became quite nervous, afraid that Prince N would refuse. If refused, he couldn't imagine what reaction the Emperor would have. Just this matter, huh? No problem. Once I sort out some things here, I'll return, responded Xuanhuan. Lewin sighed in relief. Then how long will your Highness take to resolve matters? About half a month should be enough, thought Xuanhuan, believing that Baiwei Empire should be able to raise the funds within a fortnight. Good. Then old servant will depart tomorrow and report to His Majesty. Lewin felt happy. There are still some things I'd like to mention, began Xuanhuan. What is it? Lewin knew Prince and was about to present conditions. After hearing Xuanhuan's conditions, Lewin exhaled in relief. He had anticipated overly demanding conditions from Prince N. No issue. His Majesty should agree to all of these. That's good. Xuanhuan was delighted. His objectives were all met. Staying here held no further purpose. He had obtained the money, and the urban management plan was also yielding good results. By the time he has a fiefdom, he can simply transplant the experience from here. The life energy had been collected, and the golden core was slowly transforming into an origin young. It was estimated that after returning to the capital, he would fully enter the origin Ying realm. On the second day, Lewin set off happily for the return journey to the capital. On the third day of his departure, people from the Baiwei Empire arrived. Xuanhuan hadn't expected them to come so soon. After Yao Buliu returned to the Baiwei Empire, he reported what he had seen and his concerns to the Baiwei Emperor. The Baiwei Emperor was also startled. If things continued this way, even though the city would be reclaimed, the hearts of the citizens wouldn't remain within the empire. So he immediately ordered influential officials, wealthy merchants, and other rich factions to gather gold coins and rush them to Xuanhuan. The transaction was completed quickly. Xuanhuan didn't care about the rest. Only the Baiwei Holy Sword made him feel a bit regretful. He currently didn't have a weapon better than the Baiwei Holy Sword. But it didn't matter. Once he entered the Origin Ying stage, he could spend some time crafting magical artifacts. On the day the deal was finalized, Xuanhuan immediately gathered his troops and leisurely made his way back to the capital. Upon returning to the capital, Lewin promptly went to see Emperor Gushing. How did it go? On the surface, Emperor Gushing appeared calm, but inside, he was nervous, fearing a negative answer. If that were the case, he wouldn't know whether or not to send troops against Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, Prince N has agreed to return after handling some matters. It should take about half a month, Lewin said. Did he make any requests? There were a few. What kind of requests? Emperor Gushing asked anxiously. The prince wishes to erect a monument outside the capital gates with the names of the fallen soldiers inscribed on it. Their families must receive pensions. Living soldiers must be rewarded. no particular demands for the fiefdom, and he wants to personally select 3,000 soldiers to manage his fiefdom. That's all. Emperor Gushing thought he might have heard incorrectly. These conditions barely counted as conditions. Prince An's requests are exactly these. Luin confirmed firmly. Very well, I agree. Emperor Gushing readily consented. Chapter 36. Fief. After Xuanhuan's army returned to the border, he only brought back 3,000 battered soldiers to the capital. These soldiers were the most severely wounded in battle. Xuanhuan intended to take them to his fiefdom. Despite their various disabilities, missing hands, missing feet, and even blindness, they were all veterans of life and death struggles, and their morale was stronger than others. When they heard that Xuanhuan decided to bring them to his territory and asked for their help in defending it, they were moved to tears. They thought that the prince was finding an excuse to support them because he didn't want to hurt their self-respect by being too straightforward. Their main bodies, if they went home, would likely be seen as useless by their families who might even feel burdened by them. Now, they were devoted heart and soul to Xuanhuan, so much so that if he ordered them to commit suicide, no one would hesitate. All along the way, Xuanhuan showed great concern for these people, covering them with blankets at night, chatting with them during the day, and asking if there were any difficulties. This moved them greatly, and they secretly cried into their pillows. Dahao did not understand the prince's actions, but he could sense the changes in these 3,000 men. They became more murderous, more intimidating, bloodier, and more disciplined. Even if faced with thousands or tens of thousands of enemy troops, Dahao believed they would rush forward without hesitation. When Xuanhuan was 2 li away from the capital, he encountered a welcoming party leaving the city. The leader was Emperor Gusheng, accompanied by various ministers, and behind them was an elite guard of 10,000 imperial soldiers, each dressed splendidly and strutting proudly. Xuanhuan guessed this was Emperor Gusheng's way of giving him a taste of humility. I pay my respects to Father Emperor. Xuanhuan dismounted and greeted. Good job. Thanks to talented individuals like you, we managed to repel the Baiyue Empire, greatly showcasing our empire's strength, and letting other empires know that the Daxia Empire is not to be trifled with. Emperor Gusheng said smilingly. All thanks to Father Emperor's leadership of the empire, Xuanhuan humbly replied. Looking behind Xuanhuan, all that was seen were these damaged soldiers. Although they appeared formidable, in Emperor Gusheng's view, no matter how fierce these damaged soldiers were, they were still far inferior compared to his own guards. It seemed laughable. Are these the 3,000 guards you've chosen? Yes, Father Emperor. They are comrades in arms I've gone through life and death situations with. Xuanhuan answered with a smile. Hearing the prince refer to them as his comrades in arms made these men stand straighter, their eyes slightly red as tears kept welling up. They are all brave warriors of the empire. They have done a great job, and I am proud of them. Though such words were merely polite conversation, Emperor Gusheng felt delighted inside. He had expected Xuanhuan to choose elite soldiers as guards, but instead, these were damaged soldiers. To show his regard for Xuanhuan, Emperor Gusheng invited him to return to the palace together in the carriage. The palace guards looked down on these disabled soldiers with disdainful eyes, yet the disabled soldiers paid no attention to the guards, viewing them as mere rookies who had never been on the battlefield. However, some of the accompanying generals noticed something different about these damaged soldiers. He had seen many damaged soldiers on the battlefield, and they usually looked like they were just waiting to die, lacking vitality. But none were as full of life as these. Furthermore, he could feel a dangerous aura around them. They were like wild beasts eyeing their prey, ready to deliver fatal blows at any time. On both sides of the Grand Road, citizens had gathered to welcome the heroes. Seeing Xuanhuan enter the city stirred deep emotion, and many were overcome with tears. Princen, Princen, the civilians chanted in unison, putting all their strength into the cry. Inside the carriage, Emperor Gusheng felt a pang of fear upon realizing just how high Xuanhuan's reputation was in the capital. This determination strengthened his resolve to drive Xuanhuan away from the center of power. Upon returning to the palace, Emperor Gusheng immediately bestowed rewards on Xuanhuan. Before the awards ceremony, everything had already been said, except that what was originally meant for Xuanhuan to select his own fiefdom himself was now directly designated by Emperor Gusheng. Xuanhuan's fiefdom was designated as the place where the Death Forest lay at the southernmost edge of the empire, where there was only one city named the Necropolis. Though the Necropolis governed the largest area of land in the empire, it was also the poorest and least populated city. The reason for this was simply that the Death Forest was too vast and too dangerous. Within the Death Forest lived not only monsters, but also various non-human races, such as the elf race, the orc race, the dwarf race, among others. There was also the dreaded undead race. The name, Necropolis, itself was adopted after a massacre by the undead race 100 years ago. Emperor Gusheng's designation of this particular fiefdom allowed the major powers to understand clearly that this was his way of fearing Princen. They also realized that due to Xuanhuan's immense popularity in the eastern region and considerable influence within the military sphere throughout the entire empire, the emperor was deliberately trying to marginalize Princen. The Necropolis is practically impossible to manage. Although Princen is strong, he may not necessarily survive among the various races. Each race possesses significant fighting power, and if Princen fails to manage them, the emperor will surely label him as incompetent and widely publicize it to damage his reputation. If Princen were to die there, the emperor would certainly be even happier. At that time, the propaganda might change into saying that Princen sacrificed himself for the empire, and the citizens should learn from Prince's spirit to protect the empire. Thank you, Father Emperor. Xuanhuan smiled and sincerely thanked for the reward. While others avoided the Death City at all costs, he was actually delighted. Not only was the place vast, but it also had abundant resources. Most importantly, he had already reached the xuanhuan stage yesterday. The next step was the xiuxian stage, and to achieve that, he needed a large enough place to cultivate his xuanhuan. A large area did not refer to land size, but rather the acknowledged sphere of influence. With the vastness of the necropolis, all he had to do was subdue all the races within his fief and make them recognize him as their ruler, and then he could reach the xiuxian stage. Xuanhuan thought that the emperor had truly given him a good place. If he had been granted a rich city with a large population, he might have found it troublesome because no matter how big a prosperous city was, it wouldn't match the size of the Death City. If it weren't enough for him to reach the xiuxian stage, he might have ended up occupying other cities. After the rewards came the victory banquet, where people from various factions came to toast to Xuanhuan. However, Xuanhuan noticed that they were not as courteous as before. He understood that they believed he had been driven away from the center of power and considered him insignificant. He didn't care about these people. Those from the military department still treated him the same. In the military, which values strength above all, where Xuanhuan went made no difference to their admiration. During the banquet, Emperor Gushang called Xuanhuan to his side. "Xuanhuan, do you have any needs?" After all, Xuanhuan was the one who saved the empire, and Emperor Gushang might also realize he owed him something. "Father Emperor, you know the situation of the Death City. I may not be able to pay taxes," Xuanhuan said with a troubled expression. "No problem. As long as you're there, you don't need to pay taxes." "Thank you, Father Emperor, for your concern." Xuanhuan secretly chuckled in his heart, hoping the emperor wouldn't regret it later. Chapter 37. Departure for the fief. After the banquet ended, Xuanhuan, who originally wanted to return home, was stopped by Lady Yue's maid. "Why did you agree to go to a place like Death City? Given your current strength and accomplishments, if you refused, your father would certainly find you a much better place. Death City is so far away. Don't you know that your younger brother needs your help now?" As soon as she saw Xuanhuan, noble consort Yue exploded in anger. This eldest son was extremely important to her now. Xuanhuan's military achievements and influence elevated her status and helped her younger son connect more easily with powerful figures in the army and other factions. The emperor also continued to favor her because of this. But if he left, all her plans would come to naught. Noble consort Yue felt herself on the verge of madness. Seeing his mother's frantic rage, Xuanhuan felt a deep sorrow. Their mother-son bond was so thin. She valued him only because he could assist his younger brother. Xuanhuan let out a soft sigh. "Mother, don't you see? This is a deal between me and father." "What do you mean?" Noble consort Yue asked, puzzled. "If I refuse the fief designated by father, the next target will be me. Then it won't matter about helping the younger one. I'll struggle just to survive myself." "How could that be possible?" Noble consort Yue exclaimed in shock. "Mother, my influence in the eastern region has become too strong. Father is uneasy," Xuanhuan said coolly. Hearing this, noble consort Yue instantly understood. Every emperor worries about people under him becoming stronger, especially the princes. In that case, introduce the generals you know to your younger brother, especially the 4 great commanders of the East. I'll arrange for your brother to go to the East so that he can help manage them, noble consort Yue suggested after some thought. "Are you sure, mother? I'm certain that if the younger one dares to go east, he'll immediately become the target of all factions. Do you think with his ability, he can handle everything, including our father?" Xuanhuan said calmly. After thinking about it, noble consort Yue realized that the timing wasn't right. "After you leave, the businesses in the capital will be left to your younger brother. You can't take them anyway." Noble consort Yue began scheming for Xuanhuan's wealth since she couldn't get more power. "Mother, I plan to transfer all my properties and shares in the capital. If you're interested, you may buy them," Xuanhuan replied, now devoid of emotion, having become completely disappointed with his mother. "Can't you give a little to your younger brother as an adult birthday gift?" Noble consort Yue asked angrily. "Mother, you should know what Death City is like. It lacks everything. I don't have much money either. I was wondering if you could offer any support to your son. In that case, how many gold coins would it cost for me to buy your share in the barbecue business?" Noble consort Yue cleverly avoided the question of offering financial support. 1,000,000 gold coins, Xuanhuan answered calmly. "Could it be cheaper?" Noble consort Yue frowned. She could afford 1,000,000 gold coins, thanks to the earnings from her previous garment shop, but she didn't want to spend so much. "Not at all. I'm broke. If you're short on funds, mother, uncle could compensate with clothes in exchange for the money. I also need plenty of clothes." "Fine." Noble consort Yue agreed after careful consideration. Clothes were inexpensive to produce and served well to offset payments. After leaving Mingyue Palace, Xuanhuan returned to Xuanhuan Manor. Old Lu cried when he saw Xuanhuan. He had gone to the streets to welcome him, but there were too many people to spot him. "Lu, prepare the daily income records of our enterprises and send out invitations asking major factions to visit Xuanhuan Manor tomorrow. Tell them I'm auctioning off our businesses," Xuanhuan ordered. "Yes, your highness," Lu responded without understanding why. Even if his highness was leaving for his fiefdom, selling their business didn't make sense. It would still provide continuous income through proper management. "Deheo, I'll give you a list of essential items shortly. Buy as much as possible. Death City will definitely lack supplies initially, so we need at least 3 months' worth of provisions." Xuanhuan turned and instructed Deheo. "Yes, your highness." Deheo accepted the task. The representatives of various factions arrived early the next day upon receiving the news. They had long been coveting Xuanhuan's industries. These factions met secretly as soon as they heard the news the first day and discussed distributing Gu Yihan's businesses among themselves. When Gu Yihan learned of this, he became quite upset, realizing that his auction plan had failed, leading him to simply raise prices significantly. The auction took only half a day, but the money collection process lasted more than half a month. Some simply couldn't produce that many gold coins at once and had to pay with goods instead. However, upon their return, they discovered that Daheo had sold off most of the supplies, so they had no choice but to transport resources from other cities. Everyone from the major factions knew how much money Gu Yihan had made selling his enterprises, an immense amount, yet they showed little reaction. That was because all that money went straight back into Gu Yihan's hands in exchange for those materials. They assumed Gu Yihan had very little cash left after that transaction, unaware that what he obtained from Baiwa Empire far surpassed anything he gained in the Great Xia Empire. After bidding farewell to Emperor Gu Sheng and concubine Yu at the palace, Gu Yihan departed from the capital with a grand caravan. The citizens who came to see him off remained silent, quietly watching as Gu Yihan's convoy left. His Highness has left this way. Our great protector of the Xia Empire has been exiled, one uncle lamented softly. A person beside him pulled on his sleeve and gave him a look, gesturing towards the 2 rows of imperial guards, silently warning him not to say more. 3 miles away from the capital, Gu Yihan found dwarf Chui Gang waiting for him, carrying a large bundle on his back. What is this? Gu Yihan looked at Chui Gang with curiosity. I plan to go with you to Death City. I think you'll need me. Besides, I believe being by your side will bring unexpected improvements to my forging skills. It's also close to our dwarf homeland, making it convenient for me to visit home. Chui Gang smiled. Good. I happen to lack someone like you, a master dwarf. I'll definitely make you a saint-level master someday, though it might be tough in the beginning, not as comfortable as it was here in the capital. Gu Yihan replied with a smile. That's fine. As long as you guarantee there will be a barrel of wine each day, I'll endure everything else. Chui Gang said casually. A barrel? You underestimate me. 10 barrels. If I'm short even by 1, you have my permission to scold me. Gu Yihan smirked. They stared at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. Gu Yihan was both surprised and deeply moved that Chui Gang had come to follow him. When he left the capital, aside from his nanny and the common people, no one came to bid him farewell. Emperor Gu Sheng did send many palace guards, but they were not there to see him off, but to intimidate the masses. Chapter 38. Death Protect Immortal Art. There were no incidents on the way, but once they entered the range of Death City, they began to encounter all kinds of mercenaries. They frequently came across small mercenary teams of 3 or 4 members, and also encountered large mercenary groups numbering in the thousands. The small mercenary teams were okay. They would detour when they saw this 3,000-person escort team. However, the people from the large mercenary groups looked at them with unfriendly eyes. Gu Yihan did not take these mercenary groups seriously, nor did the 3,000 bodyguards who had physical disabilities pay any attention to them. On the way to Death City, Gu Yihan tailored a battle formation for them and taught them how to cultivate. In the past few months of their journey, they had already become familiar with the battle formation and achieved some success in cultivation. Their combat strength now was many times greater than before. The cultivation method that Gu Yihan created for them was called Death Protect Immortal Art, which metaphorically means causing the enemy's death while protecting oneself as an immortal. This art was created by Gu Yihan combining life essence at the yuaning stage. By killing enemies, they could absorb the enemy's life energy for their own use, not only healing wounds, but also aiding in cultivation. However, the technique was still not yet perfected and could not yet achieve the regeneration of severed limbs. But Gu Yihan believed that once he reached a higher level, he could improve it until it reached the level where limbs could regenerate. Under surveillance by several batches of mercenaries, they arrived at Death City. Looking at the dilapidated state of Death City, Gu Yihan was stunned. It wasn't a city, it was just a pile of ruined stones. Without a second thought, Gu Yihan immediately ordered them to continue heading toward the direction of the Death Forest. He didn't want to waste time tidying up Death City. It would be more practical to choose another place to establish a new city. Additionally, Death City was over 100 li away from the Death Forest, and Gu Yihan thought it was too far. He decided to build a new Death City at the edge of the Death Forest. A few days later, Gu Yihan and his team arrived at the edge of the Death Forest. After setting up camp, Gu Yihan summoned Dahao and the 4 captains of the guard team to his tent. All 3,000 of Gu Yihan's guards were nameless, not because they didn't have names originally, but because they themselves had abandoned their original names and adopted a uniform set of clothing. The 4 captains named their respective guard teams East, West, South, and North guard teams. The captains were called Dong Yi, East 1, Shi Yi, West 1, Nan Yi, South 1, Bei Yi, North 1, and their deputy captains ranked as 2, down the line according to their strength. They also brought Dahao into their ranks, making him their general captain. When they sought Gu Yihan's approval for this arrangement, Gu Yihan asked why. They replied that doing so gave them a sense of belonging. The words sense of belonging deeply moved Gu Yihan. Did he have a sense of belonging in this world? No. Ever since arriving here, Gu Yihan had always desired to ascend through cultivation and leave to see if he could return to his original world. Now, he felt somewhat reluctant to part with them. Simultaneously, Gu Yihan worried if this feeling was part of some impending calamity, and if it was, he didn't know how to choose. Greetings, Your Highness. The 4 captains arrived at the tent. On the chest and back of their uniforms were respectively written the team designations East, South, West, North, with the number 1 below. Sit. I plan to establish a new Death City here. What are your thoughts? Gu Yihan asked. Your Highness, building a city requires a massive amount of manpower and resources. I think our current numbers aren't sufficient, Dong Yi said after thinking about it. Your Highness, this is a plain. There won't be enough stone materials here. Bei Yi also spoke up. I've thought about these issues. Regarding construction materials, I plan to use the trees from the Death Forest to build a completely wooden city. Then I'll reinforce it with formations. There's no need to worry about its structural integrity, Xuanhuan explained. Considering Xuanhuan's mastery of magical arts, the group nodded without objection. As for manpower, we initially planned to seek help from the various races inside the Death Forest, but now I have a better idea, Xuanhuan smiled. What's the better idea? Everyone asked curiously. Tomorrow, I will issue a notice stating that the Death Forest is now land granted to me by the Empire, and everything within it is my property. No mercenaries can enter without my permission. If they want the right to enter, then they must work for me, Xuanhuan said with a laugh. Your Highness, wouldn't this offend all the mercenaries? So many mercenaries come to the Death Forest every year to seek treasures and hunt magic beasts. We might not be able to handle the situation. Dong Yi expressed his concern. You're right to be concerned, but you're missing one point. Mercenaries are not an army. They cannot unite together. All we need to do is target some of the larger mercenary groups and make examples out of them. Then, Your Highness, which mercenary group should we target first? We don't need to seek them out. They'll come knocking on our door. All you have to do is prepare for battle. I want the mercenaries to tremble at the sight of you in the future. Can you do that? Xuanhuan asked. We can. The group responded in unison. Good. We've just arrived here, and we will encounter many problems. If unexpected situations arise and you're unsure how to handle them, just remember one thing. Our cultivation method relies on life energy. Within the scope of this necropolis, there must only be one voice, ours. Do you understand? Xuanhuan said seriously. We understand. The group truly understood what His Highness meant. No matter which faction or person they encountered within the necropolis range, anyone who refused to follow orders would be killed outright. Inside the Madblade mercenary group. Leader, it's bad news. A mercenary rushed into Li Dedeo's presence in a panic. What is it? Li Dedeo squinted his eyes and asked sternly. Princeton has issued an order stating that the Death Forest falls under his fiefdom. Everything inside belongs to him, and nobody is allowed to enter without working for him. Right now, his men are blocking everyone who wants to go into the Death Forest. Ho ho, Princeton sure knows how to make a grand entrance. He truly lives up to his name, Li Dedeo laughed coldly. What should we do then? The mercenary asked. I refrained from robbing him considering his strength, but now he's trying to destroy the livelihoods of all the mercenaries. Does he think he's invincible just because he won a few battles? Contact several large mercenary groups. Let's meet with Princeton. But Princeton has a divine beast. Can we defeat it? The informer mercenary asked fearfully. So what if he has a divine beast? Does he dare to violate universal justice by unleashing his divine beast to kill us all? Li Dedeo wasn't wrong. After all, we're from the same empire. How could a prince slaughter so many citizens of the empire simply because they wanted to earn a living by entering the Death Forest? Half a day later, tens of thousands of members from several large mercenary groups gathered before the bodyguards team. According to their previous agreement among the leaders, they started marching straight into the Death Forest together, testing how the 3,000-man force would react. Chapter 39, Deterrence, City Building. Stop. The prince orders that without permission, no one is allowed to enter the Death Forest. Those who trespass will bear the consequences. Dong Yi immediately issued a warning when he saw these more than 10,000 people attempting to enter. However, no one paid him any attention and they continued to walk inwards. A large number of mercenaries blocked outside watched this quietly. They wanted to see how Prince and his men would handle this situation. This is your final warning. Those who trespass will bear the consequences. Seeing that no one was listening, Dong Yi issued a stern warning once again. Still, no one paid him any attention, and they continued walking inside. Form the battle array, Dong Yi shouted. Upon hearing his shout, the 3,000 guards did not move, but stayed in their original places. However, a ripple of energy immediately came from them, followed by a suffocating atmosphere that spread through the air. The tens of thousands of mercenaries wishing to enter the Death Forest instantly felt an oppressive pressure, making it difficult for them to breathe. The other surrounding mercenaries were shocked at this scene as well. Even though the oppressive energy was not directed at them, they still felt a trace of it, but even this little bit made them sense its terror, the taste of death. One could only imagine how those directly facing this energy would feel. Are these really just remnants of the battlefield? A timid mercenary trembled and asked, I just heard the call, form the battle array. Is this what a military formation looks like? Too frightening. No movement yet. It's almost as if they're casting magic. Another also shuddered in fear. My neighbor's aunt's son's wife's third husband's sixth wife's brother was in the army, and I haven't heard of such a terrifying battle formation. It must be only prince and soldiers who are this strong, said someone knowledgeable. Xuanhuan created this kind of battle formation called the Soul Assault Formation, which specifically attacked the enemy's willpower. Those whose willpower was weaker than the guard team would definitely feel the most feared emotion in their hearts, usually being the dread of death. Right now, the tens of thousands of mercenaries facing it were mostly experiencing feelings of death. Kill! Dong Yi shouted. Kill! The 3,000 guards roared in unison. At the sound of this single word kill, those among the 10,000 mercenaries with timid hearts had their livers burst, and they fell down motionless, already dead. The others turned pale. Without hesitation, the guard team acted. Under the state of fear, the 10,000 mercenaries had virtually no combat ability, and within less than 10 minutes, all were lying on the ground, having lost their lives. Other onlooking mercenaries stood rooted to the spot in fright at this sight. Some stronger mercenaries noticed that after this slaughter, the guard team not only hadn't consumed any energy, but had become even more energetic and powerful. This frightened them further. Strengthening themselves through killing. What kind of technique was this? In the future, would they kill anyone they didn't like just to make themselves stronger? This is the result of opposing His Highness's orders. Dong Yi declared loudly. None of the mercenaries dared to speak up. All they wanted to do was leave the range of the Death City and never return. There's no need to be afraid either. As long as you don't oppose the prince's orders, our prince is very welcoming to everyone coming to Death City. The mercenaries remained silent. They wanted to leave, but dared not leave, because the guard team was still watching them. The prince said, "We are not preventing you from surviving, but on the premise that you follow our rules." The prince plans to establish a mercenary guild where various tasks are available. Taking mercenary jobs can earn both commission and points. Details are written over there. You can check for yourselves. Dong Yi then pointed towards a row of wooden signs far away. Intimidated by the solemnity of the guard team, those who wished to leave couldn't, but deal with the situation first by checking the wooden signs. Wow. Cutting down a tree and transporting it to a designated place gets you 5 silver coins and 50 points. There's carpentry work paying 5 gold coins per day and 500 points daily. I know how to do that. They accept monster meat too. The cheapest Qing rabbit meat costs 1 silver coin per pound and gives 10 points. Though other places pay the same amount, it's close here. You can sell right out of the forest. What exactly is the use of these points? There's a description here regarding the usage of points. You can use points to upgrade mercenary ranks and exchange things. For now, the only thing you can buy is entry time into the forest. 1 day of entry requires 100 points. I'll go chop trees. This is safer and more profitable than hunting monsters. I'll take the carpentry job. Be sure, to take on these missions, you need to register as a mercenary first. In that case, I'll register. But where do I register? Dong Yi smiled while observing the lively scene and headed towards the tent where Xuanhuan was located. Your Highness, it has gone exactly as you predicted. Those mercenaries are very enthusiastic. Dong Yi respectfully reported. That's good. You might be busy next. Xuanhuan chuckled. Xuanhuan took out a stack of blueprints and handed them to Lu He, saying, construct the Death City according to the design on these blueprints. Yes, Your Highness. Lu He accepted the blueprints. In the following days, Xuanhuan had originally planned to slack off, but those helping with the construction of Death City couldn't understand his design plans. Having no choice, he had to personally take charge of the guidance. Xuanhuan incorporated many modern features into the design, such as running water and underground pipelines, things that could be used without electricity. It wasn't surprising that they didn't understand. Time passed day by day, and more mercenaries came to Death City. The mercenaries also had families. Although their families didn't meet the requirements for applying as mercenaries, the population in Death City kept increasing, along with opportunities. You could earn money doing almost anything. Resources in Death City were scarce, but merchants saw business opportunities, and so more merchants started coming to Death City. Death City changed every day. In just 2 months, the basic infrastructure was complete. A brand new wooden Death City was finally built. The current Death City was bustling with life, but what troubled Xuanhuan was that not many people wanted to settle there. Initially, he thought it might be because others weren't confident about the sturdiness of wood-built houses, but after demonstrating that the houses wouldn't be damaged even when cut by a sword or burned by fire, they were amazed. Still, no one was willing to settle. Most preferred to spend high prices staying at the taverns opened by Xuanhuan rather than buy houses there. Later, he found out why. They were afraid of other races inside the Death Forest. As for the undead, it went without saying. 100 years ago, the undead had once wiped out the original Death City, and since then, they hadn't appeared again. But the orcs were another matter entirely. They enjoyed raiding and killing humans. The current Death City was located right next to the forest, and now that there were so many humans gathered, it was only a matter of time before the orcs organized an attack on Death City. There were over 10,000 orcs in the Death Forest, and orcs were natural-born warriors. Once an orc reached adulthood, they had the strength equivalent to that of a great Earth-level warrior among humans. After excluding the young and old, there were approximately 4 adult orcs capable of fighting. For myriads of warriors at the Earth level, it made them lose confidence in Death City's ability to defend itself, which is why no one dared to settle down. Chapter 40. The Giant Race. Inside the City Lord's residence of Death City at night, Xuanhuan gathered Lu He, Da Hao, the 14 captains, and Shui gang together. The 8 of them sat around a table eating hot pot. Here's to the successful construction of our new Death City. Xuanhuan raised his glass toward everyone. Congratulations, Your Highness. They all congratulated him, their faces beaming with smiles. Tonight, I've called you all together for 2 reasons. First, to celebrate the establishment of the new Death City. Second, to discuss the development issues of Death City. While the city has been built, no one is willing to settle here. The main reason is that everyone fears the other races within the Death Forest, especially the So Rinju, Beastmen race. Xuanhuan looked at Shui gang. Master Shui gang, your dwarf race also resides in the Death Forest. Do you know which races are friendly to humans, and which ones are hostile? After thinking for a moment, Shui gang replied. While there are many races in the Death Forest, the larger ones include our dwarves, the elves, and the beastmen. We dwarves have always traded with humans, and thus have a good relationship. The elves aren't very friendly to humans because we often cause trouble around their elf lake, but they won't actively attack us either. As for the beastmen, even though their name contains the character for person, They are barely different from beasts, treating other races as food. Is there any possibility of taming the beastmen? Asked Xuanhuan. The beastmen were a powerful race. If they could be subdued, it would be a great help to Death City. It's impossible. Beastmen are harder to subdue than magical beasts. Magical beasts can sign contracts, but beastmen cannot. They are too intellectually limited and cannot communicate effectively. Xuanhuan replied confidently. After hearing this, Xuanhuan seemed somewhat disappointed. Seeing Xuanhuan's disappointment, Xuanhuan said, "If your highness wants to tame a race to enhance the strength of Death City, I suggest trying the giants." The giants? Are they in the Death Forest? Xuanhuan was surprised since he had read about the disappearance of the giant race over 100 years ago. Yes, there are still giants in the Death Forest, though their numbers are few. Only about 300 remain. Saying this, Xuanhuan's eyes reflected sorrow. How can we subdue them? Xuanhuan was heartened, knowing the giants were a formidable race. Even with just 300, it would represent an immense force due to their innate superhuman strength and defensive abilities comparable to dragons. Their only downside was that they couldn't use magic and were naturally weak against it. The giants are not doing well now. Although they are strong, their birth rates are extremely low. Over the past century, they have been searching for ways to improve their fertility. For the past 100 years, not a single new giant has been born. If this continues, after this generation dies, there may really be no more giants left, sighed Xuanhuan. What should we do then to bring them under control? Asked Xuanhuan. Since giants were friendly towards humans, solving their fertility problem could be the way. You say there hasn't been a single giant born in the last 100 years? What is the reason for this, do you know? Wondered Xuanhuan. They have been cursed. 100 years ago, the reason the undead massacred Death City was to use human souls to curse the giants, explained Xuanhuan. So the reason behind the undead massacre of the city 100 years ago was this. Everyone was shocked. After some thought, Xuanhuan asked, "Do you know where the giants are?" "They are deep within the Death Forest looking for the undead, hoping to find a way to lift the curse. If your highness wants to find them, I can go back to my people and consult the clan leader." "The giants left a way to contact them when they departed," replied Xuanhuan. "In that case, please help make contact." "Do you, your highness, have a solution?" Xuanhuan sounded delighted. "I'm not entirely sure yet. I'll need to see the curse affecting the giants to confirm." Indeed, Xuanhuan wasn't completely confident, although he did have methods to break curses from his time as an infant stage practitioner. There were multiple spells, but whether they'd work was uncertain. A curse able to affect a race for over 100 years was undoubtedly powerful. "I will set out for home tomorrow and speak to the clan leader," said Xuanhuan, visibly happy since his dwarf race and the giant race were excellent friends. The giants had long helped the dwarves. Without the giants' assistance, the relatively weak combat capabilities of the dwarves might have led to their extinction long ago. "Good." Xuanhuan nodded. Afterwards, Xuanhuan said, "Since the beastmen cannot be tamed, we'll have to kill them. How? Tomorrow send some people to investigate the situation. Team captains, prepare for the expedition." "Yes, your highness," they all replied simultaneously. The next morning, Xuanhuan set out for the dwarves' territory and returned with news before noon. "Your highness, our chieftain has informed the giants, who sent a message saying they will immediately send someone over. By evening, they should reach the dwarves' domain," said an excited Xuanhuan. "So soon?" Xuanhuan was taken aback. "Your highness doesn't know how much the giants value this curse. Even if there is the slightest possibility of removing it, they won't let it go. As soon as they heard you could help, they immediately dispatched their strongest, xiuxian. He's even a saint-level warrior," said Xuanhuan enviously. "In that case, let's go to your place and wait for him to arrive." Indeed, Xuanhuan had underestimated how seriously the giants took this curse. A curse that could lead to their extinction would naturally be treated as the most crucial matter of the whole race. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan set off towards the dwarves' territory. Along the way, Xuanhuan asked, "You just called xiuxian big brother. He must not be very old, right?" "Xiuxian is still young, barely 200 years old." "How old? 200 years? That's not old." Xuanhuan was speechless. "What's wrong?" Xuanhuan asked curiously. "Nothing. How about you? How old are you?" Xuanhuan inquired. "I'm only 107, just having reached adulthood." Xuanhuan was once again left speechless. For these races, living hundreds of years was normal, calling it just adulthood. He had lived 2 lifetimes and still hadn't reached a fraction of their ages. Death City wasn't far from the dwarves' territory, and the two quickly arrived at the dwarves' domain. Upon entering the dwarves' land, what Xuanhuan saw was different from what he had imagined. He had expected to hear blacksmithing sounds everywhere, but instead, only scattered sounds of hammers were heard. Xuanhuan noticed Xuanhuan's confusion and explained, "With the iron refining techniques and mass production methods you gave us, now we only forge special items. We no longer make ordinary things ourselves." "I see." Xuanhuan nodded in understanding. Chapter 41, The Curse of the Giant Tribe. The dwarf chief joyfully received Xuanhuan. When Xuanhuan learned that Xuanhuan was the young chief, he was very surprised. After seeing Xuanhuan's gaze, Xuanhuan just chuckled softly and acted modestly. After chatting with the dwarf chief about some forging insights for around 3 hours, a boom sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from outside. Xiuxian from the giant tribe had arrived. Seeing Xiuxian, who was 10 meters tall, Xuanhuan realized how much knowledge he had truly gained. Although he had read descriptions of giants in books and mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked when encountering a real-life giant. Giants have exactly the same appearance as humans. They're just an enlarged version of a human, or conversely, humans are the reduced version of giants. Xiuxian wasn't wearing any clothing on his upper body. Each of his six-pack abs was the size of a cow, which made Xuanhuan envious. This is what Xuanhuan would consider as a real muscular man. Hearing the noise, the dwarves also came out one after another, happily gathering around Xiuxian to greet him. Has Princeton arrived? Xiuxian learned Xuanhuan's identity from the dwarf chief, but might not have noticed Xuanhuan because in giants' eyes, dwarves and humans are all short. When Xiuxian spoke, his voice was like thunder. It was the first time Xuanhuan heard a giant speak, and all he could hear were buzzing sounds in his ears. This is Princeton of the Daxiao Empire, and also our close friend. The dwarf chief introduced while pulling Xuanhuan, whose ears were still buzzing. Princeton, greetings. Xuanhuan tried to say hello and shake hands with Xiuxian, but after looking at Xiuxian's massive palm, he silently pulled back his hand, fearing it might be crushed. Greetings, Your Highness. I'm uncertain if you can indeed remove the curse of our giant tribe. If you succeed, we will offer our friendship and perform any task for you. Xiuxian's immense voice boomed. I cannot confirm yet, but I would like to examine the curse within your body. May I? Xuanhuan didn't beat around the bush since Xiuxian spoke so directly. You may? What do you need to do? Just touching your body will suffice. No problem, come ahead. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate. He walked up to Xiuxian and placed his hand on Xiuxian's toe, unable to reach anywhere else. At this moment, Xuanhuan inexplicably remembered a joke from his previous life, jumping to hit his knee. Even an ordinary person wouldn't easily reach Xiuxian's knee. Shaking off these random thoughts, Xuanhuan began seriously probing Xiuxian's body for the curse. As his consciousness entered Xiuxian's body, Xuanhuan clearly felt an enormous force. This was the internal fighting energy of Xiuxian. While exploring inside Xiuxian's body and circling around a few times, Xuanhuan did not find anything unusual, making him feel puzzled. How could this be? Releasing Xiuxian's toe, Xuanhuan frowned deeply. How's it going? Xiuxian asked. I haven't found anything abnormal within you. Xuanhuan truthfully replied. It's not your fault. We've sought help from many experts of different races. Healers have examined us, but still couldn't discover the issue. Although Xiuxian said this, disappointment and sadness still showed in his eyes. Could their giant race be destined for extinction? Thank you for your assistance. Xiuxian thanked Xuanhuan. Without answering, Xuanhuan was deep in thought. Why was it so? Could it be that they weren't really cursed? No, it was impossible. Otherwise, how could there be no birth of new giant children for 100 years? Just as Xiuxian was about to leave, Xuanhuan suddenly thought of something and asked, did the other races that examined you only check male giants? And they couldn't find a reason either? Upon hearing this, Xiuxian thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and he said, yes, how did you know? I think the necromancer's curse probably targeted the female giants, which is why males can't detect the issue. Xuanhuan voiced out his idea. I will immediately notify our chief to send a female giant over. After saying this, Xiuxian eagerly used their unique method of communication with the leader of the giant tribe. A long while later, Xiuxian opened his eyes and said, if it is true that the curse was laid upon female giants, whether or not you can remove the curse, you will gain the friendship of our giant tribe, and similarly, they can assist you in doing something. Xiuxian was now joyful. Although it hadn't been confirmed yet, he guessed that Xuanhuan's assumption was correct. They couldn't figure it out before because the Czech giants were males, who were not affected by the curse. As night fell, things were yet to be concluded. This time, the giant tribe came with 10 people, their chief Xiuxian along with 2 elders and 7 female giants. Among the females were both tall and short ones. Though Xuanhuan couldn't tell their ages, there was obviously a little girl, because she was only 3 meters tall. After exchanging pleasantries with Xuanhuan, Chief Xiuxian eagerly requested Xuanhuan to examine the females they brought. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan extended his hand toward the little 3-meter-tall girl beside him. Using his spiritual senses, he entered her body and, as expected, felt the curse around her navel. He attempted to use the spell cleansing technique to clear the curse, finding it unexpectedly easy. Within less than 3 seconds, the curse had been neutralized. Retracting his spiritual senses, Chief Xiuxian anxiously looked at Xuanhuan and asked, how's it going? Did you find the curse? I did. Xuanhuan smiled in response. The group of giants collectively let out a sigh of relief. That's great. Can you remove it? If so, what materials do you need us to find right away? Chief Xiuxian excitedly said. Xiuxian was moved to tears. He became the chief exactly the year the curse hit the tribe. Becoming chief meant bringing the curse upon his own people, making him feel like a sinner who had let down his people and ancestors. For 100 years, he had only 2 goals, to lift the curse first and then destroy the undead race. But for 100 years, not only could they not lift the curse, they didn't even know much about it or manage to find any undead creatures. Now things were looking up, as they had finally found the curse, giving him immense hope. No materials needed, because I already removed the curse from her, Xuanhuan said. What? It's already gone. All the giants were shocked. The curse wasn't complex, so it was quite easy to lift, Xuanhuan explained. Well, Chief Xiuxian stuttered, having something on his mind but unsure how to say it. Xuanhuan understood what he was thinking and said, I will first help the other few girls, and you can ask others from other races to help remove the curse from the remaining females. Princeton, I'm not doubting you, but... Before he finished, Xuanhuan smiled and said, I understand. Anyone would have doubts. Thank you for your understanding. If it turns out you're successful, I will definitely apologize for doubting you. Afterward, all the giants bowed to Xuanhuan. Chapter 42, The Plan to Build the Inner City. After the giant clan left, Xuanhuan and the dwarf chief discussed the matter of selling weapons in the Death City. Shui Gang followed him away from the capital, so the dwarf weapon shop in the capital had to be closed down. Therefore, Xuanhuan directly opened a large weapon shop for Shui Gang in Death City. The dwarf chief very readily agreed. Most residents of Death City were mercenaries, so weapons there might sell better than in the capital and would see more consumption. When Xuanhuan returned to the Lord's manor, Dahao was waiting for him in the hall. Your Highness, we've received news from the Orc clan, Dahao said immediately upon seeing Xuanhuan return. What news? Xuanhuan asked casually, because he did not regard the Orc clan seriously at all. Probably due to the large-scale construction activities recently, the Orc clan has found out about this new city. They have already gathered 10,000 orcs and sent them towards our Death City, and they should arrive the day after tomorrow. 10,000? Didn't we cut down all the trees outside when building the city and leave a large open space? Let them all die there. That way, people inside the city will see the resolve of Henin. Xuanhuan commanded. Yes, Your Highness, Dahao replied with excitement. The battle must be resolved quickly, only then can the people within the city feel safer. Xuanhuan continued. Yes, Your Highness. Ever since their battle with the mercenaries, the guard's strength had reached an even higher level. Dealing with 10,000 Earth-level orcs would present absolutely no problem. Judging by their power classification, every single one of the 3,000-member guard force had achieved the 8th level of Earth Knight. The 4 captains were stronger still, all having advanced to the 2nd rank of Sky Knight. And Dahao's power was at the 9th grade of Sky Knight, just needing a little more to reach the Saint class. At that moment, a guard came to report. Dahao walked over, and the guard whispered a few sentences into his ear before leaving. Your Highness, it may not be possible to quickly deal with those 10,000 orcs, Dahao said as he came beside Xuanhuan. What's wrong? Xuanhuan questioned with bewilderment. Just received information shows that along with the orcs, this time, there are also shaman from the Orc clan, and 3 of them are coming. Orc shaman? This could get a bit tricky. Xuanhuan sank into deep thought. Orc shaman are considered a type of mage, different from regular orcs who possess high intelligence. Their magic differs entirely from humans. They lack combat prowess on their own, but their buffs greatly increase the combat capabilities of orc warriors. If all they do is enhance the orcs' fighting abilities, wouldn't it make sense to send someone to assassinate the helpless orc shaman? That doesn't work though, because the orc shaman possesses a troubling ability, Blessing of the Beast God. The first time Xuanhuan read about it in the library, he thought the description was utterly bizarre. According to books, when an orc shaman is killed, they will respawn at the orc altar unless the altar is destroyed. But there is a disadvantage too. An orc shaman has a fixed lifespan of 200 years. Once this time is up, death follows immediately without exception. What puzzled Xuanhuan was why the orc shaman had come out this time. Normally, they would give beneficial enchantments to orc warriors before they set out, never leaving the orc temple. This time, they not only came out, but 3 of them came at once. The difference between casting beneficial enchantments before departure versus doing so on-site is enormous. Enchantments cast before departure generally last longer, but have lesser effects, while on-site enchantments last shorter durations, but are incredibly powerful. There are even spells that sacrifice other orcs to briefly elevate one orc warrior to the Saint class. Your Highness, shall I go kill the 3 shamans of the orcs and let them reincarnate back? Dahao asked. No need. Just let things play out as they will. Shamans who rely on the altar for power are, in my eyes, just like that. What is not cultivated by oneself is ultimately not one's own. Xuanhuan laughed. Send people to announce the matter of the orc shamans in the city. Exaggerate their strength as much as possible, Xuanhuan instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Though Dahao didn't understand Xuanhuan's intentions, he didn't ask. He had never understood His Highness's thinking, yet the results were unexpectedly good. Before long, the word about the orc shaman spread through Death City. Did you hear? The orc clan has dispatched 10,000 warriors to attack Death City. 10,000? That shouldn't scare Death City, right? The guards are much stronger than the orcs. If it were only 10,000 orc soldiers, of course, they wouldn't be able to take Death City. However, this time the orc clan has sent out 3 shamans. What? 3 shamans? We're doomed. Let's run. Are orc shamans really that terrifying? You're running as soon as you hear about it. You're just a kid, you don't know anything. You should know that the Beastmen shamans can turn the Beastmen warriors into Saint-class beings. Imagine 10,000 Saint-level warriors attacking Death City. Would there be any way out? What? Beastmen shamans are this crazy? They sure are. In no time, the morale within Death City was in chaos. In less than a day, the once bustling Death City had turned into an empty city. Your Highness, there are hardly any people left in Death City now, Luha said as he watched Xuanhuan leisurely drinking tea. Hardly anyone, so there are still some left then. How many exactly? Asked Xuanhuan. There are 8 mercenary groups remaining, though they're all small ones, and in total, they only consist of a little over 1,000 people. 8 mercenary groups for a little over 1,000 people. On average, that's not even 100 per group. Xuanhuan smiled. In fact, mercenaries weren't really that many. That number of over 1,000 also included their families. Luha chuckled bitterly, wondering why His Highness wanted to scare everyone away like this. You don't understand why I did this, do you? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. I do not fully understand. This way, Death City, already short on population, becomes even more deserted. However, Your Highness must have your reasons, Luha replied. It's actually not that complicated. I just didn't want them living inside the city. Those who flee at the mere mention of danger aren't fit to live in Death City. Once we've taken care of the Beastmen issue, they will come back, but by that time, Death City will be divided into an inner city and an outer city, leaving them confined to the outer city. Do you understand what I mean? Xuanhuan said indifferently. Understood. Luha was suddenly enlightened after hearing this. The prince intended only his own people would be allowed inside the city walls. Your Highness, what about the members of those 8 mercenary groups? Luha asked. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, send someone to ask if they're willing to swear allegiance to Death City. Bring those who agree to see me, and leave the others alone. Yes, Your Highness. Luan accepted the order and left. Xuanhuan had originally planned to sell properties publicly in Death City to make a profit, but now he had changed his mind. A carefully built Death City shouldn't go cheap to those who lack a sense of belonging. In the future, houses would be better reserved for his own trusted people. He wanted others to feel proud to become formal residents of Death City. Chapter 43, The Secret of the Beast God's Protection. Big Brother Teniu, do we really have to stay in Death City? A thin mercenary asked worriedly. Our Teniu mercenary group only has a few dozen people, and our reputation isn't great. If we want to develop, we must seize opportunities. This is an excellent opportunity, Teniu said seriously. But the orcs have 10,000 holy level warriors. How can we fight that? The orc shamans are indeed powerful, but it wouldn't be this absurd. When I was at the academy, I learned that orc shamans can only temporarily make orc warriors reach holy level, and there would only be a few at most, not 10,000. If they had that ability, then the world would have already been ruled by the orcs. But now you see, the total number of orcs in the Death Forest is around 100,000, far fewer than humans. Teniu analyzed. Even if only a few become temporarily holy, Death City might not be able to hold them off, the thin mercenary worriedly replied. You said it yourself, it may not be able to, which means there is still a chance it could. If it does, I've investigated Princeton. He never begrudges those who help him, so let's take a gamble on this. But, the thin mercenary wanted to say more, but was interrupted by another mercenary from outside. Leader, the Lord's Mansion sent word. They said if any mercenary group willing to pledge allegiance to Death City reports to the mansion immediately. Alright, I'll go right away. Teniu thought it was a great opportunity. When Teniu arrived at the Lord's Mansion, the leaders of the other 7 groups were already inside. Seeing everyone gathered, Xuanhuan put down his teacup and said, You 8 groups did well not to flee. Since you're here, that means you're willing to be loyal to Death City, right? We're willing, they all responded together. Great, from now on, you're part of Death City. Thank you, Lord. Since you've become part of Death City, you need to contribute to it. No issues with that, right? Xuanhuan looked at them and asked. No issues. They all answered simultaneously, though in their hearts, they thought, here it comes. The Lord might be planning for them to lead the charge. They expected the Lord to defend the city and place them in the most dangerous positions. Since there's no problem, I'll assign your tasks now. Death City will be divided into an inner and outer city, and your 8 groups will be responsible for building in 8 directions of the outer city. After speaking, Xuanhuan had Luha distribute blueprints to them. These blueprints are the designs for the outer city. Build according to what's indicated. Once the outer city is completed, you will be responsible for managing respective areas, and from then on, you'll become the 8 guards of the outer city. After finishing, Xuanhuan gave each of them a secret manual. This is Death Guard power. Cultivate diligently, don't let me down. The Death Guard power, created by Xuanhuan, was considered extremely powerful by the people of this world, allowing them to reach saint-level strength. However, compared to the immortal Death Guard power, it was much weaker. Holding the manual, they exchanged looks, unable to comprehend the situation. It wasn't what they had imagined at all. They hadn't done anything yet, but were already given control over a territory and received a manual. Was this some kind of trick? My lord, aren't you going to send us to fight against the orcs? A group leader timidly asked. Fight against the orcs? Your skills are too poor. Cultivate the manual I've given you carefully instead. There will be plenty of chances for merit in the future. Xuanhuan smiled as he answered. Thank you, my lord. Realizing Xuanhuan's intentions, they weren't being tricked, but rather genuinely dismissed because of their weak abilities, they excitedly thanked him. Not having to fight directly and still receiving benefits was something they had never dared to dream of. With excitement in their hearts, the leaders left the Lord's mansion. Dahao, where are the orcs now? Xuanhuan turned to Dahao beside him and asked. My lord, they should arrive at Death City in the afternoon. Too slow. Without an audience, there's no need to wait for them anymore. Go straight and confront them. Notify the 4 captains and set out. Yes, my lord. Dahao took his orders. After Dahao left, Xuanhuan shot up and flew toward the direction of the orcs. For Xuanhuan now, half a day's journey was merely the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan appeared directly before the 3 orc shamans. Who are you? One of the orc shamans shouted after noticing Xuanhuan's sudden appearance. Orcs outside hearing the shout rushed in and surrounded Xuanhuan. You dare to attack my Death City and don't even know who I am. Xuanhuan chuckled. Ah, it's His Majesty Princeton, one of the shamans said. So, you do recognize me. You orc shamans rarely leave the orc temple. Why did 3 of you come this time? Xuanhuan curiously asked. Since you're here, it saves us the trouble of going over there. Just hand over the great earth tortoise to us, and we guarantee an immediate retreat, one of the shamans said. Is this about xuanhu? Xuanhuan asked curiously. What do you want xuanhu for? It wouldn't hurt to tell you. Once the great earth tortoise is refined, our lifespans will be extended. I see. Xuanhuan suddenly understood. These shamans wanted to use xuanhu to increase their lifespan. After saying that, Xuanhuan pointed a finger at them, and 3 flashes of light shot past, hitting through the heads of the 3 Beastman shamans. The nearby Beastman warriors roared upon seeing this and immediately charged toward Xuanhuan, but he didn't move a muscle. He activated his protective combat chi, letting them slash at him while staring intently at the bodies of the 3 shamans. trying to figure out how they could reincarnate. Before his very eyes, the three beastman corpses slowly dissolved into starry lights and vanished before him, leaving nothing behind. Xuanhuan watched throughout, and then smiled knowingly. So this was the secret. If Xuanhuan hadn't yet reached the yuaning stage, he might not have noticed the trick behind the beast god's protection. But now, with Xuanhuan's insight, he quickly figured out the secret of the reincarnation provided by the beast god's protection. The three shaman figures had never actually been real. These were equivalent to avatars. The principle was similar to Xuanhuan's avatar talismans. Xuanhuan guessed that the beastman's altar probably had the ability to produce something akin to those avatar talismans. Realizing this, Xuanhuan instantly lost interest in the beastman altar, as his own avatar talisman was far more convenient than the beastman altar. Beastman warriors around him kept hacking furiously towards him, shouting all the while. Xuanhuan ignored them and flew away because Da Hao had arrived with the 4 captains and the guard squad. He left all the beasts for the guards to grow stronger from. Without the beastman shaman's buffs, the beastman warriors were no match for the guard squad. The battle ended quickly. Watching the growing strength of the guard squad, Xuanhuan still thought they were too weak. His gaze turned to the lair of the beastmen tribe. Chapter 44, Beast God's Avatar. Da Hao, the 4 captains, you follow me to the barbarian's lair. Everyone else, return and guard the necropolis. Xuanhuan ordered. Yes, your highness. Everyone replied in unison. The guards of Death City were quite powerful, but they lacked high-end combat strength. There were only himself, xuanhuan, and Da Hao. If they encountered a saint-level opponent, Da Hao would not be capable of dealing with it yet, let alone the 4 captains. Therefore, Xuanhuan decided to cultivate Da Hao and the 4 captains first. Otherwise, when facing strong opponents, he'd have to fight alone. Who was protecting whom? Xuanhuan also called xuanhuan directly. The beast folk had some abilities. If they could produce a few saints in a short time, then he wouldn't be afraid, as Da Hao's defensive power would also handle it well. However, he couldn't protect the 4 captains, so having xuanhuan around would add more security. 6 people and 1 turtle soon arrived at the lair of the beast folk. The beast folk lived in caves. Their god shrine was inside a hollowed-out small mountain where they built their temple. At that moment, the 3 revived beast folk priests were telling 2 very old beast folk priests about what had just happened. Great priest, we didn't expect him to come so quickly this time. Give us 10,000 beast folk warriors, and we'll make 10 saint-level warriors, surely capturing the great earth turtle again, the 3 angrily said. The 3 priests were indeed furious. They had originally planned to use 10,000 beast folk soldiers after reaching the necropolis to create 10 saint-level warriors and steal the great earth turtle. But before even reaching there, they were found and killed by Xuanhuan, ruining their plans. Never mind. From your description earlier, that Xuanhuan from the Daya Empire is very powerful. Even with 10 saint-level warriors, bringing back the great earth turtle might still fail, since the created saints can only last for half an hour. With Xuanhuan plus the great earth turtle, I think they can endure that long, the great priest analyzed. So what should we do now? Send 20,000 warriors. No need. They've already come, the great priest smiled. Just as he finished speaking, Xuanhuan and his companions appeared at the entrance to the beast folk shrine. When Da Hao was about to destroy the door to the shrine, it opened automatically, and an elderly voice came from inside. Welcome, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled faintly, without fear, entering the shrine with xuanhuan, followed by the others. Inside the shrine, it wasn't too large, and soon Xuanhuan arrived at the center to meet 5 priests of the beast folk. 3 younger ones he recognized, the same 3 he had killed earlier. There were also 2 older ones, and it was likely one of them who spoke earlier. Xuanhuan observed them, while they observed him as well. Famous across the continent, yet prince and looks so young. Truly admirable. The great priest remarked with awe. Then the great priest continued. However, you seem overly confident, daring to venture into beast folk territory and enter this shrine. This death forest falls within my jurisdiction. Where within my territory cannot I go? Xuanhuan responded with a smile. As he spoke these words, Xuanhuan subtly communicated to Da Hao and the others to leave, because something about the beast folk shrine felt off. The altar inside gave him a dangerous vibe, signaling potential trouble ahead. He feared he might not be able to protect Da Hao and the others. Da Hao and the others understood his intent, and slowly retreated toward the entrance. The great priest saw their actions and laughed. Since you're here, don't plan on leaving. Stay and become sacrifices to the beast god. Upon finishing, the 5 priests surrounded the altar and began chanting. In response, Xuanhuan immediately launched an attack, but before his energy even reached them, it was neutralized by the light emitted from the altar. Repeated attacks yielded the same futile results, all blocked by the altar's glow. Soon after, a simultaneous shout resounded. Beast god descends. Following their cry, the altar released brilliant light, revealing a dark silhouette from its center. A grotesque monster emerged above the altar, a blue-faced beast with fangs, human-like torso, bull's head, and pig's snout. We welcome the beast god. The 5 priests bowed reverently. Why has our lord been summoned? A massive voice thundered through the shrine. Great beast god, the xiuxian turtle you desired, along with several capable humans, have all been sacrificed to you. After hearing this, the beast god turned its gaze toward xuanhuan, then at them, finally resting on Xuanhuan, revealing a look of confusion. What race are you? Why do you have such a powerful life energy? No, you're just a human who has reached the saint level. The powerful life energy comes from the child in your body. Why would a male be pregnant? The beast god was confused. Xuanhuan mocked internally. You're the one who's pregnant, your whole family is. Ha ha ha, great. This time, the sacrifices not only include the great earth turtle, but also a human with a child carrying strong life energy inside. Excellent. I feel this child is even more valuable than the great earth turtle. The beast god was extremely delighted. After speaking, the beast god reached out to grab Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan used all his martial arts and magic. Dahao and the 4 captains beside him also quickly rushed toward the beast god, but they lacked the ability to even momentarily hinder the beast god's arm, and were knocked flying aside, lying motionless on the ground. Xuanhuan's martial arts and magic were no match for the beast god. His defenses were shattered instantly. Rubbing his sore arm, he glanced at the unconscious people and Xuanwu sprawled on the floor. Xuanhuan gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected that a simple encounter would result in him being overpowered by the beast god. How was he supposed to fight now? If it wasn't for Xuanwu and Dahao and the others, he could still use his last resort of fleeing, separating his Yuan to escape. Given the current situation, he had no choice but to fight. Abandoning them to escape on his own was something he couldn't do, as it would not align with his cultivation principles. Observing the flickering figure of the beast god, Xuanhuan realized that this wasn't the true form of the beast god. If even the avatar was so powerful, how much stronger would it be if the true form showed up? Not the true form. Xuanhuan suddenly thought of something. He looked at the altar. The beast god's avatar was summoned through the altar. If he could destroy the altar, then the beast god's avatar should vanish. Realizing this, Xuanhuan used the xiuxian technique from the immortal arts, instantly appearing before the altar, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Before the beast god could react, the altar exploded with a bang, shattering into pieces. With the altar's destruction, the beast god and the 5 priests disappeared within the shrine. Xuanhuan discovered that neither martial arts nor magic affected the altar, so he tried using spiritual power. He didn't expect it to work so effectively. Phew. Never thought the spiritual power from immortality cultivation would be far better than martial arts and magic. I've been foolishly ignoring the immortal arts. Chapter 45, Arrangement. A day later, Xuanhuan left the orc tribe with everyone. At the same time, the orc tribe inside the death forest disappeared from then on, and the 4 captains also reached the 6th level of Sky Warriors. This matter seemed to have been fraught with danger, but ended safely. But Xuanhuan understood that it was because the beast god had underestimated him and didn't try to kill him immediately. Otherwise, he would probably have died during the first strike. Moreover, this was just a fraction of the beast god's power. Xuanhuan realized that he had underestimated the natives of this world. He did not know if the beast god was a god-level being in this world. If so, then the gap between the god level and the saint level was too great. Originally planning to quickly subjugate the races within the death forest, Xuanhuan now changed his strategy. Although the orcs were one of the 3 major races in the death forest, this was only because their population exceeded 10,000. They were merely large in number. In terms of strength, they still ranked lower. In the death forest, there were many races stronger than the orcs, but with fewer numbers, such as the giants who numbered only 300, the undead whose numbers were also limited, and the elves, all of which were among the top-tier races. If an orc tribe could possess such formidable trump cards, other races must have even stronger combat abilities. Only now did Xuanhuan realize that reaching the divided spirit realm wouldn't be as easy as he'd originally thought. The various races posed a problem, but the greatest trouble was the demons within the death forest. Demons in the death forest were everywhere. Even the powerful races in the death forest only lived at the outer edges, slightly inward. The true rulers of the death forest were the powerful demons inside. Xuanhuan now suspected that there might be divine beasts in the death forest. Inside the city lord's mansion, the 4 captains, starting tomorrow, each month you are to lead a team into the death forest for training. Leave 3 teams to protect Death City, said Xuanhuan to the 4 captains. Yes, your highness. If you encounter mercenaries entering the death forest for adventure, check if they have the right to adventure. If they don't, kill them. If adventuring mercenaries in trouble have proper rights, remember to rescue them. In case of special situations, keep this point clear. We will try to protect those who follow the rules, but those who don't obey the rules will face death. Yes, your highness. Luha, spread the news about the extermination of the orc race in the death forest. Xuanhuan instructed Luha. Yes, your highness. How have the 8 remaining mercenary groups fared these past few days? Asked Xuanhuan. I've already given them gold coins, and they have begun building the outer city according to your orders, Luha replied respectfully. That's good. Inform them to collect citizen certificates from the City Management Bureau tomorrow. Also, regarding the previous instruction to have the families of the guard units brought to Death City, how is that going? Asked Xuanhuan. They should arrive at Death City in about 3 days. Most are willing to come, but some are hesitant, said Luha. Understandable. It's normal for them to hesitate when asked to move to an unfamiliar place. Those who come will be issued Death City citizenship documents, and work will be arranged for them. For those who wish to do business, shops will be rented to them at discounted prices. For those who don't want to engage in commerce, arrangements will be made for positions at the City Management Bureau or elsewhere. The city is just beginning its development, and there are many posts available. Yes, your highness, Luha replied. You may all go back to work now. Dahao, stay behind, instructed Xuanhuan. After Luha and the 4 captains left, Xuanhuan said to Dahao, Dahao, you've remained stuck at level 9 of the Sky Warrior level for quite some time now. This shows that there is a bottleneck in the Dahao divine skill. It might take a long time to reach saint level at this rate. Now, activate the battle chi inside you so I can examine whether the Dahao divine skill can be upgraded. Yes, your highness. Dahao immediately activated his battle chi. Xuanhuan now greatly admired the immortal path, a cultivation technique based heavily on a wide array of knowledge. Having reached the Yuan Ing stage himself, he now had a deeper understanding of the knowledge he had studied before and easily identified the shortcomings of the Da Hao divine skill. Within less than an hour, the Da Hao divine skill was remodeled, and it could now truly be considered a genuine divine skill. Follow this new method of practice, and you'll likely reach the saint level soon, said Xuanhuan, withdrawing his hand from Da Hao. Thank you, Your Highness. Da Hao was thrilled, feeling that places where his energy previously didn't flow smoothly were gradually opening up after following the method His Highness gave him. Perhaps within a few days, he might enter the saint level. A saint level. He could only fantasize about achieving such a state before meeting His Highness, but never imagined he could actually reach this point. After Da Hao also left, Xuanhuan came to Xuanwu's side. Xuanwu, what's wrong with you? Since you went to the Beastman tribe, you've been gloomy after returning. Xuanhuan, stroking Xuanwu's turtle shell, asked. I want to go inside there. Xuanwu looked in the direction of the Death Forest. Xuanwu started talking when he evolved to the saint level, but he basically never spoke unless he was alone with Xuanhuan. Inside there, Xuanhuan also looked in the direction of the Death Forest. Beasts love forests as much as humans love land. Although humans can float in water, they would surely be soaked if they stayed in it for too long. If you like going there, then go. Xuanhuan smiled and said, Will you really let me go? Xuanwu asked in surprise. What do you mean by let you go? It's as if I've been restricting your freedom all along. Even though you're my contract beast, I've never forced you. You didn't want to enter the contract space, and I never forced you to enter the contract space, did I? Xuanhuan smiled while looking at Xuanwu. Xuanwu thought about it and asked tentatively. So can I really go? Go ahead. Maybe you'll find a beautiful turtle wife inside, and when you have a bunch of little turtles, be sure to bring them for me to see. Xuanhuan joked. Xuanwu's face turned red. Xuanhuan was shocked. Could it be that his words hit the mark? Was Xuanwu actually experiencing spring fever? Thank you, Ihan. If anything happens, call me and I'll come right away. With those words, Xuanwu disappeared into the air with a whoosh. He really was shy. His turtle shell had turned red. Watching Xuanwu leave, Xuanhuan sighed. The turtle had gone off to look for love. Shaking his head, Xuanhuan returned to his room. He was going to start making citizen certificates and mercenary certificates. The citizen certificate was created using various techniques of celestial art that he had learned. Linked to the soul, it had functions such as recording, storage, transactions, communication, protection, and alerts, almost akin to a magical artifact. After expending a large amount of magic power, Xuanhuan copied a batch of citizen certificates, and then another batch of mercenary certificates. The mercenary certificate was simpler, with only recording and the universal trading function used across the continent. As the mercenaries' rank increased, their certificates could also be upgraded at the mercenary guild, adding new functions at that time. Chapter 46, Urban Development. As the news of the orcs' elimination spread, more and more people came to Death City. At first, many people didn't believe it, but when they found that there were truly no more orcs in the Death Forest, they finally believed and started flocking to Death City. The first ones to arrive were the mercenaries who had fled earlier. Although they had taken what they could before leaving, due to the urgency, some things were left behind. When they came back hoping to retrieve their items from the inner city, they were informed everything had been confiscated. Initially, they complained about why things they hadn't taken were confiscated, but when the guards showed up, they dared not utter another word. The construction of the outer city required vast amounts of supplies, combined with the unique magical beast materials exclusive to Death City. This attracted numerous merchants, which sped up the construction of Death City's outer area. In just 1 month, the outer city was basically completed. Previously, the wealthy merchants who had feared buying properties in the inner city, upon realizing Death City's strength after eliminating the orcs, wanted to buy houses there. But they discovered Death City no longer sold them, only allowing citizens of Death City to reside within the inner city. They asked how they could become citizens of Death City, but no one knew how exactly this could be done. In truth, Xuanhuan himself hadn't figured it out. Right now, it was all based on his mood. What he said went, whether favorable or not. The design for the outer city by Xuanhuan wasn't particularly unique, just modeled after other cities' architecture on the continent. Visitors arriving at Death City for the first time while still in the outer city would simply marvel at how prosperous Death City appeared. However, upon entering the inner city, they were astonished. The broad streets inside, the neat and clean pavements, the tree-built houses on both sides created an atmosphere that felt refreshing and invigorating. Every certain distance along the street, there was a wooden pole with a round transparent orb above it. At night, these orbs emitted light, illuminating the entire inner city as bright as day. At the center was a large square, where stood a 3-meter-high fountain in the middle. Under the lights at night, the fountain shone in colors like a rainbow, extraordinarily beautiful. People even named it Rainbow Spring. Now Rainbow Spring has become one of the major attractions of Death City, and anyone coming here would visit the square at night. Not doing so would make them feel like they'd wasted their trip. Your Highness, many merchants are inquiring about the glass installed in every household. Luha respectfully reported to Xuanhuan. Really? That's great. Xuanhuan smiled and said, Death City's development shouldn't solely depend on magical beasts in the forest. Glass was also a very good money-making project. If they want to buy, sell it to them. Make more glass products, Xuanhuan said calmly. Yes, Your Highness. Has the news about Death City accommodating refugees been circulated? Asked Xuanhuan. It has been. There are already some refugees coming to Death City. There will likely be more later, Luha replied. Good. The The farmland to be cultivated and the designated animal husbandry areas require lots of people. Arrange it well. Yes, Your Highness. Luha did not understand why the prince wanted to cultivate land and farm grain instead of directly purchasing food given the abundance of meat from magical beasts in the Death Forest and the daily influx of gold into Death City. In Luhi's view, cultivating grain and farming on such vast tracts of land seemed less profitable than expanding the manufacturing sector. Still, Luha did not question the prince's motives as he trusted there was deeper reasoning. Death City was undergoing rapid changes every day, its commerce flourishing, gradually moving onto a stable track. Everything was progressing positively. There were many public restrooms throughout the city, unlike other places often plagued with stench in certain spots. In Death City, whether inside or outside the city, urinating or defecating indiscriminately resulted in heavy fines. First offense being 1 gold coin, second 10 gold coins, third confiscation of tools. Rules were enforced strictly. The wastewater from the toilets was frequently managed by dedicated staff, used for irrigation purposes. Thanks to fertilization from human waste, crops grew well, delighting farmers who previously had been helpless due to infertile soil. They found it miraculous how effective the fertilizer was. What amazed them even more was whenever they needed rainwater to irrigate their crops, it rained promptly. Not too much, not too little, just enough to nourish the earth. This made them firmly believe Death City was under divine protection. In reality, all these were merely results of xiuxian using the rain summoning spell to assist them. After the grain harvest, the leftover straw was sent to the livestock farms. The livestock farms were on a large scale, housing a variety of species. These included tamed low-level magical beasts such as grass rabbits, earth pigs, wind sheep, and fire chickens. Law and order in Death City were excellent. In the inner city, members of the guard team patrolled regularly, while 8 teams were responsible for patrols in the outer city. The 8 mercenary groups that had once aligned with xiuxian now formed the outer 8 guards, their size far greater than it had been before. Whenever members of the outer 8 guards were seen patrolling the streets, mercenaries who had once known them couldn't help but feel envious. They regretted leaving Death City during its dangerous times, realizing they could have become part of this prestigious group if they hadn't. Food was abundant in Death City, with a wide variety of meats available at affordable prices due to farming. The good public order, clean environment, and numerous opportunities to make money made many people who came to Death City reluctant to leave. Houses in the outer city sold out quickly, earning xiuxian a substantial profit. Death City's development now didn't even require xiuxian's intervention. He spent his days contemplating how to make the various races within the Death Forest acknowledge him as their lord. Force would obviously not work. Xiuxian maintained a good relationship with the dwarf tribe, who did not hold particularly strong territorial claims. After discussing with the dwarf chief, the chief immediately acknowledged xiuxian as the lord. Of course, the dwarf chief did present a condition, that they should have priority rights to mine any or deposits discovered. Xiuxian readily agreed. Xiuxian also visited the elves. Though elves had a strong sense of territoriality, after Xiuxian promised not to disturb them and offered assistance in fending off those who might covet the elf lake, the elf king verbally acknowledged Xiuxian as their lord. Verbal agreement or not, it counted as success. The biggest challenge remained the magical beasts in the Death Forest. During one trip into its depths, Xiuxian felt an overwhelming sense of danger. But there was some good news. Xuanhuan had claimed a piece of land in the Death Forest as his own territory, indirectly making it part of Xiuxian's territory as well. This gave Xiuxian an idea, to let Xuanhuan unify the magical beasts of the Death Forest. Chapter 47, Capital News. Recently, Xiuxian has been staying by Xuanhu's side every day, modifying Xuanhu's body. Although Xuanhu is a divine beast, it still lacks much to be the overlord of the Death Forest. The current ruler of the Death Forest is a god-level skeleton. When Xiuxian learned this news from Xuanhu, he was shocked. He had thought it would be another type of god-level magical beast, but never expected it to be a skeleton. Xuanhu knows about this because that skeleton had visited Xuanhu and warned it not to disrupt the rules of the Death Forest. The rule was simple. The skeleton has the final say in the Death Forest, and divine beasts must not fight among themselves or kill magical beasts that have the potential to become divine beasts. Xiuxian thought this was a far-sighted skeleton. Given the vastness of the Death Forest, even if the skeleton were strong itself, it would struggle to manage without some powerful underlings. Upon learning this information, Xiuxian felt that reaching the Divided Soul realm seemed more out of reach than ever before. If he reached the Divided Soul phase, he might be able to challenge the skeleton, but without unifying the Death Forest, he wouldn't make it that far, thus creating a vicious cycle. So, Xiuxian pinned his hopes for unifying the Death Forest on Xuanhu. Perhaps when Xuanhu reached the god level, it could drive the skeleton away, but he also couldn't put all the weight of death on Xuanhu. What if Xuanhu, upon reaching the god level, still couldn't defeat the skeleton? Hence, Xiuxian turned his gaze toward the direction of the imperial capital. After parting with Xuanhu, Xiuxian returned to the city lord's mansion. Your Highness, we've received word from the capital stating that the Death City's territory is too large, and they want to partition off a portion. Luha said angrily after seeing Xiuxian. Luha, what's the situation at the capital? Asked Xiuxian. There are rumors saying that during the past year, Crown Prince, Second Prince, and Third Prince have been competing intensely, almost openly. But the Emperor couldn't bear it anymore, so he decided to back the 10th Prince. Now the 10th Prince has gained some power. Luha glanced at Xiuxian's expression, but saw nothing. The 10th Prince? My brother, huh? I didn't expect so much to have happened while I've been away from the capital for 2 years. Xiuxian said indifferently. He originally wanted no further dealings with the capital as long as they left him alone, But now that they're targeting him, he can't allow them to push him around. He's planning to expand his territory anyway, to carve out land. That means the Flowing City will be getting the only area bordering our Death City. Whose domain is the Flowing City? Asked Xuanhuan. Last year, the Emperor gave it to the 8th Prince, who supports the 1st Prince. Lu He carefully replied. Did the Emperor agree to divide Death City? Not yet, apparently because the 4 Eastern commanders have opposed it consistently, causing the Emperor to hesitate. They didn't consult my opinion at all, which seems peculiar to me. Have they forgotten about me already in just 2 years? Do they think my victory 2 years ago was pure luck? Or do they think Xuanwu has deteriorated over these 2 years? Xuanhuan wondered aloud. Highness, news of Death City has spread throughout the Daxiao Empire, even reaching other empires. There are rumors claiming that Death City is favored by deities, brimming with miracles and treasures everywhere, Lu He explained. I see, Xuanhuan understood then. Others are envious of Death City's wealth and intend to use its territorial size as leverage to extort benefits from him. As for Emperor Gusheng, perhaps he's afraid again. 3,000 wounded guards annihilating 10,000 beastmen, tribes probably kept him awake at night once more. At first, Emperor Gusheng had promised that as long as Xuanhuan stayed in Death City, no taxes would be collected. It seems regrettable now. Hadn't they imagined Death City turning into the richest city? They probably planned to suppress him through this opportunity. But the Emperor will likely agree soon, Lu He said. Why? We've just received word from the East, saying the 4 commanders have reaped substantial benefits, possibly meaning. Lu He left it unfinished. You mean they might stop opposing? Xuanhuan smiled. Lu He nodded. They certainly won't oppose any longer. In fact, their previous opposition was actually for gain, Xuanhuan chuckled lightly. Xuanhuan was familiar with those 4 in the East. They knew each other well. As long as they don't deliberately go against him, he wouldn't bother with them much, maybe issue a warning at most. That's why they dared to exploit this matter to squeeze out some extra benefits. How dare they act this way? Isn't that ungratefulness? If not for your highness, how could there even be there present today? Lu He was quite enraged after hearing this. It doesn't matter, it's better that they don't oppose. I'm curious to see whether my father emperor will compensate me for the territory taken without reason. Xuanhuan smiled. Half a month later, Xuanhuan received the document redefining the territorial boundaries, and there was no mention of compensation at all. After receiving the document and reading through it, Xuanhuan smiled again, writing 3 words on it. Disagree. Then handing it over to the eunuch who had come to deliver the edict. This is my reply, please give it to His Majesty. Xuanhuan looked at the eunuch with a smile. Seeing the smile, the eunuch trembled all over in fear, stammering. Yes, your highness, Princeton. The eunuch inwardly cursed Lu and Dogwin for sending him to deliver the edict to Princeton, just because he had muttered a few criticisms behind his back. Now he had been sent to deliver this fateful decree. Though Princeton was regarded as the guardian deity of the empire, loved by everyone, that only held true if you didn't offend him. If you did offend him, wasn't it common knowledge that Princeton was merciless, feeling uneasy unless several people were killed every day? Would His Highness, Princeton, tear him into pieces? If Xuanhuan heard this, he would certainly shout about being wronged. Take a message for me. Just as the eunuch was about to leave after hearing Xuanhuan speak, he trembled all over, thinking that Xuanhuan was going to kill him. Once he realized what was meant, he immediately humbly said, Your Highness, Princeton, this old servant will surely follow through completely. Tell His Majesty that I merely wish to remain peacefully in Death City. If the Empire needs help, as a prince, I will certainly spare no effort to contribute to the capital city. It is my duty. However, please do not arbitrarily deprive me of what I now possess, Xuanhuan said lightly. Yes, Your Highness, Princeton, this old servant will make sure to relay your message verbatim, replied the eunuch humbly. After the eunuch left, Dahan asked beside him, Highness, you have directly rejected His Majesty. Should we then prepare for war? What preparation needs to be made? We can continue as usual. There won't be a battle anytime soon. Xuanhuan stretched lazily. Dahan was puzzled but didn't ask, since the Highness said there wouldn't be a battle for now, then there absolutely wouldn't be one. Chapter 48, Court Deliberation. After the eunuch returned to the capital, he repeated every word that Xuanhuan had said to Emperor Gusheng. After hearing it, Emperor Gusheng angrily smashed a glass cup that had been sold from Death City with a PA sound. Does he want to rebel? How dare he talk to me like this? What nonsense is this about depriving him of something? Everything he has is because of me. Everything in the entire Daxiao Empire is mine. Emperor Gusheng roared furiously in his study. Your Majesty, please calm down. Death City wasn't very prosperous in the past. Crown Princeton might have suffered too much hardship. Now that things are finally looking up, perhaps Crown Princeton spoke hastily out of impatience. The Imperial Chief Manager Lu and decided after some thought to advise Emperor Gusheng. How does Death City getting richer have anything to do with the land near Riverlaw City? That area is all barren soil, with nothing on it. Dividing it to Riverlaw City would have no impact on his business at all. His refusal is intentional because he doesn't see me as authority. Emperor Gusheng did not de-escalate due to Luan's persuasion. Chief Manager Luan sighed inwardly. Your Majesty, what did you mean by transferring Death City's land to Riverlaw City? Could Dukan not see through it? Is Dukan someone who can be trifled with so easily? Today you could take away his land. Tomorrow couldn't you just take something else? How could Dukan possibly let you start something like this? Your Majesty. Luan was about to say more, but was interrupted by Emperor Gusheng. There's no need to say more. Pass it down. Crown Prince and does not listen to the Empire's arrangements and shows contempt for the Empire. Tomorrow we will gather officials to discuss this matter. Emperor Gusheng ordered. Yes. Luan, who had been beside Emperor Gusing for so many years, understood his temperament well. If he dared to say even one more word for Crown Prince and now, Emperor Gusing would vent his anger on him. Early the next morning, in the court assembly hall, Crown Prince Xuanhuan refused the empire's land planning policy and openly defied imperial law. I intend to strip him of his title and territory as Crown Prince and order him back to the capital for punishment. What do you all think? The time had passed, yet Emperor Gusing's anger hadn't dissipated. Father Emperor, I believe it would take an army of 100,000 troops to ensure his compliance with your command, chimed in the second prince, fanning the flames. Father Emperor, Xuanhuan's ability to exterminate the beastfolk race must depend on his great earth turtle. If you send dragon knights, I believe they can ensure his obedience to your orders, added the eldest prince, pouring oil on the fire. Besides the few princes, a significant majority wanted Emperor Gusing to summon Xuanhuan back. The industries Xuanhuan transferred in the capital provided them with considerable profits. In just 2 years, he established such a prosperous city. If Xuanhuan were brought back, there would surely be ways to split Death City among them, and the prospect of such wealth made them covetous. Sire, you mustn't, stood forward King Gujingu in protest. You disagree? Emperor Gusing glared fiercely at King Gujingu. Yes, sire, I do not agree, answered King Gujingu without fear. After hearing this, Emperor Gusing scoffed angrily. Humph. King Gujingu knew that this was a signal for him to continue. Sire, the empire's borders are far from peaceful, especially the Bayou Empire whose ambitions are ever growing, waiting for the right moment to invade us once again. Moreover, other empires always harbor ill intentions toward our daxia. If we dispatch an army to escort Duke and back to the capital, it may lead to internal unrest, thereby giving other empires an opportunity to attack us, which would be very troublesome, slowly explained King Gujingu. Is it only because of Xuanhuan that the other empires fear our Daxiao Empire? Interjected the third prince at this point. Has the third prince forgotten the event 2 years ago when Crown Prince and saved the empire? Asked King Gujingu, looking at him. It was because the Dragon Knights hadn't acted yet. If the strongest Dragon Knight contingent of our empire went to war, they could have repelled the Bayou Empire as well, argued the third prince. Upon hearing King Gujingu's words, Emperor Gusing became increasingly wary of Xuanhuan. Considering King Gujingu's status in the military sector, what he said largely represented the views of most generals. Still, now, the military remained loyal to Xuanhuan, which was not good news for Gusing. However, Emperor Gusing could not ignore King Gujingu's warning either. Should he really dispatch the Dragon Knights? Given Xuanhuan's temper, there might be actual combat involved, which could cause unnecessary casualties, a loss he could scarcely afford. Emperor Gusing was not one to neglect the bigger picture. Initially angered by Xuanhuan's response, Gusing, after understanding the current stance within the military, decided that he must temporarily restrain himself. Yet the words having already been spoken could not simply be overlooked. The Dragon Knights are currently unavailable. Does anyone else have any other ideas? Questioned Emperor Gusing. Seeing the sudden change in Emperor Gushing's attitude, everyone understood his meaning. He didn't want a real fight, but this issue could not simply be ignored either. Father Emperor, how about assigning this mission to the 10th Prince and have him lead an army of 100,000 troops to escort Dukan back to the capital, suggested the 3rd Prince. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Gushing was pleased within. That was right. Let the 10th Prince go. He was Xuanhuan's twin brother, and there was no way Xuanhuan would really engage in battle with him. Thus, Emperor Gushing wouldn't need to worry about any loss, while still showing his position towards Xuanhuan. Good, it's approved. Emperor Gushing happily agreed. Then he turned to look at Gu Zhiming, who stood below with a stunned expression. Zhiming, this matter is entrusted to you, Emperor Gushing commanded. Father Emperor, it's already decided. Emperor Gushing would not allow him to refuse. Father Emperor, Princess Mingyue has now become a mid-level magician. I think she could also lend a hand to the 10th Prince, said the eldest prince with malice lurking in his heart. Fine, let Mingyue join the military operation as well. Emperor Gushing immediately agreed to the eldest prince's suggestion. After the court assembly ended, Gu Zhiming went to Consort Yue with a confused look on his face. What? Your Majesty orders you to lead 100,000 troops to escort Dukan? Consort Yue cried out in surprise. Father Emperor also ordered Mingyue to accompany me. What? Mingyue is going too? Consort Yue looked astonished once more. Mother, what should I do now? Gu Zhiming had tears streaming down his face. He had always desired to lead troops, but now that his wish had come true and he even got command of a 100,000-strong army, he didn't want to escort Xuanhuan. Not only was Xuanhuan his elder brother, but also with Xuanhuan's war records and strength, there was no way he could win against him. Let me think. Consort Yue bent her head deep in thought. Mother, the eldest prince wants us brothers to kill each other. Why did father agree? Gu Yueshing asked sorrowfully. Mutual destruction? I get it now. Consort Yue smiled. What does mother know? Gu Yueshing remained puzzled. The emperor doesn't truly intend for you to escort your brother. It's just for show. Is that so? Based on my understanding of the emperor, that should be exactly it. Once you get there, don't do anything. Just treat it like you're taking your sister there for some sightseeing. Yes, mother. Gu Yueshing replied joyfully, fully trusting his mother's judgment. Chapter 49, The Visit of the Giant Tribe. Your Highness, something's wrong. The emperor has dispatched an army of 100,000 soldiers heading towards our death city. Dahao rushed to report to Xuanhuan. Dahao was very confused. Hadn't the prince said there wouldn't be a fight for now? In less than half a month, troops from the capital had come to attack them. How could His Excellency have miscalculated? Guihan found it strange. Given his understanding of Emperor Gusing, he wasn't someone who neglected the bigger picture. With the Empire's borders already unstable, why would he send such a massive army to Death City? Could it be that he now saw him as more of a threat than other empires? Who's leading the troops? Guihan looked at Dahao. It's your Excellency's younger brother, the 10th Prince, Gu Yueshing, and your Excellency's sister, Princess Gu Minghua. After finishing his sentence, Dahao curiously observed Guihan, wanting to see how he would react upon learning his siblings were commanding the forces. However, Guihan's response only left him more puzzled. He smiled. I see, don't worry about it. Once my younger brother and sister enter the range of Death City, just send someone to formally invite them here. Guihan said with a smile. Upon hearing that it was his own siblings leading the forces, Guihan immediately understood. Emperor Gusing was simply putting on a show because he couldn't let go of his pride. As for when he would withdraw the troops, Guihan guessed that once the emperor received some favors from him, the order to retreat would come. Your Highness, I will personally invite them over. Dahao finished, gripping his fists tightly. Guihan knew by the expression on his face that Dahao had misunderstood him. When I said invite, I meant truly inviting them, not in the way you're thinking. Guihan chuckled. Yes, Your Highness. Dahao believed that Guihan was merely acting out of familial compassion, preferring not to use force. Boom, boom. Just as Guihan was about to explain Emperor Gusing's intentions to Dahao, two loud sounds came from outside. On going out, they saw the giant clan chief Zhu Tian and the saint-level warrior Zhu Xing, two towering giants. Looking at the four enormous footprints in the yard, Guihan felt rather annoyed. You two really do know how to make an entrance, Guihan said with a smile. Prince Ant, how may we assist you? The two greeted Guihan politely. Standing nearby, Dahao stared at the two figures wide-eyed. Their height, their physique, those muscles. Looking down at himself, Dahao suddenly felt somewhat inferior despite being satisfied with his own physique. As self-conscious as he felt, Dahao didn't forget his duty. He immediately shouted loudly. Who dares to intrude upon the Lord's manor? After Dahao's shout, other guards, hearing the commotion, promptly surrounded the two giants. Even though these two towering giants seemed dangerous at first glance, none of the guards were afraid, a fact which pleased Guihan greatly. My friends from the giant tribe, you can disperse. Guihan waved his hand. The guards immediately obeyed, retreating quickly and decisively. The prince's guards are certainly remarkable. The chief of the giant tribe praised as he noticed the clean and precise actions of the guards and the energy emanating from them. Perhaps it is only before you that they show such prowess, Guihan laughed. Initially, he intended to invite the two into his house for discussion but changed his mind upon comparing their statures to his humble dwelling. It was a bit awkward. Let's talk here then. Zhu Tian noticed Guihan's slight discomfort. Our visit today is... Whoa, what race is this? They are so tall. I know. This is the long-lost giant tribe. Giant tribe? How did they appear? And why in our Death City? Are they here to destroy Death City? Fool. Didn't you see Prince Ant smiling? Prince Ant must know them. Wow. Prince Ant knows the giant people. More and more people gathered outside, nearly surrounding the city lord's residence. Let's move the conversation over there. Guihan pointed in the direction of the Forest of Death. The two giants nodded. A little while later, the three arrived at a secluded place. What is the urgent matter, if I may inquire? Guihan asked, perplexed. Even if they were visiting to thank him, they wouldn't need to rush so directly to his house without bringing any gifts. We seek your help, Prince Ant, to lift the curse from our tribe. Chief Zhu Tian of the giant tribe explained. But hasn't the cause been found? And isn't lifting the curse quite easy? Guihan became even more confused. To you, it may seem easy, but for us, it's impossible. Through Zhu Tian's explanation, Guihan learned that after returning home, they had sought out healers from various other races to remove their curse. But no one was able to accomplish it. This made them wonder, how could he easily lift it, while they were completely unable to? Later, they realized that people were different from one another. What seemed easy to others might be something they could never achieve in a lifetime. Having no other options, they came back to Guihan. No problem. Where are your clan members? I can go with you right now. Guihan agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Princeton. Zhu Xing expressed his gratitude with excitement. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. Guihan smiled and replied. To you, Princeton, it may be a small matter, but to us, it's an issue of the survival or extinction of our race. As I mentioned before, I am willing to fulfill any conditions set by you, Princeton. Is there anything specific you would like us to do? Zhu Tian asked. Do you have any plans after lifting the curse for your clan? Guihan didn't answer directly, but instead counter-asked. After removing the curse, we will continue to search for the undead tribe and avenge this cursed misfortune. Zhu Xing said firmly. Hunting down the undead tribe, huh? So many years have passed already. Do you have any clues about their whereabouts? Guihan questioned. No, not a single clue. Zhu Xing sighed deeply. Despite searching for 100 years, there was no trace at all, leaving him as the leader of the giant clan feeling utterly helpless. Continuing the hunt might prove fruitless. I think your clan is so small now that it would be better to stabilize and develop the clan first. The matter of the undead tribe can be dealt with step by step. With a larger clan, handling things would become more efficient, Guihan advised. Chief, I believe what Princeton said makes sense. Strengthening and developing our clan might indeed be a better course. Zhu Xing nodded towards Zhu Tian. After contemplating for a moment, Zhu Tian also nodded. You're right. Our giant clan has too few members. Do you have any specific places you plan to settle? We've spent the last century looking for the undead tribe, living without a fixed place, Zhu Tian replied. How about settling in Death City? Xuanhuan asked eagerly. Where doesn't matter much as long as we solve the food problem. You must understand, we eat a lot. I could hire you to protect Death City under a full board and lodging arrangement, Xuanhuan offered. Chapter 50. Brother and sister lead the troops forward. Under the persuasion of Xuanhuan, the giant race joined the Death City. At first, the people of Death City were afraid of the giants, but now they have gotten used to their presence. 300 giants over 10 meters tall in Death City would make anyone feel fear upon their first encounter, even though they did not mean any harm. However, once people got used to it, things became better, but still, no one dared to get close to the giants. The overwhelming pressure made people's hearts tremble from within. The height of the giants made it unsuitable for them to live inside Death City. Thus, Xuanhuan arranged residences for them by a river near Death City and helped construct massive homes for them. The cost for building 300 giant-sized houses exceeded the expenses for constructing the outer city due to their sheer size. Placing them by the river was also an inevitable solution by Xuanhuan. Drinking water for the giant race was a significant issue. Without being stationed by the river, simply transporting water for them would incur immense costs since the giants drank in tons. What left the deepest impression on Xuanhuan was when the chief of the giants said, "A bit thirsty. Let's start with a ton just to quench the thirst." Of course, Xuanhuan employed the giants as guards for Death City and gave them specific tasks, patrolling the borders between Death City and Flowing City at irregular intervals. Before the giants started patrolling, some bandits often ambushed merchants passing through these border areas. Since the giants began their patrols, the bandits around Death City almost disappeared, relocating to the jurisdiction of Flowing City. As for this development, Xuanhuan decided to leave it be. The news of the giants joining Death City quickly spread throughout the empire. Xuanhuan's younger brother, xiuxian, received the news. Although he knew about it, when he led his army to the borders of Death City, he was genuinely startled upon seeing those towering figures. Initially, xiuxian had planned to visit Xuanhuan for a friendly reunion. However, after witnessing the giants, he hesitated completely, feeling too much pressure to dare enter Death City. He worried that entering might make the giants assume his ill intent, so the entire army remained motionless on the outskirts of Death City. What should we do now? Just wait here indefinitely? Xiuxian asked his subordinates, who were military officers. Your Highness, I think we must send someone to Death City. If we stay outside indefinitely without any communication, it will be hard to explain to His Majesty, one officer responded. As military commanders, they understood the intention behind Emperor Gushing dispatching troops to Death City. Although there was no order to engage in real combat, it was crucial to put pressure on Duke, and waiting idly like this, without even attempting entry, how could they exert any pressure? At the very least, they should send someone to notify Duke of their arrival and verbally explain their purpose. How could they explain to Emperor Gushing if they only claimed to use glances from afar to intimidate Duke? This boundary was far away from Death City, barely visible. Who would believe them? Who should go? Would you volunteer? Bring a single soldier inside to see if they can withstand a step of the giants. Xiuxian replied with exasperation. Perhaps we can disguise ourselves as merchants and enter? One general suggested. Disguised? Then how would we report to our father emperor later, saying we sneaked in disguised as merchants to intimidate Duke? Where would his face go? Xiuxian said angrily. Silence enveloped the tent. No option seemed viable at the moment. How about if your highness personally leads a few men into Death City? After all, you're Duke's younger brother. Perhaps the giants won't do anything to you. A general cautiously proposed. What if the giants don't recognize me? Are you trying to kill me? Xiuxian shouted. Xiuxian originally intended to reach Death City with his sister and some soldiers, making the gesture a formal one as a response to Emperor Gushing. But now with the giants present, they were too frightened to bring the soldiers in normally. Entering without soldiers would imply a personal visit, different from the expected military mission. Sister Xiuxian, why don't I sneak in and talk to Brother Ihan? Let him agree for you to bring your soldiers into the city, said Xuanhuan. This seems like a good idea, thought Xiuxian. Even though he might lose face, this wasn't a real battle anyway, and merely following the protocol didn't matter much. Report. What is it? Xiuxian was curious. What could happen now? The royal guard of Duke requests an audience with your highness. The messenger announced. Oh wonderful, please let him in. Xiuxian exclaimed in relief. The next day, Xiuxian entered Death City with his sister Xuanhuan and 1,000 soldiers. Xuanhuan sent people to the outer city to receive them according to the diplomatic protocols and waited himself at the inner gate for the arrival of his younger siblings. Soon, Xiuxian and Xuanhuan arrived at the entrance of the inner city in their carriage. Brother Ihan. Xuanhuan happily jumped down from the carriage upon seeing Xuanhuan. Brother Ihan, your Death City is more prosperous than the capital, Xuanhuan excitedly said as she came to stand beside Xuanhuan. Looking at his adorable younger sister, Xuanhuan smiled. That was just the outer city. The inner city is even more fun. Is that so? I know there's a rainbow spring. I want to see the rainbow spring. All right, but it's much prettier at night. Let's wait until tonight. Then I'll take you to see it, Xuanhuan said with a smile. Okay. Xuanhuan obediently nodded. Ninth brother. By this time, Xiuxian had also approached Xuanhuan. It must have been a tiring journey. Let's head to the city lord's mansion first, Xuanhuan said with a smile. Although he didn't interact much with this younger brother, they were still full siblings, making their relationship closer than with some of the other brothers. The three sat together in the carriage, but the two brothers didn't say much to each other. Fortunately, Sister Xuanhuan chattered away throughout the journey, which made the atmosphere less awkward. Wow, this road is so wide, so clean, and so beautiful. Wow, are these street lamps? Do they light up at night? Wow, the houses are indeed all made of wood. and every household has glass windows. Only nobles can afford them in the capital. Wow, is this the legendary adventurer guild? It sure is grand and bustling with people. Xuanhuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sides. How had the adventurer guild become something legendary? Alright, stop being so amazed already. How did the adventurer guild turn into something legendary? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. The adventurer guild is super powerful. It's better than both the warrior guild and the magic guild. Gu Mingwei said cutely. Is that so? Why do you say that? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Our magicians from the magic guild would all choose to join the adventurer guild for practical experience if we need training. Warriors are the same. They rank by adventure points to see who's better, Gu Mingwei explained. I never knew that. That could give me an idea about cooperating with the other two guilds. Mingyue's words sparked a thought in Xuanhuan's mind. Chapter 51, Lover's Spring. After returning to the city lord's residence, Xuanhuan treated them well and arranged the unique food of Death City. The two of them enjoyed their meal greatly. Until now, neither side had mentioned the matter of the army outside. Xuanhuan felt it didn't matter, whether or not he said anything wouldn't affect him at all. And Gu Zhimin didn't want to say anything either, fearing it might affect his relationship with Xuanhuan. Anyway, he had already brought 1,000 soldiers into Death City and made his report to Emperor Gusing. Now, as long as he followed what his mother asked and played here happily, the rest would be up to Emperor Gusing. Gu Mingwei was even less likely to bring up the topic. She just wanted to meet her brother Xuanhuan and have fun in Death City. After they were full from drinking and eating, Xuanhuan arranged for the two to rest. Perhaps because they were truly tired from the journey, both woke up only by evening. Brother Xuanhuan, let's quickly finish dinner and go see the Rainbow Spring. Gu Mingwei excitedly pulled on Xuanhuan. Dinner is unnecessary. The inner city is lively at night due to the streetlights, and there are many delicious snack stalls. If you eat dinner now, you won't be able to enjoy the night market's delicacies later. Xuanhuan smiled and explained. Is that so? Are there many delicious snacks? Let's head out right away then. Upon hearing about the food, Gu Mingyue's eyes lit up with excitement. Foodie, let's go, let's go. Gu Mingyue was very excited. Xuanhuan led his younger siblings out joyfully, while Deheo followed behind with a few guards. As soon as they reached the outskirts of the square, Gu Mingyue shouted, Wow, so many people, so much to eat. Because of the Rainbow Spring, the square was bustling with people at night, providing a business opportunity for vendors. Although setting up stalls inside the square wasn't allowed, outside it, small merchants lined up everywhere selling all sorts of items, including plenty of snacks. The little water rabbit is so cute, but I never expected its head to be so delicious, Gu Mingyue said, holding a roasted rabbit head in one hand and a grilled intestine in the other, her mouth greasy from the feast. Xuanhuan hadn't expected such a cute sister to have such a strong taste preference. Gu Zhimin, on the other hand, was normal, eating ordinary meat skewers. Brother Xuanhuan, what is that? Xuanhuan followed her finger direction and replied, That is candied haws, made with fruits, and it's very sweet. Sugar-coated fruit? I want some. Gu Mingyue happily exclaimed. She also loved sweets very much. Eating and drinking along the way, they finally arrived before the Rainbow Spring. Though crowded, they didn't need to push through since the guards were clearing the path for them. So beautiful. Gu Mingyue was astonished when she saw the Rainbow Spring. Xuanhuan also focused seriously on the Rainbow Spring. Even though he created it, he had never come here late at night to admire it closely. Yes, it's indeed beautiful. Gu Zhimin agreed with admiration. Seeing his younger brother Gu Zhimin's expression, Xuanhuan chuckled softly. Despite this brother always acting like an adult, he was only 17 after all. For people of their world, 17 meant adulthood, but to Xuanhuan, he was still a kid. In his previous world, at 17, all he thought about was skipping class to go to the internet cafe and play games. Brother Xuanhuan, do you know? Outside, everyone calls the Rainbow Spring the Lover's Spring. They say if lovers come here to make wishes, they will receive the blessing of Death City's spirits and live happily ever after. Did Brother Xuanhuan bring someone he liked here to make a wish? Mingyue asked curiously. No, why not? Many noble daughters in the capital regard Brother Xuanhuan as the perfect partner. Mingyue said, looking rather proud. Is that so? Am I really that good? I hadn't realized it myself. Xuanhuan also felt curious. Brother Xuanhuan is the best. Not only is he a prince, but also a tortoise knight in the capital. He can earn money, is handsome, young, has his own fiefdom, turned his fiefdom into the richest place in the capital, and isn't promiscuous. He's still single. They are envious of you, Mingyue seriously stated. After listening, Xuanhuan reflected for a moment, realizing how reasonable her words were. He hadn't noticed how outstanding he was himself. So, what kind of princess does Brother Xuanhuan want to find? I'll pick one out for you when I return to the capital. Mingyue appeared excited. Looking at her animated face, Xuanhuan realized that his little sister not only had a hearty appetite, but also enjoyed being a matchmaker. I don't know. Xuanhuan looked a bit helpless. He truly didn't know. Life was short, barely decades. Yet those with power could live over 100 years, reaching saint level, potentially living over 500. But so what? His goal was immortality, to live as long as the universe itself. Then what? Watching the person he loved slowly age and die. Xuanhuan had considered teaching others the way of cultivation, but after instructing Deheo, the 4 captains, and other members of the guard, he realized that the people of this world were simply unable to cultivate the contents of the immortal path. Even the first step, which was to recall everything about oneself, yielded no response from them. It was just a mere recollection for them, nothing more. In the end, Xuanhuan gave up. How could you not know what kind of person you like? Mingyue asked curiously. Let's not talk about this anymore. Maybe I'll know when I meet someone in the future. Now that you've seen the rainbow spring and eaten enough, it's time to go back. Xuanhuan didn't want to continue on this topic, so he changed the subject. I haven't eaten enough yet. Mingyue didn't want to go back. Alright then, let's continue eating. They wandered around for a long time until both Mingyue and Zhiming's stomachs were noticeably bulging, and they could barely walk. Only then did Xuanhuan order a carriage to take them back. Over the next few days, Mingyue didn't eat at the city lord's residence. Every morning, she would wake up early and drag Xuanhuan out, only returning late at night when she was tired from wandering. In those few days, Mingyue basically ate her way through every corner of the inner city, leaving Xuanhuan feeling exhausted as well. He hadn't expected that with his strength, shopping around for a few days would be so tiring. Big brother Ihan, let's go. One early morning, Mingyue came to call Xuanhuan again. Mingyue, I'm the lord of Death City. I have many things to attend to. From now on, I won't accompany you. How about I arrange for someone else to go with you? Xuanhuan found an excuse. What are you going to do, big brother Ihan? Where are you going? Can I go with you? Mingyue clung to him. I'm going to the mercenary guild. It's full of rough men there. It's not a good place to visit. Xuanhuan quickly picked a place he thought Mingyue wouldn't want to go to. Mercenary guild? That sounds great. I also plan to register as a mercenary today. Let me go with you. Upon hearing Xuanhuan was heading to the mercenary guild, Mingyue immediately got excited. She also intended to register as a mercenary today. Alright then. Xuanhuan helplessly nodded after hearing her reply. Chapter 52. Spells. Xuanhuan reluctantly accompanied Mingyue to the mercenary guild. He had just used an excuse and actually had no real business there. Now that he was already at the guild, he would have to find something to do. Otherwise, if Mingyue discovered that he had made up an excuse not to play with her, she might become unhappy. President. The staff of the mercenary guild greeted Xuanhuan as soon as he walked in. Xuanhuan was the president of the mercenary guild but rarely managed it, leaving the management mostly to Da Hao and 4 captains. Is Da Hao on duty today? Xuanhuan asked. Yes, President. Vice President is here today. He's currently upstairs in the office, replied the staff member. Take my younger sister to register as a city mercenary. After saying this, he turned to Mingyue beside him and said, Go with him to register first. I have some things to attend to. After registration, you can go play. I might be quite late. Alright, brother Ihan. Mingyue was delighted to see so many people at the mercenary guild. Xuanhuan went to the second floor and pushed open the door marked Vice President's office. Da Hao was looking troubled at the documents on his desk. What's wrong? You look worried. Xuanhuan smiled and asked. Your Highness, you're here. Da Hao looked very happy upon seeing Xuanhuan. These are the issues reported by our people below today. I don't know what to do about them, so I was planning to report to you. Da Hao pointed at the documents on the table and explained. What issues? Xuanhuan sat down and picked up the papers to take a look. There are a lot of mercenaries in the mercenary guild with high numbers of points. Besides using these points for upgrading mercenary ranks, they still have plenty left over. Many mercenaries are complaining that their points are useless now and asking when we'll let them exchange for goods, like we promised before, Da Hao elaborated. Regarding this issue, Xuanhuan thought for a moment. He had indeed promised that mercenary points could be exchanged for items, but he'd forgotten amidst his busy schedule recently. Let me think about it. Tell them they will be able to exchange soon, said Xuanhuan. Your Highness, another matter involves mercenary missions. Construction in the city has been completed, and there seem to be no more missions right now, Da Hao continued. Release a message today that the mercenary guild will accept missions given by others, with us charging a handling fee, suggested Xuanhuan. Accept missions? Da Hao understood what Xuanhuan meant. If someone wants something done, they can post a mission through the mercenary guild but must pay a deposit beforehand, explained Xuanhuan further. But won't people just directly contact the mercenaries? For example, escort tasks for merchants are usually coordinated directly with mercenary groups rather than posted through the mercenary guild. In that case, release an announcement stating that publishing a mission will grant mission points, and those mission points can also be exchanged for items, said Xuanhuan. Will that work? Da Hao was a bit skeptical. After all, the mercenary members didn't know how to use their points now, so these new points wouldn't make much difference either. Of course it will work. As long as the points can be exchanged for good stuff, it will not only work, but even without missions, they will try to find ways to post missions themselves at the mercenary guild, smiled Xuanhuan. Anything else? The rest are trivial matters and don't need to bother your highness. That's good. Let me go back and think about what we can exchange the points for. Having said this, Xuanhuan descended to the hall downstairs but didn't see Mingyue, which relaxed him somewhat. Back at the lord's residence, Xuanhuan started making small gadgets, something he had planned from the start. He possessed a great number of celestial arts, though small spells, yet many of them were things this world lacked, and were extremely useful to the people here. These included talismans, spells capable of clearing the mind, healing, treating wounds, enhancing alertness, strengthening abilities, detoxifying, and many more functions. The task ahead of Xuanhuan now was exactly this, to create these kinds of spells. A treatment spell was definitely beneficial for frequently wounded mercenaries who previously had to seek water element or light element mages for healing. Those mercenary teams with healer mages were better off, but mercenaries without access to healers had to return to the city to get treated, wasting time and often missing the optimal healing window. With the existence of treatment spells, this inconvenience could be eliminated. Another important kind was the strength enhancement spell. With enhancement spells, mercenaries would be able to attempt challenges against creatures they couldn't handle before. And other spells, like alertness boosting spells, mental clarity spells, detoxifying spells, etc., proved immensely useful in special situations. After instructing Lu He to prepare a large amount of paper, Han began crafting the spells. Making the spells was simple. After half a day, when all the spiritual energy within his body was exhausted, Han managed to craft over 10,000 spells. After using up all his spiritual energy, Han felt a bit tired. As he rested in the chair, he couldn't help but think of those powerful deities and immortals. He thought they were truly remarkable and wondered when he himself could achieve such a level of power. After resting for one night, the next day Han's spiritual energy was restored, and he continued to make talismans. 3 days passed like this, and he had made tens of thousands of talismans. Phew, these should last for quite a long time. Han sighed in relief. During these few days, Mingyu had come to see Han several times. Han gave her some talismans of each kind and explained their usage to her, letting her play with them on her own. Luha, Han called out. Your Highness. Luha quickly appeared before Han. Send these talismans to the mercenary guild. I'll tell you how to use them. Before Han finished speaking, Luha said, Your Highness, your old servant already knows how to use them. You know? Han was surprised. Princess Mingyu has been promoting it everywhere these past few days. Probably the whole city now knows what these talismans can do. Luha explained with a smile. Han suddenly understood, and at the same time realized why Luha was smiling. The word promotion must have been Luhi's way of beautifying it. What Princess Mingyu likely did was show off all over town. Since you know, I don't need to introduce them. Exchange these talismans for 1,000 points each, and send someone to take them there. Yes, Your Highness. The price of 1,000 points per talisman was something Han had calculated carefully. Not too expensive, not too cheap. A task worth 1 gold coin would give correspondingly 100 points, while a task worth 10 gold coins would yield 1,000 points. Most people could accept that. These talismans were just simple ones, and because of their high consumption rate, they shouldn't be too costly. They were just a means to attract mercenaries. As for attracting nobles and wealthy merchants to post missions, Han planned to start making longevity talismans. Each person can only use 3 longevity talismans in a lifetime, and each increases life by 1 year. Though brief, they were sure to attract the rich. Han planned to sell these longevity talismans for 1,000,000 points each. Chapter 53. Cooperation with 2 major unions, talismans, and elixirs. The news that points could be exchanged for talismans caused a stir among the mercenaries. The release of the life extension talisman even made the nobles and rich merchants scramble to find tasks to post at the mercenaries union. The mercenaries union took 1/10 of the task rewards as commission, which also made them a hefty profit. On the second day after the announcement that points could be exchanged for talismans, Dahao came looking for Han. Your Highness, Dahao said, his face furrowed as he looked at Han. What's wrong? Han asked in confusion. All the talismans have been redeemed. There isn't a single one left in the mercenaries union now, and a lot of people are waiting in the union to redeem them. Dahao explained. What? Tens of thousands of talismans gone already. Han was greatly shocked. In order to earn more points, many nobles and rich merchants intentionally raised the task rewards, usually offering tens of thousands of gold coins for even the simplest task, like catching a small water rabbit. So they're all gone. Dahao clarified. Han was speechless after hearing this, and realized there were still many loopholes in the mercenaries union. In the future, the difficulty level of tasks will be determined by members of the mercenaries union. Each level's reward will be specified within a certain range. You all need to discuss and agree on this. Han thought for a moment and said, Yes, Your Highness. As for those currently waiting at the mercenaries union, tell them the talismans are still being produced and will take a few days. Han continued, Yes, Your Highness. After Dahao left, Han knew he had to go find the magic union and fighters union. Previously, Han had planned to cooperate with these 2 unions, as he couldn't handle the manufacturing of talismans alone. As the mercenaries union continued to expand, making talismans all by himself would eventually kill him, considering his current magic power. Even if he worked until exhaustion, it wouldn't meet the needs of so many people. Talismans are actually a kind of formation. His own magic force can create them, and magical elements from wizards can too. However, talismans made with magical elements don't have as strong an effect as ones he makes using his own magic force. Han planned to cooperate with the magic union to produce talismans. As for the fighters union, Han planned to cooperate with them for alchemy. Although it is more suitable for wizards to practice alchemy, their numbers are too few, and assigning both talisman making and elixir production to them might lead to insufficient output. Considering that benefits should not solely be monopolized by the Wizards Union, Han decided to hand over the elixir-making responsibility to the Fighters Union. Death City, as the wealthiest city in the current Daxiao Empire, has branches of the Magic Union and Fighters Union. Han invited the presidents of both unions to the City Lord's mansion. President Qifeng, President Huang Li, welcome. Han smiled and said. Qifeng was the president of the Magic Union branch in Death City, while Huang Li was the president of the Fighters Union. If His Grace Princeton invites us, how could we not come? Huang Li bluntly responded. After inviting the 2 to sit down, Han said, I'll be straightforward. I've invited both of you here today to seek cooperation between your unions and me. Cooperation? That's great. Who doesn't know doing business with Prince and is definitely profitable? Huang Li boomed with laughter. I wonder what your highness seeks to cooperate on with us. Qifeng also smiled politely. Do either of you know about the recent talismans? Of course. I've bought quite a few. Let me tell you, that strength talisman is damn useful. Many men use it. Huang Li finished and chuckled twice. After hearing this, Qifeng also wore a satisfied smile. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan immediately felt something wasn't right. Where exactly were they using the strength talisman? Coughing dryly twice, Xuanhuan continued. I plan to cooperate with the Magic Union in producing talismans. As soon as Qifeng heard this, he exclaimed in surprise. Is your highness planning to entrust the method of creating talismans to us? Xuanhuan nodded. What are your highness's requirements? Qifeng asked excitedly. In just 2 days, the popularity of talismans had become evident. If the Magic Union really gets the method of production, it will bring endless wealth, far surpassing any existing Magic Union industry. This will certainly lead to my promotion. My only requirement is that every day the Magic Union must provide a fixed number of talismans to the Mercenaries Union, Xuanhuan replied. No problem. Qifeng immediately agreed. His thoughts were simple. No matter how many talismans you request daily, once we obtain the method of producing talismans, whether or not we provide them will be up to the Magic Union to decide. Qifeng's thoughts were also known to Xuanhuan, but he didn't care. As long as the number of talismans could ensure the normal operation of the Mercenaries Union, it was fine. Once the Magic Union could produce talismans, they would surely sell them externally. At that time, the Mercenaries Union actually wouldn't need too many. Getting a fixed number of talismans for free daily wouldn't be a loss. Moreover, Xuanhuan wasn't afraid of the Magic Union betraying him. He had ways to deal with them. Good. Then let's decide this way. I'll tell you the production method later, Xuanhuan said happily. What about our Fighters Union? Huangli became anxious when they quickly agreed on terms, thinking, were we just invited here as witnesses? I plan to cooperate with the Fighters Union in another area, Xuanhuan smiled and said. What is it? It's elixirs. Elixirs? Elixirs? Both wore puzzled expressions. Elixirs existed in this world too, made by boiling herbs, used only by the poor who couldn't afford wizards' treatments. What kind of cooperation could there be? Could this make money? Don't look down on elixirs, their effects aren't so simple. Talismans can achieve certain functions, and elixirs can do the same, sometimes even better, Xuanhuan explained. Both were half believing, half doubting. Xuanhuan knew they wouldn't believe him, so he took out 2 pills he had refined and gave them to the 2. This is my strength pill, try it. The 2 accepted the strength pills, staring at these black pills with furrowed brows before swallowing them. They didn't doubt that Xuanhuan would harm them. In less than a few breaths, astonishment showed on their faces. The effect of this strength pill is no worse than an enhancement talisman. Now do you believe me? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. Yes. Huangli nodded excitedly. Qifeng hesitated to speak, but ultimately kept quiet. He wanted these pills assigned to their Magic Union as well, but he knew it was impossible. Princeton would agree, but the Fighters Union wouldn't either. It might cause trouble, which is why peace was maintained because both sides benefited. Elixirs also have detoxifying, healing, etc. My requirement is the same as with talismans. The Fighters Union must provide a fixed number of pills daily to the Mercenaries Union. If you agree, I will give you the production method now, Xuanhuan said. No problem, I agree, Huangli loudly said. Chapter 54, Younger Brother, Jimin. Xuanhuan gave them some simple and easy-to-learn pills and talismans. As long as the steps are strictly followed, there is no problem at all. Talismans also require elemental creation by magicians, while pills are even simpler. With medicinal herbs and the necessary equipment for refining, ordinary people can refine their own with just a recipe. Because it's too simple, the Magic Union and Warrior Union are very strict about keeping the recipes secret. If you're caught illegally refining them, it's punishable by death. However, Xuanhuan didn't care how they did things, as long as he could continuously obtain free pills and talismans to keep the Mercenary Union running smoothly. After a month, the Mercenary Union gradually improved. Thanks to the other 2 unions' talismans and pills, their supplies were not so scarce, allowing Xuanhuan more leisure time. Sipping tea in the courtyard, Xuanhuan's brother, Guzhiming, who never visited him, suddenly came calling. Brother 9. Guzhiming performed a noble's bow. I don't follow many formalities here. Why have you come? Xuanhuan said casually. Brother 9, father just sent me a message through someone. He wants to know if the giant tribe can be placed under imperial control, Guzhiming asked softly. The reason he spoke softly was because he understood that placing the giants under imperial management was nearly impossible, but since his father sent him this request, he had to ask Xuanhuan to give a reply. Placing the giant tribe under imperial control? I have no objections. Xuanhuan answered with a smile. Really? Guzhiming couldn't believe his ears. Was this agreement really happening? The reason I don't oppose it is because opposing it would be useless anyway. The giant tribe is only hired to protect Death City. Whether they listen to the Empire or not isn't something I can control. You can go discuss with the giant tribe directly. Talking to me won't do any good, Xuanhuan replied calmly. As soon as he heard this, Guzhiming understood what Xuanhuan meant. This was an indirect refusal. Over this period of time in Death City, Guzhiming learned many things, including the relationship between Xuanhuan and the giant tribe. Except for communicating with Xuanhuan and the dwarves, the giants simply wouldn't bother with others. How could anyone expect to negotiate with such beings who wouldn't even deign to meet them? Then, can the Empire hire individuals from the giant tribe? Guzhiming asked further, also following ancient Emperor Guzing's intent, suggesting that if Xuanhuan disagrees, then perhaps hiring them might work. Same answer. The affairs of the giant tribe are out of my hands. If hiring is necessary, negotiations should be conducted with the giant tribe, not with me. Xuanhuan reiterated firmly. After hearing this statement, Guzhiming now wasn't sure whether Xuanhuan truly couldn't command the giant tribe or was just refusing outright. Seems like father urgently wants the help of the giant tribe. What's going on? Xuanhuan curiously asked. In principle, the first request was normal. As the emperor of the Great Xia Empire, seeking control over the powerful giant tribe was understandable, but the urgency to discuss employment implied that something major must have happened, a significant event necessitating the support of a formidable force. Recent intelligence shows that the Baihui Empire in the east and the Yanhua Empire in the north have gathered massive armies along our borders, Gu Zhiming explained. So, the Baihui Emperor finds this amusing. Gu Yihan sounded surprised. It was unexpected that after only a few years, the Baihui Empire returned, bringing along the northern Yanhua Empire. The Baihui Emperor has passed away. Now his eldest son has inherited the title of Baihui Emperor, Gu Zhiming mentioned. I see. Looks like the new Baihui Emperor aims to fulfill his ancestors' aspirations. Gu Yihan smiled slightly before speaking. Brother 9. Gu Zhiming hesitated. What is it? Speak your mind. Brother 9. Father instructed me to depart tomorrow and lead the army to guard the northern frontiers. I want Brother 9 to help me. Gu Zhiming blushed while asking. Ha. So are you afraid? Gu Yihan teased him lightly. I'm not afraid. It's just that I've never led an army before, and I lack experience, so I fear something may go wrong. Gu Zhiming immediately rebutted, though in truth, he was not afraid but rather excited. As this was his first campaign, he not only wanted to earn merit, but also hoped to achieve success brilliantly to gain Emperor Gu Xing's favor, which could set a solid foundation for acquiring the highest position later on. Gu Yihan saw through his intentions. It wasn't hard to understand the thoughts of each prince. I understand your meaning. You wish to show off, don't you? Gu Yihan questioned. Gu Zhiming nodded. Do you have money? Gu Yihan suddenly asked. A bit. I've saved some these past few years. Gu Zhiming, though puzzled why his ninth brother was asking this, still responded honestly. War is all about money. With money, things are easier to handle. Gu Yihan gave a mysterious smile. Brother 9 means I should recruit soldiers and buy horses? That's not possible. Father would never allow it. Gu Zhiming furrowed his brows as he spoke. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He was just afraid. A few of the other brothers had also secretly established their own armies, though they dared not recruit on a large scale, but rather gathered small, scattered groups. Who said anything about recruiting soldiers? You've been in Death City for so long. You should know how many mercenaries there are in the mercenary union. Go post a mercenary mission. As long as you have money, plenty of people will be willing to fight for you. Gu Yihan smiled as he looked at him. Gu Zhiming instantly understood what Gu Yihan meant and quickly reacted accordingly. Indeed, with so many powerful mercenaries in the mercenary union, they could tip the scales on the battlefield. Moreover, the union had numerous powerful mages who were far more valuable on the battlefield than warriors. Thinking of this, Gu Zhiming became excited. I'll go post the task now. Hold on, have you thought through how to post the mercenary task? Gu Yihan called out and asked. Of course, let them join the army together. Give them a fixed amount of gold coins daily. It's just like how trade caravans hire mercenaries. Gu Zhiming replied. That won't work. Gu Yihan immediately opposed. Why won't it work? Gu Zhiming was confused. Think about it. If they can make money just by following the army, how many will just hang around and do nothing? Besides, are you sure those free-spirited mercenaries will follow your orders when the time comes? Gu Yihan questioned. What should I do then? Gu Zhiming understood as soon as he heard this. If giving them money doesn't guarantee their effort, why not reward them only after they've exerted effort? Reward them only after they've worked. Gu Zhiming was even more confused. If handing out money doesn't ensure efforts, would they work without getting paid beforehand? Chapter 55. The news of becoming a divine level. Looking at his confused younger brother, Gu Yihan said, Aren't you going to the northern border to defend against the Flame Empire? Then just issue a mission to kill soldiers from the Flame Empire. 100 gold coins for every soldier killed, and even more for an officer. I think a lot of mercenaries would love this mission. After all, killing people is more profitable than hunting monsters. After hearing this, Gu Zhiming was shocked. Can war be fought this way? 100 gold coins, isn't that too high? If 100,000 soldiers are killed, that would amount to 10 million gold coins. Gu Zhiming gasped after calculating. 10,000 troops require 1 million gold coins, and the Flame Empire has far more than just 100,000 soldiers. Moreover, he didn't have that much gold. Gu Yihan sighed. Why is my brother so stupid? Let's first talk about paying 100 gold coins per soldier. If you paid them by day, how much do you think each person should get? At least 10 gold coins, right? Any less, and they wouldn't agree to go to the battlefield with you. So if you hire 10,000 mercenaries, how much would you spend in one day? Besides, who's going to cover their food and accommodation? You can't expect mercenaries to eat the same as regular soldiers. Otherwise, it might lead to major trouble, asked Gu Yihan. After calculating in his mind, Gu Zhiming found that he couldn't sustain hiring 10,000 mercenaries for long. Dejectedly, he said, It's still better to release a mission to kill Flame Empire soldiers. Gu Yihan nodded and continued. You're worried that the mercenaries will kill too many soldiers, which you won't be able to pay for. But you're worrying too much. Mercenaries can't possibly kill that many soldiers. Perhaps initially, when the Flame Empire isn't fully prepared, things may go well. Once the Flame Empire is ready, the mercenaries won't stand a chance to succeed. I estimate that killing about 10,000 soldiers at the start would be close to the limit. Gu Zhiming thought in his heart. 10,000 soldiers mean 1,000,000 gold coins, not too bad. But upon further reflection, something didn't feel right. Killing only 10,000 soldiers won't affect the war much. Gu Yihan sighed again and carefully explained. Your goal is to defend the frontier, not annihilate the entire enemy. First, let the mercenaries themselves ambush the enemies. This will make the Flame Empire cautious. Currently, there's no war yet. When the Flame Empire sees so many mercenaries, they'll definitely hesitate to attack recklessly. Even if the Flame Empire ignores the mercenaries and directly attacks the border during battle engagements, mercenaries will find opportunities. They'll certainly launch surprise attacks around the army of the Flame Empire. This way, it'll put pressure on the Flame Empire forces and divert their attention towards guarding against the mercenaries. Understand. Gu Zhiming understood instantly after hearing this. Gu Yihan continued. Of course, just issuing missions to kill soldiers is insufficient. You also need to announce missions to kill the Saint-level warriors of the Flame Empire. The higher the reward, the better. Mission to kill Saint-level warriors? Gu Zhiming was greatly surprised and bitterly smiled. I can't afford the price. Even father wouldn't necessarily want to spend so much on such a mission. Who told you to actually give the reward? Just scare the Flame Empire and their Saint-level warriors. Don't provide any substantial rewards. Instead, say that those who kill a Saint-level warrior of the Flame Empire will receive the news of how to become divine level, Gu Yihan said with a smile. No, that's too risky. If word gets out, other Saint-level warriors will surely take action. If someone really kills the Saint-level force of the Flame Empire, and I don't have the promised news, even father couldn't protect me. Gu Zhiming was frightened by this idea and shook his head repeatedly. What are you afraid of? If someone actually completes the task, then tell them that there's a divine-level skeleton in the Death Forest. Just scrape off some of its bones, soak it in wine, and drink it. That gives you a chance to become divine level, Gu Yihan said indifferently. Really? Gu Zhiming was shocked upon hearing this news. Gu Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Yes, it's true. Initially, Gu Yihan had intended to say it was obviously false. But then he realized that once this news spreads, it would spark the interest of many people. If a group of Saint-level warriors went looking for that skeleton, then it would save him a lot of trouble. As for making his younger brother spread this lie without feeling any moral burden, Gu Yihan didn't mind at all. After receiving confirmation, Gu Zhiming fell silent, deep in thought. Well, I've told you the methods. It's up to you now. Gu Yihan continued sipping his tea. Gu Zhiming got up, but didn't leave. After much hesitation, he asked, Brother Yihan, do you not want to sit on that throne? No, not at all. Gu Yihan replied without hesitation. After leaving Gu Yihan, Gu Zhiming returned to his room, feeling both scared and delighted. In the past, he also felt that his older brother was capable, but never did he understand it as clearly as today. Today, he finally comprehended that if his brother really wanted the throne, perhaps all the brothers combined wouldn't be enough to contend against him. Right now, the Flame Empire hasn't even confirmed whether they will attack the border, but they've already been clearly planned by his ninth brother. Gu Zhiming believed that if he followed Gu Yihan's method, the Flame Empire might have a big problem. At least their saint-level forces would not dare to come out at all. Even if they stayed in their own empire, they would live cautiously, fearing that other saint-level powers might cause them trouble. As for issuing the mission to kill saint-level warriors, he dared not release it under his name, as he was far easier to deal with than the saint-level warriors of the Flame Empire. After some thought, Gu Zhiming decided to pass this information back to the capital. Whatever decision the emperor makes, he could no longer interfere with it. With such a significant piece of information, he was sure to benefit greatly from it. Imperial Palace, capital of the Daxiao Empire. Your Majesty, Prince Zhiming has sent a secret letter. Luan respectfully handed over the secret letter to Emperor Gusing. After reading the secret letter, Emperor Gusing furrowed his brows. Luan, please bring the Dragon Knight here. Emperor Gusing ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Luan found this quite strange. In the past, no matter which prince's secret letter the emperor received, he would show it to him and seek his opinion. This time, not only did the emperor not show him the letter, but he also summoned the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight was the emperor's guardian knight, but under normal circumstances, the emperor would not disturb him. Could it be that something major happened on the side of Princeton? Apart from this, Luan couldn't think of anything else that would summon the Dragon Knight. Unless it's related to Princeton. After all, Princeton is one of the two great knights of the empire. Soon, Luan brought the Dragon Knight. Your Majesty. Dragon Knight Long Qianshan bowed. Take a look at this. Emperor Gusing handed the secret letter to Long Qianshan. Is the information reliable? Long Qianshan asked in surprise. I trust the news coming out of his mouth. Luan thought Emperor Gusing was referring to Prince Zhiming, but Long Qianshan knew that Emperor Gusing was talking about Prince and Gu Yihan. Chapter 56. The Incense Method to Achieving Divinity. So, Your Majesty, why did you summon me? Long Qianshan asked. I wonder if our current force of saint-level powers in the Empire has a chance against a god-level force. Or perhaps, is there any possibility of retrieving a bone from that god-level skeleton? Emperor Gusing asked. In 10,000 years, there has never been a recorded confrontation between humans at the saint level and the god level. However, my companion, Wind Dragon Lena, told me that according to dragon race records, saints essentially have no chance of retaliation against gods. This gap cannot be filled by mere numbers. If the Forest of Death truly houses the skeleton of a god-level being, I believe all the continent's saint-level practitioners combined wouldn't stand a chance, Long Qianshan said. Is that so? Emperor Gusing fell into deep thought. Do you think the saint-level forces of other empires know about this matter? Emperor Gusing asked. I believe they do not. Only races as ancient as the dragons possess records detailing the strength of god-level entities. That's good. Emperor Gusing smiled, feeling it was an excellent opportunity, a chance to expend other countries' saint-level powers. My lord, surely you're not thinking. It would be far too dangerous. Long Qianshan was shocked when he guessed what Emperor Gusing was planning. He couldn't imagine Emperor Gusing willing to risk such an endeavor. If the truth were known by other saints, the empire wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of all those saint-level practitioners on the continent. There's no need to worry, I don't plan for the Empire to release this news, Emperor Gushing chuckled. Then what do you have in mind, Your Majesty? Long Xianshan asked with confusion. Didn't you just say only ancient races have records of the god level? Isn't the giant race one of them? Everyone knows that Wang of the City of Death maintains good relations with the giant race. What if I let slip that Wang had discovered a method for attaining godhood from the giant race? Do you think others would act on that? Emperor Gushing laughed smugly. Long Xianshan remained silent, not wanting to meddle in imperial affairs, but reflecting more deeply on the phrase, the royal family knows no kinship. I hope this doesn't affect the empire, said Long Xianshan before leaving. As Long Xianshan departed, Gushing Yihan, who was drinking tea at his estate, suddenly felt his heart leap. He sensed ominous events coming. Shortly after, another method of cultivation from the heavenly path flashed in his mind. What is this about? Gushing Yihan wondered. Being already aware of the dangers ahead, the sensation in his heart signaled that soon he'd face challenges beyond his current capabilities. Recalling the alternative method that appeared in his mind earlier, Gushing Yihan focused intently, revisiting its content. The heavenly path, though a prestigious and powerful cultivation technique, also recorded some inferior methods within it, including ghost cultivation and the incense-based divinity path. Just now, the incense method to achieving divinity had surfaced in his thoughts. As its name implies, the incense method required faith energy and sense. Its advantage was swift ascension to divinity, yet its drawback was significant. If the source of incense were cut off, one's power would drop drastically. According to Heavenly Path, without the protection of the Heavenly Book or the Immortal Scroll, a practitioner of this method, once forgotten, would vanish entirely, leaving absolutely nothing behind. In the past, Gushing Yihan had considered allowing others to cultivate via the incense method, yet it had another prerequisite. One must first establish their divine title before collecting faith energy. Just like land deities from his previous life, one must be appointed to start receiving incense offerings. Many unappointed demons seeking incense merely attach themselves to statues of other deities to steal their share. Before, Gushing Yihan thought it impossible for anyone in this world to practice the incense method due to the lack of a granting authority. Now, with this sudden intuitive connection, it seemed possible that he himself might have the qualifications to bestow such titles. This thrilled him. Even if it were just conferring the title of land deity, it would still make them a deity, a tremendous aid. But who is worthy to become a land deity? Gushing Yihan reflected, knowing even a low-ranking deity like a land deity required certain merits. One basic qualification was genuine recognition by people in a given region and the ability to protect them. Though Gushing Yihan himself met these criteria, surely he shouldn't take on the role himself. He found the incense method unsuited for him. The incense method suddenly appeared in my mind, meaning there must be someone fitting perfectly, someone capable of helping me overcome future perils, someone I haven't considered yet. Who could it be? Gushing Yihan frowned in contemplation. The book, Xian Road, starts with 8 large characters that Gu Yihan remembers clearly. The Xian Road is vast, fools step aside. When encountering a crisis that he can't handle now, Xian Road will give hints. If one is smart enough, they can follow the hints to get through the crisis. If too dull to see the hints, then they could only wait for death. Your Highness. At this moment, Luha came to Gu Yihan's front, interrupting him. What is it? Your Highness, we just received news. It's being spread everywhere outside that Your Highness obtained the method from the giant race on how to reach the divine level from the saint level. Many saint-level powers from other empires and forces have already rushed to Death City, Luha said worriedly. Ho ho, my dear father seems very clever when he plans against me. After thinking for a bit, Gu Yihan understood everything. His father was no doubt trying to make things difficult for him. Are these saints my upcoming crisis? Gu Yihan couldn't figure out. Even if all the saints ask him about the way to achieve divinity, all he needs to do is direct them to the god-level skeleton. Would they dare bother him further? Or would they find out he was lying after really killing that skeleton and realizing they cannot become gods? Thus, they vent their anger at him and team up against him? After contemplating, Gu Yihan thought it was quite possible. In that case, it would be pretty troublesome because even if he told them now that he didn't know anything, they wouldn't believe him. Previously, he had been plotting against them and the skeleton, but now he finds himself ensnared in his own plan, which made Gu Yihan feel quite dispirited. Sainthood? Divinity? I understand now. Suddenly Gu Yihan remembered something. He knew who was suited for achieving divinity via the incense method. Your Highness, what should we do now? Luha asked anxiously. We will treat them well when they come. Gu Yihan gave a faint smile. Yes, Your Highness. Although Luha didn't understand, seeing his lord's smiling face reassured him that there was no problem. All he needed to do was follow orders. It looks like I'll have to go talk to that skeleton in the Forest of Death. Gu Yihan gazed towards the direction of the Death Forest. Chapter 57. Enfeefment of the Land God. Gu Yihan contacted Xuanhu through a contract, asking Xuanhu to help contact the divine-level skeleton in the Death Forest, saying he wanted to meet him. That divine-level skeleton didn't want to meet him, but finally agreed to see him because of Gu Yihan's contractual relationship with Xuanhu and the many good words Xuanhu had said on his behalf. In the Death Forest, Gu Yihan quietly waited for the arrival of that divine-level skeleton beside Xuanhu. Human, what do you want with me? A voice sounded in Gu Yihan's ear. Looking in the direction of the voice, Gu Yihan saw a human skeleton standing beside him. The bones were all white, and at first glance, it looked like a normal human skeleton. If it lay on the ground, no one would know this was a skeleton with divine-level abilities. They'd only think it was an ordinary skeleton. I don't know how to address you, Gu Yihan asked. They call me Master Skeleton. It spoke, but its mouth did not move up and down as Xuanhuan had imagined. It remained still, and it wasn't clear where the sound came from. Master Skeleton, I came to inform you that there are now at least a dozen human saint-level beings who wish to cause trouble for you in the Death Forest. Xuanhuan finished speaking and looked at his expression, but couldn't make out anything. There was no expression at all. For what reason? The skeleton asked. It's rumored that anyone who uses your bones to steep wine has the chance to advance from the saint level to the divine level. Xuanhuan said this without even blushing, as if he hadn't spread such a rumor. Nonsense. If soaking my bones in wine could make someone reach the divine level, I would have already let all the saint-level magical beasts in the Death Forest advance to the divine level long ago. The skeleton's voice remained completely unfluctuating. Although it was impossible to tell his mood from the sound of his voice, Xuanhuan reaffirmed once again that this skeleton cared about the saint-level magical beasts in the Death Forest. But they may not believe that, and they will surely come looking for trouble. That's fine. Although I'm not at the divine level and may not be able to handle so many human saints, together with the other saint beasts in the Death Forest, we'll have no problem dealing with them. The skeleton wasn't overly concerned. Aren't you a divine level being? Xuanhuan was shocked. Xuanhuan hadn't said he was divine level. To become divine level, one's original body must be intact. My body is only left as the skeleton. It's impossible for me to become divine level, nor do I desire to become divine level, because reaching the divine level means I must leave this world. After saying these words, the skeleton looked around at the surroundings of the Death Forest. From his actions, Xuanhuan could see that this skeleton cared deeply about the Death Forest and gathered important information from his words. There were other higher worlds beyond this one, just like ascending after achieving immortality. Reaching the divine level meant ascending to another world. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Perhaps they won't be able to overcome the combined strength of all the saint beasts in the Death Forest. But what if they target the others individually? Can the saint beasts in the Death Forest always stay together? Xuanhuan asked. The skeleton didn't immediately respond, pondering the issue. If humans really slowly attacked them one by one, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Each saint beast had its own territory. Staying temporarily together was possible, but it couldn't last forever. What is your purpose in coming to find me? I can't imagine you're just here out of pure kindness to help me. The skeleton asked. I can make you the god of the Death Forest, allowing you to always remain in the Death Forest, and every blade of grass and tree within it will fall under your control. Xuanhuan said directly. Did you come to tell me a joke? You've successfully made me laugh. The skeleton completely didn't believe Xuanhuan's words. In his eyes, though Xuanhuan was a fairly powerful saint-level being, he himself wasn't divine level, so how could he claim to have the ability to make him divine level? I know you won't believe me, but that's fine. All I ask is that after you agree to become the god of the Death Forest, you recognize that the Death Forest falls under my jurisdiction. How does that sound? Xuanhuan earnestly said. The skeleton stared at Xuanhuan, saying nothing. Xuanhuan didn't know what he was thinking, so he continued. You won't lose out either. I've already said that you'll only agree to my conditions after I help you ascend to divinity. If I fail, you can walk away. Besides, those outside saint-level experts will arrive at the Death City in a few days, and when that happens, the saint beasts inside your forest will suffer greatly. I agree. Tell me your plan. The skeleton, thinking about the saint-level beings outside and how Xuanhuan had indeed said he would help him become a god first before agreeing to his conditions, thought that if he could really become a god as Xuanhuan claimed and still stay in the Death Forest, acknowledging the Death Forest as under his jurisdiction would be no big deal. Good. Xuanhuan smiled. However, Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned. How exactly should he conduct the enfeoffment? Enfeoffment must be done in the name of the Jade Emperor, but there was no Jade Emperor in this world. Oh well, regardless, let's try it in his own name. Xuanhuan faced the skeleton, solemnly looked at him, and summoned a piece of land ordainment with his inner power according to the method from the immortal path, pointing the land ordainment toward the skeleton. The skeleton, seeing Xuanhuan holding the land ordainment, suddenly felt an urge to kneel down. Reciting, Skeleton, you have made great contributions to the Death Forest. Now, I, Xuanhuan, hereby by my own authority enfeoff you as the land god within the Death Forest. From now on, may you protect the peace of this area of land. As Xuanhuan read out the words of enfeoffment, the skeleton involuntarily knelt down slowly. Xuanwu beside him also crouched on the ground without moving. White lights emerged from the soil across the range of the Death Forest, gathering around the land ordainment and then slowly entering into it. The enfeoffment is completed. When Xuanhuan finished reciting all the words of enfeoffment, the skeleton unconsciously said, Your servant receives the decree. Immediately after the skeleton spoke, the land ordainment transformed into white light and entered his body. As soon as the land ordainment entered the skeleton's body, a strong white light emitted from his entire form. After the white light faded, the skeleton turned into an old man's appearance, wearing land god robes, holding a staff in his right hand and a token in his left. The skeleton looked bewildered at his new form. Did I really become a god? Subsequently, the skeleton also discovered that he could see clearly everything within the range of the Death Forest. Images flooded his mind, revealing the duties of being a land god and the powers he possessed. Thank you for the enfeoffment, esteemed immortal. Having become a land god, the skeleton now understood the hierarchy and respectfully addressed Xuanhuan as an immortal. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan happily smiled. Success. Chapter 58, The Human Book, The Earth Calamity. At the moment of successfully sealing the skeleton as the local deity, Xuanhuan's sense of danger also disappeared. At the same time, he successfully reached the Division Spirit Realm. After reaching the Division Spirit Realm, all of Xuanhuan's previous spells became more powerful, and he also obtained attack-oriented 5-element spells. However, since the cultivation of the nascent soul used life energy, Xuanhuan was now most skilled not in the 5-element spells, but in life spells. Even though the life spells were still in their initial stages, even at this early stage, Xuanhuan had the ability to increase others' lifespans, while his own healing abilities became much more bizarre. In a state where the nascent soul could not be destroyed, Xuanhuan could regenerate his physical body, making him practically indestructible. Though he would not die as long as his nascent soul remained intact, Xuanhuan did not think that no one could kill him. He encountered the Beast God's avatar in the So Renju, Beastman tribe, and couldn't guarantee that the avatar lacked the ability to kill him. After briefly instructing the land deity of the Death Forest, Xuanhuan returned to the city lord residence. Inside his room, Xuanhuan looked at the book in his hands and fell into deep thought. Upon entering the Division Spirit Realm, the human calamity among the calamities of humans, earth, and heaven had already been completely overcome. The 3 chapters in his mind corresponding to enlightenment, golden core, and nascent soul had disappeared and transformed into the human book currently in his hands. Xuanhuan remembered the descriptions of the 3 books, heaven, earth, and human, from the immortal path. The heaven book is the tablet of deification, which can control 365 main gods. Originally, to suppress the way of earth and the way of humans, the human book and the earth book were split into 2 parts each. The earth book was divided into the earth womb membrane and the classic of mountains and seas. The earth womb membrane was renamed as the Jade Mirror by Xuanhuan, while the classic of mountains and seas became the Divine Treasure Mountain River Diagram in possession of Nuwa. The human book was divided into the Book of Life and Death and the Spring-Autumn Cycle Pen. The Book of Life and Death is in the hands of King Yen, while the Spring-Autumn Cycle Pen, now known as the Judge Pen, is in the hands of the judge. Now, the complete human book is in Xuanhuan's hands, but he doesn't know what to do with it. The structure of every world is different. This world might not even be composed of the ways of heaven, earth, and humans. Even if this world does have these 3 ways, whose human book is this in his hand? Is it from this world or the original world? If it's from the original world, then this human book has no use here. If it's from this world, can this human book really control all beings within this world? How should it be controlled? There's no mention of an underworld in this world anyway. Establish an underworld myself? How should I start? Completely clueless about how to approach it. While Xuanhuan stared blankly at the human book in his hands, it suddenly emitted a fleeting light. Xuanhuan felt an epiphany, realizing that upon reaching the Division Spirit Realm, one can separate a part of their consciousness. So he separated a portion of his consciousness and entered the human book, subsequently fusing with it. At this point, Xuanhuan felt that the human book had become a part of himself. The light emitted by the human book appeared to Xuanhuan now as if telling him that it wanted to recognize him as its master. After successful acknowledgement as the master, Xuanhuan understood how to use the human book. By gripping both sides of the human book and tearing it apart, it instantly split into 2 halves and transformed into the Book of Life and Death and the Judge Pen. The Book of Life and Death was entirely blank. Xuanhuan realized that he had to record names himself onto it. Subsequently, Xuanhuan controlled the Book of Life and Death. After emitting a mysterious aura, all biological names within the range of Death City, along with their life events, virtues and vices, and lifespans, were recorded on the Book of Life and Death. Now, whenever Xuanhuan opens the Book of Life and Death and thinks of someone's name, the book will display all information related to that person. Once recording was completed, all intelligent creatures appearing in Death City afterward would automatically be recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Xuanhuan found this relatively satisfying. Henceforth, he wouldn't need to manually record information anymore. Satisfied after completing all of this, Xuanhuan smiled contentedly. Having control over others' life and death, this feeling was indeed great. Although it was only within the limits of his own influence, there was no rush. He would begin by setting a small goal, to record all intelligent lives within this world into the Book of Life and Death. Thinking about the saint-level beings who would soon arrive in Death City, recalling the warning of impending danger he had experienced before, Xuanhuan's mind suddenly filled with unexplained anger. If it hadn't been for him transforming the skeleton within the Death Forest into a land deity, these saints might well have killed him. Since that's the case, once you saints arrive in Death City and your names appear on the Book of Life and Death, I'll make you all die. Xuanhuan's face began to look ferocious. Xuanhuan, is something wrong? Xuanhu sent a message to Xuanhuan, his voice laced with a tinge of fear. Xuanhu was just celebrating the skeleton in the Death Forest becoming a land deity. Through the contract with Xuanhuan, it suddenly felt an immense abnormality in Xuanhuan's mind. The former Xuanhuan always gave it a feeling of warmth, but now it sensed darkness, extreme darkness, which made it feel fear. Thus, through the contract, it inquired what had happened. Xuanhu's interruption instantly brought Xuanhuan back to his senses, and his complexion drastically changed. Why do I have such thoughts? How could I have such thoughts? The Book of Life and Death may allow one to strike out others' years of life, but that comes at a cost. Saint-level strong individuals have very long lifespans. If they were all struck out, given Xuanhuan's current strength at the Division Spirit Realm, the price would be enormous. Earth calamity? Xuanhuan was greatly shocked, breaking out in cold sweat down his back. I'm fine. Xuanhuan organized his emotions and replied to Xuanhu. That's good. Xuanhu also felt relieved upon noticing Xuanhuan reverted to his previous warmth. It had indeed been scared before. I almost met my end. Xuanhuan was thoroughly frightened after the fact. If Xuanwu hadn't timely interrupted him, he might have remained in a state of disregarding life, getting increasingly stuck and unable to extricate himself, eventually destroying himself. Is this what an earth calamity is like? The human calamity is the danger given by others, while the earth calamity is self-imposed danger. Therefore, the earth calamity is actually a heart calamity. Xuanhuan understood. Xuanwu, if you notice anything amiss about me, you must immediately remind me. If reminding doesn't work, wake me up with force. Make sure to use heavy hands. This concerns my life and death. Do you understand? Xuanhuan transmitted sound to Xuanwu. Xuanhuan realized the terror of the earth calamity. He completely couldn't resist it, unknowingly getting trapped. Perhaps it was because the earth calamity is essentially the heart calamity. There was no forewarning within his heart. Now Xuanhuan could only have Xuanwu, who had a contract with him and shared telepathic connection, alert him. Understood. Xuanwu heard this and became extremely nervous. Then added, but I can't beat you. Chapter 59, Construction of the Underworld. Xuanhuan did not reply to Xuanwu's words because they were so real. If Xuanwu had not reminded him in time this time, and he had fallen into madness, then within the range of the Death City, no one would be able to stop him from reaping lives using the Book of Life and Death until he destroyed himself. Now, facing the situation, Xuanhuan has not yet come up with a feasible solution. However, fortunately, the earthly tribulation of the divided spirit realm has already passed. The next tribulation will not come until he reaches the combined body realm, and now he still has time to think slowly. The transition from the divided spirit realm to the combined body realm is not within the scope of what he currently controls. Instead, it requires the development of the territories under his current control. When this development reaches a certain point, he will enter the combined body realm. Now Xuanhuan is considering which direction to develop. Initially, he planned to develop in the technological direction. As long as the technology of the Death City exceeds the level of this world, Xuanhuan felt that he should be able to meet the conditions for entering the combined body realm. However, now that he has the human scroll, Xuanhuan understands his direction for development, to make the Death City a place similar to the underworld. The appearance of the human scroll not only made him understand how to reach the combined body realm, but also made him more clearly understand the path ahead, the immortal way. The first 3 realms gave him the human scroll, so the middle 3 realms should be the earth scroll, and the last 3 realms are the heaven scroll. In line with this direction, his path to becoming an immortal must involve controlling the heavens, earth, and humans within this world. Now with the human scroll in hand, Xuanhuan knows that although he hasn't fully controlled the human realm yet, just the range of Death City, he speculates that establishing the underworld will allow him to enter the combined body realm. Once all the intelligent beings of the human realm are recorded in the Book of Life and Death, he believes he will then reach the stage of a terrestrial immortal. Beyond the terrestrial immortal lies the celestial immortal stage, though Xuanhuan doesn't yet have clear ideas about it. However, by the time he becomes a terrestrial immortal, he believes he will understand. Recording all the intelligent creatures of the human realm in the Book of Life and Death, it's such a long process. Why do I overthink so much? I should just focus on how to build the underworld. Xuanhuan sighed. The most important function of the underworld is reincarnation. Forget about creating the 6 paths of reincarnation. There's no way right now to create things like the Bridge of No Return, the River of Oblivion, or the Yellow Spring Road. There are no underworld kings, or even basic soldiers at present. However, what comforts Xuanhuan is that he has an underworld, the underworld being the Death City. But not this Death City. Rather, another space equally large as the Death City exists. When the human scroll appeared, it came with the underworld space. After the human scroll merged with Xuanhuan, the underworld space became the same size as the realistic extent of his Death City. With a single thought, Xuanhuan entered the underworld space. It was the first time entering the underworld. Surprisingly, Xuanhuan didn't feel unfamiliar at all. Not only was it familiar, but there was a sense of closeness, possibly due to the human scroll recognizing its master. Currently, the underworld is empty, surrounded entirely by a gray mist. It's different from his imagined dark and gloomy underworld. Here, it's simply gray without any feeling of gloom, perhaps because there are no ghost souls, and therefore no energy. Looking around, nothing seemed to improve the situation. Everywhere looked the same. As Xuanhuan was planning to leave the underworld, he noticed a shadow in front of him. How could there be ghost souls? Xuanhuan wondered. Since the underworld lacks everything, especially the ghost gate, ghost souls should not be attracted here, nor are there soldiers to catch them. After some thought, Xuanhuan guessed that these might be spirits that wandered into the underworld by accident. Upon closer inspection, there were 2 ghost souls in sight. Judging by their resemblance, they were brothers. Upon approaching the pair, they showed no reaction, their eyes devoid of life and vitality. In the absence of energy, if the 2 were outside, meaning in the mortal world, their souls would dissipate completely in a short time. However, since they luckily ended up in the underworld, they would not dissipate and would remain in this state until the underworld gains enough energy. After absorbing the energy, they will regain the memories from when they were alive. Xuanhuan left the underworld and returned to his room. The appearance of these 2 ghost souls made him realize that the most urgent task at present is to construct the ghost gate. The ghost gate's function is to attract ghost souls to enter the underworld. With the ghost gate in place, unconscious spirits will be drawn into the underworld. Currently, what Xuanhuan needs desperately is energy. All the elements in the underworld need to be created with energy. The source of energy is simple. Ghost souls themselves consist of yin energy, which gradually emanates from their bodies. Capturing the ghost souls inside the underworld and letting them release yin energy will allow him to eventually produce the ghost gate once enough yin energy accumulates. Currently, there were only 2 ghosts in the underworld. If they solely relied on their emitted yin energy to produce the ghost gate, it would probably take Xuanhuan several 10,000 years. Xuanhuan couldn't wait that long. Actually, there was a simple way: dispersing the ghosts inside the underworld, which would increase the yin energy. However, even if he did so, to create the ghost gate he'd still need to disperse hundreds of thousands of ghosts. Should I go capture so many ghosts myself? The thought alone exhausted Xuanhuan. Unless there was a war within the Death City range, he could instantly grab 10,000 ghosts into the underworld this way. But now there was no war. Although people in the Death City died daily, accumulating 100,000 ghosts would still take a long time, and he didn't want to capture each ghost one by one. How could I forget about him? Xuanhuan immediately contacted 2D Gong, the Skull Land God in the Death Forest. Land God, I grant you the right to enter the underworld. You may guide the spirits to the underworld, which will enhance your merits. Thank you, Venerable Immortal. Skull was delighted upon hearing this. He had been worried about where to get his merits. The monsters in the Death Forest provided him with continuous offerings, but few merits. After becoming the Land God, he understood the use of merits. One could say they were omnipotent. As long as you could imagine it, there's nothing that merits can't exchange for. Xuanhuan also smiled contentedly. Land gods originally had the duty to guide spirits to the underworld, so giving this task to the Skull was perfect. And guiding spirits into the underworld would bring him merits, so the Skull would surely be glad to agree. However, one point was slightly imperfect. The Skull was just the Land God of the Death Forest, capable of leading the souls from the Death Forest, unable to do so for other places. There were large populations within the Death City, and every day, quite a few died. Letting them dissipate like this wasted a lot of yin energy. After some contemplation, Xuanhuan decided to first capture some ghosts and scatter them, allowing the 2 ghosts in the underworld to absorb them quickly, restore their consciousness, and then let them take charge of capturing the ghosts in the Death City. He decided to make these 2 yin soldiers. Chapter 60, The Yin Soldiers' Brothers. Xuanhuan spent several days catching the ghosts produced in the Death City over these few days and dispersed them to feed the 2 ghosts who first entered the underworld. In these few days, not many ghosts were produced in the Death City, but there were mercenaries dying daily in the Death Forest. After the Earth God brought those ghosts into the underworld, Xuanhuan also dispersed those ghosts and gave them to the 2. Where are we? The 2 ghosts stared blankly at their surroundings, and Xuanhuan after regaining their wits. This is the underworld. You are now Yin soldiers of the underworld. Xuanhuan explained. Yin soldiers? What are Yin soldiers? The 2 ghosts were bewildered. Xuanhuan patiently explained to them. He carefully explained what the underworld was, and what a Yin soldier was. It's not that Xuanhuan had leisure time to explain, it was mainly because more ghosts would enter the underworld later on, recruiting large numbers of Yin soldiers as well. There would be plenty of questions asked then, and Xuanhuan didn't want to take the trouble to explain the rules of the underworld to each one individually. So he directly taught these rules to these 2 ghosts, letting them explain to other ghost souls. So we are dead? The 2 ghosts were shocked. Xuanhuan was speechless. Apparently, they still thought they were alive after his long explanation. Just existing in another form. If you don't want to exist anymore, I can scatter you. Xuanhuan said seriously. Xuanhuan was only scaring them. He wouldn't actually scatter them, having painstakingly restored their consciousness to help him catch ghost souls. No, we haven't lived enough. The 2 hurriedly explained. If you haven't lived enough, go work. Within the range of Death City, apart from the Death Deep Forest, the rest are under your management. Remember, don't let any ghost escape. After finishing, Xuanhuan turned around and left. Before leaving, he again reminded them. Remember, you are just the lowest level Yin soldiers, and won't last long in sunlight. When going out during the day, don't directly expose yourself to the sun. Preferably wait until after sunset to go out and catch ghost souls. Xuanhuan knew they would surely try to go out during the day and test the sunlight. Humans always have curiosity, even after becoming ghosts. Another reason Xuanhuan was sure they would go out was because they would surely want to meet their living relatives. So Xuanhuan emphasized it particularly to tell them this matter was important and dangerous, giving them a warning so they wouldn't foolishly run into the sunlight. Brother, shall we go out now? I want to see my parents and little sister. After Xuanhuan left, Wang Erju said, I also want to go, but it's still daytime now. By the way, oh right, who was that guy earlier? Wang Daju suddenly remembered he didn't know who that person was, as they didn't ask, and neither did that person introduce himself. I don't know either. Wang Erju was also baffled. Anyway, let's go see our family. We'll just be careful not to get direct sunlight on us. Finally, Wang Daju decided to go check it out. They didn't know that person, why should they listen to him? Leaving the underworld, they appeared in an empty house. Brother, I feel uncomfortable, Wang Erju said in discomfort. Me too. It must be for the reason that person mentioned. The yang energy from the human world makes ghosts uneasy. Wang Daju nodded and said, Brother, should we test whether what that person said is true or not? Wang Erju looked at the sunshine outside. Just when Wang Daju was thinking about whether to test it or not, Wang Erju already reached out to touch the sunlight outside the window. It hurts. Wang Erju screamed in pain the moment his hand touched the sunlight. Brother, are you okay? Wang Daju asked anxiously. It hurts, like my hand is being burned by fire. Wang Erju groaned in agony. It seems what that person said is true. We'd better be more careful. Yeah, Wang Erju nodded. He really doesn't want to experience that kind of soul-piercing pain again. The two headed towards their home's direction, traveling through the houses trying to avoid direct sunlight. Brother, we can indeed pass through walls without any obstruction. Wang Erju seemed excited. He has never experienced anything like this before. It was novel. That person was right. Ghosts and humans are completely different. Passing by some families just now, none of them noticed us. It seems they truly cannot see us. And we spoke, and they showed no reaction. Wang Daju wasn't very happy. Others couldn't see them, which meant their family wouldn't be able to either, making it impossible for him to meet with and talk to his family. It wasn't long before the two arrived home. Their parents had just returned from selling vegetables and were washing the leftovers they hadn't sold, selecting the poorer ones to make lunch with. Their little sister was helping alongside them. Father, mother, little sister. The two came in front of the three and called out, but they received no response. Brother, our parents can't hear us from outside, nor can they see us. Wang Erju's mood was a bit down. Wang Daju just made a sound. Brother, judging by how our parents and little sister are acting, they seem not to know that we've already passed away. I know. Generally when we go out for missions, it takes 10 days or half a month. It's only been a few days, so it's normal they haven't noticed yet. Wang Daju and his brother were independent mercenaries who this time accepted a task without going together with others. Brother, if you think our parents find out we have died, then... Wang Erju didn't continue. Wang Daju also understood his younger brother's meaning. Unlike the inner city of the Death City which had various safeguards, the outer city didn't. If their death as brothers became known to everyone, there would surely be people who would come looking for trouble for their parents and little sister. Brother, earlier that person said that capturing ghost souls and bringing them into the netherworld grants merit. Merit could make us stronger. After becoming stronger we can be promoted. Once we're high-ranking soldiers we'll be able to appear in the human world. Do you think that's true? Wang Daju asked. It should be true, right? Wang Erju uncertainly replied. Regardless if it's true or not, we must try. If we could appear before others, then we could protect our family's safety. Wang Daju said firmly. Wang Erju vigorously nodded his head. He wanted to protect the family too. Then let's start catching ghost souls now. Wang Daju said. Okay, brother. After saying this, they reluctantly left home and began the work of catching ghost souls. Xuanhuan, after leaving the underworld, had been continuously paying attention to the two brothers in his room through mental awareness, fearing any unexpected incidents might occur. After all, these two were currently the only soldiers they had. When he saw them begin to catch ghosts and act cautiously, avoiding sunlight as much as possible, Xuanhuan finally felt reassured. Subsequently, Xuanhuan sent a telepathic message. I am the Lord of the Underworld, and the City Lord of Death City in the Yang World. If you encounter troubles, you may seek me out. Chapter 61, Gathering of Saint-Level Experts. Xuanhuan transmitted a message to them for two reasons. First, he wanted to introduce himself so that his subordinates would know who he was. It wouldn't make sense otherwise, and so they could understand what to do when future matters involving him arose. Secondly, if there were any issues or troubles, they could come to him immediately. Newly deceased souls generally lack awareness and are easy to capture, but this only holds true in normal circumstances. If someone dies in a place filled with energy, or if the deceased person carries deep resentment, once undetected for a long time, it might transform into an evil spirit. Additionally, if someone was powerful during their lifetime, even after death, they could still be a formidable ghost. Ghosts such as these were beyond the capabilities of these two minor underworld soldiers to handle. The underworld began its preliminary collection of spirits, and all Xuanhuan had to do was wait patiently. Meanwhile, other saint-level experts from various regions also arrived one by one at the City of Death. With the gathering of these saint-level experts, naturally, there were many people from different empires who came to see the spectacle. Undoubtedly, some had intentions of seeking personal gains. Your Highness, I've arranged the visiting saint-level experts in the best hotel in the inner city. However, so far, no one has come to pay respects at your mansion. Lu He felt puzzled. Their purpose in coming to the City of Death was to meet the prince, so why hadn't anyone visited yet? Understood. They are very cautious. Xuanhuan smiled, guessing their thoughts. They planned to wait until all the saint-level experts had gathered before approaching him as a group. The reason was simple. They feared he might play tricks. After all, he was the famous general of the continent. If someone visited first, and he claimed to have already shared some crucial information with them, it would cause that person significant trouble and create mutual suspicion among them. None of those who had reached the saint level were fools. They shared a common goal and understood that unity would lead them to obtain information fastest and most effectively. Any distrust between them would make things more complicated. Not everyone wanted to monopolize the news, yet they realized since the news Xuanhuan received came from the giant race, which did not possess god-level giants. This meant even a powerful race like the giants could not properly handle the situation. Acting alone certainly wouldn't work either. Therefore, obtaining the information together was the correct choice. Prince, recently, there have been many people arriving in the City of Death, causing hotels to run out of rooms. Some have rented houses from civilians, which has caused numerous disputes. What should we do about this? Dahao beside him asked. The inner city? Xuanhuan questioned. It's not the inner city. In the inner city, they are all citizens of our City of Death. They don't lack the small rental income and won't rent to unfamiliar people. Instead, they let trusted friends stay over without charging fees. It's only people from the outer city who rent out their houses, Dahao explained. For the outer city, let the 8 guards manage it. As long as no harm comes to the 8 guards members, you needn't interfere, Xuanhuan replied casually. Yes, Your Highness. Lu He, Issue an announcement stating that the citizens of the City of Death fall under the jurisdiction of the City of Death. No organization or individual has the right to judge its citizens. Anyone harming a citizen will face severe punishment, Xuanhuan ordered. Yes, Your Highness. After much thought, Xuanhuan now announced this carefully considered decision. He aimed to instill in the citizens of the City of Death a sense of belonging, thus laying the foundation for the development of the underworld later on. Those who feel connected to the City of Death while alive would maintain a connection even in the underworld. After all, the underworld also belonged to him. To inspire others to generate a sense of belonging, comparison must exist. Now that the outer city was relatively chaotic, this was the perfect moment to release the announcement. First, it made the citizens of the City of Death feel superior compared to the people of the outer city, and second, it encouraged others to desire becoming citizens themselves. Becoming a citizen required significant contributions, greatly benefiting the development of the City of Death. The better the city developed, the stronger the citizens' sense of belonging would become, a virtuous cycle. However, the premise was that the City of Death must truly protect its citizens, otherwise, all discussions were meaningless. How? If a citizen of the City of Death encounters trouble, solve it at all costs. If someone oppresses a citizen of the City of Death, demand compensation tenfold according to the rules, Xuanhuan commanded. Yes, Your Highness. How felt this was perfectly reasonable. Insiders should always gain more advantages. Lu He, however, worried and said, Your Highness, won't this incite more ill will towards the citizens? Lu He's concern was not without reason. Jealousy is one of the evils inherent in humans. It's no problem. There will always be envious people, but we need to categorize them. Who would be jealous? Most of those who think they lack the ability to become citizens of the City of Death would be jealous. However, those with the strength to become citizens wouldn't be jealous. Instead, they'd envy it, which would lead them to work harder for the City of Death and aspire to become one of its citizens as well. These are the capable individuals I want. Xuanhuan chuckled as he spoke. Lu He nodded. He had understood what His Highness intended, to attract capable people to join the inner city of the City of Death. How? Once this announcement is made, some will deliberately cause trouble for our citizens. You must pay extra attention. Inform the citizens immediately using the citizen orders. Once anything abnormal is detected, they must contact the 4 city guard teams right away. Xuanhuan said seriously. Yes, Your Highness, I'll send out the notification right away. How replied earnestly. Before they knew it, the next day arrived. 26 saint-level experts came together to meet Xuanhuan at the Lord's mansion. Among them, 3 were familiar to Xuanhuan. They were the same 3 from last time when the Moon Worship Empire had invited them to hold him off. The alcoholic saint-level warrior with a thick beard named Free and Easy, the taciturn saint-level warrior Qianlai, and the chatterbox Grand Mage Luohua. After seating all 26 guests, Xuanhuan began. I am well aware of your purpose here, so let's skip the pleasantries. I can share the information about achieving god-level power with you, but it won't come free. Younger brother, just say what you want. Can our group of saint levels not meet your demands? Big Beard responded boldly. The others nodded in agreement as well. Xuanhuan directly stated his condition. Within the next 3 years, I hope there won't be any invasions by other empires into the border areas of Daxiao Empire. This demand wasn't made out of consideration for the Daxiao Empire. Wars between nations were normal, but now was not the best time because the underworld didn't yet have a wide enough jurisdiction. If war broke out, it would mean an enormous amount of souls needed handling. To be precise, those who died outside the underworld's jurisdiction would not turn into ghosts after death. Only those whose names were recorded in the life and death register, and who passed away within the underworld's boundaries, would transform into ghosts. Chapter 62, Persuading the Saints. After Xuanhuan's request was made, the saints of empires that did not share a border with the Daxia Empire immediately expressed no issue. For them, this request by Xuanhuan was essentially nothing. However, the saint from Baiwei Empire and Luohua from Yanhua Empire remained silent. Their 2 empires were currently experiencing friction along their borders with the Daxia Empire. The armies were already prepared to fight. To them, Xuanhuan's request felt like it was targeting them. The saints of other empires also understood Xuanhuan's intention and looked towards the saints of Baiwei and Yanhua empires. This is beyond my control too. Luohua of Yanhua Empire quickly explained upon realizing all eyes were on him. Old Luo, how can you not understand? If you're not in control, do you really think the great emperor of Yanhua Empire is in control? Is this about your Yanhua Empire, or is this our business as saints? Do you believe your emperor has the authority to decide for all of us? Asked the Zuai, who had a beard. Upon hearing this, Luohua, glancing at the unkind gazes of other saints, nodded promptly in agreement. He realized that indeed, Yanhua Empire wasn't fully in charge anymore. The saint of Baiwei Empire came to an understanding as well and immediately signaled his consent. Since everyone agrees, brother, go ahead, said the bearded man looking at Xuanhuan. Even though we've agreed, if anyone reneges, I wouldn't know what to do then, said Xuanhuan with a shrug. Rest assured, since we've agreed, anyone who dares to renege won't get away without consequences, responded Zuai, while simultaneously casting a glance at people from Baiwei and Yanhua empires. Relax, we have given our word. No one will dare to go back on it. We won't let others humiliate us. That's correct. Yes. You may trust us. All the attendees echoed their approval. Xuanhuan gave a small smile. All right, I believe you all. Even as he verbally professed his belief, deep inside, he didn't particularly concern himself over whether they would honor their words or not. What mattered to him was their attitude, their assurance towards him. Given that he held the Book of Souls, if they failed to fulfill their promises, Xuanhuan could find ways to deal with them. Some enjoy making oaths, but usually, even breaking these oaths does not incur actual punishments unless you make them in front of true masters from the Taoist or Buddhist traditions who take your vows seriously. In that case, the likelihood of the vows manifesting might become quite significant, potentially leading to thunderbolts striking down from the heavens. With the Book of Souls at his disposal, Xuanhuan did not require any oaths from them. All he needed was a verbal promise. If they couldn't fulfill what they promised, he could use the book to strip away their fortunes. Of course, assuming they were still within the reach of the netherworld. Fine, I'll tell you the method to attain godhood now. Everyone immediately perked up, ears strained to hear. Originally, Xuanhuan intended to deceive these saints by telling them what he told his younger brother, xiuxian, that soaking the skeleton's bones from the death forest in wine could lead to becoming gods. But now he could not lie. He had to tell them the truth. Informing them of falsehoods would constitute deception, rendering their prior pledges nullified automatically by the Book of Souls. There's a land god in the death forest. If you gain his recognition, he might recommend you to become a deity. Xuanhuan said, looking at them. What's a land god? The crowd was confused. Let me not explain what a land god is yet. First, I'll ask everyone here. Does anyone know what happens after achieving godly status? Asked Xuanhuan, not answering their question directly, but posing a different one instead. No one knew the answer. They had no idea what happened after reaching the godly level, but hearing Xuanhuan's statement implied there was a tremendous secret within. After becoming divine, one must leave this world and enter another realm. That's why there are no deities in this world, said Xuanhuan when no one replied. Leave this world? Other worlds? Does that mean they're all filled with gods? If we achieve divinity and go to another world, doesn't that make us the weakest there? That shows there must be more advanced techniques in those worlds, offering opportunities to elevate further, which isn't bad. What's good about being weak in another world? Can you guarantee the ones who became gods earlier won't enslave you? Such thoughts belong to cowards. Hearing all this makes me reluctant to become a god. It's pretty nice right here. Spit. You're just a coward too. Who are you calling out? Cowardly lot. Who are you calling special? Don't act so arrogant. Amidst such banter, some began arguing among themselves. Watching this scene unfold, Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Everyone had different thoughts. Some aimed to reach the divine level to pursue greater strength, while others wanted it for a longer life to enjoy more time in this world. It was natural that people with these two types of thinking didn't get along. Stop. Let me finish. Xuanhuan interrupted their argument. Everyone respected Xuanhuan and looked at him, eager to know what he would say. What I mentioned earlier was just one way. After becoming divine, you would leave this world. However, there is another method of attaining divinity, where you can stay in this world, like the land god inside the death forest. That's right. The god within the death forest stayed in this world. Lord Gu, do you know the method that allows staying in this world? How does it work? The crowd quickly asked. That brings us back to the land god mentioned earlier. A land god manages a particular area of land, just like the land god in the death forest who oversees the death forest. Inside the death forest, essentially whatever he says goes. Xuanhuan thought secretly, I haven't deceived them. I said essentially. Whether it's essential or not, it's all up to what I say. So how does one become a land god? The group hurriedly asked. You should go ask the land god inside the death forest. Xuanhuan dismissed them to find the skeleton. He couldn't say too much. It could easily make others suspicious. The crowd fell silent after hearing this, pondering over something. Xuanhuan considered this situation and understood. They were worried. You don't need to worry. The land god isn't an evil deity. He only ensures peace in his territory. As long as you don't cause trouble in the death forest, he won't harm you. Furthermore, you are all saints. If you go inquire the land god about the ways to become land gods in other places, I believe he will be very willing to tell you since he needs companions too. The land god often chats with my contract holy beast xuanhuan. Being a god on this world, he is quite lonely. After listening, everyone brightened up. If the land god in the death forest indeed didn't mind having a few more gods around, they could really go ask directly. Chapter 63, The First Evil Ghost. After all the saint-level individuals left the city lord's residence, Xuanhuan sent a mental message to the land god in the death forest. Land god. Master, what do you need? The skeleton immediately responded to Xuanhuan. I estimate that those saint-level individuals will come find you during this period. You need to prepare well. What do you mean, master? The skeleton didn't quite understand Xuanhuan's intentions. You should treat them well, and tell them that they will need merit if they want to become a land god. The expansion of the underworld requires large amounts of yin energy. It is uncertain when enough yin energy can be collected with just the ghosts within the current boundaries of the Death City. Let them collect treasures from the world that carry yin energy. After collection, hand them over to you, and then you place the items in the underworld. This way, by helping establish the underworld, you'll receive plenty of merit and can easily share it with them. Xuanhuan arranged. Thank you, master. The skeletal land god was delighted. This was certainly a great assignment for him. Just through conversations, others might keep delivering merit to him non-stop. After arranging matters with the skeletal land god, Xuanhuan checked the situation in the underworld. A few days had passed, and there were already some ghosts in the underworld, around a few hundred or so. This also indicated that a few hundred people had died within the range of Death City over these past days. For constructing the Ghost Gate, the amount of yin energy generated by these few hundred ghosts was far from sufficient. Suppressing his impulse to disperse all the ghosts, Xuanhuan left the underworld. He scanned the yin soldiers with his divine sense, and they were doing fine, working diligently. Your Highness, one of the citizens was killed outside the inner city. Lu He came and reported to Gu Yihan at this moment. What happened? Gu Yihan furrowed his brows and asked. This citizen is named Zhang Shurtu, the younger brother of the wife of the captain of the Southern Guard team's nephew. He became a citizen of Death City only yesterday. While having a meal in the outer city today, he had an argument with someone from Dachu Kingdom. Since this person from Dachu Kingdom is a sky-level warrior, Zhang Dashu was instantly killed before the 8 guards of the outer city could react. Lu He explained in detail. So, where is this person now? Gu Yihan asked. He has already been captured by the captain of the Southern Guard team and brought to the Southern Guard residence. Since he's been captured, kill that person. Confiscate his property as compensation for the family of Zhang Dashu. Gu Yihan said indifferently. Lu He didn't leave after hearing this. What's wrong? Gu Yihan was puzzled. Well, since Zhang Dashu just became a citizen, he might not have fully understood the rules, so he may have acted arrogantly. Lu He hesitated to say. Are you implying that this entire incident was completely Zhang Dashu's fault, and that he started the fight first? Gu Yihan questioned coolly. Lu He nodded, frowning. This Zhang Dashu was truly a remarkable individual. The day after becoming a citizen, he went out to the outer city to show off, wearing the citizenship emblem around his neck and walking straight without turning corners. Whoever dared to block his path, he would ask if they were a citizen, and if they answered no, he would kick them. There wasn't a more arrogant individual than him. In the end, he offended a sky-level warrior from the Dachu Kingdom, and then Zhang Dashu met his end. Regardless of whether it's Zhang Dashu's fault or not, no one else has the right to discipline Death City citizens. Kill him, Gu Yihan said lightly. Yes, Your Highness. Lu He wanted to say something, but seeing that the prince had decided, he kept quiet. Lu He quickly informed the captain of the Southern Guard team. Upon receiving the news, Nan Yi decisively killed the sky-level person from the Dachu Kingdom. After the outer city residents heard the news, they kept their distance from the inner city residents, fearing they might unintentionally offend them. Gu Yihan issued an announcement informing everyone that if the citizens of Death City make any mistakes, others can file complaints with the city administration and Death City will handle cases impartially. However, anyone who dares to act on their own initiative to harm the citizens will not be tolerated, regardless of who they are, and strict punishment will be given. This announcement made many others feel relieved, and at the same time, let the citizens of the inner city realize that simply having a citizen badge doesn't mean they can behave recklessly. The saint-level expert of the Dachu Kingdom also learned that one of his empire's sky-level warriors was killed because he had offended a common citizen, which infuriated him. Immediately, he went to the city master's mansion to find Gu Yihan, demanding an explanation. How could the life of a common citizen require a sky-level warrior to lose his? Ancient city lord, what does your action mean? Yao Qianxia, a saint-level strongman of Dachu Kingdom, angrily stared at Gu Yihan. These are the rules of our Death City. Gu Yihan replied indifferently. Fine, then I will change your rules today. Yao Qianxia was also a short-tempered individual, directly charging toward Gu Yihan. Gu Yihan squinted, daring to challenge my authority in my domain. Without saying another word, Gu Yihan instantly appeared behind Yao Qianxia and kicked him forcefully towards his head. With a bang, Yao Qianxia was kicked 1 meter into the ground and remained motionless. The fight ended so quickly that the other saint-level experts nearby who were watching didn't even have time to react. This kind of power. The other saint-level individuals were shocked. They hadn't expected Gu Yihan to be this strong. Is there anyone from Dachu Kingdom? Please take him away and compensate me for repairing my courtyard. After speaking, Gu Yihan left. Eventually, someone from Dachu Kingdom arrived, pulled Yao Qianxia out, took him away, and paid the repair costs. After this incident, all the saint-level experts realized just how powerful Gu Yihan was. A 5th-rank saint-level warrior had been defeated with just 1 kick. They compared their own strength and estimated that they wouldn't even last a single kick. Upon returning, they immediately ordered their respective empires' people to behave in Death City, which greatly improved the city's public order. Though the security situation in Death City had greatly improved, the Xuanhuan soldiers encountered trouble. Because of his sky-level status and heavy grudges, the sky-level warrior of Dachu Kingdom turned into an evil ghost after death. He followed Nan Yi around, attempting to harm and kill Nan Yi. However, due to Nan Yi's practice of the Death Guardian Immortal technique, the evil ghost could do nothing to him. Still, Nan Yi felt as though something was following him, but, being unable to see ghosts, he assumed it was just his imagination. This existence of the evil ghost caused much distress for the Xuanhuan soldiers. They initially wanted to bring the evil ghost back to the underworld, but the 2 brothers were no match for it. Moreover, when the ghost saw them, their energy attracted it, and so the ghost relentlessly chased after the 2 brothers, trying to devour them. Finally, with no other choice, the 2 brothers fled to Gu Yihan and begged for help. Master, save us. Upon seeing Gu Yihan, the 2 shouted loudly. Gu Yihan looked at the 2 and then at the evil ghost chasing behind them. He instantly understood what had happened, and with a wave of his hand, sent the ghost into the underworld. Following that, Gu Yihan took the 2 brothers into the underworld. You 2 are too weak. It's perfect since an evil ghost is actually a great supplement for soldiers. Good news for you 2. Gu Yihan then controlled the evil ghost, dispersed it, and distributed its essence between the 2 brothers. The 2 brothers felt large amounts of energy entering their bodies, and their strength grew significantly stronger. Chapter 64. Sacred Level Group visits the Earth Deity. After several days of waiting, the sacred level experts gathered together and after many discussions, decided to trust Gu Yihan's words and planned to go to the Death Forest to find the Earth Deity to ask about the methods of becoming a deity. The reason they waited for a few days was because each had their own thoughts, thinking if anyone would venture first to check out the situation. However, no one is foolish enough to risk going alone to the Death Forest to seek the Earth Deity. With no end in sight to this waiting, eventually, they held a meeting and decided to go together, so that if anything happens, a group facing a deity should be able to manage well enough. 25 sacred-level experts arrived at the Death Forest. There were originally 26, but xiuxian, the sacred-level expert from the Qiu Kingdom, still lay unconscious in an inn. Now that we're all here in the Death Forest, what do we do next? How do we find the Earth Deity of this place? One sacred-level expert looked at the crowd and asked, "Shall we just shout his name?" Someone suggested uncertainly. "That's not a bad idea. Why don't you try?" Another replied with an encouraging look. "What are you all afraid of? Even if he's a divine being, with so many sacred levels here, there's no way he can take on all of us," Debizi Xiaoyao loudly proclaimed. As soon as Debizi Xiaoyao finished speaking, a divine authority descended from above. Debizi had no chance to resist and collapsed with a bang, unable to move. The others also felt the divine authority and stood rooted in place, not daring to stir. This is the power of a god. All were greatly alarmed in their hearts. In the face of such terrifying divine power, it was like a form of racial suppression. Everyone lost any thought of resistance. It felt like ordinary mortals encountering a waterspout in the vast ocean. Only despair filled their minds, with neither the courage nor means to escape. The skeleton land deity had detected them since they entered the Death Forest, waiting for them to respectfully request an audience with him before revealing himself. But unexpectedly, they chatted for quite some time without even shouting his name. This left him speechless. As he contemplated whether he should directly approach them, he heard someone belittling him. He decided to give them a warning. Although the Earth God is divine, it isn't what this world calls the God tier. Powerful, yes, but not powerful enough to easily subdue the top combatants of this world, the sacred levels. But unlike those who are infethed as land deities for humans, this skeleton originally has great strength and is within his jurisdictional territory while fueled by the incense offerings. Hence, he could suppress so many sacred-level experts effortlessly. "Mortal, do you know the consequences of disrespecting a god?" The sky rang out with the stern voice of the skeleton land deity. "I've erred. Please forgive me, land god." Debizi Xiaoyao managed to apologize with difficulty, realizing how ignorant he was and comprehending just how strong a deity could be. The other sacred-level ones inwardly sighed, never expecting that despite being universally revered figures in this world, they were merely mortals in front of this god. Their determination to become deities grew even stronger. "It's the first time, and I shall forgive you only this once." As soon as these words were spoken, the divine power weighing upon them immediately disappeared, as if nothing had ever happened. The disappearance of the divine might made them instantly feel light throughout their bodies, though cold sweat still trickled down their backs. "Thank you, land god." Everyone gratefully expressed their thanks. "If you wish to see me, come to the center of the Death Forest." The sky conveyed the sound of the skeleton land deity. "Yes." Everyone respectfully responded. Subsequently, everyone quietly headed toward the center of the Death Forest. They were all frightened and dared not speak, lest one wrong word cost them their lives. Even though the land god mentioned that seeing him required heading towards the center of the Death Forest, they did not think they could safely leave if they didn't want to see him. So they were all speeding toward the center as fast as possible, fearing being the last one to arrive and possibly angering the land deity. Xuanhuan had been observing the situation here with his spiritual awareness all along. Seeing the usually high and mighty sacred levels now looking so timid brought him much amusement. "They've been terrified by you, and you've done an excellent job." Xuanhuan transmitted a message to the skeleton land deity. "Thank you, Senior Immortal, for your praise." The skeleton land deity respectfully replied. Then, the skeleton land deity further inquired, "Senior Immortal, may I inquire if I can upgrade my divine post once I accumulate enough merit?" Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan paused briefly. In his impression, the skeleton had always been wholeheartedly dedicated to the Death Forest. Now it seemed he wasn't content anymore. "Why are you asking this question?" Xuanhuan asked. "I wish to become a city guardian. That way, even if my subordinates die in the future, I will still be able to keep them with me," the skeleton explained. Xuanhuan understood his meaning after hearing it. The skeleton had many saint-level magical beast subordinates, and even though he was a land god, he did not have the right to recruit them as subordinates. However, if he were to become a city guardian, he would possess such rights. One of these included the ability to recruit subordinates, and he wished to help arrange positions for the magical beasts within the Death Forest after their death. It seemed that he still hadn't changed, being wholeheartedly dedicated to these magical beasts. However, this caused a dilemma for Xuanhuan. The underworld at this moment was nothing more than a shell, its scope too small. Moreover, he himself did not yet have the authority to bestow the title of city guardian. Even if he did obtain the right, allowing this skeleton to recruit a horde of magical beasts as soldiers would be impossible, considering magical beasts couldn't become soldiers anyway. After pondering, Xuanhuan said, "When your merit is sufficient, naturally your divine position can be upgraded. But you must understand, only intelligent beings after death can become ghosts. Saint-level magical beasts may enter the underworld, but their appearance will remain in their magical beast form. They cannot become soldiers. For magical beasts to become soldiers, at least half of their bodies need to transform into human form. How could they achieve this human form?" The skeleton asked urgently. "I do possess ghost cultivation techniques, though these can only be practiced after death. I'll transmit the method of ghost cultivation to you now. You decide from there, Xuanhuan said. Thank you greatly, great immortal. The skeleton thanked with sincerity. Speaking of the magical beast's cultivation, Xuanhuan thought about Oxhead and Horseface. Perhaps, in the future, some magical beasts might truly become like Oxhead and Horseface. Even if not exactly Oxheads or Horsefaces, Pigheads and Sheepfaces would suffice too. Xuanhuan handed over the method of ghost cultivation to the skeleton, and soon the saint-level experts arrived in front of the land god's shrine. The shrine was built by the skeleton out of wood and served as his home. Because the skeleton resided here, the shrine emitted divine might, which instead of harming magical beasts, provided numerous benefits. Therefore, magical beasts often visited the shrine. As larger magical beasts usually possessed greater strength, the shrine was also constructed on a considerable scale. The saint-level experts gazed at the shrine radiating divine might and hesitated outside, not daring to enter, certainly partly because there were many saint-level magical beasts around. Chapter 65, Persuading them to collect xianxia. You can all come in. With the approval of the land god, the group cautiously avoided the magical beasts and entered the land temple. The massive land temple, coupled with the divine presence, made the saint-level individuals feel very small. Upon entering the land temple, the first thing everyone noticed was the giant statue of the land god. The statue had clear eyes that were bright and vivid, just like a real person's eyes, making one feel as though the statue was actually alive. Pay respects to the land god. Everyone immediately performed a noble bow, not knowing what kind of etiquette to use, but feeling confident that a noble bow would be appropriate. The skeleton land god did not pay attention to this, stepping out from within the statue to stand before them. The purpose of your coming here is clear. You wish to become gods, correct? Asked the skeleton land god. Upon hearing the voice, everyone looked up and saw the land god. They found that the land god appeared to be an ordinary old man who didn't look like a deity at all. He was wearing strange clothes and leaning on a walking stick, and it was impossible to associate him with the divine presence they had felt earlier. Seeing the land god questioning them, everyone quickly nodded. To become a god is both simple and difficult. It's simple because if you have merit and request enshrinement, it can happen. However, it's difficult because you need enormous amounts of merit, and there is no guarantee that you will be enshrined. The skeleton land god slowly explained. How do we earn merit? And how do we get enshrined? Someone cautiously asked. This is a long story, let me explain it step by step. Please sit down. With that, the skeleton land god waved his hand, and a chair appeared beside each person. This action shocked them. Was this the power of a god? These chairs did not come from a spatial ring. It seemed more as if they were conjured out of thin air. This is only a small skill after becoming a god. The skeleton land god also noticed their shock and explained. This was only a small skill. Everyone was even more astonished. After everyone sat down, the skeleton land god said, to become a god, there must surely be reasons, so tell me why you want to become gods. Why don't you start? The skeleton land god pointed to the person nearest to his right and added, tell the truth. I want to become stronger, that person said. The skeleton land god nodded and then looked at the next person. I want immortality. I want to become strong. I want to protect the empire. After everyone finished speaking, the skeleton land god said, I understand your reasons for wanting to become gods, mainly strength and immortality. I can frankly tell you that immortality and growing stronger are the most basic abilities gained after becoming a god. After hearing this, everyone still did not quite understand. What did he mean by saying immortality and strength are basic abilities? The reason I say this is because life becomes limitless after becoming a god, and even if you do nothing, you will grow stronger gradually over time. The skeleton land god explained to them using the words of Xuanhuan. This was also part of Xuanhuan's plan to stimulate them so that they would work harder in the future. Though what he said wasn't untrue, endless lifespan does not equate to being invincible, and while gradually growing stronger is real, it could also refer to accumulating knowledge due to living longer. Is it really true? Everyone was amazed that there were so many benefits to becoming a god. If immortality and strength are the most basic ones, then there must be other abilities too, right? Someone thought about this point and asked. Everyone else looked at the skeleton land god after hearing this. Yes, after becoming a god, as long as your divine responsibilities are high enough, there are many things you couldn't imagine that you'll be able to accomplish, the skeleton land god calmly stated. Can you tell us more specifics? Someone asked. You will naturally understand once you've become gods. Telling you now wouldn't help since you won't be able to grasp these concepts anyway. How come we wouldn't understand? Some people felt dissatisfied. Was the land god underestimating them? They were among the strongest in the world, knowing secrets others couldn't even imagine. What wouldn't they understand? The skeleton sensed their thoughts and said, do you know about reincarnation, rebirth, the three realms? Have you ever seen ghosts, the underworld, heaven? You know nothing, haven't experienced anything. How am I supposed to explain it to you? After listening, everyone fell silent. These were things they had only heard about today, let alone witnessed. All you need to focus on now is collecting merit to ascend to godhood. Everything else will become clear later. The skeleton continued. Yes, let's concentrate on ascending to godhood first. Everyone agreed by nodding their heads. So, how do we collect merit? Someone asked. The skeleton smiled and said, you're lucky. Right now, the underworld is collecting xianxia, so as long as you find objects imbued with it, you'll gain merit. Once they've collected enough xianxia, it might not be so easy to gain merit anymore. These words were also secretly conveyed to the skeleton by Xuanhuan, who intended to let them know that they couldn't always trade xianxia for merit. Now was their chance to search for items with xianxia. Later, it might no longer be possible. So, How do we know if an item has yin qi? And what should we do after finding one? Someone asked. Objects that make people feel chilling cold usually carry yin qi. After obtaining such items, I can help send them to the underworld, the skeleton explained. Hearing this, the group lowered their heads and thought. Xuanhuan had been observing them with divine awareness and understood their concern. They were worried that the skeleton might take all their merit. Afterward, Xuanhuan relayed a few words to the skeleton. Understanding this, the skeleton said to them, "You're worried that I might steal your merit, aren't you?" Everyone remained silent. Ha ha ha. The skeleton burst into laughter. Confused, the group looked at him, unsure why he was laughing. Merit is allocated by heaven. It's not something anyone can just take. What belongs to you, I cannot take away. However, when I assist you, I do earn some merit too, but that's merely a token effort fee. You're overthinking things, the skeleton explained. Most of the group believed his explanation, though there were still some skeptics. It's understandable that you have these concerns. But once one of you becomes a god, you'll realize that what I've said is true. Whether or not you choose to collect items with yin qi is up to you. It doesn't matter much to me anyway. The skeleton told the group. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Only the land god could currently help them ascend to godhood, and even if he did take their merit, they would have no choice but to accept it. What the skeleton said was indeed true about heaven allocating merit, but in this world, there may not really be a heaven. The power to distribute merit lay in Xuanhuan's hands. He could allocate it to whoever he wished. Xuanhuan had already agreed with the skeleton to let him handle the distribution of merit from the collected items. With the skeleton's current focus on ascending to a higher divine position, these people would likely receive little merit. Chapter 66 Princess Yueyu's Escape. Your Highness Yueyu, where should we go now? Wang Chong, whose whole body was already covered in injuries, asked Yueyu, who was equally drenched in blood. Yueyu's eyes were lifeless, her gaze vacant. She didn't know where to go either. Ever since her elder brother had usurped the throne and killed their father to become the new emperor of Baiwei, Yueyu, the famous general of the continent, became a thorn in her brother's side. Had it not been for the 3 loyal guards who pledged their lives to protect her, she would have long been slain by her brother's sword. Even after escaping, only Wang Chong remained among her guards. The two of them had lived in hiding for months, eventually fleeing into the territory of the Daxiao Empire, completely exhausted. In the past, Yueyu had led the armies of the Baiwei Empire in countless battles, angering most neighboring empires. Despite the vastness of the world, she now felt that there was no place left that could accept her. I don't know where to go. You should leave as well. As a sky-level warrior, you can find refuge anywhere. I don't think my brother has any reason to chase you relentlessly. Staying with me will only endanger your life, Yueyu said listlessly. Your Highness, it was you who saved me before. Without you, I wouldn't be here today, Wang Chong replied. You saved me then, and now I've repaid the favor. Go, and live your life far from me, Yueyu said wearily. Where will you go, Your Highness? Wang Chong asked. I don't know, Yueyu replied indifferently. Wang Chong looked at Yueyu's expression and understood her meaning. She had abandoned resistance and accepted whatever fate awaited her. Your Highness, what happened to your ambition? Look at you now. You're nowhere near the confident and formidable leader you once were. Wang Chong suddenly shouted loudly. What else can I do? Yueyu bitterly laughed. As long as we're alive, there's still a chance, Wang Chong exclaimed strongly. Still a chance. Yueyu raised her head to look at the sky. And where exactly is that chance? Which empire would dare to offend the Baiwei Empire for my sake? Perhaps other generals from different continents might have opportunities if they faced the same situation as me. But I am a woman. Do you understand that? In the Baiwei Empire, do you think there's any faction willing to help me? Yueyu lamented painfully. After hearing this, Wang Chong fell silent, acknowledging Yueyu's words. Being female meant she had no right to inherit the throne. No power within the empire would gamble on her, because the chances of failure were too high. Both remained silent for a long time until Wang Chong suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, let's go to Death City. Death City. Yueyu did not understand his meaning. Death City belonged to Xuanhuan, who had even dared to kill her teacher. Not even her brother dared to challenge him despite ascending to the throne. Your Highness, what do you think of Princeton? Wang Chong asked. He's very strong, decisive, and most importantly, extremely intelligent and far-sighted. Yueyu reflected after some thought. She greatly admired Xuanhuan, but not because of his immense power. It was because the people in the cities Xuanhuan once occupied under the Baiwei Empire still cherished the days when he ruled. Yueyu most respected how Xuanhuan managed to occupy other empires' territories while ensuring the local population did not resist him, instead remembering his governance fondly. Such an achievement had never been recorded in the history of the continent, making such a person truly terrifying in Yueyu's eyes. Does your Highness hate Prince and for killing Wang Ming, the Sword Saint? Wang Chong asked. I want to hate him, but I can't bring myself to. On the battlefield, survival depends on destiny. There is no reason to hate him. Yueyu sighed guiltily, recalling the death of Master Wang Ming. If only she hadn't sent her teacher to assassinate Xuanhuan without fully understanding his strength back then, he wouldn't have met such an unfortunate end. So why don't we seek refuge with Princeton? What do you think about this, Your Highness? I believe Princeton won't take the crown prince seriously and will certainly be able to protect your safety. Once you are safe, we can find another opportunity to return to the Baiwei Empire, Wang Chong suggested. After hearing this, Yueyu remained silent, lost in thought. Do you see any problems with this plan, Your Highness? Or do you doubt whether Princeton would shelter us? Wang Chong asked. Whether or not he takes us in depends on whether it benefits him. With my ability to lead troops, I think he will agree. However, I'm uncertain because his skills as a commander surpass mine. Yu explained. Why not try? Wang Chong proposed. All right, let's give it a shot. There seems to be no better option. Yu thought for a moment and decided to visit Death City to seek shelter with Guihan. After hearing this, Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief. He had been frightened by Yu's dead-like expression earlier. The suggestion to head for Death City was something he blurted out in desperation, but unexpectedly, it brought some life back into Yu. As long as Yu wasn't ready to die, he could relax, because all he wanted was for her to remain alive. After making the decision, the two embarked on their journey toward Death City. A month later, Yu arrived at the border of Death City. During this month, the pair hid frequently, not only evading Baiwei Empire's trackers, but also dodging the Daxia Empire's forces. It seems that my elder brother is determined to see me dead. He even persuaded people from the Daxia Empire to help kill me. He must have paid a heavy price. Yu panted, her breathing ragged. Indeed, who would have thought that the Daxia Empire's people would actually assist him? Wang Chong replied, equally breathless. Not long ago, they had narrowly escaped from a combined pursuit team from both Daxia and Baiwei empires. The two rested briefly, and then continued towards Death City. Although they were already within the boundaries of Death City, it was still far away. Neither of them felt safe, just yet. You two, are you tired? If you're tired, stop running. Not too far ahead, a group blocked their path. Right after that, people from the Baiwei Empire also caught up and surrounded them entirely. Princess Yu, why don't you come back with us? A leading member from Baiwei Empire said. Yu looked around and bitterly laughed. She knew escape was impossible now. There were 2 sky-level warriors from Baiwei Empire and another 2 from Daxia Empire. She and Wang Chong stood no chance against them. I never expected that your emperor from the Daxia Empire was so generous as to send 2 sky-level warriors to help capture me. Yu remarked sarcastically, addressing the 2 sky-level warriors from the Daxia Empire. One of the warriors responded, I think there might be some misunderstanding. We weren't sent by the Daxia Empire. Then who did send you? Yu questioned, bewildered. We weren't sent by anyone. We simply accepted this mission from the Mercenaries Guild in Death City. The warrior glanced down, clearly perplexed by Yu's question, his mercenary token hanging plainly from his waist. Chapter 67 Yu goes to Death City. Mercenary. Yu was even more confused. On the continent, there were many mercenaries. But usually, only those with average strength became mercenaries just to make a living. These 2 were sky-level warriors, people coveted by major powers, so why would they choose such a dead-end career as being a mercenary? Yu, who had been on the run recently, didn't know that mercenaries in Death City were entirely different from those in other places. Although unaware, when Yu heard the mention of the Death City Mercenary Guild earlier, she thought that since they were from Death City, they should have some connection with Guihan. Are you people from Death City? I came to Death City this time to see your city lord Princeton. After Yu finished speaking, she looked at their expressions. Sure enough, upon hearing that she had come for Princeton, the expression of these mercenaries changed immediately. You came to Death City to find Princeton? The sky-level mercenary asked suspiciously. That's right. Yu responded firmly, and the mercenary's expression made her feel there might still be hope. The person leading the team sent by the Baiyu Empire to capture Yu, after seeing the mercenary's expression, immediately said, she's lying to you. Lorden and she were once opponents on the battlefield. How could she possibly be here to see Lorden? Even if she really is here for Lorden, it must be for some ill intent, with another hidden purpose. After hearing this, the mercenaries felt it made sense and began to look unfavorably at Yu. Because of my identity, you may not believe whatever I say. However, it doesn't matter. As long as you take me to see Lorden, everything will become clear. If you let them bring me back to the Baiyu Empire or kill me now, then Lorden wouldn't take it well. Yu spoke calmly. After listening, the mercenaries started whispering among themselves, discussing. Upon seeing this scene, Yu sighed in relief internally. She was confident these mercenaries would take her to meet Guihan because she noticed that these mercenaries seemed afraid of Lord and while simultaneously being very excited. Yu guessed they might want to earn merit with Lorden. Leader, do you think we should take him to meet Lorden? One mercenary asked. She says she wants to see Lorden. That means she isn't invited by Lorden, and perhaps Lorden might not even know she has come to Death City. Whether he will see her is still questionable, another mercenary said. This woman has clashed with Lorden on the battlefield. Their relationship shouldn't be too good. I don't think we can trust her. Handing her over to the people of the Baiyu Empire and completing the mission to get our reward sounds reasonable. One cannot simply assume so. On the battlefield, everyone is male. This Princess Yu is exceptionally beautiful. Who knows? Perhaps during the battle, Lorden had some feelings for Princess Yu. Otherwise, how did she manage to escape alone while even the sword saint of the Baiyu Empire died during that war? It's possible Lorden intentionally let her go. Upon hearing this statement, everyone instantly seemed to understand something, all turning back to look at Yu. Seeing that they looked at her with expressions of sudden realization, Yu felt perplexed. Yes, Princess Yu is very beautiful. Being a princess and capable, it's quite normal for Lorden to have an interest in her. The leader nodded and confirmed in the end. After these mercenaries were convinced that Yu was a woman favored by Lorden, their attitude toward her immediately shifted. The first person to notice this change was the captain leading the team from the Baiyu Empire. Realizing things weren't going according to plan, he immediately drew his sword and attacked Yu, attempting to directly kill her to complete his task. Wang Chong, standing beside Yu, reacted quickly and deflected the blow. However, Wang Chong, who was already injured, had diminished strength, and the attack sent him flying aside. The leader of the mercenary group, noticing this, immediately rushed to Yu's side, shielding her and watching the captain from the Baiyu Empire. You can leave, said the mercenary leader. What do you mean? The captain angrily questioned. We are taking her to see Lorden, and any subsequent decisions will be up to Lorden. Is this how your mercenary guild completes tasks? How we carry out our missions doesn't need your instruction. If Lorden decides to dismiss her, at that time, naturally, I'll hand her over to the mercenary guild, and you can come claim her. But we imagine your mission will be erased by the guild. Humph. The captain, realizing the mercenaries were determined to take Princess Yu away, gave an irritated huff and decisively left with his team. He knew continuing a fight with the mercenaries here would certainly be disadvantageous for him. He decided to leave first and find an opportunity later to kill Princess Yu. After the Bayou Empire people left, a mercenary stepped forward and said, Leader, are we just letting them go? If this Princess Yu is indeed someone close to Lorden, capturing the people of the Bayou Empire could amount to a significant accomplishment. It's not certain yet, and moreover, capturing the Bayou Empire people would cost us a lot. Forget it. Let's take her to see Lorden first, said the mercenary leader. Yes, leader. Inside the Death City, Lord's mansion. After more than a month, with the treasures brought by those saint-level experts, the energy from the underworld was now sufficient to create the Ghost Gate. Xuanhuan smiled after completing the Ghost Gate. With it, ordinary souls would automatically be drawn into the underworld in the future. Even though regular souls were attracted to it, Yinbing and his brother didn't feel relieved. Instead, their situation became worse. Mainly, because there were so many ghosts left in the human world that weren't dealt with before. During this period, these ghost souls had become stronger. The main reason for their strength increase was due to Death City's specific characteristics. The mercenaries of Death City caught large quantities of magical beasts every day and brought them inside the city. Magical beasts aren't like common poultry. They possess a certain amount of power. After death, each household kept some of their bones for decoration or other purposes, which made it easy for the ghosts to absorb enough energy from these magical beast carcasses or bones, thus becoming stronger, something Xuanhuan hadn't anticipated. Recently, there were places where haunting incidents started occurring. Fortunately, Yinbing and his brother had grown significantly stronger after absorbing the evil spirit of a sky-level warrior, or else they wouldn't have been able to cope with the current situation. Prince, a mercenary group reported that Princess Yu encountered trouble on her way to find you. They saved Princess Yu and are waiting outside the door, Lu He reported to Xuanhuan. Princess Yu. Xuanhuan thought hard, but couldn't remember who Yu was among his relatives. Lu He noticed Xuanhuan's confusion and explained. Princess Yu is the princess of Baiwei Empire. She once fought against you on the battlefield. Oh, her. Xuanhuan suddenly understood. However, he also found it strange. Why would she come looking for him? Although they had clashed on the battlefield, he had never met her face to face. Was she coming to take revenge? And why would she need mercenaries to save her along the way if she intended to avenge herself? Was she foolish enough to challenge him with such strength? It seemed unlikely, yet one could never tell. She had appeared rather naive on the battlefield before, but when it came to fleeing, she was top-notch. Yu left an average impression on Xuanhuan. Chapter 68. The ghosts regained their senses. Xuanhuan's attitude made Lu He somewhat unclear about the current situation. When that mercenary came to report earlier, he had hinted subtly at something, as if the young master and Princess Yu had some unusual relationship, and the look on the mercenary's face seemed to indicate he was seeking merit. This led Lu He to guess that there might be some sort of connection between the young master and Princess Yu. However, looking at the young master's expression now, it didn't seem like he cared much about Princess Yu. After thinking for a moment, Lu He understood. It was Princess Yu who harbored unrequited feelings. Once he realized this, Lu He instantly felt deep admiration for Yu. This woman who disregarded societal norms, set aside previous grievances, and traveled far to pursue her emotions. How could anyone not admire her? Lu He had seen Yu briefly at the gate earlier. She was beautiful, her status matched the young master, and she was also a renowned general on the continent. The young master wasn't young anymore. It was time for him to get married. Lu He thought that Princess Yu would be very suitable for their young master. The young master had always been preoccupied with Death City and hadn't paid any attention to his own marriage matters. As one of the older servants by the young master's side, Lu He felt it was his duty to help the young master and find a mistress for Death City. Lu He thought Princess Yu would be very appropriate. Should I invite her in now, young master? Lu He asked quietly. Let her in. Xuanhuan considered it and decided to meet her. After all, she had come from so far away. There must be something important. Yes, young master. Lu He went outside and instructed someone to bring Yu and Wang Chong into the living room to wait. Looking at the mercenaries still outside, Lu He said approvingly, You've done well. Later, I will commend you in front of the young master. Thank you, Steward Lu. The mercenaries were very happy. Steward Lu, there is still a bounty in the Mercenaries Guild to capture Princess Yu. The leader of the mercenary team said. What? Why does the Mercenaries Guild have a bounty to capture Princess Yu? Tell me everything. Lu He asked, startled. The mercenary captain recounted the situation in the Baiwei Empire to Lu He. I see. I'll inform the young master. Lu He nodded. Although Lu He appeared calm on the surface, inside he was furious. Princess Yu was such a good woman, and she was your sister, yet you would go so far as to want her dead? He felt the current emperor of Baiwei wasn't a good person. After feeling that Princess Yu and Xuanhuan were a good match, Lu He subconsciously started viewing Yu as one of his people. After entering Xuanhuan's room, Lu He recounted what the mercenaries had told him to Xuanhuan. I understand now. Xuanhuan immediately grasped why Yu had come to find him. She had nowhere else to go. But how could she be so sure that he would help her? Let me go see this battlefield rival of mine. Xuanhuan smiled, stood up, and headed toward the hall. On the way to the hall, Lu Ha suddenly said behind him, Princess Yu is truly pitiful. Her father has died, and her brother doesn't even care for her. Young master, you must console her properly. Huh? Xuanhuan was puzzled. What did this random statement mean? Why should he console her? It's nothing. Just that I feel Princess Yu is pitiable, Lu Ha explained. There are many pitiable people in the world. Xuanhuan didn't think too much about it, only feeling that Lu Ha was overly sentimental. He wasn't like this before. Perhaps age made him more emotional. When they reached the hall, Yu and Wang Chong immediately stood up and greeted Xuanhuan with the nobleman's bow. Prince and greetings. Sit down. After returning the bow, Xuanhuan invited them to sit. This visit has disturbed your excellency. Yu apologized after sitting down. No problem. May I ask what Princess Yu needs from me? Xuanhuan asked directly. The two of us wish to join under your excellency's protection. Yu was direct, clearly stating the purpose of her visit. To have a renowned general from the continent join me, of course I welcome it. It's an honor, Xuanhuan smiled. Then he paused for a moment and looked at Lu Ha. Lu Ha, make arrangements for them to stay here first. Starting tomorrow, arrange for someone to introduce them thoroughly to Death City. Yes, your excellency, Lu Ha responded. After saying that, Xuanhuan left. This surprised Lu Ha. What happened to the young master? Yu and Wang Chong were also stunned. Was Prince acting too straightforward? Was that it? Then, the meeting was over? Xuanhuan had originally intended to chat with them properly, but the Yin brothers had just sent a message. There was trouble in the underworld. After checking the conditions inside the underworld, he immediately ended the conversation. After returning to his room, Xuanhuan entered the underworld. The underworld is currently in chaos. With the increase of ghosts, the Yin energy has also grown significantly, allowing many previously unconscious ghosts to regain their senses from when they were alive. And with this restoration came a slew of problems. Let us out. We don't want to die. Whoa. You must have used some evil method to turn us into this state. You can't fool us. I'm a citizen of Death City. Once the city lord finds out what you've done to me, he won't let you off easily. Upon entering the underworld, Xuanhuan was immediately met with a cacophony of shouting and crying voices. Some realized they were dead but couldn't accept it, while others outright refused to believe that they had died, thinking instead that it was the work of evil sorcerers who turned them into this form and locked them up here. Meanwhile, the Yin brothers tried to explain to them what ghosts were, what the underworld was, why they had ended up there, and that they could be reborn eventually. However, these newly conscious ghosts simply would not listen. Watching all this, Xuanhuan felt a headache beginning to form. This was something he hadn't anticipated. In the past, dispersing the spirits was easy, but now that they'd regained their memories from life, he could no longer scatter them as before. Seeing Xuanhuan's arrival, the Yin brothers quickly approached and bowed. Lord of the city, how should we proceed? The Yin brothers were also troubled because some of the ghosts were people they had known in life, so using violence wasn't an option. Even explanations fell on deaf ears. The other ghosts noticed Xuanhuan too. Though few recognized him as the city lord, many citizens of Death City did know who he was. It's the city lord. He's come to save us. One of the Death City residents instantly recognized Xuanhuan and assumed he was there to rescue them. They excitedly screamed out. Other ghosts, upon hearing this, grew similarly ecstatic and crowded around Xuanhuan. City lord, you've arrived just in time. These two have somehow transformed us into this ghastly form and imprisoned us in this gloomy place. Please punish them severely. The citizen from Death City pointed at the Yin brothers, sobbing as they complained loudly to Xuanhuan. Chapter 69. Lu He's misunderstanding. Xuanhuan looked at him, said nothing, and turned to the two Yin soldiers, saying, explain the concepts of ghost souls and the underworld again for them. Yes, your highness, the two Yin soldiers obeyed. Humans have souls, which leave the body after death and turn into ghosts. That is your current state. The place you lived in during your life is called the Yang world. This underworld is called the Yin world. Ghosts must come to the underworld because they can't withstand the Yang energy of the Yang world, unless they find places heavy with Yin energy to stay. Otherwise, their souls will surely dissipate within 7 days. The Yin brothers repeated their previous explanation. Since Xuanhuan was there, the ghosts listened quietly. Do you understand your current situation? Xuanhuan asked, glancing at the group of ghost souls. I don't believe it. You're lying to us. I'm not dead, one ghost yelled out, refusing to accept the fact that he had passed away. My child has just been born. Whoa, my son hasn't returned yet. I want to see my son. No, I don't believe this. I see now, the city master is actually an evil sorcerer who captured us here. Another wave of commotion arose, some believing the words, others suspecting it was a conspiracy orchestrated by Xuanhuan. It doesn't matter if you don't believe right now. Right now, the underworld needs Yin soldiers. If any of you are interested, you can sign up with these two. Those who contribute significantly may have the chance to become Yin soldiers. As for the rest, Xuanhuan glanced at them. Those who fail to become Yin soldiers, I will arrange for them to be reincarnated later. Afterward, Xuanhuan instructed the two Yin soldiers, give them more knowledge about what happens after death. If anyone causes trouble, dissolve them directly. Yes, your highness. Having finished speaking, Xuanhuan left. Believers would naturally come around eventually, but no matter how he tried to persuade non-believers, it was useless. He didn't want to waste saliva on those stubborn ones. Back in his room, Xuanhuan pondered over matters of the underworld. More ghost souls would regain consciousness in the future, and relying solely on the two Yin soldiers might not be enough for proper management. Creating the 6 paths of reincarnation wasn't possible, yet due to insufficient Yin energy, and besides, Xuanhuan didn't intend to let the ghost souls reincarnate so quickly. The underworld was still too small, lacking many things. These ghost souls were needed to generate yin energy. He checked the current size of the underworld. It carried quite a bit of yin energy, slowly expanding outward. The range of the underworld had already expanded several meters beyond its initial construction, which made Xuanhuan even more reluctant to let these ghost souls reincarnate. At least, not until the underworld had grown to a certain extent and the 6 paths of reincarnation could be built. But the biggest issue right now was management. These ghost souls must be managed somehow, or when they discover that consuming other ghosts makes them stronger, chaos might break loose in the underworld. So who should manage the underworld? Himself? Absolutely not. It would be too much trouble. The 2 yin soldiers? They lacked the capability. Skeletons? Also no, since he's now the land spirit, and it wouldn't be appropriate. Your Highness. Lu He appeared at the door of Xuanhuan's room. What is it? Your Highness, the tasks related to hunting Princess Yu and her companion from the mercenary guild are still active. Should we cancel them? And what about rewarding the mercenaries who saved Princess Yu? Lu He asked. Tell them how to cancel the missions. Regarding rewards, leave it up to you, Xuanhuan said. Yes, Your Highness, Lu He respectfully replied. Hey Lu He, I'm here, Your Highness. You've served by my side for so many years, so you should know well how I handle things. For many issues, you can make decisions on your own without needing to consult me. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Whenever an issue arises, decide what you think is best. Xuanhuan spoke to Lu He from outside the room. Lu He always followed every order Xuanhuan gave precisely, but one disadvantage of this loyalty was that Lu He would ask permission for even the smallest of things. Xuanhuan understood Lu He's concerns. Lu He feared doing anything wrong, which is why Xuanhuan had just reassured him that there's no need to fear making mistakes. Your Highness, Xuanhuan walked out of his room, looking at Lu He and said, I've known you since I was a child, and you're like family to me, an elder. You're currently the steward of Death City, and many responsibilities lie on your shoulders. If you're unsure of what decisions to make on your own, here's a guideline. Imagine yourself as an elder. Anything you do as my elder, you can do now, regardless of whether you make mistakes or not. I will never blame you. Thank you, Your Highness. This humble servant understands. Lu He heard Xuanhuan referring to him as an elder, moved to tears of gratitude. After leaving, Lu He was still thinking about what Xuanhuan had said. Anything an elder would do, you can do now. How benevolent the Highness had been toward him. Wait, anything an elder would do, I can do too. What did the Highness mean? I get it now. Suddenly, Lu He seemed to have realized something. The meaning behind these words couldn't be clearer. The Highness rarely interacted with women and didn't know how to communicate with them. Being shy by nature, perhaps he'd fallen for Princess Yu but didn't know how to express his feelings. His Highness's intent was for Lu He to play matchmaker. Once enlightened, Lu He knew exactly what he needed to do. After Lu He left, Xuanhuan also thought of Yu. As a well-known general in the continent, Yu had considerable experience in management. Allowing her to manage those ghost souls would certainly be a good idea. It wouldn't be difficult for Yu to enter the underworld and take charge of managing the ghost souls. All he had to do was hand over the Book of Life and Death. As for whether she might be tempted by its powerful abilities and try to steal it, Xuanhuan wasn't worried at all. Without his permission, no one could take the Book of Life and Death or the judge's pen. Having made up his mind, Xuanhuan decided to discuss things with Yu. If she wanted to ally herself with him, that was fine. She could help him with matters of the underworld. As for any ulterior motives Yu might harbor, Xuanhuan paid no attention to them. Once she realized the true capabilities of the underworld, none of her goals mattered. The next morning, after a night's rest, Yu was much more spirited. Upon rising, she found that Lu He, the steward, had come to see her. Princess Yu, Lu He smiled at her. Lu steward, is there something you need so early in the morning? Yu wondered why he had come so early. I'll bring you to meet the Highness. Princeton wants to see me? All right, let me prepare myself then. Soon afterward, Lu He brought Yu before Xuanhuan. Your Highness, Princess Yu has just arrived. Your old servant believes that taking her out for breakfast would be a way to show sincerity, Lu He said, grinning. Sincerity? Xuanhuan didn't understand. She came here to pledge allegiance to him. Shouldn't it be her showing sincerity? Nevertheless, as he was about to discuss the underworld with Yu anyway, he didn't dwell on Lu He's words too much. All right, today I will show Princess Yu around our city of death. Chapter 70. Taking Yu to the underworld. Princess Yu, try this beef soup noodles. You can't find it outside. These buns are also very good. They're all specialties of our death city. There are a lot of other snacks outside that you can't find anywhere else. Today I'll take you to taste them well, Xuanhuan said as he sat down with Princess Yu at a small stall and started eating breakfast. Thank you, Princeton. This beef soup noodles is very delicious. Yu looked at the food in front of her which she had never seen before and ate with great appetite. She hadn't had a good meal for a long time during her escape. I'm glad you like it. Xuanhuan smiled and began to eat himself. Princeton, I heard the most beautiful scenery in Death City is the Rainbow Spring. Where is it? As they ate, Yu chatted with Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan pointed to a distant square. It's over there. Yu followed the direction Xuanhuan pointed and saw the fountain in the center of the square. It was quite novel to her, but it wasn't as beautiful as others described. Xuanhuan noticed Yu's confusion and explained, now it's daytime. The Rainbow Spring looks prettier at night. Tonight, I'll take you there to see it and let you try some evening snacks here, which are also special features of Death City. I think you'll like it. I see. Thank you then, Princeton. Yu expressed her gratitude. After finishing breakfast, Xuanhuan took Yu on a leisurely stroll around the inner city and explained to her about its construction and patterns. What do you think of Death City? Guihan asked after introducing it almost completely. I think there's no better city than this on the continent. Yu sincerely praised it. After Guihan's explanations along the way, Yu admired him even more. She didn't know what was in his head, but Death City seemed like an entirely different world compared to other cities outside. That's good. Guihan was satisfied to see Yu genuinely liked it. Princeton, thank you for taking us in. What can we do for you? Yu thought that since she now depended on him, she would be considered part of Guihan's people, so she should show her usefulness somehow. You've just arrived, and I should have given you a few days to rest and get acquainted with Death City. However, I happen to have something that needs your help, so I'll come right to the point. Guihan smiled as he spoke. Please tell me, Princeton, when it came to serious matters, Na became immediately attentive. You've been leading troops for many years. I assume you're good at management, aren't you? Guihan asked. Although I may not be as good as Princeton, I assure you that my military management skills will not disappoint you, Yu answered. When Yu heard Guihan asking about army management, she was momentarily stunned. She didn't understand why Guihan would ask such a question. Did he want her to help manage the army of Death City? After thinking for a moment, Yu believed it was impossible. After all, she had just arrived, and they were once enemies. How could the army of Death City allow an outsider like her to manage it? That's good. I have a group of people for you to manage. Guihan hesitated for a second, realizing what he said was somewhat misleading. He corrected. Well, not exactly people, but a kind of alternative human race. Not humans? Alternative humans? Were they giants? Yu was shocked upon hearing this, but she did not reveal her emotions on the surface. Princess Yu will definitely not let Princeton down. Yu nodded firmly and said, Good. Now, let's go back and make some preparations. Later, I'll take you to meet them. Guihan smiled and looked at her. Yes, Princeton. Yu understood from Guihan's words that he truly decided to let her manage these people. It was excellent news because the giant race was a powerful one, with strength comparable to Dragon Clan. If she managed to run the giant race well, then she'd feel much more confident if she returned to Baiwei Empire in the future. Yu was ecstatic inside, while simultaneously pondering whether it would be possible for her to fully control the giant race. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Guihan told Yu, Call your guards over. Later, when you and they arrive at my room, I'll give you some things. Yes, Princeton. After Yu left, Guihan went back to his room. After their recent interaction, he was fairly satisfied with Yu, possibly due to her prolonged experience commanding troops. Although Yu was a princess, she did not have the coddled nature typical of other princesses. Yu was decisive and not sentimental. The reason Guihan wanted Yu to bring her guard over was that he planned to hand over the Book of Life and Death to Yu and the Judgment Pen to her guard, Wang Chong. He had investigated Yu's journey so far and was also pleased with Wang Chong. He was loyal to Yu and had decent capabilities. Letting him assist Yu in managing the underworld would be appropriate. Not long after, Yu arrived at Guihan's room with Wang Chong. Your Highness, we pay our respects. Wang Chong bowed politely. I'm aware of both your and Yu's experiences. You're doing a fine job and are very loyal. Later, Yu will be handling some crucial matters for me, so you must well assist her. Guihan smiled as he spoke. Yes, Your Highness. Originally, Wang Chong wanted to pledge his life to protect Princess Yu, but realizing that since they now relied on Guihan, saying it in front of him might not be the best, so he quickly rephrased it. You two may take a seat. The tasks I need to assign to you both are extremely important to me, and they aren't easy to explain right away. I'll show you after we arrive, and then I'll tell you more. Guihan looked seriously at them both. Yes, Princeton. Guihan took out the Book of Life and Death and the Judgment Pen, presenting them to the two. In my own name, I grant you the temporary authority to safeguard the Book of Life and Death and the Judgment Pen. I hope that you will fulfill your duties faithfully. After speaking, Guihan handed the Book of Life and Death to Yu and the Judgment Pen to Wang Chong. The moment the two received the Book of Life and Death and the Judgment Pen, their faces were filled with confusion. Princeton, what is this? These are the Book of Life and Death and the Judgment Pen. Now, the two of you are the custodians of these divine artifacts. With these items, the two of you can now accompany me to a place. Guihan explained. What place? The underworld. The underworld? Both were confused. Without further explanation, Guihan waved his hand, and suddenly the three appeared in the underworld. This is the underworld. Guihan smiled as he gazed upon them. What? Upon arriving in the underworld, both Yu and Wang Chong were utterly astonished by this unexpected change of location. What sorcery was this? How had they ended up in such a strange place? Before coming to the underworld, Guihan had already informed the Yin brothers who managed it. Soon after, the Yin brothers appeared before Guihan. Your Highness, from now on, the management of the underworld will be temporarily entrusted to them. Introduce them to its conditions. Guihan said. Yes, Your Highness. The two of you follow them and learn about the underworld first. To return, enter the consciousness within the divine artifacts I've given you and you'll understand. After explaining, Guihan departed. Chapter 71. Wanting to become a land deity. Guihan returned to his room. He didn't stay in the underworld to explain things to Yu and the others because he was too lazy to bother. With Yinbing's two brothers around, why should he waste his time? Guihan merely gave Yu and Wang Chong the right to keep the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen, but they had no authority to use them, so there was no need to worry about their misuse. In the courtyard, Guihan leisurely sipped his tea. With Yu's capability and Wang Chong as her helper, Guihan believed the underworld would be well managed, giving him peace of mind. The underworld now basically didn't require his administration, just enough yin qi for it to expand on its own. The affairs of the City of Death were managed by Dahao and the 4 captains, so he didn't need to worry about that either. Your Highness. As Xuanhuan was thinking about how he could take some time to relax, Lu He appeared before him. What is it? How did your conversation with Princess Yu go? Lu He asked. Pretty well. Why do you ask? Xuanhuan found it strange. What had been up with Lu He these past few days? Something felt off. That's good. Hearing Xuanhuan say it went fine made Lu He feel happy inside. So why are you asking? Xuanhuan queried curiously. Oh, nothing, just curious. By the way, where's Princess Yu? Lu He looked around. He'd heard from a servant that Princess Yu had come to see His Highness, so why couldn't he see her? I sent her to take care of something. Do you need her? Xuanhuan asked. You sent Princess Yu out to handle things? Lu He blinked in surprise. What's wrong? Xuanhuan became even more puzzled. Yu came to serve under him, making her one of his subordinates. Wasn't it normal for him to assign her tasks? Why does he look so incredulous? Ah, never mind. Take your time. With that, Lu He shook his head and walked away. In Lu He's eyes, His Highness really wasn't very good at romancing women. If he wanted Princess Yu to do something, shouldn't he have gone along to guide her? After all, pointing and guiding can foster feelings, can't it? What do you mean take your time? Nonsense. Xuanhuan muttered. The next morning, Xuanhuan woke up and noticed a fluctuation in his room. Then, Yu and Wang Chong appeared before him. Looking at the situation, Xuanhuan immediately understood what happened. They had entered the underworld from his room yesterday, so they returned here as well. You're back. Xuanhuan spoke first. Princeton, Yu and Wang Chong bowed respectfully to Xuanhuan. On their faces, Xuanhuan saw expressions of disbelief, excitement, and thrill. Well, Xuanhuan smiled and looked at them. Princeton, we never expected this world to have another side like this. One where people turn into ghosts after death and continue living. Yu said enthusiastically. There are many things in this world that we don't know about yet. Are you confident in managing those ghosts? Yes. Yes. In that case, the matters of the underworld depend on you too. Princeton, are you a god? Yu stared intently at Xuanhuan, her eyes gleaming with an intense, almost crazy expression, not reverence, but a wild sort of fascination. No. But then, why are you so strong? I heard the Yinbing brothers say there's a land deity in the Death Forest. It's also thanks to you that he became a deity. Yu asked, excitedly eyeing Xuanhuan. So, do you want to become a deity too? Xuanhuan caught onto her intentions. Yu nodded firmly, and without realizing it, Wang Chong beside her also nodded. Wanting to become a deity is possible. Now that you manage the underworld, you will accumulate merit. When you've gained enough, maybe after you die, you'll directly become a ghost deity. Xuanhuan smiled. After death only? Is there any other way? Yu frowned. She didn't want to wait that long. There's no guarantee of becoming a deity after death either. After dying, one only turns into a ghost. Only with sufficient merit might one become a ghost deity posthumously. Without enough merit, one can only remain a regular ghost. But given our connection, once you become a ghost, I can arrange for you to join the Yinbing, Xuanhuan joked. Can't one become a deity while still alive? What about the deity in the Death Forest? Yu questioned. He used to be a skeleton, gaining a human form after becoming a deity. Xuanhuan explained. So, Princeton, how did you help him become a deity? Yu asked again. You seem quite interested in this. Let me explain clearly to you. Seeing Yu constantly questioning him with such determination to ascend, Xuanhuan decided to tell her straight away. First, the deity in the Death Forest is a land deity, the lowest rank among deities, one that I personally conferred with divinity. To become a land deity, one must be a soul, or a ghost, first. If a land deity wishes to elevate further to higher divine ranks, it has to. Xuanhuan patiently explained the details of becoming a land deity to Yu and the others. So, if I die now, could you bestow me with the title of a land deity? Yu asked. A land deity must have a territory. It wouldn't be called a land deity otherwise. If you really want to become one, I can give you the area of Death City outside the Death Forest. Xuanhuan laughed loudly. Thank you, Princeton. Yu bowed respectfully. Well, let's not talk about dying just yet. You're still alive, aren't you? Help me manage the underworld well now. Merit will come in abundance. Based on your current strength and potential, becoming a saint-class warrior isn't impossible. You could live for hundreds of years and accumulate enough merit in that time to become a city deity. Thank you, Your Highness, for enlightening me. There's no need for thanks. You were in the underworld all night, so you must be tired. Go rest. There will be plenty more work for you later. Yes, Your Highness. We'll take our leave then. After saying this, they left Xuanhuan's room. Not long after, Yu returned alone to Xuanhuan's room. Is there anything else you need? Xuanhuan asked curiously. Princeton, I hope you will kill me now. I wish to become the land deity of Death City. Yu looked seriously at Xuanhuan. What? Are you asking me to kill you? Xuanhuan was shocked. Your Highness, I've thought it through. Managing Death City as a land deity is just the same as living for hundreds of years before becoming a deity. What's the difference? As a land deity, I can still reside in the mortal world. There's no real distinction from my current state, Yu said. But a land deity cannot leave its designated territory, Xuanhuan replied. Do I even have another place to go now? Well, you should still think it over carefully. Xuanhuan refused her. He had no intention of killing Yu. With a look of disappointment, Yu left Xuanhuan's room. And Lu He witnessed this scene. What was Princess Yu doing coming out of His Highness's room this early in the morning? But why did she seem so sad? Lu He couldn't make sense of it. Chapter 72 Yu becomes the land god of Death City. After Yu returned to her room, she summoned Wang Chong. Your Highness, is there something you need from me? Wang Chong was puzzled. He had just prepared to rest when Yu Yu urgently called him over. Wang Chong, I'm planning to commit suicide, Yu Yu said calmly while looking at Wang Chong. What? Wang Chong was shocked. Your Highness, if there's something troubling you, please tell me and we can figure it out together. Don't do this, Wang Chong quickly advised. Now a little bewildered since everything had been fine just a moment ago, why would the princess suddenly want to kill herself? You've misunderstood my intentions. So what do you mean, Your Highness? Wang Chong asked, confused. I just asked Princeton, and Death City happens not to have a land god yet. I want to become the land god of Death City, Yu Yu said calmly. Is this Princeton's idea? Wang Chong furrowed his brows. In his eyes, it looked like Princeton had persuaded her to do this. No, it's my own decision. Princeton hasn't agreed yet. He asked me to think about it some more. Yu Yu explained. Highness, I disagree too. Why would you want to die when life is going well? Right now, Princeton trusts us greatly, entrusting us with the divine artifacts and letting us manage hell. Aren't things going well for us right now? Why would you want to be a land god? Wang Chong urged, truly failing to understand Yu Yu's reasoning since everything was seemingly perfect. After much consideration, I realized that though Princeton revealed his biggest secret to us only 2 days after our arrival and entrusted us with the sacred relics, I clearly know that he doesn't fully trust us. Everything might look good now, but I believe that if he wanted to take all these back, it wouldn't be difficult for him. So I want to become the land god of Death City, showing him that I am wholeheartedly on his side and making him stop being wary of us, Yu Yu explained. But there's no need to become a land god. If we stay by his side long enough, I'm sure Princeton will eventually see our sincerity. Wouldn't you miss returning to Baiwei Empire? And if you die, how will you return or take revenge? Wang Chong asked anxiously. After yesterday's experience in hell, I've come to realize, what's the point of returning to Baiwei Empire? Even if we seize Baiwei Empire again, what difference does it make? Everyone dies eventually. Won't all worldly possessions vanish? We'll all turn into ghosts anyway. Won't we end up right back where we started? But, well, Wang Chong couldn't refute, as he felt the princess made a valid point. After death, one returns to nothing and enters the underworld the same way. And besides, hell is currently developing rapidly and they're short-staffed. If I join now, then in the future, I will become an elder in hell. Considering Prince N's nature, which you know, he doesn't mistreat his own people. If I don't join now, how long could I live? 100 years? 200 years? By that time, who knows how developed hell would be? When I finally become a ghost entering hell, would I even have a place there? Yu Yu asked. This, Wang Chong understood her meaning. Becoming a land god now meant securing a senior status in hell with greater influence in the future. Entering hell decades later probably wouldn't grant such benefits. Though logically convinced joining hell sooner rather than later was better, the thought of suicide still troubled Wang Chong. Actually, there's another reason. Yu Yu suddenly blushed slightly before continuing. After death, one's ghost retains their appearance from the time of death. Wang Chong paused, then realized. Her Majesty wished to remain young forever. Indeed, vanity mattered to women, so Wang Chong kept silent. Wang Chong, how should I die to maintain a good appearance? With a blade? No, that would leave an ugly hole. Hanging myself? Also no, because my tongue will stick out far, which is too ugly. Yu Yu suddenly mused aloud. If maintaining looks is important to you, Your Highness, drinking poison might be best, Wang Chong suggested. Poison? But that would be too painful, wouldn't my face distort in agony? Yu Yu questioned. Then drowning, or twisting the neck. Suddenly, the conversation took a bizarre turn as both began earnestly discussing ways to die with a focus on which method preserved a pleasant afterlife appearance. After considering various options, they ultimately decided upon using the Keeper of Life and Death Register's power to temporarily leave their body. As long as the soul stays outside the body for 7 days without returning, it would never go back, thus causing death. Deciding this, Yu Yu used the Register of Life and Death to release her soul from her physical form. Staring at Yu Yu's soul, Wang Chong suddenly snapped back to reality. Why am I helping her decide how to die looking good? Shouldn't I be persuading her not to die? But it was too late. Since the soul had already left the body, there was no way Yu Yu would willingly return. Sighing heavily, Wang Chong watched silently. Don't sigh, this is actually pretty good, Yu Yu's soul said. After saying that, Yu Yu flew around the room a few times. This feeling is quite nice too, Yu Yu laughed. Wang Chong didn't say anything, seemingly lost in thought. I'll go see Princeton now. After speaking, Yu Yu flew through the room and quickly arrived at Xuanhuan's quarters. Your Highness Princeton, Yu Yu bowed upon reaching Xuanhuan. The moment Yu Yu's soul left her body, Xuanhuan had sensed it. Seeing Yu Yu before him now, he couldn't help but smile with mixed emotions. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Chong arrived, also in his soul form. Wang Chong Yu. Yu Yu was startled upon seeing Wang Chong in soul form. Wherever your Highness goes, I will follow, Wang Chong smiled gently. Thank you, Wang Chong. Yu Yu was deeply moved. She knew Wang Chong was doing all of this because of her. It seems the two of you have made your decision, Xuanhuan chuckled wryly. Yes, your Highness Princeton. Do you not regret this? We do not regret it. All right then, bring the life and death registers and the judge's brush. You don't need to wait 7 days. I'll give you what you want, Xuanhuan said. Although Yu Yu and Wang Chong did not fully understand Xuanhuan's intentions, they immediately took out the life and death registers and the judge's brush and handed them over to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan opened the life and death registers, focused on Yu Yu's and Wang Chong's names, and their names and information instantly appeared in the registers. With the stroke of the judge's brush, they both turned into genuine ghosts. Subsequently, Xuanhuan appointed Yu Yu as the land god of Death City. As for Wang Chong, even though Xuanhuan wanted to appoint him similarly, There was no available land allocated for such an appointment, so it would have to wait for the future. Wang Chong didn't mind this, as long as he could remain by Yu Yu's side. Not long after Yu Yu and Wang Chong departed, Lu He came running hurriedly, looking flustered. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Princess Yu Yu and guard Wang Chong are dead. Understood. Find a place to bury them. Gu Yihan replied indifferently. What? Your Highness, isn't this reaction a bit too calm? Lu Hu was utterly bewildered. Chapter 73. Emperor Gushing falls seriously ill. Time passed quickly, and before anyone knew it, 3 years had gone by. During these 3 years, Death City had become known as the #1 city on the continent. Not only were there occasional new and interesting products appearing, but what truly amazed people was that Death City always enjoyed favorable weather. Even when neighboring cities experienced severe natural disasters, Death City remained completely unaffected. This led others to believe that Death City was blessed by the gods. This also attracted a large number of merchants and commoners to settle in Death City. By now, the outer part of Death City had expanded several times its original size, making it the most populous city on the continent. No city within the empire had more people than Death City. After Yu Yu became the land god of Death City and gained magical powers, all the prosperity and peace that Death City enjoyed during these 3 years could be credited to him. The underworld also expanded several times in size. Now, the adjacent flowing city and 3 other farther cities were all within the range of the underworld. Although the ghosts in the underworld were increasing, Gu Yihan still hadn't built any new structures. He just used the Yin energy to expand the territory of the underworld. In his view, the current scope was still too small. Gu Yihan decided that once the underworld expanded throughout the entire Daya Empire, he would then properly build the things it should have. In the past 3 years, Gu Yihan intentionally left some weaker ghosts in the human world, allowing them to cause trouble. His purpose was to gradually get others accustomed to the existence of ghosts, laying the groundwork for the future. Death City's fame spread across the entire continent, and at the same time, Gu Yihan was acclaimed as the strongest person on the continent. These accolades came from those saint-level powerhouses who collected treasures, having met with the skeleton land god many times over the years. They learned that if one wanted to become a deity, they needed to be appointed by Gu Yihan. This was something Gu Yihan deliberately let the skeleton land god inform them of, because he planned to appoint them as the land gods of their own empires after expanding the underworld into their territories. The world was vast, and there was a need for many land gods to manage it. Gu Yihan thought they were quite suitable for this role. Given their strength and their assistance in finding valuable artifacts for so many years, it could be considered as a form of compensation for them. The Mercenary Guild also became the top guild on the continent, with branches in other empires. And currently, the Mercenary Guild was also the most lucrative industry for Gu Yihan. The daily earnings were virtually uncountable. Dahao and the 4 captains all entered the saint level, and they were among the strongest saints. Other saints basically had no ability to resist them. This achievement could be attributed to Gu Yihan's repeated modifications of their martial arts techniques, which now bore some resemblance to cultivation techniques. All members of the 4 teams reached the sky level. Gu Yihan himself earned the title of the first on the continent, alongside Dahao, the 4 captains, the giant race, and the Mercenary Guild, making Death City clearly the strongest force on the continent. No empire dared to disrespect Gu Yihan. Many people on the continent now regarded obtaining a citizenship certificate of Death City as their ultimate goal, simply because those who held Death City's citizen certificate were protected by Death City wherever they went. Far in the west, a powerful emperor from a mighty empire, separated from the Daya Empire by several countries and great distance, believed that Death City couldn't reach him and deliberately killed a merchant with a Death City citizenship certificate. To provoke further, the head of that merchant was hung on the city wall of their capital, and a declaration was made that anyone from Death City who dared to enter their territory would be killed. When Gu Yihan heard about this incident, he thought this emperor was clearly insane. Why provoke unnecessarily without any grudge or conflict of interest? As everyone expected that Gu Yihan wouldn't stir up trouble over a single citizen from afar, Gu Yihan sent out the Western Guard team from the 4 guards. Captain Shi Yi led his team to travel thousands of miles toward that empire. The battle ended with the total extermination of the imperial royal family and the death of 3 saints. The Western Guard not only returned unscathed but also became stronger, showing others the special characteristic of Death City's guards. The more they fought, the stronger they became. After that incident, no one dared to harm the citizens of Death City anymore. Becoming a citizen of Death City became the goal of most people, and the citizens of Death City became the ideal target. Your Highness, Lu He approached Gu Yihan. What is it? Word has come from the capital, saying that the emperor is gravely ill and hopes that you can return. Upon hearing this, Gu Yihan was puzzled. Emperor Gushing was still in the prime of life. How could he be seriously ill? What happened? Asked Gu Yihan. I don't know the exact reason. I heard that there was an issue with his health a year ago, but it was kept secret and not disclosed publicly. In recent months, he hasn't been attending court sessions. Actually, the emperor has been in a coma for a month now. This message was secretly sent by the royal steward Luin, explained Lu He. Luin? The message was secretly sent? Has something major happened in the capital? Gu Yihan asked. The Mercenaries Guild in the capital sent word. A month ago, after the emperor fell into a coma, the imperial princes suddenly left. The eldest prince stayed in the palace, the second prince went to the west of the empire, the third prince headed north, and your younger brother, the 10th prince, went east. They claimed that the princes were inspecting different parts of the empire. Lu He explained. It seems something is amiss in the capital, Gu Yihan sighed. This wasn't an inspection, Anyone could see that the princes were staking out their territories. Will you go, your highness? Luha asked. Of course. My father is gravely ill. How can I, as his son, not go? Xuanhuan replied. The Mercenaries Guild also reported that several days ago, the eldest prince summoned the other princes back to the capital, saying that His Majesty might not have much time left. However, the other 3 princes outright refused. Oh, everyone else was informed except me, and they must have known about father's illness long before I did. Clearly, they don't consider me one of them. Xuanhuan chuckled. After thinking for a moment, Xuanhuan understood the situation. The 3 princes had left the capital immediately after Emperor Gushing's coma with no intention of returning. The eldest prince was now alone in the capital, clearly vying for the throne. His summoning the other princes couldn't have been done with good intentions. The other princes saw through the eldest prince's plan, which is why they didn't dare to return. And by not notifying him, they were silently excluding him from the competition for power. Imperial Steward Luan secretly told him because he probably wanted him to stabilize the empire. He likely didn't want it to descend into chaos. Luha, prepare. We leave for the capital in 3 days. Your Highness, are you planning to? I'm planning nothing. Visiting a sick father is simply what a son should do, Xuanhuan said softly. Chapter 74. The Emperor abandoned by the royal family. Inside the palace of the Daxiao Empire, Luan, a feeble voice woke Luan, who was sleeping next to the bed. Your Majesty, you have finally woken up, Luan exclaimed in joy. How long have I been unconscious this time? Asked the Emperor gushing as he looked at a weary Luan. Your Majesty, you've been unconscious for over a month. Over a month? From being unconscious for just a little while initially, then a day later, and now directly over a month, murmured Emperor gushing. What's the situation outside? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince now has complete control of the capital city. Luan chuckled wryly. At hearing these words, Emperor Gushing immediately understood what he meant and shouted. This ungrateful son. Cough cough. The enraged Emperor Gushing attempted to sit up, but his strength had been completely sapped from the 2 bouts of coughing. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Luan quickly helped Emperor Gushing sit upright. Luan, go summon the Dragon Knight. Luan didn't move after hearing this. What's wrong? Your Majesty, your old servant cannot go anywhere now. The Crown Prince has sealed off the entire palace. Luan chuckled wryly again. This ungrateful son. Emperor Gushing screamed once more. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Take care of yourself. Although the Crown Prince has limited my movements, it can't stop Lord Dragon Knight and Lord Litian Gang. These 2 lords will come visit you in shifts. These past few days, it's been Lord Litian Gang, and I estimate that Lord Litian Gang should arrive soon, said Luan while supporting Emperor Gushing. In that case, we'll wait. How are the other princes? The 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, and the 10th prince probably sensed something amiss when your Majesty fell unconscious over a month ago, so they each went to the east, west, and north respectively. Luan whispered softly. Haha, they must have already prepared, right? And what about Ihan? What was his reaction? Emperor Gushing asked. The princes together blocked any news about your Majesty, as if they don't want Xuanhuan to know. They don't want Xuanhuan to know? I think they're scared. Your Majesty, I've requested help from Master Litian Gang to let Xuanhuan know of your condition. Given his filial piety, Xuanhuan will likely be here soon, Liuha said gently. Filial piety, is it? Emperor Gushing felt alienated by the word. Luha, do you think if I had treated Ihan better back then, things would have turned out differently? Emperor Gushing said regretfully. Luan didn't know how to answer. Enough, waved Emperor Gushing dismissively. Before long, Li Tiangang from the Astronomical Bureau entered, startled when he saw Emperor Gushing awake. Your Majesty, you've awakened. Li Tiangang, you've arrived. Emperor Gushing said with weakened breath. Tell me, what exactly is my illness? Your Majesty, you aren't sick, replied Li Tiangang. You still dare to lie to me? Have you been bought off by one of the princes? Emperor Gushing exploded in rage. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Your humble servant has not been bribed. You, Your Majesty, haven't fallen ill. You've been poisoned, Li Tiangang explained. Poisoned? What kind of poison? Based on the symptoms, Your Majesty seems to have been poisoned with the legendary xiuxian tang, a slow-acting poison that shows no initial effects and only manifests after 2 years. In the 3rd year, brief episodes of unconsciousness begin, and these periods of unconsciousness grow progressively longer. Li Tiangang expounded. I never expected it to be xiuxian tang. Emperor Gushing lost focus. Having heard of this poison before, there is no known antidote. So someone gave me this poison 3 years ago. How much longer do I have to live? Emperor Gushing looked at Li Tiangang and asked. Li Tiangang lowered his head and didn't answer. Tell me, according to the current state, Your Majesty has 7 days left, said Li Tiangang in a low voice. 7 days, huh? Emperor Gushing muttered to himself. Is there any way to find out who poisoned me? Given the circumstances, Your Majesty, this may be utterly impossible to determine since it happened 3 years ago. Haha, is it even possible to find out who wants to harm me? Emperor Gushing felt desolate within. Then, Emperor Gushing glared fiercely and declared, the ones wanting to harm me are no doubt those 4 unfilial sons. Since I have only 7 days left to live, it's unnecessary to investigate further. Let them die with me. Luan kept his head bowed silently beside him, daring not to utter a single word. Li Tiangang watched the frenzied Emperor Gushing and sighed inwardly. He knew which 4 people Emperor Gushing referred to, the Crown Prince, the 2nd Prince, the 3rd Prince, and the 10th Prince. Already mad with anger, Emperor Gushing wanted to drag anyone down with him. Your Majesty, you may not be able to do it. The group of elders in the royal family knows you would act like this. They have already discussed with Lina, the wind dragon who has a contract with Long Qianshan. Lena found an excuse and took Long Qianshan to the dragon clan, and they won't return within 10 days. You should know, the dragon clan doesn't want to get involved in the internal disputes of the royal family. Li Tiangang looked at Emperor Gushing and said, "What?" Emperor Gushing was greatly shocked. Subsequently, he exploded in anger. That group of old men knew my situation all along, and they dare treat me like this. Your Majesty, you should understand, the elders of the royal family only care about the stability of the empire. As for who will become the emperor of the Daxiao Empire, they don't mind. After hearing this, Emperor Gushing slumped like a deflated balloon, completely drained of spirit, fell back on the bed and lost consciousness again. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Luan anxiously called out from beside him. Li Tiangang looked at Emperor Gushing complexly, then left the room. After a long time had passed, Emperor Gushing gradually woke up. Luan, let the crown prince come see me. Emperor Gushing spoke faintly. Yes, Your Majesty. Luan walked to the doorway, spoke a few words to the guards, and then returned to Emperor Gushing's side. Your Majesty, your old servant can't go outside now. I've just informed the guard about your request to see the crown prince, but I'm unsure if the crown prince will visit you. Luan whispered cautiously. Emperor Gushing remained calm. He also understood his current situation. He had been abandoned by the royal family elders. The princes probably also knew, so they each went to develop their own factions within the empire. Perhaps the condition the princes were in now was what the elder group expected, and perhaps all of this was planned by the elder group to make the princes fight among themselves, allowing the strongest one to ascend the throne as the emperor of the Daxiao Empire. A very long while passed before the crown prince finally arrived at Emperor Gushing's quarters. Father. The crown prince performed a respectful bow. Emperor Gushing stared intently at the crown prince's face for quite some time, yet saw nothing unusual. I summoned you here simply to find out one thing. Was it you who poisoned me? Chapter 75, The Departed Emperor. The crown prince was stunned for a moment, then said, Father Emperor, you misunderstand me greatly. A matter of such great impiety is something I could never commit. Now there are no outsiders, and you should know that I have at most 7 days left to live. Tell me the truth so I can die with clarity. Emperor Gushing shouted. The elders already told me about your remaining 7 days. I assume my brothers will soon know as well. As for the poison in your body, it truly wasn't administered by me. The crown prince respectfully replied. It really wasn't you? It wasn't. Then do you know who poisoned me? I do not, Father Emperor. If I find out, I will surely carve him into pieces, the crown prince said fiercely. Emperor Gushing looked at his expression, unsure if he spoke the truth. If this is the case, then you may leave first. Emperor Gushing waved his hand dismissively. But Crown Prince Guxinjao didn't move. What is it? Do you have more to say? Father Emperor, you will live but a few days anyway, and now the palace is under my control. Keeping the imperial seal serves no purpose. Hand it over to me, and once I ascend the throne as the emperor of Daxiao Empire, I will definitely find your murderer and seek revenge for you. Crown Prince Guxinjao said calmly, while staring into Emperor Gushing's eyes. You disgraceful son, I'm not dead yet, and you're already this eager? Emperor Gushing was furious. Old man, I've spoken kindly to you. Don't push it. Are you still pretending to be the emperor in control of the empire? Hand over the imperial seal now, and I'll get you your vengeance after you die. Don't make me take it by force. Crown Prince growled nastily. You. Emperor Gushing hadn't expected him to abandon pretense and speak thusly to him. So, you think I came searching for the imperial seal while you were unconscious, right? Didn't find it, did I? Want the imperial seal? We'll talk when I'm dead. Emperor Gushing snorted. Fine, suit yourself. Crown Prince turned and left Emperor Gushing's room. Outside, they heard the voice of the Crown Prince. Send more people. Surround this house. Seal off the door. No one is allowed inside. After hearing these words in the room, Emperor Gushing spat blood in anger. You rebellious son. Luan was also in a panic. Your Majesty, what are we to do? The Crown Prince wants to starve us to death in here. Maybe old servant can last a few days, but how will your Majesty endure such treatment? For over a month, Emperor Gushing had been kept alive only through the magical power of Li Tiangang. Now, having just awakened without any nourishment, his body was already weak. Luan feared Emperor Gushing would not survive more than 2 days of starvation. After much time passed, Emperor Gushing became even weaker from the ordeal. Your Majesty, Luan knelt beside the bed and softly responded. A long time ago, I instructed Long Qianshan to remove the imperial seal while I was unconscious. By now, it must be in Long Qianshan's possession. Go out and trade this information for your safety. Emperor Gushing ordered. Your Majesty, wouldn't it be better if you gave the imperial seal directly to the Crown Prince? Luan was shocked by Emperor Gushing's decision. Haven't you seen clearly? If I tell him the location of the imperial seal, he won't let me live through tonight. Trade this message for your own safety. Then you must meet with Long Qianshan. Tell him to pass the imperial seal to Princeton. After my death, the 9th prince, xiuxian, will be the emperor of Daxia. Emperor Gushing finished, his gaze becoming unfocused. Old servant obeys. Luan understood it was the best plan. Your Majesty, if old servant meets Princeton, Luan paused, noticing something amiss with Emperor Gushing. Your Majesty, Luan called out gently, touching Emperor Gushing. Your Majesty, a painful cry soon echoed from Emperor Gushing's chamber, reverberating throughout the entire palace. And thus fell a great emperor. On this day, a lavish carriage stopped not far from the capital city gates. The driver was a tall, muscular man with steel-like muscles. Your Highness, we've arrived at the capital. Have we? Let's go in then. came the voice of a young man from inside the carriage. These two were none other than Prince Xiuxian and Dahao. For this trip, Xiuxian had brought only Dahao, and after 3 days' journey, they reached the capital. Upon reaching the gate, the guard saw the carriage marked with the insignia of Prince and dared not approach to inspect it. Once Xiuxian entered the city, a guard immediately ran toward the palace. In just a few years since my return, how has this capital become like this? Xiuxian sighed looking at the quiet streets. The recent changes in the capital have been stormy. After Crown Prince Xuanhuan took control of the capital, to guard against the other princes, he engaged in extensive wealth accumulation. All key positions in the capital were replaced with his own people. Those who gained power acted arrogantly, extensively oppressing the commoners and causing great suffering, leaving few people daring to walk on the streets. The two eventually arrived at Prince N's mansion. No one dared to touch Prince N's mansion. A few older servants left behind there were still living comfortably. Your Highness, you're back. Yesterday, the Mercenaries Guild sent word that you would return, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. The things we bought to welcome your Highness aren't even set up yet. A few servants panicked upon seeing Xiuxian. They hadn't anticipated that Xiuxian would be here today. Normally, it takes at least a month to travel from Death City to the capital. This is my home. There's no need for excessive ceremony. Xiuxian smiled slightly, showing no anger toward them. He didn't care much about formalities either. As he walked inside, Xiuxian noticed white mourning orbs hanging in the courtyard. Has an elder passed away in this house? Xiuxian asked. No, your Highness. No servant has died here. It's Emperor Gusheng who passed away. The servant was puzzled. How could Prince N not know about the Emperor's death? Such major news would usually reach all royal family members immediately, and they had assumed Xiuxian returned so quickly because of it. Surprisingly, he seemed completely unaware. Really? Tell me what happened. Xiuxian frowned slightly, feeling irritated that the crown prince hadn't informed him of such important news. The Emperor passed 3 days ago. The royal family wasn't prepared for such a sudden event, so they waited 3 days. Tomorrow is the day for paying respects to the late Emperor, and all households are expected to hang mourning orbs in front of their doors. That's all I know. Understood. Prepare according to the standards required for a prince. Xiuxian nodded and gave his instructions. Subsequently, Xiuxian turned to Dahao beside him and said, Dahao, go with me to the palace now. Yes, your Highness. Chapter 76, The Eldest Prince. Xiuxian's carriage once again appeared on the streets of the imperial capital. The entire capital had fallen into a deathly silence. Once bustling taverns and pleasure houses now stood deserted, as no one dared to venture outside for fear of encountering city guards. If lucky, they might just be extorted. If unlucky, they could be framed with a fictitious charge and killed. Of course, there were people who were very happy, those who had aligned themselves with the eldest prince. They were scrambling to seize control of various industries in the capital. Although these businesses weren't profitable now, when the eldest prince defeated the other princes and took complete control of the Daxiao Empire, the businesses would return to their former glory, allowing them to earn large amounts of gold coins. Xiuxian's carriage hadn't traveled far when a squad of palace guards on horseback stopped in front of Xiuxian's carriage. Is this His Royal Highness, Prince N? Asked the man leading the group. What is it? Came Xiuxian's indifferent voice from inside the carriage. This official has been sent by the eldest prince to welcome His Royal Highness, Prince N, said the leader, his voice loud and arrogant. Dahao, teach them some manners, Xiuxian said coolly. That person's tone made him uncomfortable. He couldn't believe that after the eldest prince controlled the capital, even a low-ranking captain of the royal guard had grown so arrogant. If this was how they treated him, one could only imagine how they behaved towards commoners. Yes, your Highness, Dahao replied. Subsequently, cries of pain were heard outside. Dahao didn't kill them, but simply beat them up. 10 men in the squad fell to the ground within moments. After Dahao returned to the carriage, Xiuxian spoke to the members of the royal guard with a calm voice. Daring to talk down to a prince while mounted on your horses. This is merely a small punishment for you. Don't let it happen again. How dare you treat us this way? We are the royal guard, and we belong to the eldest prince. Even if we were wrong, you have no right to discipline us, shouted the captain of the guard from the ground, yelling toward Xiuxian's carriage. After hearing this, Xiuxian sighed. He couldn't believe someone so stupid could be a captain of the guards. Perhaps this was the eldest prince's deliberate plan, intending to provoke him? Kill him, Xiuxian ordered indifferently. Yes, your Highness. The captain of the royal guard was shocked upon hearing this. He didn't think Xiuxian would dare to kill him. Before he could say anything, Dahao acted swiftly, smashing his head with one punch, leaving the captain lying lifeless on the ground without a chance to scream. The rest of the guards, witnessing this, instinctively lay motionless on the ground pretending to be dead, as if communicating telepathically. Xiuxian shook his head at the sight, and continued towards the palace without giving them another thought. Inside Mingyue Palace at the Imperial Palace. Mother. Gu Mingyue approached Consort Yu. Mingyue, didn't I tell you not to wander around the palace? Consort Yu sounded a bit irritated. It was an unusual time now that the emperor was gone, and the eldest prince held complete control over the capital. Moving about carelessly could lead to trouble. Mother, all the younger brothers and sisters have fled to my quarters. I had no choice but to come looking for you, Mingyue replied, sounding apologetic. Upon hearing Mingyue's words, Consort Yu felt uneasy. It was certainly no good news. In the month following the emperor's coma, the eldest prince had reduced the food supply for the concubines in the harem by 80%, barely keeping them alive. In the 2 days since the emperor's passing, the eldest prince had completely cut off food supplies to the harem. Due to Xiuxian's influence, she and Mingyue had remained unaffected. Now, It seemed other concubines viewed her quarters as a refuge. Consort Yu realized the eldest prince must have intended to use them as hostages to keep Gu Yihan from acting recklessly. If any conflict arose between Gu Yihan and the eldest prince, both their lives could be in danger. Mingyue, drive them out. Realizing Mingyue's kind nature wouldn't allow her to do such a thing, Consort Yu quickly changed her instructions, saying, "You should move here and live with me. I'll have them deliver the provisions allocated for you to me." But mother, the younger siblings are so pitiful. Mingyue found it hard to abandon them. Mingyue, there's no other way. While our supplies are sufficient, we cannot support so many people. How long can you continue taking care of them? We need to reserve some food, just in case, advised Consort Yu. Still, the compassionate Mingyue still hesitated, unwilling to see her younger siblings suffer hunger. Before Consort Yu could add more, her personal maid arrived. Consort, word has spread that His Royal Highness, Prince Sin, just entered the palace and went to the Emperor's memorial hall. What? Elder Brother Yihan has returned. Upon hearing this, Mingyue rejoiced. Mother, I'm going to see Brother Yihan. After pondering for a moment, Consort Yu nodded. Upon receiving her mother's consent, Mingyue excitedly ran off. Gu Yihan went straight to Emperor Gusing's memorial hall after arriving at the palace. Looking at Emperor Gusing lying in an extravagant coffin, Gu Yihan sighed. No matter how illustrious and powerful one had been in life, death still took everything away. Gu Yihan quietly stood by the coffin. Not long after, upon hearing the news, the eldest prince hurried to the memorial hall. Brother Nine, why are you here? I heard you were in the capital and had already sent people to greet you, said the eldest prince as he saw Gu Yihan. Brother Emperor, you didn't notify me when father was gravely ill, nor did you inform me when he passed away. I would like to know why. Gu Yihan kept his eyes on Emperor Gusing's coffin without turning back. The eldest prince glanced around and, seeing no outsiders, approached Gu Yihan and whispered, "It was the decision of the Elder Council." So that's how it is. This statement clarified many things Gu Yihan had previously failed to understand. Gu Yihan had been wondering why some elder brothers would have concealed events in the capital from him. Did they think that their ascension to the throne of Daxia Empire made him incapable of dethroning them? Now it became clear that more than the princes, the members of the Elder Council feared him the most. The reason was simple. Once he became emperor, the power of the Royal Elder Council might vanish entirely, leaving them as mere decorations. Still, one thing puzzled Gu Yihan. Did they truly believe they could keep concealing things from him? Each of the princes had seized control over various regions, making it impossible to decide who should ascend to the throne so quickly unless they'd already decided whom they intended to support beforehand. Looking at the eldest prince beside him, Gu Yihan said, "I suppose the Elder Council told you to become the emperor of the Daxia Empire, right? And you paid quite a heavy price, didn't you?" Chapter 77. Conversation in the Palace. I am the Crown Prince, and inheriting the throne is naturally my right, especially since Father Emperor had already passed the throne to me before he left. The Crown Prince looked at Gu Yihan, a bit nervous inside. He feared very much that Gu Yihan might oppose him. Not only did he fear it, even the members of the Elders' Council were scared. If Gu Yihan disagreed, then he wouldn't be able to sit on that throne, and even if he did, his ninth younger brother could still bring him down. The Elders' Council and the Crown Prince had gathered many times to discuss matters concerning Gu Yihan. They eventually concluded that though Gu Yihan probably had no ambitions for the throne, just to ensure safety, they decided to temporarily not inform Gu Yihan about what happened in the capital, hiding it for as long as possible. I won't oppose Father Emperor's decision, said Gu Yihan lightly. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince was overjoyed. This meant support for him. But what? The Crown Prince paused momentarily, unsure of what Gu Yihan wanted to say. However, regarding the matter of concealing the news of Father Emperor's severe illness and his passing from me, I require an explanation. During the time when Father Emperor was seriously ill, I didn't come back to visit because no one informed me. Tell me, how would the people of the Daxia Empire who don't know these facts think of me? You've made me bear the hat of filial impiety, Gu Yihan said, looking at the Crown Prince. This is completely no problem. What kind of compensation do you want? After hearing that, the Crown Prince let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't opposing his ascension to the throne, any compensation would be worth it. In the Crown Prince's eyes, all Gu Yihan probably wanted was some benefits, which he certainly could afford. As long as Big Brother agrees, we can talk about the compensation after you become the Great Emperor. Right now, what's most important is handling Father Emperor's funeral properly. Good, no issue. The Crown Prince was delighted. Gu Yihan said that he would wait until the Crown Prince became the Great Emperor to receive compensation, which wasn't this explicit support for the Crown Prince to become the Great Emperor of the Daxia Empire. What are your plans with second brother, third brother, and my younger brother Zhiming? Asked Gu Yihan. After hearing this, the Crown Prince didn't intend to reply immediately, but then, thinking that Gu Yihan had clearly supported him now, he might as well share it with him. Second and third brother may not agree with Father Emperor's arrangements, and surely will not abandon their fight with me for the throne. As for younger brother Zhiming, I believe if ninth brother talks to him, he will not oppose. The Crown Prince explained. Gu Yihan chuckled softly. So, the plan was to get him involved as well. That's a clever calculation. All these are our brothers. Helping either side wouldn't feel right. Your issues are for you to solve yourselves, and I will not interfere. Whoever ends up being the Great Emperor, I won't object. If Zhiming decides to vie for the throne, I won't interfere either. But if he fails, I will take him away, and never let him return to the imperial capital. Gu Yihan said lightly. Since Zhiming was his own blood younger brother, he couldn't simply do nothing. All right, I assure you that Zhiming won't be harmed. said the Crown Prince happily. It didn't matter if Xuanhuan didn't help him directly. As long as Xuanhuan didn't go against him and side with others, with the assistance of the Elders' Council, the Crown Prince believed he was quite confident about defeating everyone else. Xuanhuan older brother, came Mingyue's call from outside the door. It's Mingyue. Come in. Seeing his cute little sister, Xuanhuan smiled warmly. Guominju came in and bowed to the Crown Prince. Big brother. Mingyue is here to find Xuanhuan. You two can chat. I'll leave first. Saying that, the Crown Prince left cheerfully, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed off to tell the Elders' Council about the earlier conversation with Xuanhuan. After the Crown Prince left, Xuanhuan touched Mingyue's head with a smile and asked, Mingyue, have you been doing well recently? I'm doing fine, but the younger brothers and sisters aren't having it so good, said Mingyue somewhat unhappily. How are the younger brothers and sisters doing? Xuanhuan asked in confusion. Big brother cut off the food supply to all the concubines, said Mingyue disapprovingly. After hearing that, Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. The Crown Prince had indeed gone too far. The young siblings weren't a threat to him, yet he treated them like this. This matter must be known by all the elders in the royal family, but none of them stepped in to manage it. Thus, Xuanhuan grew rather dissatisfied with the elders of the royal family. It appeared that the people in the Elders' Council didn't truly put the welfare of the empire and the royal family at heart. Xuanhuan older brother, could you possibly help them? Mingyue pleaded. In her view, as long as Xuanhuan wished to help, it was certainly possible to achieve. I'll speak to the Crown Prince about this, Xuanhuan responded gently. That's wonderful. I knew Xuanhuan older brother was the best. Mingyue looked happily at Xuanhuan. How is Mother Concubine lately? Xuanhuan asked, patting her head again. Mother Concubine is fine, but she refuses to help the younger brothers and sisters, Mingyue replied, still unhappy about the matter of Consort Yu not assisting her siblings. She has her own difficulties. Often, being able to protect oneself is already remarkable, Xuanhuan said. Mingyue couldn't quite understand Xuanhuan's meaning. Doesn't matter if you don't understand now. All right, take me to see Mother Consort. Xuanhuan smiled. Great. The two quickly arrived at Consort Yu's residence within the Bright Moon Palace, and along the way, no guards dared to step forward to inquire about their presence. Mother Consort. Xuanhuan paid his respects. Ihan, you've returned. Do you have any particular intentions for this visit? Consort Yu was uncertain of how to approach Xuanhuan. On one hand, she hoped that Xuanhuan would fight for the throne. If he were to do so, no one could stand in his way. On the other hand, she wanted her youngest son Jiming to ascend as emperor of the Daxia Empire. I've come back upon hearing of Father Emperor's severe illness. I wanted to visit him, but alas, before I could arrive, he had already passed, Xuanhuan said with a touch of sadness in his voice. Wouldn't you want to sit on the great emperor's throne? With your abilities, I believe there is no one who can stop you. Consort Yu probed cautiously. No interest. Xuanhuan responded without hesitation. Do you really have no interest? Consort Yu scrutinized Xuanhuan, searching his expression for some sign, yet found only calmness in his demeanor. Just moments ago, I met the Crown Prince by Father Emperor's shrine, and we conversed briefly. He told me Father Emperor passed down the imperial throne to him, and I said I supported Father Emperor's decision. Your father could never have passed it down to him. He's lying to you. Consort Yu frowned deeply. I know he's deceiving me, but what difference does it make? The imperial position means nothing to me. Whoever takes the seat is the same to me. Xuanhuan spoke indifferently. If it makes no difference to you, then could you help your younger brother Jiming? Consort Yu pressed earnestly after confirming Xuanhuan had no ambitions for the throne. I cannot. Why? He's your own blood sibling. Consort Yu was displeased. Younger brother hasn't sought my assistance, indicating he doesn't want or need my help. He has his own pride, and I respect his choice. Xuanhuan replied calmly. Chapter 78, Memorial Ceremony. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, Yu fell silent. Her youngest son, Gu Jiming, had always been a rather proud person since childhood, constantly comparing himself with other princes. Later, when Xuanhuan's influence in the empire grew stronger, he kept seeing his elder brother Xuanhuan as a rival to surpass. Since the trip to Death City 3 years ago, this situation became even more severe as he continuously sought to prove that he was no less capable than Xuanhuan. If Xuanhuan were to truly help him, it was easy to predict Gu Jiming would never agree. Then you could at least give your younger brother some appropriate assistance, Empress Yu said helplessly, considering Jiming's character. I've already discussed with Crown Prince. If Jiming fails during the contest, I'll take him away. Crown Prince has promised not to harm Jiming severely. I believe the Elders' Council will also comply. But as for second and third princes, I can't be sure of them, Xuanhuan replied slowly. Thank you, Ihan. Empress Yu looked at Xuanhuan with complex emotions and thanked him. She felt deeply regretful now, just as she had during Emperor Gusheng's lifetime, regretting why she hadn't treated Xuanhuan better back then. If only she had, perhaps he'd have listened to her like Jiming did, and maybe he would have helped her seize the throne of the Daxiao Empire. In that case, she herself would have become an Empress Dowager with supreme power, and her family would have been the leading family in the entire empire. But alas, all of these opportunities were long gone. Don't thank me. These are the only things I can do. Any more, and I wouldn't dare, Xuanhuan responded calmly. After a brief exchange with Empress Yu, Xuanhuan left. He didn't feel the need to discuss much with this mother of his. The next day was designated for visiting the memorial hall to mourn Emperor Gusheng. Early in the morning, members of the imperial family and high ministers arrived at the palace, following protocol and entering the hall one by one for their individual tributes. Emperor Gusheng had dozens of children, except for second, third, and 10th princes, who hadn't returned yet. All other children waited inside the memorial hall for others to come and pay their respects. Among them were not only grown-up princes and princesses, but also several younger siblings, the youngest being just 3 or 4 years old. Many of these little ones hadn't seen Gu Yihan before, but they recognized him instantly upon sight. As soon as they saw Gu Yihan, these little brothers and sisters ran up to him, shouting, "Ninth elder brother," with great enthusiasm. Some shy ones merely tugged on the corner of his clothes, staring silently into his eyes. These were mostly the youngest or shyer ones who could barely speak. At first, Gu Yihan was momentarily surprised by how warm and welcoming these younger siblings were towards him. He noticed that no one seemed to approach any of the other princes, and instead appeared somewhat wary of them. After some thought, he understood the reason. These young siblings were likely the children of concubines who wielded little power within the royal family. Their mothers must have instructed them beforehand to try and win his favor in preparation for today's mourning. Gu Yihan gazed at these little siblings and suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. When Emperor Gu Sheng was alive, though they may not have been particularly favored, they could live peacefully. Now, after his passing, their survival entirely depended on the goodwill of others. Patting the heads of a few of the youngest siblings nearby, Gu Yihan turned to look at the crown prince. "Elder brother, how have you arranged for these younger brothers and sisters?" "The elder council will take care of everything," the crown prince replied with a smile. Gu Yihan chuckled slightly after hearing this. Had it not been for Ming Yu informing him that the crown prince had cut off food supplies to the younger siblings, he might have believed what he said about the council managing things. Now, he clearly saw the crown prince pushing all responsibility onto the elders' council, absolving himself of accountability should anything happen to these younger siblings. Death City is gradually growing, and we may eventually lack people to help manage it. These younger siblings seem quite suitable. After all, they are still our own blood. With some cultivation now, they can later help me manage things there, Gu Yihan suggested with a smile. In that case, I will need to consult with the elder council's opinion. As they have authority over managing the royal family, I believe they will surely approve. The current state of the capital city, Ninth Brother surely understands. We spend heavily to maintain them. If Ninth Brother can assist, that would be most ideal. Crown Prince replied warmly. That's good. Just as the two exchanged words, a voice from outside announced, "Time is here." Upon hearing this, Gu Yihan smiled and addressed the little siblings. "The ceremony is starting. Stand neatly in line." "Yes. All right, Ninth Brother. Our mother said we must listen to Ninth Brother. My mother said that even if Ninth Brother spanks me, I cannot cry until we return home." The children were chattering away, and as children know nothing of concealment, they revealed everything their mothers had told them, which left Gu Yihan in a state of both amusement and bewilderment. After arranging them properly, the first group of mourners entered. Elders would not participate in the mourning. Only those of Gu Sheng's generation and below were required to pay respects. Leading the procession were his uncles, more than a dozen in total, including Uncle Gu Jingong, who walked at the front. Upon seeing Gu Yihan, Uncle Gu Jingong gave a nod. The ritual was simple, just a few bows, followed by an exit from the hall. This ceremony symbolized the final farewell of family and subjects to Emperor Gu Sheng, though it wasn't particularly intricate. The grand burial that was to follow would be a much more formal and elaborate event, attended by representatives from other empires. After all the uncles had paid their respects, their children came next, followed by Emperor Gu Sheng's consorts, and then the uncles' consorts. After everyone related to the royal family had finished paying respects, it was the turn of ministers and their families. Although the act of paying respects was brief and swift, the sheer number of people involved meant the process took up the entire morning. By mid-morning, the younger siblings could no longer stand still, while the adult princes, due to their cultivation, felt no fatigue. However, Gu Yihan could detect signs of impatience on their faces. The moment the ceremony ended, they quickly departed. As soon as they left, Gu Yihan also escorted the younger siblings out. Upon exiting, the consorts whose children had been present swarmed around them. "Princein," the consorts greeted Gu Yihan. "You may take your children back. I've discussed with the crown prince about taking the younger siblings to Death City. He said he'd consult the elders' council first, but I'd also like to hear your opinions," Gu Yihan asked. "Thank you, Princein." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Princein." Overwhelmed with gratitude, some even burst into tears. Gu Yihan sighed as he looked at them. While the princes and princesses might leave the palace, these consorts could not, and what awaited them could very well be death. Even so, they didn't think of themselves. Their only concern was for their children to survive. Chapter 79, The Burial. After staying quietly at Anwangfu for 7 days, today is the day of Emperor Gu Sheng's burial. Representatives from various empires have come to attend the funeral, and the capital city is filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. The streets are decorated with white mourning lanterns and white strips. The Great Xia Empire has an imperial mausoleum where every emperor is buried after death, with designated spots arranged even for several generations ahead. The open area in front of the imperial mausoleum is filled with people dressed in white mourning clothes. Close to the mausoleum stands an altar where Emperor Gu Sheng's coffin is placed. Crown Prince Da is standing in front, loudly reciting the burial text. Standing on both sides of the altar are members of the royal family, with Emperor Gu Sheng's children closest to it. The burial text mainly describes Emperor Gu Sheng's glorious achievements in life. Everyone listens quietly with their heads bowed, creating a sorrowful atmosphere. However, not many are truly sad or grieving. More are happy or indifferent. The ones who are happy are those aligned with Crown Prince Da. The death of Emperor Gu Sheng offers them more opportunities for advancement. Those who are indifferent are the representatives sent by various empires. To them, Emperor Gushing was merely an average emperor, and his successor, Crown Prince Da, is similar to him. Their replacement will make no difference to these representatives. Truly heartbroken are the powerless concubines. They stand there desolate, with red and swollen eyes, but without tears, having already cried them dry over these past few days. They had been notified by the Elders' Council that they must enter the Imperial Mausoleum to forever accompany Emperor Gushing. None of the concubines dare to refuse this decision by the Elders' Council, nor can they protest it. Not even suicide is an option, because if they kill themselves, their children will be killed too. As long as their children remain within the Empire, the Elders' Council has ways to deal with these powerless young ones. Their younger siblings are still ignorant and curious about their surroundings, unaware that their mothers are about to leave them forever. The burial text is soon finished, either because Crown Prince did not bother to read much of it, or because there were not many words written in the first place. Xuanhuan thought that likely little was written since Emperor Gushing did nothing particularly praiseworthy during his reign. After finishing the reading, a group of people immediately carried Emperor Gushing's coffin towards the mausoleum, slowly walking while the concubines followed behind. On either side of the concubines are royal guards encircling them subtly, ensuring they don't escape. Other attendees cannot enter the mausoleum, but must wait outside to bid farewell. As Emperor Gushing's coffin was being carried inside, the concubines followed after. Before entering, they looked at their children with reluctant eyes, and then turned toward Xuanhuan with pleading gazes. He understood their meaning. They hoped he would take good care of their children. Seeing their gazes, Xuanhuan nodded. If it were before, Xuanhuan might have harbored thoughts of saving them. But now, he doesn't, not at all. Since the establishment of the underworld, Xuanhuan has become very indifferent to others' lives and deaths. Birth or death is just part of a simple cycle. Although the current underworld has yet to reach the capital, they won't become ghosts, nor will they be reborn. Each world has its own way of operation. This world's operational mechanism is something Xuanhuan can't change at present, but once the underworld fully covers this world, it will operate according to his rules. I want to see His Highness Princeton. I want to see His Highness Princeton. A loud shout erupted at the entrance of the mausoleum. Xuanhuan recognized it as Luan, the royal chief manager. He was currently being escorted into the mausoleum, evidently also destined to eternally accompany Emperor Gushing. Luan also saw Xuanhuan and shouted heart-wrenchingly, "Princeton, I have something to say to you." Princeton, this old servant only wanted to pass on the Emperor's message. After hearing this, Xuanhuan stepped forward but was stopped by Crown Prince Da. "Little brother, he's just making excuses not to enter the mausoleum with father. You shouldn't pay attention to what he says. Listening won't hurt." After saying this, Xuanhuan walked directly toward Luan, and Crown Prince Da didn't dare stop him anymore. Approaching Luan, Xuanhuan asked, "Director Lu, does father have any words for me?" "Your Highness, I can only tell you alone," Luan said, glancing at the guards on either side holding him. "Step back." "These." The guards hesitated and glanced toward Crown Prince Da. "I don't intend to repeat myself," Xuanhuan said calmly. These guards were among those beaten up by Da Hao on the street that day. They were afraid of Xuanhuan. Seeing no indication from Crown Prince Da, they quickly released Luan and stepped far away. "Speak now, Your Highness and Wang." After the Emperor woke up, he saw the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince wanted the Imperial seal, but the Emperor didn't give it to him. The Crown Prince became furious and tried to starve the Emperor to death. Then the Emperor passed his throne to you. The Imperial seal is in the hands of the Dragon Knights. Once you obtain the seal, you will be the Emperor of the Great Xia Empire. Also, the Emperor was poisoned to death. He hopes that you can find the person who poisoned him and avenge him. Luan spoke these words quickly because he saw the Crown Prince approaching. "Ninth brother, what did he say?" The Crown Prince asked as he arrived at their side. "Nothing. You're right. He's just trying to deceive me into saving him," Xuanhuan replied before turning and leaving. The Crown Prince watched Xuanhuan depart, lost in thought for a moment, then gave Luan a venomous glare before turning to leave as well. The funeral ended surprisingly quickly, all completed in one day. Traditionally, an emperor's funeral should last at least 7 days. However, the royal elders had arranged for Emperor Gushing's funeral to only last 1 day, which startled many people. What shocked them even more was the announcement made by the Crown Prince at the end of the funeral. He invited everyone to attend his coronation ceremony 2 days later. The Crown Prince specially came to Xuanhuan and personally requested that he must attend, to which Xuanhuan merely nodded before leaving. Back at Anongfu, Xuanhuan kept reflecting on whether Luan's words were true. It seemed unlikely that Luan would deceive him. If Emperor Gushing really had passed the throne to him, then the upcoming coronation ceremony 2 days later would indeed be intriguing. Attending the false emperor's coronation as the true emperor, the idea itself was amusing. Xuanhuan wasn't concerned at all about the throne being passed to him. He had no interest in assuming the title. There were far too many complications, and it wasn't worth his involvement. Compared to the growth of the underworld, the imperial throne meant nothing. As for avenging Emperor Gushing, Xuanhuan had resolved to keep this in mind. Xuanhuan planned to attend the coronation ceremony 2 days later, then leave with his younger siblings. The reason for attending the ceremony? Pure curiosity. He simply wanted to see what a coronation ceremony looked like, and that was all. Chapter 80. Before the coronation. The atmosphere in the capital these past 2 days had been very strange. On the day after Emperor Gushing was buried, Crown Prince Guxinjao ordered the decoration of the entire capital. Now the streets of the capital were adorned with lanterns and festooned, creating a sharp contrast between the somber mood and the celebratory decorations. On the day of the coronation ceremony, Gaihin arrived at the palace dressed in formal attire. The Crown Prince had been waiting in the grand hall in the imperial robes, his face beaming with joy, showing no trace of sorrow. Ninth brother, you've come. The crown prince greeted warmly. Eldest brother, during father's illness, it was you who took care of him. Father has passed the throne to you, and you must rule well without betraying father's expectations. Gaihan said with a meaningful smile. Gaihan's words made the crown prince unable to hide his inner joy, confirming that Gaihan truly did not wish to contest the throne. Yesterday, the elder council still worried about potential trouble from Gaihan today, but the crown prince thought they worried too much. Ninth brother is joking. Father entrusted this heavy responsibility to me, and I truly don't know if I can manage it well. The crown prince replied modestly. As he spoke, his expression remained solemn, but the smugness in his eyes betrayed him. You've been with father for the longest time. He must have taught you many things. I believe you will do an excellent job, Gaihan said with a smile. Father did indeed teach me many principles of governance, but I still lack confidence. If ninth brother could stay in the capital and help me, that would be wonderful. Gaihan understood. He wanted him to assist in fully controlling the empire. I cannot be of much help to you. I am already too busy with Death City. Gaihan refused tactfully. That's too bad, the crown prince sighed. The crown prince was conflicted about whether Gaihan should stay in the capital or not. If Gaihan agreed to stay and assist, it would make it easier for him to control the Daya Empire. However, staying might also create complications as Gaihan's strength and influence were immense. What if their opinions conflicted when Gaihan stayed in the capital? In such case, what would the crown prince do? Even though he was about to ascend the throne as emperor, he knew the gap between himself and Gaihan was still great. He believed that if Gaihan declared today that he wished to ascend as the new emperor, the military officials would immediately support him, and the other princes occupying various regions would abandon their ambitions and submit without hesitation. Fortunately, Gaihan had always indicated no interest in becoming emperor and had shown tolerance and kindness toward the royal family. If Gaihan had been volatile-tempered, the elders absolutely wouldn't have dared support him, nor dare to deliberately conceal matters before about the capital. All of this depended on Gaihan maintaining good relations with the royal family. After chatting casually for a few more sentences, the people attending the coronation ceremony began to arrive one by one. Seeing Gaihan talking with the crown prince, those entering did not dare interrupt them. Gaihan smiled and said to the crown prince, "Today is your big day. Many people are eager to congratulate you. I won't take up more of your time." Gaihan then walked over to his younger sister Minghua, who had just entered. Seeing Gaihan leave, everyone approached the crown prince to offer congratulations. Flattered by all the praise, the crown prince's delight never faded from his face. "Xuanhuan brother, I think you'd be a better emperor," Minghua said immediately upon seeing Gaihan approach her side. "Why is that?" Gaihan asked her with a gentle smile. "Because Xuanhuan brother is more capable than eldest brother. You manage Death City so well. With you, the empire will certainly become even better," Minghua replied cutely, tilting her head. Gaihan smiled and asked, "Then tell me, if you had the best martial arts techniques in the world, would you waste time cultivating lesser techniques?" "No," Minghua replied decisively. "Neither would I." Gaihan patted her head and smiled. Minghua tilted her head, thinking about the meaning behind these words, but she didn't quite understand. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You'll get it later," Gaihan said without explanation. If the underworld hadn't been established, and Gaihan had known that its size would depend on the territories under his control at that moment, he would have unhesitatingly taken the position of emperor. Not only the Daya Empire, but he would also have devised every means possible to conquer the other empires as well. At that time, no one knew the underworld would be established. Even if they did now, it was too late because the underworld had already formed. To expand its territory could only depend on ghostly energy. The size of the land in the human realm held no importance for him anymore. Now becoming the emperor would merely waste his efforts without any benefits. There was no need for him to compete. "Ihan, young man." At this moment, Duke Gugong came to Gaihan's side. "Uncle Duke Gugong." Gaihan bowed respectfully. "Uncle Duke Gugong, greetings." Minghua also greeted respectfully. Minghua has grown up. Duke Gugong looked at Minghua and greeted her. After a casual chat about family matters, Duke Gugong looked at Gaihan and asked, "Xiaoyao is going to be crowned as the emperor of the Daxia Empire. Do you have nothing to say about it?" "What can I possibly say? It doesn't matter who becomes the emperor. Don't you think the same, uncle?" Gaihan smiled faintly. "Haha, indeed, it makes no difference to me who becomes the emperor. However, you are different from me. You have the qualification to sit on that throne. So what if I sat on that throne? The things I want wouldn't be helped even if I occupied that position. What's the point of sitting on the throne then?" Gaihan said indifferently. "Oh, so what do you really want?" Duke Gugong was very curious. Was there anything Gaihan couldn't obtain now? "You'd better live longer, uncle, because one day you will understand," Gaihan said with a smile. "This just made me more curious. Tell me, what do you aspire to? Could it be reaching the god level? You're still so young, but have already reached this state. You'll definitely become god level in the future. I can't explain everything at the moment, but when I come back to the capital next time, I hope uncle will help me then." "Oh." Duke Gugong fell into deep thought. Gaihan meant that once the domain of the underworld expanded to cover the entire Daxia Empire, he would seek Duke Gugong's help in managing it. Given the Duke's lifelong experience in army management, overseeing ghost soldiers wouldn't be an issue either. Chapter 81, Emperor Xingyao. However, it seemed that Prince Gong of Gujin had completely misunderstood Gaihan's meaning. He thought that Gaihan wanted the throne of the emperor, but now was not the time. The next time he came to the capital would be the time to take the imperial throne. "No problem, you just notify me in advance at that time, and I'll prepare everything," Prince Gong of Gujin whispered in Gaihan's ear. Regarding the fact that Prince Gong of Gujin had misunderstood his words, Gaihan did not explain, and smiled. saying, "Then thank you very much, Uncle Jingu." "There's nothing to thank. You know, I've always seen promise in you since you were a kid. My eye for talent never falters." Gaihan felt this sentence was very familiar, as if he'd heard it before. More and more people were gathering in the Grand Hall, and envoys from various countries had all arrived. Most people were congratulating Crown Prince, but there were also quite a few eyes watching Gaihan's side, wanting to know Gaihan's attitude. Especially the envoys from other countries. They really wanted to know whether Gaihan had any thoughts about the emperor's position. Seeing Gaihan chatting amiably with Prince Gong of Gujin and not appearing upset, they too sighed in relief. In their view, Gaihan did not seem to have any intention of competing for the throne. This was good because if Crown Prince ascended the throne, it posed no threat to them. If it was Gaihan, however, they were quite afraid. Gaihan's strength and influence had been documented by people from the various empires. Besides being the strongest man on the continent himself, among his more than 300 giants, several dozen were holy grade warriors. Other adult giants were all sky grade. His guardian knight was holy grade. The 4 captains of Death City were holy grade as well. Most old team members were nearing sky grade. Such strength left no empire unafraid. What reassured them was that Gaihan didn't seem to have much ambition and was only focused on developing Death City, never meddling in outside affairs. "Everyone, please calm down. Welcome all of you here today. Today, everyone is witnessing this great moment, and I hope you can respect the decision made by my father." The Crown Prince stood up front confidently and announced loudly. "Prince, announce it quickly." The Crown Prince's men shouted below, excited that the prince would soon ascend to the throne, because they would become the new generation of rulers of the Daxia Empire. "Today, I will announce the last wish of my father. In his final days when he could no longer write, he verbally declared me as the next emperor of the Daxia Empire." Many may think without the actual handwritten decree from the emperor, how can we determine that this throne rightfully belongs to me? After finishing these words, the Crown Prince glanced at the crowd's reaction below. Gaihan was also curious. How could the Crown Prince be so confident about securing the throne without an official edict? Though the capital had been fully controlled by the Crown Prince's people, there were still many whom the Crown Prince couldn't dare touch. Neutral factions wouldn't agree with his ascension without valid evidence. Indeed, in the absence of a royal edict, your verbal statement that the emperor has passed you the throne isn't convincing enough, said someone representing the neutral faction. The Crown Prince smirked. He knew these neutral factions would raise doubts. "Though I don't have the edict, I do have the Imperial Seal," the Crown Prince grinned. "The Imperial Seal?" Gaihan was surprised. Wasn't the seal in the hands of the Dragon Knight? How could he have it? At that moment, Dragon Knight xiuxian came out from a room beside the Grand Hall, both hands presenting the Imperial Seal, walking up to the Crown Prince. "According to His Majesty's instructions, I present the Imperial Seal to the next emperor." After saying this, the Dragon Knight handed over the Imperial Seal to the Crown Prince. Without hiding his laughter, the Crown Prince happily accepted the seal and held it high above his head, proclaiming, "Is there anyone who still opposes?" Seeing the Dragon Knight personally hand over the Imperial Seal to the Crown Prince, those from the neutral faction stepped back into the crowd, staying silent. As the personal guardian knight of Emperor Gushing, when xiuxian handed over the Imperial Seal to the Crown Prince, this solidified the Crown Prince's position as emperor. Each generation's Imperial Guardian of the Daxia Empire was always a Dragon Knight. The current Dragon Knight is xiuxian. After Emperor Gushing's death and the Crown Prince ascends the throne, xiuxian would then become the Crown Prince's guardian knight. Gaihan hadn't expected the Dragon Knight's return, and even more surprising, that he was willing to hand over the Imperial Seal to the Crown Prince. But after careful consideration, things started making sense. xiuxian was unaware that Emperor Gushing intended for him to give the Imperial Seal to Gaihan. Unless knowing otherwise, if the Elder Council unanimously believed that Emperor Gushing passed the emperorship to the Crown Prince, then xiuxian had no reason to hold onto the Imperial Seal without handing it over. Gaihan smiled and didn't pay much attention. If he wanted to give it, then let him give it. Seeing no one opposed, the eldest prince looked at the people of the Elder Council. At this moment, one person from the Elder Council came out holding a scroll. "The coronation ceremony begins now." The entire Grand Hall immediately became quiet. A member of the Elder Council said, because Emperor Gushing was unable to write his edict on his deathbed, it was written by the Elder Council. "We will now read the edict." Then he opened the scroll in his hand. "Under the light of the gods and the protection of our ancestors, the Daxia Empire has grown increasingly prosperous. The empire cannot exist without an emperor. From today onward, the eldest prince, Xuanhuan, becomes the emperor of the Daxia Empire, known as Emperor Xingyao. Henceforth, Emperor Xingyao will assume the duties of the emperor and lead." Once the reading was finished, the eldest prince's supporters immediately shouted loudly, "Emperor Xingyao! Emperor Xingyao!" Upon noticing this, others glanced at Gaihan and saw that he made no expression, so they also began shouting a few times in compliance. Prince Gu Starlight used his hand to calm everyone down, signaling them to quieten. "Although I feel that I may not be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility, I must not betray my father's trust in me. I, Emperor Xingyao, hereby swear that I will devote everything for the Daxia Empire and guide it toward prosperity." After finishing his speech, he walked to the emperor's seat and sat down. "Emperor Xingyao! Emperor Xingyao!" His supporters once again began cheering with excitement and fervor. Hearing his oath, Gaihan laughed, for he had already sensed it. Thus, the oath would definitely need to be fulfilled, otherwise his fate would be dire if left incomplete. Gaihan was certain he could never achieve his oath because pledging to devote everything for the empire was fundamentally impossible to accomplish. The two words, everything, were not something to be taken lightly. From now on, even his dreams would need to serve the empire's growth or he'd break his vow. Making such a vow in front of me. You must be a fool. Chapter 82 The Emperor Who Laughed Himself to Death. Xiuxian has now become the Star Radiance Emperor. Seated on the Emperor's throne, he looks down at those shouting Star Radiance Emperor and bursts into uncontrollable laughter. His arrogance is evident, with his laughter drowning out the cheers below. The haughty laughter shocks the crowd. Everyone stops shouting to stare as he laughs loudly. He continues laughing for a long time. The Elder Council begins giving him subtle looks, but Xiuxian pays no attention, still consumed by fits of laughter. Isn't this overdoing it? Members of the neutral faction watching find him smug in his victory, while his supporters are also taken aback. This doesn't seem like the way Xiuxian acted when he was just the crown prince. Is this really his true nature revealed after becoming emperor? Envoys from various empires, however, feel delighted. An emperor like this for the Great Xia Empire is good news for them. Xuanhuan watches Xiuxian in confusion. If he keeps laughing like this, perhaps he might actually laugh himself to death. After waiting much longer, Xiuxian continues laughing. It's then that some people begin sensing something is amiss. Just as the elders are about to approach, there is suddenly a sound of gay from Xiuxian, followed by silence, leaving him collapsed lifelessly on the throne. Your Majesty. Everyone is shocked. Members of the Elder Council rush forward to check on him. To their astonishment, they discover that Xiuxian has no more vital signs. He is dead. This, Your Majesty laughed himself to death. The elders are stunned. So are the crowds. Laughed to death. He had just ascended the imperial throne, and now he's gone. Truly ironic. Upon hearing the news of the emperor's death, Xiuxian's followers run up in panic, disbelieving at first. Once they confirm the truth, they are dumbfounded. Riches and power have all disappeared, along with everything else. The people who were earlier shouting Star Radiance Emperor suddenly become quiet. Even Xuanhuan is startled. Is it really possible to die from laughter? Could it be due to the oath he took earlier? Was the punishment so swift? It's undeniable that Xiuxian violated his oath. No one can genuinely dedicate every single thing they possess solely to one matter. Given his vow to sacrifice everything for the empire's prosperity, the moment he thought about anything else, even if only for a second, he broke his pledge. Xuanhuan didn't expect the consequences to come so swiftly. At this point, someone among those who supported Xiuxian couldn't bear the blow and suddenly accuses Xuanhuan, pointing and shouting, "It's you. You must have killed His Majesty." These words make everyone turn to look at Xuanhuan. After pondering, many believe this makes sense. Why wouldn't the emperor stop laughing if not for Princeton meddling? With Princeton known as the strongest on the continent, such an action is entirely plausible. All eyes turn accusingly towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan finds this absurd. It is completely unexplainable. He considers denying involvement, but upon reflection, realizes it does pertain to him somewhat. Had Xiuxian not sworn the oath in front of him, he wouldn't have met this fate. Since explanations won't help, Xuanhuan simply turns and walks away. You cannot leave. That person shouts loudly. He then cries to the Elder Council. Elders, he killed His Majesty. Avenge His Majesty. The Elder Council remains unmoved. Revenge? How? Without discussing whether the Emperor's death involved Princeton, even if it did, what could they possibly do to him? Realizing the Elder Council cannot act against Princeton, that individual turns to the Dragon Knight and pleads aloud, Sir Dragon Knight, you are the guardian knight of His Majesty. Princeton killed the Emperor. Avenge His Majesty. Long Qianshan furrows his brows and replies, I felt no combat aura or magic during that period. His Majesty seems to have died from excessive joy. Once this statement is made, most people believe Long Qianshan's assessment. Though Xuanhuan is hailed as the strongest on the continent, none present think he could silently kill someone without alerting a Dragon Knight. You knowingly let go of the murderer because you fear Prince and deliberately exonerating him. Greedy cowards, you may fear him, but I do not. The man yells wildly at the Elder Council and Long Qianshan, rushing towards Xuanhuan afterward. Xuanhuan's face darkens, and a streak of battle chi shoots from his eyes, piercing through the heart of the charging man. Witnessing the dead man lying on the ground, all become silent. At this moment, a young child, probably 6 or 7 years old, holding a sword sneaks around behind Xuanhuan and attempts to stab him. Having sensed the presence behind him, Xuanhuan turns around with a backhand strike, intending to kill the attacker. Don't! Someone screams desperately. Xuanhuan's palm paused above the person's head, but not because of the shout. It was because Xuanhuan saw that the person behind him was a child, and this child was dressed in royal clothing. The sword pierced Xuanhuan, yet it didn't even break through his clothes. Xuanhuan tapped the sword with his finger, and the expensive-looking sword immediately shattered into fragments. At this moment, members of the Elder Council arrived. One of them stepped forward to protect the child, looking at Xuanhuan nervously and saying, Ihan, this is your eldest brother's only son, Xuanhuan. He is still young and doesn't know any better. I hope you can forgive him. He killed my father. He is evil. I will avenge my father. Xuanhuan glared fiercely at Xuanhuan. The elder holding him quickly covered his mouth. Xuanhuan struggled continuously, kicking toward Xuanhuan with his feet. The elder immediately carried him further away. Xuanhuan glanced at Xuanhuan, sighed, and said to the elders, I will no longer be involved in the Empire's internal affairs. You can do whatever you want. Then he turned and left, this time without anyone stopping him. Not long after Xuanhuan departed, envoys from various countries found excuses to leave as well. They felt it inappropriate to stay. Although they left the palace, they couldn't return to their own empires yet because within a few days, they might also need to attend Star Radiance Emperor's funeral. They felt their trip to the Great Xia Empire had been quite enlightening. Originally, they thought they were coming to attend Ancient Prosperous Emperor's funeral, but unexpectedly, they ended up attending the coronation ceremony too, and even more surprisingly, would probably have to attend the new emperor's funeral in a few days. On their way back, they were considering whether to send someone to inform their own empire to send some gifts since they had nothing prepared for the occasion. Xuanhuan returned to Prince's mansion, feeling very troubled. With Xiuxian now dead, the capital city was bound to descend into chaos. The other princes would certainly seize this opportunity, and the Elder Council would also select another prince to ascend the throne. He didn't want to deal with all these troubles and decided to take his younger brother and sister back to Death City the next day. He wouldn't attend Gu Xingyao's funeral either since many still believed it was Xuanhuan who killed Gu Xingyao. Attending the funeral would just be awkward. Chapter 83, The Eastern Plan. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads fast. Within a few days, recent events in the Daxia Empire had spread to neighboring empires, becoming a laughing matter. But none of this was relevant to Xuanhuan anymore. At this moment, Xuanhuan and Da Hao were leading his sister Gu Mingyue and more than a dozen other siblings on the way to Death City. Eastern Daxia Empire. Your Highness, Prince Ten. The 4 commanders from the eastern region paid their respects to Gu Zhimin. You've come, please sit. Prince Ten, did you call us here to discuss matters related to the capital? Zhang Danan asked. Yes, that big brother of mine, Gu Xingyao, died on the day he ascended the throne. You say, who do you think the elders will choose next to go to the capital to inherit the emperor's position? Gu Zhimin said happily, thinking about how the coronation ceremony wasn't even over when his elder brother passed, which struck him as funny. Prince Ten, I think no one from the Elder Council would select anyone, Li Dali stated bluntly. Oh, Commander Li, why do you say that? Gu Zhimin curiously questioned, because in his view, the Elder Council wouldn't leave the emperor's seat vacant indefinitely. After all, a country cannot be without a leader for long. The other 3 leaders also looked at Li Dali, eager to hear his thoughts. Despite Li Dali's name implying someone simple-minded, everyone understood that among them, the most thoughtful individual was Li Dali. I say this because back then, there were actually 2 reasons for the Elder Council supporting Crown Prince 1. First, the Crown Prince was already in the capital. Second, it was meant to provoke the other princes. What the Elder Council wants most is for the several princes to compete with each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let the princes occupy various parts of the empire, Li Dali analyzed. You mean our current control over various areas was something they planned? After hearing this, Gu Zhimin became very unhappy. He disliked being manipulated by others. Yes, Li Dali nodded affirmatively. He continued. However, from the current situation, what the Elder Council truly wishes to observe is in Wang's attitude. My 9th brother? That's right. Supporting the eldest prince probably was aimed at gauging the reaction of Princeton. If Princeton opposes, I imagine the rest of the princes wouldn't have much to do with it either. Li Dali observed Gu Zhimin's expression. Gu Zhimin nodded in agreement. Indeed, if his 9th brother took up the imperial throne, no one would have the power to oppose it. Not even all of them combined. Continue. Now that Princeton has clearly stated that he won't intervene in the fight for the throne, the Elder Council must be inclined toward allowing the remaining 3 capable princes to compete for the emperor's position themselves instead of selecting another. Is it like that? Gu Zhimin was lost in thought. Then he asked, so, what do you suggest I do now? I suggest that Prince Ten immediately contact the 2nd prince in the west, Li Dali suggested. Contact him for what? Gu Zhimin was curious. To form an alliance with the 2nd prince against the 3rd prince. An alliance with him? Gu Zhimin didn't understand. Prince Ten, under the premise that Princeton stays out, the strength of the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, and yourself are actually comparable. Now any 2 sides wouldn't dare fight each other because they fear the 3rd side gaining advantage. So, only through an alliance can we first eliminate the other. Li Dali explained. So why specifically ally with the 2nd prince? Gu Zhimin was still confused. Prince Ten, you're in the east, the 2nd prince in the west, while the 3rd prince is located to the north between you and the 2nd prince. An alliance between you and the 2nd prince equals directly surrounding the 3rd prince, giving you a geographical advantage. Geographical advantage? What does that mean? This is something handed down to us by Princeton, the 3 critical factors for success: timing, location, and harmony. Li Dali explained. The other 3 leaders nodded approvingly. Timing, location, harmony. Timing refers to the current situation. The Daxia Empire is currently without an emperor, which presents an opportunity. If Emperor Gushing were still around, there would be no such chance. Gu Zhimin nodded in agreement. Indeed, if father were still alive, none of them would have a chance at becoming emperor. As for the geographical advantage, the 3rd prince lies between you and the 2nd prince. He's thus lost his geographical edge. Gu Zhimin again nodded, realizing that if he were placed between the 2nd and 3rd prince, it might indeed be hard to handle simultaneous attacks from both sides. And harmony means that you, as a prince, if you take the imperial throne, no one will object. It's the will of the people, the commoners would not oppose. Gu Zhimin nodded again. That's right, his status as a prince had given him great benefits. If he wasn't a prince but wanted to be the great emperor, it would be almost impossible, because the people wouldn't approve. As the saying goes, a man without a proper title will have no influence. Take his uncle Gushing for example. He was very capable, but if he were to become the great emperor, neither the royal family nor the commoners would agree. Of course, if all the princes were dead, then those of Uncle Gushing's generation could still become the great emperor. But how could all the princes die? Even if all the princes died, at least his ninth brother was still alive. After pondering over Li Dali's words, Gu Zhimin suddenly thought of something and asked, "You mentioned timing, location, and harmony. Besides the third prince lacking geographical advantage, don't the second prince and I both have the other advantages?" "Exactly, that's why I suggested you, Ten Highness, to form an alliance with the second prince, first eliminating the third prince from the competition. Finally, between you and the second prince, it depends on who has stronger power in the end." Gu Zhimin thought about it and asked, "Wouldn't it be better for me and the third prince to take care of the second prince first? That way, I would gain an advantage over the third prince, making it easier to deal with him afterward." Li Dali was speechless after hearing this. How could Ten Highness ask such a stupid question? But since he was currently under Ten Highness, he had to explain. "Ten Highness, if you and the third prince team up to defeat the second prince, then the third prince's lack of geographical advantage would disappear." Gu Zhimin realized he had just asked a foolish question. "All right, I'll follow your advice and send a letter to the second prince. But will he agree?" After some thought, Li Dali said, "I think he probably will. The second prince has many capable individuals under him. They should be able to realize this. Meanwhile, the third prince might also foresee this point and make preparations." "Make preparations? What can he possibly prepare?" Gu Zhimin said disdainfully. Li Dali didn't respond after hearing this, but inwardly he thought, "You and the second prince together aren't half as smart as the third prince, and yet you look down on others. If it weren't for the fact that you're the younger brother of Prince and Prince and might secretly help you, we wouldn't even work for someone as incompetent as you. If things get out of control and Prince decides not to help you at that time, don't blame us for not giving our best effort." Chapter 84. Back to Death City, Seclusion. "Finally back. This trip was truly bothersome," said Xuanhuan as he returned to the Lord's mansion in Death City, sighing while seated in the main hall. "Luha, was there anything happening in Death City while I was away?" "Your Highness, nothing happened. Everything has been normal," Luha respectfully replied. "That's good. Your Highness, who are those children?" Luha asked, looking at the dozen or so kids curiously examining their surroundings in the courtyard. "They're my younger brothers and sisters. Arrange for them to stay in the mansion first, then after a few days send them to the academy according to their ages," Xuanhuan instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." Upon hearing these were Xuanhuan's siblings, Luha understood they were the children of Emperor Gushang, thus princes and princesses, and now had an idea on how to proceed with arrangements. "Brother Ihan, what about me?" Mingyu asked from the side. "You should also go to the academy," said Xuanhuan, looking at Mingyu after some thought. "Do I have to? But I'm already an adult," Mingyu said discontentedly, feeling like Brother Ihan still saw her as a child. "I'm not asking you to attend the academy to learn," Xuanhuan said with a smile, seeing that Mingyu was a bit unhappy. "So why am I going to the academy?" "To teach, of course. You're a mage, and you've reached the 8th level of intermediate magehood. The academy currently lacks magic instructors. Teaching would suit you well, and also be beneficial for improving your own magic," Xuanhuan explained. "Me being a teacher?" Mingyu was surprised. She'd always been taught by others, and now she would teach others. It sounded thrilling just thinking about it. "Good, when do I start?" Mingyu asked excitedly, barely able to contain her anticipation. "I'll send someone with you tomorrow." "All right," Mingyu imagined pointing at students and saying, "How come none of you understand? You're the worst group of students I've ever tutored." The thought alone brought joy. "Brother Ihan, do you think our mother in the capital is all right?" Mingyu suddenly asked. "The capital is very safe right now. There won't be any problems. In fact, until a decision is made on who will become the next emperor of Daxia Empire, our mother will live comfortably. You don't need to worry. With no emperor currently in the capital because of my connection, Empress Consort, you would likely gain substantial benefits, which doesn't concern me much," Xuanhuan added confidently. "That's good." Mingyu nodded. If Brother Ihan said there was no problem, then there wouldn't be one for sure. "The room you stayed in before has always been cleaned by servants, so you can move in directly. Show your younger siblings their rooms now, and familiarize them with Death City whenever you have time," Xuanhuan said. "All right, Brother Ihan, then I'll go find my siblings." With that, Mingyu happily skipped off. Xuanhuan looked at the cheerful Mingyu and smiled. Mingyu, having been favored since childhood and never endured hardship, remained as innocent and cute as a child even in adulthood. Xuanhuan did not want her innocence to fade. "The room you stayed in before remains tidy. Use it directly. Show your siblings their rooms now and introduce them to Death City over the coming days," Xuanhuan reiterated. "Sure, Brother Ihan, then I'll find my siblings." And with that, Mingyu happily left. Xuanhuan, watching Mingyu's joy, couldn't help but smile. Mingyu, always beloved and spared of hardship, had retained her childlike innocence even into adulthood, a trait Xuanhuan didn't want her to lose. "Luha, make the arrangements and go ahead." "Yes, Your Highness." After Luha left, Xuanhuan went back to his own quarters. As soon as he entered his room, Yu appeared before him. "Princeton," Yu bowed. "How's the underworld recently?" "Everything is developing as expected. As the territory expands, more ghost souls appear, and construction work proceeds swiftly too," Yu reported. "That's good," Xuanhuan nodded. "Oh yes, Your Highness, the treasure items stored by Skullland God in the underworld continue to accumulate. With these treasures piled together, the place where the treasures are kept exudes heavier energy, attracting countless ghosts. The area around the treasures is now crowded with ghosts. What should we do?" Yu questioned. "Treasure items placed by Skullland? Those must have been collected by saint-level warriors." After pondering, Xuanhuan said, "Show me." In an instant, the two arrived in the underworld, and Yu quickly led Gu-ihan to the location where the treasures were stacked. Since there was no specific building yet, all the treasures were just casually heaped up in one spot. There were numerous treasures, towering like a mountain, surrounded by intense energy almost taking physical form. Gu-ihan carefully observed, seeing all sorts of objects, flowers, trees, stones, water, and more. After consideration, Gu-ihan told Yu nearby, "Call the ghosts that have gained consciousness." Soon, thousands of sentient ghosts were summoned by Yu. "Take all plant-related treasures and plant them throughout the underworld." Quickly, the ghosts took away all the plant-related treasures, proving the efficiency of many hands. Gu-ihan was not worried about them withholding these treasures, because due to the existence of the Ghost Gate Pass, without permission, ghosts cannot leave the underworld. As long as these items were still emanating energy in the underworld, Gu-ihan would not be too concerned. Looking at the remaining treasures, they still appeared like a mountain. Though there were many plant-related ones, their volume was smaller, so taking them away didn't seem to reduce the pile significantly. Gu-ihan intended to refine all the remaining treasures into materials for the construction of the underworld, which required buildings. With such strong energy, they would serve perfectly for this purpose. Yu, I am going to refine these treasures, which might take quite a long time. During this period, you will need to oversee the underworld more closely, Gu-ihan instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Then Yu added, Your Highness, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? I am now the land god of Death City, but I receive no incense offerings. Yu said, Oh, that's my mistake. I forgot about that. I'll build you a shrine and promote your worship. Gu-ihan indeed had forgotten about collecting incense offerings for Yu. Asking her to do work without providing any reward made Gu-ihan feel a bit embarrassed. Wait here while I make arrangements in the mortal realm. After saying that, Gu-ihan returned to the Lord's mansion. Yu smiled after seeing Gu-ihan leave in a somewhat awkward manner. Upon returning to the mansion, Gu-ihan immediately summoned Luha and Dahao. Luha, arrange for a shrine to be built in the center of Death City. The statue should resemble Princess Yu. A shrine? Statue? Of Princess Yu? Luha did not fully understand, but he followed Gu-ihan's orders without question. Yes, Your Highness. Dahao, I plan to seclude myself for cultivation soon. You must keep an eye on Death City during this time. Your Highness, how long do you plan to seclude yourself? Dahao asked in confusion, wondering why the young master suddenly needed to seclude himself. I'm not sure yet, maybe 1 or 2 months. Gu-ihan himself was uncertain, as his current power at the divided spirit stage could not fully harness the capabilities of the human scripture. Refining such an enormous amount of treasure would also require a significant amount of time. Chapter 85, The Banknote Machine. After making arrangements in the mortal realm, Gu-ihan returned to the underworld. I've already arranged for a land temple to be built for you. Once it's completed, it will help spread your name. Then, you can have some ghosts assist by scaring people and then appearing to resolve their issues. I think soon many people will offer incense to you. Gu-ihan looked at Yu and said, Thank you, Princeton. Yu expressed her gratitude. This is what you deserve. However, ghosts cannot appear too often. Once others know about you as the Earth God of Death City, you should find other ways to promote yourself. Since Death City has the most mercenaries, if you want peace, I can arrange for the skeleton Earth God to help you, so you will gain more respect among the mercenaries. Thank you, Princeton. Yu thanked him again. Yu was very happy. In the mortal world, apart from Gu-ihan, no one knew she was the Earth God of Death City. Without anyone knowing, there would be no offerings of incense. Although the prosperity and stability of Death City were under her control, this was just the basic ability of an Earth God, which didn't require the power of incense to use. Yu couldn't perform any other divine techniques, which made her feel frustrated. She envied those skills and desperately wanted to try them out. You go ahead with your tasks. I need to start refining these treasures. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, Yu left. After Yu departed, Gu-ihan hesitated, unsure of what he should create first among the items in front of him. The King of Hell's palace? With no King of Hell now, what would it be used for? Besides, the King of Hell judges sins committed in life, but there is no reincarnation now, nor are there 18 layers of hell, so judgment would be meaningless. The Bridge of Sighs? That would also be useless. Should he build it now just so ghosts could sightsee? And then he charges entrance fees? The Yellow Springs Road, the Platform of Longing, and all the others seemed unnecessary. He hadn't even planned to create the 6 paths of reincarnation, let alone attempt to build them. Constructing the 6 paths required corresponding energy. To build the human path of reincarnation, it must be constructed using energy produced by humans. He could do it now since most ghosts were originally humans, and their emitted energy would suffice. However, Gu-ihan didn't see the point in letting them reincarnate yet. To create the animal path, energy from animals would be needed. This could only be done by collecting souls of livestock from the mortal world into the underworld, because animal souls generally dissipate quickly after death without reaching the underworld. As for the other 4 paths, they were currently impossible to construct. After much thought, Gu-ihan realized that building anything now would serve little purpose. This left Gu-ihan in a dilemma. Just moments ago, he claimed he would seclude himself, but if there was nothing to build, why go back? Where would he put his face? After some contemplation, an idea struck him. He immediately got busy, deciding to first construct a banknote manufacturing machine. More and more ghosts in the underworld were awakening their spiritual awareness. Wherever there are people, there is trade. Ghosts were no different. Furthermore, with the increasing number of positions within the underworld, they deserved compensation, right? There was also an important point. The production of banknotes generates powerful energy, greatly benefiting the underworld. However, banknotes were not created from energy or the paper money burned in the mortal realm. Instead, they stemmed from emotions, 7 feelings, and 6 desires. In the previous life, people in the mortal world burned paper money for their deceased relatives, burning banknotes worth billions. Such practices actually yielded no results. Over so many years, if such methods worked, wouldn't the underworld already suffer from inflation by now? The effectiveness of burning paper money wasn't determined by its monetary value, but by the intensity of emotions generated during the act. Whether it's longing for ancestors or praying for good fortune, the strength of these emotions determines how much currency the ancestors receive. These emotions take the burned paper money as a medium, transferring to the underworld before being converted into banknotes via the banknote manufacturing machine. Only then can relatives in the underworld receive the money. Without a banknote manufacturing machine, the emotions couldn't be transformed into banknotes, so xuanhuan decided to build one in order to better collect more energy. Once the decision was made, xuanhuan dived headfirst into his work, beginning the refining process. In the underworld, there was no distinction between day and night. Time passed unnoticed. But xuanhuan estimated it had been about a month. For an entire month, he never stopped working, and finally succeeded in creating the banknote manufacturing machine, abbreviated as note machine. Looking at the over 10-meter tall note machine spanning a football field, xuanhuan smiled contentedly. Xuanhuan's banknote machine was different from the one in the underworld from his past life. Previously, the machine would directly convert emotions from the mortal world into banknotes that instantly appeared in the hands of ghosts. With xuanhuan's new machine, the banknotes remained inside the machine itself. If one wished to retrieve their share of the banknotes, they would need to come to the banknote machine and obtain a banknote card. If you don't have a banknote card, you won't be able to withdraw money. Also, if someone burns paper money for you without calling out the ghost's name, the converted banknotes won't appear on your card. Instead, they will become unclaimed banknotes and belong to xuanhuan. Xuanhuan called using his spiritual awareness. Soon, Yu appeared before xuanhuan. Princeton, you called me. After bowing, Yu looked at the huge machine in front of her. Your Highness, is this what you refined? What is it? Yu asked curiously. It's the banknote machine. It can convert 7 feelings and 6 desires into banknotes. Banknotes. Banknotes are the currency of the underworld, like gold coins in the mortal realm. The underworld will use this for transactions from now on. How do we get banknotes? That's what I'm going to tell you. Xuanhuan then explained it all to Yu. You inform all intelligent ghosts to come and apply for a banknote card. The application costs 10 banknotes. If they don't have money now, it will be deducted later from their cards. Then, tell them that they can send dreams to their living relatives to burn paper money for them. Each dream will cost 10,000 banknotes. Xuanhuan ordered. Yes, Your Highness. But there's nothing to trade with in the underworld right now, so what good are these banknotes anyway? Yu said puzzled. Who says they're useless? There might not be things to trade now, but banknotes can be absorbed by ghosts to enhance their strength. Strength leads to promotions and raises, buying cars and houses, and getting married. And in the future, I'll create items specifically for the ghosts to use. Whatever exists in the mortal world will exist in the underworld as well. Xuanhuan explained. I understand now. Yu suddenly realized it was Princeton's plan to build a bustling underworld just like the mortal world. You handle the distribution of the banknote cards. Currently, there's no concept of burning paper money in the mortal world yet, so I need to arrange that. It's also a good way to earn some gold coins through paper money in the mortal realm. With that, Xuanhuan left happily for the mortal world. Chapter 86, Ghost Money. As soon as Xuanhuan returned to the Lord's mansion, he immediately called for Lu He. Lu He, have all the citizens of Death City been assigned jobs? Your Highness, most of them have been arranged. However, since Death City has relatively loose conditions for family members of citizens becoming citizens themselves, more and more relatives are joining Death City. As a result, there might not be enough job positions available later on. Lu He replied respectfully. Lu He was puzzled in his heart. Why did the prince suddenly bring up this matter? I see. By the way, I'm setting up a ghost money factory now. Choose a location to build it, and then arrange for those without work to go to the ghost money factory. For the older ones, you can assign them some small shops. They don't need to be too big, just a few square meters will do. Afterward, let them sell ghost money, Xuanhuan said. Your Highness, what exactly is ghost money? Lu He asked curiously. Ghost money is the currency burned for the deceased to use. It can be used to honor the dead, Xuanhuan explained. Honoring the dead isn't usually done with wine and meat? Will people buy ghost money to honor the dead when it comes out? Lu He asked, perplexed. Not yet, but very soon they will. And in the future, even if people are so poor that they can't afford wine and meat to honor their dead, they'll still manage to buy a bit of ghost money to burn. In time, ghost money will become a sensation across the entire continent. Xuanhuan smiled confidently. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing the prince's confidence, Lu He stopped asking questions. If the prince said ghost money would become popular, then it certainly would. After Lu He left, Xuanhuan began planning the design of the ghost money. Xuanhuan struggled when designing the ghost money. It must include the spirit banknote machine from the underworld as the background so that it could accept the ghost money when burned. However, there was one missing element, a person's portrait. Whose would be suitable? The choice of the portrait was crucial. Whoever's portrait was used, after the ghost money was burned, they would receive some merit karma, inda. Though each piece of ghost money granted very little inda, the sheer volume ensured an enduring, stable source of it. While Inda differs from virtue karma, Gongda is money that everyone can use, whereas Inda is specifically used within the underworld. Gongda can exchange for anything, including Inda, while Inda can only be used in the nether realm. If someone accumulated sufficient Inda upon their death, they could definitely secure a position in the underworld or even reincarnate into a wealthy family, perhaps even royalty. Of course, Gongda has even greater advantages. Anything that can be exchanged with Inda, Gongda can do, plus it allows one to ascend to heaven and become an immortal official. However, at present, there was no heavenly court in this world. Inda was a valuable thing, and Xuanhuan didn't want to give it away easily. Using his own portrait would be a waste since he didn't need the Inda. After careful consideration, Xuanhuan decided that giving the Inda to Luha would be the best option. Luha had followed him faithfully for many years, and he was getting old. Xuanhuan had checked Luhi's lifespan. It was only 3 years. Originally, Xuanhuan thought about extending his life, but now he considered letting Luha help him in the underworld as equally beneficial. With the decision made, Xuanhuan began drawing up plans. The design of the ghost money was completed quickly. The size was palm-sized, with the front side featuring the front view of the spirit banknote machine in the center and Luhi's portrait on the far right. At first, Xuanhuan designed Luhi's portrait to look smiling, but then realized that ghost money was meant for mourning. While others cried, he would smile continuously, which seemed inappropriate, so he eventually changed it to a serious expression. The backside of the ghost money was simpler, showcasing the back of the spirit banknote machine. Xuanhuan decided against making large denominations of ghost money and settled on 100 units. Construction of the ghost money factory went smoothly and was completed in 3 days. Xuanhuan couldn't help but marvel at how useful magicians were in this world. Just by posting a task at the Adventurers Guild, plenty of magicians would show up, drastically speeding up construction. Ghost money was soon issued in Death City. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan sent out people to educate the public about its purpose, but initially, no one bought it. Only a few curious individuals purchased some to try burning them. Though noticing they served no apparent purpose, purchases dwindled further. Xuanhuan found this strange. Hadn't everything been arranged well by Yu after several days? He summoned Yu. Yu, how's the card registration going in the underworld? Highness, over these past few days, I've arranged for all the ghosts to get their cards, and now basically all of them possess a spirit bank account. So why isn't anyone buying the ghost money? Has no ghost dared to appear in dreams? Xuanhuan was surprised. Highness, no ghost dares to appear in a dream, Yu replied. What happened? Xuanhuan grew even more curious. I've inquired about it. Now the ghosts feel that even with the ghost money, it's useless since they can't buy anything. To send messages through dreams costs 10,000 units of ghost money, and they believe if they owe this much money, they will definitely be dispersed into ghostly energy. So no one dares to owe the underworld any money, Yu explained. Why would they think this way? Xuanhuan felt puzzled. Perhaps they found out that ghostly energy is used to expand the territory of the underworld. Some ghosts still believe the underworld imprisons them and uses them merely as tools to produce ghostly energy. Occasionally there are some uprisings, so the ghost soldiers have killed a few ghosts. Now they are quite afraid, thinking these ghost money machines are deliberately set up to trick them into owing the underworld money, so the underworld has an excuse to kill them and increase ghostly energy, Yu explained. After hearing this, Xuanhuan could not help but sigh bitterly. If he wanted to kill them, would he need an excuse? He could just act directly. How could they possibly think such stupid things were true? Alright, I understand. It seems we still need to introduce some tradable goods in the underworld. These weird thoughts indicate they're idle. Maybe some even think that since they've become ghosts, they don't need to worry about food or drink anymore and just plan to muddle through and lie flat. Xuanhuan realized why they thought this way. It was because of insufficient motivation. If they saw other ghosts living better lives than them, then everything would change. What do you plan to do, Your Highness? Yu asked. Find me some skilled ghost soldiers who have talents. It appears we need to start making some items first. Not long after, Yu brought over many talented ghost soldiers. Those who knew butchery in life, go to the livestock farm in Death City. I'll teach you how to collect beast souls, and you'll bring them back to the underworld for those who know cooking. For those who know cooking, I'll teach you how to turn beast souls into food. Others with skills, I'll teach you how to use ghostly energy to make various items, Xuanhuan said to the group of ghost soldiers. In the following few days, Xuanhuan kept teaching the ghost soldiers how to use ghostly energy to create all sorts of items found in the human world and also built many houses. However, the houses built by the ghost soldiers were just ordinary houses, without special functions, merely aesthetically pleasing. Chapter 87, Black and White Impermanence. In the underworld, Yin energy can be used to create everything. However, creations made by ordinary Yin soldiers are far inferior to those personally refined by Xuanhuan. Initially, Xuanhuan planned to have the Yin soldiers simply construct the King of Hell's Hall, but on second thought, he decided against it. For the main structures of the underworld, he still intended to refine them all into magical artifacts. Take the Yin copper machine, a device that creates Yin money, as an example. If made by the Yin soldiers, it wouldn't carry the function to transform emotions and desires. It would just appear as a regular object. Though merely in appearance, food created with Yin energy still serves the purpose of enhancing a ghost's strength. Furthermore, under Xuanhuan's instruction, these foods taste remarkably good. Now that they had been taught about food, drink, housing, and clothing, it consumed a great deal of the underworld's Yin energy. Since it has already been expended, Xuanhuan intended to also produce standard weapons for the underworld's Yin soldiers, the soul-stealing tether. Nowadays, there were quite a number of powerful ghosts in the mortal world, some strengthened by its essence. This was only a small portion, though. Most were originally strong individuals in life, whose ghost forms after death retained significant power. These stronger ghosts often challenged the current abilities of the soldiers, making the soul-stealing tether highly advantageous. Although the soul-stealing tether is considered a fairly low-level magical artifact, it cannot be solely made out of energy. It requires other materials too. Glancing toward a distant direction, Xuanhuan saw numerous patches where the increased energy of the underworld had transformed the soil into nether stones. Although scarce, these stones would be enough to forge over 100 soul-stealing tethers. Xuanhuan approached the nether stones and began refining them by grabbing a few. Weapons in the mortal world need flames to forge them, but in the underworld, forging weapons requires energy burned into nether fire. Igniting the energy, Xuanhuan started crafting the first soul-stealing tether. After the energy burned, green eerie flames formed, melting the nether stone and gradually shaping it into the desired form. He then employed methods of refining magical artifacts, infusing his own spiritual power and carving an array into the soul-stealing tether with this power. Being a low-level magical artifact, the process to make a soul-stealing tether was quick for Xuanhuan. Gazing at the tether glowing with a chilling dark cold light, he smiled satisfactorily. The soul-stealing tether possesses immense killing power against ghosts and souls. Once recognized by its master, it can forcefully extract another person's soul through ghostly powers. Being accepted by the underworld as soldiers would cause the ghost's essence to transform into divine ghostly power. However, currently, the soldiers were still relatively weak, possessing minimal ghostly divine force. Xuanhuan estimated that ordinary soldiers might not yet achieve the ability to forcibly steal souls. At best, their ghostly divine force could control and use the soul-stealing tether, but other functions remained inaccessible to them. The two earliest soldiers might manage it, however. They had spent the longest time in the underworld and consumed a high-grade ghost, increasing their power significantly. Moreover, they had captured the most ghosts, accumulating merit which allowed them better control over the soul-stealing tether. Pleased with the soul-stealing tether in hand, Xuanhuan proceeded to craft more based on the same model. After calculating, Xuanhuan found that each soul-stealing tether roughly required 10 fist-sized nether stones. Dissolving one nether stone necessitated the energy equivalent to that of a common ghost, meaning 10 nether stones equated to the energy of 10 ghosts. Thus, producing a single soul-stealing tether required 10 nether stones and the energy from 10 average ghosts. Later, we will also need to manufacture a large amount of soul-stealing tethers, along with impermanence rods, impermanence hats, impermanence boots, impermanence robes, soldier uniforms, caps, and boots. Xuanhuan listed them one by one before entering deep contemplation. The expenses are too vast, Xuanhuan sighed. But then remembering the copper machine, his mood lifted slightly since it would bring him copious amounts of energy, provided humans burned ghost coins. Inevitably, to encourage such practices, the spirits in the underworld needed to motivate the living to burn offerings for them via dreams. Then Xuanhuan buried himself in arduous work again, crafting 99 soul-stealing tethers. Including the first one, there were now a total of 100. Once done, he called the two soldier brothers. Master. The two quickly arrived beside Xuanhuan. Observing the two brothers, Xuanhuan realized they had reached the preliminary level of ghost gods, surprising him slightly. Other soldiers were still struggling within the trainee god stage. If it were merely a matter of waiting, it would take approximately 10 years for a trainee ghost to ascend to the initial ghost god realm, around a century to move to mid-level, and roughly a millennium to reach the advanced level. Further progression typically demanded millennia of effort. New paragraph starts here. It had only been a few years since these two arrived in the underworld, yet they had already reached the preliminary level of ghost gods. Clearly, they had accomplished much during this period and accumulated significant merit. For ghost gods to advance in rank, it wasn't enough to simply accumulate ghostly divine force. Their merits must also be sufficient for the next realm. Otherwise, there could be no advancement. In reality, the ghostly divine force within the two brothers had long been enough after consuming that heavenly grade ghost soul, but they lacked sufficient merit. Xuanhuan hadn't expected them to gather enough merit so quickly, allowing them to ascend into the initial ranks of ghost gods. You two have done well, achieving sufficient merit to rise as ghost gods so soon. Well done. As your reward, you are now appointed as impermanents. Xuanhuan smiled satisfactorily as he said this to the two. Thank you, sir. The two brothers were greatly delighted. The elder brother shall henceforth be known as white impermanence, and the younger as black impermanence. Xuanhuan then turned around and picked up a pile of nether stones. After some time of refining, he held out a set of one black and one white robe along with 2 impermanence rods. These are the robes of black and white impermanence. Wear them. And here are the treasures, the impermanence rods, one for each of you. He then handed over the 100 soul-stealing tethers to the pair. These are the soul-stealing tethers. Each of you will get one, and the rest can be granted to the most outstanding soldiers you choose among the underworld troops. Also, you two now lead an independent department responsible for dealing with evil spirits in the mortal world. Each of you can select 100 soldiers, who will solely be under your control. Yes, sir. The black and white impermanents responded joyfully. They had been promoted and given the power to distribute treasures, not just items to attract hearts, but actually ghost hearts, to rally support. Additionally, the ability to select 100 soldiers, fully under their jurisdiction, was a privilege indeed. Xuanhuan was also pleased. Finally, the underworld had a formal department. Previously, Yu managed the ghostly affairs, ensuring the ghosts did not act chaotically, but it wasn't truly formal. Ghosts would only capture other ghosts at their own discretion before, motivated by the pursuit of merit or choosing to lie low without being pushed by Xuanhuan. Now, the teams led by Black and White Impermanence represented the official ghost hunting departments. These teams would be evaluated based on performance and even receive wages. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 88. The issuance of Vong currency. A few days after Xuanhuan left the underworld, within the city of death. You're rushing off so urgently. Where are you going? A passerby asked. I'm going to buy mean currency. You're also buying mean currency? Yes. Last night, I had a dream that my deceased grandfather wanted me to burn mean currency for him, saying he was poor in the underworld and couldn't afford housing, having nowhere to live or eat, only able to watch others enjoy themselves. He said it made him suffer. You had a dream too? Not me, but my wife said her late father visited her in a dream. So you're also going to buy mean currency? Yes. We should hurry. I heard there are many people buying it now, and soon there might be none left. Ah, really? Don't run. Wait for me. The entire city of death buzzed with discussions about mean currency. Small shops selling mean currency were surrounded by crowds unable to pass through. With nothing else to do, Xuanhuan, who rarely ventured into the outer parts of the city of death, decided to take Da Hao out for a walk. Seeing the booming sales of Ving currency, he revealed a satisfied smile on his face. Da Hao, where's the largest tavern in the outer city? It's noon. Let's eat outside today. Xuanhuan turned around and asked Da Hao. Your Highness, it's not far ahead. Da Hao pointed toward the distance. It didn't take them long to arrive at the entrance of the tavern. Big Hao Tavern. Xuanhuan paused momentarily after seeing the name of the tavern. This is the tavern opened by my better half. Da Hao chuckled awkwardly. You've done well, Da Hao. I had no idea. This meal is on me. Xuanhuan laughed. It's an honor for your Highness to come here. How dare I make you pay? Da Hao respectfully replied. As they entered the tavern, Mrs. Ma immediately noticed Da Hao and Xuanhuan walking in and rushed over. Husband, what brings you here today? Mrs. Ma questioned. Madam, this is Prince and quickly offer your respects, Da Hao quickly said. Your Highness, I have met you. Mrs. Ma promptly bowed upon hearing this. No need for such formality, we're all family, Xuanhuan smiled. Madam, arrange for the best private room, Da Hao instructed. There's no need, let's just sit in the main hall. It's lively here with so many people. Xuanhuan waved his hand dismissing the idea, then found an empty seat and sat down. Da Hao and his wife, noticing this, dared not argue further. Since arriving in this world, Xuanhuan realized he hadn't eaten in the main hall of a tavern yet. Looking at so many people, including numerous mercenaries and merchants carrying weapons, this brought back memories of swordsmen and the martial world, but the sight of magicians draped in wizard robes instantly disrupted the mood. This place is pretty crowded. Business at the tavern must be good, Xuanhuan casually remarked. Very good indeed. Many travelers frequent this part of the outer city, mercenaries and merchants alike. After all, my tavern is considered the best one in the outer city. Mercenaries and merchants have no lack of funds, Da Hao boasted unapologetically. Do you know about the sudden popularity of Vang currency recently? A group of mercenaries sitting nearby joined in their conversation. Yes, I've heard that many people have been dreaming of deceased relatives recently. They claim their loved ones asked them to burn mean currency for them to spend in the underworld. So what's up? Another mercenary responded. Do you know what the underworld actually is? One mercenary asked. The underworld is the place where people go after death. Ghosts are common lately in the city of death. Once offerings are given to the earth deity, these spirits are dealt with, someone explained. After listening to the conversation, Xuanhuan smiled inwardly. The propaganda for the underworld seemed to be working effectively. Even the common folk already understood the situation more or less. Well then, here's my question. If I burned Ving currency for my deceased grandpa, my great-grandfather, my great-great-grandfather, and so on, for 18 generations of my ancestors, why hasn't a single spirit come back to thank me or request anything from me in a dream? Have any of you dreamed of a deceased relative? The mercenary asked curiously. A few mercenaries looked puzzled and shook their heads. No, none of us did. Then do you know why? They asked in amazement. Of course I do. The mercenary grinned knowingly. Why? Because it's all a scam. A big scheme concocted by those businessmen producing mean currency, the mercenary proudly announced, as if he had penetrated the truth behind it all. Really? A few people questioned skeptically. How could it not be true? Everyone says they've dreamed of someone. But when I looked around, I couldn't find a single person near me who had such a dream. Isn't it clear these dream visitors were planted by those manufacturers to fool us? The other mercenaries pondered this and realized that, indeed, no one nearby had reported any similar dreams. Seeing their agreement, the mercenary continued confidently. Right? Now you understand. Then he smugly took a few bites of the dish. After hearing this, Xuanhuan chuckled and paid no heed to their conversation. After all, only a few days had passed. Some ghosts were still observing the effects of other ghosts' dream messages. After all, the fee for a dream message was quite expensive. Once the results come out, more and more ghosts will want to send dream messages, which will allow him to make another huge profit in energy. You don't know what you're talking about. My grandfather sent me a dream, telling me where he'd hidden something. I went there, and just as my grandfather said, there really was something hidden at that spot. At this point, a mercenary from a nearby table interjected after hearing their talk, defending the phenomenon. Oh, look, this is yet another person paid off by merchants to deceive us. The mercenary retorted mockingly. Who did you say got paid? Say it again. That person became infuriated. Whoever spoke just now. This individual also had a short temper and stood up abruptly, gripping his weapon and advancing forward. The other mercenaries were equally defiant, drawing their weapons and standing up. Remember where we are? If you want to fight, take it outside. Dahao snapped angrily. Dahao was livid. Today, he finally had the honor of the prince dining in his inn, but this scene unfolded right before his eyes. To have troublemakers in his tavern while the prince was present. How could he maintain any dignity? If the prince weren't sitting nearby, he would have slapped them dead on the spot. When both parties saw Dahao, the renowned head of the mercenaries guild, they immediately grew intimidated. President Dahao. Several mercenaries greeted with a bow. All right, Dahao. They're just mercenaries. Having fiery tempers isn't uncommon. Xuanhuan intervened to smooth things over since he realized Dahao felt embarrassed due to his presence. Yes, your highness. Dahao's anger lessened slightly upon hearing these words from Xuanhuan. Seeing Dahao address the young man sitting nearby as your highness, everyone else instantly understood who it was that had been seated there. All the people in the tavern quickly rose to pay their respects. Lord of the city. Sit down, everyone. I'm here just like you, simply to eat. Don't be too formal. Eat and drink as you please. No need to worry about me. Xuanhuan gestured with his hand. Seeing how approachable the city lord was, everyone gradually resumed their seats. Chapter 89. Storytelling at the Tavern, the Three Realms. After everyone had sat down, the meal continued, but all of a sudden, it became quiet. Everyone tried their best to lower their voices. Even though Xuanhuan was currently behaving quite affably, they were still afraid of him. First, Xuanhuan was known as the strongest on the continent, and second, no one knew how many people he had killed. Not to mention the countless numbers he slaughtered while leading troops against the Baiwei Empire in the past, even just in Death City alone, who knew how many had fallen to his hand. Especially regarding the prohibition of entering the Death Forest, that incident resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of mercenaries. Even now, one must exchange mercenary points for time to enter the Death Forest. Sharing a hall with such a master killer was making them all feel pressured. Xuanhuan found it amusing that they dared not make any noise while eating, yet he understood why they felt this way. He himself admitted that during his days of collecting life essences, many lives were lost. Scaring others was inevitable. Still, it irked him somewhat. Xuanhuan did not want to be someone feared by everyone. After pondering for a moment, Xuanhuan said to Dahao, Dahao, ask someone to clear some space at the front of the hall, then place a table and chair there. Yes, your highness. Dahao didn't inquire why, figuring that what his highness commanded should simply be followed. Soon, Dahao arranged everything as Xuanhuan instructed. Xuanhuan walked forward and sat down. All eyes in the hall turned towards Xuanhuan. They didn't know what the city lord intended to do. Do you all wonder what I'm going to do? Xuanhuan chuckled. I have some spare time today, so I'll tell you all some stories. Stories. The crowd was curious. In this world, there wasn't yet such a thing as a professional storyteller. Storytelling is about sharing tales, or helping resolve doubts people might have. Just like the topic those fellows were arguing about earlier, Xuanhuan glanced at the mercenaries who had nearly come to blows moments before. The rest of the people looked toward them, causing both tables of mercenaries to lower their heads immediately. They were debating whether dreams could carry messages, and I can assure you all that dream messages are real, and perhaps someday, you might even send dreams to your loved ones after passing on, Xuanhuan added with a smile. However, no one found humor in his statement, for the implication was clearly after their deaths. If there's anything you're unsure of, feel free to ask. If I know the answers, I'll tell you. Xuanhuan scanned the audience and said. Given his stature and strength, Xuanhuan thought they would surely have many questions, brimming with curiosity to learn from him. Yet, after waiting for some time, no one spoke up, which left Xuanhuan somewhat embarrassed. And Dahao, why couldn't he interject with an easy question to ease this awkwardness instead of staring idly at the crowd? At this point, Xuanhuan suddenly thought of Yu. If she were here, she would certainly find a way to help him out of this situation. Actually, many people in the tavern wanted to ask questions. Xuanhuan was not only the strongest on the continent, but also the prince, meaning he must know much more than anyone else. However, remembering what Xuanhuan had earlier said, that each of them would eventually end up sending dreams too, they interpreted it as a threat and thus remained silent, fearing they'd draw his attention. Cough cough. Since no one has any questions, then I will go ahead and start my storytelling session. Xuanhuan masked his embarrassment with a small cough before continuing. I'll tell you about the Three Realms. In this world, the concept of the Three Realms did not exist. Xuanhuan decided to introduce it because he was feeling uncomfortable watching how the crowd had been afraid of him. He hoped by sharing something new and intriguing, he could bridge the distance between them. After all, a mental blockage could manifest as a spiritual trial, xianxia, and since his mind was unsettled, he needed a way to address it. Additionally, as his powers grew stronger and with the acquisition of Renbook and establishment of Diu, the underworld, it might be only a matter of time before the Three Realms system would emerge. By introducing it early, they would later find it easier to adapt to these new world dynamics. There are three realms in existence: xianxia, Heaven Realm, where gods reside; xianxia, Earth Realm, which you already know about as the underworld where souls go after death; and xianxia, Human Realm, the place we live in right now. Upon hearing this, first came shock, then realization dawned across their faces. So this is how the world works. We live in the human realm, pass on to Earth Realm, and perhaps when we reach divine levels, we ascend to Heaven Realm. Now let me explain how these three realms came into being. Watching everyone focus intently on his storytelling, Xuanhuan enjoyed the feeling thoroughly. The world began as a formless chaos, with the sky and earth connected. Imagine the world back then like the egg of a mythical beast, with the albumin and yolk inside. Just as an egg can give birth to life, this primordial chaos bore life too. 3,000 demon gods who had mastered 3,000 rules. Among them was a demon god named Pangu, who had mastered the rule of force. One day, Pangu grew weary of the world's disordered dullness, so he grabbed his axe and hacked away recklessly. Thus, heaven and earth were separated, forming the current 3 realms. So the 3 realms formed in this way. Everyone was amazed. At this point, someone curious asked, "Lord of the city, where did Pangu go?" With someone asking questions, Xuanhuan felt much happier inside. That has to do with after heaven and earth were split. When Pangu split them apart, they slowly started coming together again. Seeing that it wasn't working, Pangu exclaimed, "I just split you apart, but you're joining again. Isn't that all for nothing?" So Pangu stood on the ground with both hands supporting the sky, trying to push them far apart so they couldn't merge anymore. Pangu grew 1 chi taller every day, and heaven and earth grew farther by 1 chi daily as well. Over time, they became increasingly distant. However, once heaven and earth were divided, the other demon gods were not pleased. In their eyes, Pangu was dismantling their home. So they all went to stop him. Was Pangu killed by the other demon gods? Someone speculated. No, when Pangu freed his hands, he annihilated them all, leaving only a few demon gods able to escape. After the other demon gods fled, Pangu continued to support the sky, finally successfully creating a relatively stable 3 realms. But during the battle against the other demon gods, Pangu sustained injuries, and combined with the fact that he had no rest continuing to hold up the sky, he eventually perished from exhaustion. So tragic. If it weren't for Pangu, there would be no world now, no us. The other demon gods were no good. Everyone mourned for Pangu. Though Pangu is dead, we see him every day. Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously. We see him every day? Where? Everyone exclaimed. After Pangu's death, his left eye became the sun, his right the moon, his body transformed into soil, his blood became rivers, and his hair turned into grass and trees. Don't you say we see him every day? Xuanhuan smiled softly. What? The sun and moon are Pangu's eyes? His body is the soil, hair is the trees, blood the rivers. How big must Pangu have been? Everyone cried out incredulously. Chapter 90. Continuing the storytelling. After hearing in the tavern hall, people started discussing fervently and even quarreled about how large Pangu was. Some said Pangu was as large as this world. Others argued that Pangu grew 1 foot taller every day, making him larger than the world. Xuanhuan only smiled and observed without speaking. When their argument slowed down and they stopped, Xuanhuan continued his storytelling. The story of Pangu ends here. Let's get back to the topic of the 3 realms. The crowd quieted down. While we cultivate in the mortal realm, the successful ones can ascend to be among the celestial ranks, and the unsuccessful return to the underworld after death, to reincarnate back into the mortal realm and live again, repeating endlessly unless one becomes immortal or divine. Otherwise, an endless cycle of rebirth will continue. Lord City Master, what is reincarnation? Someone asked. Reincarnation is when a person dies and turns into a ghost, entering the underworld. In the underworld, there is the reincarnation path which allows the dead to return to the mortal world. However, here, Xuanhuan intentionally paused. However what? The audience, full of curiosity, asked. However, not everyone can reincarnate as a human in their next life. In the underworld, there are 2 paths, the human path and the animal path. Ghosts who enter the human path will be reborn as humans, while those who enter the animal path will become beasts or other ordinary animals. Xuanhuan only mentioned these 2 paths. Xuanhuan said this because it was necessary. In this world, there were no other 4 paths such as the deity path for achieving immortality. Except for himself, there were no immortals yet, and he had not attained divinity either. Therefore, Xuanhuan decided to construct only the human and animal paths in this world. Will we also become beasts or ordinary animals? The crowd was greatly shocked. They didn't want to be beasts to be slaughtered by others, especially if they were lower-level beasts, merely food for others. When I reach that point, I'll make sure to see clearly and won't accidentally end up on the animal path, someone joked. The crowd burst into laughter afterward. After hearing this, Xuanhuan responded with a smile. Which path you go to isn't something you decide. It isn't about which one you personally choose to enter. The crowd questioned out of curiosity. No. After arriving in the underworld, a judge will determine your good and evil deeds in life. If you were an extremely wicked person during your lifetime, you would definitely be reborn as an animal. If you were an ordinary person with neither much good nor evil, then you will still be a person in the next life. If you were a benevolent person during your life, then you might be reborn into a wealthy family, perhaps even the household of a king, Xuanhuan explained. I see. In that case, your highness must have been a great benefactor in your previous life. After hearing this, Xuanhuan smiled. Then, is the meat we eat now also transformed from people? Someone looked at the meat on the table, feeling uneasy as they asked. This notion is correct, but after death, everything dissipates, and what one becomes in the next life is just for the next life. There's no need to overly worry. Eat what you eat and drink what you drink. But if you don't wish to be eaten by others in your next life, you can be a good person in this life. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, some became unconcerned and ate their meat freely, while others hesitated and found it difficult to swallow. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan wondered whether his words would lead to the emergence of vegetarians in the future. Perhaps even some sort of animal protection association might appear. Xuanhuan laughed, and did not care about these matters. Eating meat or abstaining. It's all about individual preference. He just wanted everyone to respect each other's choices and not forcibly prevent others from eating meat. How does one qualify as a good person? Someone asked. Do you wish to be reborn into a royal family in your next life? Xuanhuan teased. After hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. The person turned red-faced, lowered their head, and softly replied, I just want to live a good life. Indeed, everyone wants a good life, but out of so many, how many actually achieve it? Xuanhuan sighed and then said, defining what it means to be a good person is quite complex. What seems like a good thing to you may not necessarily be seen the same way by others. How can a good thing be hard to define? The crowd was puzzled. Xuanhuan smiled and asked, let me ask you this. If you see someone on the street looking wretched and hungry after a whole day, and you give them money and feed them well, tell me, is what you've done a good deed or a bad deed? It's obviously a good deed. I helped him. All right. And if the next day he's again hungry and someone else feeds him, is it still a good deed? Xuanhuan asked. Of course it is. Good. On the third day, someone else helps him, and similarly on the fourth day, fifth day, and every day thereafter. Is this also a good deed? It probably is. The crowd, seeing Xuanhuan repeatedly questioning, felt there might be something wrong but couldn't pinpoint the issue, thus replied uncertainly. If every day someone gives you food and occasionally a bit of pocket money, would you then go out to find work or wait on the street for their help? This, the crowd didn't know how to answer. If every day there was no need to work and still have food and money, who would want to work? They might even take their families to the streets waiting for others' help. So, all those who help him think they've done good deeds, but if they were judged in the underworld, they might be found guilty because your act is considered as colluding to harm others. After hearing this, the crowd was greatly shocked. Could helping others be wrong? Then can we not help people? Someone asked. It's not about that. There's an old saying, helping in emergencies but not solving poverty. You can help those urgently in need, but don't help those who are perpetually poor. Xuanhuan explained. The crowd fell into deep thought after hearing his words. That's right. Is the person truly in urgent need if they remain poor continuously? Being in urgent need one day is plausible, 2 days too, but year after year, decade after decade, does every single day constitute an emergency? If so, you'd be busy indeed. How can such situations be addressed? All right, let's stop talking about these matters. Today's story ends here. If you really want to be reborn into a wealthy family, burn more spirit money for your deceased relatives. Maybe it will bring them surprises in the underworld. Xuanhuan didn't lie to them. If his relatives lived well and prosperously down there, perhaps with the help of spirit money xianxia, they could even earn a position in the underworld, which would definitely benefit them once they descend there since having connections always helps. Xuanhuan left the Dehu wine tower satisfied with a smile. He had successfully conveyed the existence of the 3 realms to them, achieving his purpose. What he said today wouldn't take long to spread throughout the continent. His mood improved considerably. Perhaps it would reduce the difficulty of the upcoming calamities. And when he left, mentioning burning more spirit money would enhance its recognition. After all, his identity held weight, and what he said carried conviction. Having influence is truly advantageous. People believed whatever he said. Chapter 91. Building the cycle of rebirth, advancing to the consolidation stage. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Since the last time he told stories at Daho Wine Shop, Xuanhuan would go there to tell stories whenever he had time. He quite liked this feeling, mainly because storytelling could convey his thoughts and influence others' minds. Now, people on the continent had already accepted the idea that the world was divided into 3 realms. Nowadays, many storytellers appeared in the Death City. Almost every tavern or tea house had one. Gradually, storytelling became a profession across the entire continent, usually practiced by elderly individuals with no great strength who did it just to earn a living. They even regarded Xuanhuan as their founding master. Since Xuanhuan once said that burning spirit money was beneficial after entering the underworld, more and more people began to burn spirit money. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as long as they saw others burning it, they felt like they were losing out if they didn't do the same. A large amount of spirit money was burned, bringing enormous benefits to Xuanhuan. First, the spirit money factory expanded several times, increasing his gold coins in the mortal realm. Secondly, the yin energy in the underworld increased significantly, far exceeding the ghost energy produced naturally by ghosts. This also caused the scope of the underworld to expand to cover the entire Great Xia Empire within these 3 years. Xuanhuan thought that now was the right time to build the cycle of rebirth. The underworld had expanded to cover the whole Great Xia Empire, with a large number of ghosts entering daily, leading to an overpopulation problem. Another important reason for building the cycle of rebirth was that the yin energy in the underworld was very heavy, making the ghosts comfortable. However, the ghosts could not absorb the yin energy scattered everywhere in the underworld. They could only absorb the yin energy from treasures and spirit money produced in the underworld, or directly swallow other ghosts. But with the protection of the yin soldiers, no one dared to eat other ghosts. However, the Great Xia Empire had many talented individuals. Although they turned into ghosts after death, their wisdom remained unimpaired. Working together, they created a method for quickly absorbing yin energy from the underworld. This caused headaches for Xuanhuan. Instead of generating yin energy properly, they were absorbing his yin energy. Xuanhuan couldn't tolerate it. Even so, there wasn't much he could do about it. Talented people were still talented. Knowing that absorbing yin energy would bring trouble from Xuanhuan, they shared their method with all the ghosts. This made Xuanhuan even more troubled and angry. Clearly, they were deliberately opposing him. Now that the method had spread, he couldn't just kill all the ghosts, could he? Therefore, xuanhuan decided to bind them using rules. However, the underworld currently only had one spirit money machine, which generated only one value rule, unable to restrain them from absorbing energy. After some thought, xuanhuan decided to establish the cycle of rebirth now. Once established, the rules of the cycle of rebirth would appear, allowing him to control the ghosts. Soon, xuanhuan began building the cycle of rebirth. All the ghosts were absorbing energy from the underworld, and the energy scattered in the air was insufficient for building the cycle of rebirth. However, the spirit money machine stored a massive amount of energy. Helpless, xuanhuan had to first use the energy inside the spirit money machine to manufacture it. The human cycle required enough energy generated by humans, while the animal cycle had accumulated enough energy thanks to the souls of many magical beasts collected over the years as food. Standing in the air, xuanhuan spread his hands, and an endless flow of spiritual power emerged from his body and entered the book of humanity. The book emitted light, summoning the energy within the spirit money machine, gradually forming the human cycle. These bastards have forced me to take a loan from the spirit money machine. Just wait until I finish establishing the cycle, then you'll see what I'll do with you. xuanhuan muttered while constructing the cycle. As the energy gathered, the human cycle slowly took shape. Following his own vision, xuanhuan designed the cycle as a massive mirror. When the human cycle formed, the ghosts felt a connection with something. They looked toward xuanhuan and discovered that the thing connected to them was the massive mirror. Elder Wang, what is Princeton doing? Why do I feel strange? Is this directed at us? Asked a young ghost. I don't know, but we'd better be cautious, said Elder Wang, frowning. Elder Wang was the one leading the absorption of the scattered energy in the underworld. Originally, he was an elder of the Wang family in the capital city. As a saint-level individual, when his lifespan ended, he came to the underworld and submitted himself to its master, xuanhuan. However, xuanhuan, knowing he was insincere, completely ignored him, causing resentment in Elder Wang's heart. Since he didn't dare openly oppose xuanhuan, he gathered many gifted people to research a method of absorbing energy. Firstly, this annoyed xuanhuan because he wanted the energy to expand the underworld, yet it was being absorbed. Secondly, absorbing energy could enhance their own strength, potentially giving them the chance to confront xuanhuan openly one day. After finishing the human cycle, xuanhuan continued constructing the animal cycle. At the very moment the animal cycle was completed, xuanhuan felt an overwhelming clarity in his heart. He then sensed every blade of grass and tree in the underworld, which was different from before. Previously, he merely owned the underworld, but now the entire underworld seemed like a part of his body, under his complete control. xuanhuan understood that he had already reached the consolidation stage. At the consolidation stage, xuanhuan gained a new ability, words becoming law. However, this ability still had flaws. It could only be used within the underworld. Additionally, there was another limitation. Perhaps because the underworld was not yet fully formed, he couldn't create things out of nothing if their conditions were incomplete. For example, the other 4 cycles of reincarnation couldn't be created due to insufficient conditions. However, he could still handle other matters. The first thing on xuanhuan's mind was to deal with those who defied him. It was time to test his newfound power. Creating individuals who absorb the scattered energy of the underworld violates its rules. They shall enter the animal cycle. xuanhuan's loud voice spread across the entire underworld, reaching the ears of all the ghosts. As soon as the words were spoken, dozens of ghosts were instantly absorbed into the animal cycle without any chance to react. Only one faint shout echoed faintly among them. I refuse. xuanhuan ignored him. Without permission, no energy in the underworld can be absorbed. All previously absorbed energy must be returned, xuanhuan announced again. After these words, the ghosts who had previously absorbed the scattered energy in the air immediately felt some of it leaving their bodies and returning to the underworld. The energy in the underworld increased drastically as a result. Seeing the thickening energy in the underworld, xuanhuan was startled and cursed. Damn bastards, you've absorbed so much of my energy without me noticing. It should have been beaten out of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of slap 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 resounded through the underworld. Every ghost who had absorbed energy was being slapped by something unseen. xuanhuan immediately shouted upon noticing this, "Stop." The sound ceased at once. This was too effective, causing xuanhuan to be greatly shocked. But then, he began to feel troubled. In the future, he couldn't just say anything recklessly. He didn't know what unexpected consequences might arise. Chapter 92, Lu He's approaching end. After forbidding the ghosts from absorbing energy, xuanhuan didn't care about how the ghosts would react. In my territory, you have to endure even if you have an objection. Back at the city lord's residence, xuanhuan went to Lu He's courtyard. At this moment, Lu He was lying on a chair in the courtyard, closing his eyes to rest while basking in the sun. There were 2 servants carefully attending to him. In these 3 years, Lu He had grown increasingly old-looking day by day. A month ago, he found it hard to move on his own, so he replaced the 2 maids who originally served him with 2 stronger servants, as he felt the maids were not suitable for taking care of him. Apart from being immobile, Lu He had no other issues, all thanks to xuanhuan. Using his powers, xuanhuan had eliminated all of Lu He's ailments except his immobility. xuanhuan had the ability to restore Lu He's mobility and make him feel like a healthy person again, but he chose not to do so because he knew Lu He was a restless person who wouldn't be able to stop serving him once able to move freely. All Xuanhuan wanted was for this elderly man who had taken care of him for decades to enjoy what little time he had left, even if only for a month. Louis's lifespan would end tonight. Lord of the city. The two servants greeted Xuanhuan immediately upon seeing him. Your Highness, why have you come? Upon seeing Xuanhuan, Lu He tried to sit up. Xuanhuan walked up to him and gently pressed his shoulder. Just lie down. How could I? This humble servant. Since I've told you to lie down, do as I say, Xuanhuan said with a feigned stern tone. Thank your Highness. Seeing Lu He lying back down, Xuanhuan finally smiled. You two, go ahead and leave first. I will take care of him myself, Xuanhuan told the two servants. Yes, Lord of the city. Upon hearing that Xuanhuan intended to care for him, Lu He was deeply moved. Your Highness, I am unworthy to be cared for by you. Louis's eyes brimmed with tears. I can't help laughing at your reaction. I simply wanted to tell you something and dismiss them. However, Xuanhuan also understood Lu He. At such an old age, without any children, living alone, ever since being assigned to serve him, Lu He had devoted his entire life to nothing but serving his Highness. In the past, Xuanhuan had arranged many good women for him, but Lu He rejected every one. Lu He, have you ever thought about leaving behind some children? Xuanhuan asked cautiously, ready to extend Louis's life and restore his body to its prime if he showed even the slightest willingness. No, Lu He answered firmly. Why? Xuanhuan was very curious. It's fine to live alone, and I don't want any children at all. I just want to stay by your Highness' side and work for you. I have always believed that the luckiest thing in my life has been to follow your Highness. At this point, tears uncontrollably streamed down Louis's face as he recalled the bitter days before meeting Xuanhuan. But now I won't be able to take care of your Highness anymore. They say there is reincarnation after death. I wonder where I'll be reborn. I hope that in the next life, I will still be by your Highness' side. Hearing this speech, Xuanhuan was deeply touched. Rest assured, you will continue to be by my side. I also wish to be by your Highness' side. Lu He sighed, thinking that Xuanhuan was merely comforting him earlier. Do you think I'm just comforting you? What I said is true, Xuanhuan said with a smile. What do you mean, your Highness? Lu He looked confused. That's exactly what I want to tell you. Xuanhuan gave a mysterious smile. What does your Highness intend to say? Lu He was full of questions. Do you know about the underworld? Xuanhuan asked. Yes, almost no one doesn't know about the underworld nowadays. The underworld was created by me, Xuanhuan stated matter-of-factly. What? Lu He was greatly startled and nearly jumped up. This truly shocked Lu He. The underworld is the place souls go after death, but if His Highness says he built the underworld, then what exactly is His Highness? This is more powerful than a god. There's no need to be too surprised. I have already built the underworld for many years. I didn't tell you before because it wasn't yet perfect, and telling you wouldn't have meant anything back then. Moreover, you might have worried about my affairs concerning the underworld when you already had enough to deal with in the mortal world. Thank you for your Highness' concern. Louis's first reaction was moved, touched by Xuanhuan's understanding of his hardships. I'm telling you now because you are going to die tonight, Xuanhuan said. Just a moment ago, Lu He was still moved by the words, but now he did not know how to react, standing motionless. However, you don't need to worry. Didn't I use your portrait on the Bing Beat before? In these 3 years, you have accumulated quite a bit of virtue. With this virtue, your soul will be better nourished, and your potential in the underworld will be greater once you enter. Lu He indicated that he didn't understand. It's like a newborn baby. Those born with good innate talent are different from those who improve their talent later on, and it will affect the upper limit of cultivation. Xuanhuan briefly explained. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain in detail, but it was too complicated, and Lu He might understand even less if he tried. It's just like the roots talked about in the world of chaos. Common roots can become powerful, but no matter how strong they get, they cannot compare with lousy, xuanxia, or nuwa, because their roots are extraordinary. Entering the underworld is the same. People in the mortal realm who already possess a great amount of virtue are fundamentally different from those who only start collecting it after death. With Louis's current virtue, and after appropriate adjustments, becoming a king of hell would be sufficient. Xuanhuan intended for Lu He to take on the role of the king of hell. They say the king of hell must be impartial, but Xuanhuan didn't think so. Immortals also claim they have no emotions, but which immortal doesn't have a bit of scheming in mind? Lu He has been loyal to him, and based solely on this point, letting him manage the underworld as the king of hell would be very suitable. Thank you, your Highness, for considering an old servant. Though Lu He didn't fully understand, he grasped that Xuanhuan using his portrait on the Mingbi was for his own benefit, and understanding this was enough. You will gradually understand later. Do you remember Princess Yuyu? Xuanhuan asked. I do. Is she in the underworld too? At first, Lu He didn't understand why Xuanhuan brought up Yuyu, but after pondering, he figured it out. That's right. She is currently managing the underworld. After you arrive today, familiarize yourself with the underworld under her guidance, and then you will take over its management. Xuanhuan said. The old servant thinks it would be better if Princess Yuyu continues to manage. Lu He now had matchmaking ideas for the two since, in his view, the underworld belongs to Xuanhuan, and having Princess Yuyu as the lady manager would be most fitting. She and you are in different situations. You follow the way of ghost gods, while she follows the divine path. You need energy, but she needs incense offerings, so she isn't suitable for staying in the underworld for long. Xuanhuan explained. However, Lu He understood none of it. Chapter 93, King Yama. In the middle of the night, Xuanhuan quietly stood in Louis's room, watching as the life force of Lu He, lying on the bed, slowly ebbed away. Lu He lay there calmly awaiting death. There was no sorrow in his heart. Instead, he had a sense of anticipation for wanting to see the underworld that Xuanhuan had told him about earlier in the day. As the time came, Lu He slowly closed his eyes, and after a while, he opened them again, curiously looking at Xuanhuan. Your Highness, am I not dead yet? Take a look behind you. Xuanhuan smiled and said. Lu He turned around and saw himself still lying peacefully in bed. Is this, Your Highness, does this mean I'm dead? Xuanhuan nodded. So this is what a soul looks like. Lu He curiously examined his body from all sides. All right, you'll have plenty of time later to observe yourself. Let me take you to the underworld first. With that, Xuanhuan led Lu He to the underworld. After arriving, Lu He was filled with curiosity. The dark world did not evoke fear in him, but instead gave him a sense of comfort. Looking around, ghosts could be seen everywhere, many of them queuing in front of two mirrors. Your Highness, what are those ghosts doing? Lu He asked curiously. Those two mirrors represent the cycle of reincarnation. One leads to the human realm, the other to the animal realm. They are waiting to be reborn, explained Xuanhuan. Lu He nodded in understanding, having heard about the cycle of reincarnation from Xuanhuan earlier in the day. You will now become the King Yama. It won't do to not have a palace for the King Yama, so please wait a moment. After finishing her words, Xuanhuan took one step forward. Palace of Yama, arise. At the sound of her command, a magnificent palace appeared far away, and at the same time, most of the treasures collected over this period vanished. Xuanhuan's cultivation level hadn't yet reached the point where things could be conjured out of nothing, so to establish the Palace of Yama through commanding words still required sufficient materials. The present technique simply omitted the intermediate process and went straight to the result. After constructing the Palace of Yama, seeing there were still quite a few materials left, Xuanhuan decided to also build the Road of Yellow Spring and the Bridge of Sighs, along with some other structures. Wow! Beside her, Lu He was astounded, unable to believe how powerful the princess had become. Let's go inside. Xuanhuan then led Lu He into the Palace of Yama and informed Yu Wangchang, as well as Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang, white and black impermanents. Soon, the four underworld managers arrived at the Palace of Yama. They were greatly shocked upon seeing it. Just moments ago, none of this had been there, and now it seemed as if everything existed. Your Highness, Master, the four bowed. This is Lu He. I assume you all know him, said Xuanhuan. Greetings, Master Lu. The four greeted Lu He. Greetings to all of you. Lu He returned their greeting. He knew Yu Wangchang, but he wasn't familiar with Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang. I have called you here today because there is an announcement to make. Lu He will now become the King Yama. From now on, he will be the master of this Palace of Yama and responsible for managing all affairs of the underworld. Xuanhuan looked at Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang. You two must assist King Yama well in managing the underworld. Yes, Master, replied Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang upon receiving their orders. Xuanhuan then looked at Yu and Wangchang. You two have worked hard lately managing the ghost soldiers of the underworld admirably. However, you aren't suitable to stay here forever, as it would hinder your collection of incense offerings. As she spoke, Xuanhuan extended her hand, causing the Book of Life and Death and the judge's pen to depart from the bodies of the two and arrive into hers. Yu, Wangchang, what you both currently lack are incense offerings and merit. I am assigning a few cities near the City of Death under your management. Develop these areas while so more people can worship you and aim to achieve higher divine positions sooner, Xuanhuan said to the two. Xuanhuan considered this a way of promising a grand future for them since currently, besides being able to designate gods up to the position of Yama, heaven could only bestow lower ranks such as land deities and river deities. To obtain higher ranks, she estimated she would need to reach Earth Immortal status herself. Wangchang's ambition was always to follow Yu. Hence, a few years ago, Xuanhuan had already infected Wangchang as a river god. All the rivers within Yu's jurisdiction were placed under Wangchang's control. Thank you, Your Highness. The two were pleased. Yu was happy due to the increased scope of the land he managed, which would enhance his power. Wangchang was happy because Yu was. Lu He has just come here and is not yet familiar with the matters of the underworld. Take a few days to help acquaint him. Then, you can start promoting our message in other cities. At that time, I will also send personnel to assist you. Yes, Your Highness. Xuanhuan handed the Book of Life and Death to Lu He. This is the Book of Life and Death. I won't explain how to use it. When you input a part of your consciousness into it, you'll understand. The Book of Life and Death will be in your custody, while for the judge's pen, I will find another person for the task. Yes, Your Highness. Lu He took the Book of Life and Death. Next, let's talk about the basic operations of the underworld. Xuanhuan looked at Yu. You are the land deity. Your duty is to guide the spirits of the dead into the Ghost Gate, and also supervise all things within your jurisdiction. The job has many responsibilities, so you'll have to work hard. Yes, Your Highness. Yu nodded. Xuanhuan then turned her gaze to Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang. Your duties are to capture those ghosts who refuse to enter the underworld and bring them here. If a ghost becomes a hungry ghost, depending on the situation, either eliminate it directly or bring it into the underworld. Additionally, you need to keep a close eye on those people who are powerful in life. They might not be easy to deal with. Yes, Master. Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang responded. As for you, Lu He, your responsibility is to oversee everything in the underworld. There isn't currently a judge, so I will provide you with an artifact that can discern the good and evil deeds from one's past life. According to their deeds, reincarnate them accordingly. Of course, if there are useful ghosts who wish to stay in the underworld, you may allow them to remain. Right now, we are in dire need of talented spirits in the underworld, Xuanhuan explained to Lu Ha. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Ha replied. That's the plan for now. We can add more details later. Do any of you have other questions? Asked Xuanhuan. Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang then said, Master, in the last 2 years, several high-level magical beasts have died in the Forest of Death, but their souls haven't arrived in the underworld. We can't easily enter the Forest of Death. What should we do about this? Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, For now, don't concern yourselves with the Forest of Death. I will handle it. Are there any other issues? No. All right then, that's all for today. After leaving the underworld, Xuanhuan returned to the city lord's mansion and sensed the situation inside the Forest of Death. When she was in the underworld, Xuanhuan had already tried sensing it. There wasn't a single soul from a high-level magical beast present in the entire underworld, nor could she perceive any specific situations regarding the Forest of Death. Now back in the mortal realm, after sensing again, she still couldn't detect any ghostly presence formed by the high-level magical beasts, which made Xuanhuan puzzled. It was said that several high-level magical beasts had died. Why didn't she feel their presence? Chapter 94. The Citizen Academy finds Mingwei. Xuanhuan then contacted the Skeleton Land God using his divine will. Skeleton, I heard that in recent years a few high-level magical beasts have died. Didn't you lead their souls to the underworld? The Skeleton Land God soon responded. Divine Being, I'm reluctant to part with my subordinates who've been with me for many years. I hope they can stay by my side a bit longer. Xuanhuan thought about it, and felt this was something the Skeleton Land God would do. He cared very much for his subordinates, and it was normal for him to be reluctant to let them go. Why can't I sense their souls? Aren't their souls supposed to be in the Death Forest? Xuanhuan asked. Divine Being, it's like this. I was afraid their souls might be damaged if they stayed outside, so I put them into other treasures. The Skeleton Land God replied. Oh, I see. You need to be careful not to let them become evil ghosts. I understand. Divine Being, I will take note. Xuanhuan didn't ask any more questions. He felt that although what the Skeleton Land God did wasn't following the rules were set by himself. If they didn't go to the underworld, then they wouldn't. In the future, more and more magical beasts would die, and he couldn't possibly keep them all anyway. If he wanted to keep some, then let him keep them. After Xuanhuan's divine will faded away, the Skeleton Land God said to the black mist in front of him, Beast God, I have done as you ordered. Release my subordinates. Not so fast. I didn't expect that you became a low-class deity through this method, and even more surprising is the fact that humans and magical beasts inside the Death Forest leave behind their souls after death. This is quite intriguing to me. Your subordinates are doing fine in the God realm. Once I've studied them thoroughly, I will release them naturally. After the Beast God's avatar finished speaking, it left. The Skeleton Land God sighed. A few years ago, the Beast God appeared in the Death Forest. Since the Death Forest was within his jurisdiction, now also being the Land God, how could he at least exchange a few blows with one of the Beast God's avatars? But he had overestimated himself. Before the Beast God, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. And this was just an avatar. If the real body came, he'd definitely not be able to withstand it. After coming to the Death Forest, the Beast God discovered ghosts and became curious, capturing a number of human ghost souls for research. Over the past year, it had also captured the souls of several high-level magical beasts. The Skeleton Land God originally planned to inform Xuanhuan of this matter, but upon reflection, Xuanhuan probably wouldn't be the Beast God's match either, considering their previous encounters. Moreover, it seemed the Beast God didn't want Xuanhuan to know of his arrival, and used the higher-level magical beasts to threaten him not to disclose his presence to Xuanhuan. Therefore, he didn't tell the truth to Xuanhuan earlier. After chatting with the skeleton, Xuanhuan felt something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Besides, he hadn't sensed any impending danger, so he lazily decided not to dwell on what was wrong. After Lu Ha left, there was no housekeeper left at the Lord's mansion. Xuanhuan couldn't find anyone suitable, so he personally managed the matters of the Death City. But there really wasn't much to manage. Each department and industry was running smoothly. The only thing he needed to take care of was collecting money. His businesses made a large amount of money daily, and Xuanhuan had already lost interest in money. So basically, there wasn't much for him to do. After entering the combined state phase, not only did Xuanhuan gain the ability to speak and have his commands followed in the underworld, but he also obtained the spells for exorcism, ghost banishment, and demon extermination. Before, he mainly relied on talismans, most of which were for support. However, this time they were offensive in nature. While the auxiliary talismans could be learned by others, perhaps these attack-based ones could be too. Xuanhuan wanted to give it a try. He left the Lord's mansion and slowly headed toward the Citizen Academy of Death City, intending to find his sister Mingwei and see if she could learn the ability of the talismans. He leisurely arrived at the Citizen Academy. Outside the City of Death, there were academies as well, namely the Magic Academy and Warrior Academy, where magic and battle energy could be learned respectively. However, the Citizens Academy inside the inner city was different. The Citizens Academy taught everything, and only residents of the Death City could enter. Not only were children taught here, but adults wanting to study could also join, and all courses were free of charge. Saying it teaches everything meant it truly teaches everything. Magic, battle energy, commerce, farming, animal husbandry, or even learning to make pancakes. There were instructors available for all these subjects. Since everything was taught and it was free, the Citizens Academy was always bustling with activity. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Citizens Academy, Xuanhuan was quickly recognized. After all, he was the city lord and also the president of the Citizens Academy, with his statue present there. Good day, Lord. Everyone greeted Xuanhuan warmly. You all are well. I am looking for Mingyue. Does anyone know where she is? Guihan asked. Even though he was the principal, he rarely visited the academy and thus wasn't familiar with Mingyue's teaching schedule. Lord, Princess Mingyue is in the first-floor office of the magic department. Someone promptly answered. All right, thank you. Guihan thanked them before entering the academy. Lord of the city is really approachable. He even thanked us. That's true. Just look at who our lord is. Everyone was extremely glad to have Guihan as their city lord. Powerful, a prince, kind-hearted, skilled in making money, and young, all but perfect. They all felt blessed to be led by him. Guihan quickly arrived at Mingyue's office and just happened to see her coming out of it. Mingyue, Guihan softly called out. Mingyue turned back after hearing her name and exclaimed with delight. Elder brother Ihan, how did you come here? I haven't seen you for a long time, so I thought I'd drop by. Guihan said with a smile. Humph, did you even remember me? You haven't come to see me for ages. Mingyue pretended to be angry. I've realized that too, and feel that I've made a big mistake. So here I am. You should know better. Mingyue pouted. Are you heading to give someone a class now? Guihan asked. No, I've already finished my classes for today. I'm just about to return to the dormitory. In that case, good. I need to talk to you about something. Let's go to your dormitory then. Guihan said. See, I knew you wouldn't come just to see me. Now your intention is revealed, isn't it? Mingyue said crossly. All right, I'm wrong. I'll make up for it later. Guihan immediately admitted his fault. What kind of compensation? You'll find out later. In that case, besides whatever compensation you're talking about, you have to cook me a meal today. It's been such a long time since I last ate your cooking. All right, no problem. That's more like it. While chatting, the two quickly arrived at Mingyue's residence. Teachers all had dormitories, which were single rooms, but as the sister of this principal and also a princess of the Daxiao Empire, there was no way Mingyue would live in a dormitory. She had her own large yard with several maids attending to her daily life. Chapter 95, Drawing Talismans in Midair. It wasn't long before the two arrived at Mingyue's courtyard. As soon as they entered, Mingyue asked impatiently, What about my compensation? Don't be so anxious. Guihan laughed. I'm just worried you might change your mind later. Mingyue retorted, still unsatisfied. All right, I'll tell you now. Do you know about talismans? Yes, talismans are very useful, especially magic restoration talismans which are extremely helpful for mages. Brother Ihan, are you giving me a talisman? Is that my compensation? I can easily grab one from the mercenary guild. Mingyue said unhappily. It's not just giving you a talisman, but teaching you how to draw them. Guihan explained. I know how to make talismans. Mingyue was clearly dissatisfied with Guihan's response, thinking that there were people at the mercenary guild who could also make talismans, and she'd already learned from them. He didn't even care about her learning progress. Understanding her thoughts, Guihan smiled and said, I'm not teaching you to make talismans, but how to draw them in midair. But whether or not you learn this is none of my business. The reason why Guihan said this was to leave himself an out. If the people in this world couldn't master the art of drawing talismans, then Mingyue couldn't blame him either. Draw talismans in midair. Mingyue looked at Guihan in confusion. Even if I told you, it would probably be hard for you to understand. Let me demonstrate. After saying that, Guihan extended a finger and traced motions in the air. With the movements of his finger, little specks of starlight appeared in the air, forming symbols which eventually turned into a strange pattern. In the middle of the pattern, there was something resembling lightning. This is drawing a talisman. How do you find it? Guihan looked at Mingyue and asked. Mingyue's face was full of astonishment. Is this a talisman? Aren't talismans manufactured? Can they actually be drawn like this? Why do I not feel any magical fluctuation inside? Could Brother Ihan have used martial chi to create it? No, I don't sense the presence of martial chi either. Mingyue bombarded with multiple questions. Talismans available outside today are all simplified versions. This is the advanced version, or what we call the authentic talisman. Are you interested in learning? Guihan smiled gently. Yes. Mingyue was excited. If the simplified version was already so powerful, then the authentic ones must be much stronger. But I haven't seen these patterns in your talisman before. What does this talisman do? Mingyue curiously asked. This is the Five Thunders talisman. When thrown at an enemy, it will unleash a heavenly thunder attack. Let me demonstrate. With that, Guihan threw the talisman towards a distance. After leaving Guihan's hand, it didn't fly far before turning into a bolt of lightning. A boom sounded and a nearby sapling got struck, split into two halves. Wow, that's amazing. Still, its power is smaller than my magic. Mingyue wasn't completely satisfied. That's because I injected only a small amount of spiritual energy. If more were added, this entire small courtyard of yours wouldn't survive. The power of the Five Thunders talisman depends on how much spiritual energy you inject into it, Guihan explained. Hearing this, Mingyue immediately grabbed Guihan's hand joyfully and exclaimed, I want to learn. All right, I'll teach you right now. Subsequently, Guihan carefully taught Mingyue the principles behind talismans, as well as important things to note when drawing them. Truly a genius mage, Mingyue quickly grasped the key points and soon drew a talisman. Magicians typically study formations, and since talismans resemble formations, Mingyue could grasp them quickly. However, despite looking similar, the essence of Mingyue's talismans differed from Guihan's. Guihan used spiritual energy, while Mingyue utilized magical energy. Guihan didn't know if talismans created using magic alone would work, but he assumed they would since talismans sold in the market were also made with magical energy plus materials, so purely magic-generated talismans should function similarly. Give it a try, Guihan said, watching the slightly unstable talisman in front of Mingyue. All right, Upon saying that, Mingyue excitedly tossed the talisman forward. After flying a short distance, it emitted a sizzle, producing a tiny bit of lightning. Its potency was laughable enough to possibly be mocked by mosquitoes. Seeing this scene, xiuxian was instead quite pleased, confirming that people in this world could also cultivate the ability to draw talismans. The low efficacy was merely due to Mingyue's unfamiliarity with it. Once she became familiar, the results should be much stronger. However, Mingyue seemed rather downhearted. Don't worry, you've drawn it, and once you become more adept in the future, you'll become even more powerful. I'll teach you other talismans right now, xiuxian comforted her. Upon hearing that there were other talismans, Mingyue immediately brightened up. As time passed, xiuxian taught Mingyue many kinds of talismans. The brain of a magician was sharp, and even though the talismans were complex, Mingyue remembered them all and managed to draw each one. However, their power was still far from impressive. During this period, xiuxian also realized which talismans could not be used. Talismans associated with the 5 elements magic worked, but the special ones, such as those for summoning deities, could be drawn but not activated. xiuxian reflected for a moment and understood. There were no gods in this world like there were in his past life, so it was natural that he couldn't summon them. If he actually did summon one, the first person who might be shocked would probably be himself. Alright, practice slowly. It's almost dark now. Didn't you want to eat the food I prepared? Let me go cook it for you now, xiuxian said to Mingyue, who was practicing earnestly. Good. Mingyue responded without turning her head. xiuxian shook his head, and then called a maid to guide him to the kitchen. Before long, xiuxian had prepared several dishes that Mingyue liked. Seeing that Mingyue was still practicing, xiuxian said, there's plenty of time to practice later. The meal is ready. Come eat, they're all your favorites. Come eat. Mingyue happily ran over. During the meal, xiuxian mentioned, Mingyue, what do you think about the Civic Academy adding a course on learning talismans? Brother Ihan, do you mean to let everyone learn talismans? Mingyue asked. It's impossible for everyone to learn. Learning talismans requires talent. After hearing this, Mingyue nodded her head. She then asked, can warriors also learn to draw talismans? Yes, but probably only Sky Warrior level experts can learn. xiuxian thought for a while before replying. Magic and martial qi are both forms of energy, and drawing talismans requires energy. Magicians can draw them, and warriors can too. However, for warriors, they need to have reached the sky level to release martial qi and draw talismans. As for magicians, as long as they are at the novice level, they can start learning since the application of magic itself involves external use, but requires high magical control skills. Of course, there must be an artistic aptitude as well, otherwise, it cannot be learned. Chapter 96, Spellcasters. The warriors ranked at sky level are the only ones who can learn this. That requirement is way too high. Luckily, I'm a magician, or else I wouldn't be able to study it, Mingyue said with relief. Do you think that magicians can definitely learn it? Magicians also need certain conditions to meet in order to study it, xiuxian said. What are those conditions? Didn't I learn it quickly? Mingyue was confused. She was a middle-level magician of the 9th rank, which would correspond to an Earth-level warrior of the 9th rank. She hadn't reached the high-level magician status yet. Compared to the sky-ranked warriors required to learn how to draw runes, it should have been much easier for magicians. After all, she learned it quickly, and lower-ranking magicians with some time should be able to learn it as well. The reason you could learn so quickly is because your control over magic is exceptionally gifted. Isn't that why you're called a prodigy magician? xiuxian explained. Mingyue understood immediately after hearing this. So learning how to draw spells in the air requires strong magical control. This might get tough. Many high-level magicians at the academy don't have as good magical control as me. So does that mean they wouldn't be able to learn it? Not necessarily, but it may take them longer to learn. If they start practicing from a young age, it would probably be better. After all, practice makes perfect, xiuxian thought for a moment before saying. Mingyue nodded. That's true. More practice is the key. Just now, I practiced for quite a while and found that the runes I'm drawing now are much better than my first one, and my speed has improved. You're teaching kids anyway. You could try teaching them how to draw runes. Maybe you'll end up nurturing a few spellcasters in the future, then you'd be the master of the spellcasters, xiuxian joked. After hearing this, Mingyue's eyes sparkled. The founder of spellcasters sounded impressive just by the name. But upon thinking about it again, she realized something wasn't right. Drawing spells was taught to me by Brother Ihan. So shouldn't Brother Ihan be the founder of spellcasters? I haven't taught anyone else, so it doesn't count. And since you've promoted the profession of spellcasting, you are the real founder. At most, I'm the brother of the spellcaster founder, xiuxian explained. Mingyue thought it made sense after hearing this. Fine, I will be the founder of spellcasters. From now on, I am a spellcaster. I will go to the Magic Guild tomorrow for certification. Mingyue became excited and waved her small hands around. xiuxian couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. She had mistaken spellcasters as a branch of magicians and was even going to get certified at the Magic Guild. Then Mingyue began to laugh stupidly, not knowing what she was thinking about. Well, great master of future spellcasters, you don't have a single student learning spells at the moment. xiuxian teased. I will have them tomorrow. Mingyue paid no heed to xiuxian's teasing. That's tomorrow's matter. Let's focus on filling our stomachs now. xiuxian smiled. The two chatted a bit more, then suddenly Mingyue asked, Brother Ihan, do you think how Zhiming is doing now? Zhiming. xiuxian knew clearly about the current situation of the Daxia Empire. After all, the mercenary guild covered the entire empire of Daxia, and his own underworld also extended across the whole Daxia. His younger brother Zhiming's situation wasn't ideal. Possibly because xiuxian showed no signs of intervening in the matter of who would become emperor, the second prince and third prince had already joined forces to deal with Zhiming. Originally, the second prince and Zhiming were allied against the third prince. However, for unknown reasons, they later changed their minds, possibly due to something the third prince said to the second prince. Later, after Gaihan made inquiries, he realized the third prince actually hadn't said anything significant to the second prince. He merely uttered one sentence. If even our ninth brother disregards his younger sibling now, who can guarantee he won't care in the future? If you ally against me and I die, can you be sure our ninth brother won't secretly support his younger brother? What would you do then? It's better if we take out the 10th brother while the ninth one hasn't shown any intention of helping him, avoiding further complications. It was this sentence that swayed the second prince's mind. After knowing this, Gaihan merely chuckled and didn't concern himself with it. After contemplating, Gaihan still decided to tell Mingyue the current situation. Zhiming may not fare well. The second prince and the third prince have combined forces against Zhiming. He will likely fail soon. Ah! Mingyue gasped in shock. Can you help Brother Zhiming, Brother Ihan? Minji asked anxiously. No, one reason being, I said I wouldn't interfere until the great emperor was chosen. I can't go back on my word. Wouldn't you want me to keep my promises? Gaihan said as he looked at Mingyue. Mingyue lowered her head silently. The other reason is that early on, Mother hoped I would help Zhiming. But with Zhiming's personality, he wouldn't accept my help. After hearing this, Mingyue also remembered Zhiming's personality. Ihan, we can't just watch as Brother Zhiming dies, Mingyue said with a slightly tearful tone. Rest assured, I won't let him die. Of course, assuming he wants to live himself. Although his contact with this younger brother wasn't very long, mostly during the time Zhiming was in Death City, Gaihan knew clearly that if Zhiming failed, he wouldn't want to live. If Brother Zhiming fails and loses hope, what should we do? Mingyue also thought of this point. Gaihan patted Mingyue's head to comfort her. Don't worry, even if he dies, I'll make sure he's taken care of well. Mingyue looked at Gaihan, puzzled after hearing this. Gaihan noticed Mingyue's confusion and called out into thin air, Luha. In an instant, Luha appeared before the two of them. Your Highness, Princess Mingyue. Luha bowed respectfully. He had already heard their conversation. When Gaihan decided to tell Mingyue about Zhiming's current situation, he summoned Luha and asked him to appear before Mingyue shortly. Isn't this Mr. Lu? But didn't he die? Is this what people outside have been talking about, ghosts? Mingyue was greatly startled. Luha, you may go back now. Yes, Your Highness. After Luha left, Gaihan said, yes, ghosts. However, Luha is now the King of Hell, overseeing the underworld. King of Hell? Overseeing the underworld? Then Ihan brother you? Mingyue was shocked speechless. The underworld was created by me. I've set aside a place for Zhiming, so you don't need to worry about him. Gaihan told Mingyue about the underworld because he was concerned she might be deeply affected by Zhiming's death later. He didn't want to see his adorable little sister heartbroken. Now that the underworld had reached a basic level of stability, it didn't matter revealing this to Mingyue. Brother Ihan. Mingyue couldn't think of what to say. That's enough, stop overthinking. Just understand this. Death is nothing to fear, because I'm here. Death is merely changing places to live. It's not a big deal. Chapter 97. Failed Gu Zhiming. Gu Ihan returned to the Lord's mansion from the city academy when it was already dark. He had just entered the house when Dahao came looking for him. Your Highness, you're back. Dahao bowed respectfully. Is there something wrong? Your Highness, news has come from the capital. The 4 great commanders of the East have announced that they no longer support the 10th prince. Instead, they now fully support the 3rd prince. After finishing his sentence, Dahao glanced at Gu Ihan's expression, wanting to know if Gu Ihan would care about this matter. However, Gu Ihan seemed rather calm, making Dahao feel regretful. If His Highness were to interfere, then he would certainly seize this opportunity to take people forward, as it had been a long time since they last took action. Dahao felt that his whole body was nearly rusted. Gu Ihan found it amusing to see Dahao's eager eyes and understood his thoughts. He also wondered when it started that Dahao, who always wanted to live leisurely, became so combative. What's wrong? Do you want to go out for a walk? Gu Ihan asked with a smile. Caught by Gu Ihan seeing through his thoughts, Dahao scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. It's just been too long since I fought with anyone. I feel the urge to fight. In that case, you can go to the east once. It won't be long before Zhiming fails. Then you bring him back. Gu Ihan said with a gentle smile. Your Highness, are we bringing the 10th prince back after failure? Isn't it my task to help the 10th prince secure the position of the great emperor? Dahao was confused. He thought that if the prince himself did not want to be the great emperor, then why not let his younger brother become one? Why not help? I said earlier in the capital that I would not get involved in their competition for the throne. I can't break my word now. Besides, this position of great emperor does not suit Zhiming's character. All you need to do is bring him back. I will deal with other matters accordingly. Gu Ihan explained. All right, can I beat them up? Dahao asked. Gu Ihan understood that the them Dahao referred to were the 4 great commanders. Gu Ihan understood Dahao's desire to vent anger on behalf of Zhiming. Zhiming got along well with Dahao during his time in Death City, so hearing that the 4 commanders betrayed Zhiming, Dahao naturally wanted to help him retaliate. Still, Gu Ihan said firmly, no, why not, Your Highness? Dahao didn't understand. Didn't I say that I wouldn't meddle in their affairs? Your only task this time is to bring Zhiming back after his failure. You don't need to concern yourself with any other matters. Of course, if someone offends you, then that's another story. Gu Ihan said lightly. Yes, Your Highness. Dahao was very disheartened. If the mission was just to bring the 10th prince back, then this task would be too simple and boring. Seeing Dahao's slightly discontented expression, Gu Ihan shook his head. Though Dahao's strength had reached the saint level, his mind was still as slow as it used to be. Didn't I just say, if someone provokes you, that's another matter? Gu Ihan repeated. Dahao didn't understand why His Highness would repeat this sentence. Was he worried that he hadn't heard it clearly? After pondering over this statement, Dahao brightened suddenly. Your Highness, I understand. Dahao revealed a mischievous grin. The next morning, Dahao set out towards the east. At this time, the eastern region, due to the four commanders announcing their full support for the third prince, allowed the third prince to easily occupy the east. In the Lord's mansion of Qinglu City in the east, the third prince sat on his high seat, with his few commanders standing on the left and the four commanders of the east on the right. Together, they stared at Gu Zhiming standing below. 10th brother, now the entire east is under my control. Is there anything else you want to say? The third prince said indifferently. There's nothing more to say. Success or failure depends on fate. Kill me or dismember me as you please. I only blame myself for misjudging people. Gu Zhiming glared fiercely at the four commanders of the east. 10th prince, we simply made the right choice, Zhang Daniu replied without showing any respect toward Gu Zhiming. Ha ha, really funny. But I'm curious, don't you worry that my older brother might bother you? Gu Zhiming asked curiously. 10th prince, if Princeton supported you, we wouldn't dare to do this. But Princeton has stated he will not interfere. We've served Princeton for quite some time and understand his character well. If he says he won't interfere, then he surely won't. So, we don't worry about Princeton blaming us, Zhang Daniu said confidently. Humph. Gu Zhiming was speechless after hearing this. 10th brother, if you have nothing more to say, does this mean you admit your failure? The third prince asked. What do you mean by that? Gu Zhiming didn't understand. Now that you've occupied my territory, and I have no more followers, isn't it obvious that I've failed? Asking me whether I admit it or not. Is this a way to humiliate me? 10th brother, you probably don't know yet. I received news from the palace that 9th brother promised noble consort to you that if one day you failed to become the great emperor, he would take you away to Death City and make sure you would never again entertain thoughts about becoming the great emperor. The third prince smiled as he said this. So, this is why you haven't killed me yet. Gu Zhiming didn't feel happy after hearing it, nor did he have any intention of thanking Xuanhuan. Instead, he felt humiliated. Yes, exactly for that reason, the third prince nodded. In that case, just kill me. Gu Zhiming roared. The third prince's heart leapt with joy at seeing his reaction. He understood Gu Zhiming's nature well. Gu Zhiming was usually not very smart, but had a strong sense of self-importance and an overwhelming pride. His earlier words were deliberately spoken to exploit this characteristic in order to drive Gu Zhiming to suicide. After all, if Gu Zhiming were alive, there could be unexpected changes later on, whereas death was the only surefire way to guarantee his own safety. Yet he couldn't outright give an order to kill Gu Zhiming. Instead, he had to push him towards suicide. I wouldn't dare to kill you, since 9th brother has specifically requested your safe return. If I killed you, how could I possibly explain myself to 9th brother? After saying that, the third prince sighed dramatically. You have such a good older brother. As long as he's around, no one will ever be able to kill you. I truly envy you. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiming was seething with anger. Was this really admiration for himself? It was clearly mockery, using Xuanhuan to belittle him. Your Highness 10th. At that moment, Dahao arrived. As soon as Dahao appeared, everyone else immediately welcomed him with warm smiles. However, Gu Zhiming became even angrier upon seeing Dahao. As his arrival confirmed what the third prince had said, Xuanhuan truly sent someone to pick him up. Dahao, upon seeing Gu Zhiming, didn't realize that Gu Zhiming's anger stemmed from his arrival. Instead, he thought Gu Zhiming had been bullied by others. Therefore, when he noticed the four eastern commanders smiling at him in welcome, Dahao was filled with rage. You four bastards, you started laughing as soon as I came in. Do you think I'm funny? Damn it. I haven't provoked you, yet you mock me. Without another word, Dahao walked straight up and slapped each of the four commanders across the face several times, swelling their faces instantly. Chapter 98. Zhiming and Eu Guifei arrive at the underworld. The four of them were stunned by Dahao's slap, and everyone else laughed. Why do you say we four are mocking you? But after thinking about it for a moment, they understood that this obviously wasn't just accusing us of laughing at him, but clearly intentionally looking for trouble with the four of us. This was all about seeking revenge for Zhiming. After comprehending this, the four immediately straightened up in place without saying a word or smiling. Now, whatever they said wouldn't matter. Whatever he said, he would have an excuse to pick on the four of them. So, it was better to say nothing at all. They decided to just stand there silently, to see if he could find any more excuses. Seeing the four not speaking, Dahao immediately became furious again. You insolent things, not speaking is a sign of disrespecting me? Am I unworthy of talking to you? After finishing, Dahao began to move forward again, intending to teach the four a lesson once more. However, as soon as he took one step, he saw that beside him, Zhiming suddenly rushed towards a nearby guard and snatched his sword, trying to slash his own neck with it. Seeing this, Dahao was greatly alarmed. Forgetting about the four captains' affairs, he instantly appeared by Zhiming's side, seizing the knife from his hand with one hand while controlling him with the other. Prince 10, what are you doing? Dahao was shocked. He couldn't understand. Let me go. Zhiming struggled hard, but with his strength against a saint-level warrior like Dahao, there was no way to break free. Prince 10, tell me what is wrong. Did they bully you? Don't worry, I'll help you take revenge. Dahao quickly said. It's none of your business. Zhiming shouted. Dahao now had no time to bother with others. He was very confused. This situation was unexpected. In order to deliberately find trouble yesterday, Dahao specially sought advice from the four captains on how to intentionally cause trouble for people. It was only after a whole night of research that a plan was finally devised, and today they planned to try it out. But before the plan could fully begin, Prince 10 already had issues. Dahao angrily stared at the others. What did you do to Prince Ten? At this point, the third crown prince said, we didn't do anything to my younger brother. Brother Deheo, you should hurry and take younger brother 10 to find younger brother 9. Upon hearing that he would meet Ihan, Zhiming struggled even more fiercely. He detested Ihan so much that he did not want to see him at all. Seeing Zhiming struggle harder, Deheo had no choice but to decide to bring him back first. You'd better hope the prince does not discover that you used some means against Prince Ten, otherwise, the prince will not forgive you. After saying this, Deheo carried Zhiming into the air. The third crown prince observed this and smiled. In the air, Zhiming continued to struggle. He had lost his mind now, with only one thought, death. With no way out, Deheo found Zhiming struggling too violently and nearly dislocating his own hands. Deheo stopped at a secluded place with Zhiming. Once on the ground, Zhiming started frantically searching for something to kill himself with, acting like a madman. Deheo had a hard time understanding what was going on here. It was indeed hard to understand. When someone goes insane, normal people cannot comprehend their thoughts. People who lose their minds often do baffling things. Some become extremely crazy after losing their minds, while others may become eerily calm. If Ihan had seen this scene, he would certainly think of a news report from his previous life. A typically short-tempered man, after arguing with his wife, initially went ballistic, yelling furiously, but then gradually calmed down. His wife assumed he had realized his mistake. However, upon entering the kitchen, this man took a cleaver and killed his wife, chopped her into small pieces, boiled her in a pot, seasoned her, and ate her bit by bit. Throughout the process, the man showed no emotion, completely different from his usual self and opposite to the current state of Zhiming. After a long time, Zhiming showed no intention of stopping, shouting incessantly, and Deheo was unable to wake him up, leaving him no choice but to knock him unconscious and bring him back to see if Ihan had any ideas. With Deheo's saint-level speed, he quickly brought Zhiming before Ihan. Deheo, what happened to Zhiming? Why is he unconscious? Ihan looked at the unconscious Zhiming and asked Deheo, Your Highness, Prince Ten kept attempting suicide like a madman. I had no choice but to knock him out to bring him back, Deheo explained. What happened? Ihan was puzzled. Deheo told Ihan everything that happened, including yesterday's plan with the 4 captains about finding trouble with people. After listening to Deheo's explanation, Ihan frowned deeply. This wasn't good news. Deheo, you must take Zhiming to the capital now, and hand him over to my mother, Ihan instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Deheo accepted the order and flew towards the capital with Gu Zhiming. After hearing Deheo's words, Gu Ihan understood what had happened. Gu Zhiming was in a state of madness, and it was all because of himself. He couldn't let Zhiming see him, otherwise things would become even more complicated. It was clear that this was a psychological issue, and such problems were beyond Zhiming's ability to handle. Yu Guifei was the closest person to Zhiming. Perhaps seeing her would make him feel better. 3 days after Deheo took Zhiming back to the capital to meet Yu Guifei. Your Highness, news came from Lu He in the underworld. What happened? Is there something in the underworld that cannot be resolved? After speaking, Gu Ihan appeared in the underworld. Yanwang's hall was where Gu Ihan saw the 2 people standing in front of him, both dumbfounded, and the 2 individuals before him also stared at Gu Ihan in disbelief. The 2 people weren't others, but his younger brother Gu Zhiming and his mother, Yu Guifei. Zhiming, mother, what is the meaning of this? Gu Ihan was confused. Ihan, did you really create this underworld? Yu Guifei asked incredulously. Beside her, Zhiming also looked shocked. Initially, he didn't dare believe what Lu Ha had said, but now faced with the undeniable truth, how could he disbelieve it? How else could a living person like Gu Ihan come to the underworld? Yes, I created this underworld. But what about the 2 of you? Gu Ihan questioned. Subsequently, Yu Guifei explained the reason. It turned out that not long after Deheo brought Zhiming to Yu Guifei, Zhiming woke up and became somewhat clearer after seeing his mother. Despite 3 days of persuasion and comfort, Zhiming eventually chose suicide. Feeling hopeless and losing all will, Yu Guifei followed suit and killed herself, later arriving in the underworld where she was found by Lu Ha. After hearing their story, Gu Ihan said, Mother, Zhiming, since you have come to the underworld, I will give you the positions of Een spirits, so let's stay here. Upon hearing this, both of them fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time without answering. Chapter 99. Mingyue goes to the underworld. Seeing that the 2 didn't respond, Gu Ihan thought for a moment and understood. They had some reservations, and in the underworld, it would be equivalent to being under his jurisdiction. Sighing at their thoughts, Gu Ihan felt that Zhiming was alright since he never wanted help even when he was in the land of the living. But Yue, his mother, also didn't want his help, which made Gu Ihan quite disappointed. Don't rush. First, let them get to know the underworld. Decide later whether or not you'll stay. After finishing, Gu Ihan turned to Lu Ha and said, Lu Ha, make sure you properly show my mother and younger brother around the underworld. Then he looked at Empress Yue and Gu Zhiming and said, Mother, younger brother, settle here in the underworld for now. I have many matters in the land of the living and won't be able to accompany you. I will visit when I find the time. Go handle your affairs. Empress Yue nodded and said, Gu Ihan then left the underworld and went into a room. It wasn't that he had something urgent, but rather if he stayed there wouldn't have been much to talk about, making it awkward instead. Gu Ihan was somewhat hurt. When his mother was alive, there wasn't much familial bond between them, and after death, nothing had changed. Gu Ihan headed to the City People's Academy to look for Mingyue, who was still unaware of Empress Yue and Zhiming's suicide. He arrived at Mingyue's small courtyard. When he previously went to the office, other teachers informed him that Mingyue was giving a class. He originally intended to wait for her in the office, but seeing the stiff attitudes of the other teachers, he decided to come to the courtyard instead. It was almost noon, so Xuanhuan went to the kitchen and prepared a whole table full of dishes. By the time the meal was ready, Mingyue had returned. Brother Ihan, how did you come? Mingyue was very happy and hopped joyfully into the yard. Why are you so cheerful today? Xuanhuan smiled and asked. I taught my students talismans today, and one of them managed to draw one successfully. Mingyue excitedly replied. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, there's no hurry, take it slow. You'll become the future master of the talisman practitioners. Xuanhuan teased her. Xuanhuan felt happy with Mingyue because he sensed a familial warmth from her. At the same time, he remained cautious, fearing something might happen to Mingyue, as he felt an impending calamity. He suspected that this heart tribulation during his combined cultivation period might be related to Mingyue. You're making fun of me again, Mingyue said, pretending to be angry. No, how could I dare to mock the future master of the talisman practitioners? Look, just to flatter you, I even prepared your favorite dishes specially, Xuanhuan said with a smile. Really? I'm hungry. Let's eat, Mingyue exclaimed upon hearing the news. At the dining table, while eating, Mingyue asked, Why did you come to find me, Brother Ihan? Our mother and Jiming committed suicide, Xuanhuan said calmly. There was a loud clang. Mingyue's chopsticks fell to the ground, and she looked at Xuanhuan with blurred vision. Hold on, don't cry yet. Let me finish. Just now, I saw Mother and Jiming. Xuanhuan quickly added, noticing Mingyue's tears were about to flow. Mingyue paused and, after some thought, understood what Xuanhuan meant. Are they in the underworld? I want to see Mother and Brother Jiming. Mingyue hastily said. Not in a rush. Finish eating first. Just now, I spoke with them. I planned to have them stay in the underworld and arrange a position as Ian's spirits for them, but both hesitated, Xuanhuan explained. Why is that? Mingyue was puzzled. About that, we'll discuss it after you finish eating. Let's go see Mother and Jiming. Ask them directly. Xuanhuan sighed. All right. After finishing speaking, Mingyue hastily gulped down a few bites before standing up and saying, I've finished. Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel exasperated but amused. All right, let's go. With that, he led Mingyue to the underworld. The current atmosphere in the underworld was heavy with dark Yin energy. Without special means, anyone living who entered would certainly die. However, all this was no problem before Xuanhuan. Starting from now, my sister Gu Mingyue can enter the netherworld freely, Xuanhuan calmly stated to the air. He then turned to Mingyue and said, In the future, you can enter the underworld at any time without being affected. Also, if you encounter any accidents, seek refuge here immediately. Understand, can I really enter any time? How do I do that? Mingyue curiously asked. As long as you focus on wanting to enter the underworld, you'll be able to. Remember what I just said. If anything happens, you must enter the underworld first thing. This is very important. Xuanhuan seriously instructed Mingyue. Okay. Seeing the serious expression on Xuanhuan's face, Mingyue solemnly nodded in agreement. Xuanhuan understood that since the earth calamity would be related to Mingyue, there was a high possibility that something unexpected might happen to her. Even if he were to stay by Mingyue's side in the mortal world, the unexpected would still occur. By granting Mingyue the right to freely enter the underworld, it would at least provide her with some security in case of danger. All right, go find Mother and Jiming. In the underworld, you can go anywhere. Xuanhuan said to Mingyue. Brother Ihan, aren't you coming? Mingyue picked up the hint that Xuanhuan didn't want to go. I won't go. I have many things to attend to here. They're tied up with matters they can't let go of. Then Xuanhuan called out, Black and White Impermanence. Soon, Black and White Impermanence appeared before Xuanhuan. Master, they bowed. You guard my sister. In the future, when she comes to the underworld, you must appear by her side immediately. Xuanhuan ordered. Yes, master. Xuanhuan did this just to be safe. In case Mingyue entered the underworld with serious injuries in the future, Black and White Impermanence could promptly inform him. Although he was omniscient in the underworld, he couldn't always monitor its condition while in the mortal world. Mingyue, let them take you. Xuanhuan said to Mingyue. All right. After Mingyue left, Xuanhuan also departed. With the guidance of Black and White Impermanence, Mingyue quickly found Empress Yue and Jiming. Mother, Brother Jiming. Seeing them, Mingyue happily called out. Meinl. The two were greatly surprised to see her. Mingyue, how are you dead to? What happened? Empress Yue asked in surprise, knowing Mingyue was always protected by Ihan in the City of Death. How could she die as well? Mother, I'm not dead. Today, Brother Ihan came to find me and told me about you and Brother Jiming. I came to visit you with Brother Jiming's help, Mingyue explained. Can the living come to the underworld? Yes. Brother Ihan is very powerful. Mingyue replied joyfully. Lu He explained nearby. This underworld was established by His Highness. As long as His Highness agrees, the living can enter. However, if His Highness hasn't agreed, those without sufficient power will succumb to the Yin energy and perish. Also, those who haven't been approved by His Highness can only enter the underworld through the Ghost Gate, as only the Ghost Gate connects the underworld and the mortal world. Chapter 100. A Visit to the Underworld. After hearing Lu He's explanation, Yu Guifei and Gu Zhimin understood why Gu Ihan didn't care about the position of emperor, because for Gu Ihan, everything in the world of the living was useless. What good would it do to become an emperor when everyone dies eventually? After death, one must come to the underworld where they will be subject to his authority. People are bound to die sooner or later, which means they will all end up under Gu Ihan's control. There is no point in competing with others for earthly power because, after death, you lose everything. Gu Zhimin felt a deep sense of unease. The very things he had strived for his entire life seemed absurd from the perspective of his elder brother. Yu Guifei harbored similar thoughts. Both fell into deep contemplation. For what purpose do we struggle in the mortal world? Seeing that her mother and brother were silent, Mingyu asked, Mother, brother, why did you stop talking suddenly? I am wondering what it means to live. Yu Guifei forced a faint smile. I know the answer. Mingyu said cheerfully. Do you really know why? The two looked at her curiously. I know because elder brother Ihan once told me. Mingyu tilted her head as she spoke. So what did Ihan say? Both asked out of curiosity, unable to comprehend the meaning of life themselves. After all, if death was inevitable, and everything in the world of the living fades away, what significance could there be? Elder brother Ihan said that the goal of life is to make ourselves valuable and pursue what we desire. The result doesn't matter because the ultimate outcome is already predetermined. As long as you put in effort, your life won't have been wasted. Mingyu paused here, then added, but there were other things Ihan said. I can't quite remember them. The two paid no heed to what Mingyu mentioned afterward, but only remembered her saying that putting in effort meant you haven't lived your life in vain. You're right. As long as we try, we don't waste our lives. Gu Zhimin nodded. Although he failed, he believed his life wasn't meaningless. Well, let's not dwell on these questions. Since we've come to the underworld, let's take a look around. Yu Guifei didn't want to dwell on these matters any longer. Lu He, what are those two large mirrors? Yu Guifei asked. That's the wheel of reincarnation, one for the human cycle and the other for the animal cycle. Lu He explained. What use do these mirrors serve? Mingyu opened her mouth to ask, intrigued by what Yu Guifei had questioned. There are objects in the underworld that detect whether someone was good or evil during their lifetime. Depending on this determination, if a person was good, they can enter the mirror for human reincarnation and be reborn as a human in their next life. On the contrary, if they were wicked, they'll be reincarnated as an animal. Next life? Being human? Becoming an animal? Several among them didn't understand. Whenever a child is born, it signifies that a ghost has reincarnated. It's the same with animals. You mean the children we give birth to are ghosts from other people's souls? This statement shocked them greatly, as it was completely against their usual understanding. Yes, though to reincarnate, one must erase the memories of their previous life. With this, Lu He pointed towards a large vat near the Bridge of Sighs far away. That bridge is called the Bridge of Sighs, and the big vat on it contains the forgetfulness potion, Mengpa soup. Every soul crossing the bridge to be reborn must drink some Mengpa soup. Afterward, they will forget all about their past life. Mengpa soup? Why is it called that name? I don't know either. This decision was made by the prince, who decreed that there must be a lady named Meng selling Mengpa soup at the Bridge of Sighs. However, the appropriate person to fill the role of Meng hasn't yet been found. Following this, Lu He turned to Yu Guifei. The prince wants to appoint you as the next Meng. Me? Yu Guifei was surprised. Yes, the prince said being Meng is an excellent way to accumulate virtue among spirits, a highly coveted position. It's not only a leisurely job, but allows one to quickly earn enough merit to grow stronger and become a spirit of the Yin realm. Once appointed as Meng, immortality and an eternal existence almost guaranteed. Lu He finished before looking at Yu Guifei again. At this point, Yu Guifei stared with wide eyes, astonished by the concept of an immortal, unending existence that came merely from becoming Meng. Is that true? How amazing. Mingyu expressed her astonishment from nearby. Yes, though there is still one downside. What downside? All present were puzzled. How could something leading so effortlessly to immortality have a drawback? The cost of eternity is infinite loneliness and solitude. They still didn't understand. The prince has said that eternal life is sometimes a torment, watching those you love, your friends and family die. Over time, you'll grow afraid to make friends, and the longer you live, many things will seem trivial to you. Losing passion, you'll find it boring, and you'll lose your emotions, becoming like stone, caring about nothing. After hearing this, everyone reflected. It was true, losing interest in all matters would indeed make one no different from a stone. However, Mingyu then asked, then wouldn't having an equally immortal friend solve that? It depends on your perseverance. If you can promise never to forsake your friends, it could work. I won't forsake my friends, Mingyu stated firmly. Mother, brother, don't you feel the same way? Mingyu turned to the two beside her. Yu Guifei and Gu Zhimin remained silent. They wondered if there truly were forever-lasting friends. They questioned whether they had the ability to be someone's lifelong companion. Back in the world of the living, their alliances were always driven by interests, not by friendship. Yes, we agree. Gu Zhimin nodded in agreement, though not genuinely. He simply didn't want to disappoint Mingyu. I told you, friends should last a lifetime, Mingyu replied cheerfully. She then followed up with, Mother, when are you going to take up the role as Lady Meng? Lady Meng. Yu Guifei's heart felt conflicted. She did not wish to sell Mengpa soup forever. She preferred a brief life in the human world. I don't want to stay in the underworld. I want to be reborn, a male if possible, and I wish to help my family through my own efforts next time. Can you ensure I'm reborn into my family? Yu Guifei asked Lu He resolutely. At this moment, Gu Zhimin added, I also wish to return to the imperial family. Lu He lowered his head and paused, consulting Gu Ihan. After a short period, Gu Ihan's reply came. Yes, Lu He confirmed with a nod. Thank you. The two expressed gratitude towards Lu He. Mother, brother, why would you both choose to be reborn? Wouldn't it be better for us to stay together after we pass? Mingyu began crying at their decisions. Mingyu, everyone has their own choices. What you desire isn't necessarily what others want. Don't force others. Gu Ihan appeared before them, addressing Mingyu. Chapter 101. Arranging the funeral in the capital. Brother Ihan. Mingyu burst into tears when she saw Gu Ihan, hugging him tightly. In Mingyu's view, being reunited as a family was the best thing. That's enough, stop crying. Everyone has their own desired way of life. We shouldn't force it. Gu Ihan patted Mingyu's head and said, Ihan, what you said is right. Everyone has their own desired life, but I can't let go of my family. I have to go back. The only regret I have is that I was born a daughter. If I had been born a son, I would certainly have brought our family to a higher level. The noble consort, said with determination. I feel the same. I also want to go back. Next time, I won't fail again, Gu Xiamin said resolutely. Gu Ihan nodded and looked at Yu. Mother, uncle's fourth child will be born in a month. It's a boy. Would you like to reincarnate as his son? To be my brother's son? Noble consort Yu paused for a moment and then replied, no problem. Though her brother wasn't reliable, it didn't matter. Ihan, must one drink the soup of oblivion to lose memory before being reborn? Could it be possible to be reborn with memory intact? Noble consort Yu asked further. Gu Ihan shook his head. No. If you retain your memories, you'll never be able to enter the cycle of rebirth. Upon hearing this, noble consort Yu stopped talking. Brother 9, where should I be reborn? Gu Xiamin asked. Gu Ihan replied. If there are no unexpected circumstances, the third prince will become the emperor of the Great Xia Empire. One of his concubines will give birth tomorrow, and it's a boy. Are you willing to go? To be the son of the third prince, yet born to a concubine? Gu Xiamin hesitated. If you're not willing, there's nothing that can be done. In the future, only concubines will bear sons for the third prince. If you choose to be reborn into other royal families, you'll forfeit your chance at becoming the emperor. All right then. After much deliberation, Gu Xiamin agreed. Since we've made the decision, Luha, make sure to arrange things properly. During this time, I need to go to the capital, Gu Ihan said. Why do you need to go to the capital? Mingyu asked. Not only am I going, but you will have to come along too. Gu Ihan gazed at Mingyu and said, me too? What do I need to do? Since mother and brother aren't around anymore, I probably don't need to go, right? Mingyu felt confused. You know mother and brother Xiamin are no longer with us, so don't we both need to go arrange their funeral rites? This. Mingyu was shocked. She had been with noble consort Yu and others, never considering this fact. Her mother and brother had already passed away in the mortal world. As their daughter and sister, it wouldn't be appropriate if she didn't attend, but the situation still felt odd to her because just moments ago, she had been chatting with them. Do you have time, Xiamin? And mother, do you wish to see? Gu Ihan asked. See my own funeral? Noble consort, Yu was also surprised. Yet after thinking about it, she found the idea quite intriguing. All right, after pondering, she nodded in agreement. Tomorrow Xiamin would be reborn, so after watching her own funeral, she could also check on how Xiamin fared after his rebirth. 2 days later, Gu Ihan arrived in the capital with Mingyu. The capital currently didn't have an emperor yet, but the third prince had already moved into the palace, waiting to resolve issues with the second prince before ascending the throne. Prince and Princess Mingyu, please endure your grief, an elder who came to greet them said. When the elder looked up, he saw neither sorrow nor any signs of grief on Gu Ihan's or Mingyu's faces. He was startled momentarily. It seemed normal that Prince An wasn't saddened since his relationship with Empress Consort Yu hadn't been very close. But why wasn't Princess Mingyu showing any sorrow either? Both Empress Consort Yu and Prince Xiamin had always been good to her. Did their relationship change in such a short period? Mingyu herself wasn't sure what kind of expression she should show. According to logic, after losing her mother and brother, she should be extremely sad. But the truth was, she couldn't feel any sorrow. The previous day, she had personally seen off her brother to his reincarnation, and he was happy about it. Not to mention her mother, who had chatted with her all the way during the journey. The elder from the elder group did not say anything else. Instead, he led them to the memorial hall for Consort Yu and Xiamin, and then left. Once inside the memorial hall, Gu Ihan and Mingyu were unsure whether they should bow, since their mother was actually standing beside them. There's no need for that. Let's go and take a look at Xiamin instead. Noble Consort Yu suggested nearby. She also found the current situation slightly awkward, letting her son and daughter worship her spirit. What was there to pay respect to when she didn't even feel like she'd passed away? All right, Gu Ihan nodded. Mingyu agreed immediately as well. After waiting for a while in the memorial hall, Gu Ihan and the others headed to the palace of the third prince. When the third prince heard from his guard that Gu Ihan and Mingyu had come to visit, he was surprised. Why had they come to see him? He certainly didn't think Gu Ihan would want to improve their relationship just because he was about to become the emperor. As soon as the third prince saw Gu Ihan at the entrance of the palace, he immediately greeted them warmly. Brother 9, Mingyu, why have you come to see me? We've just paid respects to mother, and I heard you're about to be crowned emperor. Here we are, to flatter you a bit. Gu Ihan joked. After hearing this, the third prince paused for a moment. Your mother and brother have passed away. Shouldn't you be sad instead of making jokes with me? Ninth brother is only joking. The third prince awkwardly laughed. I won't joke anymore. I came to congratulate you in advance. After all, once you ascend the throne, I may not have time to come back to the capital. Brother 3, don't hold it against me. Gu Ihan smiled and said. Not at all. Ninth brother coming today to inform me makes me very happy. The third prince quickly replied. Won't you invite us in for a chat? Gu Ihan asked jokingly. Look at me, I got so excited seeing you two that I forgot my manners. Please come in. The third prince patted his forehead as he spoke. On the way inside, Mingyu tugged on Gu Ihan's sleeve, reminding him that they still needed to meet Xiamin in his new reincarnation. This small gesture did not escape the third prince's eyes. Is there something Mingyu needs? Oh, nothing much. Mingyu just heard about your newborn son yesterday, and she's curious to take a look since she hasn't seen a baby before, Xuanhuan explained. Ah, I'll send someone with you immediately. And with that, he called over 2 maidservants. Thank you, brother 3. After Mingyu left to see the reincarnated Jimin, Xuanhuan and the third prince went into the living room. After they sat down, the third prince said, Ninth brother, please try to bear your grief over Lady Yu and brother Ten's passing. There's no need to grieve, I'm not sad. In fact, I'm quite happy, Xuanhuan smiled. Upon hearing this, the third prince froze again. Wasn't he even pretending to feel sadness? Chapter 102, Reincarnation. For a moment, there was silence, and the two of them sat awkwardly. Fortunately, Mingwe didn't take long to return. Mingwe, why are your eyes red? Xuanhuan asked curiously. It's nothing, big brother Ihan. Let's go home. Xuanhuan nodded and did not press further, guessing that after seeing Jimin's reincarnation, she missed Jimin. Looking at Lady Yi, who was in ghost form beside her, there seemed to be no change in her demeanor. After bidding farewell to Prince 3, Xuanhuan and his group left the capital without staying longer, mainly because Mingwe didn't want to stay in the capital. Perhaps she feared it would evoke painful memories. Moreover, Xuanhuan entrusted the funerals of Lady Yi and Jimin entirely to Prince 3, much to his surprise. Are you really so unconcerned about pretense? And Mingwe, how did you become like this after being with Xuanhuan for years? When your mother and brother were alive, they treated you well, and now you don't care anymore. In fact, Xuanhuan had originally wanted to stay, but both Mingwe and Lady Yi expressed that they did not wish to attend the funeral, so Xuanhuan decided he didn't need to worry about it either. Without even spending a full day in the capital, the group left once again. A few days later, they returned to Death City. Mingwe went back to the Civic Academy, resuming her normal life, though every night, she visited Lady Yi in the underworld. In this way, a month quickly passed. Mother, are you really going to reincarnate? Isn't it better to stay in the underworld? Brother Jimin is gone, and now you're leaving too. Neither of you care about me anymore, Mingwe said with red eyes. You still have brother Ihan. He will take even better care of you than we can, Lady Yi said as she touched Mingwe's head gently. Then she looked at the nearby bridge of forgetfulness. I'm leaving now, Ihan. Take good care of your little sister. I will, mother. Well then, I'm off. Lady Yi nodded and walked towards the bridge of forgetfulness. Upon reaching it, she drank the entire bowl of mungpa soup in one breath. Within a couple of breaths, her gaze became dazed, and she looked around with confusion. Upon noticing Xuanhuan and Mingwe crying beside her, she only stared curiously before being drawn towards the massive mirror representing the cycle of human rebirth. Once Lady Yi entered the cycle, Xuanhuan patted Mingwe's head. Let's go. Wah! Unable to hold back, Mingwe burst into tears, hugging Xuanhuan tightly. Xuanhuan consoled her. It's their own choice. There's no need to grieve. 1 year later. Students, all of you have the potential to learn talismans. You've been studying under me for a year now, and you can mostly draw simple talismans, although they're still not perfect. So you must practice more and not slack off, understood? Mingwe addressed her students in the classroom. Yes, teacher. That's good. Go home after school. Teacher, I have something to say. Mingwe, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks. Li Kuei, what else do you want to ask? Teacher, you said that talismans can drive away ghosts. Can you show us by driving away some ghosts? Li Kuei shouted loudly. I want to see the exorcism too. Teacher, I also want to see. Teacher, please take us to exorcise some ghosts. The students below began talking enthusiastically, all eager to see how talismans could be used to dispel ghosts. Mingwe thought for a moment and decided it was time to let them encounter a ghost. Although many people in Death City claimed to have seen ghosts, there were far more who hadn't, due to the diligent work of the Yin soldiers. Any stray ghosts that occasionally appeared were quickly captured by these soldiers. The greatest use of talisman masters was ghost catching. As the underworld's jurisdiction expanded to cover several empires surrounding the Daxiao Empire, the number of Yin soldiers did not increase correspondingly. They were now mainly responsible for guarding cities, leaving remote areas outside urban limits vulnerable to occasional ghost appearances, which Yin soldiers could no longer manage effectively. Mingwe had also asked her brother, Xuanhuan, why he wouldn't recruit more Yin soldiers, but he simply complained about the cost being too high to sustain. Let me think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. After saying this, Mingwe left the classroom. Soon after, Mingwe arrived at the Lord's mansion. She didn't believe Xuanhuan when he said costs were too high. She decided she wouldn't leave unless she got the truth today. Big brother Ihan. Mingwe, what brings you here today? Xuanhuan smiled upon seeing her. You said last time that you couldn't hire more Yin soldiers because the cost was too high, but I think you're lying to me. Tell me the real reason, Mingwe said, clinging to Xuanhuan's arm in a cajoling manner. Do you really want to know? Xuanhuan smiled at her. Uh-huh. Mingwe nodded vigorously. All right then, let me ask you something. Talisman masters can't match warriors in strength or surpass mages in attack range and destructive power. What use are they then? We can catch ghosts. Didn't you say before that talismans are highly effective against ghosts? Mingwe asked in confusion. That's right, catching ghosts. But if all the ghosts in this world are captured by Yin soldiers, will talisman masters still have a way to make a living? Xuanhuan smiled. Brother Ihan, are you helping me? As long as ghosts keep appearing, the talisman masters you teach in the future will have a way to make a living. Then the profession of talisman master won't decline, and you can truly become the grandmaster of talisman masters. After hearing this, Mingwe didn't feel happy, but instead lowered her head silently. What's wrong? Xuanhuan curiously asked upon noticing she wasn't very pleased. Brother Ihan, thank you for helping me. But ghosts harm people. This would cause many deaths, meaning I'd be indirectly harming them. I don't want to be the Grandmaster of Talisman Masters anymore, Minghua said. Minghua was still so kind-hearted. Xuanhuan smiled and said, it's not just for you. It's that I really cannot recruit more soldiers. Minghua looked at Xuanhuan with confusion. I'm not lying to you. Anything has its limits, just like being a teacher. You alone teach dozens of students. Can you say you take care of every single one of them well? There will always be some who aren't fully taken care of or comprehensively covered. Does that mean we need to hire more teachers until each student gets a full-time teacher? Won't that just create chaos? After thinking about it, Minghua agreed it made sense. Brother Ihan, you're really not doing this for my sake, are you? Minghua confirmed again. Truly not. I'm incapable of doing more. In that case, it's good. Minghua sighed with relief. I should thank you. What am I being thanked for? Minghua was confused. Catching ghosts is the responsibility of the underworld. If the underworld didn't exist, there wouldn't be any wandering ghost souls either. By training talisman masters to help me exterminate evil ghosts, shouldn't I thank you? Minghua, will you help me? I'll definitely help Brother Ihan, Minghua firmly said. Once she heard that talisman masters could assist Xuanhuan, she was glad she could be of help to him. Chapter 103. Minghua takes students to hunt ghosts. Seeing Minghua's somewhat excited expression, Xuanhuan smiled. His earlier words were merely meant to comfort her. How could the underworld possibly be unable to recruit soldiers? If he wished, soldiers could outnumber ghosts in a flash. Of course, Xuanhuan limiting the number of soldiers isn't entirely for helping Minghua. Catching ghosts earns merit, especially catching evil ghosts, which motivates soldiers to progress. If there are too few ghosts, how can they have opportunities for promotion and raises? Another reason is that ordinary ghosts possess little energy, so capturing them wouldn't produce much energy in the underworld. However, evil ghosts carry large amounts of energy. They gather this energy in the yang world, where it fuels their transformation into malevolent spirits. By allowing them to amass energy in the yang world and turning them back into disintegrated spirits, absorbing their energy into the underworld happens much faster than dispatching personnel to collect energy from the living realm. Moreover, there are the 18 levels of hell. Why are there 18 levels? Those levels imprison powerful evil ghosts that generate more energy daily than an ordinary ghost would in a year. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such an abundant source. In summary, having evil ghosts appear in the mortal world only benefits him with no downsides. Since you've come, let's eat here, Xuanhuan said. Okay, Minghua nodded. Xuanhuan personally prepared a few dishes Minghua liked. During dinner, Minghua said, Big Brother Ihan, my students told me today they want me to take them ghost hunting. I thought about bringing them out of the city to find evil ghosts. What do you think? Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, Talisman masters must eventually hunt ghosts. Letting them see ghostly spirits now is fine, but their current strength isn't enough yet. If you take them outside and encounter regular ghosts, it might be manageable as you should be able to protect them. But if they run into something stronger, you won't be able to safeguard all your students. How about this? I'll have the black and white impermanents accompany you. In case you come across anything beyond your ability to handle, they can step in. All right. Thank you, Big Brother Ihan. Minghua said cheerfully. What need is there for thanks between us? After dinner, Minghua chatted with Xuanhuan for a while before happily leaving. The next morning, Minghua enthusiastically told her students, You said yesterday you wanted to catch ghosts. I thought about it all night and decided to take you along to experience it. Great. The students cheered with excitement below. All right, stop. Everyone calmed down. Once the students quieted down, Minghua continued. This is our first ghost hunt, so we need to prepare well. There will be no class today. Go home and prepare the things needed for ghost hunting. I've taught you what's essential when dealing with ghosts. Is there anyone who doesn't know? Teacher, we all know. The students responded loudly. Even if some didn't fully remember, it was embarrassing to admit, though asking other classmates would work. All right, go prepare now. We'll meet at the city gate this afternoon. Our destination is an abandoned inn at the boundary between Death City and Wandering City. I've heard reports of evil ghosts there, so today, I'll show you what ghosts really look like. Great. Oh, time to go ghost hunting. The students were delighted, and Minghua, watching their excitement, felt happy too. She wasn't worried about accidents since the black and white impermanents would be accompanying them. As the sun just set, by the gate of Death City. Are you all ready? Minghua shouted loudly. We're ready. Then let's go. Minghua was also excited. This was her first time ghost hunting. Even though she'd seen many evil ghosts in the underworld, they were all caught by the soldiers. She had never captured one herself. People from the city saw this group of children and asked curiously, What are these kids doing? You don't know this, do you? Look at the tallest girl ahead. I see her, she's very pretty. So, you're uninformed. That's Princess Minghua, the younger sister of the city lord. Oh, no wonder she looks so different. And those kids? They're Princess Minghua's students. They're going to deal with evil ghosts. Deal with evil ghosts. Aren't evil ghosts something only Earth gods can handle? Not necessarily. Look at their clothes. Those are students from the Citizens Academy. Word has it that Citizens Academy has a talisman class specifically teaching people how to catch ghosts. They call themselves Talisman Masters. Talisman Masters? Specifically ghost hunters? The Citizens Academy truly lives up to its name, teaching everything, even ghost hunting. Yeah. After speaking, the two looked at them enviously. A great number of mercenaries saw Minghua and her group leave through the city gate. Later in the evening, as these mercenaries gathered for drinks at the tavern, word of Minghua taking her students ghost hunting quickly spread among them. Some mercenaries were curious and wanted to see if they could really catch ghosts, so they followed from a distance. Quite a few were curious. By the time Mingyue and her group reached their destination, over 100 mercenaries had trailed behind them. Teacher, there are many mercenaries following us. Do they intend to rob us? One student approached Mingyue fearfully. Mingyue was not afraid of being robbed by the mercenaries, but since one of her students was scared, she felt obligated to inquire and reassure her students. Why are you following us? Mingyue stepped forward and asked the group of mercenaries. Your Highness, we heard that you're bringing your students here to catch ghosts. Driven by curiosity, we've come along to take a look. A mercenary bowed respectfully while stepping forward. You can wait outside, but don't enter the inn. The ghost is powerful, and I'm afraid I might not be able to protect all of you. Before arriving, the black and white impermanents had already scouted inside. They also informed Mingyue about the ghost's power. Though it wasn't exceedingly strong, it was still an evil spirit, tough for those who hadn't reached sky rank because ghosts are highly immune to magic and martial energy. Furthermore, they are completely unaffected by normal physical attacks. Yes, Your Highness, the mercenaries respectfully replied. Mingyue nodded and walked back to the students. They are just some mercenaries eager to spectate. You have nothing to fear. Besides, their presence can be beneficial. After we eliminate the ghost, they will help publicize your accomplishments. Before long, your feats will echo throughout Death City, making you all famous. Are you ready? Yes. Excited upon hearing about the possibility of fame, the students wished to rush into the abandoned inn immediately and battle the ghost to its end. Good. Now, bring out your mystical weapons and follow me inside. Yes. If Xuanhuan had seen this, he would certainly have chuckled with amusement. When had catching ghosts ever become such a grand event? Chapter 104, Trapped in the Inn. After Mingyue instructed her students to use the heavenly eye talismans on herself, she led more than 30 students into the abandoned inn with great momentum. Where are the evil ghosts? Come out. After rushing inside, the students shouted loudly, looking for ghosts. When Mingyue heard the students shouting, she not only did not stop them, but also praised them, saying, "Good job. This is the kind of momentum we need." Encouraged by their teacher's praise, the students became even more energetic and excitedly screamed, "Oh, oh, oh." The mercenaries outside, hearing the cries from inside, couldn't help but marvel. People from the City Dwellers Academy are truly capable. We, a group of Earth-level warriors, run away at the sight of these ghosts, but they, a bunch of students, are completely unafraid. Not only are they unfrightened, they're excited. This shows complete confidence. Others who heard this also nodded, acknowledging that it was true. Mingyue had been pampered since childhood and never learned how to coordinate or tactics. She just charged in head-on. The students knew even less about such things and simply followed the lead of their teacher. Come out, ghost, let us fight to the death. The students were still shouting. At the same time, upstairs in the inn, a ghost dressed as an innkeeper was hiding in the wall watching the students who were making noise below. He was now very angry because he most detested people making loud noises in his inn. But he didn't come out. He noticed Heibai Wuchang, black and white impermanents, beside the girl and knew that they had seen him too. What puzzled him was why Heibai Wuchang wasn't capturing him. Other ghosts had said they specialized in catching ghosts. You dare to look down on me in my own inn, so you will all stay. Mingyue and the others shouted for a long time, yet no ghost appeared. Teacher, if the ghost doesn't come out, what should we do now? One student asked. Mingyue thought for a moment and said, this inn isn't large. Let's split up and search. Let's see how long he can hide. If you find him, shout out. Okay, the students said in unison. Then they scattered in different directions. Some went left, some right, and others went upstairs. In a short while, the students were all searching for the ghost, leaving Mingyue alone waiting in the hall. They didn't know that just then the entire inn had gently fluctuated. Although Heibai Wuchang had felt it, after investigating, nothing seemed amiss, so they paid no special attention to it. Classmates, have you found it yet? Mingyue called out loudly, but nobody responded. She tried calling a few more times, but still, there was no answer from the students. At this point, Mingyue sensed something was wrong. The inn wasn't particularly large, and she had seen her students enter various rooms, yet none had emerged. As Mingyue shouted for her students, she started heading upstairs. She pushed open a room on the second floor, finding it completely empty, without a single person. How could this be? I clearly saw a student go in just now. Mingyue exclaimed. Did either of you two see anything? Mingyue turned to ask Heibai Wuchang beside her. Princess, we both saw two students enter, but we don't understand why they aren't inside. After checking, we found that besides Princess, there is no one else in the inn. Heibai Wuchang said seriously. How could this be? Mingyue panicked, running to check the other rooms, only to find them also empty. Princess, please calm down. All of this must be caused by the ghost. Let me contact Lord Gu. Bai Wuchang finished speaking and closed his eyes to reach out to Xuanhuan. Soon after, Bai Wuchang opened his eyes gravely. I cannot make contact. This inn has severed my spiritual awareness. What should we do? Mingyue almost cried, worried about whether her students were alive or dead. I'll try to return to the underworld, Bai Wuchang continued. A short while later, Bai Wuchang's expression became even more serious. He couldn't return to the underworld. The underworld is unreachable. After hearing this, Mingyue also attempted but failed to return. I can't get back either. Heibai Wuchang thought for a moment and said, our master once told us that some ghosts have the ability to create illusions, but those are still mere illusions in the human world. Our master gave us the freedom to move freely between the yin and yang realms, but now we can't return, which means one thing. We aren't currently in the human world nor in the underworld. If we're not in either place, then where are we? Isn't this world divided only into the yin-yang realms? Mingyue didn't understand at all. No, There is another realm, the divine realm. And if that's the case, then trouble lies ahead. He Wuchang frowned deeply. Divine realm. Yes, it is the place where divine-level beings reside. But how can a mere ghost send us to the divine realm? Previously, we investigated, and this ghost isn't very strong. It's impossible for him to possess this ability. What should we do now? Are my students in danger? Mingyu was deeply worried about her students. We'll tear down the inn. Bai Wuchang said. He Wuchang nodded after hearing this, then took out the ghost-catching rope and began attacking the surroundings with it. Seeing this, Mingyu also used all of her magic and talismans. However, their attacks against the walls of the inn did not even scratch the surface. It seems useless. After they stopped, He Wuchang grimaced as he spoke. Bai Wuchang remained silent, unsure of what to do. They had never encountered such a situation before. Seeing that neither of them knew what to do next, Mingyu grew increasingly anxious. It's all my fault. How can I face the families of these students? Saying this, Mingyu burst into tears with woo woo woo. Your Highness needn't worry too much. This ghost has used methods that are beyond our experience, which must have been very draining for him. He probably cannot harm the students much. Perhaps he can only trap people entering the inn but lacks the ability to kill them. Your students are skilled in talisman magic, which can greatly injure ghosts. For now, they're likely safe, He Wuchang analyzed. Bai Wuchang is right. If this ghost lacks the ability to act and can only confine us here, it won't be long before an adult comes and discovers the situation on our side, Bai Wuchang added beside him. Is that true? Both He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang nodded. Seeing their affirmation, Mingyu felt somewhat reassured. However, deep inside, He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang sighed silently. They couldn't say for sure if this ghost, having such abilities, truly couldn't harm them. They were just trying to comfort Mingyu. Meanwhile, outside, some mercenaries noticed there was no noise coming from inside the inn anymore. One said, "There's no sound coming from the inn. Did the ghost get destroyed?" "I don't know. If the ghost was destroyed, shouldn't they come out by now? It's been quite a while since anyone came out. Could something bad have happened?" "Not likely. That's the teacher and students from City Dwellers Academy," one mercenary uncertainly replied. Chapter 105, Double Ghost Realm. A group of mercenaries looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After a while, one mercenary whispered, "How about we go in and take a look?" Though his voice was low, everyone heard it in the quiet night and tense atmosphere. It's useless for us to go. The City Academy couldn't handle it either," one mercenary worriedly said. "But if we don't go, that's not good." After some discussion, the mercenaries decided to enter together. One reason was their curiosity, another was because of Xuanhuan. Many people knew that they had come out of the city to watch Princess Mingyue capture ghosts. If something happened to Princess Mingyue and they stood by idly, should the city lord find out, they'd be dead. Moreover, if they entered and found Princess Mingyue in trouble, saving her would be a great achievement. They might even get a citizen certificate tomorrow, allowing them to live carefree lives afterward. With the passion of getting their citizen certificates tomorrow, the mercenaries gradually entered the inn. However, once inside, they were dumbfounded. The inn was lively, with many mercenaries and merchants inside. Some were eating, others drinking or boasting, just like a regular inn, perhaps even busier than most normal inns. What's going on? Earlier, this inn looked run down from the outside, but now it looks like a normal inn with even more people. A mercenary cautiously observed the people inside. Something's off, let's leave. Upon saying this, one mercenary headed toward the exit, but once he stepped out, he found himself still inside, as if he had just entered the inn again. The others, seeing this, grew alarmed. How could this happen? Many mercenaries also tried leaving the inn but, like the first mercenary, every time they walked out, it felt like stepping into the inn again. What's going on? We can't get out. What should we do now? A mercenary nervously asked. Another mercenary clenched his teeth and replied, "There's nothing to fear with so many of us. Since we can't get out, let's deal with the people inside." Saying that, he moved towards the guests in the inn hall. "Hey, Big Ox, how did you end up here?" The mercenary suddenly saw an acquaintance among the diners. Thinking to approach and ask questions, he quickly realized something was wrong and began retreating slowly, remembering Big Ox had been dead for several years. "What's wrong?" the others asked when they noticed his retreat. "I saw someone I know, but he died a few years ago." Ah. Hearing this, the rest were shocked and carefully scrutinized the individuals within. They discovered people they recognized, all of whom were deceased. "Guests, why are you all standing at the entrance? Come in." A servant-dressed man smiled as he beckoned them warmly. "We're many. Your inn is full. We'll just stand here. No need to worry about us," a mercenary stammered. "What are the guests talking about?" "We have another hall over there which can accommodate you." The servant pointed in the direction. Following his finger, the crowd saw an identical hall next door, though empty. "Guests, please." The servant smiled invitingly. "I can't take it anymore." A mercenary suddenly flew into a rage, charging forward and slashing the servant in half with his knife. The crowd was astonished, none expecting him to do such a thing. While they also wanted to cut someone down, they hadn't dared. The servant split into two halves, turned into a puff of blue smoke, and disappeared. However, the servant reappeared from afar, looking at them and repeating, "Guests, why are you all standing at the entrance? Come in." What? The sight left the group speechless. Xuanhuan finished his late-night snack and lounged comfortably in a chair. Black and white impermanence. Is Princess Mingyue done capturing ghosts now? Xuanhuan transmitted a message to Black and White impermanence, but there was no response for a long time. Xuanhuan furrowed his brow and sent another message. He felt the words vanish upon reaching the mind of an old ruined inn. Xuanhuan immediately flew toward the direction of the inn, realizing something had gone awry. Within a few breaths, Xuanhuan arrived at the inn. Stepping inside, he saw a group of mercenaries standing dumbfounded in the inn hall. After assessing their condition, Xuanhuan determined that they were trapped in an illusion. He tapped the air with his finger, muttering break. As soon as the word ended, the mercenaries returned to reality. What happened to me? Weren't we invited by the servant to drink wine at a table nearby earlier? Yeah. How did the inn become run down again? Fantastic. I think we've made it out. I was scared to death earlier, thought we'd end up dying in there. The mercenaries still had no clue what exactly happened. Quiet. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. The mercenaries turned toward the source of the sound, and, upon seeing it was Xuanhuan, they immediately rejoiced. It's the city lord who has arrived. It's the city lord who saved us. Let me ask you something. Where's my sister? What exactly happened just now? City lord, an inn boy insisted that we stay at this inn. Yeah, every time we went outside, we found ourselves back inside the inn. Princess Mingyue entered a long time ago and didn't come out. We guessed the princess must have run into trouble, so we wanted to go in and save her highness. The mercenaries spoke all at once, but after listening carefully, Xuanhuan understood. Shortly after Mingyue and her group entered, they vanished. The mercenaries went in looking for Mingyue, but were trapped in an illusion. Xuanhuan frowned. The mercenaries had fallen into an illusion, but Mingyue and her group had disappeared. Since his mental message couldn't reach black and white impermanence, it meant they weren't in this world. It made sense that malevolent ghosts had the power to induce illusions, but under these circumstances, Mingyue and the others must have entered the ghost realm. Now, could there be a ghost capable of creating a ghost realm? This puzzled Xuanhuan. A ghost realm? Only a ghost king could do that, able to create a small space. But previously, black and white impermanence had only reported that it was a slightly stronger malevolent ghost. Therefore, this ghost either had an innate ability or had acquired some powerful artifact. You can all leave, Xuanhuan said to the mercenaries. Upon hearing this, all the mercenaries left immediately. They never wanted to enter that inn again. They never wanted to experience the feeling of being powerless once more. Xuanhuan closed his eyes and sensed around. He saw Mingyue and black and white impermanence, as well as the other students, and realized they weren't in the same space. Double ghost realms? Trapping Mingyue and black and white impermanence separately from the other students in different domains, while the mercenaries merely fell into an illusion. Quite intriguing, isn't it? Xuanhuan sighed in relief upon realizing everyone was fine. Chapter 106. Xuanhuan arrives at the inn. With a step forward, ripples spread through the air, and in the next moment Xuanhuan appeared in the ghostly realm where Mingyue and the xiuxian were. Brother Ihan. Seeing Xuanhuan's arrival, Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Are you all right? Xuanhuan smiled gently as he asked. I'm fine, but I don't know if my students are safe, said Mingyue anxiously. They're fine too. Let's go back. After saying that, Xuanhuan lightly pointed his finger at the sky, and ripples once again rippled through the entire space. In the next moment, Mingyue and the others returned to reality. As soon as she emerged, Mingyue saw her students and hurried over. Classmates, how are you all? Teacher, where did you go just now? We looked for you for so long and couldn't find you. We even went outside the inn, but we couldn't leave. The students were happy to see Mingyue, but were still unaware they had been in a ghost domain. It's good everyone is safe. Mingyue sighed with relief. While Mingyue was talking with her students, Xuanhuan was approached by the xiuxian, who asked, Master, did that ghost just send us to the divine realm? Xuanhuan chuckled softly. He doesn't have the power to do that, but this ghost is still strong. You were actually inside a ghost domain he created. Ghost domain, the xiuxian looked puzzled. When we get back, I'll explain what a ghost domain is and teach you methods to deal with powerful ghosts. I didn't expect there would be a ghost this skilled so early. I thought it would take over 100 years. In the previous world, powerful ghosts usually required centuries of cultivation before reaching the level of Ghost King. Only Ghost Kings could create ghost domains. Xuanhuan never imagined that ghosts in this world would possess such abilities without achieving the level of Ghost King. He speculated that it might be due to the existence of magic and combat energy, Douqi, making these ghosts behave differently from what he remembered. Currently, the xiuxian lacked the strength to handle such powerful ghosts. Clearly, after returning, he needed to help them increase their capabilities, otherwise having the Yin soldiers defeated by ghosts would be quite amusing. This is what Xuanhuan pondered in his mind. Let's deal with this ghost first. Looking at a nearby wall, Xuanhuan said, How long do you intend to hide? Come out. Mingyue and her students also heard Xuanhuan's words and stopped chatting. All eyes turned toward the left wall of the inn. After a pause, a man slowly materialized from the wall, appearing like an ordinary person dressed as an innkeeper. If not for the fact that everyone had seen him emerge from the wall, they would have thought he was human. Who are you? The ghost questioned Xuanhuan curiously, detecting nothing extraordinary about him, as though he were just an ordinary mortal. I am the Lord of Death City. Judging by your appearance, you must be the innkeeper here, correct? Although Xuanhuan maintained a calm exterior, his inner thoughts were filled with questions. This ghost wasn't particularly powerful, just slightly stronger than an average one, certainly not on the level of a ghost king. That made it peculiar. Ghosts of this caliber typically shouldn't be capable of creating two ghost domains. So, how did this ghost manage it? Moreover, no potent artifacts accompanied him, deepening Xuanhuan's curiosity. Additionally, this ghost looked entirely normal, which was odd. After death, souls are naturally drawn to the gates of hell, and only those with unresolved attachments can linger in the mortal world. Such ghosts often appear ferocious, retaining ghostly characteristics regardless of whether they achieve Ghost King or Emperor status. However, This ghost seemed fully human unless controlled or crafted by a much stronger being. So, you're the Lord of Death City. I've heard of you. The ghost said cautiously. Where did you hear about me? No comment. At first, Xuanhuan assumed the ghost learned about him from other people or ghosts. But when the ghost refused to answer, it raised suspicions. If it had been travelers at the inn, there would have been no reason to withhold this information. Now that he wouldn't reveal the source, it suggested that he'd learned of Xuanhuan elsewhere. It doesn't matter now. You'll tell me eventually. Xuanhuan smiled. What? Just because you got out of my ghost domain, you think you can defeat me? The ghost said disdainfully. Why don't we try then? After finishing his sentence, Xuanhuan lightly tapped the ground. In the next moment, both he and the ghost disappeared from the inn. Where are the city lord and that ghost? The students looked around curiously, noticing their disappearance. The Ibu Chang explained to Mingyue. Princess, the master pulled the ghost into the underworld. He has instructed us to escort you and the students back home. Upon hearing this, Mingyue understood what had happened and nodded. Students, that ghost has been eliminated by Lord City. Let's head back now. It's already been destroyed. We haven't even started yet, right? Isn't this a waste of a trip? We searched for so long and finally found a ghost, but Lord City got there first. I was planning to show off to Big Stone and the others after we defeat the ghost. Now this trip is wasted. The students were disgruntled, feeling they had come all this way for nothing. That's enough complaining. Next time, I'll find one even stronger than this ghost. Then together we'll defeat the ghost, proving that we're actually stronger than Lord City. Mingyue consoled them. Yeah, good idea. Next time, teacher, you must find an even stronger one. The students immediately perked up at the thought of being more powerful than the city lord. All right, next time we'll definitely look for a stronger one. Let's head back today. Good. Mingyue took the students away from the inn, and the mercenaries outside had already left. In the underworld, Xuanhuan looked at the ghost before him and said, So now, do you still think I can't handle you? What place is this? The ghost asked in panic. He had tried to leave, but couldn't. Moreover, this place made him feel afraid. This is the underworld. You should have heard about it. The underworld? Is this really the underworld? The ghost looked around. Then he realized something wasn't right. The underworld is a place only ghosts can enter. How can you, a living person, come here? And how could you bring me to the underworld? Who exactly are you? The ghost questioned in alarm. I am the Lord of Death City, and also, the master of this underworld, Xuanhuan replied with a smile. After hearing this, the ghost was stunned for a moment. Then suddenly, everything became clear. So that's why my master wanted me to keep an eye on you. I didn't understand earlier why a human, no matter how strong, would be such a concern to my master. Now I see. A person who can create a realm like this certainly would make my master curious. Master? You have a master? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If someone can control or create ghosts now, that's rare talent indeed. The underworld has only existed for a few years, yet this ghost master is a genius. The underworld needs talents like this. Chapter 107. Ghosts created by the beast god. Who is your master, and where is he now? I admire him greatly, so I would like to invite him to visit the underworld, said Xuanhuan. Ha! Do you even think you're worthy of inviting my master? The ghost replied with disdain. Don't want to talk about your master? Fine then, let's talk about you. Xuanhuan changed the subject. From the expression on the ghost's face when mentioning his master, it was clear that the ghost admired his master deeply. If it were fear, perhaps intimidation might work to get information about the master, but admiration made threats useless. You want to chat with me to trick me into revealing something, right? The ghost looked at Xuanhuan with an expression as if he had seen through him. To trick you? Not quite. I'm just curious about your name. Surely you can tell me that much. Xuanhuan feigned surprise. My name is number 6, and there's nothing stopping me from saying it. How interesting, Xuanhuan chuckled. In his mind, he was thinking, number 6, so there must also be numbers 1 through 5. Looks like there's more than one ghost like him. Number 6, you said earlier your master ordered you to spy on me. Does that mean your master knows me? It's your honor that my master even recognizes you. Number 6 scoffed. How did you acquire your ghostly abilities? Did your master teach them to you too? Xuanhuan asked again. Do you bring me here just to talk? If so, I'm not interested in chatting with you. Number 6 snapped, clearly becoming impatient. He had been trying to leave this place all along, but could not. He couldn't even enter his own ghost realm and was growing increasingly agitated. Xuanhuan sighed. I intended to have a pleasant conversation with you to test my ability to extract information. But it seems that you are far too restless, and I may not be suitable for such interrogations. Well, that leaves no other option, he said and used the power of speech followed by action. Who is your master? My master is the great beast god. Number 6 immediately shut his mouth after answering and quickly covered it with both hands, looking at Xuanhuan in terror. The beast god? So it's him. Xuanhuan suddenly realized who he was referring to, remembering his past battle against the beast god avatar in the Death Forest. It was almost forgotten. Why did he send you to spy on me? Xuanhuan questioned again. Number 6 lowered his hands covering his mouth and responded. The beast god learned that you helped a skeleton within the Death Forest become a Chiji god, and was very curious why a human could assist a skeleton to achieve godhood. After finishing his sentence, Number 6 stared at Xuanhuan in panic and shouted, What did you do to me? Why did I answer your question? Xuanhuan didn't respond. Earlier, you ignored my questions, and now I'm uninterested in answering yours. He continued. How does the beast god know that I was the one who made the skeleton of the Death Forest become a god? And how were you created, including the origin of your 2 ghost realms powers? The beast god threatened the soul of a high-level demon beast within the death forest to force the skeleton to reveal its reason for achieving godhood. I was created using a large number of human souls by the beast god, while my ghost realm was carved out using divine power. After saying this, number 6 stopped resisting and looked at Xuanhuan in disbelief. You're number 6, so how many ghosts like you did the beast god create? 10, but in the end, only I managed to approach Death City. We were all created in the divine realm, but upon coming to the mortal world, the other 9 instantly shattered into spirit fragments. Only I hid within my ghost realm, gradually absorbing yin-chi to survive in the mortal world. After hearing this, Xuanhuan pondered silently. Ghosts created in the divine realm disintegrated due to the lack of yin-chi, right? This should indeed be the reason. Otherwise, number 6 wouldn't have been able to live after absorbing yin-chi. Then, Xuanhuan asked many more questions, and number 6 answered everything truthfully. As the conversation progressed, Xuanhuan even forgot to use his speech followed by action ability because number 6 kept answering honestly without realizing it himself. Alright, now I know everything you do. As a thank you, I'll have someone take you on a tour of the most confidential areas of the underworld. Then, next time you see your master, the beast god, you can tell him all about it. Really? Number 6 asked hesitantly, unsure if it was true. Really? Xuanhuan confirmed with a solemn nod. Then he called out, Luha. In no time, Luha appeared before Xuanhuan. This scene reminded Xuanhuan of the days when Luha was still his steward. Back then, whenever he called out, Luha would promptly appear. Luha, take him to the 18 layers of hell, Xuanhuan said, pointing at number 6. Yes, your highness. Let him experience all 18 layers. Perhaps when his master, the beast god, comes next time, he can report his experiences in hell to the beast god. Yes, your highness. Luha simply crooked his finger, and number 6 followed like a puppet, drifting away with Luha toward the direction of the 18 layers of hell. After Luha left, Xuanhuan reflected on what had just happened. Since the last time the beast god's avatar was killed by him, it has reappeared. From what number 6 said, this time the beast god had sent down a spiritual projection. However, this avatar seemed much stronger than before, so strong that even the skeleton deity of Death Forest was no match. When number 6 mentioned that the skeleton was only a lower god, this indicated that the beast god's current avatar was far stronger than the last one. Xuanhuan also remembered asking the skeleton why he couldn't sense the souls of the high-level demon beasts after their deaths. The skeleton explained that the souls were stored inside treasures, meaning the beast god had taken them away back then. From subsequent questioning, Xuanhuan learned from number 6 that those high-level demon beast souls had actually been taken for research by the beast god. Ghosts numbered 1 through 5 were created using the souls of high-level demon beasts, while ghosts numbered 6 through 10 were made from human souls. The skeleton land deity had lied to him about the high-level demon beast souls, but Xuanhuan didn't hold it against him. Everything the skeleton did was for the demon beasts in the Death Forest. Becoming a god, or wanting to become a city magistrate, was all aimed at protecting the Death Forest. Deceiving him was entirely expected, as Xuanhuan knew he held no higher value in the skeleton's eyes compared to the demon beasts. However, these stolen high-level demon beast souls had been used as experiments by the beast god, and now they were gone without a trace. Xuanhuan wondered how the skeleton would react upon learning this news. The skeleton's personality somewhat resembled Lu He's, and Xuanhuan sighed. Chapter 108, The Power of Rules. Based on the memories from his past life, Xuanhuan created the 18 levels of hell, which are the tongue-pulling hell, the scissors hell, the iron tree hell, the karmic mirror hell, the steamer hell, the copper pillar hell, the knife mountain hell, the ice mountain hell, the oil pot hell, the buffalo pit hell, the stone pressing hell, the mortar hell, the blood pool hell, the wrongful death hell, the dismemberment hell, the volcano hell, the stone grinder hell, and the saw blade hell. Not long after returning to the Lord's mansion, Luha brought news from the underworld. Number 6 was dead. Xuanhuan paused in surprise after hearing this. How had he died? His figure then disappeared as he once again entered the underworld. He arrived at the tongue-pulling hell. In this mundane world, some people like to sow discord and spread gossip, using words to deceive and harm others. This first level of the tongue-pulling hell exists to punish such people. The ghosts sent here will be tortured by the little demons who pull their tongues with iron tongs, stretching them out continuously until they drag the souls into the iron tree hell. This process is long and lasts for 10 years. The 18 levels of hell were newly established, and business was not yet booming. Only a few ghosts were being tongue-pulled. Upon reaching Luha, Xuanhuan asked, "What happened?" Luha replied, "Your Highness, generally speaking, unless deliberately dispersed or eaten, ghosts won't die no matter how much physical torture they undergo. However, the ghost named number 6 had his tongue pulled only as long as a palm when it broke. After it broke, it slowly transformed into a strange kind of energy that dissipated everywhere. If I hadn't collected these energies in time, they would have already been consumed by the negative energy in the hell." After finishing, Luha extended his hand, revealing a dark gray energy sphere. Xuanhuan took the energy sphere and carefully observed it. It was an energy he'd never seen before. It wasn't internal force, magic, nor energy, though it contained traces of all three. Beyond those, 2 more types of energy existed, from which Xuanhuan sensed the power of faith and rules. Combined together, these formed the peculiar energy sphere in his hand. Could this really be divine power of this world? The reason Xuanhuan guessed this way was because number 6 had previously mentioned that he was created by the beast god using divine power combined with ghostly souls. Judging by this, apart from the yin-chi in the energy sphere which originated from the ghost itself, what was known as divine power seemed to be a combination of martial energy, magical forces, and the power of faith plus the force of rules. Closing his eyes, Xuanhuan carefully perceived this energy sphere. The martial energy inside was steady. Usually, martial energy tends to be rather wild. The lower the level, the wilder it becomes. Even at the realm of Saint-class warriors where martial energy stabilizes somewhat, it still retains hints of its volatile nature. However, the energy within the sphere did not carry any trace of volatility. Although it appeared harmless, it was much stronger than the martial energy of a Saint-class warrior. Similarly, the magical energy inside was also much stronger than that of a great mage. As Xuanhuan delved into the spiritual force within, he witnessed scenes of various beast folk praying and offering sacrifices. This spiritual force was undoubtedly the result of the beast folk race worshipping the beast god. Next, analyzing the force of rules, after a long while, Xuanhuan still couldn't fully grasp its meaning. All he could vaguely perceive was that the rules had something to do with the beast folk. After some thought, Xuanhuan used his ability of verbal lawmaking and said, "Let these rules be incorporated into the underworld's rules." After speaking, the rule force within the energy sphere broke free from his hand, soaring toward the sky of the underworld, disappearing thereafter. After the disappearance of the rule force, Xuanhuan instantly comprehended exactly what those rules were about. It was one of the creative rules, but it could only create the beast folk race. Previously, Xuanhuan was puzzled. Though he had exterminated the beast folk tribe in the Death Forest, a few scattered members still managed to survive. As the underworld's scope expanded, many beast folk from other regions were within its boundaries. However, over all these years, there hadn't been a single beast folk ghost in the underworld. Now he understood why. The beast folk race was not under the jurisdiction of the underworld. The reason was simple. The beast folk race was created by the beast god, not naturally born in this world. It was similar to the situation in his past life regarding the Azura race, who, though living in the underworld, were under the jurisdiction of the Blood River ancestor because they were a race created by him. Now that the rule of creating beast folk was included in the rules of the underworld, the beast folk race could no longer escape the jurisdiction of the underworld in the future. At the same time, Xuanhuan also understood how the beast god had attained divinity. Just like how Blood River ancestor imitated Nuwa Empress to create humans and achieved sainthood, Nuwa Empress attained sainthood because the human race she created possessed almost all flaws and advantages, making it a relatively comprehensive race, thereby completing the then imperfect heavenly Tao and enabling her to achieve the status of a holy person. On the other hand, the Azura race created by the Blood River ancestor had too many defects and was too extreme, thus providing very little benefit. As for the beast god creating beast folk, that was like a stitched-up monster. It combined the characteristics of humans and magical beasts. In Xuanhuan's opinion, it was already quite impressive that the beast god had attained divinity through such creations. Understanding all this, Xuanhuan grinned happily. Previously, he had been unsure how to deal with a mere avatar of the beast god. Now that the underworld had incorporated the rule power of the beast god, things were much easier. The verbal lawmaking ability was one that Xuanhuan could use in the underworld, but it didn't work against someone who also wielded the power of rules, like the beast god. However, now that the underworld had absorbed the beast god's rules, if the beast god ever entered the underworld, then Xuanhuan's verbal lawmaking ability would work on him. At this thought, Xuanhuan became excited. He wanted to seek out other gods and incorporate their rule powers into the underworld as well. That way, by tricking these gods to come to the underworld, they would be at his mercy. The underworld currently lacked powerful figures, so if he could control all the gods of this world within the underworld, how magnificent would that be? Just imagining this scenario made Xuanhuan happy. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Lu Ha, standing beside him, saw Xuanhuan laughing and asked curiously. "It's nothing, I just thought of something pleasant," Xuanhuan said, wiping some drool from the corner of his mouth. "Lu Ha, do you know where we can find gods?" This old servant does not know. "Oh, then never mind. I understand about number 6, don't worry about it anymore, everything stays the same." After saying this, Xuanhuan returned to the Lord's mansion. He intended to contact the skeleton landowner and see whether they could lure the true form of the beast god into the underworld, or even learn the whereabouts of other gods through the beast god. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan began contacting the skeleton landowner. "Skeleton, I know about your situation." Xuanhuan sent the message telepathically. The skeleton replied quickly. "What situation is the higher immortal referring to?" The skeleton sounded a bit tense, unsure what Xuanhuan knew. "I'm talking about the high-level magical beast souls." Chapter 109. Reunion with the beast god's avatar. Upon hearing these words, the skeleton immediately became nervous. Everything he had now was given by Xuanhuan, and he understood that Xuanhuan also had the ability to take it back. "You don't need to be nervous. I'm not here to blame you. I just want to tell you that the beast god used the souls of the high-level demons he took away as test subjects. Now, all the souls of those high-level demons have dissipated." "What?" The skeleton in the land temple of the Death Forest stood up abruptly. "Beast god," the skeleton muttered through clenched teeth. Xuanhuan sensed his anger and said to him, "You shouldn't make any unwise decisions. The beast god is not someone you can handle." After a long pause, the skeleton asked, "Lord, I want revenge. If you want to deal with the beast god, it's not impossible. What method do you have, Lord?" The skeleton asked excitedly. "In fact, I also want to deal with the beast god. He has already sent people to approach me. For me, the beast god is also a troublemaker, and I also want to get rid of him. However, the beast god in the death forest is only an avatar. Even if you kill it, it won't work. Can you make the true body of the beast god appear? Xuanhuan asked. The true body of the beast god? I think it will be difficult. Why? The skeleton explained. In fact, the beast god has always wanted to come to this world. There are actually few gods willing to stay in the god realm. When humans reach the god level, they will be summoned to the god realm. It's more accurate to say they are grabbed rather than summoned. Grabbed? Xuanhuan was greatly shocked. This was not what he imagined. Yes, grabbed. The gods in the god realm are divided into upper level, middle level, lower level, and the god king. When creatures from this world reach the god level, they will be taken by the god realm's people and become lower level gods there. Lower level gods are basically treated as servants in the god realm. Beast gods like him might fare a bit better, but still only slightly so. Since the beast god is of beast origin, he is actually kept as a pet by the god king in the god realm. The skeleton explained. Is such a powerful beast god merely kept as a pet? Xuanhuan frowned tightly, never expecting that the gods in this world were so strong. Xuanhuan asked, do you know how the god realm was formed? The skeleton replied, the god realm was created by the god king, using divine power. Upon hearing the skeleton's response, Xuanhuan felt a jolt in his heart. To be able to create a whole god realm and easily imprison so many strong beings within it, this god king must be no less capable than the Book of Humans, Renshu. Xuanhuan obtained the underworld because of the Book of Humans, yet the god king established the god realm using his own strength, which made him seem stronger compared to the current state of the Book of Humans. Xuanhuan wasn't sure whether the Book of Humans could contend with the god king at its peak. Probably not, since the Book of Humans was an artifact, not a human. Maximizing the artifact's abilities depended on the user's strength. Ultimately, it all came down to his own weakness. If the god king could create a god realm, according to the introduction of the celestial path, he had at least reached the level of a golden immortal, or even the highest level of great sage equaling heaven. It seemed he hadn't yet reached the realm of sainthood, otherwise, he wouldn't need to keep those strong beings confined in the god realm. After all, when one reaches the realm of sainthood, wherever you are, in the god realm or the mortal realm, it's all just a toy in the hands of a saint-level strong being. Fortunately, the god king seemed to have little interest in the mortal realm, allowing Xuanhuan to feel somewhat relieved. If the god king came to the mortal realm, seeing Xuanhuan's underworld, he would surely try to find ways to destroy it. Now, Xuanhuan was strongly motivated to enhance his strength. Although the god king hasn't discovered his underworld yet, who knows when out of curiosity, he might come to visit the mortal realm? Once he arrives, he will definitely discover the existence of the underworld. Given his current strength, even if he expands the scope of the underworld to cover the entire mortal realm, it wouldn't stand a chance against the god king, since the level of great sage equaling heaven has transcended the cycle of rebirth, rendering the underworld powerless against him. However, once he masters the three paths, heaven, earth, and humanity, or attains the level of great sage equaling heaven, he would have nothing to worry about regarding the god king. It appears that the plan to bring all the gods into the underworld and have them work for him needs to change. For now, he should grow slowly without having too much contact with other gods, or else it would be troublesome if the god king becomes aware of him. Still, the beast god must be dealt with. He knows too much. Skeleton, contact the beast god and tell him I have something to discuss with him. After thinking it over, Xuanhuan felt it necessary to have a chat with the beast god. 1. He wanted to inquire if he had revealed his affairs to other gods, and 2. He wanted to know if the beast god had any methods to bring his true body into the mortal realm. Once he enters the mortal realm and comes under his control, he would either keep or eliminate him. Lord, you want to meet the beast god? I can contact him right away. Alright, I'll come to you now. After saying this, Xuanhuan flew toward the land temple in the death forest. In a short while, he appeared before the skeleton. Lord. The skeleton bowed respectfully. Alright, contact the beast god now. Yes, Lord. After saying this, the skeleton temple land master walked to the center of the land temple and tapped the ground with his land staff. Soon after, a magic array appeared on the ground. This is the array left by the beast god. Through this array, his avatar can come here. The skeleton explained. Xuanhuan nodded and said, when the beast god's avatar appears, don't get excited and pretend as if nothing has happened. Xuanhuan especially reminded him, fearing he might do something outrageous that would ruin his plan. Yes, Lord. The skeleton nodded and replied. Not long after, the beast god's voice came from the magic array. Skeleton, what do you want from my godly self? Then the ape-like beast god slowly emerged from the array. This was the first time Xuanhuan had seen the true appearance of the beast god. The previous encounter only showed a shadow. Upon seeing Xuanhuan, the beast god's avatar paused for a moment. So it's you. We meet again. It seems the skeleton has already told you everything. The beast god's avatar casually said. The skeleton didn't tell me anything. I found out from number 6. Xuanhuan smiled as he responded. Number 6? Didn't expect him to betray me. I will make him die. The beast god's avatar angrily stated. There's no need for you to take action. He has already been dealt with by me. The better he's dead. The beast god's avatar then looked at Xuanhuan and said, I find you quite intriguing. Well, I find you intriguing too. Xuanhuan smiled and said, oh, the reason I'm contacting you is that I'm very curious about the god realm. Haha. If you're curious, once you reach the god level yourself, you'll know. The beast god laughed. Xuanhuan remained silent, then released his power. Frowning, the beast god felt Xuanhuan's strength. It had already reached the god level and was very powerful. Why didn't you get taken by the people from the god realm when you reached the god level? The beast god asked curiously. Chapter 110. The True Self of the Beast God. Subsequently, the beast god's avatar said excitedly. Just like this skeleton, you have not been detected by the divine realm either. Indeed, you have a way to evade detection from the divine realm. Quickly, tell me what method you used. Seeing the agitated expression of the beast god, Xuanhuan thought in his heart. Earlier, the skeleton said that the beast god wanted to leave the divine realm. Looking at him now, he seems more like he wants to escape. I definitely have a way, and there's no harm in telling you. However, on the condition that you must leave the divine realm and come to this world. Otherwise, it wouldn't help even if I told you. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Upon hearing Xuanhuan was willing to share, the beast god rejoiced, saying, If you tell me, I can find a way to leave. Xuanhuan remained silent. What? Do you want something in return? Go ahead and say it. If I can make it happen, I will. Seeing Xuanhuan didn't respond, the beast god thought he was asking for compensation. No requests, but what if I tell you, and you inform other gods of the divine realm about it? What happens when they also want to come? When many gods leave, surely the divine king will notice. He might investigate and find out that I helped you leave the divine realm, which would certainly bring trouble upon me. It's all risk and no gain. Xuanhuan said, pretending to hesitate. Ah, so that's your concern. No need to worry about that. I haven't told any other gods, and besides me, none of the other gods have the ability to descend. The beast god said proudly. If no other gods can come down, is that true? Xuanhuan trusted his words because aside from the beast god, there were no occurrences of gods or their avatars appearing elsewhere. It seemed the beast god had some special methods, though it was still necessary to pretend to doubt him and request an explanation. The beast god explained, What I say is true. The reason I have the power to descend into the mortal realm is because the race of beastmen I created remains there. I am connected to the beastmen. As long as one beastman exists in the mortal realm, I can always send my avatar down anytime. For other gods to enter the mortal realm, they must obtain the approval of the divine king. If your true self were to come to the mortal realm, would the divine king still be unaware? Xuanhuan asked curiously. The beast god's creation of the beastman race in the mortal realm must be known to the divine king, and surely, the fact that the beast god can visit the mortal realm is also known. Would the divine king really allow the beast god to come to the mortal realm whenever he wished without investigating further? Xuanhuan believed that if the beast god appeared in the mortal realm, the divine king would certainly know. After listening to Xuanhuan's words, the beast god was silent for a moment before responding. I haven't seen the divine king for thousands of years. Even if I were to disappear, he probably wouldn't notice. Observing the beast god's expression, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel amused, thinking it resembled that of a wronged pet. Glancing at the sorrowful face of the gorilla-like figure, he chuckled softly. You're acting like a spoiled child now, aren't you? Before the skeleton started drawing an array to summon you. Didn't you already know I was here? Moreover, I assume you heard my conversation with the skeleton. The skeleton, who had been standing nearby, without speaking up until now, suddenly froze after hearing Xuanhuan's words. Master, you didn't speak much since you came here, said the skeleton. What I'm talking about isn't after I arrived here. I'm referring to our telepathic conversations with you, which he already overheard, replied Xuanhuan. How is that possible? At that time, I hadn't summoned him yet, and we were communicating through telepathy. How could he possibly have known? The skeleton exclaimed in shock, recalling their previous telepathic exchange where they discussed the killing of high-level demonic beast souls by the beast god. If he truly had listened, then the beast god would already know that they intended to confront him? Realizing this, the skeleton began watching the beast god cautiously. Well then, you should ask the beast god. Xuanhuan smiled lightly as he spoke. Hearing Xuanhuan's remark, the beast god burst into laughter. Xuanhuan, you're very clever. But I'm curious how you knew. At first, we didn't know, but right after you made that pouting face, I figured it out. Huh, just because of that. I think I acted pretty well. The beast god questioned in confusion. You did act well? Too well actually. You perfectly portrayed the state of a wronged pet. That's precisely why I began doubting you. After all, you're a mid-ranked god who has created an entire race, indicating significant ambition. How could a god with such ambition willingly serve as someone else's pet? Xuanhuan explained. That's right, your analysis is spot on. I am a god too, so why does that old man, the god king, treat me as his pet? Although I became a god from a magical beast, does that mean magical beasts have no dignity? He calls me when he wants me and sends me away when he doesn't, occasionally making me perform for his amusement, and punishes me when he's unhappy. He doesn't even consider me as important. The beast god grew increasingly angry, practically shouting by the end. Xuanhuan watched the enraged beast god with a touch of sympathy. It must be tough becoming a god only to be treated like a monkey in someone else's show. After calming down a bit, the beast god asked again. How did you know that I had overheard your conversation earlier? This isn't hard to figure out. If not for the skeleton calling you the god king's pet, you wouldn't have thought of pretending to be an aggrieved pet. The beast god nodded in agreement after hearing this. You're correct. What else have you observed? The array you're using. It's probably not meant to summon you, but rather to monitor the skeleton. Xuanhuan declared. Ha ha ha, that's true. There was one thing I didn't lie about. I can visit the mortal world anytime I wish, provided I leave a mark. This array serves both as supervision for the skeleton and as my sign allowing me instant passage into the mortal realm. The beast god laughed heartily. Xuanhuan smiled and added. There's one more thing I've noticed. This figure before us now is not merely your avatar, but your true self. Is that so? How did you figure that out? Xuanhuan's statement genuinely surprised the beast god. After all, he thought he had concealed his identity quite well. It's simple. You said the skeleton was a lower god. If this were only your avatar, it wouldn't have rendered the skeleton completely helpless in front of you, Xuanhuan explained. This observation was just Xuanhuan's guess. The real reason he had realized that the beast god present was his true self was due to noticing the beast god's name recorded in the Book of Life and Death. According to the book, the beast god had a lifespan of 30,000 years. The beast god was already over 16,000 years old, leaving him another 14,000 years to live. This surprised Xuanhuan. He originally thought gods had infinite lifespans, but it seemed even mid-rank gods could only live up to 30,000 years. Though the Book of Life and Death had registered the beast god's name, Xuanhuan couldn't use the information about lifespan against him since cutting short such a long life would come at too great a cost. Chapter 111. Deceived into the Underworld. Now that beast god's name was in the Book of Life and Death, Xuanhuan could pull his soul into the underworld at any time and then do whatever he wanted. But the cost was still too high. It wasn't worth it. To take an ordinary person's soul to the underworld usually required little to no cost, but taking the soul of someone with merit or virtue, or even destiny, required a certain price to be paid. Beast God, who commanded rules and carried faith within him, meant a cost that Xuanhuan didn't want to bear. It was better to find a way for him to go willingly into the underworld. And as a god, Beast God probably had some pretty good things. You're right. Although I'm a mid-level god, creating a duplicate wouldn't give me more than the strength of a lower god, so easily defeating skeleton would be difficult. Beast God nodded. Then he added, all right, I admit I lied just now, but that's because I didn't trust you. Actually, sometimes being too smart isn't good either. Even if you couldn't help me evade detection by the divine realm, I wouldn't have done anything to you, at most giving you a lesson. But now that you know I'm dissatisfied with the God King, unless you tell me how to avoid divine realm detection, or else, you all die. Your choice. Xuanhuan laughed unconcernedly. If that's the case, I'll tell you. Just go somewhere, and you'll escape detection from the divine realm. After hearing this, Beast God looked at Xuanhuan with a smirk. What? You don't believe me? The place you're talking about is the underworld, right? Beast God asked definitively. That's correct. Xuanhuan didn't think it strange that Beast God knew about the underworld. After all, he captured countless ghosts and from them could roughly understand the situation. You're not very honest. As far as I know, the reason Skeleton became a god was because you gave him his title, and when you conferred the title, your power was still at the saint level. I think you must have some kind of treasure capable of conferring titles, am I right? Beast God narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xuanhuan. He understood why he thought this. Beast God always believed Xuanhuan used some artifact to avoid divine inspection. It seems you don't know much about the underworld. Xuanhuan shook his head. What do you mean? The underworld itself is a treasure. Didn't you hear Skeleton call me Upper Immortal? I am titled by the underworld as Upper Immortal. Since my position is higher than his, I can confer a title on him. However, since you already hold a divine office, I can't bestow another title on you. So you'll need to go to the underworld, explained Xuanhuan. The skeleton nearby understood that Xuanhuan was trying to trick Beast God into going to the underworld. Although he didn't know why Xuanhuan did it, Skeleton decided to help him. Yes, the Upper Immortal has a higher rank than me. Moreover, I hadn't reached the divine realm during my consecration, which is why he could bestow upon me a title. After hearing this exchange, Beast God looked between the two and then said to Skeleton, What? Don't you want revenge for your beasts? Skeleton replied, glaring into Beast God's eyes, Of course I want revenge, but I recognize my current inadequacy. Once I'm powerful enough, I'll settle accounts with you. Ha ha, fine. Very good. I will wait for you. Beast God laughed heartily, and at the same time, he also believed what Xuanhuan and the others had said. He followed up by asking Xuanhuan, You said before that the underworld was a treasure? Right. It collects souls and reincarnates them as humans. Then who owns the underworld? The underworld has no owner, only a hierarchy based on position. How does one rise in rank? Simple, collect enough energy. Beast God paused to consider. Are you saying collecting souls? It's not just souls. Items imbued with energy also count. Beast God nodded. He realized that many saint-level warriors were helping Skeleton gather such objects. They must be for promoting him to a higher divine position. In his mind, Xuanhuan was sarcastically complaining. Do you really have so many questions? Are you coming or not? How much energy is needed for a higher position? And currently, is the highest ranking in the underworld yours as the Upper Immortal? Asked Beast God. You yourself have a divine office. Once you enter the underworld, your position will suit your standing. Of course, having items imbued with energy would be helpful, though they aren't necessarily required. Items imbued with merits or faith work equally well, Xuanhuan patiently explained. If it wasn't absolutely necessary for Beast God to agree to enter on his own, Xuanhuan would have dragged him straight into the underworld. He was sick and tired of his endless questions. I don't know what merits are, but I do have plenty of items carrying faith energy. Once Xuanhuan heard this, his interest perked up. Faith-based treasures? You'd better bring these treasures along when you enter the underworld. Once inside, there's no guarantee you'll be able to return to the divine realm. All my things are in my own space, and I carry them with me. That's good. Now you understand, and I've told you everything I know. You think it over. If you want to go to the underworld, let the skeleton take you there. I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Xuanhuan left. When he was leaving, he turned back and said, I hope we can become colleagues in the future. The reason why Xuanhuan hurried to leave was not because of something important, but he felt that it was about time. Staying longer would only make Beast God ask more questions, and they would be increasingly detailed. It would be troublesome if a flaw was exposed. The more he said, the more likely he was to make a mistake. After leaving the Death Forest, Xuanhuan entered the underworld and waited for the arrival of Beast God. Sure enough, as expected, after waiting for half a day in the King Yan's hall, the skeleton brought Beast God to the underworld. Is this what you call the Ghost Gate? Beast God asked, looking at the huge, strongly yin-chi-emitting Ghost Gate. That's correct. After the skeleton finished speaking, he went inside. Looking at the numerous ghosts floating into the Ghost Gate and the skeleton who had already gone inside, Beast God thought for a moment and followed in. As soon as Beast God entered the underworld, he sensed a different world filled with yin-chi everywhere, which made him very uncomfortable. Looking at the flying skeleton ahead, Beast God asked, "Where are we going now?" To report to the King Yan's hall. The skeleton wasn't too keen on chatting with him. Since the moment Beast God entered the underworld, he used his divine power to investigate it, but his divine power was suppressed quite significantly here, and he could only sense a 10-meter radius around himself. Although Beast God was still a bit worried, leaning on his immense strength, he didn't have too much fear as he followed the skeleton into the King Yan's hall. They quickly entered the King Yan's hall. As Beast God was observing the King Yan's hall, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "You finally decided to come in. Since you're here, don't leave. Stay here forever." Chapter 112, Azura God. Upon hearing this voice, xiuxian initially paused in surprise. Then with a swift movement, he appeared before Xuanhuan, his face grave as he asked, "What did you mean by what you just said?" Xiuxian sensed something was amiss, but he still had considerable confidence in his own abilities. Seated on the throne in the underworld hall, Xuanhuan smiled upon seeing xiuxian and said, "There's no particular meaning. I just want you to stay in the underworld. You don't want to return to the divine realm and be tracked by them, do you? Well, once you're here in the underworld, you won't have to worry about their tracking anymore." "I never said I would stay permanently in the underworld," xiuxian said, frowning. "Well, it's not up to you anymore. Right now, you have two choices. One is to stay in the underworld and work for us. The second is also to stay in the underworld, though you'll be in the 18 levels of hell. You choose." Xuanhuan looked at xiuxian with a grin. Upon hearing these words, xiuxian realized he had fallen into a trap. Suppressing his anger, he said, "You can't possibly think that just you few could force me to stay here, can you? That would certainly underestimate me." After saying this, xiuxian glanced around at those present in the underworld hall, a certain Xuanhuan, a skeleton, and the king of the underworld, Luha. In xiuxian's view, even combined, they wouldn't be a match for him. I alone suffice. Kneel. Xuanhuan invoked the power of his word becomes law. After Xuanhuan spoke, xiuxian Bang involuntarily dropped to his knees. "How did you manage that?" Xiuxian was greatly startled. He didn't know what Xuanhuan had done to him, unable to understand why he had kneeled. "The underworld is my world. In my world, you listen to me. Is that not reasonable?" Xuanhuan said with a smile. "Your world." Xiuxian was initially confused, then realization dawned. "So, this underworld is the world you created?" Xiuxian was astonished. "That's correct. I see. I see. So you actually have such an ability, and you are capable like the God King to create your own world. I underestimated you. So what do you intend to do with me?" Xiuxian angrily questioned. "I don't plan to do anything specific with you. My underworld is short of manpower right now, and your abilities are quite suitable. Do you want to subdue me? Ha ha ha. It seems you're like the God King, wanting to create a world of your own. But how is that different from when I was in the divine realm? Why don't you just kill me?" Xiuxian shouted furiously. "I believe you've misunderstood. I'm not like the God King who may keep you imprisoned out of boredom. My purpose in creating this world is entirely different. I simply want everything here to function properly. Besides, I won't limit your growth. If you join the underworld, I guarantee your rapid progress. Reaching the God King level wouldn't be an issue." Haha joke. "I don't believe any of what you say. Wanting to reach the level of the God King is sheer fantasy. You don't have to believe if you don't want to. Your current lifespan is over 10,000 years, right?" Xuanhuan inquired. "And if so, what does that change?" Xiuxian didn't understand why he was asking about this. Lower gods live for 10,000 years, middle gods for 30,000, upper gods for 100,000, and God Kings for 1,000,000. It wasn't a secret among those who had attained the divine level. Xuanhuan smiled again and said, then asked the skeleton how long his lifespan is. After hearing this, xiuxian looked bewildered at the skeleton. "I have an infinite lifespan." The skeleton replied indifferently without looking at xiuxian. "Impossible." Xiuxian completely disbelieved it. "There's nothing impossible about it. As long as you join the underworld, your lifespan becomes unlimited." Don't try to deceive me. I will not agree to joining." Xiuxian retorted furiously. Xuanhuan originally planned to forcefully detain Xiuxian after tricking him into the underworld, but he changed his mind. Xiuxian had the ability to create races, which fit perfectly for fulfilling the 6 paths Azura path. Hence, Xuanhuan patiently explained to him, "Xiuxian, you don't believe me now because you don't comprehend the underworld's power yet. Here's the thing. I'll appoint you as the Azura god of the underworld, and then you'll understand. What do you say?" The underworld isn't solely decided by you, is it? Could I really resist your appointment even if I wanted to? Are you trying to fool me by speaking as if you're seeking my consent?" Xiuxian expressed his dissatisfaction. "Do you think I don't want to? If it weren't necessary for the appointed individual to willingly accept it, I'd already have appointed you. But this couldn't be said directly. After the enfeoffment, you will be a colleague. We will see each other often in the future, and I don't want to ruin our relationship, so I'm discussing this with you. If you don't agree, then it's fine. However, since you already know about the existence of the underworld, for its safety, I can only lock you up in the 18 levels of hell. You choose what to do. Xiuxian lowered his head silently after hearing this, pondering something. Is what he said true or false? If I disagree, being locked up by him would be worse than staying in the divine realm. The 18 levels of hell doesn't sound like a good place at all. After much deliberation, Xiuxian nodded, planning to agree first. Anyway, there's no way out of here in the underworld right now. It's better to just follow his orders rather than get locked up. All right, I agree, Xiuxian said with resignation and nodded. Xuanhuan wasn't surprised upon hearing this. Any smart person would understand how to make the right choice. Then I'll immediately enfeff you as the Azura god. Subsequently, Xuanhuan ceremoniously recited some formal enfeefment words, which had little actual effect. They were mainly for show and to create a more formal atmosphere. Finally, he said, I hereby appoint you as the Azura god in my own name. Once these words were spoken, a divine token proving his identity appeared in front of Xiuxian. Now, he should correctly be called the Azura god. The moment the Azura god received the token, many details about his divine duties flooded into his mind. He simultaneously understood that Xuanhuan had told the truth. He indeed possessed infinite life now. Thank you, honored immortal. Overjoyed at not having to worry about longevity anymore, the Azura god immediately bowed to Xuanhuan. Now that you are the Azura god, you also understand your responsibilities. With your current power and faith strength, you are already an advanced ghost god ranking below King Yanluo. In the future, the souls of the beast people will be under your management. Once you create the Azura race to complete one of the 6 paths, your divine position will rise above King Yanluo. Work hard. Xuanhuan, seeing the success of the enfeefment, felt pleased as well. Thank you, honored immortal. Everyone was quite happy, except the skeleton, who wasn't very pleased. He knew his revenge wouldn't be realized. Xuanhuan noticed the skeleton's dissatisfaction, but had no solution currently. He decided to find other ways to compensate later. Chapter 113, Summoning Talisman. In the few days after the beast god became the Azura god, Luha took him to get acquainted with the underworld. The Azura god settled down in a place in the underworld and was entirely focused on figuring out how to create the Azura race. He now looked forward eagerly to what realm Xuanhuan had said was higher than King Yan's divine office. In his opinion, Luha as King Yan already wielded immense power in the underworld, almost invincible except for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan also noticed the Azura god's conduct these past few days. He intended to stay in the underworld, which made Xuanhuan much more relieved. All he feared was that with unlimited lifespan, the Azura god might grow lazy. If that were to happen, Xuanhuan would not tolerate it because his purpose was to perfect the Azura path. Over the next few days, Xuanhuan constantly thought about ways to quickly expand the territory of the underworld. Though the Azura god had said the God King wouldn't notice him or know that he left the heavenly realm, what if he did? If the God King took an interest and wanted the Azura god to perform for him or something, he'd surely send people looking once he realized he wasn't there. If they eventually came searching in the mortal world, Xuanhuan himself would be exposed. Thus, Xuanhuan believed it was better to rapidly elevate his own realm. But he was at the stage of combination, and one step above that was a celestial being. To reach the level of celestial beings, he must expand the underworld's boundaries across the entire mortal realm. Currently, the underworld only covered a few empires around the Daxiao Empire. Expanding so that all mortals fell under the control of the underworld would take a long time. How can I quickly obtain xianxia? Xuanhuan daydreamed in the courtyard alone. After pondering over and over, Xuanhuan believed it was still necessary to start from the mortals. Currently, the greatest source of xianxia for the underworld was converting the 7 emotions and 6 desires through burning paper money in the mortal realm. But the fervor for burning paper money had already passed. Although many people still burned it, the number had significantly decreased compared to before. Previously, some ghosts would visit dreams to request their descendants to burn for them, but more ghosts preferred reincarnation rather than staying in the underworld. Consequently, fewer ghosts remained in the underworld, leading to fewer dreams visited and fewer paper currencies burned. Mortals always easily forgot those who had passed away, especially when they didn't offer tangible benefits. Initially, Xuanhuan considered creating a festival specifically to honor deceased people, but this might actually reduce xianxia further. Once people have fixed days for commemorating the dead, they likely wouldn't burn paper money during other times. Outside the cities within the underworld's range, there were quite a number of ghosts, but there were barely any inside the cities. This was mainly due to the excellent protection by the Yin soldiers. Xuanhuan decided to let the ghosts outside cause some disturbances in various cities. He communicated via divine thoughts to Luha. Luha, pass down the orders. The Yin soldiers don't need to guard the cities all the time. If nothing urgent occurs, focus on training in the underworld. If ghosts enter from outside the city, don't interfere unless they're summoned. Yes, Your Highness. Luha in the King Yan Palace momentarily froze upon hearing Xuanhuan's message. He couldn't understand why His Highness did this, but it wasn't his business. Following the order was all that mattered. After Luha conveyed Xuanhuan's arrangements, the Yin soldiers in several imperial cities within the underworld's range soon returned to the underworld. Black and White Wuchang. Why has the King Yan called all of us back to the underworld? The returning Yin soldiers asked Black and White Wuchang in confusion. They accumulated merit in the mortal realm catching ghosts, and without being allowed to do that, their merit would vanish. The mortals show no respect to us ghosts and gods. They think it is our duty to catch ghosts and protect them. Why should we do that? We are not their servants. That's why King Yan has brought you all back. In future, unless the mortals call you, you will not need to bother catching ghosts, explained by Wuchang. By Wuchang, Then we will have no merit, right? I want to upgrade my position. One of the soldiers complained. Yes. I'm just an intern ghost soldier. Without allowing me to capture ghosts, how am I supposed to advance? My house loan is still outstanding. With no income, what shall I do? Other soldiers murmured discontentedly. Stop complaining. You are ghost soldiers. What do you need merit for? Having inchi isn't enough for you. Hey Wu Chang roared angrily. But we don't have sufficient inchi either. It's hardly enough for sustenance. One soldier bitterly smiled. That's true. Our stipends aren't enough as well. Is your formal salary enough for you? The soldiers started grumbling again. Relax. It will be just a matter of days. Soon, you will have plenty of inchi to earn. Bai Wuchang laughed confidently. The soldiers were puzzled, looking confused. Didn't I just say, if the mortals don't invite us, we won't go, but if they do, they should give us some benefit, right? After saying this, Bai Wuchang rubbed his thumb and index finger together. The soldiers immediately understood what he meant. So that's how it is. Thank you, sir, for clearing our doubts. The soldiers grinned. Then another soldier asked, Mr. Bai Wuchang, will the mortals know how to invite us? Don't worry about this. Arrangements have been made from above already. But to prevent internal competition, the upper echelons have decided to divide you into groups. Each group will consist of 2 soldiers who will respond to mortal requests in turns. Everyone gets their chance. No one is allowed to grab another's. Any benefits given by the mortals will be evenly split between the 2 soldiers handling the request. Got it, Bai Wuchang explained. Understood, the soldiers happily yelled. If there are no other questions, then go and practice. Don't end up too weak where 2 soldiers can't even handle a malevolent ghost and need help from other groups. Then the rewards will have to be shared with them. Yes, the soldiers laughed as they left. On the other hand, Xuanhuan was speaking to Mingyu. Mingyu, this is a summoning talisman, used to call upon soldiers. I will teach you now, so later you can let your talisman students learn to make it, and sell it for money. Sell for money? My salary from the City People Academy is already enough, I don't lack funds. Mingyu showed interest in the summoning talisman, but didn't care much about using it to make money. You will be the founding ancestor of all talisman masters. It wouldn't look good if things are too bleak. If people see you aren't wealthy, they'll lose interest in becoming talisman masters. You need to understand, most people want to become talisman masters because it allows them to catch ghosts and earn money. Without profit, your profession might not develop. Moreover, you're my sister. Let's consider this as my allowance for you, Xuanhuan explained. Mingyu thought about it. Many of her students cared whether being a talisman master could make money. Alright, I get it. From now on, I will buy more good stuff and carry it around, letting everyone know that talisman masters are rich. Mingyu said seriously. Chapter 114, Rampant Ghosts. After the soldiers no longer protected the city, it didn't take long before several empires within the underworld's jurisdiction began to experience ghosts, and they were becoming more and more frequent. Inside the palace of the Daxiao Empire, Your Majesty, the incidents caused by ghosts in the capital are increasing. Just last night, 6 ghost disturbances occurred, and other cities have also reported similar issues. City lords everywhere have sent requests for help. We don't know how to resolve this situation, one minister said. Sitting on the dragon throne was Crown Prince Gu Meng, who has now become the emperor of the Daxiao Empire, known as Emperor Gu Meng. Gu Meng was extremely irritated. He had only been enthroned for a few days, yet already these ghost-related disturbances were happening. The common folk had many grievances against him, accusing him of poisoning his own father and killing his 2 brothers. They claimed that the gods could not bear to see it and stopped protecting the Daxiao Empire, allowing the ghosts to wreak havoc. It's said that sky-level experts can eliminate ghosts. Send them out to get rid of those ghosts. Gu Meng responded nonchalantly. Your Majesty, every city in the empire is now experiencing ghost troubles, but there simply aren't enough sky-level experts, another minister replied. Then let them kill the ghosts slowly. Eventually, they will all be eliminated. After speaking, Gu Meng turned to the Left Chancellor and asked, how is the handling of the issue regarding public opinion about my fitness to rule? The Left Chancellor answered, Your Majesty, other empires are also encountering ghost problems. I've already sent people to spread the word, so the commoners should not attribute this to you. Very good. Gu Meng nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Gu Meng's expression, everyone realized that the emperor did not take the ghost problem too seriously. His main concern was the opinions of the common folk about him. Thinking about it further, they understood why. Since the emperor remained inside the palace, and the palace had dragon knights guarding it, the ghosts dared not enter. Therefore, the emperor likely did not fully comprehend just how terrible these ghosts could be. And indeed, Gu Meng thought exactly along those lines. Mere ghosts? Kill them, and that would be the end of it. Seeing that Gu Meng wasn't paying much attention to the matter, the other ministers chose to stay silent as well. After all, being high-ranking officials, most of them had strong subordinates at their disposal, so the ghosts weren't something they particularly worried about. Moreover, the presence of the ghosts hadn't resulted in any losses of interest to them. As the emperor didn't seem concerned, neither were the ministers willing to bring it up, fearing it might upset the emperor. Most of them had been promoted after Gu Meng became emperor, so there was no reason to antagonize him over this issue. Because Gu Meng wasn't giving much weight to the ghost problem, the next few days saw an increasing number of ghosts entering various cities throughout the Daxiao Empire. Ghosts, too, are intelligent. Perhaps due to the magical and martial energies in this world, the longer they existed, the smarter they became. The ghosts discovered that as long as they avoided causing trouble for the powerful factions, they faced little danger. As such, it was the ordinary people who suffered. Within half a month, streets in each city, once lively and bustling at night like the Death City, were now eerily deserted come evening. Civilians in every city wouldn't dare leave their homes at night. Even hiding inside wasn't safe. The ghost would inevitably find ways to trouble them. Child, come here to mother. Mother will love you well. A female ghost floated around the room, searching everywhere. A woman hugged her 2 children tightly beneath the bed, remaining silent despite her fear. She clutched her children fiercely, unwilling to let them go even amidst her terror. Oh hee, my children, what naughty ones you are, hiding from mommy. Mommy is coming to find you. The ghost cackled maniacally. Mommy found you. The ghost saw the 3 under the bed. She didn't pay attention to the woman, instead focusing solely on the 2 5-year-old children. You vile ghost, stay away from my kids, the woman shouted when she realized the ghost had spotted them. Upon hearing her words, the face of the ghost immediately twisted into a grotesque visage. What did you say? These are my children, and you want to take them from me? You shall die. The ghost then charged at the woman. Shortly afterward, she grabbed the soul of the woman and her 2 children and swallowed them whole with large gulps. Such horrors took place overnight across many cities. The next day at court, Your Majesty, the recent ghost outbreaks have made the people afraid to go out at night. If this continues, the imperial treasury may face serious problems. The finance official spoke up. Oh, are the commoners really that timid? A few ghosts have scared them into not daring to leave their homes. And now, is there anyone still claiming my ascension was illegitimate? Gu Ming asked, frowning slightly. Since Gu Ming had remained inside the palace and never encountered any ghostly beings, he wasn't fully aware of how a few ghosts could terrify the people to such an extent. Moreover, none of the other ministers had personally experienced these ghosts either, so they weren't well informed about this situation. In their view, the death of a few individuals every day was not much of a problem. After all, more people died daily from monster attacks. No one is saying Your Majesty's throne is illegitimately gained, the finance official replied. The common folk were now preoccupied with the ghost issue, worrying if they could even survive until the next day. No one cared anymore about the legitimacy of Gu Ming's ascension. The finance official thought inwardly with a bit of sarcasm. That's good then. Gu Ming seemed quite satisfied. Your Majesty, I believe we should send someone to deal with the ghost disturbances. Your reign is new, and many areas need funding. If the night markets are shut down due to this, it will cause significant losses for the empire. Other ministers also chimed in one by one to agree. They didn't care much about casualties, but couldn't tolerate any harm to their businesses. The impact on the night markets is indeed a serious matter. We currently don't have enough sky-level experts to dispatch to each city, so let the families within each city take responsibility for handling the ghost issues. Inform them that if they fail to act earnestly and affect the empire's tax revenue as a result, they will be held accountable and forced to make up for the losses, Gu Ming stated casually. In Gu Ming's mind, ghosts weren't that big of a deal. If the families in various cities couldn't resolve this, it would only mean they weren't genuinely putting in the effort or deliberately neglecting their duties. Up until now, Gu Ming still believed the ghost issue wasn't something worth major concern. After Gu Ming issued his command, it took just one evening for the ghost disturbances in the capital to be effectively contained. This was mainly because various powerful factions were concentrated in the imperial city, along with many strong warriors who easily overpowered the ghosts. Especially under the leadership of the Dragon Knights, the ghostly beings had no chance to fight back. While Gu Ming was rejoicing at the successful clearance of ghosts from the capital, the situation in other cities, especially smaller ones, wasn't faring well. These places simply lacked sufficient experts to handle the ghost troubles. Chapter 115. Mingyue sets out again to capture ghosts. In the City of Death, ghosts have been appearing in large numbers across various cities, and the City of Death is no exception. However, there are no ghosts in the inner city, while there are a few in the outer city, but not too many. After all, the outer city has more mercenaries, many of whom are powerful enough to deal with these ghosts. Recently, there have been a great number of ghost extermination missions available at mercenary guilds in different cities. But apart from a few brave mercenaries who dare to accept these missions, most of them do not dare take on such tasks. Since only a few mercenaries can handle ghost extermination, the commissions for such missions have been climbing higher and higher. Rich merchants may be able to afford it, but common people often go bankrupt without having enough money to post these tasks, leaving them to pray at home that someone might help them. Students, although you've all now learned how to create spirit-invoking talismans, we spirit talisman masters are still too few in number. The talismans we produce are far from enough. Now, ghostly beings have appeared in every city of the empire. Therefore, I have decided to lead you all to destroy these ghosts, and make our name as spirit talisman masters renowned. Are you willing to join me? Mingyue said loudly on the podium, wearing a set of golden and glittering ornaments. Make a name. Make a name. The students shouted excitedly. Mingyue nodded satisfactorily. Her students had high morale indeed. Ever since Mingyue last heard from Xuanhuan that they should let others know that spirit talisman masters were wealthy, such recognition would encourage more people to become spirit talisman masters. Mingyue had adorned herself with all sorts of splendid decorations. Not only did she wear them, but under her request, her students also had to carry their most valuable items with them and wear them visibly so that others could see them. Some students didn't come from wealthy families, but after learning to manufacture spirit-invoking talismans and selling them to mercenary guilds, they all became overnight millionaires. The price of spirit-invoking talismans has been rising day by day. To elevate the image of spirit talisman masters, Mingyue specially ordered custom-made clothing at the best tailors in the City of Death. These garments were uniformly white with golden edges. Not only were the edges of the clothes lined with gold, but the words Spirit Talisman Master embroidered on the chest, and back were also made of golden thread, making them appear very affluent. Moreover, to better wear their adornments, the clothes had many small buttons which allowed for the convenient hanging of gold and jewels. To distinguish the abilities of the spirit talisman masters, Mingyue also customized hats for everyone. These hats had many small holes, and for each ghost captured, a pearl could be embedded into these small holes. As they hadn't eliminated any ghosts yet, all the hats still had full sets of holes, looking strange like beehives. Now the jewelers in the city of death smile ingratiatingly when they see spirit talisman masters, fawning as much as possible. Now I will give you some time to return home and bring all your good stuff. We'll meet at the city gate at noon. Remember, this time we're going to other cities, so bring your finest gold and jewels. Don't disgrace the reputation of our spirit talisman masters, understood? Mingyue called out loudly. Understood. The students responded with one voice. Then, Mingyue waved her hand. Go prepare. At noon, outside the city gate. Who are these people? So dazzling. They are spirit talisman masters. Spirit talisman masters. I see they're going ghost hunting. Yes, they're going to capture ghosts in other cities. Just kids. Can they really catch ghosts? You must not know much. Don't you know, the last time they set out to capture a ghost, they caught it as soon as they met face to face. That ghost didn't even have time to fight back. That's right. Last time it was in an old inn. I went along to watch. There wasn't a sound, and when they came out, the ghost was gone. So powerful. Of course. Haven't you heard of the spirit-invoking talismans being sold recently in the city? I have. They're made by those spirit talisman masters. Think about it. If they can summon gods, capturing ghosts is just like child's play. Summon gods? The spirit talisman masters are really amazing. And that's putting it lightly. The gathered crowd let out sighs of admiration upon seeing the assembled spirit talisman masters, pleasing Mingyue and her students greatly. When people spoke near Mingyue, they avoided looking directly at her group, only sneaking quick glances occasionally, not because they feared or respected the spirit talisman masters, but simply because the latter were too flashy. Adorned head to toe with gold and jewels, standing under the midday sun only exacerbated the glare, making it impossible for anyone to look for too long. It was simply too dazzling. Is everyone here? Mingyue squinted, having been blinded by the shine herself. Everyone is here. The students also spoke while squinting. All right, let's depart. After speaking, everyone boarded their own carriage and set off towards the flowing city, which was nearest to the Death City. There were many luxurious carriages, but the sight of over a dozen opulent carriages at once was quite uncommon. This made the people of Death City marvel. Talisman masters sure are rich, each setting out in their own grand carriage. Xuanhuan stood on the city wall looking at the somewhat exaggerated convoy, scratching his head. He now had serious doubts about Mingyue's comprehension ability. I asked you to let others know that talisman masters are wealthy, but there's no need to go this far. Your entire body is covered with jewels. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Lord Dahao, instruct the mercenary guilds in other cities to ensure Mingyue and her team are protected, Xuanhuan said to Dahao beside him. Yes, Your Highness. Then Dahao asked again. Your Highness, shall we send someone to accompany Princess Mingyue? There might be troublemakers who dare offend the princess along the way to Flowing City. No need. I've already arranged for protection. Xuanhuan had long since arranged for the black and white impermanence duo from the underworld to secretly follow and protect them. Moreover, Yu and Wang Chong were always ready to watch over Mingyue as well, so he was very reassured. Besides, Xuanhuan had prepared a good number of self-made talismans for Mingyue, some with powerful effects. Most importantly, he placed a strand of his divine soul on Mingyue, so if anything unusual happened to her, he would sense it immediately. That wouldn't allow another situation like last time where he unknowingly got dragged into the ghostly realm. Let's go back. After speaking, Xuanhuan turned around and left the city wall. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Xuanhuan began to make spirit-invoking talismans. Mingyue's group lacked the power. They could produce too few spirit-invoking talismans, completely failing to meet the demand, not even enough for Death City, let alone other places. Therefore, Xuanhuan decided to manufacture some himself. Initially, he intended to simplify the process of creating spirit-invoking talismans so that others could also create them, but upon further thought, he deemed this inappropriate. It was something he had promised Mingyue, and if others could also create them, then the advantage of the talisman masters would be greatly reduced. Having no choice, he had to first make some himself, and later, when Mingyue and her team gained enough skill, they wouldn't need him to make them anymore. Chapter 116, Arrival at Flowing City. Mingyue and her group arrived at Flowing City in an extremely ostentatious manner. Although they encountered many people along the way, no one dared to come up and inquire. This luxurious caravan of carriages, despite having no guards escorting it, was walking so arrogantly on the road that it must belong to someone extraordinary, someone with great confidence. They understood these were people they couldn't provoke. At sunset, Mingyue's group arrived at the city gate of Flowing City. Students, we've reached Flowing City. This is our first stop to make a name for ourselves as spellcasters. Are you all ready? Mingyue shouted from the carriage. We're ready. Good. Let's go into the city. Hooray! Hooray! The students excitedly shouted. The people at the city gate couldn't help but be curious upon seeing this magnificent caravan of carriages. Whose noble family is this? I don't know, but it probably isn't anyone from a noble family. They wouldn't be this ostentatious. I think they're nouveau riche from somewhere. I agree with that. Hey, isn't that Qin Chong, the president of our Flowing City Mercenary Guild? Why is he bringing so many mercenaries here? Look beside him. Aren't those the vice president and several managers? Why are they all coming to the city gate? It seems like they're here to greet someone. There must be some big shot arriving in Flowing City. Could it be the guild master of the mercenary guild inspecting us? Hey, look, President Xiuxian is walking towards those carriages. Wow, it really is them. Is the guild master's taste so poor that he would ride in such a vulgar carriage? Who knows? While other onlookers continued discussing who was inside the carriages, Qing Cheng, the president of the Flowing City Mercenary Guild, approached the front of the carriage. May I ask if you are Her Royal Highness Princess Mingyue? Mingyue heard someone calling her and poked her head out of the carriage asking, "Who are you?" "I am Qing Cheng, president of the Flowing City Mercenary Guild, here to welcome your Royal Highness Princess Mingyue." "Oh, so you're the person my older brother sent to receive me." Mingyue got down from the carriage happily. "Your Royal Highness." Several individuals bowed upon seeing Mingyue alight. "Rise, rise." When the few looked up, they suddenly felt an overwhelming brightness. Princess Mingyue was glowing. At the time, the sun had just set, leaving behind its afterglow. The jewels and accessories on Mingyue's body sparkled brilliantly, making the others feel like the sun had risen again. "Students, the Mercenary Guild has come to meet us," Mingyue called out to the carriages behind. After hearing this, the students exited their carriages one by one, gathering around Mingyue. Over a dozen radiant students standing together made the city gates significantly brighter. Looking at the group of shining individuals before him, Chengqing internally thought sarcastically, "What on earth are these people? I thought only Princess Mingyue might have strange tastes, but her students seem just the same. Hopefully, these people won't be too difficult to deal with." The vice president and several managers remained silent, their heads lowered, suppressing laughter. The commoners watching the commotion didn't care who these people were. Seeing how radiant Mingyue and her students were, they started joking around. "Hey, looks like after the sun went down, they decided to come to our Flowing City." Haha, others laughed after hearing this. "There are so many mini-suns here." Huh. Upon hearing these jokes, not only were the students not offended, but they were actually very pleased. These comments were praising them for being like the sun. Although Mingyue and her students didn't catch the sarcastic undertone, the few members of the Mercenary Guild did, and Xingqing gave them a stern look. This glare instantly silenced the jokers. "Princess, you must be tired from your long journey. After receiving the notice, we've prepared the best rooms at the Mercenary Inn for all of you," Xingqing respectfully stated. "That's great. I was just thinking about finding a place to stay," Mingyue replied cheerfully. "Princess, please proceed." Mingyue nodded lightly. "Students, let's enter the city." Subsequently, the entourage, dazzling with radiance, followed the members of the Mercenary Guild toward the Mercenary Inn. Originally, Mingyue intended to ride in the carriage into the city, but the students, being here for the first time, were curious about what differences there were between Flowing City and Death City, so they insisted on walking instead. Despite her protests, Mingyue finally gave in and walked alongside them. "This is Flowing City? It doesn't look like much worse than our Death City." "Yeah, there isn't anything particularly new or interesting here either." As the students wandered through the city, they expressed deep dissatisfaction. They assumed another city would offer something different, but they found out everything here already existed in Death City. Some things Death City even didn't have in Flowing City, which greatly disappointed them. Chengqing explained nearby, "Flowing City is the closest to Death City, and it resembles it quite a lot. Most items here are sold from Death City, so there aren't many unique features. You'll find more distinctive things in cities further away from Death City." After hearing this, the students immediately lost all interest. "We didn't come here to play. Remember your mission, understand?" Mingyue said from the side. "Yes." Mingyue pouted her lips, a group of kids. Seeing fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, Mingyue curiously asked Qing Cheng, "President Cheng, didn't you just say that Flowing City and Death City were very similar? Death City can be very lively at night, so why are there so few people on the streets right after sunset?" Qing Cheng sighed and said, "Isn't it because of the ghost trouble recently? Originally, Flowing City was also lively at night, but in the last month, ghosts have appeared frequently, making people afraid to go out at night." "That's good then, President Cheng. Rest assured, we're here to eliminate the ghosts, and it won't take long for us to get rid of all the ghosts in Flowing City," Mingyue stated firmly. Then she turned to the students behind her. "Don't you agree?" "Yes, we will eliminate all the ghosts and make a name for ourselves as spellcasters," the students shouted. Mingyue nodded in satisfaction. Qing Cheng stood aside speechless. "You with all that dazzling gold want to get rid of all the ghosts? And what am I supposed to be reassured about? If you hadn't come, I would have been reassured. Civilians not coming out at night doesn't affect me much, and with these ghosts around, the Mercenary Guild's revenue has even increased." Of course, Ching dared not voice these thoughts, only nodding while wearing an apologetic smile. The Mercenary Guild wasn't far from the city gate. Its location had been carefully chosen to facilitate better task exchanges for mercenaries. Very soon, the group arrived at the Mercenary Guild, with the Mercenary Inn nearby. Once inside the Mercenary Inn, food had already been prepared for Mingyue and her group. "Your Royal Highness, the meal has been prepared for you all. After eating, I'll send someone to show you to your rooms," Qing Cheng said beside her. "Good. Thank you, President Cheng," Mingyue nodded. She then turned to address the students. "Classmates, now enjoy the meal, and when night falls, it'll be time for us spellcasters to make our move." Whoa. Chapter 117, Ghost Catching Techniques. After having a satisfying drink and meal, Mingyue and the others returned to their assigned rooms, one person per room, all of them premium rooms. They basically occupied most of the high-end rooms in the inn. Upon returning to her room, Mingyue took out a small notebook titled Ghost Catching Techniques. It documented all things related to ghost catching preparations, methods for capturing ghosts, and ghost illustrations with information about the entities. Xuanhuan had heard about Mingyue's team's performance during their previous ghost hunting trip and specially prepared this notebook for her because he could not stand their way of catching ghosts any longer. Mingyue looked at the small notebook for a moment before calling all the students to her room. "Teacher, didn't you say we should rest?" asked one student. "I'm still not at ease. Last time we failed to catch the ghost, and this time we must not make mistakes. That's why I've called you all here to review the content inside the ghost catching techniques," said Mingyue. "Teacher, we've already memorized it. Do we really need to review?" The students complained. "Not possible. We have to go over it again," Mingyue said seriously. "All right," the students replied lifelessly. "Let me ask you first, what is the first thing you do upon discovering a ghost?" "Xiuxian, you answer." Mingyue pointed to a student named Xiuxian. "The first thing to do upon finding a ghost is observe its strength and characteristics," Xiuxian replied. Mingyue nodded. "Once you know the ghost's characteristics and strength, what comes next?" "Xiuxian, it's your turn." Mingyue pointed to a student named Xiuxian. "After identifying the ghost's characteristics, prepare the appropriate magical artifacts so that you can deal with the ghost more effectively." Mingyue nodded again. She then continued questioning the students, who performed admirably by answering all the questions correctly. The contents of the ghost catching techniques weren't overly extensive because currently, there aren't too many special ghosts around. In no time at all, every piece of content in the ghost catching techniques was questioned thoroughly. "All right, your performances are very good. Remember to strictly follow the instructions laid out in the ghost catching techniques when you catch ghosts. We cannot just scream at the ghost like we did last time, understood?" Mingyue sternly instructed. "Yes," the students responded uniformly. "All right, back to rest." "Yes." After the students left, Mingyue also began to rest as she was slightly exhausted today. At midnight, "Is the teacher still asleep?" asked a student. "Yes, still. Should we wake her up?" "You go ahead then." "Why don't you?" "I'm afraid I'll get beaten." The student sighed after hearing that, reminded of an incident where once during teacher Mingyue's afternoon nap, Xiuxian woke her up because of something urgent. He ended up crying from her office with a bruised nose and face. Mingyue was perfect in every way, except for her tendency to lash out when someone woke her up. There were even rumors about other teachers being beaten by her. Afterward, no one dared disturb Mingyue's naps anymore. During her rests, even other teachers in the office dared not breathe loudly for fear of getting hit. None of the students dared to wake Mingyue either, and they could only wait anxiously in the hall. A while later, one student asked, "What if the teacher sleeps until dawn? What will we do then?" "Nah, it wouldn't come to that," another student uncertainly replied. Everyone remained silent after hearing this. "How about we go catch the ghost ourselves?" Xiuxian suggested. "Would that be okay? What if the teacher wakes up and finds us missing? What then? What's the problem anyway? As long as we strictly follow the ghost catching techniques, nothing will go wrong. I heard these techniques were written specially for teacher Mingyue by the city lord himself." "Really?" "Yeah." Xiuxian nodded forcefully. "So the ghost catching techniques has such an extraordinary origin." The people of Death City, especially those in the inner city, admired Xuanhuan immensely. Hearing that the ghost catching techniques were written by Xuanhuan, they immediately regarded it as an invaluable secret scripture. If this is the city lord's technique manual, there shouldn't be any problems. But who stays behind to wait for the teacher to wake up? As soon as these words came out, the students exchanged glances. None of them wanted to stay behind. It's much more fun to hunt for ghosts. "Xiuxian, you stay and wait for the teacher to wake up. You're the youngest and weakest among us, making you the most suitable candidate," Xiuxian said to a girl named Xiuxian. "But I want to go with you guys to catch the ghost," Xiuxian said pitifully. "We'll take you next time." "That's settled. Let's go, classmates." With that, Xiuxian waved his hand and was the first to leave the inn. The others followed suit, leaving behind Xiuxian, who looked innocently puzzled. It was now midnight, and the streets were deserted, desolate, and cold. A cool wind blew past, but the students remained unfazed. Their excitement could not be contained as they were about to catch a ghost. And what's more, they were doing so without the teacher's supervision. They were all riled up. "All right, let's start looking for the ghost now. Take out your tools." Subsequently, everyone took out the specialized ghost-finding compasses for this task, which had been taught by Xuanhuan to Mingyue. Soon after, the compass reacted. "There's a reaction to the east. Good, let's go, let's catch that ghost." Xiuxian pointed his magical sword toward the east and said, "Hooray, hooray, hooray." The students shouted at the top of their lungs. "Xiu, did you forget what it says in the ghost-catching techniques? We have to keep our voices low," Xiuxian reminded them. Right. We should be quieter so the ghost doesn't run away." Immediately upon hearing this, the students became silent. A group of more than a dozen then quietly made their way towards the eastern direction. They thought they were moving stealthily, but the jangling sounds from their jewels and amulets could be heard clearly. In the quiet night, the sound was extremely grating, and the reflective shine of these adornments caught the moonlight, making them very conspicuous in the dark. Before long, they arrived at the location indicated by the compass. "It's nearby. Everyone look around." Xiuxian whispered softly. "Look over there. Is that it?" One student pointed to the middle of the road. The others looked in the direction his finger was pointing, only to see an old man figure strolling along, leaving trails of water wherever he passed. "It must be him. The compass points toward him, and his path is full of water with droplets dripping from his body. That's surely the drowned ghost described in the ghost-catching techniques," Xiuxian analyzed. "What do we do now? Should we just rush over and blast him with talismans?" After thinking for a moment, Xiuxian replied, "Although the ghost-catching techniques say drowned ghosts are weak, and just a few thunder talismans can solve them, we still need to follow the procedure. Didn't the book say? The first thing after finding a ghost is observation, because some ghosts may have special abilities. So we must be cautious. That's correct. I agree with Shirtu. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures 100 victories in 100 battles. Caution is best. Another student nodded. All right then, let's observe this ghost first before acting. The others agreed by nodding too. Following this, more than a dozen students took out their 5 thunder talismans and magic swords. They dashed over to where the drowned ghost was, encircling it, and began observing it while forming a tight circle around the ghost. Drowned ghost. Chapter 118. The students who catch ghosts. The drowning ghost was panicked by being surrounded. Although these people appeared to be just a group of kids, he could feel enormous danger from the talisman in their hands. What are you? The drowning ghost growled low. We are talisman masters, specialists in eradicating ghosts like you, Ernyo answered. One of the students beside him immediately pulled him aside after hearing his response to the ghost's question, whispering, "You've forgotten what's in the ghost catching techniques. Don't chat with ghosts. Some can deceive people with words. Be careful. All we need to do is observe the ghost strictly according to the steps." The student who had answered nodded at once after hearing this. Glad you reminded me. Otherwise I would have fallen for that ghost's trick. So, the drowning ghost was surrounded by the students for over 10 minutes. He didn't dare move because of the 5 thunder talismans in their hands, but the students were unsure of what to do next. We've been observing it for so long now. Then what? Someone asked softly to Shirtu. Shirtu thought for a moment and replied. The ghost catching techniques say that one must observe carefully to see what abilities the ghost has. We don't know this ghost's abilities yet, so we still need to observe further. The others nodded after hearing this. Indeed, they needed to observe carefully, no room for mistakes. This was their first ghost to capture. After a long while, the drowning ghost grew quite irritated at being surrounded by this group of shiny-looking individuals and being stared at continuously. In all his time as a ghost, he'd never been so insulted. Either fight or let me go. Why keep surrounding and staring at me? What exactly are you going to do? The drowning ghost shouted angrily, unable to bear it any longer. He's panicking, he's panicking. Indeed, ghosts are all hot-headed. Upon hearing this, the drowning ghost became even angrier. Were they making a fool of him? No, they were definitely playing tricks on him. Unable to endure any more, despite the risk, he decided to break out. Thinking this, a large amount of water suddenly erupted from the drowning ghost's body. Some formed a protective barrier around him against attacks, while the rest took shape as columns of water attacking the students. Wow, wow, the students screamed in panic upon seeing the water columns flying towards them. All of them were inexperienced in combat, and quickly descended into chaos, scattering in all directions trying to evade. Seeing this, the drowning ghost chuckled disdainfully. I thought you guys had some skills, huh? He continued controlling the water column to attack those who were dodging. In the midst of evading frantically, Shirtu soon realized what was happening and shouted loudly. Now we know that the ghost uses water columns to attack. According to step 2, we can use talismans to strike back. Everyone, use your 5 thunder talismans to attack. Hearing this, the students snapped out of their confusion and hurriedly threw the 5 thunder talismans they held in their hands at the drowning ghost. Thrown hastily, only about half of the 15 thunder talismans hit the target. However, the power of even 5 or 6 talismans was too much for one drowning ghost to handle. Although the drowning ghost surrounded himself with a water sphere for defense, water's conductivity proved fatal. With a series of boom, boom, boom sounds, water splashed everywhere, and the water columns that had been attacking the students stopped instantly, falling uselessly onto the ground. Seeing that there were no more water column attacks, the students stopped to look in the direction of the drowning ghost. There, the drowned ghost stood motionless in the middle of the road, blackened all over. This ghost isn't moving anymore. Is it a trap? Is it pretending not to move, luring us closer before suddenly attacking? Someone worriedly asked. Possibly. Let's try bombing it with another round of 5 thunder talismans. Shirtu suggested after nodding. All right. Soon, another dozen lightning bolts struck the drowning ghost. As these were all accurately aimed, every single one of the students' talismans hit this time. But when the first bolt struck the drowning ghost, its already scorched and charcoal-like body crumbled into points of black smoke dissipating in the air, causing the subsequent bolts to hit the ground instead. Whoa, 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 we have defeated a ghost. At the sight of this, the students jumped around joyously, creating clanging sounds as they celebrated. Well done. Following the procedures laid out in the ghost capturing techniques really makes things easy, Shirtu laughed loudly. Everyone, our first operation was extremely successful. With all 15 of us working together, we eliminated one ghost. If we take out 14 more, we'll be able to embed a gemstone into our hats. Shirtu was thrilled, and everyone else was equally excited. So, let's set off now to find the second ghost. Agreed. As they spoke, the group once again brought out their compasses. Inside a civilian's house, a family of 5 faced a ghost. The 3 children in the woman's arms cried loudly wah, wah. And the man held a kitchen knife, wildly swinging it at the ghost in front of him, shouting, "Evil ghost, get away from me." Although the man shouted fiercely, his trembling hands and terrified eyes revealed that he was scared too. But he knew he couldn't retreat now because his wife and children were right behind him. The ghost didn't harm the man directly, but instead played with him using its long tongue. The ghost's tongue was over 5 meters long and moved extremely fast. Every time the man wasn't paying attention, it would lick his face, covering it in saliva so much that he could barely open his eyes. Tisk, tsk, tisk. The long-tongued ghost was having a blast. The man, being washed repeatedly, kept violently chopping at the tongue, quickly exhausting himself to the point where he sat on the ground gasping for breath. Seeing this, the long-tongued ghost licked him a few more times. However, the man didn't respond. He was too tired to even lift the kitchen knife anymore. Bored by this, the long-tongued ghost stretched out its tongue, wrapping it around the man's neck and lifting him into the air, preparing to suffocate him. With his neck constricted, the man could only let out air sounds. Beside him, the woman and her 3 children screamed, and their cries echoed through the neighborhood. What should we do? Old Wang's family is haunted by a ghost. After they die, will the ghost come after us? The neighboring household trembled in fear inside their room. I don't know. Please, just don't let it come for us. The neighbor prayed while hiding under the blanket. Such prayers spread from house to house. A sudden bang resounded, followed by the sound of tinkling and clattering. Startled, the long-tongued ghost dropped the man it had been strangling and looked curiously at the group of teenagers adorned with jewels who now surrounded it. Each teenager held a talisman, from which the ghost sensed danger. Who are you? The long-tongued ghost frowned. We are. Ernio started proudly, ready to boast, but Shirtu interrupted him. Don't speak. How many times do I have to remind you? Follow the ghost-catching techniques strictly. Shirtu loudly scolded. I'm sorry, big sister Shirtu. Ernio immediately shut up and focused on observing the long-tongued ghost as instructed. Chapter 119. The Fame of the Spellmasters. The long-tongued ghost asked a few more questions, but none of these people answered him, which infuriated him. After a while, they still stared at him silently. Suddenly, the long-tongued ghost extended its lengthy tongue and stabbed toward one of them. This ghost uses its tongue to attack. Observation complete, attack, shouted Stone. As Stone finished speaking, 15 lightning bolts instantly struck the long-tongued ghost. The lightning was too fast, and before the ghost could react, it was zapped to pieces, its spirit scattered. Good, we're done. Stone waved his hand after seeing the ghost vanquished. This is the second one now. There are 13 left. Let's double our efforts. All right. After saying that, they prepared to leave. Thank you, noble sir, for saving my family. The woman knelt behind them in gratitude. Stone stopped and turned around, saying, We aren't nobles. We are spellmasters who specialize in eliminating ghosts and monsters. Thank you, Master Spellmaster. The woman cried as she thanked them and pulled the 3 children beside her to their knees in respect. They were just students, not aristocrats, and had never seen such grand rituals. They immediately helped them up. There's no need for formalities. Eliminating evil spirits is the duty of us spellmasters. The students all said. The woman did not rise, kneeling beside the man crying. Husband, how are you? At this moment, the man lay motionless on the ground but was still breathing. Then the woman looked at everyone, sobbing as she begged. Master Spellmasters, please save my husband. Upon seeing this, Stone approached the man, examined him, and then took out a cleansing charm, wiping away all the saliva from his body. He then retrieved a healing charm and placed it on the man's head. The man was merely exhausted. Although his neck had been wrapped by the ghost, the students arrived in time, so he wasn't injured. Thanks to the healing charm, he quickly opened his eyes. Husband, you've awakened. That's wonderful. The woman, upon seeing her husband awake, cried uncontrollably. Why am I fine? What happened to that ghost? The man woke up confused, feeling very well with a sense of comfort throughout his body, as if he had just woken from a dream. My husband, it was the Master Spellmasters who saved us. Hurry and thank them. The woman turned to look where the students had stood, but they were already gone. After healing the man with the healing charm, Stone led his classmates away. They still needed to find other ghosts. Besides, they couldn't bear emotional scenes like this one. During the entire night, the students became increasingly enthusiastic about capturing ghosts until dawn began breaking. Sister Stone, it's almost morning. In the latter half of the night, we searched for a long time but didn't find any ghosts, said Inu disappointedly. Yeah, it's already dawn. We only needed one more ghost to be able to set a gemstone. What a pity. I wanted to give teacher Mingyue a surprise. Sister Stone regretfully said. In the span of one night, the students eliminated 14 ghosts. Of course, they encountered more than 14. A few were too powerful and escaped. Forget it, let's return. There won't be any ghosts to catch today, said Stone regrettably since they only missed one ghost. If their teamwork was better, those ghosts wouldn't have escaped. All right. The others nodded in agreement. It's impossible to find ghosts during the day. Back at the mercenaries' inn, the first thing they saw was xiuxian sleeping on the table. After waking xiuxian up, the rest returned to their rooms to sleep. They had been excited all night, and once relaxed, they felt incredibly tired. Now all they wanted to do was rest. Xiuxian looked at her lethargic classmates and assumed they hadn't captured any ghosts, which explained their lack of energy. You didn't bring me along and ended up not catching any ghosts, right? Xiuxian muttered. Meanwhile, Mingyue was sprawled across the bed asleep, snoring loudly. In the morning, as sunlight spread over the earth, the inn started to become lively again. Mingyue woke up, stretched deeply, and looked around. Oh no, I overslept. The sun has already risen. Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Dressed hurriedly, Mingyue rushed out of the room. Teacher Mingyue, you're awake. Xiuxian had not returned to sleep after waking up, and was the first to notice Mingyue stepping out. Xiuxian, are you up? Did you guys also sleep late yesterday? Mingyue asked. No, they all went ghost hunting yesterday without bringing me along. I waited here alone for you to wake up. Xiuxian said resentfully. What? You went ghost hunting yesterday? Were there any injuries? Mingyue was shocked. No injuries. They just came back not too long ago, and now are all asleep. Judging by their looks, it seems they didn't catch any ghosts. That's good. No injuries mean everything's fine. Mingwei sighed in relief after hearing this. Why didn't any of you wake me up? Mingwei accused. We didn't dare. Xiuxian replied in a low voice. After hearing this, Mingwei paused, recalling her previous incident of hitting someone. She sighed. It wasn't the students' fault that they didn't dare to wake her. It was hers alone. Never mind. It's probably for the best that we didn't catch any ghosts. This will make them realize that catching ghosts isn't as easy as it seems. Since they haven't slept all night, let them rest. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Not yet. In that case, let's have breakfast first. In no time, 2 bowls of steaming beef noodles were delivered to their table. The beef noodles here in Flowing City aren't bad at all. They're not worse than those in Death City. Mingwei was satisfied with the taste of the noodles. Xiuxian also nodded obediently, her mouth full of noodles, unable to speak. Did you hear? Yesterday, a group of glowing people showed up and eliminated dozens of ghosts within Flowing City, said someone at the next table. Not dozens, hundreds. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday, another person said. You saw it? Tell us what happened. This meal is on me. Alright then, let me tell you. This group appeared out of nowhere last night in Flowing City. As soon as they saw a ghost, they killed it. Those ghosts didn't have a chance to fight back. They say these people saved many lives. Didn't anyone see them or know how they looked? That's the mysterious part about them. They were covered in divine light so that no one could see their real features. All people saw were beams of light. No one knows what they look like. I see. Everyone realized. Mingwei overheard this conversation and found it strange. Could Brother Han have sent someone? Or could gods really have appeared in Flowing City? Did they leave their name? Someone nearby asked. Yes, they called themselves Spellmasters. Upon hearing this, Mingwei was surprised. Spellmasters? I, the great ancestor of Spellmasters, am sitting right here. How come I didn't know that hundreds of ghosts were slain by Spellmasters last night? Chapter 120. The Ghost Circle discusses Talisman Masters. After listening to the conversation nearby, Mingwei looked at Xiuxian with a puzzled expression. Xiuxian, did they really not catch any ghosts last night? Pouting, Xiuxian nodded quickly and said after swallowing her food, they weren't happy when they returned. I think they definitely didn't catch any ghosts. If they had, they would surely have come to boast to me. Mingwei nodded in agreement, thinking that what Xiuxian said was correct. She knew her students well. They liked to boast about their accomplishments, worrying no one would notice. Mingwei and Xiuxian's judgment wasn't wrong, but neither of them realized that the students had been tired out all night, plus the disappointment of being only one short for embedding the jewelry. They were so exhausted that they lacked energy, and thus hadn't come out to brag yet. Mingwei felt even more perplexed after hearing Xiuxian's words. If it wasn't her students, then who was pretending to be a talisman master? Mingwei thought for a long time without coming up with an answer, so she decided to ask the students once they woke up. After all, they'd spent the entire night outside, and if there really were other talisman masters around, asking them should yield some information. Could the talisman master people talked about last night be my own students? Mingwei began to suspect. Never mind, don't overthink it. After finishing their meal, Mingwei took Xiuxian into the room to start creating divine invocation talismans. Mingwei had strictly forbidden her students from using divine invocation talismans casually unless they encountered a ghost they couldn't defeat. This was partly because she feared they might become overly reliant on divine invocation talismans while neglecting their personal cultivation, and also because such talismans were currently scarce and expensive outside. Mingwei and her students stayed indoors all day at the inn, unaware that news about the talisman master from last night was already spreading rapidly throughout the city and becoming more exaggerated by the minute. The news about the talisman master wasn't just spreading among the residents of the city. The ghosts themselves were discussing it as well. A few ghosts that had escaped last night informed others about the events, truthfully recounting the incident without exaggeration. Through careful research, the ghosts collectively outlined a few key characteristics of the talisman masters. Firstly, talisman masters appeared to be quite wealthy and favored carrying gold and jewels with them, making them easy to recognize. Secondly, they generally attacked using talismans which inflicted severe damage on ghosts far greater than both martial chi or magic, though aside from their talismans, the masters themselves were not particularly strong. Thirdly, if a ghost ever encountered a talisman master, it was advised never to strike first. It seemed like talisman masters adhered to certain restrictions. They wouldn't initiate combat until provoked, instead focusing on surrounding their opponents and watching them carefully, torturing the ghosts with nothing more than stares. In such situations, the ghosts must resist, awaiting backup. Ghosts also had their own social circles. Before leaving to feed on human souls, they agreed upon specific activity ranges beforehand to ensure no two would end up in the same area. In this world, ghosts thrived on fresh souls and emotions, especially negative emotions like fear and dread. Souls infused with negativity were highly nourishing to them. At first, Xuanhuan didn't understand why. Weren't ghosts supposed to absorb yang energy rather than souls? Later he understood. It would be counterproductive for ghosts to drain yang energy, since yang energy could be fatal to them. Those who absorbed yang energy were typically demons or spirits. For instance, Nie Xiuxian didn't consume yang energy herself. She lured victims merely to feed the tree spirit, Black Mountain Elder. Some ghosts appeared to be sucking yang energy when they actually targeted souls. It was merely a misunderstanding among humans. Mingwei and Xiuxian worked on divine invocation talismans all morning and came out for lunch at noon. The students were still asleep, and Mingwei originally considered waking them but decided against it. After resting a bit post-lunch, they continued producing talismans in the afternoon. Teacher Mingwei, Why do we need to make so many divine invocation talismans? Now that we're rich, isn't it unnecessary to create this many? Why don't we just make more when we run out? Besides, if we encounter a ghost, we can always draw talismans in midair. Why go through the trouble of buying materials to make so many? Xiuxian complained, clearly growing weary of making talismans nonstop after a whole morning. Xiuxian, you're still young and don't understand the importance of money. A single divine invocation talisman equals a month's income for an ordinary person. If we taught others to make them, countless people would work day and night without stopping. And now you're reluctant to make them? Besides, although we can draw divine invocation talismans in midair, we should always keep a few on hand for emergencies just in case we encounter a situation where we cannot draw one. These talismans could save our lives. The most important point is, why do talisman masters eliminate ghosts? Because ghosts harm people. We create more divine invocation talismans so that we can save more people, understood? Just remember this. We talisman masters are professionals who deal with ghosts and monsters. Other disputes have nothing to do with us. Mingyue patiently explained. Xiuxian was still young and needed proper guidance. I understand, teacher. Xiuxian replied with her mouth pouted. Then she asked again. Teacher Mingyue, do we dress so extravagantly just to deal with ghosts? Not to deal with ghosts, but to encourage more people to join us as talisman masters. The more we become, the easier it will be to handle the ghosts, Mingyue explained. If that's the case, then why hasn't anyone joined yet? Didn't many people see us when we arrived at the flowing water city? Xiuxian asked curiously. They don't know our abilities yet. But don't worry. Tonight I'll take you all out to capture some ghosts. Once they witness our abilities, many skilled individuals will want to join us. At that time, we'll only choose the best among them. In the future, you will be their senior sister. Upon hearing that she'd be the senior sister of highly skilled students, Xiuxian's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. All right, we must catch more ghosts today than those glowing talisman masters did yesterday. We can't let all the experts run off to join them. Xiuxian clenched her small fists. Xiuxian was still too young to realize that there were no other talisman masters besides their group. She assumed that talisman masters existed elsewhere, just like mages and warriors. The afternoon passed quickly. As soon as Mingyue and Xiuxian opened the door and stepped out of the room, they saw the other students excitedly walking toward them. Teacher Mingyue, guess how many ghostly creatures we caught yesterday? The students exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Mingyue. You caught ghosts yesterday? Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Yes, teacher. You wouldn't believe, yesterday. The students competed to tell Mingyue about their achievements from the previous day. The more they spoke, the more excited they became, while Mingyue listened with growing astonishment. It turned out that the glowing talisman masters from the night before were indeed these very students of hers. Chapter 121, Charm Beads. After hearing the students' words, Mingyue was surprised. She didn't expect that the students could have removed so many ghosts without her guidance, only one ghost away from being able to embed a gemstone in their hats. As for herself, the teacher and ancestor of the talisman masters, she hadn't even dealt with a single ghost yet. Mingyue was now very happy for the students, but also blushed at herself. This ancestral master had less ghost exorcising experience than her own students. You have done well. You are worthy of being my students, bringing honor to us talisman masters. Mingyue praised. But be more careful in the future. Ghosts are not simple beings. Mingyue said worriedly. Relax, teacher. We strictly followed the contents of the ghost catching techniques. There is no problem at all. The students showed no concern over Mingyue's worry. Don't be too proud. Prioritize your own safety. Yes, teacher. Well, you guys have been up now. Without eating anything all day, you must be hungry. Let's go eat something first. All right. After saying this, Mingyue walked down the stairs with the students, preparing to have a meal. While going down the stairs, Mingyue enviously glanced at the hats on top of the students' heads, just one ghost away from having the first charm bead. How envious it was. Looking at it, Mingyue felt something was wrong and asked, Classmates, didn't you say you were just one ghost away from embedding a gemstone? Why haven't I seen any changes on your hats? The students stopped, puzzled. Teacher, we haven't reached 15 ghosts yet. How can there be a change? Mingyue thought about it and then asked, after removing the ghosts, did those ghosts turn into black smoke and dissipate? Yes, and then they disappeared. The students were curious why the teacher was asking this. When the ghosts turned into black smoke, did you not use the spirit-sending charm? Mingyue asked. No, what's the matter? The students were puzzled. Mingyue patted her head. I told you to pay attention in class, and none of you remembered that I said after removing the ghosts, you should use the spirit-sending charm, right? Teacher, I remember. But wouldn't it be fine without using the spirit-sending charm? Stone said. Didn't I tell you it's essential to use the spirit-sending charm to send away ghosts? Mingyue sighed. It's also my fault for not explaining it clearly to you. The spirit-sending charm actually sends the scattered ghosts to the underworld. After arriving in the underworld, there will be soldiers recording your achievements, and then they'll reward you. The reward is embedding gems in your hats, which are charm beads. The more charm beads you have, the faster your cultivation will grow. Originally, with just one ghost left, there should be an incomplete secondary charm bead on your hat. But now, since there's nothing on your hats, it means that the previous ghosts you caught don't count, and you won't receive any rewards. Hearing this, the students stood frozen in place, realizing they had wasted an entire night. Mingyue also felt regretful. She had coaxed xuanhuan for a long time before he agreed to enhance the functionality of the charm beads. Originally, the charm beads only increased the speed of cultivation. The more there were, the faster one would cultivate. Then, after employing some cajoling tactics, several other functions were added. One charm bead increased cultivation speed. The second, besides enhancing the function of increasing cultivation speed, also added some defensive abilities. The third charm bead further strengthened the first two functions while adding an offensive ability. The more subsequent charm beads one had, the more and stronger their abilities became. Of course, as the functions increased, the conditions for embedding charm beads became more difficult. The first charm bead required independently killing one ghost. The second required independently killing 2 ghosts. The third required 4 ghosts. The fourth 8 ghosts, and so on. There were 30 slots on the hat, and from the 29th to the 30th, one needed to eliminate over 500 million ghosts. Including the ones from before, fully embedding them would require billions of ghosts. Without a few thousand years or more, it would be basically impossible, especially if other talisman masters weren't snatching ghosts at the same time. If there were more talisman masters, there wouldn't be enough ghosts to go around. Although the strength of the ghosts could increase the progress of embedding the charm beads, the stronger the ghost, the rarer they became, requiring cooperation to remove them. In the end, it wouldn't make things much faster. Of course, these facts were not told to Mingyu by Xuanhuan, and Mingyu probably couldn't figure it out either. Seeing the students' dispirited expressions, Mingyu said, "We, as talisman masters, exorcise ghosts because it's our duty, not for the charm beads. Consider this as a lesson for not listening to your teacher. Remember to listen carefully in the future." "Yes, teacher," the students replied weakly. Xiuxian was laughing secretly. You shouldn't have excluded me." The group continued downstairs for their meal. Because it was just a meal, they didn't wear their talisman master clothes, just casual outfits, so no one recognized them. As soon as they went downstairs, they heard people at every table discussing the events of yesterday involving the talisman masters. Hearing the praise, the students regained their spirits. "Do you remember what happened at the city gates yesterday?" One group of people was discussing. "What happened?" "Yesterday, the president of the Mercenaries Guild, xiangxia, led the vice president and a few supervisors to meet someone." "Oh, I know about this. It seems like they were there to greet someone." "That's correct. I was there, and I found out that they were greeting Princess Mingyu from the City of Death and her students." "Is there any issue with that?" "If Princess Mingyu is here, and since she is the younger sister of Prince and who established the Mercenaries Guild, it's only natural for President xiangxia to go greet them. Of course, it's perfectly normal." However, Princess Mingyu and her students were adorned in gold and silver jewels, reflecting sunlight so brightly that they looked like a group of glowing orbs. Now, think about what they mentioned last night about the individuals emitting divine light. Are you saying? It can't be possible. Those students are just kids. So what if they're kids? They came from the inner city of the City of Death. Who would dare underestimate them? That person fell silent after hearing this, for to them, the inner city of the City of Death was akin to a mythical place. Anything or anyone could emerge from there. Seeing the other person didn't reply, the previous speaker continued. "Aside from the shining lights, there's another crucial point. They said they were talisman masters." "Huh, really? So, the talisman masters from last night were those children." The inner city of the City of Death truly lives up to its reputation. Even its children are powerful enough to effortlessly slay ghosts that only sky-level experts can handle. The listeners all sucked in a breath sharply. I'm quite certain it was them, because outside of the City of Death, I've never heard of the profession of talisman master. After hearing this, the students couldn't help but beam with joy, typical of children, who get carried away easily upon being praised. Ernyo proudly stepped forward and proclaimed, "Yes, we were the talisman masters who eliminated the ghostly creatures last night." Chapter 122, Making an Appearance. The inn's patrons, upon hearing Nuno's words, all turned their gaze towards him. Moments later, everyone went back to eating or boasting as if nothing had happened. No one paid him any attention. Seeing this situation, Nuno was dumbfounded and awkwardly turned to look at Mingyue and the others. Mingyue helplessly waved him over to eat with a sigh, while the other students snickered quietly, making Nuno even more embarrassed. It's not surprising that the people in the inn didn't believe them. Both Mingyue and her students were dressed rather ordinarily. They looked like children from decent families at best. In their minds, how could talisman masters, who were so powerful, be dressed so plainly? At the very least, they should have been in noble attire. Embarrassed, Nuno made his way over to Mingyue. "Everyone can order whatever dishes you like," Mingyue said without bringing up Nuno's earlier incident, fearing it might embarrass him further. Hungry already, the students eagerly ordered their favorite meals. Halfway through the meal, Nuno couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, aren't we supposed to let everyone know about talisman masters? Why did none of you help explain earlier?" "Nuno, you haven't been paying attention during lectures. Teacher, Mingyue has explained before that talisman masters need individuals with high talent due to the difficulty of entry. People with good talent usually have some pride, and if we just advertised ourselves to everyone, wouldn't that lower our standards? We're attracting talented individuals, not selling products." Shirtu remarked beside him. Mingyue nodded in agreement. What Shirtu said was correct. They had to attract interest instead of using marketing tactics. Talisman mastery was a prestigious profession and must maintain an air of pride to attract the right talent. To better and more quickly establish fame for the talisman masters, Mingyue had consulted Gaihan before coming to Lishui City and asked him to devise a plan. Gaihan had laid out several strategies for Mingyue. First, when entering Lishui City, they needed to make a grand entrance so people knew they were here. They had accomplished that already. Second, results were essential. No achievements meant no discussions. After last night's events, this point was also achieved. Third, now with their achievements established, they needed widespread promotion. Ideally, the entire city would know about them by now. Luckily, that goal was met since the whole city already knew of the talisman masters. Fourth, they had to occasionally appear within the city, but ensure these appearances weren't mundane. Regular sightings would dull curiosity, and without curiosity, there would be no reverence. Fifth, they shouldn't stay too long in one city. These were the methods Mingyue had learned from xiuxian. The first 3 points had been completed, and now it was time for the fourth, making occasional appearances. After thinking carefully, Mingyue said to the students, "After finishing the meal, everyone will wear the robes of the talisman masters." "Teacher, the sun hasn't set yet. It isn't evening. Are we going ghost hunting now? Ghosts haven't come out yet, right?" Shirtu asked, puzzled. "Not that. We're heading to the Adventurers Guild next. Don't you still have some spirit-invoking talismans left? We'll hand them over to the guild so they can sell them on our behalf," Mingyue explained. "Teacher, sending one person is enough? We don't need all of us to go, do we?" "No, all of us will go, and we'll present our best state to show the majesty of our talisman masters." "Yeah." Nyonyo cheered first, thrilled because he was still upset about people not believing he was a talisman master. "You'll see soon that I wasn't lying earlier." Daho looked around at the people nearby and thought privately. All right, the students were all cheerful. The idea of showing off excited them. Swiftly, they finished their meals, firstly because they were indeed hungry after hearing the plan, secondly because they wanted to leave soon and bask in the admiration of others. There'd be no pedestrians on the road if it got dark. As soon as they finished, they rushed back to their rooms like a gust of wind. Seeing this scene, Mingyue found her students endearing and smiled lightly. Then she also put down her chopsticks and returned to her own room. Not long after, ding ding dong dong, a ringing sound echoed up the inn staircase. All eyes turned toward the stairway. "It's the talisman masters," someone cried in surprise. It really is them. Who would have thought they'd be staying at this inn? My goodness, I'm encountering the legendary talisman masters. Mingyue inwardly sighed. How did they become legends? The students paid no mind to such musings. Upon hearing others' exclamations, they grinned widely and couldn't close their mouths from pure joy. "Look, that chubby boy, isn't he the one who claimed earlier to be a talisman master?" Someone recognized Nyonyo and pointed at him in astonishment. Nyonyo hated it when people said he was fat, and normally he would get angry whenever someone made such comments. However, this time he didn't. When everyone turned their eyes on him, Nyonyo immediately put on a high and mighty look as if to say, "Do not approach the expert. That chubby boy really is the one who claimed earlier to be a talisman master." At first, I didn't believe it. Truly, one can't judge a book by its cover. Upon hearing this, Nyonyo wasn't pleased. What did "one can't judge a book by its cover" mean? Was there something wrong with his appearance? His family had raised water spirit pigs and fed him well out of love, so what? Nyonyo gave the man a cold glance, too disdainful to even spare him a proper look. With a clamor, a group descended the stairs and entered the main hall. Everyone noticed that each of them was adorned with gold and jewels. They had initially thought only Mingyue and a few others standing in front were so adorned since Mingyue was a princess. It made sense, she would have many valuable things. But it turned out all of them were similarly decorated. They're all so wealthy. And bold too. "They must be nobles," someone exclaimed. "We are not nobles. We are ordinary citizens from Death City. The reason we are rich is because we are talisman masters," Nyonyo said indifferently. Indeed, those from Death City live up to their reputation. Even the common folk are so affluent, the crowd marveled. Hearing this, Nyonyo was momentarily stunned. Why did they assume this? He meant that being a talisman master made you rich, not that the people of Death City were wealthy. As soon as he realized they had misunderstood him, Nyonyo was about to explain, but Mingyue stopped him. "There's no need to clarify. It's better to maintain an aloof image," Mingyue whispered. "Yes, teacher." After hearing Mingyue's words, Nyonyo quickly resumed the same haughty expression he had before. Ignoring the rest of the inn's patrons, the group slowly walked out and headed toward the Adventurers Guild. On the way to the Adventurers Guild, everyone maintained their lofty demeanor. Passers-by quickly recognized them as talisman masters because of the large characters spelling "Talisman Master" emblazoned across their clothing, both at the chest and back, impossible to overlook. Their journey caused quite a stir, as everyone wanted to see what the legendary talisman masters looked like. Chapter 123, Students Become Mercenaries. Are these people really Fuji masters? They are so young. Could they be pretending? Someone said, seeing Mingyue and the others were very young. They probably aren't faking it. Look at their clothes. They should all come from wealthy families, perhaps even nobility. What would they gain by pretending to be Fuji masters? Besides, Fuji masters are so powerful that who would dare to impersonate them and offend them? Someone analyzed. That's right. If what you say is true, then they really are the ones who eliminated over 100 ghosts last night. That's amazing. If my son could be half as strong as them, I'd be satisfied. Yes, not to mention half, even 1/10 would do, sighed another person nearby who had a child. After saying this, he glanced at his son who was daydreaming, and the father became increasingly displeased, slapping him. "You useless piece of trash." His son looked confused. Being surrounded by onlookers was something Mingyue was used to, but the students had never seen anything like it. They were all uncomfortable, wanting to burst out laughing while maintaining an air of superiority. It was painful for them to hold back. Though there were many onlookers, Mingyue and her group were not obstructed. People stayed far away from them, not daring to get too close. They reached the mercenary guild without any trouble. The staff at the mercenary guild recognized Mingyue and her students. Upon seeing Mingyue and her group arrive, they were momentarily stunned, but quickly sent someone to inform President Chengqing. Upon hearing that Mingyue had arrived, Chengqing immediately came down to greet them. Your Highness, why have you come? If you needed something, you could have just sent someone to notify us. Why should you come in person? Chengqing asked with a full smile. Just finished eating, thought I'd bring the students out for a walk, to digest a bit, Mingyue casually replied. Then she took out a stack of spirit-invoking talismans. President Chengqing, I want to sell these talismans. No problem. How much does your Highness plan to sell each one for? Chengqing asked. Just follow the market price. Good. I will transfer the money to your Highness immediately. Mingyue nodded. Spirit-invoking talismans were expensive, with high market prices. However, Mingyue knew that even selling at the market price, the mercenary guild would still make a profit, not just double. Although there was a set market price, actually getting these talismans at that price was practically impossible. The transaction was completed swiftly. As Mingyue herself was a mercenary with a mercenary card, Chengqing transferred the funds directly into Mingyue's card. After securing the card, Mingyue asked, Thank you, President Cheng. Can my students apply to become mercenaries? Of course. Chengqing was delighted upon hearing this. The matter of the Fuju Masters was now well known to everyone. Joining the mercenary guild would be adding glory to the guild. He had originally thought that these students joined during the time in Death City, not realizing they hadn't yet joined. Mingyue had only just thought of this. In the past, she sold the talismans under her own card and then handed out gold coins to the students later, which was too troublesome. Now that the students were Fuju Masters with established reputations, they should pass the mercenary test. Getting the mercenary cards would make things much more convenient moving forward. Chengqing invited Mingyue to the office, while the students went to process their mercenary cards. After chatting briefly in the office for less than the duration of a cup of tea, the students' mercenary cards were already ready. How did it go so fast? Mingyue asked in surprise. To her mind, with 15 students needing individual tests, registering information, and obtaining mercenary cards, it couldn't have been so quick. Chengqing explained beside her. I instructed them to skip the test and issue the cards directly, hence it was so fast. No test? Is that within the rules? Mingyue questioned curiously. It conforms to the rules. The mercenary test assesses whether there is actual strength or not. Now, the abilities of the Fuju Masters are undeniable to all, so the test can be exempted, Chengqing explained. I see. Mingyue understood immediately. Subsequently, she expressed her gratitude a few more times before leaving with her students to return to the inn. On the way back, they were once again surrounded by spectators, though far fewer than before. The sun had already set, and most people had returned home, not daring to venture outside. There are so many fewer people. Feels kinda lonely, Shirtu muttered to himself. Mingyue's face wasn't completely happy either, but it wasn't because she cared about being looked at. Classmates, observe how as soon as the sun sets, the streets become almost deserted. What does this signify? This signifies we need to work even harder to restore the normal lives of the common folk. Our current reputation isn't enough. In the future, when Fuju Masters appear in a city, the citizens must feel safe venturing out at night. Can we accomplish this? Mingyue shouted loudly. Yes, we can. The students became energized immediately after Mingyue spoke, eager to destroy some ghosts and monsters just to let off steam right away. Great! Claps echoed through the street, resounding like firecrackers. The spectators along the road burst into applause. Esteemed Fuju Masters, well said. We support you, the excited crowd shouted. Thank you all for your support. Mingyue gracefully bowed her hands to thank everyone. The students also thanked the crowd one by one, but only Ernyo pouted silently. After returning to the inn, Mingyue called all the students to her room. Now we will distribute the money, Mingyue announced. Yeah, the students cheered. Sure too, 80 gold coins. Ernyo 60 gold coins. Xiuxian 140 gold coins. Mingyue handed out the money to each student one by one. Teacher, why did Xiuxian get so much? Ernyo asked curiously. While you were sleeping earlier, Xiuxian and I made spirit-invoking talismans all day, so of course she deserves more. Oh, the students remained silent after hearing this. After distributing the money, Mingyue looked at Ernyo with a serious expression and asked, why didn't you return the gratitude when the commoners were thanking us? Everyone else did. Mingyue had seen Ernyo's behavior clearly on the street, but didn't want to criticize him in front of others. She felt that Ernyo was getting arrogant and showing contempt towards others' kindness just because he had achieved a little bit of success recently. Mingyue decided it was time to educate Ernyo and guide him back onto the right path. Teacher, what's there to return? Ernyo responded arrogantly. Hearing this, Mingyue grew extremely angry. What? Now that you have a little skill, you look down on ordinary people? Do you think you're so great? Seeing Mingyue's anger, Ernyo became flustered and tried to explain. Teacher, it's not like that. Then what is it like? Mingyue glared at him unhappily. They say they support us, but if one day we fail in our ghost-catching efforts, those same people will be the first to criticize us. It's just like when father sold water magic pigs. People would always ask for extra meat when they said something nice. But if we didn't give them extra one day, those who praised us the loudest before ended up yelling the loudest. That's how I feel about the people on the road earlier. They're just like those customers. Ernyo explained. Chapter 124, Leaving the Flowing City. After listening to Secondox's explanation, Mingyue was stunned for a moment and then said, Secondox, not everyone is the same. You can't condemn everyone. Do you understand? Secondox did not argue back, but reluctantly replied. I know, teacher. All right, now all of you go back to your rooms and prepare. When it gets darker, we will set off. Yes, teacher. After all the students went back, Mingyue also started preparing. During the following month, Mingyue's group rested during the day and hunted ghosts at night. Occasionally, they would also go out for a stroll. Thanks to Mingyue's group's efforts, There were basically no ghosts left in the flowing city. The surrounding ghosts also knew that they could not enter the flowing city because there was a group of talisman masters there. Without any ghost creatures around, the common people dared to step out at night as well. With people coming out, street vendors also set up their stalls. The Knights of the Flowing City slowly returned to its former prosperity. Now, the reputation of the talisman masters was known not only throughout the flowing city, but also in several neighboring cities. They had heard about this occupation. In this month's time, Mingyu and her students' hats each had 2 talisman beads. Now they were all level 2 talisman masters. With no more ghosts in the flowing city and after having produced many spirit summoning talismans in this month, combined with a large quantity of spirit summoning talismans delivered by the Death City Adventurers Guild, the price of spirit summoning talismans dropped significantly in the flowing city. Ordinary citizens could scrape together enough money to buy one to keep at home, just in case. One day, Mingyu summoned the students to her room. Students, after our month-long effort, there are no more ghosts that dare to come to the flowing city. Are you all happy? Mingyu asked proudly. Yes. The students were very excited. They felt like they had saved an entire city and they were heroes. There are still many ghosts in other cities, so I've decided to head to the next city tomorrow. What do all of you think? Mingyu asked. Good. We're going to save every city in the empire. The students shouted loudly. Great, good job. Everyone should rest today, and tomorrow we will head to the next city. All right, the students were very excited. Seeing their joy, Mingyu couldn't help but smile on her face too. Their loud conversation inside the room caught the ears of many guests in the inn. News of the talisman masters leaving the flowing city quickly spread across the city. When word got out that she was leaving the flowing city, Mingyu was somewhat troubled. She had originally planned to leave quietly since they enjoyed such high regard here. She worried that the common folk might gather en masse to see them off, much like how crowds had welcomed Brother Han back to the capital after his war victories. Mingyu preferred to keep things low-key. The next day came quickly. Inside Mingyu's room. Students, the news of us leaving today has already been broadcasted. There may be many townspeople watching as we go, reluctant to let us leave. We need to uphold our dignity as great masters, all right? Mingyu instructed. Understood, teacher. The students were eagerly looking forward to it and excited. One more thing. If the commoners give gifts, you cannot accept them. Understood. Yes, teacher. Well then, let's depart now. Remember, image is everything. Understood. Let's go. Mingyu's group slowly descended the inn's stairs. In hall, Director Qing had been waiting for them since early morning. Princess. Director Chung, why have you come? I heard the princess is leaving the flowing city today. Our guild personnel have come to bid farewell to Her Highness. Also, thank you, princess, for helping the flowing city. Director Qing has taken great care. After finishing speaking, the group left the inn. Mingyu's luxurious carriages were lined up outside the inn door. Until Mingyu and the others all boarded, there were still no citizens present to see them off. Mingyu found it odd and figured everyone must be waiting at the city gates. However, upon reaching the city gates, there were still no signs of the common people. Princess, I will see you off here. May you have a safe journey, and once again, thank you, princess, for aiding the flowing city. At the city gate, Qing bowed respectfully. Qing waved his hand afterward, and soon someone drove a horse-drawn cart loaded with a few big boxes over to Mingyu. Princess, these are our union's token of appreciation from the Flowing City Adventurers Guild. This is too much. You mercenaries union don't have to thank me. Mingyu didn't expect Qing to give her a cartload of gifts. Mingyu understood that the arrival of the talisman masters had caused the mercenaries union to lose many ghost-catching tasks, so there was no reason for Qing to come and thank her. If there was a reason, it must be to curry favor with her, but Mingyu did not want to accept. Qing picked up on Mingyu's meaning and explained, Your Highness, I am the president of the mercenaries union, as well as the lord of Flowing City. You have done such a great service to Flowing City. If I didn't offer our gratitude, I wouldn't be able to face the townsfolk. So you are the city lord. Mingyu suddenly understood. She had been puzzled before. How could she have stayed in Flowing City for so long without the city lord ever coming to visit her? Regardless of her identity as a princess, even if she wasn't one, after helping Flowing City so much, the city lord should have at least come out to express his thanks. She never expected Qing to be the city lord. Well then, I will accept these gifts. Mingyu was very pleased. The city lord represented the people, so why hadn't any commoners come to see them off? It was probably because Qing had given orders. Qing's actions pleased her very much. These boxes must also contain items collected by the people and sent to her as a token of their gratitude. Mingyu felt extremely happy. Lord Chung, thank you. We'll now head to the next city. Safe travels, Your Highness. Mingyu's group slowly left Flowing City. After having traveled for a while from Flowing City, Mingyu's carriage was stopped. Stepping outside, she saw that it was her students. What's wrong? Mingyu was confused. Teacher, take a look at what President Chung gave us. The students were all very excited. Mingyu let out a bitter smile. They're all gifts from the common people. They should just be some daily necessities. If you want to see them, go ahead and take a look. Oh. Hearing Mingyu agree, the students ran excitedly toward the last horse-drawn cart carrying the boxes. A little while later, screams of surprise came from the back. Wow, teacher, come and take a look. 3 chests full of gold and silver jewels. We've hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Mingyu was stunned. Were they not from the people? How could they be gold and silver jewels? She stepped out of the carriage and walked over. And indeed, the 3 chests were completely filled with shining treasures under the sunlight, glittering dazzlingly. Chapter 125, Requests from Various Cities. Mingwei was shocked at the sight of the gold and jewels in front of her. Weren't they supposed to be gifts from the common people as thanks? Why were they all precious metals and gems? Could xiuxian have exchanged all the gifts from the people for these? But there's no way she could have so much money. The students, unaware of Mingwei's thoughts, excitedly eyed the 3 large chests of jewels before them. As Mingwei was still wondering if xiuxian had simply converted the gifts into gold and jewels for their convenience, several carriages approached slowly from the direction of Flowing City. They appeared to be merchants' carriages from Flowing City. Soon, the carriages reached Mingwei and her group. The 3 chests of gold and jewels caught everyone's eyes from afar, and those merchants looked envious. However, none dared to harbor any ulterior thoughts. After seeing Mingwei's group, the passengers got out of the carriage, bowed in respect, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left. But after they left, Mingwei clearly overheard their low conversation. Be it deserved by the Talisman Master. Rich indeed. Just look, within a month in Flowing City, they've made 3 chests full of gold and jewels. We might not earn that much in our whole lives. Do you think you dare to display such wealth so brazenly? She is a princess, and her brother is the first-ranked duke and on the continent. They might not even look twice at these few chests. You're right. Being aristocracy sure has its advantages, especially royal blood. Merchants like us with a little money are still better off than commoners who struggle even to eat sometimes. Just look at xiuxian, the city lord of Flowing City, who can throw out 3 chests of gold and jewels so easily. The royals might still disregard them, but why such a vast disparity? That's true. When the city lord gives gifts, the burden falls on the common people. These funds will ultimately come from them. I've heard many people are now dissatisfied with the city lord, believing he is trying to curry favor with dukin. Not dissatisfaction, it's downright cursing now. Many are also calling the Talisman Masters bloodsuckers, accusing them of siphoning off their livelihood. The voices faded into the distance, leaving Mingwei unable to hear what followed, though it likely wasn't anything good. How could this be? Mingwei stood stunned. She hadn't expected to be cursed for doing something good. The people of Flowing City are despicable. Even though we saved them, and initially they admired us, now that there's no more ghost trouble, they've changed. Not only do they not thank us, but they curse behind our backs, Shirtu said angrily. The other students nodded in agreement, finding the behavior of the people of Flowing City quite excessive. Xiu seemed unfazed and remarked nonchalantly. I already told you. They're like the ones who bought my water demon pigs. They laugh when things come without a price, but when there's no benefit or a cost involved, they start cursing the loudest. Mingwei couldn't accept this and asked, we saved them. How could they act this way? If it weren't for us getting rid of the ghosts, countless people would have died. How can they not only fail to show gratitude, but instead curse us? Teacher, people are often like this. Xiu responded with a small adult-like melancholy. Take the people of Flowing City. They initially appreciated our help, which cost them nothing. Now that the ghosts are gone, there's nothing more to appreciate. Moreover, Lord Chung gave us so many gifts, and they think we accepted payment. In their view, capturing the ghosts became something owed, and with more money, resentment naturally followed. It's normal. I've long understood human nature. Aren't these monies insignificant compared to the continued threat of ghost attacks? Shirtu questioned, perplexed. Who cares about that anymore? The ghosts are gone now, and talismans are cheaper. They don't care. Xiu replied dismissively. After hearing this, Mingwei felt disheartened. It was entirely different from what she had imagined. Previously, when Yihan saved the Daya Empire, the citizens of the capital genuinely went out onto the streets to welcome him with triumphant return celebrations. People were also outraged when Yihan's territory was divided into Death City, and the public sorrowfully bade farewell to him upon his departure from the capital. Why was the situation so different now when it came to herself? Mingwei couldn't figure it out. While they were speaking, a figure flew down from the sky. Upon arriving in front of Mingwei's group, this person subconsciously glanced at the several chests of gold and jewels, then saluted Mingwei and asked, is this Princess Mingwei? Seeing that the person arrived flying, Mingwei realized this was at least a sky-level expert. She returned the courtesy and asked, that's me. Who might you be? Your Highness, I am Lu Feng from Greenleaf City. Our city lord has heard of your departure from Flowing City and hopes to invite you to visit our Greenleaf City. Would you honor us with your presence? Lu Feng's attitude was very humble. We are talisman masters, and we've come out to exorcise ghosts. We won't be visiting Greenleaf City as guests, Mingwei declined. Your Highness misunderstands. Our city lord wants to invite you because of the ghost problem. The Emperor has decreed that each city should deal with its own ghosts. In Greenleaf City, I'm the only sky-level expert, and it's beyond my power to handle the situation. After hearing that your Highness and the others are talisman masters, our city lord wishes to request your help for Greenleaf City, Lu Feng pleaded. After hearing this, Mingwei was about to agree. It didn't matter where she went anyway. Since Greenleaf City had sent someone to invite her, there must be a severe ghost problem there. But before she could speak, another person flew in from another direction. The newcomer also glanced at the chests of gold and jewels upon arriving before Mingwei even had a chance to open her mouth. Mingwei asked, are you here to invite me to catch ghosts? Your Highness is truly insightful, immediately grasping my purpose. The newcomer flattered her. This left Mingwei in a quandary. Before she could say anything, yet another person flew down from the sky. Soon after, the three looked at one another awkwardly, unsure what to say. A while later, Lu Feng, who arrived first, said, I came first, so the princess should visit our place first. Is this a matter of who came earlier? It should be decided based on the severity of the ghost problems, another countered. Mingwei agreed after hearing this. Indeed, Decisions should be made based on the severity of the ghost situation. The third person, seeing Mingyue nod, quickly realized what he needed to do. He suddenly began shouting loudly. Help us, princess. In Bailuo City, ghosts have risen everywhere. It's not just the nights now. Ghosts even appear during the day. Please save us, princess. The citizens of Bailuo City are suffering endlessly. Children are orphaned, and elderly lose their children. It's heart-wrenching. Oh no, what? Mingyue was startled by his sudden outburst. The other two sky-level experts were stunned. Is your acting too good? Crying on cue like that. But still, you're a sky-level expert. Don't you think crying so loudly is embarrassing? Chapter 126, Acting Separately. Mingyue saw that person crying heavily and felt compassion, just about to agree with him when the other two people immediately started crying as well. Your Highness Princess, our city is even worse than his. There's only one sky-level person in our city, and once I leave, there's no telling how many people will be affected by ghostly creatures. Please save them. He choked on a few sobs after finishing. Princess, it's even worse for our city. Seeing the three of them sob uncontrollably, Mingyue didn't know what to do. The students looked at these sky-level experts crying and were also bewildered. They had previously seen sky-level experts looking down on everyone through their noses, but never imagined they could act this way. At the same time, the students were extremely excited inside. Look, sky-level experts cried just to invite us, the talisman masters. Mingyue glanced left and right, not knowing what to do now. She then looked at the students with a pleading expression. The students were equally unsure of what to do. After a while, Shirtu stepped forward and said, Teacher, how about this? We split into 3 teams and each go to a different city. Is that okay? Mingyue hesitated after hearing this, as the students were still young, and she wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea. Upon hearing this, the other students became very pleased. This way, they would catch more ghosts and collect spirit beads faster. Teacher, I think this works perfectly, Xiu agreed. Other students also nodded in agreement. Hearing their agreement, Mingyue fell into thought. Lately, the students had become quite experienced at catching ghosts, so this was not entirely impossible, yet she still harbored some doubts. Teacher, we can handle this. It's just minor ghost entities. Haven't we dealt with plenty over this period? We all have experience, and even if we encounter something we can't handle, we have invocation talismans. There won't be any problems. Yeah, teacher, if we stick together, it doesn't really make much sense. Dealing with ghostly creatures together wastes too much time. Splitting up might actually be better. The students tried persuading her earnestly. Mingyue pondered and realized they made sense. In case of real danger, there were soldiers, and lately, capturing ghosts has been rather easy. It did seem somewhat wasteful to have so many people working together. All right, Mingyue nodded. Yes, the students were thrilled to hear Mingyue's consent. After the decision was made, Mingyue looked at the 3 sky-level individuals. What do you guys think? The 3 exchanged glances, then glanced at the students. Though they'd heard talisman masters excelled at dealing with ghosts, the students seemed awfully young. There was doubt about their abilities, but since Princess Mingyue trusted them, there wasn't much else they could say. We will follow the orders of your Highness Princess. They bowed respectfully. All right, students, we will divide into groups now. Including me, we're 16 people total. I'll take 3, Shirtu will take 5, and Xiu will take 5. You can organize yourselves accordingly. Okay, I want to go with big sister Shirtu. I'll join brother Xiu. In a short time, the teams were formed. Subsequently, after confirming group assignments, Mingyue set off with Xiuxian and 2 other students, making a 4-person team. The other 2 groups consisted of 6 members each, and after deciding which cities to head to, they separated and followed their chosen paths. Before departing, Mingyue gave an endless amount of reminders, causing the students to grow impatient until she finally stopped. The 3 groups said their reluctant farewells. Actually, Mingyue was the only one truly reluctant. The other students were incredibly excited, eager to start hunting ghosts. Inside the Death City, xuanhuan lay leisurely in a chair in the yard, enjoying tea. During this time, he had been tirelessly manufacturing invocation talismans day and night. Having just created a large number of invocation talismans, he was now resting. He communicated with Xiu via divine awareness. Xiu, how are Mingyue and the others doing? Your Highness, Princess Mingyue and her companions have divided into 3 teams, each heading toward a different city. That's good. You keep a closer eye on them. Nothing must go wrong. Don't worry, Your Highness. As per your instructions, I've already cleaned out the threatening ghost entities from the cities Mingyue is going to. No incidents will happen. Then it's fine. After finishing chatting with Xiu, xuanhuan called over Dahao. Dahao soon appeared before xuanhuan. Your Highness, you summoned me? Dahao, are there any invocation talismans left in the mercenary guild now? Your Highness, because Princess Mingyue and the others have left, the invocation talismans have run out during this period. But since nothing unusual has happened in Death City with no ghosts appearing, the absence of invocation talismans won't cause issues. Dahao replied respectfully. Whether or not we have invocation talismans in Death City is irrelevant, but elsewhere, there's a great shortage. I've made some. Send them to the mercenary guilds and other cities through some people. Yes, Your Highness, but how many have you made? And which city should we deliver them to first? Dahao asked. Ghostly creatures now plagued every city in the empire. Even if His Highness made a great number of invocation talismans, they wouldn't be enough for all the cities. Dahao didn't know which city should receive them first. Isn't Mingyue out capturing ghosts? Send the talismans to the cities they've left. xuanhuan said indifferently. Your Highness, I also know about Princess Mingyue's situation. Qing from the Mercenary Guild in Lushur City reported that there are no more ghostly creatures there. If we send invocation talismans there now, they might not sell. Dahao said with confusion. Selling or not is up to me to decide. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Dahao remained puzzled. Xuanhuan understood Dahao's confusion. Dahao still had no idea that the underworld belonged to him. Xuanhuan felt it was time to tell Dahao and the others this fact. Dahao, there are many things I haven't told you yet. It's time to share them now. Go call the 4 captains here. I have something important to say, Xuanhuan instructed. Yes, your highness. With his confusion intact, Dahao went off to summon the others. Xuanhuan thought it was the right moment to inform Dahao and the rest about the underworld. He wasn't sure when the Divine King might discover that the Beast God had joined the underworld. If they were found out one day, he could handle it himself. But if the Divine King sent multiple gods, he might not be able to protect everyone else. Now, Xuanhuan intended to cultivate Dahao and the 4 captains thoroughly. In no time, Dahao brought the 4 captains over. Your highness, you summoned us. How strong are you now? Xuanhuan asked. Your highness, because we are cultivating according to the methods you gave us, we're unsure what specific realm we've reached. However, based on our estimation, facing 9th level holy warriors should pose no problem for us, Dong Yi replied. Not bad. Already at the top level of the continent. Thank you for your guidance, your highness. The group bowed respectfully. The top level of the continent isn't enough. I want you to become stronger. However, the timing isn't right just yet. A few more days should be sufficient, Xuanhuan said casually. Chapter 127, Earth Immortal. Xuanhuan said to wait a few days because the underworld's domain would soon expand to cover the entire continent. He had originally thought it would take a year or 2 to cover the whole continent. But unexpectedly, the Beast God created the Azura race within just a month, granting the underworld an immense amount of merit. The merits accumulated from guiding souls through the 6 paths of reincarnation and from other sources had yet to be used. Therefore, Xuanhuan decided to use the saved merits to expand the underworld. Now, it was almost completely covering the entire continent. Only a small area remained uncovered. In a few more days, it would be fully covered. Initially, Xuanhuan intended to save these merits for creating a merit treasure in the future. However, with the hidden threat of the God King still present, Xuanhuan chose to let the underworld encompass the entire human world first. This way, he could reach the Earth Immortal stage. At this level, Xuanhuan estimated that he would acquire new abilities. After all, at every stage, he had comprehended new powers, and the Earth Immortal stage should be no exception. The Path of Immortality. This cultivation manual was excellent in every way except for not detailing what capabilities would emerge at each realm. It only mentioned that everyone would differ and the cultivated abilities wouldn't be the same either, which was why it wasn't explained. Xuanhuan eagerly awaited what kind of ability he might obtain upon reaching the Earth Immortal stage, hoping it wouldn't be too weak. In a few days, I will notify you. Right now, I want to talk about the underworld. Xuanhuan looked at them and said, The underworld? Dahao and the 4 captains exchanged looks, not understanding what the prince meant. Prince, isn't the underworld the place we go after death? What does it have to do with us? Dahao asked curiously. I created the underworld. Xuanhuan said indifferently. What? Did you, Prince, create the underworld? Everyone was greatly shocked, finding it hard to believe. Could the prince create a world? If so, how strong must he be? Standing motionless with their mouths agape, they didn't react until Xuanhuan called out, Luha. Luhi's figure slowly appeared by Xuanhuan, facing the group. Luha the steward? They all exclaimed. Luha, the steward, had passed away months ago, but here he was again before them, which made them doubt their eyes. But when they recalled Xuanhuan's words about creating the underworld, everything became clear. Dahao Dong Yi, Nan Yi, Bei Yi, Shi Yi, it's been a while. Luha greeted them with a smile at their astonished expressions. It's been a while. Why don't you tell them about the underworld situation? Xuanhuan told Luha, preferring not to explain himself. Instead, he drank tea while listening to Luha introduce the underworld to the group. In the following time, Luha explained everything he knew to Dahao and the 4 captains. Manager Lu. Oh no, now we should call you Yama. Are you saying Princess Yu became a city deity, and Wang Chong became a river deity? Dahao asked surprisingly. Luha smiled and nodded. Did all these ghostly beings appear because of the underworld? Luha nodded again. Seeing Dahao and his team full of questions and astonishment, Xuanhuan couldn't help but smile. He hadn't seen them like this in a long time. It was quite amusing. Luha explained for half the day until the sun set. After finishing, Xuanhuan said, There are still many matters in the underworld that require your attention. You may return. Yes, your highness. Luha nodded and slowly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Do you have any more questions? Xuanhuan looked toward Dahao and the others. Your highness, will our future opponents really be the God King of the Divine Realm? Dahao asked. What? Afraid? That doesn't sound like your character. Xuanhuan laughed. How could I be afraid? When have I ever shied away from battle? I'm just excited. Thinking about fighting deities from the Divine Realm sends my whole body into trembling excitement, not fear. Dahao quickly explained. Ha. And you guys? Afraid? No. The 4 captains loudly replied. Good. All 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, will belong to us. We swear loyalty to your highness and will fight on all fronts. They shouted loudly. Xuanhuan chuckled. Dying is no big deal. It's just changing where you live. They were momentarily stunned after hearing that, but then reflected and felt there was nothing wrong with what he said. Nevertheless, the statement sounded strange. Yes, your highness. Well, go back now. I won't let you die easily anyway. The human world is far more interesting than the underworld. Dahao, remember to send the invitation talisman to the city Ming you departed from. It's the prince. Hao now understood why the prince had mentioned earlier whether the talismans for inviting deities could be sold or not. It was just a passing comment. After Da Hao and his group left, Xuanhuan resumed his work of creating the talismans. Time passed quickly, and several days flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xuanhuan did not make talismans, but sat quietly in the room. The realm of the underworld was about to cover the human world entirely, and he awaited his advancement to the Earth Immortal stage. After a cup of tea had been drunk, a wave of comfort emanated from within Xuanhuan's body. Then he felt as if the entire world was under his gaze. Wherever he wished to look or go, it was at his command. A mere thought could take him anywhere. Is this the Earth Immortal stage? It's different from what I imagined. This is too powerful. Even Xuanhuan, who is called the master of Earth Immortals, probably couldn't reach places with just a thought, right? Xuanhuan questioned himself. He soon realized the reason. Perhaps Xuanhuan could also travel with just a thought. But in the journey to the West universe, there were so many great deities and holy beings, not to mention the restrictions of heavenly Tao. Therefore, such power might have been impossible to manifest there. In this world, however, Xuanhuan was the sole immortal and wasn't restricted by any heavenly path. Hence, he could unleash the true potential of an Earth Immortal. Looking at the Earth Book in his hands, Xuanhuan smiled lightly. His ability to be wherever he wished might have something to do with the Earth Book. The Earth Book was divided into the Great Earth Fetus and the Classic of Mountains and Seas. What Xuanhuan held was only the Great Earth Fetus, whereas Xuanhuan possessed the complete Earth Book. When he acquired the Book of Humans, he obtained the Underworld, though at that time it was still small. It grew gradually until it covered the entire human realm. Now, with the Earth Book in hand, to enhance its power, he would need to influence the entirety of the human world. This influence could come in various forms. It could be through force, commerce, or other means. The primary goal was to impact the whole human world using his abilities. Xuanhuan lost himself in deep thought. Soon, he came up with a plan on how to strengthen the Earth Book. Relying purely on military conquest wouldn't work. This world was too vast. Conquering region by region would take who knows how long, and he lacked manpower, which made this method far too slow. Besides, it was unclear when people from the divine realm would arrive. He needed to strengthen the Earth Book quickly for additional security. Since brute force would take too long, he decided to employ softer strategies instead. Chapter 128, The Art of Casting Fate. After obtaining the Book of Man, the Netherworld was established. The stronger the Netherworld became, the stronger the Book of Man would be. Now that they have the Earth Book, it needs to influence the human world to grow stronger. Xuanhuan now knows how to empower the Earth Book, which is by developing commerce and entertainment. Xuanhuan's mercenary guild already covers the entire continent. Although the Earth Book is quite strong now, it still isn't enough. Growth will take time, so we must let it strengthen gradually. In the Earth Book, Xuanhuan obtained a new ability, the method of creating magical artifacts using life energy. Xuanhuan didn't fully understand this initially. He had never heard of forging artifacts with life energy before. But then he remembered what was said in the Path of Immortals. Each person's cultivation methods for becoming an immortal are different. His spirit core was formed from life energy, so it wasn't difficult to comprehend that he could also forge magical artifacts with life energy. The Art of Casting Fate. This was the ability obtained from the Earth Book. The Art of Casting Fate involves gathering a portion of one's life force within the body and slowly refining and nurturing it into a magical artifact. However, what kind of artifact would emerge, along with its specific abilities, can't be decided by oneself, but is not random either. The resulting artifact would reflect one's inner character, potential, desires, and other factors synthesized together to form its characteristics. However, Xuanhuan himself couldn't cultivate this skill. He could only allow others to do so. Yet if someone were able to successfully cast an artifact, the ability of that artifact would be mirrored in the Earth Book, making the Earth Book effectively Xuanhuan's artifact, one with the power to replicate all other artifacts' abilities. This is pretty amazing. If anyone creates a magical artifact, I'll instantly gain the corresponding ability, Xuanhuan thought excitedly. If so, will I eventually obtain all the powers of every single artifact in the world? After pondering this, Xuanhuan began considering who might be the best candidates for cultivating the art of casting fate. Those with too fragile lifespans needn't even be considered. There wouldn't be time for them to gather their life energy before passing away. Then it struck Xuanhuan, who would be most suitable. None other than Da Hao, who had mastered the Da Hao divine skill, as well as the 4 teams specializing in death shield cultivation technique. Since Xuanhuan specialized in cultivating life energy himself, he had adapted the Da Hao divine skill to absorb life energy as well, while the death shield cultivation technique completely relied on absorbing life energy. Therefore, allowing both Da Hao and the protective squads to cultivate the art of casting fate made perfect sense. They could replenish their life energy losses from other sources without being hindered at all. It was the perfect fit. With this decision made, Xuanhuan eagerly summoned Da Hao and the 4 team leaders. He couldn't wait to see what sort of artifacts they would forge and what abilities they might possess. Not long after, Xuanhuan called Da Hao and the others to his courtyard. "Your Highness, you summoned us." "Yes, before I mentioned wanting to enhance your strength, and now is the time," Xuanhuan replied. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. They were at the peak of their continent's power already. If their strength could increase further, they would ascend to godlike status. Their Highness intended to assist them in reaching such heights. This prospect filled them with excitement. "Thank you, Your Highness." They all knelt on one knee and shouted aloud. Xuanhuan nodded and continued. "I am about to impart the art of casting fate to you. It is a method of forging magical artifacts with life energy. Once I've transmitted it to you, you'll understand what to do. After speaking, Xuanhuan took out the earth book, raised it high, and 5 streams of earth yellow energy emerged from it and flowed into the bodies of the 5 individuals. Once the energy entered their bodies, the group closed their eyes, sensing the information being transferred. Soon afterward, the 5 opened their eyes, looking at Xuanhuan with great surprise. Your Highness, it's incredible. Are these artifacts similar to divine relics? Can we really create divine relics now? They asked hesitantly, unable to believe their good fortune. I've never seen divine relics myself, but I'm certain that your artifacts far surpass anything else. These artifacts grow stronger as you grow stronger, with no upper limit. And because the artifacts are forged from your own life energy, they become extensions of yourselves. As long as the artifact isn't destroyed, neither will you. It's like giving yourself a second life, Xuanhuan explained calmly. Thank you, Your Highness. They knelt again. All right, go and practice diligently. Strive to forge your own magical artifacts as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness. After the group left, Xuanhuan sat quietly in the courtyard. Cultivating the art of casting fate requires some time. Although Xuanhuan was eager to see what sorts of magical artifacts his companions would produce, there was nothing he could do but patiently wait. He had no way to assist directly. Now, Xuanhuan began pondering how to further enhance the Earth Book. The simplest thing that could influence the entire continent would be newspapers from the previous life. This world didn't yet have newspapers, and the fastest way to pass on information was through the communication array of mages, which was very expensive and only used by big families. Meanwhile, commoners who wanted to learn about external news relied either on merchants, mercenaries spreading word of mouth, or storytellers as a profession. After Xuanhuan told stories for several days at an inn, the storytelling profession began to emerge. While pondering how to start a newspaper, Xuanhuan suddenly felt some movement from the Earth Book. Upon checking, he paused in surprise. Someone has already created a magical artifact? So soon. Extreme Fire Battle Armor, a fire element artifact with powerful extreme fire force, capable of both offense and defense. Beginner level ability, extreme fire protection. When activated, except for the wearer themselves, extreme fire will incinerate everything nearby. Intermediate level ability, extreme fire body, which ignores all attacks for a certain period of time. Advanced ability, unknown. Ultimate ability, unknown. So strong. What great abilities this artifact possesses. Xuanhuan was delighted after reading the information provided by the Earth Book. But what did unknown mean regarding the advanced and ultimate abilities? Could it be that the owner of the artifact hasn't learned them yet? Also, who crafted this artifact? Just as Xuanhuan was wondering who had forged it, Dahao's excited voice came from outside. Your Highness, I've forged my artifact. Dahao rushed enthusiastically into Xuanhuan's presence. So, Dahao was the first one to forge an artifact. Your Highness, I've forged my artifact, called Extreme Fire Battle Armor. Its ability is Extreme Fire Protection, allowing me to erupt in flames covering my entire body. It's powered by something called Extreme Fire. Just hearing its name, you can tell it's stronger than ordinary fire. Dahao shared his excitement with Xuanhuan. Is Extreme Fire Protection the only ability? Xuanhuan asked curiously after hearing this. Yup. What's the matter, Your Highness? Dahao questioned, puzzled. It's nothing, but this artifact shouldn't only have this one ability. Keep up the good work, and you'll discover more abilities in the future. Xuanhuan said without further explanation. Chapter 129, Extreme Fire Battle Armor. Will the magical artifact have other abilities besides this one? Dahao excitedly asked. He was already very satisfied with the ability of Extreme Fire Protection. In future battles, once he activated Extreme Fire Protection, he could only hit others, and no one would dare to approach him. That way, he would go absolutely crazy in combat. This is just your basic ability. There will be intermediate, advanced, and ultimate abilities later. You need to work hard. There are so many more abilities? That's wonderful. Excitedly, Dahao patted his own body, and a fiery red armor emerged, covering his entire body. Dahao, take a look at what your Extreme Fire Protection looks like. Xuanhuan was also curious. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, flames burst forth from Dahao's armor. This flame was peculiar. Though it was red, it wasn't the normal kind of red but rather a blood red. Moreover, these flames didn't rise upwards but flowed downwards instead, making it look as if blood was gushing from all over his body, flowing down continuously. At this moment, Dahao floated in the air, and on the ground beneath him, there was already a hole burned by the blood-red extreme fire that had flowed out. If Dahao hadn't been floating, Xuanhuan guessed he might just have kept falling through. Xuanhuan curiously extended his hand toward the flame. Your Highness, be careful. Dahao shouted worriedly. It's fine. Then Xuanhuan put his hand into the extreme fire, and the smell of burnt flesh wafted over. Your Highness, are you alright? Tensed, Dahao quickly turned off his extreme fire armor. Looking at his now charred hand, Xuanhuan smiled and said, I'm fine. Subsequently, he shook his hand a little, and the burnt part immediately restored back to its original state. With life energy cultivation, Xuanhuan had an extraordinarily powerful recovery ability. Seeing Xuanhuan's hand return to its original state, Dahao was quite amazed. He never expected that His Highness could simply wave his hand and regrow a new one. His Highness was truly monstrous. Dahao, your extreme fire is indeed strong. You should know that there aren't many things in this world that can harm me anymore. You must train diligently to grow even stronger. In the future, our opponents will be gods. Yes, Your Highness. All right, go and practice. Yes, Your Highness. After Dahao left, Xuanhuan also emitted the exact same extreme fire armor as Dahao, followed by his entire body being engulfed in blood-red flames identical to those of Dahao. Afterward, Xuanhuan himself transformed into flames, able to change form at will, resembling a clump of flames. It was completely indistinguishable as a person wearing armor. That was the intermediate ability, Extreme Fire Body. After feeling it for a while, Xuanhuan retracted the Extreme Fire Armor. The ability of the Extreme Fire Body is truly monstrous. Unfortunately, it has a time limit. With my current capabilities, I probably can sustain it for half a day. As for Dahao, I estimate it lasts only a few minutes. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Dahao mentioned he only had the Extreme Fire Protection skill, and Xuanhuan believed Dahao didn't deceive him. Now, looking at it, it seemed that since someone created the magical artifact, they could utilize all of its capabilities. The reason the advanced and ultimate abilities remained unknown was likely because the Earth Scroll wasn't strong enough yet to unlock the full power of the magical artifact. It appeared that efforts to reinforce the Earth Scroll needed to be expedited. Xuanhuan couldn't even begin to imagine what the higher level and ultimate abilities might be like, given how potent the first two abilities were. Xuanhuan waited a long time in the courtyard, but unfortunately didn't see another magical artifact emerge. Clearly, there was still a significant gap between the four squad leaders and Dahao. Since Dahao succeeded, they should succeed too. It was just a matter of time. Xuanhuan thought about whether he should teach all the members of the Death Guard who had learned the Death Guardian art how to cast the Fate Binding technique. The people who had learned the Death Guardian art were the earliest 3,000 injured soldiers Xuanhuan had brought along. Each of them had various disabilities accumulated from following him into battle. Since coming to Death City, he hadn't visited them for a long time. Xuanhuan felt he failed in his duty, neglecting the comrades in arms who followed him through life and death situations. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xuanhuan decided to visit them. The 3,000 disabled soldiers guarded the four directions of Death City respectively. However, they were usually stationed within the inner city guard and did not need to patrol outside because the rookies who had recently joined the guard handled that. The 3,000 disabled soldiers would only move out when the rookies couldn't resolve issues, but currently, nobody dared to challenge Death City, so they mainly spent their days cultivating and didn't do much else. First, Xuanhuan went to the Eastern Guard team. The 6th transformation of the Soul Assault formation, Move. Good. The 7th transformation of the Soul Assault formation, Conceal. Even before reaching the entrance of the Eastern Guard team, Xuanhuan heard the shouts from inside. Xuanhuan approached the gate. There was no one guarding the gate, nor did they need anyone to guard it. Around the four squads were their own families living nearby. Their families never went inside the squad's area, and commoners never dared approach the place of the four squads. So there was no need for regular people to be there, and for extraordinary ones, having a guard wouldn't matter. Who's there? Xuanhuan didn't bother hiding himself and was instantly discovered as soon as he arrived at the gate. The practicing team members heard the shout and simultaneously looked towards the gate. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Your Highness? It's your Highness. Form up, salute. A squad leader immediately shouted excitedly upon seeing Xuanhuan. Instantaneously, the team members split into two ranks and stood straight. Please let His Highness inspect us, the squad leader shouted loudly. The team members also yelled together. Please let His Highness inspect us. Xuanhuan didn't speak but moved to the middle of them with a smile, then sat down on the ground, beckoning to them. Come, all sit down. Seeing Xuanhuan do this, the team members became extremely excited and gathered around him, sitting down. In the past, because they were wounded soldiers, they couldn't endure standing too long. Xuanhuan empathized with them, allowing them to sit around him in this way and talk. This feeling was very nostalgic for them. Your Highness. Your Highness. The team members greeted Xuanhuan respectfully one after another. It's been a long time since I last came to see you. I'm sorry, and here I apologize to you. Xuanhuan apologized to everyone, bowing. We dare not. We dare not. After Your Highness came to the desolate Death City, there are so many things to handle. If it weren't for Your Highness, today's Death City wouldn't be prosperous like this. The team members all rose hurriedly, unwilling to accept Xuanhuan's apology. Pressing his hands down to make them sit back, he asked, How are you now? Is there anything inconvenient for you? Tell me, and I will help you resolve it. Your Highness, our current life is great. There is nothing better than this, said the squad leader. The rest nodded in agreement. That's good. In the following time, Xuanhuan chatted with them about their recent conditions. He felt comforted that they were currently living well. Thanks to the effect of the Death Guardian art, those who were less severely disabled had completely recovered their bodies. Even those severely affected had improved considerably. That's good. Later, Xuanhuan spent some time conversing with them regarding their recent situations. He was glad that they were all doing well now. Due to the Death Guardian art cultivation, those who suffered minor disabilities had fully restored their bodies. Even those who were more seriously injured had significantly recovered. Chapter 130, News Preparation. In the days that followed, Xuanhuan visited a guard team every day. First, it was to pay them a visit. Secondly, it was to pass on the Cast Fate technique to them. The Cast Fate technique couldn't be orally taught but only conveyed through him using an earth book, which took time for each individual. However, there was one advantage. Others couldn't steal the technique, something that greatly pleased Xuanhuan. Leaving the last guard team, Xuanhuan slowly admired the scenery of the inner city as he walked along. Near the guard team's quarters were the families of the guards, most of whom knew Xuanhuan. They greeted him warmly, and Xuanhuan responded to each one. Seeing their respectful eyes filled with admiration, Xuanhuan couldn't help but think of the past in the capital, when he would tease women on the streets with his companion Dahao. Back then, the ladies on the street were shy, and he pondered, if he were to do the same thing now within the inner city, Perhaps those being teased might jump him instead. Who knows, some men might also rush at him. Exciting thoughts indeed. Damn, what am I thinking about? Xuanhuan shook his head. Ping pong pang pang. A rhythmic sound of hammering reached his ears. Xuanhuan headed toward the sound emanating from the blacksmith shop, where he hadn't visited the dwarf hammer gang for quite a while. On his way, he intended to see this old friend who had agreed to follow him to Death City, bringing him the sample of the printing press required for making the newspaper. Master Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan smiled as he stepped into the blacksmith shop. Inside the workshop, a small dwarf was forging something, supervised by Xuanhuan who stood nearby giving instructions. Princeton. Xuanhuan looked puzzled for a moment before laughing heartily as he approached Xuanhuan. You big shot. How did you have time to come over here? Xuanhuan asked delightedly. How can I not miss you after so long without seeing you? Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Xuanhuan glanced around, pretending to feel discontented. You're not sincere enough in your longing. Not even a jar of good wine. With a wave of his hand, Xuanhuan conjured up 10 jars of wine onto a table beside him. Is 10 jars enough? More than enough. Seeing the wine, Xuanhuan grinned like a bearded child. If I'm not needed at my palace or wherever, why have you sought me out? Do you need any weapons forged? As Xuanhuan said this, he picked up a jar of wine and drank it heartily, chug chug chug, filling a small glass and shoving it into Xuanhuan's hands. Xuanhuan sipped reluctantly at the small cup of wine in his hand. One does not enter a Buddhist temple without intention. Yes, you said the same thing last time. After speaking, Xuanhuan downed several large gulps of wine. Cheers. This is great wine, especially yours. Xuanhuan shook his head helplessly, saying, This time, I came first because I haven't seen you for a long time, wanting to visit you, and second, I want to ask you to make a printing plate for me for typesetting. Printing plate? Aren't they supposed to be made of wood? You plan to use iron instead? Xuanhuan asked curiously. This world had printing technology, but all were wooden blocks that had to be carved one by one. I don't need the traditional one-piece carvings. I need one where each character is movable independently. Xuanhuan looked confused. Subsequently, Xuanhuan pulled out a previously drawn design of the movable type printing machine. Xuanhuan read the blueprint a few times. So it's just this. Simple. But with so many characters, it will take months alone for me to complete this task. Why don't I notify some folks from my clan, and they could assist? It should take a few days tops. That's unnecessary. This isn't any secret anyway. I'm planning to make multiple sets. Ordinary blacksmiths from Death City will suffice for this task. Being with Xuanhuan wasn't without its privileges. Xuanhuan, currently the president of the Death City Weaponry Guild, was responsible for managing all the blacksmiths within Death City. Anyone wishing to open a weapon store in this city, which was mostly dominated by mercenaries and prized weaponry forging, had to get approval from Xuanhuan himself. Not anything too important anyway. Alright, Death City has many blacksmiths. The first set should be forged within a few days. I'll arrange someone to deliver it to the city lord's mansion then. Good. After concluding official matters, the next crucial step followed, drinking. Xuanhuan brought out his stockpile of wine to challenge Xuanhuan's drinking capacity, tucking away the 10 jars Xuanhuan had brought. Though Xuanhuan praised it as excellent wine, it was simply market-grade fare. Still, it was among the best sold. Compared to the wine brewed by Xuanhuan, though, it fell far short. Despite being accustomed to superior homemade brews, Xuanhuan didn't criticize the common marketplace wine. After all, drinking with friends transcended the quality of the alcohol. As night fell, Xuanhuan remained sober. With his current prowess, he essentially never got drunk no matter the quantity consumed. Leaving the blacksmith shop, he leisurely went home, leaving behind Xuanhuan hugging the table leg shouting for another 300 rounds, alongside a bewildered little dwarf. Xuanhuan was in a great mood and had a good sleep. Actually, for an Earth Immortal like him, sleeping or not was not that important anymore. It was just a habit. The next day, after waking up, he started to order people to find a place for printing the newspaper. Afterward, he designed the tools for printing newspapers. This was easy, as only some simple tools were required. The main task would be manual printing. There was no need for overly complex designs. Recruiting more people also helped solve employment problems for others, which was a good thing. In no time, Xuanhuan had designed the simple printing tools and handed them over to his subordinates to have them made. He then began studying the layout of the newspaper. He had already thought of the name for the newspaper, News Report. Fresh news reports, popular and easy to understand, simple and straightforward. News emphasized authenticity and simplicity, so it needed to be something that people could instantly grasp without needing highfalutin names or exaggerated ones. Names like, I know more than heaven, only I know in the world, or lucky idiot, would lower its class. As for sections, they would be divided into 4 parts. One for the Empire section, one for the Profession section, one for miscellaneous affairs, and one for stories. Of course, ads interspersed within these sections would be appropriate. To ensure content acquisition, the Adventurer Guild could cover the Empire and Profession sections, and the miscellaneous affairs wouldn't be an issue either. The primary challenge was the story section. Xuanhuan intended to hire someone to write stories, but there was simply no time now. There weren't many stories in this world. Mostly old tales people were already tired of hearing. If someone were to write a new story now, it wouldn't attract much attention even if it were ready quickly. So he decided to handle the story section himself for the time being. The story of Investiture of the Gods was a decent choice, but Xuanhuan felt it better to start with Journey to the West. Journey to the West featured the Heavenly Court, the Mortal Realm, and the Underworld. With a bit of modification, it was a good opportunity for publicity. After pondering, Xuanhuan decided on the changes. The story would remain unchanged, except that demons would be replaced by magical beasts. Regarding the part where the Monkey King invades the underworld, it would require adjustments to protect the reputation of the underworld. As for the gods and kings from the godly realms, they should be mentioned so people don't mistakenly think the heavenly court belongs to them. Better to change those figures into characters from the demon realm instead. Chapter 131, Newspaper Issuance. After making the decision, Xuanhuan began writing about Journey to the West. As he envisioned the story of Journey to the West in his mind, the pen on the paper moved automatically and swiftly. In less than half a day, the entire story of Journey to the West was written. If there weren't certain parts that needed editing, it could have been done even faster. However, although the whole story of Journey to the West was completed, it couldn't be published all at once. It had to be released gradually. The first edition of the newspaper would only contain 2 chapters of the story. It wasn't that he didn't want the readers to enjoy the full text. Rather, the story section simply couldn't accommodate that much content. Even if it could fit all the content, finishing the story now would leave nothing for them to read next time. Writing another story immediately would be exhausting as well. Although he had many stories in his mind, they couldn't all be rewritten directly from memory. They had to fit this world setting. Storytelling was indeed tiring. Fortunately, he didn't have to write it out manually, otherwise word by word would make it even more laborious. Moreover, the printing also required time. In the afternoon, a servant came to report that the news bureau had already chosen the location, the tools for printing were ready, and the Mercenaries Guild had sent the latest news from each empire, updates about powerful mages and warriors, as well as various reports on commerce, agriculture, strange events, and other miscellaneous information, all delivered to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan couldn't help but marvel at how fast people with authority got things done. After selecting carefully for a long time, Xuanhuan sent the articles he picked to the news bureau. Now all he had to do was wait for xuangang to finish creating the characters for movable type printing. Xuangang worked efficiently and delivered everything Xuanhuan requested early on the 3rd day. Movable type printing was not overly complex. Each character was carved in reverse onto forged steel plates, then arranged into the content intended for printing. Ink was applied over the characters, and finally, paper was pressed against the surface to create the print. Although it sounded simple, newbies still easily made mistakes. Xuanhuan stayed at the printing office for a whole day. Due to everyone being inexperienced, quite a bit of paper was wasted. Only as the sun set did the workers start making fewer errors and their speed increased. Since the first edition of the newspaper was scheduled for release early the next morning, the workers were working overtime to print as many copies as possible before dawn. Whatever quantity they printed by then would be what they sold. Glancing at the best printed copy of the newspaper in his hand, though it was the best, there were still some ink spots that didn't interfere with readability. No matter, this was their first attempt, and time was limited, so this would have to suffice. Readability was key. The next day after the printing was finished, the newspaper started its distribution in Death City. Because only one set of type was available, and with too many errors during printing, despite working overtime all night, only around 3,000 copies were printed. This was far from enough. As such, the originally planned street vendors couldn't sell them. Instead, these 3,000 newspapers could only be initially sold through the Mercenaries Guild at a price of 10 copper coins, not even recovering the initial cost. But there was no choice. It couldn't be sold too expensively, or common households wouldn't be willing to pay for it. Inside the mercenary tavern. Brother, you're absorbed reading a piece of paper there. What's on it? A mercenary noticed that a man sitting at another table was engrossed in a large sheet of paper, revealing expressions of surprise, astonishment, confusion, and other peculiar emotions occasionally, so he curiously asked. The mercenary reading the paper, hearing the call, paused for a moment, then responded, "Oh, you mean the newspaper? It's something I bought at the Mercenaries Guild. Haven't you seen them selling it? I haven't visited the Mercenaries Guild today. What is this newspaper about anyway?" This newspaper has plenty of content inside, including the recent situations of the various empires, movements of the great powers, and also other rumors. But what satisfies me most is the stories within. Oh, there are updates on the empires and great ones. Others who heard became curious and gathered around. I went to the Mercenaries Guild earlier and saw that many people were looking at the news. I wanted to buy one myself, but they were already sold out, said another mercenary. Brother, could you let us take a look? The person holding the newspaper looked at the group surrounding him helplessly and replied, "The newspaper is just this big. How can so many people see at the same time? I wouldn't feel right showing it to some but not others, and I might unintentionally offend someone." Upon hearing this, the group thought it was reasonable, but they really couldn't help their curiosity. One among them suggested, "Why don't you tell us what's written inside, brother?" "Well, here, drink this jar of wine. Taste this roasted magic pig whip on my plate. It's invigorating. I've got." Most people had placed something on the person's table, and that mercenary couldn't stop smiling. All right. I'll tell you all now. First, regarding the empires, a few of them have had large-scale battles recently, but they've already ceased. Both leaders, aiming for friendly development, conducted warm and amicable conversations. Wait a second, buddy, what exactly are you saying? I think I get it, but then again, maybe not so much. I'm not entirely sure myself, but that's how it was written in the newspaper. The others also expressed that they didn't quite understand and asked him to change to another topic. The few empires mentioned were far from where they were, so they weren't very interested. In fact, mercenaries weren't just uninterested in other empires. Even affairs within their own empire didn't really attract much attention. Alright then, I'll move on to the next section. This edition is the professional section, which talks about mages and warriors. I'll choose parts relevant to us. The Mage Guild and Warrior Guild have been dealing with recent ghost-related incidents in various empires and plan to discount talismans. They're also actively discussing with talisman masters to produce more divine invocation talismans exclusive to these experts. However, there hasn't been any news from the talisman masters yet. Talisman masters? Is there anything else about talisman masters? Yes, the talisman masters have already cleared 4 cities of ghosts and are now heading to other cities. That's impressive. Just how long did it take to clear 4 cities? Truly worthy of being graduates from the Inner City Citizen Academy. Yeah, I've heard that this time Princess Mingyue personally led the operation. Those ghosts must be trembling with fear. The mercenaries cheered as though they themselves had captured the ghosts. Are there any other pieces of news? There are plenty of other news items, but none of them interest us mercenaries. But this last section on stories, I believe many will find this one interesting. Stories? What kind of story? Please don't tell me it's those old ones. We're tired of hearing them. No, this one is Journey to the West. It tells the tale of an ordinary bald human leading 4 saint-level magical beasts on a quest to steal secret scriptures from the Western demon clans. Chapter 132, A Fiery Journey to the West. One mortal leading 4 saint-level magical beasts? And he's bald too? How come those beasts haven't eaten him yet? Maybe the magical beasts were raised by him since they were young. That's even more impossible. From youth to becoming a saint-level magical beast, it takes several hundred years. It couldn't possibly be raised from young. I think that bald guy probably has an artifact, which is why he subdued the 4 magical beasts. 4 saint-level magical beasts. This bald guy must be even more powerful than a dragon knight. This story is pretty interesting. The crowd voiced their opinions one after another. Some said it was impossible, others said it was just a story, not to take it so seriously, and just listen. Did the story mention how he subdued those 4 magical beasts? Someone asked. I don't know either. The introduction just mentioned it briefly without explaining. This story only describes the beginning. It hasn't been finished writing. I think there's no space left, so the subsequent content might be written in the next news report. Oh, so that's the case. Can you tell us what has been narrated so far? Many people were disappointed when they realized it wasn't a complete story. But since they had nothing better to entertain themselves with during their free time, such a strange story sparked their interest anyway. It was definitely better than hearing storytellers recount those old cliched tales. Alright then, let me begin. 47,192,022 years ago, this world had 4 great continents: Eastern Holy Continent, Western Xuanhuan Continent, Southern Contemplation Continent, and Northern Dark Continent. 47 million years ago. Is that real? Someone exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the number. It's just a story. Why make such a fuss about it? He can invent as much as he wants. Someone was dissatisfied with the interruption. That person thought for a moment and fell silent. At that time, the ruler of the 3 realms was Emperor Jade. The 3 realms are heaven, earth, and humanity realms. Heaven realm is where the gods reside. Earth realm refers to the underworld, and human realm is the place we live now. So this world is divided into 3 realms? I knew about human and earth realms, but this heaven realm is the first time I've heard of it. Could it be the world where divine level experts go? Maybe, the crowd guessed. The mercenary holding the newspaper said, I don't know. It hasn't been mentioned in the text yet. Is the Jade Emperor introduced in the text the strongest person? Someone asked. I'm not sure, but I guess so. There's an introduction to the Jade Emperor in the text. You guys want to guess how long he has been cultivating? The newspaper holding mercenary asked mysteriously. To rule the 3 realms, it should have taken at least 1,000 years. I think at least 10,000 years. Look at his mysterious expression. I think the Jade Emperor must have extraordinary talent. I bet he ruled the 3 realms after only 100 years of cultivation. Not possible. Tell us quickly, how many years? The cultivation of the Jade Emperor requires going through calamities. He went through 1750 calamities, each taking 129,600 years. Now calculate how long he has been cultivating for. What? Everyone was greatly shocked. Most people couldn't figure it out, but some smarter ones already had the answer. Over 200 million years of cultivation. The person who calculated it said incredulously, Isn't this too long? How could he live so long? Impossible. Not a single person in the crowd believed it. You're all foolish. This is just a story. Yeah, that's right. The crowd came to realize, laughing at each other. Just a story, and they took it seriously. Keep going. The story is exaggerated, but I'm really interested. Alright, I'll continue. The mercenary holding the newspaper, looking at their astonished faces, didn't know why he suddenly felt gratified. He suddenly understood why those storytellers got so happy when the audience reacted enthusiastically, but looked dispirited when the response was average. This feeling was truly damn refreshing. He began contemplating whether he should take up storytelling as a side job, not for money, just to enjoy the sensation of getting a lively response from the audience. This story happens on a mountain called Flower Fruit Mountain in Aulai country of Eastern Holy Continent. Flower Fruit Mountain is a cave heaven and land of blessings. Don't ask me what exactly a cave heaven and land of blessings means. I'm not entirely clear myself. Probably, it's a place rich in magic elements, so that's what it's considered, a very powerful place, alright. On the Flower Fruit Mountain, there was a boulder the size of a human. After absorbing the magical elements from heaven and earth, it slowly incubated a monkey-like magical beast. Once this incubation was complete, the rock cracked open, causing a reverberation across heaven and earth. It startled the Jade Emperor who was chatting with immortals in the Lingxiao Hall. The Jade Emperor was not pleased at being interrupted when he was enjoying his conversation. Just as I was having a pleasant chat, what is shaking heaven and earth and scaring me? Who has nothing better to do than scare me? He then dispatched Qianli I and Shunfeng ear to investigate. It turned out to be no big deal. It was just the birth of a monkey. Upon hearing that it was only a newborn monkey causing all the commotion, the Jade Emperor decided to let it slide. As a great immortal, I can't possibly squabble with a baby monkey. So he resumed his chat. This newly born monkey-like magical beast didn't have clothes, but wasn't shy at all because magical beasts generally don't wear clothing anyway. The mercenary grew increasingly excited as he recounted the story, while the audience below became more intrigued by each word. Even though he became the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain, he felt his own strength was too weak. So, he decided to leave and learn some real skills. The story ends here. The mercenary holding the newspaper threw up his hands helplessly and told the crowd, "Is that it? Only this much? I thought I had just started listening when it ended." Ah. The group was completely unsatisfied. "We were just getting into the story, and you're telling me it's over?" "Finally, I understand how my wife felt on our wedding night. Such disappointment." The group gave him strange looks. "I was just talking nonsense." No one listened to his explanation and distanced themselves from him, fearing contamination. "That's all for now, folks. Go back to your tables. We'll have to wait for the next issue of the newspaper." Sighing, everyone returned to their respective tables. As they left, they took back everything they'd given to the storyteller earlier. Looking at his empty table, the storyteller first stared blankly, then became enraged. "You bastards, taking back the gifts is one thing, but you've also taken the food and drinks I ordered myself. What am I supposed to eat now? Give them back immediately." In less than a day, storytellers across the Death City in various inns, goose houses, and tea houses began recounting the tale of Journey to the West. Soon, it spread throughout every corner of Death City. The newspaper quickly gained popularity across the entire Death City. However, its limited quantity allowed only 3,000 people to buy it, with some purchasing multiple copies to resell. A newspaper originally costing 10 copper coins was now being sold for a silver coin. Upon hearing this news, Xuanhuan immediately instructed the news bureau to speed up printing so that all profits wouldn't end up in someone else's pocket. After all, he hadn't even recouped his initial investment yet. Chapter 133, The Second Magic Treasure, The Flower of Life. Because the speed of newspaper printing was still too slow now and the number of letter forms wasn't enough, they were not issued every day. Xuanhuan decided to issue once a week, and meanwhile in Shui Gang's place people were asked to let various blacksmith shops quickly manufacture letter forms. When there were more letter forms, the printing speed would also increase. In the news bureau, Xuanhuan picked a few clever people to manage it. Every day the Mercenary Guild delivered a great amount of news to the news bureau, and they were responsible for filtering out some news that could be published. Regarding stories, with Journey to the West there could be many issues published, but at present Xuanhuan still had the people of the news bureau recruit some people who can write fictional stories. After all, to achieve long-term development, one couldn't always rely on oneself to write stories. Reporters should also hire several, interview important figures, experts, and so on. The news is bound to attract a lot of attention. However, these things Xuanhuan didn't care about much. Gave them an approximate framework, let them develop on their own. He just needed to set the direction properly. If one took care of everything personally, wouldn't one get exhausted? While drinking tea, Xuanhuan was wondering why the 4 squad leaders had yet to forge their own magic treasures when a servant came to report. "Your Highness, the director of the news bureau Lu Zhang requests to see Your Highness." "Let him come in." Xuanhuan sipped a mouthful of tea. "Pay respects to Your Highness." Lu Zhang paid his respects. "Lu Zhang, has something happened to the news bureau?" Xuanhuan indifferently asked. "Answering Your Highness, everything in the news bureau is normal at present. It's just that there isn't quite enough money." Lu Zhang respectfully said. Xuanhuan didn't respond, deep in thought about something. Now the only source of income for the news bureau was selling newspapers, and with such a production volume and price, as well as daily expenses being so large, it was normal to have no money. But even though he was very wealthy, he couldn't engage in losing deals. In the future, they could collect advertising fees, but currently no one came to advertise. Even if there were, at present the quantity of newspapers published was very limited, and they were only famous within Death City, so they couldn't collect many advertising fees. The Mercenary Guild couldn't keep providing information for free either, even though it was all part of his enterprise. Benefits should be separate, not mixed together, otherwise, the people underneath might have opinions later on. Lu Zhang, does the Mercenary Guild have any private information about rich people or nobles? Xuanhuan asked. Answering Your Highness, there is much information of this kind, but I've filtered them all out, absolutely ensuring they don't appear in the newspaper. Don't filter them out. In the second edition of the newspaper you publish their privacy. First disclose the privacy of 10 rich people or nobles. Xuanhuan smiled. Highness, this may offend too many people. Lu Zhang was a bit worried, although the Highness held absolute authority in Death City, in situations where others hadn't offended them. To randomly provoke a group of people like this wasn't ideal. Later on others might secretly put obstacles in Death City's path. There's no need to worry about this. Surely many people will dislike the news bureau in the future, but more people will fear it. Xuanhuan didn't mind. The future uses of the news bureau would be immense. Offending a few people meant nothing. After the second issue comes out, those whose privacy has been disclosed will surely come seeking redress. At that time gently tell them the news bureau is poor. They'll understand your implication. Xuanhuan smiled. Lu Zhang was a smart person. Hearing this immediately understood the meaning. That was to let those people buy back the negative information about themselves. This way after the second issue comes out, those who weren't mentioned on the newspaper would likely come to inquire about the content of the next issue. At that time, just give a hint. They would be very willing to pay. His Majesty indeed lived up to the title of coin-making machine, coming up with such cunning ideas. Lu Zhang secretly admired inside. Seeing that Lu Zhang understood his meaning, Gu Yihan faintly said, I will give you money to maintain expenditures for 10 days. I hope next time you bring me good news. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Zhang quickly bowed. Not long after Lu Zhang left, Gu Yihan finally waited for the birth of the second magic treasure. Flower of Life, a wood-based magic treasure. A flower with bloodthirsty abilities. Initial ability, blood suction. The flower transforms into a large number of petals attacking enemies, cutting enemies and sucking their blood to enhance the petal's attack capability. Intermediate ability, blood resurrection. After the treasure owner dies, the bloodthirsty flower enters a frenzied state, indiscriminately attacking all living beings within 10 miles of the master, using the absorbed blood to reconstruct the master's physical body. Advanced ability, unknown. Ultimate ability, unknown. After reading the introduction of the Flower of Life in the Book of Earth, Gu Yihan was amazed. This magical treasure seemed to be created specifically for group battles. The more people there are, the stronger it gets. Even after death, it can bring rebirth. With this treasure, one could fight countless foes. Its strengths were evident, but its weaknesses were also clear. It might not fare well in one-on-one combat, especially when facing Dahao's extreme fire armor, which would suppress it completely. Gu Yihan extended his palm, and a white flower appeared in his hand. It looked like an ordinary peach blossom at first glance. If Gu Yihan didn't know that this was a magical treasure, he might have thought it was just a common flower plucked from a peach tree. In a flash, Gu Yihan arrived in the death forest. He waved his hand, and the Flower of Life transformed into countless petals that flew toward an ordinary beast. In an instant, the beast was shredded into tiny pieces, with all the blood drained out, leaving only dry scraps. Gu Yihan nodded, satisfied with the petal's attacking and blood-sucking abilities. He then glanced at the Flower of Life, now slightly tinged with blood red amidst the original white, a subtle beauty. He gently shook the Flower of Life, and the absorbed blood turned into blood blades, slashing toward a nearby tree, leaving deep marks on its surface. Gu Yihan nodded again, smiling contentedly. The blood within the Flower of Life could heal him or form blood blades for attack. In future battles, with petals flying everywhere and blood blades cutting through the air, the sight would be breathtaking, although the enemies might not appreciate such beauty. He retracted the Flower of Life and returned instantly to the courtyard. At this moment, Dong Yi also arrived outside the courtyard. Your Highness, I've forged my own magical treasure, said Dong Yi excitedly. He extended his hand, and in his palm appeared a Flower of Life identical to Gu Yihan's. Dong Yi explained the functions of the Flower of Life, which aligned with Gu Yihan's expectations. Currently, Dong Yi could only harness its initial blood-sucking ability. Gu Yihan praised him a few times, encouraging him to keep striving. Over the following days, Nan Yi, Bei Yi, and Shi Yi each forged their own magical treasures as well, and came to report the good news to Gu Yihan one by one. Chapter 134, The Fate Academy. In the following period, many among the 3,000 soldiers had also managed to forge magical artifacts. The abilities of these artifacts they forged were all quite peculiar. Some did not even possess attacking capabilities, but instead had strange other functions. For instance, one person's artifact was called Inversion, its ability being to invert everything within a certain range, and that was its sole ability. Unlike the artifacts forged by Dahao's group, it didn't have distinctions like beginner, intermediate, advanced, or ultimate levels. Another individual's artifact was called Bliss. Its ability made people laugh uncontrollably. Some others' artifacts had 2 abilities or 3 abilities. So far, the most seen were the ones created by Dahao and the 4 captains, artifacts with 4 abilities. Gu Yihan could not figure out the reason for this, but he guessed that it might be related to the quality of each person's life force. Initially, Gu Yihan thought it had something to do with the intensity of their life force, but upon reconsidering, he found it incorrect. The disparity between the 3,000 warriors wasn't that great. Their life force strengths should not differ much either. However, some artifacts had only 1 ability, while others had up to 3. Thus, Gu Yihan guessed that the number of abilities an artifact possessed must be tied to the quality of one's life force. Life force also has quality. 2 individuals who could both live up to 100 years. One remained perpetually unhealthy, while the other never fell ill. That was the difference in their life force quality. Gu Yihan pondered whether the life force quality of the giant and dwarf races might be higher than that of the human race. After all, their long lives were rarely accompanied by reports of illness-related deaths. The 3,000 members of the guard, even if they all eventually forged artifacts, would only amount to 3,000 individuals, a paltry number compared to the god-tier warriors accumulated over the years in the divine realm. Gu Yihan thought this insufficient and considered teaching the art of fate forging to the giant and dwarf races as well. But he dared not affirm that if a future conflict arose with the divine realm, whether those 2 races would offer aid. If they declined, then teaching them the art of fate forging would have been futile. Worse still, if someone betrayed, it would become a grave issue. This worry was not without basis. Many races on the continent today worship their own gods. Giants worship the god of strength, dwarves worship the god of forging, and if during a potential clash their deities intervened, there was a high likelihood that the 2 races would not help him but assist their gods against himself. Gu Yihan felt somewhat troubled. Not everyone rebelled against gods. Of these 3,000, only his personal guards were certain not to fear the gods. After thinking for a long time, Gu Yihan decided to recruit more people from the human race, for other races harbored their own faith in their deities. While many humans also worshipped gods, humans were fickle. Today they worship one god. Tomorrow, believing another stronger deity exists, they could easily shift their devotion. If one day he became powerful enough, humans would likely be willing to challenge the gods. After clearing his mind, Xuanhuan resolved to expand the guard team and instructed them to recruit children, nurturing children brought up entirely under the guard's training. They would be more reliable. Summoning Dahao and the 4 captains. I've already told you about my previous encounters in the netherworld. Luha informed you about the beast god. My purpose in teaching you the art of casting fates is to better face the gods from the divine realm later on, but currently, we are too few. Hence, I've decided to establish a Fate Academy. A Fate Academy? A few look confused. It's similar to an academy, but focused mainly on learning the craft of casting fates. Naturally, other subjects will also be taught, explained Xuanhuan. Students from the City Academy will be chosen to attend the Fate Academy. Afterward, the 4 of you will take turns teaching them. Remember, select those absolutely loyal to the Death City. This point is crucial, so proceed carefully. Xuanhuan emphasized. Yes, Your Highness. Bei Yi asked at this moment. Your Highness, is the establishment of the Fate Academy solely for combating the gods of the divine realm? Xuanhuan nodded. Bei Yi continued. I've heard King Yanluo say that the beast god isn't favored by the king of gods in the divine realm and may have already been forgotten. Also, it seems rather difficult for beings from the divine realm to enter our world. Only the beast god is an exception, so wouldn't it be possible that we might not confront the divine realm? Bei Yi, I understand your implication. Are you suggesting they let us be, and we let them be? That we in the divine realm find it hard to engage in conflict? Xuanhuan questioned. Bei Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, he had this idea. From what King Yanluo said, he deduced that the God King from the divine realm basically would not go to great lengths for an unpopular beast god. Even if the God King sent a deity to look for the beast god on Earth, as long as the beast god showed up, there wouldn't be much of an issue. Moreover, with His Highness's capabilities, could an ordinary deity even discover the secrets about the underworld? He couldn't figure out why His Highness believed there would certainly be a war with the divine realm in the future. The divine realm may not seek trouble now, but later, I will surely seek trouble with them. Xuanhuan stated casually. The group was taken aback after hearing this. They didn't expect His Highness's ambitions to be so large. The meaning behind these words was already clear. His Highness intended to conquer the divine realm in the future. In their understanding, His Highness seemed uninterested in power and authority before, since he hadn't shown any desire for the throne of the ancient Daxia Empire. It now appeared that His Highness wasn't disinterested in power, but rather found those previous roles unworthy of attention. Xuanhuan, seeing their expressions, roughly guessed what they were thinking. He only wanted to become immortal and did not have any particular interest in authority. In the future, his cultivation path was inevitably going to require him to control the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. He was already at the celestial realm level and would next advance to the heavenly immortal stage. Conflicts with the divine realm were unavoidable. However, Xuanhuan did not explain this, because he noticed Dahao and the 4 captains seemed excited. Are you willing to follow me? Asked Xuanhuan. Willing, replied the 5 enthusiastically. Before, they thought Xuanhuan was uninterested in power, so they had not revealed their own ambitions for conquest. But upon hearing today's speech, it stirred up their most primitive desires. Who doesn't want to dominate all around them? Now, it was not just dominating everywhere. It was His Highness intending to rule over all 3 realms. Just like Emperor Yu Huang from the story of Journey to the West, a sole sovereign among the 3 realms. They suddenly wondered if the world described in Journey to the West was the kind of world His Highness envisioned. Xuanhuan didn't know what they were thinking and continued talking about the Fate Academy. After the previous discussion, the group felt this academy was the force His Highness was preparing to eventually conquer the 3 realms. Therefore, they listened attentively and also proposed several good suggestions. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xuanhuan was very satisfied. Chapter 135, The Open Destiny Sphere. In less than a few days, an academy called Mingyuan appeared in the inner city of Death City. After the last discussion with Dahao and others, the academy that Xuanhuan originally planned to recruit loyal people from the inner city for Death City turned into recruiting anyone who was human. They also changed from only recruiting children to recruiting anyone who met the standard, whatever that standard was. It depended on the moods of a few people. This idea was proposed by Dong Yi. Initially, Xuanhuan didn't understand, but after listening to Dong Yi's explanation, everything became clear instantly. The reason Dong Yi gave was quite simple. Humans were unlike other races which would maintain lifelong faith in their gods, steadfast until death. Humans followed gods out of fear more than faith. Once most people gained some strength, even those who had been reverent towards the gods before would change. Dong Yi suggested not to treat fighting against the gods as a personal matter, but to see it as a conflict between the human realm and the god realm. Your Highness wishes to control the 3 realms. Therefore, you must ensure balance among them. Now, the human realm is the weakest. With destiny forging, the human realm can strengthen overall, which is crucial for maintaining balance in the 3 realms. Upon hearing this explanation from Dong Yi, Xuanhuan was extremely surprised. He hadn't expected Dong Yi to analyze things from such an imperial perspective. Xuanhuan fully agreed with Dong Yi's views. Summarized, Dong Yi's words expressed one main idea. The 3 realms needed balance to lay the groundwork for future rule over all 3 realms. People from the human realm wouldn't submit to weaker powers. If the human realm were strong enough, they wouldn't take the god realm seriously either. Once they grew powerful, there would naturally be those bold enough to challenge the gods without requiring specific arrangements. After comprehending these ideas, Guihan followed Dong Yi's advice and allowed Ming Yuan to freely recruit students. Guihan, who initially planned to fund the academy himself, now believed that Ming Yuan might become one of the quickest ways to make money. During the construction of Ming Yuan over these days, Guihan didn't stay idle either. He created something called an open destiny sphere. Its function was to transmit the cultivation methods of the destiny forging technique. At the same time, Guihan tinkered with the sphere so that he could always control or retrieve the magical artifacts cultivated using the open destiny sphere, ensuring that if someone used an artifact to harm his own people, he could have full control over the situation. Guihan also taught the method of controlling others' artifacts to Dai Hao and the four captains. Moreover, he instructed them that if someone ever forged an artifact capable of breaking free from this control, they should consider whether or not to eliminate the person based on the situation. Artifacts had various strange and unpredictable abilities, and someday one might appear that could break away from control. If someone discovered that all the artifacts were actually under the control of Guihan and his group, they might help others bypass this control and start a rebellion. So, caution was necessary. With the spread by the mercenary guild and the publicity in the newspaper, Ming Yuan quickly became widely known. Recruitment at Ming Yuan in Death City. Join Ming Yuan to learn powerful special abilities. Those interested can register at the gate of the Ming Yuan Academy in the inner city of Death City. The course lasts 1 month, with a tuition fee of 1 million gold coins. Someone read aloud from the newspaper. What kind of learning is this? 1 month costs 1 million gold coins. If I have this much money, why bother learning any skills when I could just live comfortably for the rest of my life? The mercenaries completely showed no interest. Actually, Guihan and his team never intended for everyone to be able to attend Ming Yuan. Given its size, it couldn't accommodate too many people. Setting the price so high was part of their deliberate strategy, to raise the bar and reject the majority of applicants. Besides, another goal was this. Ordinary people generally lacked this amount of money, but those who could afford it certainly weren't common folk. Such individuals shared a common trait. They were arrogant and ambitious, and once they gained power, their ambitions would swell. Naturally, raising the price enabled Guihan to earn a large influx of gold coins. The opening of Ming Yuan wasn't very ceremonious, remaining extremely low-key. Nevertheless, most people became aware of it. Even people from other empires knew about it, not because of the newspapers, but thanks to the effective promotion by the mercenary guild. On the second day after Ming Yuan opened, Dai Hao came to Guihan's small courtyard. Your Highness, what's the matter? Ming Yuan has been open for a day, and no one has signed up yet, Dai Hao said helplessly. Guihan thought about it and understood the reason. After all, 1 million gold coins wasn't trivial, and they hadn't clearly stated what abilities could be learned at Ming Yuan beyond vague promises of special abilities. It was normal that no one had registered without seeing the results first, especially since those from other empires couldn't reach Death City within a day or two. Guihan originally intended to have the guards display the abilities of the magical artifacts, but upon reflection, decided against it. It would lower their status. I know. There will be people coming tomorrow, Guihan said indifferently. Yes, Your Highness. After Dai Hao left, Guihan contacted the skeleton landowner in the Death Forest. Skeleton, how are those saint-level experts who help collect treasures with energy doing? Reporting to Lord Superior, they are still diligently collecting treasures. Guihan didn't know what to say. The underworld no longer needed the little energy they collected, but because Guihan had forgotten about them and hadn't informed them, they were still collecting without any complaints. Tell them that they have reached the standard for becoming gods, but their strength is not yet sufficient. Let them come to the Death City tomorrow and study at Ming Yuan for a month. Then they can choose a place in their empire to become the land gods. Yes, Lord Superior. The next morning, outside the gate of Ming Yuan, the sun has already risen. Why hasn't the academy opened yet? A saint-level expert said with excitement. Old Wang, why are you so anxious? We've waited for years. Can't we wait a little longer? Am I anxious? I'm excited. I never thought in my whole life that I might reach the god level. In just a few short years, after staying here for a month, we can become gods. How can I not be excited? The others smiled after hearing this. They were also excited. The skeleton god said our strength is too weak to become gods. I understand for the rest of you, but I am already at the 9th level of the saint rank, and this is considered weak? Besides, studying for a month here will make us stronger? Is this academy just a scheme by the skeleton god to cheat us out of money? Are you dreaming? Could 1 million gold coins buy the ability to become a god? Moreover, all the treasures we've handed over in recent years, which one was worth less than 1 million gold coins? The saint-level expert who spoke earlier thought about it and realized it made sense. At the same time, the others were also curious about what was special about Ming Yuan that made the skeleton god believe a month of study would make these saint-level experts stronger. Chapter 136, Saint-Level Registrations. After waiting for about an hour, the doors of the Destiny Academy finally opened. The moment the old man who opened the door created just a small crack, bang, more than a dozen people rushed in. The old man was pushed back several steps and almost fell down. Ouch! At the very moment he was about to fall, a hand supported his back. After the initial shock, the old man looked up and saw more than 10 fierce-looking people glaring at him. You, what do you want? This is the place of the city lord, and if you dare to rob us, our city lord is the strongest on the continent. The old man nervously stammered. We are not here to rob. We are here to register, one of the saints explained. Register? The old man looked at them with suspicion. Yes, we have come to register. Where can we sign up? Oh, are you registering for your children? No, we ourselves want to study at Destiny Academy. Old man, stop asking so many questions. Just tell us where we pay, said one of them with a more irascible temperament. The old man glanced at them. Although he didn't believe that they were this old and still willing to spend so much money on education, he pointed anyway toward the registration desk nearby. Most of these more than a dozen saint levels looked like old men, while the younger ones appeared to be around 40 years old, which made it hard for the old man to believe they'd come to learn. After all, in his mind, academies were places only for children. Once they found out where the place was, the saints no longer paid any attention to the old man and walked straight toward the registration area. At this moment, a registrar had just sat down, munching on some buns. Thinking there would be no one around, he decided to slowly enjoy his breakfast. However, as soon as he sat down, he saw a group of people entering from outside. Who are you? The registrar asked curiously. To register. As soon as they spoke, everyone took out their trading cards. Where do we pay? The registrar was a bit stunned. He had never seen anyone so eager to pay. Dazedly, he took out a card and said, just transfer the money to this card. As soon as the registrar finished speaking, several people rushed over and started transferring money. In no time, all the money was transferred. The registrar stared at the more than 10 million number on the card and froze, amazed at how smoothly everything had gone. What are you standing there for? The money's been paid, so what's next? Oh, then you need to report your names so I can register them, the registrar replied. Subsequently, everyone wrote down their names on the paper handed by the registrar. Once they finished writing, the registrar took a look. Luohua Great Mage, Free and Easy Martial Saint, Xianlai Martial Saint. Seeing all the names of great mages or martial saints, the registrar thought they must be crazy, obsessed with becoming saint-level strong. He did not take them seriously as real saint-level experts, assuming these titles were just self-proclaimed names. After the registration is complete, then what? I will explain this to you. Our Destiny Academy is under closed management. You cannot leave during this month, nor can you send any messages out. After finishing his explanation, the registrar took out a set of keys and handed each of them one key, saying, these are the keys to your dormitories. Your room numbers are marked on them. Everything inside is brand new and provided for free. However, other future expenses will need to be covered. Kid, I ask you, what will we be taught here? For that, I don't know. Classes are held every afternoon. For captains from our Death City Guard team will rotate teaching you, said the registrar enviously. The 4 captains of the guard team? Everyone nodded. They knew about the strength of the 4 captains of Death City. They were all 9th tier saint-level experts, and being taught by them seemed acceptable. To the left are the dormitories. You can go check your rooms. To the right is the classroom, the largest one. Each afternoon at 2 o'clock, one captain will teach there. The registrar explained while pointing in both directions. You can also visit other places. We wish you success in your studies. The group asked a few more questions about the academy, but received vague answers. Besides knowing about the buildings within the academy, there wasn't much useful information provided, which diminished their interest in continuing to ask. Not long after, they came to the dormitory building. The dormitory building consisted of a row of 3-story, small houses. Since they were the first batch of students, they were assigned to building 1 Unit 1. Each person had a single room, spacious. At the moment, in Luohua Great Mage's room, all the more than a dozen saint-level experts gathered together. What do you think we'll learn in the afternoon? Someone asked. I don't know, but I just picked up a news report downstairs. It mentioned the recruitment slogan for this academy. It said we could learn special abilities here. But what are these special abilities? The newspaper doesn't say, but the most popular story in the newspaper now is a tale called Journey to the West. I think it might have something to do with the things in this story, one great mage said. Story? Journey to the West? What does that have to do with special abilities? This Journey to the West isn't like the stories we usually read. It has a cultivation system we don't know about. It's called Immortal Arts. Immortal Arts? The crowd was confused. Yes, Immortal Arts. I can't explain it fully to you right now. This Journey to the West has already been published in several issues, and I've just gathered all of these newspapers for you to read. Here they are. He then took out several newspapers and handed them over. All the saint-level experts were powerful beings who could scan through texts at a glance. It didn't take long for them to finish reading the newspapers. Is such magic real? One person frowned after finishing the reading. I'm not entirely sure either if it's not. What nonsense. That flying on clouds and mist stuff. Don't you see clouds and mist in the sky when you fly? How could someone stand on top of them? And look at this, an instant leap covering 108,000 li. This sounds like a joke to me. Do the people making up this story even know how far 108,000 li is? And what about this 72 transformation technique? The article says if you master it, you can transform into trees, animals, rocks, etc. Can a person really turn into other objects? Totally fake. You can't say that, someone objected. In the past, we didn't know there was an underworld or had seen ghostly creatures, but don't those exist now? Besides, the skeletons in the Forest of Death told us that our strength wasn't enough yet. Perhaps after becoming deities, learning immortal arts is the next step. But in this story, the monkey learned immortal arts without achieving godhood first. Moreover, do you really think the academy would teach people immortal arts? How likely is that? Argued big-bearded freewheeling saint. What do you think? Big-bearded freewheeling saint turned to the others, wanting to hear their opinions. A moment of deep thought fell upon the group. Perhaps it's true? After much discussion among themselves, they finally reached a consensus. Everything would become clear after the afternoon lessons. Chapter 137, Deceiving Again. Xuanhuan had been paying attention to the dozen or so saint-level experts signing up at the Academy of Fate, and he had heard clearly even their conversations inside the rooms. After some thought, xuanhuan decided to personally give them a lesson in the afternoon. The cultivation method of the casting fate technique could be passed on to others in just a few breaths by simply teaching how to open the fate orb. So why let them stay in the academy for a month? In fact, this month was not really about learning anything specific, but rather about instilling the concept of opposing the divine within them. Teaching the casting fate technique to others was originally aimed at countering the people of the divine realm. If they didn't impart certain ideas into them, it would have been futile. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. After checking the time, xuanhuan disappeared from his room in an instant. When xuanhuan arrived at the classroom door, all the saint-level experts were already waiting inside. You're all here. xuanhuan smiled as he entered the classroom. Princeton. The group was surprised upon seeing xuanhuan. They hadn't expected him to come. Princeton, why are you here? They rose and bowed respectfully. As the strongest person on the continent, xuanhuan deserved their respect. Moreover, they realized that xuanhuan wasn't an ordinary individual. He might be what the journey to the west referred to as a celestial being. Thinking of xuanhuan as a celestial being, and recalling Sun Wukong learning divine skills, they suddenly grew excited. Wasn't the special ability he mentioned actually divine skill? This was exactly what they were thinking right now. We can be considered old acquaintances. How could I not come since you've come here to learn this special ability? xuanhuan said with a smile. Sit down everyone. xuanhuan gestured. Everyone obediently sat down, their excitement showing no signs of fading. Seeing their eager expressions, xuanhuan was satisfied. He hadn't expected them to regard him as an idol. Their admiration for him was evident. You've all paid to learn these special abilities, so I won't waste time reminiscing with you. Otherwise, you might think I'm just scamming your money. xuanhuan made a joke. Though the joke wasn't particularly funny, the group still chuckled obligingly. All right, class begins. I have a question. Aren't all of your goals to become gods? Then, who knows why there have never been any god-level masters on this continent? It's rumored that those who reach god level ascend to the divine realm. Someone responded. That's correct. They all go to the divine realm. Let me ask another question. After becoming god level yourselves, would you choose to visit the divine realm or remain on this continent leading carefree lives? I want to visit the divine realm. I'd prefer to stay in this world. I guess I'll visit the divine realm first before coming back. Everyone shared their views one after another. You're all correct. People naturally have curiosity. It's normal to want to explore the divine realm after achieving godhood, but some wouldn't want to go at all. With so many god-level individuals having emerged, why hasn't a single one stayed behind on this continent? xuanhuan continued questioning. After hearing this, the group remained silent for a moment. Eventually, someone seriously replied, We've pondered over this question ourselves. We speculate that those who achieve divinity may not willingly choose to go to the divine realm, but instead feel compelled to do so for some reason. xuanhuan nodded. You're correct, it's a matter of necessity. Does Princeton know something? The group looked at xuanhuan expectantly, hoping he knew the reason and would share it with them. I do. Can Princeton tell us then? This is precisely what I intended to inform you about, which is also the very reason I founded this Academy of Fate. Huh. Everyone was confused. What did this academy have to do with the divine realm? xuanhuan looked around at them and continued. Have you all heard of the three realms? Yes, we have. Our world is called the mortal realm. After death, souls go to the underworld, and when reaching godhood, they ascend to the heavenly realm, someone said. Incorrect. The heavenly realm is the heavenly realm, and the divine realm is the divine realm. To be precise, the so-called divine realm shouldn't be called such. It should more aptly be named the demon realm. Demon realm. That's right. The heavenly realm originally governed the three realms, but for unknown reasons, it has been a long time since any celestials have emerged from there. As a result, the demon realm fabricated the concept of the divine realm to masquerade as the heavenly realm. Any saint-level practitioners in our mortal realm who advance to godhood will be deceived into entering the demon realm. If they refuse, demon clans will either forcibly take them or execute them. That's why there are no god-level masters left on this continent. Hearing this shocking secret, everyone was stunned, standing motionless for a long time without recovering. xuanhuan inwardly laughed heartily at their reactions. They had been manipulated by him before, helping him search for treasures for so long without improving even a bit. Now, meeting him again, they were still easily deceived. The inhabitants of the demon realm need the blood and flesh of god-level experts for cultivation. Once taken to the demon realm, those god-level experts become food for the demon clans. Of course, they don't devour them outright, but instead control them with certain techniques, slowly feeding on them, a bit each day, allowing them time to recover before resuming. This way, they keep them alive in captivity, xuanhuan continued. This is despicable demon clans. Thinking of being kept as livestock, everyone felt a chill of fear. They would rather die. What about the enfeefment of the skeleton earth deity? Someone asked, recalling the skeleton land deity. The enfeefment of the skeleton was granted by the heavenly realm. He is a genuine immortal, which is different from any so-called god-level experts. Weren't you saying that no celestials have emerged from the heavenly realm? Are you an immortal, your highness? If so, why can you perform such enfeefments? Someone inquired. That's where merits and virtues come into play. But this isn't the subject of today's lecture. Someone else will explain it later. xuanhuan replied with a smile. The reason xuanhuan didn't elaborate wasn't because it wasn't today's lesson, but because he hadn't fabricated a proper story yet. Alright. All you need to know is that deities not infested by the heavenly realm risk becoming captives of the demon clans. Now I'll teach you a special ability. xuanhuan decided against explaining too much. He had acted too hastily. Ideally, he should have prepared a comprehensive story beforehand. Fortunately, it was him who came today. If one of the 4 captains had come instead, these saint-level experts might have noticed inconsistencies. Hearing Xiuxian announce the beginning of the special ability teaching, everyone refocused their attention, believing he was about to teach them celestial skills. The skill I'm going to teach you is the casting fate technique. As he spoke, Xiuxian produced the fate orb. Place your hands on this fate orb. Once you do, you'll understand the cultivation method of the casting fate technique. During the next month here at the academy, you must diligently practice. If you have questions along the way, feel free to ask other teachers, who will guide you through the process. Chapter 138. The Saints Learn the Art of Casting Fate. What is this thing? The group curiously asked, staring at the small ball in Xiuxian's hand. This is called the Fate Opening Ball, the ball that will open your fates, Xiuxian said with a smile. Open our Fate Academy ball. This explanation was unexpected by all, yet it sounded very powerful. Can such a small ball really allow us to learn special abilities? The group gathered around the Fate Opening Ball in Xiuxian's hand, studying it curiously. Seeing them continuously observing the Fate Opening Ball, Xiuxian found it amusing how a group of grown-ups could behave so childishly. Who wants to go first? I'll go first, shouted the bearded Xiaoyao Martial Saint loudly. Xiuxian smiled and placed the Fate Opening Ball in front of Xiaoyao Martial Saint. Xiaoyao Martial Saint examined the ball for a long time before asking, "How do I use it?" Just place your hand on the ball." As soon as the words were spoken, Xiaoyao Martial Saint quickly put his hand on the Fate Opening Ball. A streak of light flowed from it, and Xiaoyao Martial Saint's eyes closed, standing motionless. After a few breaths of time, Xiaoyao Martial Saint took his hand off the Fate Opening Ball. The others immediately questioned him. "Big Beard, how was it?" "You try it yourselves, and you'll know," Xiaoyao Martial Saint replied, and went back to his seat, closing his eyes with a slight smile on his lips, seemingly reminiscing about something. Seeing this, the rest grew even more curious. Xiaoyao, the big-mouthed one who usually couldn't keep quiet about anything, now said nothing, but looked happy. "Who's next?" Xiuxian asked with a smile. "I'll go." In the time that followed, everyone, in turn, gained their casting art from the Fate Opening Ball. Some were shocked, some incredulous, and some stared wide-eyed at Xiuxian. When everyone had finished, Xiuxian said, "You have now opened a new destiny. Next, follow the methods given to craft your unique magical treasures." After learning the casting art, they knew how to forge their own magical treasures, but had no clear concept of what these treasures actually were. Someone asked, "What exactly are magical treasures?" That's enough for today's lesson. There'll be plenty of time later. If you want to know what magical treasures are, we'll cover it in future lessons. Spend some time digesting today's material. Class dismissed. After finishing speaking, Xiuxian turned and left. He now needed to refine his story. Previously, he had only decided the content for the classes, neglecting the kinds of questions others might ask. For instance, why could they seal Skeleton Land? Without a perfect answer, it could lead to suspicion. Upon leaving the classroom, Xiuxian flashed back to his courtyard, beginning to think about how to explain things to them. If he revealed his identity as too high, it wouldn't work. His current self shouldn't overstate his position. Maintaining distance was a minor issue, but what if they later believed they had enough power not to fight against the divine realm, but instead to challenge him? The Jade Emperor was the master of the 3 realms, and yet a monkey with just a bit of skill dared to proclaim he would take his throne. There would certainly be more people like that monkey. Although Xiuxian wasn't overly worried about their true threat, he was cultivating them to counter the divine realm, not to train opponents for himself. But revealing too low an identity wouldn't work either. It would make them lose respect. As the saying goes, if hearts disperse, the team becomes hard to manage. Why do hearts disperse? Because respect for the leader fades. Thinking about it deeply, Xiuxian realized it would be sufficient to make them understand he was stronger than they were. The title didn't matter. Stronger individuals respected those stronger than themselves, not necessarily due to rank. After pondering for a while, Xiuxian finally figured out what he would tell them the next day. On the other side, after the saint-level experts left the classroom, they gathered in Lohuo's room. "Do you think this art of casting fate is real?" someone asked. "Wang, are you doubting its authenticity?" One person curiously asked. "Not exactly. It's just that this is too incredible. There actually exists a cultivation method where one can use their life essence to create magical treasures." "Yes, it's incredibly astonishing. But what exactly is a magical treasure?" In this casting art, it only explained how to use our lives to create treasures, and that treasures have many capabilities. However, what these magical treasures specifically are remains unknown to me. Magical treasures, judging by the name, should refer to objects capable of using magic. However, here the term magic probably refers to celestial techniques. Thus, magical treasures must be artifacts that utilize celestial techniques. The others nodded in agreement after hearing this. I think there should be no doubt about it. However, I wonder what divine techniques are like. Are they like those described in Journey to the West, where transformations can happen and somersaults cover 100,000 li? I'm not concerned about that. I am very curious whether learning these divine techniques will truly bring the tribulations as mentioned by Patriarch Beauty. After hearing this, the group paused for a moment, realizing they had been so focused on the power of the techniques that they overlooked the issue of tribulations. Will that really happen? It's uncertain. Let's ask tomorrow. Why aren't you speaking, Lohuo? Someone asked curiously upon noticing that the fire mage had remained quiet with his eyes closed, sitting motionless. Lohuo did not respond, continuing to sit quietly without moving. That sly guy must be secretly practicing the fate casting art, one realized. Just as he finished speaking, there came a series of whoosh sounds, and the group disappeared from Lohuo's room. They all returned to their own rooms and began practicing diligently. As for their conversation, xuanhuan was eavesdropping once more. These guys sure have a lot of questions. I just figured out how to answer the previous ones, but now new ones have come up. Do you think the fate casting art is some kind of divine technique? That's a magical treasure, like an innate magic artifact, and yet you're worrying over nothing. Tribulations, too. Xuanhuan ranted to himself. At this thought, xuanhuan suddenly froze. Would there really be a need to endure a tribulation? He remembered that when powerful magical treasures appeared, one often had to face a tribulation. Xuanhuan took out the Earth Scroll and entered its spiritual essence. Not long after, xuanhuan retrieved the Earth Scroll. He found the answer within. It would not involve tribulations. There were many types of magical treasures. The fate-casting art pertained to innate magic artifacts. Even if it became incredibly powerful, it would never cause a tribulation. This put xuanhuan at ease somewhat. If a tribulation were indeed necessary, things would become complicated. But the concept of tribulations could be used to his advantage. In the future, there would inevitably be disobedient individuals who could not be openly executed. This idea of tribulations would serve as a perfect method to deal with them. After pondering this, xuanhuan let out a smile. Chapter 139, Pillow Talk. Time passed quickly. The next morning, everyone went to the cafeteria of Mingyuan together. As saint-level experts, they could go without food or sleep for 10 days to half a month with no problems at all. However, after practicing the casting fate technique all night, they suddenly felt extremely hungry. There was nothing they could do but come to the cafeteria early in the morning to buy breakfast and eat. You're here too. Yeah, after practicing all night, I don't know why, but I'm starving. Me too. Over all these years, I've never been this hungry before. No more talking, I'll get some food first. I feel like I could eat an entire magical boar right now. Everyone approached the window. In front of them were various kinds of breakfasts, many of which were exclusive to Death City. They soon bought their breakfast and sat down at a table in the hall to eat. These buns are great. The taste is wonderful, and they're cheap too. Only 1 gold coin each. This beef noodle soup is good too. Only 5 gold coins per bowl. Everyone was satisfied with their meal and praised the quality of the food in Mingyuan repeatedly. Many ate until they finished and then bought more again. By the time they had finished just one breakfast, they'd already spent around 100 gold coins each. These saint-level experts all held status and position within their respective empires. Spending 100 or so gold coins on a single meal was completely normal to them. Besides, they hadn't tried anything like this before. The taste was better than usual, and they thought it was worth the price. Luoho beside them pursed his lips. These guys are really used to enjoying the good life in their own countries. They think 100 gold coins is cheap, but if you knew that these buns cost only 10 copper coins each outside, and the noodles cost only 1 silver coin per bowl, would you still think this is robbing you? Luoho continued eating his breakfast without any intention of telling them the truth. If they didn't know the real price outside, he himself wouldn't have found it expensive either. Before long, everyone had finished eating and then returned to their rooms to continue practicing the casting fate technique. After practicing until noon, they once again came to the cafeteria. This meal cost each of them several hundred gold coins, but they were satisfied and expressed that they had never eaten such delicious food. Only Luoho looked sullen. If only I didn't know the real price outside, I could enjoy this like them too. Then his eyes lit up, and he walked over to the group and said, all these things are ordinary meals from the hotels inside Death City. The prices are pretty low. Luoho then told them the actual prices outside, but no one believed him. They still ate happily as before. Seeing their reaction, Luoho became even more irritated but had no way out. After finishing the meal, everyone, except Luoho, went happily to class to wait for the lesson to start. When they arrived at the classroom after waiting for a while, xuanhuan entered with a smile. Everybody, did you study well yesterday? Do you have any questions? Everyone indicated there were no issues in their practice. If there are no problems, let's talk about today's class content, xuanhuan said. Looking at everyone, xuanhuan continued. Wasn't there someone who asked me yesterday why I can elevate skeletons to deities? Today's lecture will be about divine roles. No one spoke. Everyone listened carefully. Have you all read Journey to the West? Xuanhuan asked. Yes, we have. You can learn about divine roles from Journey to the West. That's all for today's lesson. Everyone was stunned, unable to react for a moment. After a long while, someone asked, That's it. That's it. In Journey to the West, I've detailed everything about divine roles. I'm too lazy to repeat it, xuanhuan said with a smile. Then what rank does your highness hold, Lorden? I'm just a free immortal. Free immortal? Exactly. For some unknown reason, the Heavenly Court cannot find the South Gate anymore on this continent. If I'm not mistaken, the Heavenly Court now has no gods left. Xuanhuan said indifferently. No gods left. Everyone was greatly surprised. Exactly. The reason I can elevate skeletons to land spirits is because of my accumulated merit. You also gain certain merits by collecting so many treasures previously, so you too have the qualifications to become land spirits. Then does your highness not have a divine position? Someone questioned. That's correct. I don't have a divine position. Are you asking why I can bestow titles even without one? That person nodded. In reality, it's more accurate to say that I acted as a witness rather than being the one to elevate the skeletons. Everyone didn't understand. Divinities are divided into celestial deities and Yin deities. Land spirits belong to Yin deities, which are deities of the underworld. To become a deity, one needs merit, xuanhuan explained. So, which is stronger, celestial deity or Yin deity? They are all the same. A Yin deity can also become a god. With my current merits, I can become a Yin deity if I want to. But a Yin deity needs to rule over an area, and you know, I'm lazy. So, I don't plan to be a deity. Instead, I'd like to be a free immortal, living freely. What is a free immortal? This will be explained in the next episode of Journey to the West. After hearing this, everyone nodded. They believed what xuanhuan said because, in their impression, xuanhuan indeed wasn't very interested in power. Your Highness kept talking about merits. Then how do we get merits? And since there are no gods in the heavenly court now, can we still become gods? Xuanhuan smiled and said, at the beginning, the world had no gods either. The first god appeared later, then more gods came along, and when the number of gods increased, the heavenly court was formed. Now the heavenly court is gone, and so are the gods. Whether they will appear in the future depends on you. Depends on us. Everyone was shocked at his words. Did this mean that they would have the chance to become rulers of the heavenly court in the future? That's right, it depends on you. Gods rely on merits. As long as you accumulate enough merits, in the future, you can open up a heaven and build a heavenly court. That heavenly court will belong to you. However, this process requires a great deal of merits. Xuanhuan said in an enticing tone. How can we obtain merits? As soon as this question was raised, everyone fixed their gaze on Xuanhuan. There are many ways to gain merits, but the fastest way is to kill evildoers. Kill evildoers? That's correct. However, the evils among ordinary people are small evils, so the merits gained from them won't be much. If you kill demons, you'll gain more merits. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. You shouldn't think about how to kill demons right now. It's not that we look down on you, but with your current strength, even the weakest demon would be too powerful for all of you together, and you might even be bred by demons. You should focus on practicing the casting fate technique for now. In the future, when you become strong and capable, you'll gain plenty of merits, and becoming the ruler of the heavenly court won't be an issue. Everyone was trapped in the lies fabricated by xuanhuan. Although they might not have believed so quickly otherwise, xuanhuan used a little trick. Xuanhuan employed a fairy method called pillow talk. Though the name didn't sound great, it was quite effective. Chapter 140, The Three Pure Fires. In the following few days, aside from those dozen or so saints, no one else signed up at Ming College. However, xuanhuan was not worried. After these dozen saints had forged their own magical artifacts, they would naturally promote them to their close ones who were rich. But there was still an issue now. Not everyone was qualified to learn the art of fate casting. People with thin fate lines would certainly die if they attempted cultivation. Xuanhuan was thinking about how to allow more people to learn. Flipping through the Earth Book. The Earth Book recorded the topography, treasures, and herbs of this world. However, the Earth Book was not yet powerful enough to document everything fully. After searching for a long time, he found many useful herbs that increased lifespan. He noted down the herbs on paper and smiled. It was another big pile of gold coins. Rich and influential families always had some individuals who had depleted their health, and their wealth typically accompanied by diminishing fortunes. These herbs could help them become eligible to learn the art of fate casting. Selling at a higher price was quite reasonable. He called out to Hao. Your Highness, you summoned me? Xuanhuan handed over the list of herbs to Dahao. Dahao asked the mercenary guild to purchase these herbs. Buy as much as they can. Dahao took it and glanced, but did not fully understand. Yes, Your Highness. Not long after Dahao left, Xuanhuan sensed someone else forging their own magical artifact. Flipping through the Earth Book. Three pure fires. Heart being the sovereign fire, also known as divine fire, is the highest level. Kidney being the ministerial fire, also known as essence fire, is the middle level. Below the navel's energy, sea being the common folk fire, is the lowest level. This is the three pure fires, capable of burning away spirit, soul, and flesh. After reading the introduction, Xuanhuan lowered his head in deep thought. Currently, only Dahao, the 4 captains, and the 3,000 guards of the guard team had learned the art of fate casting. All of them had already forged their own magical artifacts. This three pure fires must be one of the dozen saints' forged artifacts. What made Xuanhuan curious was why, even though they were all saint-level experts, did they only forge artifacts with one ability? The art of fate casting utilized lifespan and potential to forge, and since they had achieved the rank of saint, their potentials wouldn't be low. Even if their potentials had been squandered, they had put in a lot of effort helping to construct the underworld, gaining quite a bit of merit and good karma. By logic, they shouldn't have merely forged artifacts with just one capability. After pondering for a long while, Xuanhuan came to the conclusion. The number of abilities didn't necessarily determine how formidable a magical artifact was. For instance, the three pure fires wasn't something of a low tier. It was an object used by Laozi, the Supreme Elder, impossible to be anything inferior. At this moment, in his own room, the great magician Luohua stared incredulously at the three pure fires in his palm. Is this my magical artifact, the three pure fires? Isn't it too powerful? To test the strength of the three pure fires, Luohua placed the toughest piece of celestial meteoric iron on it, originally intended to forge a magic wand. Unexpectedly, upon contact, the three pure fires instantly burned it to nothingness, leaving not even a speck of dust. You see, even the dwarves renowned for their forging required their strongest mountain fire and 2 years to melt celestial meteoric iron. Such a tough block of celestial meteoric iron vanished in an instant before the three pure fires. Luohua rejoiced in his heart, but also felt fear towards the three pure fires in his hand. The terror of the three pure fires far exceeded his imagination. At least it's mine. Luohua sighed in relief. Then excitement surged within him again. Should he swagger around henceforth? Nah, strutting like a crab is what crabs do. I'd better keep a low profile. Who knows, the artifacts forged by the other old men might be even more potent than mine. Luohua shook his head. discarding the idea of walking sideways. Keeping a low profile. Ha ha ha. Can't hold back. Luohua burst into laughter. Xiao Yao in the next room hearing Luohua's laugh felt utterly puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? Did his hemorrhoids heal? Why is he so happy? Continuing cultivation. After pondering further, it didn't feel right. Could it be that Luohua has forged an artifact? No way, I need to step up. Others also heard Luohua's laughter and similarly believed Luohua had forged an artifact, prompting each of them to work harder. Perhaps stimulated by Luohua, during dinner time, only Luohua showed up in the cafeteria, while everyone else remained in their rooms. Satiated, Luohua strolled leisurely inside the Ming College grounds. Previously, he hadn't taken a good look at the scenery here. Now that his magical artifact was successfully forged, he had the mood to appreciate the night view of Ming College. Since the Ming College was sparsely populated, at night, only Luohua was wandering around the square alone. As he was walking, suddenly two dark figures rushed towards him at high speed, one in front and the other behind. Luohua was not the type of wizard who only meditated and cultivated at home. He was an experienced grand magician who had survived life and death battles on the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, fire elements gathered swiftly around him, forming a red magical shield. Then, with a quick dodge to the side, although Luohua's movement was fast, his attackers were no slower. When they saw Luohua dodge, they launched their combat chi toward him. With a bang, the magic shield was shattered. Luohua took advantage of the force from the two streams of combat chi, increasing the distance between himself and his attackers once more. Before he landed, the magic shield reformed around his body again. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Luohua shouted loudly. From the previous attack, Luohua realized that the two people assaulting him were both at the martial saint level. When they heard Luohua's question, they did not answer but instead attacked him again. Luohua wasted no time, immediately gathering his magical power. Flames erupted all over his body, making him look like a fiery human composed entirely of flames. The assailants did not hesitate even as they saw the flames encircling Luohua. They unleashed their full battle chi, creating a barrier that repelled the flames away from their bodies. Being a wizard, Luohua's speed could not match that of a saint-level warrior, let alone having to fend off two saint-level warriors simultaneously. The two martial saints were also stronger than him. Unable to evade, he had to directly withstand their attacks. In this brief exchange, Luohua sustained injuries. One attacker had shattered his magic shield while the other struck his thigh. If Luohua hadn't dodged quickly enough, the blow might have destroyed his prospects for a happy life. Other saint-level experts inside the dormitory building sensed the fight outside. All of them were watching through the windows, and one considered offering help. They were all martial saints from various empires. They had no intention of intervening in battles involving martial saints from other empires. Moreover, if Luohua could no longer hold out, he would surely ask for their assistance. When that happened, conditions needed to be agreed upon since there would be no free favors. Chapter 141. Luohua is ambushed. Xuanhuan had also noticed the situation here. With nothing better to do, he initially intended to watch the show, but then he realized that Luohua had secretly embedded the three pure flames within his fire magic. Xuanhuan knew he needed to step in and stop it. These two people who had launched a surprise attack were unaware of the power of Luohua's three pure flames. Moreover, Luohua had hidden the three pure flames within his magical flames. Xuanhuan was confident that if these two once again rushed into Luohua's flames like before, they would be instantly incinerated by the three pure flames, leaving possibly not even ash. Xuanhuan also knew the identities of these two Saint-class warriors. They were two of the Saint-class students. If they died at Destiny Academy, it wouldn't bode well for the Academy's reputation. The first batch of students numbered only a dozen or so, and two had already perished in just a few days. How could business continue like this? Enough. Xuanhuan's voice echoed above Destiny Academy. It could only be heard within the Academy, not a single sound reaching outside. As Xuanhuan's voice faded, darkness enveloped the area. The entire Destiny Academy fell into darkness, and moments later, everything returned to normal. However, the three people in the square were nowhere to be found. Xuanhuan had sent them back to their respective rooms. The two from earlier need to prepare 2 million gold coins, 1 million for Luohua's medical expenses, and 1 million as compensation for the damage to Destiny Academy's reputation. Have the money delivered to me by dawn. I will pass on the 1 million to Luohua. There will be no next time. Death will follow otherwise. After thinking it over, Xuanhuan added, classmates should love each other. That night, none of them slept well. Xuanhuan, however, slept soundly, as he'd earned 1 million gold coins in mere minutes. His action struck fear into them all. In the span of just a few breaths, 3 Saint-class experts were incapacitated without any resistance. Not just them. Luohua himself was still dazed. He hadn't sensed anything unusual. The moment the darkness fell, and then brightened, he was already in his room. At the same time, Luohua recalled Xuanhuan's final words. Classmates should love each other. This obviously implied that those who attacked him were fellow classmates at Destiny Academy. Among the 11 Saint-level warriors present, only a few were mages. Any of the 11 Saint-level warriors could have been responsible, as the relationship between his empire and others wasn't friendly, with frequent clashes. Especially with the Leaf Empire, which bordered his own, and incidentally, 2 Saint-level warriors from the Leaf Empire had come this time. Luohua thought quietly in his room. He also began to suspect whether Xuanhuan knew something. His 3 pure flames had just been forged, so there was no way he could know. Yet when he fought against those two and was about to use the 3 pure flames to kill them, Gu Yihan suddenly intervened. Was this coincidence or deliberate? Luohu couldn't figure it out. The next morning, everyone acted as if nothing happened the previous night. They continued eating and chatting happily, not mentioning the events of last night. Luohu also pretended nothing had occurred. Since King and said combat within Destiny Academy was prohibited, after seeing his means yesterday, probably no one would want to challenge King. So, for now, things at the academy were relatively safe. However, Luohu couldn't understand why those two saint-level experts chose to act exactly when he had just crafted his magical artifact. At that time, they hadn't held back at all, every move aimed at his vital points. Was it to force him to use the artifact? Luohu decided that must be the only possible reason. After breakfast, everyone returned to practice, awaiting the afternoon. In the afternoon class, upon entering the classroom, the first thing Gu Yihan did was take out a card and transfer 1 million gold coins to Luohu. This is 1 million gold coins, compensation for you. Your leg is fine, right? Gu Yihan asked. It's all good. Luohu replied upon receiving the money. That's good. Standing behind the podium, Gu Yihan then added, I was deeply saddened by what happened yesterday. I hope there will be no more incidents like that. Classmates should love each other. Gu Yihan deliberately recounted yesterday's events to make it clear that those who ambushed Luohu were fellow students. The reason for doing this was that Gu Yihan didn't want the students to be too united. Unity toward external threats is fine, but internally it's not allowed. This is the method every empire uses. Each empire needs stability, but how does it achieve that? Naturally, internal conflicts maintain stability. A highly unified empire might face significant internal issues once a conflict arises, a major issue that even the emperor might find difficult to resolve. Won't internal conflicts affect stability though? Indeed, internal conflicts do affect stability, but at this point, greater external conflicts can be instigated. In general, for an empire to endure long-term, there need to be minor internal conflicts and major external ones. It's like a person. Someone who occasionally has minor health issues is less likely to develop serious illnesses. Conversely, those who never fall ill may become gravely sick once they do, often beyond recovery. The same goes for empires. Gu Yihan wanted them to eventually counter the people of the God realm. As long as they were capable of contributing when that time came, everything else would be a small issue. There was another aspect. Growth through competition was faster than harmonious coexistence. If everyone got along perfectly, it meant no one truly thrived. Alright, let's not talk about yesterday's events anymore. You previously asked about magical artifacts. So what exactly are magical artifacts? He looked at everyone, and they all shook their heads. Surely you must be curious about what kind of artifact you might forge. Gu Yihan inquired. Isn't the artifact random? Can we even know beforehand? Someone asked. The artifact is random, and so is its ability, but both will fall within certain limits. Looking at the crowd, Gu Yihan continued. Casting Destiny technique, as its name implies, involves using one's life force to create the artifact. Thus, by knowing what defines your life force, you can roughly predict what kind of artifact you'll forge. But I don't know what my life force is, someone said. To see a person's life force, consider their strengths. For example, mages have various elemental affinities, but if you have a strong water element talent, then you are more likely to produce a water-based artifact. As for what abilities the artifact might possess, that depends on other factors. Still with the water element, as an example, water can heal, attack, or transform into ice. If you excel in one area, the artifact's power will lean towards that aspect. Gu Yihan explained. But I don't feel particularly strong in any of these areas. They seem the same to me. Everyone has strengths. If you don't notice yours, it means you haven't discovered them yet. Once you forge your artifact, you'll understand your true strengths. Gu Yihan smiled and said. Chapter 142, The Last Lesson. The month passed quickly, and the dozen saint-level experts had all forged their own treasures. Most of their treasures were of the 5 elements type, not particularly powerful. Among them, the strongest was still Luohu's 3 purest fires. However, there was something special about Daxuzi Xiaoyao's treasure. It was an enhancement type treasure. Wine Spirit Gourd, enhancement type, can automatically absorb certain range elements to brew wine. The brewed wine will cause people to enter a semi-drunken state. In the semi-drunken state, one's power is enhanced. In the primary level, it increases 1 layer of strength, while at its ultimate level, it increases tenfold. After sobering up, the strength returns to normal. Gu Yihan was shocked after seeing this effect. The Wine Spirit Gourd's ability was extraordinarily powerful. The enhancements were calculated in percentages. Regardless of how strong you were, it could potentially increase your power by up to 10 times. If Gu Yihan had possessed this Wine Spirit Gourd back then, drinking just a sip would have meant that even the beast god might not have lasted several rounds against him. However, there was a drawback. A gourd of wine could keep a person in a semi-drunken state for about a day and a half, but it took almost a year to fully fill the gourd with wine. But this was more than enough. The stronger a person became, the fewer chances they had to fight. It was rare for someone to engage in life and death battles over decades, and such fights didn't require the use of normal combat abilities. What mattered most was that the Wine Spirit Gourd could be a great comeback tool in dire situations. Gu Yihan looked at the gourd in his hand. The Wine Spirit Gourd was the same size as a regular gourd, but its color was a kind of ancient bronze tone, exuding an old-world charm. Right now, the gourd did not contain a single drop of wine. There was no way to taste it yet, so he could only wait until it collected some before sampling it. On the last day of the month, those saint-level experts waited in the classroom as usual for Gu Yihan to come give the lesson. From their expressions, it was evident they were very excited. Today was the final class, and after this class, they would ascend to become gods. They would live forever and now had obtained treasures. Naturally, this was cause for excitement. Hello everyone. Xuanhuan walked into the classroom with a smile. Your Highness and Wang. Everyone answered in unison. After a month of learning, all of you have your own treasures. Today is the last class. I don't have anything left to teach you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Everyone glanced at each other. After a short pause, someone asked, Your Highness and Wang, will we become gods after today's class? Looks like you're concerned about this question. That's right. After the class, you can return to your empires, choose a place, and then become land gods, Xuanhuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. However, Xuanhuan's next words left them dumbfounded. But there is one prerequisite. To become a land god, you must die first. As soon as these words left Xuanhuan's mouth, everyone stared at each other, confused, assuming Xuanhuan was joking. Your Highness and Wang, stop playing such big jokes on us. You've scared us. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed awkwardly. I'm not joking around. Xuanhuan smiled and looked at everyone. The prerequisite for immortality is death. Once dead, you'll gain immortality. Ghosts are immortal too, provided they aren't devoured by other ghosts. Everyone froze. They realized Xuanhuan wasn't joking around. Your Highness and Wang, this. They were at a loss for words. Although being a land god is a divine position, it is closely related to the underworld. Therefore, you must die first to receive this appointment. Xuanhuan turned to look at a grand mage from the Baiwei Empire. Do you remember Princess Yueyu of your Baiwei Empire? The grand mage nodded. He wondered why Xuanhuan mentioned Princess Yueyu. Many knew that Princess Yueyu of the Baiwei Empire had once visited the City of Death seeking Xuanhuan's protection. She later died at the City Lord's mansion, sparking much speculation outside. However, because it was a matter concerning Xuanhuan, few dared bring it up, and many had nearly forgotten about Yueyu. Luohua, Xiaoyao, and Xianlai also nodded, recalling Princess Yueyu from when the Baiwei Empire had sought their help to stall Xuanhuan. Do you know how Yueyu died? Everyone shook their heads. Both she and Wang Qiang committed suicide, with the intention of becoming land gods. You can verify this if you check out the statues of land gods within the City of Death's jurisdiction. They resemble Yueyu. Everyone was shocked. Princess Yueyu has become the land god of the City of Death. The Grand Mage from the Baiwei Empire exclaimed in surprise. No, she has already become the xuanhuan, which is a higher rank than land god, Xuanhuan said with a smile. What? She got promoted? Everyone was shocked once again. Their expressions were just like hearing that their colleagues who they deemed inferior had a higher position than them, and they felt bufuchi. Xuanhuan wanted to laugh. This is also the advantage of becoming a land god early. Once you become a land god, you can use the divine statue to collect people's incense offerings, and with these offerings, your promotion will be much faster. At this point, everyone understood. Fortunately, none of you here are from our Daxia Empire's saint-level experts. Otherwise, if you became land gods, you would have to be managed by Yueyu because the entire range of the Daxia Empire now falls under Yueyu, the Xuanhuang's jurisdiction. Everyone was relieved that they were not from the Daxia Empire. At this moment, someone asked, Prince and Wang, do other empires have Xuanhuang too? No, Xuanhuan smiled, understanding what he meant. Of course, no one wants to be subordinate to another person. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's response, everyone sighed in relief. You land gods should try your best to collect incense offerings. The Xuanhuang can manage the land gods within their jurisdiction. If you don't work hard, you might end up working under one of your classmates after graduation, Xuanhuan chuckled. He said this specifically for those few saint-level experts who came from the same empire. Sure enough, several people below turned slightly pale upon hearing Xuanhuan's words. So, Your Excellency and Wang, how exactly does one collect incense offerings? Someone asked. As long as people believe in you, that's all it takes. The simplest way is to build a land temple and help people fulfill their wishes, assist others. Whenever others sincerely thank you, that generates incense power. Seeing that everyone still wasn't entirely clear, Xuanhuan continued. Take Yueyu for example. She helped the commoners when ghosts were running rampant. A large number of commoners thanked her, giving her massive incense offerings, thus allowing her to be promoted to Xuanhuang. After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. They now realized they just needed to help people and make them grateful. Being appreciated makes one stronger. That's great. It doesn't seem hard at all. Chapter 143. The first batch of students graduate. Do you have any more questions? Xuanhuan asked. Your Highness and Wang, does one really have to die to become a spirit of the land? Are there no other ways for immortality? They still couldn't come to terms with death. There is. Are there other methods? Everyone was filled with joy and surprise. Of course. Am I not an example? Becoming a dispersed immortal like me would be sufficient. How does one become a scattered immortal? Everyone asked impatiently. What? Do you also wish to become scattered immortals? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. Everyone nodded their heads. It's simple, just remain alive. Everyone had a face full of question marks. It was merely a small joke. Everyone indicated that it wasn't funny at all. Seeing that they didn't find his joke amusing, Xuanhuan coughed awkwardly and continued. You have all read the story of Journey to the West this past month, right? Everyone nodded. Is His Highness and Wang suggesting we need to learn the magical arts such as the 36 transformations or the 72 changes? Someone asked. Xuanhuan nodded. Then, that person originally wanted to ask if they could teach the magic techniques, but thought better of asking. Would others impart their skills without reason? Xuanhuan had seen through that person's thoughts and said, Do you want me to teach them to you? The person smiled embarrassingly. Xuanhuan smiled and said, In fact, I've already taught them to you. It's just that you haven't realized it yet. Already taught us. Everyone was greatly surprised. They hadn't sensed it. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Xuanhuan smiled and said, I did indeed give you the methods of cultivation, but the magical arts choose their users. If you haven't learned them, it only means you haven't been chosen. Xianmi yuan tong zhen miaoju, shi xiu xingming wu ta shua, du lai zong shi jing qi shun, jingu lao tsang xiu luxia, ti zhong tsang, rusho wu chuan dao zi chong, ko ju ji lai duo yu ping chu xie yu de qing liang, guang jiao jia, hao xiang dan tai shang mingyu, yutsang yu tu ritsang wu, ziyu goe shi xiang panjia, xing ming jian, K ning hor, li zhong jin lian, zan siyu wu xing dian dao yong, gong wan sui's wa fo xian. After reciting this section, Xuanhuan then asked, think hard. Where have you seen this before? Upon hearing this, everyone tried hard to recall. This is what Patriarch Bodhi said to Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. Someone recalled. Exactly, Xuanhuan nodded. This is a magical art named Great Divine Immortal Technique. Unlike other methods, once heard, if you understand it, you understand it. If not, you will not be able to learn it. Xuanhuan explained. After hearing this, everyone bowed their heads to ponder the Great Divine Immortal Technique, hoping to see if they could possibly comprehend it. Xuanhuan laughed secretly in his heart. Foolish. Want to learn a magical art? Go ahead and ponder over it. No one will eventually understand it. Then, you'll know I'm stronger than you. If you really manage to understand some sort of magical art from it, I will prostrate myself at your feet. This technique is something completely unintelligible to stupid people who might only think what it's saying. An average person might grasp its literal meaning, clever ones may get a hint of its essence, and highly gifted individuals can probably understand the majority. Only those chosen by the technique will fully understand it. How much have you understood? Xuanhuan asked mischievously. I can only understand about half. Looks like the Great Divine Immortal Technique hasn't chosen me. To be honest, I cannot understand half of it. Alas, so am I. All indicated they could only understand half, thus proving themselves as extraordinary talents. In reality, none of them understood anything, but they couldn't admit being what Xuanhuan called stupid. After having a little fun playing around with them, Xuanhuan felt rather pleased. That's quite regrettable. Xuanhuan said, pretending to be sorry. Yes, very regrettable indeed. Everyone also agreed, expressing regret. Do you have anything else you'd like to ask? Xuanhuan continued to inquire. At this moment, someone asked, Your Highness in Wang, isn't casting fortune available for anyone to learn? Finally, someone brought it up. Xuanhuan was thinking of how to find an excuse on this issue because this required substantial monetary investment. Not true. Casting fortune can only be learned by those whose fate is strong, blessings abundant, and potential high. You fit these criteria. Xuanhuan explained while giving them a compliment at the same time since he needed them to help attract wealthy people. Everyone nodded after hearing this, agreeing with Xuanhuan's statement. Then, how do we determine if one can cultivate the art of fate casting? Simple. In general, those we refer to as talented basically satisfy this condition. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, some were delighted, while others were disappointed. Those who were happy were so because there were geniuses in their families or among their descendants, while those who were unhappy had no such prodigies either in their families or among their offspring. Xuanhuan continued. However, this is not something that cannot be compensated for. If one's natural endowment is insufficient, it can only be compensated by means of rare treasures later in life. Can it be made up for later? Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this. Who wouldn't want more people in their family capable of practicing the art of fate casting? But these rare treasures are expensive, and the worse the talent, the more required, making it a terrifying expenditure. Xuanhuan explained. The crowd didn't care after hearing this. If money could solve the problem, it wasn't much of an issue since they had plenty. If you have any younger relatives who wish to come and learn, you may bring them along. The Academy of Destiny admits students on the first day of every month. Everyone nodded. Then Xuanhuan added, Are there any other questions? If not, then our class is over. Those wishing to become land spirits can come here to obtain a land spirit token. Then go to the place where you wish to become a land spirit and commit suicide there. Within 100 miles of the location of your death will be under your jurisdiction. All stared at each other. Then one said, I wish to become a land spirit. Hearing this, others also said they wanted to become land spirits. Xuanhuan took out a dozen land spirit tokens and handed them to them, then proceeded with a grandiloquent ceremony, though after he finished, he himself wasn't sure what he had just said. This already records your names. After death, you will naturally become land spirits. Of course, if you don't wish to become a land spirit now, you needn't kill yourselves. You can become one after a natural death hundreds of years from now. However, if there is no land available for you by then, there will be nothing we can do about it. Remember, over the span of hundreds of years, who knows how many land spirits will be born? They all understood Xuanhuan's meaning. They could choose to become land spirits now or wait until they die naturally to automatically become land spirits. But then they might lose the right to choose their land scope as prime areas would have been taken by others. Chapter 144, Lohuo's Suicide. Are there any more questions? If not, then you can graduate. Xuanhuan asked again. I have one more question. Someone said, Speak. What are the requirements to become a land god? Must we collect merit or earn virtue like us? Or are there other faster ways? Upon hearing his question, Xuanhuan lowered her head to ponder. Now the underworld's jurisdiction had already covered the entire continent. The number of land gods at present was still too few, and it was indeed time to devise a way to recruit more. After thinking for a moment, Xuanhuan said, To become a land god, one needs to collect virtue or merit. But now, With so few land gods everywhere, the underworld is deliberately seeking suitable candidates from those who have learned the art of casting fate. Even if one's own virtue isn't enough, one can first serve as a trainee land god. Once the incense offerings are sufficient later on, promotion will be possible. Trainee land god. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed internally. This meant that as long as they could get more people into the Academy of Fates, in the future, all the land gods in the entire empire would come from their families, effectively making the whole empire belong to their clans. Xuanhuan immediately saw through what the group was thinking, but didn't care. This was fine. After all, being a land god was just one of the lowest ranks among deities. Giving it to them wasn't a big deal. Moreover, since they were trainees, she could easily tell them they didn't pass the probation period if she weren't satisfied. As for whether they could eventually be promoted, well, that depended entirely on her. Until they were promoted, she might as well make them work more and reap more benefits from them. This was reasonable. Suddenly, Xuanhuan felt she was starting to resemble her old boss from a previous life. Back then, she detested her boss as much as possible, but now she'd unknowingly transformed into the person she most disliked. After bidding farewell to Xuanhuan, everyone couldn't wait to leave and return to their respective empires. They still had plenty to do. The Academy of Fates recruited batches of students each month, which meant every month some would create their own magic treasures, signifying potentially large numbers of apprentice land gods emerging from the academy. They needed to notify their families promptly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough land to allocate for these apprentice land gods in the future. Xianxia Empire, Luo family. Lord of the house, you've been away for so long, and upon returning, you gather all of us here late at night. Did something major happen? One elder of the Luo family asked anxiously. In the past, elders were occasionally summoned for discussions, but never like tonight. It was very late, and Luohua returned hurriedly calling them, even warning them about consequences if they didn't show up. Naturally, this left the elders quite tense. Is the empire planning some move against our Luo family? Impossible. We have Lord of the House, a saint-level powerhouse, protecting us. Why would the royal family dare attack us when we haven't done anything extreme? Various guesses spread among the elders. Are all of you here? Luohua asked seriously. Lord of the House, everyone is present. Good. Then stop speculating. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. It concerns how long our Luo family can continue existing on this continent. So serious? Everyone was startled. Lord, has your health deteriorated? Someone dared to ask. It made sense for them to speculate this way. As a family with a saint-level powerhouse, unless such an individual suffered an unexpected accident, the family's decline seemed impossible. My health is fine, but I need to die as soon as possible. Every day earlier I die, I collect incense offerings sooner. Those old men won't outdo me. Everyone stared dumbfounded. Hasten death? What did he mean? Have any of you read Journey to the West? Luohua asked. Yes, it's a serialized story within the Death City Gazette. Though we don't have newspapers yet in Xianxia Empire, every issue gets delivered to our clan, an elder explained. In Journey to the West, there's mention of land gods, correct? Luohua continued asking. Yeah, land gods seem to be the smallest gods, frequently bullied. They aren't nearly as respected as our household servants, an elder mocked with disdain. Luohua frowned unhappily upon hearing this. Was the elder mocking him? She gave the man a sharp glare. The elder looked completely confused, unsure what he'd done wrong. After all, wasn't it true that land gods were often mistreated outside, and their household servants were rarely bullied? So why shouldn't they consider themselves better than land gods? A land god may be lowly, but he's still a god of eternal life. Luohua shot another disapproving glance at him. Then she resumed speaking. These past years, I've constantly urged you to find treasures imbued with Yin energy. Stop searching now because I've already obtained the qualifications to become a land god. What? Lord of the House, are you saying that you're going to become a land god? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. That's right. However, being a land god is just the beginning. I want all of you to build a land temple in the capital city because I'll become the land god for a 100-mile radius around the capital. When that happens, the capital will be under my control. Luohua said calmly. The capital will be under your control? But Lord, after becoming a god, won't you have to go to the god realm? Everyone was confused. These things are too complicated to explain clearly right now. You just need to know that I'll remain on this continent after becoming a land god. Everyone was overjoyed. If the Lord of the House became a god and stayed on this continent, then the entire world would belong to their Luohuo family. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Luohuo knew what they were thinking and said, don't get your hopes too high. Our Luohuo family can at most obtain the Xianxia Empire. Don't even think about other empires, as they also have their own land gods who can remain on the lower continent. Other countries also had land gods. They could stay on this continent too? Was there no need to go to the god realm? Now everyone was a little puzzled. There wasn't a single divine-level person before, so why did so many suddenly appear? And none of them needed to go to the god realm? This time, I and more than a dozen saint-level experts from other empires spent a month studying at the Academy of Fates. Do you know what I learned there? They all shook their heads. Each of us now has our own magic treasure. It's useless for me to explain to you what a magic treasure is. You just need to know it grants an extremely powerful ability. The elders exchanged glances, realizing they didn't understand a word of what their lord said. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. What I'm about to do is commit suicide, and I'll explain everything slowly to you after I die. After finishing his sentence, Luohuo gathered all his magical power into his heart, and with a pop, his heart exploded, causing him to pass away instantly. Without batting an eye, their lord had died just like that, leaving all the elders frozen in place, disbelieving. What? Chapter 145, Collective Suicide of Saint-Level Experts. After dying, Luohua turned into a ghost floating beside his corpse. After glancing at his body, he took out the Earth Command token. As it emitted a brilliant light, Luohua's clothing changed into that of an Earth deity, and a staff appeared in his hand. Subsequently, his mind also gained some content related to the duties of an Earth deity, as well as some basic spells. In just a moment, he mastered these spells, and then used an appearance spell, reappearing before the elders. At this time, the elders were still staring at Luohua's corpse, not yet understanding what had happened. "What are you all spacing out for?" Luohua shouted loudly. At this moment, the elders noticed Luohua standing nearby. "Master of the house, you?" Everyone was greatly shocked, looking alternately at Luohua wearing the earth robes and Luohua lying beneath them. "I have now become an earth deity. This feeling is pretty good," Luohua said with satisfaction. Then he looked at his own corpse and waved his hand, pulling it into the earth god space. "All right, let's talk about my next arrangements. First, send people from our family who have good talent, or, even if they don't have talent but are loyal to the family, to the Death City. In 6 days, it will be day 1, and the Destiny Academy will recruit students then," said Luohua. "The Destiny Academy? I've read their recruitment details on the news bulletin. What exactly do they teach? Is it worth sending everyone with talent from the family there?" one elder asked. "The Destiny Academy teaches life-casting techniques, which can forge powerful magical artifacts. Most importantly, after graduating from the Destiny Academy, one can become a probationary Earth deity." Become a deity after graduating from the Destiny Academy? Everyone was greatly startled. How could this be? It's only a probationary position, but even probationary deities achieve immortality. At this point, an elder excitedly asked, "Can we go too?" Luohua nodded his head. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all wanted to go. Seeing through their desires, Luohua said, "If all of you go, who will manage the family? Not everyone can go. Master of the house, haven't you already become a god? You can stay here to manage everything." Someone suggested. "No, I have much more important things to do. Besides, I'm a deity now. If I expose myself to the mortal world for too long, it won't bring any benefits." This was something Xuanhuan had taught them. If a deity frequently exposes himself to mortals, there would be no sense of mystery. Without a sense of mystery, mortals wouldn't respect them, and without respect, incense offerings would be hard to gather. "The elder deacon is familiar with the clan. It seems suitable to leave him behind to manage the family," said the second elder, who didn't get along with the great elder. "So, brother two, weren't you always craving more power? I'll transfer everything to you. All future clan affairs will be handed over to you. How could I possibly handle it? I don't even have half your abilities. I think you managing the clan is better. I believe." "Enough. No need to argue," said Luohua angrily. "There are 8 of you in total. 4 should go first. The study period at Destiny Academy is 1 month. After 1 month, the remaining 4 will follow, in sequence. The initial 4 should go first," decided Luohua. The great elder to the 4th elder felt pleased after hearing this, but the 5th elder to the 8th elder were unhappy. However, since Luohua had already made his decision, none dared oppose. After pondering, the 8th elder said, "Master of the house, I think all core members of our Luo family should go. Since becoming deities is possible, the mundane worldly matters aren't necessary to focus on so much. We can just arrange for someone to oversee the family operations. Within 1 month, though short, unexpected events may arise. If the royal family discovers this, they might surely dispatch more people." After hearing this, Luohua considered it reasonable. If groups went repeatedly, others would eventually discover something was amiss, and unforeseen situations might arise. Therefore, it might be better for everyone to go at once. Once all of the Yinhua Empire is covered by our Luo family members serving as Earth gods, then they would no longer need to worry about anyone else. They could even promote someone from their family to be the emperor of Yinhua, transforming Yinhua Empire entirely into part of the Luo family's domain. Luohua thought perhaps other saint-level experts from other empires would act similarly, making it easier among insiders to collect incense offerings. Fine, all core personnel will go. However, those with poor strength don't need to bother going. Afterward, a group spent an entire night discussing further plans, mainly debating on who would remain behind as the emperor of the Yinhua Empire, because not everyone wished to become a deity. Upon returning to his family, Xiaoyao immediately gathered everyone together. Being impetuous by nature, Xiaoyao saw the crowd assembled and directly said, "I'm about to die soon. You all help me gather my remains." After saying this, Xiaoyao didn't wait for anyone to speak and immediately picked up a knife and cut off his own head. Once he became an earth deity, Xiaoyao regretted it. He hadn't expected that the body could remain in the earth god space. He had no choice but to ask someone to sew his head back on before putting himself into the space. Xiaoyao was not the clan leader of the Xiao family. The current clan leader and elders were utterly confused. As soon as everyone gathered, their saint-level expert Xiaoyao performed a beheading demonstration for them. Not long after, he reappeared wearing strange clothes with a staff in hand. Then, he urgently shouted for help to sew his head back on, and with a wave of his hand, teleported away. Throughout the performance, no one from the Xiao family said a word. They were all dumbfounded watching Xiaoyao act alone. After Xiaoyao's performance, the clan leader hesitantly asked, "Sixth brother, where did you learn this trick? It looked pretty good. Can you perform another one?" Xiaoyao was the 6th in rank. "It's not a trick. I've become an earth deity," Xiaoyao complained. Then, Xiaoyao explained everything that had happened in detail. "That's how it is. You guys figure it out. I need to familiarize myself with my abilities, so I'll leave you to discuss." With that, Xiaoyao vanished from their sight. He left behind a solemn-looking clan leader and group of elders. The decision made by the Xiao family was similar to that of the Luo family. They planned to send a large number of people to Destiny Academy for studies, establish Earth temples, and within a month, place someone loyal to the Xiao family on the throne of their empire. Among more than 10 saint-level experts, most intended to control their respective empires under the rule of their own families. However, a few had no interest in becoming emperors. Xianlai was one such person who had no desire for the imperial throne. Since there was only him left in his family, Xianlai took his life alone in a room. That night, dozens of saint-level experts across the continent committed suicide, although they all claimed to be in seclusion to the outside world. Following this, many people from the families of these saint-level experts headed toward Death City, which aroused suspicion among their respective empire rulers. They continuously sent envoys to investigate. Chapter 146, Battle Academy. In front of the door of the Death City Fate Academy. Today is the first day of the month, but since yesterday, tens of thousands of people have been lining up at the gate to register. This has left the old man guarding the gate bewildered. How did so many people come here to register all at once? Isn't this academy rather obscure? Xuanhuan also received the news, and now he's troubled. The Fate Academy isn't big enough to accommodate more than 10,000 students, but he can't refuse their registration either. These are all potential funds. Finally, he came up with an idea: make them external students. The downside of being external students is that they might choose to eat outside, and this would result in the loss of countless gold coins for Xuanhuan. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Having no other choice, he could only compensate for his losses through medicinal herbs. Once he thought of this, Xuanhuan's mood improved significantly. With too many people currently at the Fate Academy, Xuanhuan decided to assign more staff there. Because of the high number of people, all 4 squad leaders have been assigned by Xuanhuan to teach the students. They usually rotated, but now there's no break time. Fortunately, the Fate Academy doesn't really need to teach much. In the future, cultivating a few more teachers would suffice. For now, the 4 squad leaders and Hao would just have to bear the brunt of the workload. Of course, Xuanhuan himself wouldn't bother teaching. He's lazy for that. What he needed to consider right now was how to arrange for so many people. From the information gathered from the Mercenary Guild Union, the core members of various saint-level families were called to study at the Fate Academy. Moreover, except for 1 or 2 saints who informed their empires about the Fate Academy, most didn't divulge the information. From this alone, it could be seen that quite a few had ambitious plans. Xuanhuan estimated that in a month, many empires would be in chaos. As long as the Daxiao Empire remains untroubled, he doesn't care what happens elsewhere. Given the sheer number of people, apprentice land gods couldn't just be given out easily. There must be certain requirements set. Otherwise, it wouldn't hold any significance. After some thought, Xuanhuan decided to create a land god evaluation team whose main task would be assessing whether apprentice land gods were doing their jobs properly. Of course, those on the evaluation team would have to be his trusted people, since passing the evaluations depends on the willingness of the apprentice land gods. This would be yet another source of income. Of course, that would only happen after they graduate, which would be a month later. Right now, Xuanhuan saw no necessity in managing Fate Academy's affairs directly. As long as he provided a general direction, the Hao and the 4 squad leaders could handle things properly. While Xuanhuan was deep in thought, the Hao arrived at his small courtyard. Your Highness, is there something? There are over 10,000 people in the Fate Academy now. They're all from powerful families of various empires and have very volatile tempers. Some of them are quite unruly. Should we enforce strict discipline on them, Your Highness? The Hao asked. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and questioned, are they unfriendly toward us or others? He asked this because it makes a huge difference. If they're not friendly towards the people of Death City, then that shows disrespect to him, and strict measures need to be enforced. If their rudeness stems merely from conflicts between various imperial families, then it's not worth his concern as long as it doesn't affect the Fate Academy. It's a conflict between different imperial families. They remain respectful towards us. The Hao replied. In that case, we don't need to interfere, but we cannot let things go completely unchecked either. We should prevent any fatalities. Have someone prepare some medicinal herbs, pills, and healing talismans to sell at the academy, another source of income. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the Hao immediately understood. His Highness intends to bleed these people dry financially. After the Hao left, he returned to the Fate Academy and conveyed everything Xuanhuan had instructed to everyone else. Due to Xuanhuan's words today, the Fate Academy was thereafter referred to by outsiders as the Battle Academy. This is because fighting and brawls among the students could be seen inside and outside the academy every moment, especially at night when all sorts of ambushes became common. Even the guards learned various underhanded tactics from such skirmishes. Moreover, later on, when some people created their own magical treasures, the strange powers of these treasures added even more unpredictability to their devious tricks. Although students could only study at the Fate Academy for a month, those who graduated became battle-hardened experts, particularly skilled in ambushes and counter-ambushes. Graduating from the Fate Academy with only a dozen beatings meant you were already an exceptional master. Some people were beaten every single day from the first day until graduation, enduring 9 beatings daily, and after graduating, developed formidable defensive skills. Time passed quickly. Among the more than 10,000 students, only about 2,000 managed to graduate. It wasn't because the others were killed, but because their talents were insufficient. Unable to forge magical treasures and lacking sufficient funds to buy longevity-enhancing drugs, they couldn't complete their studies. The cost of those medicines was simply too high, leaving their families with no choice but to selectively cultivate 1 or 2 individuals. These students who couldn't graduate also made the people of those big families realize what it meant to have their money snatched. A herb that used to cost 100 gold coins now required 10,000, and when they wanted to buy from other places, they found none left, because all had been purchased long before by the mercenary guild union. They guessed it was Xuanhuan's scheme, but even knowing so, what could they do? So, they chose to pretend ignorance. During this month, the royal families of various empires also heard about the Fate Academy, though they only knew that one could learn casting techniques for forging magical treasures there. They were completely unaware about the possibility of becoming land gods, because Xuanhuan strictly prohibited them from discussing this information with outsiders. Even among the students within the academy, only the initial saint-level experts and their elders were aware of these matters. Graduating students wouldn't know about the apprenticeship for land gods either unless they qualified. The students who obtained magical treasures and the saint-level strong individuals who became land gods quickly led to rebellions in many empires. Every empire had numerous influential large families. Seeing how many saint-level experts' families within their own empire had become holders of such powerful magical treasures, to protect themselves, all of them switched sides. Hence, it was very easy for some empires to experience dynastic changes. Now, the various families who sided with the saint-level experts had only one thought: send people to the Fate Academy for learning. With mighty magical treasures, they might be able to rebel, and perhaps even seize the emperor's throne. This matter naturally didn't escape the attention of those saint-level experts who had already become land gods, but they weren't worried at all. By the time everyone else created their magical treasures, their family members would have long become apprentice land gods, gaining control over the entire empire. Why fear then? All of this, Xuanhuan merely observed silently without interference. Emperor Gu Ming of the Daxia Empire began to feel a bit urgent, thinking of sending people to the Fate Academy as soon as possible. If other families in the empire produced magical treasures first, someone might revolt against him. Chapter 147. The Visit of Prince Jingong. In the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace of the Daxia Empire. Have you learned anything about the treasure of the Xiuxian? Emperor Gu Ming asked, sitting on the lofty imperial throne. In response to your majesty, we have obtained some information. One minister stepped forward and replied. Speak. Your majesty, within the Xiuxian, there is an opening fate ball. Whoever touches it will acquire the art of casting destiny, and those who learn this art will have a chance to forge their own magical artifacts. Additionally, we have learned that only by touching the opening fate ball can one forge a magical artifact, while any second-hand accounts of the casting destiny technique are utterly useless, the minister replied. After pondering for a moment, Gu Ming asked, is this so? Only those who touch the opening fate ball can forge magical artifacts? Then your point is that the most crucial thing is actually the opening fate ball? With the opening fate ball, the Xiuxian is entirely unnecessary, isn't it? The minister who had just spoken was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then nodded. He had been surprised because he had heard from the emperor's words the intention to obtain the opening fate ball. The other ministers also picked up on this. Their eyes gleamed with a golden light. If they could get the opening fate ball. At this time, Prince Jingong spoke with a warning tone. Your majesty, please reconsider. The opening fate ball belongs to Dukan, who is the strongest on the continent. Even if Dukan had no power at all, Death City is not something that any one empire can offend. Think of the two empires that were wiped out before. Prince Jingong clearly looked down on these people, wanting all kinds of good things. If given to them, do they have the strength to hold on to it? After listening to Prince Jingong's words, Emperor Gu Ming became more sober-minded. He had indeed considered obtaining that extraordinary treasure before, but once he thought about the fact that the opening fate ball belonged to Guyan, he felt that it would be basically impossible to get it. Seeing Emperor Gu Ming's expression, many below him gave up, but there were still those who didn't give up and wanted to try. Your Majesty, Dukan has no ill intent toward the royal family, and Dukan himself is a member of the royal family. After acquiring the opening fate ball, he used it to establish a college. Wasn't the purpose to collect tuition fees? If your Majesty agrees to give him money every year, Dukan may agree to hand over the opening fate ball to your Majesty. Emperor Gu Ming listened to these words, pondered for a moment, and felt they made sense. Guyan wants money. Giving him what he needs would mean that having the opening fate ball in his hands could serve far more purposes. How do all of you see this? Gu Ming asked. Your Majesty, I think it's feasible. I also think it's feasible. All present expressed the opinion that there was a high likelihood Dukan would agree. Uncle Jingong, what's your view? Gu Ming turned to look at Prince Jingong, who had opposed earlier. After pondering, Prince Jingong said, Ihan dislikes trouble, and the Xiuxian seems quite turbulent lately, and now it even has a combat academy's name attached to it. If enough money is provided, Ihan might agree. However, it still depends on Ihan's wishes. These words from Prince Jingong signified agreement as well. Good. Then who should be sent to inquire about this? Gu Ming asked. All the ministers remained silent without speaking. Although everyone thought Guyan might yield the opening fate ball, none of them wanted to be the one asking. It was speculation after all, and they would need to respect Dukan's intentions. Should Dukan decide against handing over the opening fate ball and feel they were scheming against it, their journey there could prove one way. Dukan may be easy to talk to, but only for the royal family members. For others, well, that's another matter. Seeing the group's demeanor, Gu Ming understood their thoughts. They were afraid. Uncle Jingong, looks like this task falls to you. Prince Jingong nodded. Indeed, it wouldn't be appropriate for any of them to go. After deciding, Prince Jingong set off the next day for Death City, mainly because Gu Ming had urged him. A few days later, the arrival of Prince Jingong came as no surprise to Guyan. The first batch of students from Mingyuan were those dozen saint levels, the second batch were those related to the saints, and the third batch was about to start recruiting soon. Those arriving were mostly members of the various imperial families. Uncle Jingong, welcome to Death City. Gaihan greeted him warmly. Xuanhuan, I've always said you were destined for greatness since childhood, and wasn't I right? You're now the strongest on the continent, and you've turned Death City into the foremost city of the land. Uncle Jingong chuckled. As they conversed, the two slowly moved towards the living room. After sitting down, Gaihan had someone bring out a beverage unique to Death City. Uncle Jingong, this is cooling tea, please taste it. Not bad. Prince Jingong praised after taking a sip. If you like it, that's good. After Prince Jingong took another sip, he continued. You know how impatient I am. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? You like it, that's great. Gaihan smiled and said, Uncle Jingong, I know your intention. You're here to learn the casting destiny technique, right? I can teach you the casting destiny technique right now, but before that, there's something I want to discuss with you. Gaihan had long intended to bring Prince Jingong into the underworld, so he didn't hide anything and directly told him that obtaining a magical artifact could allow one to become a land god. What? Prince Jingong was shocked and stood up from his chair immediately. Then he murmured, so this is how it is. I wondered why the people from those rebellious empires did not stop others from coming to Mingyuan for learning. At first, I thought it was because of you, but in fact, they were not worried about others forging magical artifacts because the earliest group of people would be able to ascend to gods. Prince Jingong finally figured out what he couldn't understand before. Uncle Jingong, the reason I'm telling you this is because, with your saint-level abilities, you are capable of becoming a land god. Don't tell anyone else, okay? Gaihan said. Prince Jingong nodded. I understand. This is a significant matter. It's not good if too many people know. Uncle Jingong, I'll take you to Mingyuan right now and pass on the casting destiny technique to you. Prince Jingong hesitated for a moment and said, Ihan, actually, I came this time because His Majesty wants to use the opening fate ball. Prince Jingong then recounted in detail what had happened at court to Gaihan. Gaihan pondered for a moment and then asked, Uncle, do you think what I should do? If we're talking about before, I thought you might agree to hand over the opening fate ball to His Majesty due to your aversion to trouble and let him utilize it while you just sit back and collect money. But now, I believe it would be better for you to keep the opening fate ball, as His Majesty wouldn't be able to hold on to it, Prince Jingong said after some thought. Gaihan smiled. Why wouldn't I take the money? If he wants the opening fate ball, I'll give it to him. Nowadays, more and more people are coming to Mingyuan, and I've been troubled by it. If he can help me, that's best. Confused, Prince Jingong asked, just give it to him? Are there more than one opening fate balls? Chapter 148, The 9 Children of the Kaming Sphere. Xuanhuan remained silent, waving his hand as 9 Kaming spheres appeared on the nearby table. There are 10 of these things in total. 1 is in the Ming Academy, and these are the remaining 9. Actually, these 9 were made casually, without the intention to make many more. But having too many wouldn't be good, so 9 was enough. What? Jingong Wang stared speechlessly at the 9 Kaming spheres on the table. Uncle Jingong, these 9 are the children of the Kaming sphere in the Ming Academy. Their effects aren't as strong as the one in the academy. Although they can still learn casting techniques and forge magical artifacts, they cannot become land gods. Xuanhuan wasn't sure how to explain, so he simply referred to these 9 Kaming spheres as the children of the one in the academy. Children? Can this thing really have children? Then, is the one in the academy male or female? Jingong Wang asked instinctively. He was quite curious. This. A Kaming sphere is a magical artifact. It has no gender. The nature of artifacts is different from ours. Xuanhuan didn't know how to answer his question, so he gave a vague excuse, essentially telling him to stop asking. The world is truly full of wonders. Jingong Wang looked curiously at the 9 Kaming spheres, trying to see something out of them, but finding nothing. Xuanhuan suspected that he was studying which part of them could reproduce. Uncle Jingong, these are not the main point. The key is that learning the art of caste mastery from these 9 will not enable someone to become a land god. Yes, that's the key point. Jingong Wang stopped observing. Ihan, do you want me to take these back and present them to His Majesty? Xuanhuan nodded. Now there are many people coming to the Ming Academy, and Death City is nearly bursting. There might be even more people in the future. It's just right for you to take these 9 back and let His Majesty open several more academies to ease my burden. No problem with that, Jingong Wang readily agreed. But I have a few requirements. What requirements? Anyone who uses the Kaming spheres must study the textbooks I've prepared. Not a problem. Jingong Wang thought this requirement was negligible. He had expected Xuanhuan to make some excessive demands, but it was not the case. As for money, I want half. No problem, right? No problem. Jingong Wang immediately agreed. It was less than they had anticipated. Before coming, he had discussed with the emperor and was willing to give up to 80% to Xuanhuan, but Gu only wanted half. One more thing. Just say all your requests at once. Jingong Wang couldn't stand the way Xuanhuan dragged things out little by little, like digging his nose, which was very uncomfortable. In fact, there isn't much else. I hope Uncle Jingong can send any talented individuals you think are suitable to become land gods and capable of governing an area here to the Ming Academy for learning. Jingong Wang nodded. Good, no problem. Great, we're cooperating well. Xuanhuan smiled. We're cooperating well. Jingong Wang also smiled. It's rare for an uncle to visit, so why don't you rest today? Tomorrow, I'll show you around Death City. No need. After you pass me the caste mastery knowledge, I'll go back today. I'm sure the emperor is very eager to hear about this. Besides, there are already too many people in Death City, and I dislike joining the crowds. Xuanhuan nodded. That's fine. Now Death City was full of people registering for the Ming Academy. The streets were crowded, and there was nothing interesting to see. It was as congested as during holidays when tourists swarm scenic spots. Instead of appreciating the views, visitors end up pushing against each other aimlessly. Prince Jin Gong came hurriedly and left quickly. Since the matter of the Kaming Sphere was crucial, Jin Gong did not return to the capital by carriage. Relying on his saint-level strength, he flew back, returning to the imperial city on the same night. Where's the emperor? Prince Jin Gong directly went to Emperor Gu Meng's sleeping quarters upon arriving at the palace, but no one was there. He pulled aside a guard and asked. The emperor is in the study. At that moment, Emperor Gu Meng was sitting in his study with his eyes closed, deep in thought. He didn't know whether Xuanhuan would entrust him with the Kaming Sphere. If not, his authority would be overshadowed again. Perhaps he should have secretly inquired beforehand before making a decision. I've considered this insufficiently. Emperor Gu Meng sighed. Your Majesty, Prince Jin Gong wishes to pay his respects. A servant softly announced. He's returned so soon? Bring him in quickly. Emperor Gu Meng said urgently. So quickly? Does this mean he agreed or refused? Or are Xuanhuan's demands too high, prompting the prince to seek his opinion? While pondering various possibilities, Jin Gong Wang entered the study. How's it going? Emperor Gu Meng asked anxiously. Your Majesty, look. Saying that, Prince Jin Gong placed the 9 Kaming spheres in front of Emperor Gu Meng. This? Gu Meng looked confused. This is the Kaming sphere. Is this the Kaming sphere? Gu Meng was overjoyed. Then, puzzled, he asked, are there 9 Kaming spheres? Not 9, but 10. One has to remain at the Ming Academy. The other 9 are for His Majesty to handle. Prince Jin Gong did not tell him that these 9 were the children of the Kaming sphere in the academy. Good. Gu Meng shouted. He was very satisfied with Xuanhuan's approach. Out of 10 Kaming spheres, 9 had been given to him, giving him immense respect. Does Xuanhuan have any requests? Yes, he insists that those who use the Kaming spheres must study his textbooks and also wants half of the profits. Prince Jin Gong replied. Good. Gu Meng was very pleased, which was much less than what they had initially discussed. As for the textbooks, it didn't even cross his mind as a big deal. Those were trivial matters since he didn't know what the academy would teach anyway. So using Xuanhuan's materials worked perfectly. Gu Meng looked at the 9 Kaming spheres before him. How do we use them? Just place your hand on top. Without hesitation, Gu Meng picked one up. Instantly, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind, and he quickly learned the art of cast mastery. Beside him, Prince Jin Gong said. Xuanhuan mentioned that if someone with insufficient potential learns the cast mastery technique and fails to forge magical artifacts, they will need to compensate with rare heavenly treasures. The Mercenary Union has a list of required materials. Good, I understand. The next morning, in the Grand Hall. Last night, Uncle Jin Gong already brought back the Kaming spheres. Gu Meng announced joyfully. Wonderful. Congratulations to your Majesty. There are 10 Kaming spheres in total. 9 of them are now in my possession. After speaking, Gu Meng took out the 9 Kaming spheres. There are 10. I thought there was only 1. Prince An gave all 9 to your Majesty, clearly showing his respect for you. Yes. Listening to the discussions below, Gu Meng was delighted and laughed heartily. Well, now let's discuss how to maximize the profit from these 9 Kaming spheres. Chapter 149, Mystical Light Mirror, Listening. Gu Meng's actions were swift. On the second day after the court deliberation, 4 out of 9 open destiny spheres were assigned to the 4 major academies in the capital city, while the remaining 5 were kept in the palace. The 4 great academies also opened a new course called Destiny Casting Studies, where anyone could go to learn, provided they had enough money. Upon hearing the news, Xuanhuan also helped promote it through the newspapers. Nowadays, the production of the newspaper has increased significantly and is sold by the Mercenary Guild, spreading across all the major empires. This has allowed more people to learn about the story of Journey to the West. The emergence of newspapers gave all the empires a way to understand news from other countries. It made the newspapers very popular among the people, as reading the paper daily became one of many people's favorite pastimes. It also caused Xuanhuan's Earth Book to grow considerably. At this point, the Earth Book covered the entire continent. However, what puzzled Xuanhuan was that his realm had only strengthened a little bit. This left Xuanhuan very frustrated. He thought the Earth Book would function like the human book. Once the underworld expanded throughout the whole continent, he would obtain the Earth Book, and once the Earth Book covered the entire continent, his strength would significantly increase, maybe even breaking through from a terrestrial immortal to a celestial immortal. But now, Xuanhuan did not know what to do. In the immortal path, there were no specific hints, only that upon reaching a certain level, one would understand the next steps in cultivation. Currently, it seemed like his Earth Book cultivation was still insufficient. For the human book, covering the entire continent with the underworld would suffice, but for the Earth Book, it appeared that covering the entire continent was just the beginning. To truly strengthen the Earth Book, one must influence others. The current impact of the newspaper was already considerable, but it only changed a small part of people's lives. The real influence on their lifestyle wasn't substantial. How can I change everyone's habits? Xuanhuan pondered deeply, ultimately without finding any answers. Since he couldn't come up with a solution, he decided not to think about it anymore. Xuanhuan shook his head and began his daily routine, checking what Mingyu was doing. A flick of his hand invoked the mystical light mirror spell, projecting an image similar to a mirror before him. Long ago, Xuanhuan needed to rely on the eyes of other animals to see the outside world, but now that the Earth Book covered the entire continent, His mystical light mirror could show him whatever place he desired. It was noon now, and Mingyu, along with her students, had finished eating. They were now gathered in a room, and on the table lay a large number of gifts. Mingyu was speaking with her students at the moment, her expression clearly showing irritation. Xuanhuan was curious about why Mingyu was angry, but the mystical light mirror only displayed images, unable to transmit sound. And since Xuanhuan didn't understand lip reading, he couldn't make out what she was saying. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan used the spell Listening. It was a simple spell. The reason land deities could hear the wishes of others was also due to this spell. Listening enabled you to hear the words people spoke when making wishes. The sounds were carried by incense offerings to the ears of the land deity. However, Xuanhuan's listening skill didn't require incense offerings. Since he possessed the Earth Book, he could hear any sound occurring anywhere on the continent if he chose to, which was one of the benefits brought about by the Earth Book's full coverage over the continent. You return these things. How many times have I told you? Don't accept gifts from others. No matter how many times I've said it, you never listen. Mingyu exclaimed loudly. Teacher, I'll send them back later, Xiuxian said mournfully. Xiuxian, it's not that I'm blaming you. Receiving gifts isn't inherently wrong, but it depends on the circumstances. Mingyu launched into a long speech about ethics. After listening for a short while, Xuanhuan roughly understood the situation. Xiuxian simply accepted gifts whenever someone offered them. Now, talismanists were in high demand, and many wanted to hire them. Xiuxian's practice of accepting gifts from everyone complicated matters for Mingyu, as she struggled to decide whom they should assist first. Accepting gifts meant having obligations that couldn't be broken easily, otherwise it would harm the reputation of talismanists. So Mingyu was upset, and judging by the tone, it wasn't the first time this happened. After observing for a bit longer and seeing Mingyu didn't encounter anything special, Xuanhuan stopped using the mystical light mirror. He smiled slightly. After so many ghost-catching missions, Little Moon had grown a lot, and was no longer as naive about the beauty of the world. Xuanhuan wasn't sure if this was good or bad, but being a little more mature shouldn't be such a bad thing. They hadn't spoken in a long time. He originally wanted to chat with Mingyu, but communicating via divine awareness would be too sudden. After all, divine communication makes sounds suddenly appear in another person's mind, which might scare someone more than if someone whispered in their ear. This world's means of communication are really inconvenient. If only we had mobile phones, it would be better, Xuanhuan thought. Smartphone. Xuanhuan suddenly thought of something. A smartphone isn't impossible to make. The mystical light mirror is a spell, and if implemented through an array, it could be attached to an object. And the listening spell is similar. If they're combined, a device with smartphone functionality could be made. At this thought, Xuanhuan laughed heartily. He had found a way to change people's habits, creating a device with the same function as a smartphone. With that in mind, he began. First, he had to choose the medium for the array. After pondering, Xuanhuan decided on a mirror. This world didn't originally have mirrors, but after Xuanhuan created glass, they came into existence. However, modern mirrors were mostly kept on dressing tables, with the smallest ones about the size of a head, far too large. Xuanhuan retrieved a mirror and used magic to cut it into a palm-sized circular shape. Then he picked up a piece of iron, shaped it into a ring, and embedded the mirror inside it. Now, it was time to inscribe the arrays for the mystical light mirror and listening spells onto the mirror. As both were minor spells, they were simple enough to be converted into arrays and carved onto the mirror. Once completed, the next challenge was powering the array. Without energy flow, it would be like a phone without battery. It might look good, but wouldn't function. This, however, wasn't a problem. The Earth Book could take care of it. Since the entire continent fell within the influence of the Earth Book, the power needed to run these arrays would be minimal. The Earth Book could easily tap into the energy of the world to operate the arrays. Moreover, the network connecting each array would also be managed by the Earth Book. Essentially, the Earth Book would serve as a server without any costs. It was far more powerful than just an array, capable not only of connecting all the arrays, but also supplying them with energy, perfectly seamless. The most crucial aspect was ensuring mass production, so everyone could eventually own one of these mirrors. Looking at the finished mirror in his hand, Xuanhuan paused, feeling something was missing. Then he realized, he couldn't simply give out such a hard-earned invention for free, could he? Chapter 150, Yin-Yang Mirror. If it couldn't be used for free, then it meant a fee was required. But how should the fee be collected? Setting up service centers everywhere to collect fees? That would be too troublesome, and the expenses would be enormous. Xuanhuan thought hard all day long, until finally, in the evening, he came up with an idea. If the mirrors he created could only chat or video call, although this would change people's communication methods significantly, it wouldn't be enough for Xuanhuan. He decided that if he was going to do something, it had to be even more impactful. Therefore, Xuanhuan carved a teleportation array on the back of the mirror. As long as one used the teleportation array on the back of the mirror to shine upon an object within a meter range and clicked on the corresponding teleport option in the mirror, the item could be teleported to the recipient. This function was limited to inanimate objects. Living creatures could not be teleported. Initially, Xuanhuan wanted to expand the teleportation range further, but due to the inherent limitations of the mirror, its magic power could not support a larger radius, so a 1-meter range was acceptable. With the inclusion of this teleportation function, collecting communication fees became easy. Users could simply send money through the mirror. The teleportation function consumed significant resources, which made it reasonable to charge extra for this feature. The fee amount would also depend on the value of the item being sent. Since determining the value of items could be difficult, a trading platform was needed. Thus, Xuanhuan carved another registration array onto the mirror. All items to be teleported must have clear pricing before they could be transmitted. These features were not enough, so a photo taking and video recording function was necessary. Therefore, xuanhuan added 2 more arrays for these functions. To alter people's lives even more, a live streaming function was essential, along with a tip-giving feature. Consequently, he carved 2 additional arrays for these purposes. Voice-only communication was insufficient since some people preferred text-based chats, so that feature was also included. The more functions xuanhuan imagined, the more excited he became. It wasn't until dawn that he finally stopped working. Looking at the dozens of arrays he had already inscribed on the mirror, xuanhuan nodded satisfactorily. I can't believe that this thing won't instantly elevate one to the level of a celestial immortal once it appears. After contemplating, xuanhuan decided to name the mirror. With a white front and black back, he ultimately named it Inyang Mirror. With the experience gained from creating the first Inyang Mirror, xuanhuan quickly produced a second one. Deheo, xuanhuan called out. Your Highness, you summoned me. Deheo promptly appeared before xuanhuan. This is the Inyang Mirror. I'll teach you how to use it. Then xuanhuan explained the usage of the Inyang Mirror to Deheo. Deheo stared blankly for a long time before saying, this is a divine artifact. How powerful the Inyang Mirror is, Your Highness. Where did you obtain such a divine artifact? I created it myself, xuanhuan said with a faint smile. What? Your Highness, you can now craft divine artifacts. Deheo was greatly astonished. This is not a divine artifact. Ordinary people will eventually be able to use it because it can be mass-produced. Mass-produced? Deheo was shocked again, staring speechlessly at the Inyang Mirror in his hand. Well, I called you here to test the functions of this Inyang Mirror. Please move as far away as possible to check its capabilities. Yes, Your Highness. Deheo nodded, turned around, and flew off into the distance. After waiting for a while, xuanhuan's Inyang Mirror started emitting a beep-beep sound. When xuanhuan picked it up, he saw a video call request from Deheo. With a tap on the mirror's surface, Deheo's face appeared in the mirror. Your Highness, it actually works. Deheo exclaimed after seeing xuanhuan's image appear on the mirror in his hand. Very good. The picture is clear, and the sound is loud and clear. Xuanhuan nodded contentedly. He then asked, Deheo, how far are you from Death City now? Reporting to Your Highness. I am already over 100 miles away from Death City. Wonderful. Even at this distance, there's no interference at all in the transmission. It seems that the further distance won't cause any issues either. At first, xuanhuan was concerned that the signal might weaken at greater distances, but it seemed that as long as it was within the range of the Earth book, there would be no problems. Then xuanhuan picked up a cup beside him and tested the teleportation function. There was no issue at all, and Deheo soon received the cup. They tried out several other features afterward, all of which performed perfectly. Deheo, come back. Yes, Your Highness. Upon returning, Deheo held the cup he'd received earlier with excitement. Your Highness, with this feature, we will be able to conveniently send items across vast distances and ensure messages reach their destination promptly. Exactly. In the future, you'll be able to communicate swiftly with others from the Empire Mercenary Guild, and you'll always be able to monitor them, xuanhuan smiled. Deheo chuckled. There's a feature inside to add friends and create groups. In the future, you can form your own group whenever needed. Yes, Your Highness. The next issue was mass production. For the actual making of the Inyang Mirror, the dwarves would suffice. As for the glass surface, his own factory could handle that. The real challenge lay in these magical arrays. It would be best if a magician did the carving since magicians had at least some understanding of array spells. Anyone else would likely make mistakes. This was skilled work and something ordinary people couldn't handle. After explaining all this to Deheo, Deheo said, none of these are problems. We can just post a mission request at the Mercenary Guild. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and replied, posting missions to find magicians isn't sustainable and it's too costly. I need magicians who can work on this long term. Then should we approach someone from the Mage Guild? Deheo asked. There's no other choice but them. You go negotiate with them and select a place to open a factory, hire some workers. This matter of producing the Inyang Mirrors will be handed over to you. If you have any doubts, come back and ask me. Xuanhuan ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Then Deheo questioned again. Your Highness, can anyone use the Inyang Mirror once they obtain it? Would there be a situation where people fight over them? As he was responsible for the security of Death City, Deheo immediately thought about the possibility of riots caused by such competition. Xuanhuan considered carefully before saying, you're right. It shouldn't be something anyone could just pick up and use. Let me think. Subsequently, Xuanhuan carved another array onto the Inyang Mirror. Done. Now only those who imprint their blood on the mirror can use it. Others won't be able to even if they acquire it, which should prevent theft or robbery for resale. Earlier, Your Highness mentioned everyone could potentially use the Inyang Mirror. Do you plan to sell them at a low price? Deheo asked again. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and responded. It shouldn't be too cheap. Let's set the price at 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins wasn't much for nobles, but an average person might still afford it with effort. If Xuanhuan hadn't feared that giving it away for free might result in people using it as table corner cushions, he would have given them out for free because the Inyang Mirror wouldn't rely on selling units to make money. The communication fees and transaction charges were what really mattered most. Chapter 151, A Visit to the Underworld. The creation of the Inyang Mirror still required some time, and Xuanhuan had nothing else to do at the moment. Over the years, he hadn't had the chance to properly explore the outside world, but now with the Inyang Mirror, he could record and take pictures. Thus, Xuanhuan decided to take a few days off as a vacation and go sightseeing. First, Xuanhuan arrived at the underworld and stood in front of the ghost gate. No one would believe this if you told them. It's really the underworld. See, fellow viewers, this is the real Ghost Gate, not just some movie set. If you're wondering how I'm so sure it's genuine, because I built it. Xuanhuan held the yin-yang mirror and pointed it at the Ghost Gate while muttering to himself. He wanted to record all of this, not for anything in particular, but simply to document it. Xuanhuan thought of himself as a live streamer from his past life and a tour guide combined. As he entered the Ghost Gate, he gave a commentary. This is the Yellow Spring Road. They say there are no inns on the Yellow Spring Road. But look, there are several inns ahead. The camera turned, showing a bustling market where ghosts were enthusiastically greeting newly arrived spirits. Currently, the underworld was full of powerful yin energy, so newly arrived ghosts became conscious almost immediately upon entering the Ghost Gate. The ghosts walking along the Yellow Spring Road curiously stared at Xuanhuan. All the other ghosts were being led by yin soldiers, but this man wasn't bothered by any of them, and the yin soldiers even treated him politely. Judging by his clothing, he didn't look like an official of the underworld either. Ignoring them, Xuanhuan walked towards the market. Did you see that, fellows? This is the marketplace of the underworld, also known as the Ghost Market. Everyone says it's scary, but actually, it's not that terrifying. It's pretty similar to the human world. Humans have good and evil, and ghosts can be good or bad too. They say the Ghost Market sells many strange things. That's all nonsense. Look. Xuanhuan pointed his mirror at a small convenience store, which stocked very common items such as peanuts, milk, ham sausage, cigarettes, beer, instant noodles, sunflower seeds, soda, and various drinks. Almost everything was available. Many of the items in the underworld were things unavailable in the human world. The reason was simple. Manufacturing these items in the human world would be troublesome, but in the underworld, if someone said they could make something, the ghosts could create those using the yin energy. It was a power where words become reality regardless of scientific principles. Most of the shop owners in the Ghost Market were spirits who had died after being citizens of the inner city of death. They recognized Xuanhuan at first glance. When the shopkeeper saw Xuanhuan, he quickly took out several high-quality cartons of cigarettes. Lord of the city, what brings you here today? These are some new cartons of cigarettes. Please try them. The shopkeeper said with delight. Xuanhuan did not refuse, taking the cigarettes, but also paying money. At first, the shopkeeper wouldn't accept the payment, but when he saw the amount, he reluctantly accepted it because Xuanhuan had given far more than necessary. May I know your name, boss? Asked Xuanhuan. Reporting to the Lord of the city, my surname is Hu, and I'm the third son in my family. Everyone calls me Hu Lao-san, replied the shopkeeper. Your surname is Hu, so you must be happy then, Xuanhuan remarked. The shopkeeper looked confused, unsure what the Lord of the city meant by very happy with the surname Hu. Since he couldn't follow Xuanhuan's pun, he responded cautiously. Yes, my ancestors all carry the surname Hu. Good, continue with your business. Nodded Xuanhuan, then continued strolling through the Ghost Market. The underworld does not have day or night, and since there are always many ghosts, the Ghost Market remains lively at all times. Fellows, look, how bustling this Ghost Market is. It's much better than anywhere in the human world. Xuanhuan munched on roasted skewers with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, holding a drink in his hand as he wandered and talked. Meanwhile, the yin-yang mirror floated above his head, capturing video of the Ghost Market. As Xuanhuan appeared, more and more people recognized him and came over to greet him. Although he smiled and responded to each person individually, his hope for a low-profile stroll disappeared because a large group of ghosts began following him. Realizing that continuing wouldn't be possible anymore, Xuanhuan flashed away from the Ghost Market. Fellows, this is the Bridge of Sighs. Beneath the bridge lies the River of Forgetfulness, but currently, there's no Aunt Meng on the Bridge of Sighs. Why? Because I haven't found the right person yet. He then directed the lens toward the River of Forgetfulness. There's nothing particularly special about this River of Forgetfulness. It's just that the excess yin energy in the underworld has been transformed into the water of this river. Due to the extremely concentrated yin energy, once a ghost enters it, they'll surely dissolve into part of the river. After crossing the Bridge of Sighs, these large mirrors represent the cycle of reincarnation. This is the human realm. This is the animal realm. This is the Azura realm. This is the hungry ghost realm. This is the hell realm. And there is no heaven realm mirror yet because it's not the right time, explained Xuanhuan, pointing to each of the 5 large mirrors in turn. Now let's take a look at the Yama Hall. With a flash, Xuanhuan appeared in front of the Yama Hall. This is the Yama Hall. Impressive, isn't it? I made it myself. There aren't 10 Yama kings inside. There's only one King Yama. His name is Luha. He was my steward when he was alive, and now he helps me manage the underworld. Walking into the Yama Hall, Luha was hearing cases involving several ghostly beings. When Luha saw Xuanhuan enter, he didn't acknowledge him but continued to preside over the hearings. The yin soldiers in the hall also ignored Xuanhuan, simply glancing at him unconsciously when he entered. This was something Xuanhuan had previously instructed them to do, not to pay attention to him as if he wasn't there. He certainly didn't want to be gawked at by ghosts like in the Ghost Market. All he wanted was to record everything from an observer's perspective. The case being heard now involves a wicked ghost who has done evil deeds. Such wicked ghosts are usually sent down to the 18 levels of hell, but which level they are confined to depends on their crimes. Xuanhuan watched for a while longer but found it uninteresting. He then went to see the Azura deity, formerly known as the Beast God. Due to the presence of the Azura deity, after beast folk die, their spirits also come to the underworld, but instead of going to Yama, they report directly to the Azura deity. Venerable Immortal, you have arrived. The Azura deity greeted Xuanhuan and stepped forward. I'm just wandering around. How have things been since you came to the underworld? Xuanhuan asked. Excellent. Things couldn't get any better than now, the Azura deity replied cheerfully. He enjoyed creating races, having become a god through the creation of the beast folk. Now in the underworld, he had created the Azura race, gaining immense virtue and becoming even more powerful. Being able to do what he loved and grow stronger at the same time was something he'd never dared to dream of before. The two exchanged pleasantries for a bit, and afterward, Xuanhuan returned to the mortal realm, concluding his visit to the underworld this time. At this moment, Xuanwu was looking puzzled in the direction of Xuanhuan. He has changed in heart again, but this change isn't as intense as the last time. Should I remind him about it? Chapter 152, The Collapsing Underworld. Xuanwu, what are you looking at? Play with the child for a while. I want to rest. I'm exhausted, and you don't even manage things. A giant turtle similar to Xuanwu complained. All right, you rest. I'll watch the child. After saying that, Xuanwu nudged a little turtle nearby who was using its head to push against a stone. On the other side, Xuanhuan returned to the Lord's mansion feeling very low-spirited. After the journey through the underworld, he suddenly wanted to go home. Of course not to his home in the capital of the Daxiao Empire, but rather to the home he had before coming to this world. As soon as he thought about going home, his mood sank even further because he knew he might never be able to return. The lower his mood became, the more homesick he grew. The more homesick he became, the lower his mood sank. Eventually, Xuanhuan sat motionless in the room all night long. Even by the next morning, there was no movement. He didn't want to do anything now. All he wished for was quiet solitude. Just sitting like this, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed, and he hadn't moved an inch inside the room. There wasn't even the slightest trace of life in him. It was as if a wooden log were standing upright. The earth book on his body was flashing wildly, but Xuanhuan showed no reaction at all. The Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen from the underworld also arrived beside Xuanhuan, merging together into the human book. The human book continuously revolved around him, emitting strands of dark light, trying to awaken Xuanhuan, but it had absolutely no effect. Luha followed the human book to Xuanhuan's room, saw his state, and shouted loudly, yet Xuanhuan gave no response. Luha tried to push him a few times, but Xuanhuan was as if fused with the ground itself. There was no reaction whatsoever, and his body remained completely still. Seeing Xuanhuan's current condition, Luhi's mind nearly exploded. He didn't think Xuanhuan was cultivating. He quickly informed the others. Not long after, Yu, Wang Chong, and the skeleton arrived by Xuanhuan's side. These three were relatively trusted by Luha. As for the Azura god, Luha still didn't fully trust him and thus did not notify him. Regarding Xuanwu, Luha also felt there was no need to inform him. A holy beast wouldn't be able to help anyway. The land gods from other empires were even less reliable. What happened? Yu asked anxiously upon arriving and seeing the situation. I don't know. Today, the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen suddenly returned to the young master's side. So I came to see what the situation was, only to find the young master sitting here unmoving, unable to be awakened no matter how I called him. Luho explained. The group walked around Xuanhuan a few times. Yu also attempted to call out and push him a few times, but Xuanhuan's body was as hard as iron and stone. Could the Supreme Being be meditating? The skeleton asked. Just after the skeleton said this, everyone froze simultaneously. They sensed the changes happening within the underworld. Subsequently, Luha exclaimed in shock. This isn't good. The underworld is collapsing. Something must have happened to the young master. At this time, the Azura god watched as the space around him began to split apart. A feeling of heaven-shattering devastation emanated from all directions, causing him to panic. What's happening? What's going on? However, no one responded to him. Other ghosts within the underworld also felt the entire world shaking, their bodies as though being torn apart, sensing the impending danger of soul disintegration. Their torn bodies brought excruciating pain, and the entire underworld echoed with ghostly wails. What's happening? It hurts so much. Save me. Bang bang bang. The buildings of the ghost market began to collapse. Even the Hall of Kings was slowly cracking, and then with a boom, it turned into ruins. The Bridge of Helplessness, the Negative Money Printer, and the Cycle Path, all of them were breaking one after another. Seeing this situation, the Azura god immediately thought of Xuanhuan, and with a flash, disappeared from the underworld. Luha and the others had already felt the current state of the underworld, and stood motionless, having never encountered such a situation before. They had no idea what to do. At this point, the Azura god also arrived at Xuanhuan's room. Upon arrival, he saw the motionless Xuanhuan and the others. What's going on? The Azura yelled loudly, excitement clear in his voice. Luha snapped back to reality, looked at the Azura god. Originally, he hadn't intended to let him know, but under these circumstances, he had no choice. The Azura god was the strongest among them. Perhaps he could provide some help. With this thought, Luha recounted everything about the underworld, the human book, and Xuanhuan. Azura god, since you're also a member of the underworld, do you have any ideas? Luha asked hopefully. The others also looked at him, hoping for his input. They all depended on the underworld. If something happened to Xuanhuan, the underworld would disappear, leaving their survival uncertain. You mean the underworld was created by him with the human book? Azura exclaimed in surprise. Everyone nodded. Azura god remained silent for a while, then looked at the human book that was circling around Xuanhuan and constantly emitting strands of dark light. He reached out a hand toward the human book. The human book was completely unaffected, but Azura god was sent flying out of the yard, smashing through a wall and leaving a hole. What are you doing? Luha shouted loudly, glaring fiercely at Azura god. I thought the problem might lie with this human book, so I wanted to try it out. Azura God said calmly after returning to the room, though he moved a bit farther away from the human book. Though he appeared calm on the surface, he felt fear inside. That single blow just now almost made his soul disintegrate. It was even more terrifying than when the underworld collapsed earlier. Luha glanced at him and didn't say anything. After a moment of silence among everyone, Luha asked, "What do we do now?" Then Luha examined his own body, which was gradually breaking apart. The same was happening to the others. However, both Azura God and the skeleton only experienced slight discomfort in their bodies, without any other abnormalities. Yu gave a bitter laugh and also looked at her own half-shattered body. "I think we should be dead soon." Princeton, Yu extended her hand toward Xuanhuan, her eyes filled with tenderness, but before she could touch him, her body turned into fragments and disappeared into thin air. Luha and Wang Chong also transformed into fragments one after another. Only the skeleton, Azura God, and motionless Xuanhuan were left in the room. Both Azura God and the skeleton sensed that their bodies had returned to their pre-underworld state. Has our power reverted to what it was before meeting him? The skeleton muttered emotionlessly. Azura God didn't care about regressing to his former strength level. He only fixed his eyes intently on the human book revolving around Xuanhuan, his eyes gleaming with unknown light. "Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" A voice came from outside, followed by a huge turtle arriving in Xuanhuan's courtyard. It was Xuanwu who had come. Sensing his connection with Xuanhuan severed and receiving no response despite repeatedly calling out, he decided to check what had happened. Chapter 153, Awakening. Through the hole in the room, Xuanwu saw the skeleton, Azura God, and Xuanhuan. "Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" Xuanwu shrunk in size and entered the room, calling out anxiously upon seeing the motionless Xuanhuan. Seeing no response from Xuanhuan, Xuanwu turned to the two people nearby and, assuming an offensive posture, angrily said, "What did you do to your Highness?" Though Xuanwu perceived that Azura God was far stronger than him, he showed no fear and glared at both of them. "Xuanwu, this isn't our doing. He was like this when we arrived," the skeleton explained. The skeleton knew Xuanwu, but Azura God did not. "Do you think a small saint-level turtle like you has the right to speak to me this way?" Azura God, being a deity, felt provoked by Xuanwu's tone. "Humph." Xuanwu remained silent, giving only a disdainful hum. This immediately enraged Azura God. How dare a small turtle hum at him? Azura God raised his hand, gathering a spell in his palm. Xuanwu was not about to yield either. Summoning earth magic, he covered himself completely. The skeleton, noticing the tension between them, quickly intervened, saying to Azura God, "Don't get angry. This is the supreme immortal's bonded beast. If the immortal wakes up, you wouldn't want trouble." Azura God became even angrier after hearing these words. Since Xuanhuan seemed beyond revival, how dare someone use him to threaten him? Despite this thought crossing his mind, Azura God kept it to himself. Even in the divine realm, he had always been cautious and never pushed others to the brink unnecessarily. If Xuanhuan were never to awaken, things would be simpler. However, should he wake up later, these words could lead to complications. Initially intending to merely teach Xuanwu a lesson, after hearing the skeleton's warning, Azura God instead directed 80% of his power toward Xuanwu, clearly aiming to kill him on the spot. To Azura God, a saint-level contracted beast was nothing more than a pawn. If killed, as long as Xuanhuan revived, compensating with a few more such beasts would suffice. If Xuanhuan failed to revive, it would serve Azura God better, allowing him to find a way to obtain the Book of Life and subsequently claim control over the underworld. A spell charged with 80% of Azura God's strength hurtled toward Xuanwu. Sensing its overwhelming power, the skeleton immediately leapt aside, unwilling to risk being caught in the crossfire. Upon feeling the approaching magical energy of Azura God's attack, Xuanwu's face paled. Knowing full well that escape was impossible due to his slow speed, Xuanwu braced himself fully for defense. Just as the magic was about to strike him, despair filled Xuanwu. The energy contained within the magic was too powerful. There seemed no way for him to withstand it. He hadn't expected the Azura God to be so formidable that one attack alone left him devoid of any confidence to block it. At that moment, when both the outer human book and inner earth book combined to try reviving Xuanhuan, the latter suddenly released itself from inside Xuanhuan's body and flew into Xuanwu. After the earth book merged with Xuanwu, a burst of soil yellow light flashed across his body. The instant Azura God's attack collided with the earth-colored light, it was instantly deflected back, returning twice as fast as before. Not expecting the attack to be reflected, Azura God was momentarily stunned. In this brief daze, the same magic flung him out of the door once again. All of this happened in an instant, leaving those in the room confused. What just happened? Xuanwu was puzzled. The skeleton beside him was also perplexed, having witnessed a beam of earth-yellow light fly out from Xuanhuan's body and enter Xuanwu, followed by Azura God being hurled away. The skeleton then looked back at Xuanhuan. The human book continued spinning around Xuanhuan. Did Xuanhuan have another powerful artifact? Certainly. The object had great power since even a god of Azura God's strength couldn't resist one of his attacks. At this moment, Xuanwu suddenly felt a prompting sensation within him and attempted to contact Xuanhuan through their contractual spiritual connection. Prince Ihan, Prince Ihan. Xuanwu tried calling out mentally, but still, there was no response from Xuanhuan. When he continued calling, a voice in Xuanwu's heart urged him to keep going. Although Xuanwu didn't understand where the voice came from, he felt assured that its owner was helping Xuanhuan. The skeleton curiously observed Xuanwu. In his eyes, Xuanwu was now staring unblinkingly at Guihan without moving, appearing as though he too had turned to stone. The atmosphere in the room grew eerie. Azura God still lay motionless outside. Xuanwu stood completely still inside, and the skeleton was fixated, motionless, gazing at both Guihan and Xuanwu. Time seemed frozen in the room, with no one making a single move. This atmosphere continued for a while, and at this moment the skeleton saw Guihan's brows lightly frown. Though very subtle, it was still noticed by the skeleton. Xuanwu, what are you doing? And what exactly is that earth-yellow light? The skeleton was puzzled. As time passed bit by bit, Guihan's eyes flickered slightly once again, followed by his fingers gently twitching. The skeleton beside him dared not to make a sound. He realized that Xuanwu was awakening Guihan, which also left the skeleton somewhat astonished. Did Xuanwu possess such ability? Or was it due to the earlier beam of light? But why would that light choose Xuanwu? The skeleton couldn't figure it out. In the spiritual realm, Guihan was sleeping, suddenly hearing someone calling his name. Highness, Highness. Who's calling me? Guihan replied groggily. Upon hearing Guihan's response, the voice became excited and said, Highness, I finally made contact with you. Who's this? Guihan was still in a drowsy state. Highness, it's me, Xuanwu. Xuanwu sounded a bit anxious. What was wrong with his highness that he couldn't recognize Xuanwu's voice? Xuanwu, why have you woken me up? Is there something you need? Guihan gradually became more alert. Your highness, you weren't just asleep. I've been trying to contact you but couldn't get through. I feared something happened to you, so I came to the city lord's mansion. But when I got here, Xuanwu recounted all the events he knew about to Guihan. It's good now that you're finally awake. Xuanwu sighed in relief. Once Guihan heard this, he instantly became fully awake. He looked around, but everything was pitch black, seeing nothing. Where am I? Trying to fly in one direction, but no matter how far he flew, there seemed to be no change, just the same darkness. Guihan squinted. What's going on here? Where am I? Why can't I escape? Guihan recalled the earth-yellow light mentioned by Xuanwu and suspected it might be the Earth Book. He then attempted to summon the Earth Book and the Human Book. Not long after, a streak of white light appeared in the distance, shining extraordinarily brilliantly against the darkness. Without hesitation, Guihan rushed towards the white light. As the outside Human Book emitted light again, Guihan suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 154, Restoration of the Underworld. Your Highness, you have finally awoken, Xuanwu said happily as soon as he saw. The skeleton paused for a moment and then added, Exalted Immortal, you haven't moved for days. Days without moving. Guihan felt nothing unusual. If he hadn't woken up in that dark place unable to get out, he would have thought he had just taken a nap. Glancing at the room with 2 holes torn through it, Guihan asked curiously, What happened here? The skeleton recounted all the events that had transpired while Guihan was unconscious. So many things have happened. The underworld is destroyed. Lu He, Yu, and Wang Chong are gone too. In an instant, Guihan arrived at the underworld. They say hell is fearsome, but now the underworld looked even more terrifying than hell. The entire world shook violently. Spaces everywhere were broken. The ghosts and shadow soldiers from before had long since vanished, and the buildings were almost completely obliterated. Negative energies scattered chaotically, some of them flowing away into unknown realms through the broken spaces. Seeing his painstakingly created realm reduced to such a state, Guihan's heart ached. Restored to how it was 3 days ago. With the power of word becomes reality, these words left Guihan's lips. As soon as Guihan spoke, the devastated underworld was restored to its previous appearance in the blink of an eye, as if its desolation had only been an illusion. The recovery was so fast that Guihan barely had time to react. Wasn't that too quick? The ghosts, shadow soldiers, buildings, 6 paths of rebirth, 18 levels of hell, and more, everything was back to normal. I don't understand what happened. Guihan mused aloud. What happened to me? Wasn't I dead again? I remember the underworld collapsed. My body seemed to have turned into fragments, falling piece by piece. The ghosts and shadow soldiers were discussing the events of moments ago. They were unsure whether their memories were illusions or not. But surely it wouldn't be possible for every ghost to have the same hallucination simultaneously? Observing the perfectly restored underworld, Guihan breathed a sigh of relief. He had just been worried that the underworld might have lost half its structure, which could possibly cause the disappearance or significant weakening of his word becomes reality ability. It appeared this had not occurred. His power was still as abnormal as ever. At this point, Lu He, Yu, and Wang Chong came beside Guihan. Your Highness, they anxiously inquired. Are you alright? After Guihan used his word becomes reality ability, the 3 had resurrected in Guihan's chambers. They learned the situation from the skeleton and promptly journeyed to the underworld. I'm fine now. Guihan smiled as he looked at the trio. What exactly happened over the past few days? Yu asked. The others also watched Guihan with curiosity, wanting to know what exactly had occurred. Nothing serious. I merely passed through a calamity. A calamity? All present gasped upon hearing this. Prince, when you mention calamity, is it like the one mentioned in Journey to the West? Guihan nodded. Yes, though you need not worry. You do not need to face this calamity. No one spoke further. In Journey to the West, it mentioned that overcoming a calamity was an extremely perilous task. But this was far too dangerous, wasn't it? Their prince enduring a calamity almost led to the destruction of the underworld. Prince, in Journey to the West, calamities aren't usually this intense. Yu asked in confusion. Perhaps it's because this underworld was my creation, Guihan responded, slightly worried now. This calamity was the last earthly trial. Afterward, he himself would become a celestial immortal, and the heavenly calamity might be even harder to endure. Based on the earlier information, it seemed both the Book of People aiding him from outside and the Book of Earth supporting him from within weren't sufficient to awaken him. Eventually, the Book of Earth awakened him through the spiritual contract between him and xuanhuan, restoring consciousness via telepathic communication within the pact. Thus, it was evident that relying solely on his own strength was insufficient for overcoming calamities. Additional forces inherent to the world were necessary. Such mental connection, though seemingly minor, actually saved his life. Thus, it was clear that one shouldn't underestimate the magic of this world. Its unique abilities mattered significantly. After listening, the others remained silent, understanding Xiuxian's meaning. If the things he created were to be ruined, everything would perish alongside him. Well, today has frightened all of you. Return home for now. Yes, Your Highness. Although the others had more questions, Xiuxian didn't wish to elaborate further. Having no choice, they left after bowing. After they departed, Xiuxian returned to the city lord's residence. The power of word becomes reality did not affect his chamber, so there were still 2 large holes remaining in his room. Xuanhuan was in the room as well. Approaching Xuanhuan, Xiuxian gently patted its head and said sincerely, "Thank you, Xuanhuan. You've saved me twice." Xuanhuan chuckled and then glanced at the Azura god still lying outside. Xuanhuan didn't like him. "Your Highness, this person. I'll deal with it. You go back for now. I'll come to see you after everything is settled here." Xiuxian smiled faintly. Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. After Xuanhuan left, Xiuxian looked at the still unconscious Azura god. Through this incident, Xiuxian realized that the Azura god bore no good intentions toward him. He was the type who clings to the powerful but would betray and even harm the weak. However, Xiuxian had no plans to hurt him. The Azura god still had his uses, and as long as Xiuxian remained strong, there wouldn't be a chance for betrayal. Nevertheless, to prevent any unforeseen scenarios, Xiuxian made some subtle changes to him and then flung him into the underworld. Xiuxian summoned a servant and instructed them to demolish his current room and construct a new one. There wasn't much choice. Being wealthy came with perks. While laborers worked on building the house, Xiuxian sat in the courtyard contemplating the events of this ordeal. It was clear that this had been an earth calamity. Although previous calamities had been felt, this one arrived far too suddenly, without any prior warning. Would the heavenly calamity also arrive without any signs? Other cultivators could feel the heavenly calamity coming. They were able to hide from it or delay its arrival. Could he do the same? Xiuxian was uncertain because his situation was different from others. After all, even the worlds were not the same. Meanwhile, Xiuxian began paying more attention to magic and martial qi. Initially, he had looked down upon these forces, but through this experience, he learned that nothing was truly worthless. It depended on how it was utilized. Although he had read many books in the royal library, those were only from the Great Xia Empire's collection. There were still many other empires' works that he hadn't explored. Then, Xiuxian thought of the yin-yang mirror. It had gained a new function, the ability to upload the contents of books. People who uploaded content could set a price, and others wanting to view it would have to pay. Xiuxian didn't care how much people marked their upload since the yin-yang mirror was his own. Did he need to pay to view others' uploaded content? Not at all. He could view things freely. Freeloading indeed brought joy. Chapter 155, Inspiration for the game. Now that the Earth calamity has passed, but advancing to a celestial immortal is still a long way off. It seems that the Earth book needs to be enhanced to a certain level before reaching the celestial immortal stage. It would take several more days to complete the house construction. Xiuxian decided to go out and look for some inspiration. Staying at home didn't help him think of any methods to enhance the Earth book. He figured it would be better to go out for a walk. With the Earth calamity over, there was no longer the worry of returning in a dire state like before after just going out for a stroll. He stood up and glanced towards Xuanhu's direction. He planned to visit Xuanhu first. In a flash, Xiuxian arrived at the outskirts of the Death Forest. He hadn't been to the Death Forest for quite some time now. He intended to slowly make his way there, using it as a leisurely stroll. After taking just a couple of steps, the beep sound came from within the yin-yang mirror. There was no doubt it was Da Hao, for at this moment, only he and Da Hao had the yin-yang mirror. Xiuxian took out the yin-yang mirror and saw Da Hao's message. "Your Highness, the yin-yang mirror factory has been completed, and the first batch of 100 yin-yang mirrors has been made. However, when I tried them just now, they didn't work." After reading Da Hao's message, Xiuxian replied, "There's a mall inside the yin-yang mirror with a recharge function. Only after recharging can it be used." Not long after, Da Hao responded, "Understood, Your Highness." After looking at the message, Xiuxian thought that a virtual currency should be created, as using gold coins consistently on the yin-yang mirror for transactions was inconvenient. After pondering a while, Xiuxian added a currency array into the mall. He had already foreseen that more functions would likely be added later, and carving an array on the mobile phone every time was troublesome. Thus, arrays could simply be added in the yin-yang mirror mall instead of having to carve them onto the yin-yang mirror itself. Xiuxian tried recharging himself with 100 gold coins, and the mall showed 10,000 ancient coins. No issues, recharging was fast. The 100 gold coins recharged earlier entered his own space. Xiuxian had specially created a space to store the gold coins others recharged. Nodding satisfactorily, he continued walking towards the Death Deep Forest. Currently, they were still on the outskirts of the Death Forest. Many mercenaries with average power mostly stayed active around here, mainly catching herbivorous magical beasts to sell in the city. They were mostly water rabbits, earth pigs, and green sheep. Even though these were all herbivorous magical beasts were magical beasts, so an ordinary person would have little chance dealing with them alone. Of course, an ordinary person couldn't be a mercenary. The mercenaries guild had to test one's strength. Without adequate strength, you couldn't become a mercenary. As he walked along, Xuanhuan occasionally encountered a few groups of mercenaries. However, since they were well-organized teams and seeing Xuanhuan alone, they assumed he was a solitary mercenary, hence didn't bother coming over to disturb him. Solitary mercenaries usually preferred operating alone and wouldn't join teams. Brother, this brother. A voice called out from ahead. Stopping his steps, Xuanhuan looked at the caller. It was a young mercenary, and by the insignia pinned to his chest, he was identified as a level 1 mercenary. Anything wrong? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. It goes like this, we've got a mission for Flame Bulls, but it's difficult for us to handle alone. We want to ask if you can help us out. Afterward, the Flame Bull will belong to you, and will only need its horn to complete the task. What do you say? The young mercenary explained as he approached Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. No problem. Among mercenaries, seeking help when unable to finish tasks was normal, and Xuanhuan felt it was just a small favor, so he did not refuse. Great. Thank you, brother. My name is Xuanxia. How about you, brother? Xuanxia. Xuanhuan hesitated momentarily. I have 7 older sisters. When I was born, my father, upon seeing I was male, became so ecstatic that he appeared as if he were shedding fur in excitement, thus naming me this. Xuanxia was very satisfied with his name. Good name. I'm Gumin. Xuanhuan introduced himself. Brother Gumin, you find my name pretty good too, right? Xuanxia was delighted when someone praised his name. Following Xuanxia to their gathering point. Brother Gumin, you must be pretty strong, right? Why do you say that? Xuanhuan asked curiously. I've heard lone mercenaries are always extremely powerful people. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to the Death Forest alone for missions, said Xuanxia, who admired such individuals. Well, Xuanhuan thought Xuanxia might have seen something extraordinary in him, only to realize it was just because he thought him to be a lone mercenary. You're being modest, Brother Gumin. Speaking, the two arrived at a small valley. We're here. Behind a large tree in the valley were 4 people, all quite young, aged 16 or 17. Among them was even a girl, although she was stronger looking than the rest, broad and muscular. Laoxia, did you manage to get someone? The only girl among them shouted. The others quickly made a shoe gesture and then looked at the flame bull in the valley. Xiao, don't shout so loudly, or you'll scare away all the flame bulls. The girl named Xiao immediately covered her mouth, her actions bold and confident. Xuanhuan and Xuanxia approached them, and Xuanxia cheerfully introduced. This is Brother Gumin, a lone mercenary. Upon hearing he was a lone mercenary, they instantly became excited. Never thought Laoxia could really find such powerful help. Hello Gumin, I'm Xiao. My name is Lu Muhua. I'm Li Denyo. I'm Li Xianyo. One by one, they introduced themselves. Xuanhuan smiled and responded, I am Gumin. Brother Gumin, thank you for coming to help us. With your assistance, we will surely be able to complete this task. Xiao Yi's voice was loud. The other 4 looked at her simultaneously. Then Xiao Yi boldly covered her mouth again. She displayed no shyness common in girls of 16 or 17. Xuanhuan smiled and said, I will definitely help you complete the task. Great. Let's arrange the strategy first. As usual, Xianyo, with your speed, go attract 1 flame bull over here. Before Lu Muhua finished speaking, Xianyo replied very confidently. Piece of cake. Good. Next comes Denyo Yu. As Lu Muhua seriously laid out their battle tactics, Xuanhuan found it interesting and smiled as he watched from the side. At that moment, Xuanhuan thought of something. Wasn't this just like when my friends and I used to play MMORPGs together? Luring the monsters, taking damage, and killing the monsters. Why can't the Yin-Yang Mirror create a game? If done, it would certainly influence this world significantly. Moreover, this world has magic and martial arts energy. If the true cultivation techniques are included in the game, it would make people even more inclined to accept it. Who wouldn't want to both play games and gain access to cultivation techniques? Xuanhuan gave himself a thumbs up for the idea. Chapter 156, Word Games. Alright, next is Brother Gumin. You, me, and Xiao Yi are responsible for killing the flame bulls. Any issues? Lu Muhua looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled and asked, how many flame bulls do you need to complete your task? 1 is enough. In that case, there's no need for all this trouble. After saying that, Xuanhuan extended his hand toward the flame bull. In the distance, one of them was pulled into Xuanhuan's hand. With a flick, the flame bull met its end without any chance of resistance. Xuanhuan placed the flame bull in front of everyone. Thanks for letting me think of a great idea. Consider this my thanks. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanhuan disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind stunned faces. Are solo mercenaries really this powerful? Xuanxia stared admiringly at the direction where Xuanhuan had left. I also want to be a solo mercenary. Starting from today, starting now, I will part ways with you all. I will become a solo mercenary. Xuanxia said with determination. Subsequently, the cries of agony of Xuanxia being beaten by his companions echoed through the dead forest. After leaving those 5 individuals, Xuanhuan arrived at the depths of the dead forest. Not far ahead was xuanhuan. Having witnessed what just happened, Xuanhuan decided not to take his time anymore. He wanted to create a game near xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, Your Highness, why have you come? Upon seeing Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan first hesitated, then greeted him joyfully. I've come to see you. Looking at the small turtle beside Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan chuckled. So this is little Wu, right? Yes. Xuanhuan blushed a little. Unbelievable. Not only have you found a companion, but you also have a child. Xuanhuan felt a tinge of envy. If your highness wishes to find a companion, it would be much easier than me. Me? Xuanhuan gently patted Xuanwu's shell and softly replied, perhaps. Where is little Wu's mother? She has gone off to train. She won't return anytime soon. That's such a pity. I've brought gifts for you. Saying so, Xuanhuan took out a pile of things. Among them were many artifacts related to formations, intended for their training. He even brought some shiny stones for little Wu because he heard Xuanwu mention how little Wu enjoyed using his head to ram against stones, especially beautiful ones. Thank you, your highness. It's nothing. By the way, I have something to do and would like to borrow your place. Sure. With that, Xuanhuan casually found a spot, sat down cross-legged, and started creating a game. Xuanhuan pondered over what kind of game he should create. First, it must be fun. Second, it should fit the setting of this world. There must be magic and martial qi. After all, Xuanhuan planned to put in the true manuals of magic and martial qi. After thinking for half the day, Xuanhuan realized that several games would fit the criteria, but they were too complicated, and he himself didn't know how to make them, mainly due to lack of experience. This troubled Xuanhuan greatly. After much deliberation, he decided to start with a simple single-player text-based cultivation game. It was far too complex for him to attempt anything grander now, and he could gradually add content later. In less than half an hour, Xuanhuan had completed the game. It wasn't because he was skilled at making games, but simply because this one was incredibly simple. After finishing, Xuanhuan tried playing it. The game began with choosing the gender of the character, male or female. Only the avatar was displayed, nothing else. Next was filling in the name. After entering one randomly, he entered the game. There were no visual scenes inside, only texts. You encountered a water rabbit. Will you kill it? Yes, no? He clicked on yes. You dealt 1 point of damage to the water rabbit. The water rabbit dealt 1 point of damage to you. After relentless effort, you obtained fireball technique. Subsequently, when opening the fireball book, there was a detailed method for cultivating the technique. However, within the game, it could be used directly. If you wanted to learn it in real life, you'd still have to practice yourself. Next, Xuanhuan killed a few more monsters, getting quite a lot of skills, though all of them were basic. To get advanced skills, he'd have to defeat higher-level monsters. You encountered a flame bull. Will you attack? Yes, no? He clicked on yes. The flame bull used flame strike on you. You took 100 points of damage, you're dead. Choose to recharge to access the mall to purchase weapons. Xuanhuan played for a while. Will anyone really play this? Xuanhuan doubted his own creation deeply. They probably will. It's quite fun, Xuanhuan consoled himself. Looking at Xuanwu beside him. Xuanwu, try playing this game, Xuanhuan called out. Your Highness, are you all done? Yep, this is the game I created. Can you help me test it? Alright. Xuanwu gradually shrank until his claws were small enough to press the buttons inside the yin-yang mirror. Curious about the yin-yang mirror, Xuanwu looked at it intently while Xuanhuan taught him how to play. For the next few minutes, Xuanwu furrowed his brows and used his claws to tap on the yin-yang mirror. So how is it? Xuanhuan asked eagerly. It's fun. Fun? Then why do you have such a serious face? Xuanhuan suspected that Xuanwu was just humoring him. I'm trying to figure out how to defeat the flame bulls. What's there to figure out? Xuanhuan felt exasperated. Just spend some money. How do I recharge? In the store, I've already placed 1 ancient coin for you so you can buy equipment from the in-game store. Xuanwu nodded, and soon after, he wore a satisfied smile. With the gear, it's indeed much easier. I killed the flame bull in a few moves. The skill books can even upgrade existing skills. My fireball technique is already at level 3. Xuanwu sounded excited. This made Xuanhuan doubt himself. Is this game really that fun? Or is Xuanwu just pretending? For the rest of the time, Xuanwu kept playing while Xuanhuan played with little Wu nearby. He now understood. In this world, where games like these don't exist, it's not surprising that Xuanwu wanted to continue playing despite it being less appealing to someone who had seen better games in the past. After a while, Xuanwu asked, Your Highness, how do I top up more coins? Seeing how much Xuanwu enjoyed the game, Xuanhuan crafted 2 more yin-yang mirrors. You use this one. It's yours to keep. And I've also made one for your wife. There's 1 million ancient coins in them, so try not to waste them. Xuanwu happily accepted the new yin-yang mirror and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Xuanhuan, seeing this, shook his head lightly. In the future, there might even be a legend about 2 turtles in the dead forest always found playing games on the ground. You keep playing. I'll go back first. Okay, Your Highness. Without looking up, Xuanwu gave a brief response, clearly hooked by the game. Chapter 157, the first batch of yin-yang mirrors. Xuanhuan left Xuanwu's place feeling frustrated, then wandered around the death forest, and also made a trip to the Skeleton Land Shrine for a look. The Skeleton Land Shrine was still the same as before. Every day there would be a cluster of magic beasts surrounding it. These were all high-level magic beasts with intelligence. They offered incense to the land shrine, and in return, the shrine emitted divine energy which nourished the surrounding magic beasts. With the divine energy nurturing them, the magic beasts underwent many changes, the most obvious being their increased wisdom. Xuanhuan thought about whether he should create cultivation techniques for these magic beasts. Previously, the creatures of this world were unable to cultivate towards immortality, but now with the divine energy from the land shrine, perhaps people or magic beasts could indeed cultivate to become immortals. Then, after he established his celestial court, these magic beasts could serve as mounts for celestial beings. Before leaving the Skeleton Land Shrine, Xuanhuan stayed there for several days. During this time, he created a basic cultivation technique manual and handed it over to the Skeleton Land to teach the other magic beasts. Xuanhuan didn't know if it would work or if they could successfully cultivate, but at least he suffered no loss. If it worked, it might provide him with additional fighting power. After all, one couldn't underestimate the abilities of a celestial's mount. Leaving the Death Forest, xuanhuan instantly teleported back to the city lord's residence. Several days had passed, and his house was newly built, more aesthetically pleasing than before. Your Highness, you've returned. The Hao appeared at once. How is the production of the Yin-Yang mirrors going? Your Highness, I was just about to report that. The production of the Yin-Yang mirrors is progressing smoothly. In just a few days, we've managed to produce tens of thousands. I want to ask Your Highness what should be done next. Are there already tens of thousands? How many can be produced daily? If we work nonstop with 3 shifts, we can produce approximately 10,000 a day. So many. Xuanhuan was somewhat surprised. Is the speed of inscribing arrays by the magicians so fast? This is what I want to discuss with Your Highness. The Magic Guild has devised a large array for automatic inscriptions. Simply placing the Yin-Yang mirror inside will inscribe the necessary arrays in less than 3 breaths worth of time. After hearing this, xuanhuan felt astonished. Truly, one must not underestimate anyone's capabilities. Da Hao continued somewhat unhappily. Right now, the Magic Guild only sends a few mages each day to maintain the large inscription array. They don't need many people. However, they insist on charging 1 gold coin per Yin-Yang mirror produced. I'm unsure of what decision to make, so I have come to ask Your Highness what we should do. Seeing the dissatisfied expression Da Hao had toward the Magic Guild's actions, xuanhuan chuckled. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? They only send a few people, yet charge 1 gold coin per Yin-Yang mirror. With daily production reaching 10,000, that means giving them 10,000 gold coins a day. 10,000 gold coins a day. Isn't that extortion? Da Hao was furious. Not much, give them the fee. Your Highness, are you really willing to pay? Da Hao was surprised. They designed a large inscription array through their own efforts. We cannot use it without payment. Besides, it saves us a lot of trouble, so consider it a patent fee. Xuanhuan found it reasonable. Patents were lucrative in themselves, and since the Magic Guild monopolized the technology, 1 gold coin was quite low. Although Da Hao was still somewhat unhappy, since xuanhuan had decided, he dared not oppose. Your Highness, when should we sell the Yin-Yang mirrors? Should the price remain at 100 gold coins per mirror, as decided earlier? Or should we raise it a bit? Da Hao wanted to raise prices, always thinking that for every Yin-Yang mirror, they were losing 1 gold coin. Xuanhuan smiled. Da Hao, you haven't calculated correctly. In fact, doing it this way actually reduces our costs significantly. Previously, we had to hire a large number of mages to engrave the symbols, and the money spent hiring them far exceeded 1 gold coin per mirror. Think about it again. After hearing this, Da Hao paused. That's right. At first, they hired so many mages, and each mage required 100 gold coins per day. Each mage could inscribe only around 10 mirrors a day, meaning that they actually saved 90 gold coins per mirror. Realizing this, Da Hao wore a satisfied smile. Still, you're smarter, Your Highness. Da Hao grinned foolishly at xuanhuan. With the current quantity still limited, let's start by gifting the first batch of 10,000 Yin-Yang mirrors to the chieftains of the noble families within Death City, as well as the leaders of mercenary groups in the outer city. Gifting them? Da Hao questioned curiously. Yes, for free. Let them help us promote. This is far more efficient than doing it ourselves. Yes, Your Highness. Da Hao did not ask any further. Da Hao worked quickly, and within an hour, all 10,000 Yin-Yang mirrors were distributed along with instructions for their use. Xuanhuan sat leisurely in a chair in the courtyard, watching the messages inside the Yin-Yang mirror. In the public channel, head of the Liu family. Is anyone there? Can you see my message? Captain of the Mad Knife mercenary group. I can. A good man. This is truly a divine tool. I never thought we could chat like this. Head of the Liu family. A good man? Why don't you reveal your true identity? A good man. Hee. This is the public channel. Some things aren't appropriate to disclose. After he said this, the others realized what he meant and started changing their names. Sword God. This Yin-Yang mirror really is incredible. The Monkey King. There's even more wonders. There's a text-based game inside. Killing monsters yields skill books that actually work in real life. When xuanhuan saw the Monkey King's name, he chuckled. Clearly, this was someone who enjoyed reading Journey to the West. Dragon King. Are the skills real? The Monkey King. Yes, but they start out as basic ones. I'm not sure if there are advanced ones later on, but if those are real too, then, Dragon King. I'll go try it out. At first, there weren't many people chatting, probably because they didn't know how to use it yet. But soon, more and more people joined the chat channel. Throughout the night, the conversations in the Yin-Yang mirrors never stopped. By the next day, they had given the Yin-Yang mirrors a new name, Hand Mirrors. Hand Mirror, xuanhuan felt, wasn't a bad name either. Also, upon waking up in the morning, xuanhuan noticed a significant increase in the amount of gold coins stored in the special space designated for rechargeable coins. After checking, he found that most people recharged their accounts to play games. Over the course of one night, the roughly 10,000 users had each recharged at least a little bit. A high point in recharges came after some individuals showcased their advanced skills during the late night hours, resulting in over 1 million coins pouring in within a short period of time. Isn't this money coming in too fast? Xuanhuan was greatly astonished. Chapter 158, Finding Actors in the Underworld. After witnessing the benefits brought by the game, Xuanhuan originally wanted to create another one. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it. The reason why there are so many coins right now is because these 10,000 people are clan leaders and guild masters from various families, all of whom have some wealth. Moreover, they were willing to spend money because of the skills within the text-based game. If another game were to be made, its effect would not be as good. It's still far from the point where everyone has a handheld mirror, and creating games isn't necessary. The focus should now be on the production of handheld mirrors. A daily output of 10,000 units clearly cannot meet the demand. The Death City alone, along with its outer regions, already has a population of 1 million. Simply meeting the needs of Death City would take 100 days, which is more than 3 months. Then there's the entire Daxia Empire and other empires. With this thought in mind, Xuanhuan called for Dahao. Your Highness, you summoned me. Dahao, the current production scale of the handheld mirrors is too small. You go negotiate with the Magic Guild. Ask them to produce more large-scale engraving formations. We need to expand the production capacity. Yes, Your Highness. Wait. Just as Dahao was about to turn around, Xuanhuan stopped him. Your Highness, is there anything else? Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, monopolizing everything isn't a good habit. Go ask the Magic Guild and Warrior Guild if they're interested in producing handheld mirrors. If so, teach them the technology, we'll just collect patent fees, 20% of the selling price. Yes, Your Highness. Dahao didn't raise any objections. After the previous incident, Dahao understood that he was nowhere near as smart as His Highness. He'd better follow orders faithfully and save himself the trouble of thinking. Although Xuanhuan had the widespread mercenary guild across the continent, it had only been developing for a few years, which can't compare with the Magic Guild and Warrior Guild that are also spread throughout the continent. These two guilds have existed for thousands of years, with a solid foundation. Having them manufacture handheld mirrors will more quickly spread them across the entire continent. Most importantly, it allows Xuanhuan to relax at home and let others handle the work while saving on promotion costs. After all, the greatest benefit of the handheld mirror lies in its usage. The revenue from the sale itself does not concern Xuanhuan much. Right now, Xuanhuan is contemplating how to enrich the content within the handheld mirrors. We shouldn't lose sight of our original purpose for the sake of money. His goal is to change the habits of the entire world, influence the entire world, thereby enhancing the Earth Book. Currently, handheld mirrors allow long-distance communication and feature games for acquiring martial techniques. Although these two aspects already make the handheld mirror useful, Xuanhuan feels that it's still far from enough. Yesterday, when those 10,000 handheld mirrors were distributed, the changes in his Earth Book were very subtle and almost unnoticeable. Communication and martial techniques certainly have an impact, but they are not as significant as imagined. In the future, once everyone gets used to them, reliance on handheld mirrors might even decrease. What is critical now is ensuring that people become uncomfortable without using the handheld mirrors, that they must fall asleep holding them even while lying down in bed. To achieve this, short videos from his past life could indeed be helpful. However, the entertainment options in the current world aren't yet rich enough. The popularity of short videos from his past life benefited from earlier exposure to TV series, movies, and variety shows. Introducing short videos directly here might leave the people unsure of what to post. They may only share trivial things like what they ate today or scenic views, but who would be interested? Therefore, Xuanhuan planned to first produce a movie or TV series himself, leaving reality shows for later. After pondering for a bit, Xuanhuan decided to start with Journey to the West, as it had the premise of Xianbao news. With widespread recognition and popularity, it was something everyone loved to watch. Deciding to film Journey to the West, the next step was finding actors. This posed a problem. Their appearances must match the roles, and they must possess sufficient capabilities, since there are no special effects in this world. Many scenes simply couldn't be shot without skill. For example, flying. How could you shoot a flying scene by attaching a rope? As for Tang Sung, Tang Monk, finding someone suitable wouldn't be difficult. Anyone with a similar appearance would do. But the four disciples present challenges. Should Sun Wukong, Monkey King, be a monkey-like magical beast? Or maybe Zhu Beiji, Pigsy, should be a pig-like magical beast? However, magical beasts lack the intelligence needed for acting. After much contemplation, Xuanhuan slapped his head suddenly. How could I forget? Why not go to the underworld and get ghosts to act? In the underworld, there are ghosts everywhere, and ghosts can change their forms at will. Turning into monkeys or pigs presents no problem at all. The demons along the journey in Journey to the West can also be played by ghosts from the underworld. Thought leads to action, and Xuanhuan instantly appeared at the hall of Yanwang, Yama. Your Highness, why have you come? Luha greeted Xuanhuan after seeing him. Luha, have you watched Journey to the West? Yes. That's good. You find ghosts according to the number of demons and immortals in Journey to the West. I want them to shoot a TV series. TV series? Luha looked puzzled. Xuanhuan explained his idea in detail. After hearing this, Luha thought for a moment and said, Your Highness, there are many ghosts in the underworld, but those who can meet your Highness's requirements might be few. What do you mean? Xuanhuan was confused. Lady, as you just mentioned, these ghosts must be able to stay in the mortal world for a long time during the day. Ordinary ghosts may not have this ability, Luha explained. Ah, that's true. Xuanhuan also realized that ordinary ghosts couldn't dare come out during the day. Only strong ghosts could appear in daylight, and currently, only a few in the underworld had such power. Xuanhuan began to feel a headache. Luha thought for a moment and asked, Your Highness, do you know if the ghosts from the 18 layers of hell can participate? There are many powerful ones among them that could meet your requirements. Those evil spirits. After considering for a while, Xuanhuan decided, all right, let them redeem themselves by meritorious conduct. Those who perform well will have their sentences reduced. Yes, Your Highness, I'll arrange it right away. A little later, Luha brought over more than 10 ghosts, including several powerful ghost kings. Your Highness, they're all here. These ghosts are fully conscious. I didn't bring the crazier ones. Well done. Xuanhuan nodded approvingly. Lu Ha had done the right thing. Many ghosts were not entirely sane and acted only on impulse. Summon the Ghost Kings. Lu Ha nodded. All Ghost Kings stepped forward. Upon hearing this, more than 10 ghosts stepped forward quietly without making a sound. However, their faces showed excitement. Having endured immense suffering in the 18 layers of hell, they had long desired to escape, but had no way out. Hearing that their opportunity to atone and shorten their sentence had arisen filled them with great anticipation. Chapter 159, Seeing Gu Ming. Lu Ha told them that making a TV drama would reduce their punishment. Although they didn't know who the TV drama was, it didn't matter. With so many powerful ghosts together, surely they could deal with one TV drama. A ghost slapping with a palm would definitely kill the guy called TV drama. Xuanhuan looked at the more than 10 ghost kings in front of him and nodded approvingly. Their strength was all very good. Great. I want you to act as characters in Journey to the West. If you feel like you can play someone from Journey to the West, tell me, and I'll test your acting. The ghosts glanced at each other after hearing this and didn't understand what Xuanhuan was talking about. At this moment, Lu Ha explained beside him. Your Highness, they have never seen Journey to the West. Oh, is that so? Then show them. I will come again tomorrow to test them. Yes, Your Highness. Xuanhuan left the underworld. He didn't expect that none of the ghosts had seen Journey to the West. Originally, he wanted to see how the ghosts performed. There shouldn't be any problems with the actors, Xuanhuan thought. Even if those ghosts don't have any acting experience, it's fine to start slowly. Even if their acting is poor, it's no problem, just like my simple wordplay. As long as people haven't seen something, they won't nitpick, assuming that things are supposed to be that way. The main actors are not a concern. Even the roles for demons are taken care of. The next thing is about the human world. It's easy to find extras, but Tang Huang, the emperor, is a bit tricky. Other people wouldn't dare to play an emperor for fear the emperor of the empire might have an opinion. Though I myself could act, with Gu Ming's petty nature, he might imagine all sorts of scenes where I fancy myself as an emperor. Moreover, constructing a palace scene is quite troublesome. Therefore, Xuanhuan decided to ask Gu Ming to play the role of Tang Huang, thus saving the trouble of creating a palace scene. And considering the Tang dynasty is the top dynasty on earth, Gu Ming should be happy to play Tang Huang. Initially, he thought Dahao could help recruit the extras, but since shooting needs to take place in the capital city of Dia Empire, he asked Gu Ming to assist with finding them instead. After thinking this through, Xuanhuan's figure gradually disappeared in the room. It was still afternoon, and Gu Ming was diligently reviewing memorials in his study. There's no denying that Gu Ming makes for a suitable emperor. At least he is very diligent. Xuanhuan didn't directly enter the study, but appeared outside the door. The guards stationed at the door were startled when someone suddenly showed up, quickly taking out their weapons. Who are you? Upon closer inspection, their attitude immediately changed, performing a noble's bow. Greetings, Prince and is His Majesty inside? His Majesty is in the study. Help me notify him that I seek an audience for a matter. Yes, Your Excellency. After speaking, the guard hurriedly went in to report. The reason Xuanhuan did not appear directly before Gu Ming was to give him sufficient respect, because he was about to request his help. Soon enough, Gu Ming personally came out to greet him, with a smile plastered across his face. Younger brother Jiu, why have you come? If you've come, you should have directly entered to look for me. Having the guards announce it, doesn't that cause misunderstanding and make others think we don't get along well? In the future, just walk in when you visit. Saying this, though outwardly polite, internally, Gu Ming was already pleased beyond measure, extremely satisfied with Xuanhuan's approach. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xuanhuan performed the imperial family's bow. What nonsense, call me third brother. Gu Ming pretended to be angry. Xuanhuan didn't refuse and bowed again. Greet third brother. Good. Younger brother Jiu, let us go inside and talk. Xuanhuan was the strongest person in the continent, and Gu Ming wouldn't genuinely require him to call him Majesty continuously. Such actions would distance their relationship. For Xuanhuan, however, it made no difference to him. This title of emperor in the Dia Empire was given by their father, and he didn't even care for it. Primarily, he deemed it beneath him. Arriving at the study and seating Xuanhuan, Gu Ming questioned, Brother Jiu, may I ask why you've come? Third brother, have you ever seen Journey to the West? I've seen it. It's an interesting story, one I like. Subsequently, he glanced at Xuanhuan. I heard the story was written by you, Brother Jiu. You truly possess vast knowledge and have seen much. Just some idle fabrications while bored. Third brother, the reason I've come this time is to shoot a TV drama. Subsequently, Xuanhuan explained the meaning of TV dramas to Gu Ming, handed him a yin-yang mirror, and taught him how to use it. Holding the yin-yang mirror, Gu Ming scrutinized it meticulously and enjoyed it immensely. This tiny mirror has so many functions. It must be a divine artifact. It only possesses part of its functions now. There will be even more in the future. Truly a miraculous item. By the way, what does this public channel refer to regarding hand mirrors? At this point, Gu Ming saw the chat in the comment section. The hand mirror is the same as the yin-yang mirror. Hand mirror is the popular term for yin-yang mirror among common folk. Oh, I see. Younger brother Jiu just said that you want me to play the role of Tang Huang. Gu Ming looked up at Xuanhuan. Yes, the Great Tang is the top royal dynasty in Journey to the West. I think, third brother, you are the most suitable to play this role. Your Chidru fits best. Xuanhuan subtly flattered him. Ha ha ha. Gu Ming was very happy. Not that no one had praised him before, but praise from his subordinates was different from the accolades of the strongest person under heaven. This is no issue. But could we change Tang dynasty into Xia dynasty? Tang emperor into Xia emperor? Gu Ming tentatively asked. Xuanhuan had foreseen that he might have such a request when he came earlier. After all, This could serve as excellent publicity for the Great Xia. Initially, xuanhuan intended to propose this point himself, but later thought that doing so would seem too deliberate. Let him bring it up on his own. No problem, xuanhuan smiled and nodded. Good. I've watched Journey to the West many times. I already have the imagery in my mind. Every scene you mentioned, I'll handle them all within the Great Xia. Then I thank you, third brother. I'll make the arrangements right away. Younger brother Gio, wait for a day. Once Ming Yihan has everything set up, we can start shooting the TV drama. Good. I'll come again tomorrow. All right. Gu Yihan walked out of the study, and then his figure gradually disappeared. Someone, Gu Ming shouted loudly and immediately began giving instructions. Gu Yihan arrived at a place with plenty of large mountains and no human habitation. The scenes of the earthly empires were sorted. Now it's about solving the cave scenes where demons appear. A few caves dug into these mountains, with some simple decoration, would suffice. Demon caves were simple, nothing complicated. Soon the demon scenes were also ready. Now all that remained were the Spirit Mountain and Heaven's Court scenes. Originally, Gu Yihan wanted to create these directly in the underworld, but this way others wouldn't have a place to shoot afterward. Gu Yihan decided to turn these mountains into a filming base, where future TV series, movies, or variety shows could be filmed. TV series and films yield significant benefits. In the future, if other forces wish to film, they could rent out this base, earn money, without having to bother with filming themselves. That would be perfect. Lying around earning money was what a proper person should do. Chapter 160, Production begins. The next day arrived quickly. Gu Yihan first made a trip to the underworld, checking on the ghosts who would be the primary actors. The ghosts were important for the performance. When Gu Yihan arrived in the underworld, Lu He had already gathered all the ghost creatures together. It was possible that they had never left. When Gu Yihan saw them, they were all reading the organized Journey to the West copies given by Lu He with great interest. And they were so engrossed that it was hard to imagine these were malevolent spirits. Your Highness, you've come. Lu He noticed Gu Yihan and bowed respectfully. The ghosts followed suit and bowed too. Your Highness. They weren't sure how to address Gu Yihan, so they just followed Lu He's lead and called him, Your Highness. How are things going with your readings? Have any of you figured out what roles you'd like to play? Your Highness, I believe I would make a fine Tang monk. Upon saying this, one ghost king transformed into a bald figure, as there were no monks or caciques in this world, so he simply turned himself hairless, resembling an ordinary human being. Not bad, but your gaze is too lecherous. By the way, what kind of ghost are you? In response to Your Highness, I am a libidinous ghost. Oh, Gu Yihan understood immediately why his gaze was inappropriate. However, it didn't matter. Being a little lewd wasn't a problem, as long as he could control it. Then Gu Yihan waved his hand, and a cassock appeared on the lustful ghost's body, along with a Zen staff in his hands. At this point, the lustful ghost's demeanor changed significantly, appearing more like a high-ranking monk, though if you looked closely at his eyes, it wouldn't entirely fool someone. Good, you shall play the role of Xiao monk. Also, remember that Tang monk has been changed to Xiao monk. Yes, Your Highness, I will be Xiao monk. Good. Are there any other ghosts interested in playing a particular role? Asked Gu Yihan. At this, another ghost king stepped forward and transformed into a muscular monkey-like beast, clearly very strong. Your Highness, I wish to portray Sun Wukong. After finishing his statement, the ghost started pounding its chest, boom boom boom. Well, this works. Gu Yihan considered and decided that it was fine. If they were to mimic the original Sun Wukong accurately, it might take forever. This version, a muscular and powerful Sun Wukong, was fine too. No one knew exactly what Sun Wukong looked like anyway, so whatever they created themselves should work. Moreover, the Journey to the West story had already been altered. Originally about 4 disciples seeking scriptures in the West, it had now become a story about stealing martial arts techniques from demon clans. Therefore, having a stronger Sun Wukong made perfect sense. In the following time, everyone expressed their desired roles. Gu Yihan didn't care much. It mattered less who played whom since none of them had acting experience. They only needed to transform to resemble their characters closely enough. One couldn't expect too much perfection. As for the final product, even Gu Yihan wasn't entirely sure how it would turn out. Roles were almost finalized, and now it was time to check how Gu Ming's preparations were progressing. Xiao Monk was also brought over, as well as the Bodhisattva Guanyin, for their parts in the palace scenes. A water ghost played the role of Guanyin, naturally beautiful. Gu Yihan let her retain her original form, but gave her an ethereal, celestial dress transformation that made her look exactly like Guanyin herself. There was just one minor issue. She constantly dripped water. Luckily, she could manage to control it. Otherwise a perpetually wet Guanyin would be unbearable. Such was the nature of ghostly beings. They often had peculiar shortcomings. For example, Xiao Monk kept sneaking glances at Guanyin. Gu Yihan shook his head and decided this would do for now. Subsequently, he took the two to the capital of the Daxia Empire. Once they arrived, Gu Ming had already prepared everything. The commoners, officials, and the altar for the water and land ceremony were ready. Props didn't need preparation. They would simply use what was already available. Ninth brother, you've arrived. I've set everything up according to the story's description. Tell me, how shall we proceed with filming? Gu Ming was excited and dressed formally, wearing new clothes that may have been hastily tailored overnight. Seeing how excited Gu Ming was, Gu Yihan realized he couldn't wait any longer and thus planned to start by filming his scenes first. Big brother, this is the first scene. Let's start with yours, giving everyone a starting point. All right. Gu Ming was pleased to be the first. So, where do we begin? And how do we shoot? Gu Ming curiously asked. Gu Yihan thought for a moment and said, We'll start with Emperor Xia's day trip to the underworld. None of them had acting experience, nor did Xuanhuan know much about filming. There was no script prepared. They were merely following the story's general flow. The dialogue would be ad-libbed within the storyline framework. We'll begin by shooting Emperor Xia sleeping, and then being taken by the underworld's black and white impermanent spirits into the realm of the dead. Big brother, let's begin in your royal quarters. Fine, no problem. Upon arriving at the royal quarters, big brother, you need to pretend to sleep first. Alright. After Gu Ming lay down and closed his eyes, Xuanhuan took out the hand mirror's recording function and began filming him. At the same time, Xuanhuan instructed the black and white impermanent spirits to take away Gu Ming's soul. For others, capturing souls was done in post-production, but Xuanhuan's filming actually involved real Hun, soul capturing. The black and white impermanent spirits approached Gu Ming and glanced at Xuanhuan, waiting for confirmation on whether they should begin taking his soul now. Cut. Why are you two looking at me? Pretend I'm not here. Once you arrive, just take the soul. Let's do it again, Xuanhuan said, feeling frustrated. Hearing Xuanhuan speak, Gu Ming opened his eyes and looked around, asking, Ninth brother, who were you talking to? Nothing. Big brother, let's continue. Gu Ming nodded hesitantly and laid back down, closing his eyes. This time, the black and white impermanent spirits didn't hesitate. As soon as they appeared by Gu Ming's side, they directly pulled out his soul and led it into the underworld. Xuanhuan also entered the underworld along with them. On the Yellow Spring Road, the black and white impermanent spirits stood on either side of Gu Ming. Now that Gu Ming had opened his eyes, he was shocked when he saw the strange surroundings. What place is this? He then spotted the black and white impermanent spirits beside him, trembling violently. Are you the black and white impermanents? Cut. Xuanhuan stepped forward. Big brother, your expression isn't right. The Emperor of Xia is the earthly ruler. Even in the netherworld, he must remain composed. This. Gu Ming was at a loss. Big brother, this is just a scene I've created. Don't panic. Xuanhuan didn't tell him this was the real underworld, or he might be too scared to perform. Relieved after hearing Xuanhuan's explanation, Gu Ming exhaled. Ah, it's like that? I thought this was the real underworld. It's all fake, big brother, so there's nothing to worry about. That's good, though this really feels too realistic. Ha ha ha. Gu Ming burst out laughing nervously, trying to cover up his earlier embarrassment. So big brother, shall we continue? Yes, let's continue. Then, they proceeded to shoot the one-day trip of Emperor Xia through the underworld. Chapter 161, Playback. The filming of the scenes where Emperor Xia visited the underworld was successful. Well, you couldn't exactly say it was very successful. It was just okay. Others who watched it would definitely understand the meaning. Anyway, that's what it meant. Those who saw it would certainly get the gist. Anyway, it was that meaning. Xuanhuan also couldn't explain it well. The story was just that way. No matter how many more times they shot it, it wouldn't change its meaning. Next came the scenes where Emperor Xia saw off monk Xia. Xuanhuan wanted to finish all the parts involving Gu Ming first, so as to avoid trouble. At the entrance of the capital city, Emperor Xia. Younger brother, this time you are going to the demon tribe to retrieve the stolen divine techniques. The journey is fraught with danger and many demons. I will send 2 strong bodyguards to accompany you on your journey. They can also take care of your daily needs. Monk Xia. Your Majesty, a woman would be more suitable for catering to daily needs. Cut. What are you talking about? What do you mean by that? I told you to ad-lib something showing reluctance during parting. Do you really think those words fit the monk who shuns women? How would he handle the episode in the Kingdom of Women if he speaks like this? Start again, you idiot. Xuanhuan scolded furiously. Xuanhuan usually had a good temper, but after shooting this scene, he understood why some directors from before liked yelling at their cast. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Ming's role needed to be treated with respect during the underworld scenes, he'd have already started berating them earlier. After being scolded by Xuanhuan, the lecherous actor noticeably reined himself in, allowing the shooting to proceed normally. The farewell scenes for Monk Xia didn't last long, and were soon wrapped up. Following that, they moved on to shoot the scene where Avalokiteshvara appeared at the water conference. With prior experience, subsequent shoots proceeded fairly smoothly. Though their lines were slightly different from those of the original TV series, it wasn't an issue. After all, this was the adapted version of Journey to the West. There was a minor hiccup during Avalokiteshvara's appearance when the citizens of the capital genuinely believed she had arrived, causing a large crowd to kneel and worship. However, this did not disrupt the filming process. On the contrary, having such a big turnout made the scene appear even grander, an unexpected bonus. Though droplets of water fell from Avalokiteshvara as she flew through the air, it was a minor problem that did not affect the production. There wasn't much palace-related footage to shoot, yet it still took several days. This mainly stemmed from a lack of experience. Xuanhuan believed things would improve gradually. When Xuanhuan and his team left the capital, Gu Ming seemed unsatisfied with the number of scenes he had filmed. However, Xuanhuan hadn't planned on adding more roles for him. He could only promise him a spot in future TV productions. Upon returning to Death City, Xuanhuan decided to film each episode based on Journey to the West content, one at a time, releasing each episode as it was completed. Initially, Xuanhuan hadn't planned for this, but due to the impressive work of the Magic Guild and Warrior Guilds, hand mirrors factories had been established in various regions across the continent within these few days. Every day, the production of hand mirrors skyrocketed impressively. The sales numbers were high too. So, Xuanhuan decided to release Journey to the West episodes early to gauge the results. If the response was good, he would produce more episodes, if not, fewer episodes. Otherwise, should everything be ready for broadcast, and then fail due to lack of interest, it'd be wasted effort. In the following days, Xuanhuan began the first episode, The Birth of Monkey King. Bringing along numerous ghosts, he went to the shooting base located among the mountains. A random mountain was selected, and stones were used to encase the ghost playing Sun Wukong. 1, 2, 3, begin. As Xuanhuan called out, Sun Wukong broke free from the stone. Subsequently, Xuanhuan created an awe-inspiring effect of shattered rocks, earth-shaking. A monkey burst out from the stone, rushing towards the sky, followed by a thunderous voice from the heavens. I, your old monkey, am here. Cut. I don't know whose horse you're referring to, but right now, you've just been born, and you're already calling yourself Old Monkey. Did you give yourself that name while still inside the stone? Why don't you call yourself Great Sage equaling heaven instead? Don't jump scenes. Start over. Xuanhuan raged. Another tremor shook the earth. Sun Wukong met the troop of monkeys at Mount Huagua, transformed from ghostly creatures. Following this, entering the water curtain cave became part of becoming the Monkey King. With that, the first episode of Monkey King's birth was almost complete. Good job, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Saying that, Xuanhuan left. Actually, the filming could have continued further since neither Xuanhuan nor the ghost actors required rest. However, Xuanhuan wished to edit and release the first episode to observe the effects. Back in his room, Xuanhuan started editing. Actually, there wasn't much need for heavy edits, just making the visuals seem more reasonable. Within less than an hour, the first episode was produced and uploaded. For this drama series, Xuanhuan specially designed an entertainment software called Mirror Vision Entertainment. As long as you watch Mirror Vision more, it'll take care of your nearsightedness. After uploading to Mirror Vision, Xuanhuan opened the public chat channel. Nowadays, a lot of people on the continent have purchased hand mirrors, and the public chat channel has become crowded with newcomers. The chat messages scroll by at over 1,000 per second, making it impossible to read. Xuanhuan had initially planned to do some promotion there, but given the situation, it seemed useless. No one would see his messages. Unable to promote, Xuanhuan checked his coin vault and was startled. In just a few days, there were already over 60 million coins in the vault. Upon sensing the Earth Book, he could tell it had grown significantly stronger. After checking again within the Earth Book, he saw that the number of registered hand mirror users had exceeded 10 million. These Magic Guild and Warrior Guild people are truly incredible. Xuanhuan couldn't help but admire them. In just a few days, they managed not only to produce so many hand mirrors, but also ensure their purchase by so many users. Among these tens of millions of users, on average, each person spent about 6 coins, though this wasn't possible for everyone. While using hand mirrors required a rechargeable fee, it shouldn't cost this much, meaning many big spenders inside the text-based games must have contributed significantly. The world's population was roughly over 100 billion, largely because warriors and mages lived longer, with no limits on how many children they could have, resulting in higher population numbers. Though tens of millions used hand mirrors, it was still a small proportion compared to 100 billion. But Xuanhuan wasn't worried. The Magic Guild and Warrior Guild could handle expanding usage, and this was only the beginning. There was no rush. Taking another look at Mirror Vision Entertainment, Xuanhuan paused in surprise. In just a few minutes since the upload, many people had already started watching. Thinking about it, this made sense. Currently, there weren't many features on the hand mirror, so among so many users, it was inevitable that someone would discover and begin viewing. Chapter 162, Filming completed. The TV series can be commented on below, but there weren't any comments yet, which was normal. After all, it had only been a few minutes since the start. Comments would likely appear after they finished watching this episode. Before they knew it, the next day arrived. Xuanhuan immediately checked the playback status of Journey to the West from the previous night. The view count was over 1 million. It might be due to the late hour. Many people were asleep and hadn't watched it yet. It was estimated that the number would increase during the day. There wasn't much concern for the viewing volume. There wasn't much content available in Shoujing right now, so Journey to the West was bound to be watched by someone. The most important thing was to see how others commented. Opening the comment section. Wow, so this is what Sun Wukong looks like. Just born, he could already fly. No wonder he's Sun Wukong. A monkey demon, so ugly. Where's Mount Huagua? It's so beautiful. Where are these kinds of monkey demons? I'll go catch a few. If you catch some, give me one. I want to raise it. There were many comments in the comment section, all about Sun Wukong. Nobody mentioned whether the TV series was good or bad, putting Xuanhuan at ease. As long as nobody complained, that meant there was no issue. It seemed he did have a talent for filming. Xuanhuan felt greatly pleased. Everyone was paying attention to the content, indicating that the shooting was fine. Many comments were asking why there was only one episode, meaning many people liked watching it. This gave Xuanhuan great confidence. As long as Journey to the West was well filmed, the film industry would develop nicely. Of course, to stimulate others into filming as well, Xuanhuan planned to offer the first 2 episodes of Journey to the West for free. Subsequent episodes would require payment. Money was the only way to encourage others to join this field. As long as there were more participants, the film industry would surely develop. Once developed, his Earth book could further enhance itself. Perfect. With a pleasant demeanor, Xuanhuan summoned all the ghosts and began heading towards the filming location. At the filming site, Xuanhuan stood on the hilltop with a smile as he looked down at the gathered ghosts. I have some good news for everyone. Yesterday, the first episode of Journey to the West was released. Today, after checking, the results are pretty nice. All of this is thanks to everyone's hard work. Let's applaud. Pitter-patter, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Then, Xuanhuan noticed expectant eyes among the ghosts. Xuanhuan paused momentarily before understanding. They wanted rewards. The rewards will not be lacking for any of you. I will reward each of you with 10,000 notes, and hope that we continue our efforts in the future. Once again, applause ensued, though this time the applause was scattered and not very enthusiastic. Xuanhuan was confused. Why were they not happy even with the money? Was it too little? How? Not enough? Xuanhuan asked, slightly dissatisfied. Dare not. Sun Wukong replied quickly. Subsequently, the others also said they dared not. Dare not? Meaning you truly think it's insufficient, but just dare not say it aloud. Xuanhuan was less pleased, thinking, how dare they find fault with my rewards? Seeing that Xuanhuan was genuinely upset, Xiaxing hastened to explain. Your Highness, it's not that we're ungrateful for the reward, but notes are completely useless for us. Xiaxing frowned as he spoke. How can they be useless? Even if you don't use them for shopping, they could still help improve your power. Xuanhuan was perplexed. Xiaxing smiled bitterly. Your Highness, all of us are under punishment in the 18 layers of hell. Except when we come out to shoot TV dramas. We are always locked up in the underworld's 18 layers of hell back home. We can't buy anything, and the notes do little to enhance our abilities. Even if they help somewhat, what use is it? Xuanhuan suddenly understood. These were all ghosts from the 18 layers of hell, with significantly stronger powers than ordinary ghosts. The amount of notes really wouldn't do much for them. After considering this, Xuanhuan said, in that case, instead of rewarding you with notes, I will allow you to stay within the normal confines of the underworld without going to the 18 layers of hell while we are filming the TV series. Wow, thank you, Your Highness. May you live forever. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's reward, the group of ghosts immediately cheered. Seeing their happiness, Xuanhuan himself felt happy, continuing, this is a small reward. If you perform well, then perhaps not only will you avoid the 18 layers of hell, but I could at least reduce your sentences. Wow, long live Your Highness, long live Your Highness. The ghosts below became even more excited upon hearing this. Hearing the ghost creatures call him, long live, Xuanhuan wondered if they were secretly cursing him to die sooner. Then Xuanhuan said sternly, however, let me make it clear. If anyone tries to escape while freely moving around in the underworld, I won't let them die easily. I will ensure they remain trapped in the 18 layers of hell forever, unable to turn over. All the ghosts repeatedly stated they dared not. Alright, following me won't bring any harm. Now let's focus on the upcoming scenes. Yes, Your Highness. With a goal in sight, people are driven by infinite motivation, and so were the ghosts. In the following time, the ghosts became noticeably more proactive. They took the TV series shooting seriously. Even the minor roles with little screen time were performed earnestly, much to Xuanhuan's satisfaction. For 3 months, neither Xuanhuan nor the ghosts rested at all during filming as they never tired out and didn't require rest. After completing an episode, Xuanhuan would upload it immediately. From the 3rd episode onwards, a fee was charged, just 1 silver coin per viewing, a reasonable rate for most. In total, The Journey to the West was filmed in 100 episodes. The first 2 episodes garnered over 10 billion views, and every subsequent episode still received over 1 billion views. Once the entire Journey to the West was completed, Xuanhuan's coin count soared to over 100 billion, even surprising himself. Such a large sum was thanks to the widespread adoption of the hand mirror over these past 3 months, with billions of users now owning them. While not everyone had one, they were common enough that about 1 in every 10 people used a hand mirror. There was a lot of money, but it wasn't over yet. People would continue watching, ensuring a steady flow into his coin vault. Although, the inflow would eventually slow down. Xuanhuan couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of monopoly. With only 1 TV series available, such profits were assuredly reaped. Having made this much money, what came next was flaunting it in front of others. Without some stimulation, how would anyone be persuaded to help him develop the entertainment industry? Thus, Xuanhuan released an advertisement on the hand mirrors. A new concept just struck him. Every time someone turned on their mirror, this message appeared. The filming of Journey to the West, spanning 3 months, has officially concluded. To date, its cumulative revenue exceeds 10 billion coins. In appreciation, we will freely share filming techniques in our upcoming releases. For more information, please watch the basic filmmaking video on Jing Entertainment. Thank you for your support. Chapter 163, The Envious Prophet. When Xuanhuan announced this, the common people were surprised and envious after reading it. However, the nobles and emperors of various empires were envious and jealous. You made a profit of 100 billion in just 3 months. This is much faster than robbing money. Guming sat on the high imperial throne, frowning while holding a hand mirror. Ministers, what are your thoughts after seeing this message? Is it true or false? If it's true, then what does he mean by posting this message? If it's false, what's his purpose? The finance minister stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, in my opinion, this message should be true. Many years ago, when Princeton was in the capital, he had the title of coinmaker. Over these years, he has surpassed his past accomplishments. I have also calculated the broadcast and fee situation for each episode of the TV series. 100 billion is less, not more. Less, not more? Do you mean it's more than 100 billion? Gu Meng's eyes opened wide, unable to believe it. He thought 100 billion was already exaggerated, and now you're telling me it's even less. Your Majesty, this is just the profit for 3 months. There will be continuous profits afterward, so 100 billion is only the beginning, said the finance minister with envy. Is this TV series really making money this fast? Gu Meng fell into deep thought. He then asked, if it's true, why doesn't he secretly shoot movies himself instead of publishing the method for shooting TV series on the hand mirror for others to learn from? What do you think he means by doing this? Could there be some other intention? After hearing this, the ministers began to discuss amongst themselves. Prince Gu Jingguang showed disdain for their discussions. Seeing this, Gu Ming asked, Uncle Jingguang, what are your insights? Everyone looked at Prince Jingguang. In my humble opinion, young Yihan does not have any ulterior motive. Everyone knows that Yihan is a person who enjoys sharing. Look at his previous businesses. Which ones did he keep for himself alone? Funhouse, lottery, hotels. You all had a share, didn't you? Even the hand mirror, which is something akin to a magical artifact. Yihan took it out and collaborated with the Mage Guild and the Warrior Guild. Now, by revealing the TV series production methods to everyone, I think Yihan has no other purpose but to share with everyone, said Prince Jingguang indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it was indeed the case. Regardless of what business Princeton takes up, it seems like none of it remains hidden, but rather shared among all. Although the fact is indeed like that, most people still do not understand why Princeton is so kind-hearted. I agree with Prince Jingguang's views. Based on Princeton's current power, whatever he desires can be obtained without resorting to tactics. No one would be able to stand against him if he decided to act directly. So I deduce that Princeton probably just finds shooting TV series boring alone, hence why he is teaching everyone else how, said a minister. Boring. Gu Ming seemed confused. Yes, it's just like how others will fight desperately over discovering an advanced manual. For Princeton, such manuals are mundane. That's why word games on the hand mirror could reach the level of advanced manuals. I suspect this is because Princeton was bored, explained the minister. Has he become wealthy to such an extent? Gu Ming felt blocked inside. Even though he was an emperor, he dared not make such moves. Your Majesty, I suggest we immediately send capable people to learn film techniques now. It's still early in the development of TV series. As long as we take the lead in producing a TV series, the profit will absolutely not fall short of Journey to the West. After listening, the other ministers also agreed. Good. Without hesitation, Gu Ming agreed. He was quite covetous of the profit TV series could bring. Isn't the TV series on a software called Jingxia Entertainment in the hand mirror? Then let's establish a Jingxia bureau responsible specifically for filming. What do you all think? Asked Gu Ming. Your Majesty is wise. This matter will be entrusted to Minister of Finance to handle. In the future, the Jingxia Bureau will be a major source of the Empire's revenue, so you need to properly take care of this matter. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing that Gu Ming handed over such a lucrative department to the finance minister, the other ministers envied him greatly, all wanting a share of the profits. They recommended their own people enter the Jingxia Bureau. After a fierce competition for positions within the Jingxia Bureau, its personnel framework was quickly determined. For other matters, it might not have been resolved so quickly, but now, to produce a TV series faster, Gu Ming quickly made decisions on who to select. Send people immediately to learn the filming techniques from the hand mirror. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Ming continued. Our great Xia Empire has many talented individuals. The skills of filming should be learned quickly. So now, the problem is what TV series we want to produce. Shall we also produce Journey to the West? After hearing this, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Yes, what should we produce? Your Majesty, I think if we were to film Journey to the West, it might not be successful. With Princeton's version of Journey to the West already existing, I doubt we could surpass it. Then what do you suggest we film? In order to attract interest from others, it must first be something that everyone knows and is interested in and curious about. Thus, I propose we produce a TV series about magical artifacts. To most people, magical artifacts are absolutely mysterious and intriguing. Even if our first attempt isn't perfect, with the allure of magical artifacts, I believe very few would resist the temptation not to watch, one of the ministers suggested. After hearing this, the group lit up with excitement. Yes, that was right. Gu Ming thought it over and also found this idea appealing. Good, let our first TV series be about magical artifacts. Start immediately by gathering people to write a story. Find more people and write several different ones. Then select the most fascinating story. Yes, Your Majesty. In the time that followed, they discussed further details. These so-called details were essentially about the distribution of interests among various powers, but the final outcome left everyone satisfied. While the Great Xia Empire was still in discussions, other empires under the control of the Earth God families had already begun sending people to learn the craft. They did not suspect Gu Yihan of harboring any ulterior motives. Their divine positions were all conferred by Gu Yihan himself. Why would he need a conspiracy? The profit from TV series was so high that simply following his lead was the way forward. Developing financially was the true path. The thoughts of the Earth gods across these empires were straightforward. As long as there was money, the lives of the common people would improve. Better living conditions would encourage higher birth rates, leading to larger populations. With larger populations came increased incense offerings, which strengthened their believers' faith and paved the way for higher positions within the divine ranks. The ultimate goal of these Earth gods who managed their respective empires was clear. Accumulate incense offerings, rise in divine rank, eventually enter the heavenly court, ideally gaining its leadership, and ultimately achieve dominion over the three realms. These objectives might seem distant, but with infinite lifespans, they felt they had endless possibilities. Of course, the precondition was avoiding annihilation by others. Chapter 164, Transformation. Less than 3 days after the announcement was released, Gu Yihan discovered that many people were watching basic filming. Gu Yihan understood that most people couldn't resist the benefits of shooting TV dramas and had started learning filming techniques. Gu Yihan was very pleased. Anything requires a process of development. Now in the entertainment sector, since people are already studying it, it will gradually develop. In this case, Gu Yihan can rest and won't have to worry about entertainment issues anymore. When they develop TV dramas to a certain extent, if they can further promote entertainment at that point, it would be better. If not, he could always step in again to guide them. The entertainment industry doesn't need attention for now. Entertainment can change other people's habits, but xuanhuan still felt it wasn't enough. Next, he intended to start from their clothing, food, housing, and transportation. First, with regard to clothing, suits and the like definitely wouldn't work because this world has more fighting professions. Wearing suits while fighting might look stylish, but it isn't practical. In any world, trends flow from the top down, especially in a power-centered world. Whatever the nobility wears, commoners will imitate them. Therefore, xuanhuan decided to start with the nobles. Hantai robes from his previous life were very beautiful, and xuanhuan believed the nobility of this world would certainly like them. With Hantai robes in place for clothing, the next matter is food. In terms of food, it's actually already done well. Snacks and homestyle dishes from earlier times are available in hotels in the capital, as well as the 8 major cuisines. Nowadays, the Great Xia Empire basically eats similar things as in his previous life. Other empires just haven't caught up yet, so this needs time. As for housing, Death City currently only has its inner city relatively modernized, and its outer city is somewhat better off too. But changing the living conditions in other places presents significant difficulties. After all, rebuilding everything isn't really feasible. So xuanhuan decided to temporarily abandon improving living conditions. Regarding transportation, xuanhuan thought hard about it. Creating cars or something similar might not be possible on this world. However, this world has magical beasts. If these beasts could be bred in large numbers, future transportation would become much easier. Thinking about magical beasts reminded xuanhuan of the skeleton land in the Death Forest. There are plenty of magical beasts in the Death Forest. If the skeleton land lets its subordinate magical beasts come out for transport, that would be a great help. But how can they make the beasts come out? If forced, they probably wouldn't agree. High-level magical beasts possess their own intelligence. Asking them to pull carriages for humans would be a disgrace for them, and they absolutely wouldn't do it. He can only start with low-level magical beasts, but their intelligence is too low, making them difficult to train. Taming magical beasts takes a long time and isn't easily accomplished in a short period, plus it's very troublesome. Actually, this world has beast tamers as a profession. They also train magical beasts for others to use as transportation, but there are too few of them to possibly produce a large number for training. Is there any way to speed up the cultivation process? xuanhuan couldn't think of anything for the moment. Anything requires an interest in benefits, and if there are profits, things aren't impossible to accomplish. Snap! xuanhuan slapped his head. Why am I trying to tame or let others tame magical beasts? I should just create some artifacts myself to control magical beasts. In his previous life, immortals made artifacts to control their mounts. Although these powerful artifacts couldn't be mass-produced, they could be improved upon. Making simplified versions to control ordinary magical beasts would suffice. Thought into action. Now, as an Earth Immortal, he possessed numerous spells, and a large part of them he hadn't even used. After searching for a long time, he finally found the method for creating a beast control ring. Beast control rings are used to control celestial horses or other divine creatures. For low-level magical beasts, such high-end equipment isn't necessary, and modifications would reduce the cost. Through xuanhuan's efforts, the modified beast control ring no longer needed extraordinary treasures. It could be made from ordinary items. A standard beast control ring requires immortal energy to operate, but the improved version didn't. On this world, magical beasts have magic cores, so the energy inside the cores could replace immortal energy without issue. Dahao, Gu Tianan called out. Dahao soon appeared before him. Your Highness, you called. Take this beast control ring design and find someone to make it. Also, go check with the Magic Guild people and see if they can create a formation that can quickly mass-produce these rings. xuanhuan ordered. Yes, Your Highness. After Dahao left, Gu Dingyan started sketching styles of Hanfu clothing. Not long after, according to his memory, he created hundreds of styles of Hanfu robes. xuanhuan looked at the blueprints in front of him with great satisfaction. With these designs, he should be able to improve others' clothing habits on a large scale. Incidentally, xuanhuan also drew some blueprints for luxurious carriages, similar to buses from his previous life, quite long. He then summoned some servants and had them take these blueprints to find people who could produce them. After arranging all of this, xuanhuan took a look at his mobile phone. The teleportation function in the phone should also be utilized. Although it could only teleport items within a 1-meter range, it could still teleport many things. At the very least, food could be teleported quickly, as well as clothes, meaning online shopping from his previous life could begin. xuanhuan then added a shopping app to his phone. At the same time, xuanhuan issued an announcement. To make it more convenient for our customers and save them the time of going out to buy items, Hand Mirror has specially launched a shopping app. As long as merchants take photos and upload them to the shopping app with prices indicated, others can click to purchase. After users complete their purchases, merchants only need to use the teleportation function on the back of Hand Mirror to send the purchased items over, eliminating the need for you to leave home to buy things. After finishing the announcement, xuanhuan thought for a moment, then issued another announcement. Hand Mirror's ancient coins can be exchanged for gold coins. An exchange function will be introduced shortly. This world had no concept of banks. Money was simply stored at home. Now, with this new function, money could be saved in the Hand Mirror, essentially creating the world's first mobile banking system. After thinking further, xuanhuan realized that just such an impact was not enough. Loan systems that made many people go crazy in his previous life should also be released. This would indeed be a good thing to change this world. xuanhuan then created another software application called No Shortage of Money, and wrote a slogan on it. Do you want to buy something? Are you short on cash? No problem. No shortage of money helps you overcome temporary embarrassment. Just 10 copper coins interest per day for every 100 gold coins borrowed. With no shortage of money, you really don't lack money. After releasing all of this, Xuanhuan chuckled happily. Let the people of this world experience the pain of my previous life. Chapter 165. The idea of creating an idol. The people in this world had a relatively strong ability to accept new things. In just 1 month, the shopping channel saw a large number of merchants moving in, with their products displaying diversity. In terms of clothing and physical goods, they were all simple. Some merchants directly sold magic cores, cosmetics, daily necessities, and all sorts of items. As long as the item was no larger than 1 meter in size, it could basically be purchased on the shopping channel. TV series were also being produced, but only the first 1 or 2 episodes were available for each. It all started with Xuanhuan. Now, they were producing and airing 1 episode at a time. The first 2 episodes were also free. Various film crews, upon seeing the viewing figures for their first 2 episodes, were excited beyond measure. There were too many viewers. Although there were already hundreds of TV series out now, they all only had the first few episodes. With so many hand mirror users, the number of views for each episode had surpassed tens of millions, giving those nobles a glimmer of hope. The most watched TV series among them was the Talisman Boy Chronicles, produced by the Daxia Empire, possibly because others were more interested in talismans. This gave Gu Ming immense confidence, urging the Mirror Vision Bureau to hurry up and produce more episodes. Of course, there were good TV series and bad ones. The worst one, despite having many views, received a barrage of criticism in the comments. This TV series was called Robbing Scripture's Records, filmed based on Xuanhuan's journey to the West. Xuanhuan took a look, and it seemed like it was filmed for fun. There were 4 disciples, with the master named Kuang Dao Yiba, who was a normal person. However, for the monkey disciple, they really used a magical beast monkey. This magical beast monkey might have been uncooperative during filming, always making mistakes and unable to speak. Since it couldn't talk, they dubbed its lines. You'd dub its lines while its mouth didn't move, and you'd keep talking, making the audience feel strange. When the monkey spoke, wouldn't it at least look at someone? But the magical beast monkey wouldn't obey, often looking to the side. The master Kuang Dao Yiba would even use his hand to correct the monkey's head. This scene didn't resemble a normal exchange at all. Then, Zhu Beiji was genuinely a pig, just an ordinary soil magical pig that people usually eat. In the first episode, it was clearly not the same pig as in the second episode. Xuanhuan suspected they killed and ate the first pig after filming the first episode, and then randomly found another one for the second episode. Xuanhuan wondered if they'd change the pig again in the third episode. Would this pig also end up on their dinner table? It seemed the production team was treating themselves to a feast, changing pigs every episode. As for Sha Sung, the actor should have been a sky-level warrior with a decent appearance. However, in order to highlight a rough exterior, they stuck a bunch of magical beast fur randomly on his face, making him look strange. Xuanhuan suspected this fur came from the soil magical pig in the first episode. The white dragon horse was fine, just a regular mundane magic horse. On their journey, these 4 disciples encountered many demons. But these demons, they had no idea what they were thinking, just fooling around a bit. So-called demons were just random ordinary magic beasts with some messy stuff added on top, like feathers and wood pieces. Xuanhuan lost interest in watching the third episode. Over the past month, the clothes designed by Xuanhuan had also been made, receiving an enthusiastic welcome. They hadn't seen this style of clothing before. Han-style robes were widely welcomed by the nobility, especially by noble ladies and young misses, who fell in love with the Han robes at first sight. After Xuanhuan put the Han-style robes on the shopping channel, they quickly sold out. Since Xuanhuan did not plan to mass-produce the Han robes, the price tags were very high. His goal was to sell them to these nobles or rich merchants. An ordinary Han robe cost over 100 gold coins. With these nobles setting the trend, it wouldn't take long for Han robes to become popular. Xuanhuan believed that soon, a large number of people would start imitating and manufacturing them. If someone made Han robes, they would quickly appear in common people's homes, naturally becoming fashionable. The magic beast buses had also been manufactured. Since it was the beginning, only 10 of them were made. Xuanhuan deployed all 10 magic beast buses outside Death City's outer city, as the inner city didn't need them. The inner city wasn't too big, whereas the outer city had a dense population, numerous merchants, and many mercenaries. Xuanhuan planned to test them out in the outer city to see the effects. The fare for the magic beast bus was also low, just 10 copper coins for boarding. The magic beast buses ran according to fixed routes, about 10 kilometers from the starting point to the end point, costing only 10 copper coins, which was quite cheap. For the common people, this was a great convenience, so the magic beast buses were also well received by the masses. As time went by, this world was undergoing tremendous changes. Everyone's life had been altered due to the hand mirror. Now, even vegetable sellers didn't need to make early morning trips into the city. They just needed to post pictures of their vegetables at home, and upon sale, send them fresh through the mirror, making it extremely convenient. The coins in Xuanhuan's coin vault had already piled up like a mountain. After the hand mirror, basically no one used cash anymore, able to trade with Gu coins everywhere. Xuanhuan even doubted that possibly 1/10 of all the coins in the world were now stored in his vault. It was an astronomical number. Now, more and more people were borrowing money through the No Shortage of Coins app. Xuanhuan wasn't sure if this situation was good or bad, but there wasn't much he could do at the moment. Because of all the recent changes, Xuanhuan noticed his Earth book had clearly become much stronger. If only a little more time passed, and everyone got accustomed to it. The Earth book should become even more perfect. However, after calculating, according to the current number of hand mirrors in use and the population of the world, it still wasn't enough for the Earth book to grow fully to its peak. It seemed all aspects still needed improvement. Without room for reinforcement in other areas, the entertainment industry held a large potential for growth. So, Xuanhuan planned to further develop the entertainment sector. But, universal entertainment where no one earns money was not a good thing. Everything required a healthy cycle. Entertainment had to bring in money so others could maintain their living. Also, it couldn't be allowed that others abandoned cultivation for entertainment, or they would end up like lambs waiting to be slaughtered when faced with gods from the divine realm. Xuanhuan thought long and hard, deciding that others must understand that the stronger one's power, the easier it was to earn money. In that case, creating some idols for people to admire was necessary. At this point, Xuanhuan thought about the talisman masters, like Mingyue and her group. It was time to promote Mingyue and her group. Chapter 166, The Undead Clan. At this time, inside the Lord's residence of Blue Ox City. Teacher Mingyue, we've been resting for a few days now. When are we going back? Xiuxian pouted unhappily and asked. After these few months, Mingyue and her students had traveled from city to city exorcising ghosts, and they were all now level 5 talisman masters. With so much experience in ghost catching, their strength became extremely powerful. Because of the enhanced power, the speed of making divine summoning talismans increased several times over. Now each person could produce more than 1,000 talismans per day, and a group of nearly 10 people created around 20,000 divine summoning talismans every day. Previously, these talismans were sold through the mercenary guild, but recently everyone bought handheld mirrors, which made selling talismans more convenient and cheaper because it cut out the mercenary guild as the middleman. Perhaps due to the fame of the talisman masters spreading throughout the ghost world, ghostly creatures in each city have decreased significantly. Additionally, since divine summoning talismans have become easier to obtain, ghost populations in various cities have noticeably declined, leaving only scattered appearances here and there. Mingyue and her team haven't encountered a ghost for a few days. Do all the students want to go home? Mingyue asked. Teacher Mingyue, there are no more ghosts appearing in the cities, and we've been out for months. Just now, my father and mother were asking me when I would be back through the hand mirror. They miss me. Is that so? Mingyue thought for a moment while looking down. There aren't many ghosts left now. There's not much use staying outside. The fame of the talisman masters has grown greatly, and there are enough divine summoning talismans. It's time to return home. All right, let's head back now. Yay! The students cheered with excitement upon hearing Mingyue's agreement to return. They were still young and had been away for months. They all missed home. After bidding farewell to the city lord of Blue Ox City, Mingyue and her group boarded their luxurious carriages, setting off on their journey home. More than 10 luxury carriages slowly exited the city. Upon exiting the city, Mingyue sent a message in the Talisman Masters group. Everyone, we're already outside the city. There are plenty of ghosts lurking in the remote areas. Be careful. Yes, teacher. Teacher, you're being too cautious. Which ghost would dare appear in front of us? Agreed. We'll capture any ghost that comes our way. I actually hope they come. My soul pearl is still short by quite a bit. Seeing the students' comments, Mingyue smiled. In these few months, they had become increasingly adept at handling ghosts, and each could handle multiple ghosts simultaneously without issue. Not worrying was normal. Mingyue merely reminded them out of habit. In truth, she wasn't very concerned about those ghosts herself. After several days of travel, Mingyue's group returned to Death City. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single ghost, which made Mingyue feel somewhat strange. The absence of ghosts within the city could be attributed to the divine summoning talismans, but how could there be none outside? Though she found it odd, Mingyue didn't think too much about it, assuming the ghosts must know they are a group of talisman masters, and dared not approach. After Mingyue and her group entered Death City, a ghost king who had been following them from Blue Ox City turned around and left. That ghost king entered a black hole after turning back and subsequently arrived at a dim world, full of heavy qi. It had the feeling of the underworld, but it was different from the actual underworld. The ghost king arrived at a grand hall. Inside the hall stood more than 100 people dressed in black robes. On the throne at the highest point sat a fully black figure wearing a crown, emanating an intense death aura that had taken on a gaseous form. If the giant race were to see these black-robed figures, they would immediately recognize them as the undead clan that they'd been searching for centuries. And the one seated atop was their most despised undead emperor. Revered Majesty, the Talisman Masters have all entered Death City. From their conversations, it seems they won't leave anytime soon. The Ghost King respectfully reported. Good. Then we can carry out our plan now. A hollow voice echoed through the Grand Hall. Yes, Your Majesty. The other black-robed figures nodded and said, Lishan Ghost King, you've done well. With that, the undead emperor pointed his finger at Lishan Ghost King, infusing him with a stream of death energy, causing Lishan Ghost King's power to increase instantly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lishan Ghost King quickly bowed down. You may choose some ghostly creatures to consume later. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lishan Ghost King bowed again in gratitude. After Lishan Ghost King left, one of the black-robed figures near the undead emperor asked, Your Majesty, they are merely some talisman masters. Although their talismans cause greater damage to our undead clan, they are weak in power. Is it necessary to avoid them? The talisman masters are nothing, but the people behind them are somewhat complicated, the undead emperor replied slowly. Are you referring to xuanhuan, the city lord of Death City? I don't think he is that strong. He is not simple. I suspect this underworld has something to do with him. Since he came to Death City, he not only subdued our longtime rival, the giant race, but also the underworld appeared along with land gods. Moreover, ghostly creatures began to appear in this world after his arrival, things we had never heard of before. All these events took place after he came to Death City. You're right, Your Majesty, but there's no need to avoid him. Just give the order, and I will make him into a ghost right now. The black robe spoke arrogantly. Never mind. I always feel there's more to him. It's unnecessary to conflict with him right now. There are so many ghosts now, and they can increase our strength. Plus, after the casting fade art was remodeled, we can practice it too. After utilizing ghosts to enhance the capabilities of the treasures we forge, then we'll proceed with the next step. Yes, Your Majesty. Now we can carry out our plan. Let me emphasize again, don't confront those from Xuanhuan for now. Strengthening ourselves is the most important task right now. It's unwise to create enemies. Understood, Your Majesty. Xuanhuan knew nothing about what happened within the undead clan. At that moment, he was smiling as he listened to Mingyue excitedly talking about her recent experiences. Ihan brother, you wouldn't believe how dangerous it was back then. If it weren't for my cleverness in making the students use a few summoning talismans to call the Een soldiers, you might have never seen me again. Mingyue recounted vividly. Xuanhuan smiled gently and patted Mingyue's head. You are already capable of handling things on your own. However, the fame of talisman masters is widely recognized in the Great Xia Empire, but other empires seem to know little about your power. That can't be helped. We haven't gone to other empires yet. Originally, I planned to travel to other empires to build our reputation, but the students wanted to go home, so I had no choice, Mingyue said helplessly. It's alright. I've already figured out a way to help you. Xuanhuan smiled. Chapter 167, Where the Ghosts Run. Mingyue had been back for a few days. During these days, she hadn't gone to her school and gave her students a few days off so they could reunite with their families. Previously busy every day, now that she rested, Mingyue felt bored, and on this day, she came before Xuanhuan. Ihan brother, you said you would help me last time. How are you going to help me? You didn't answer me when I asked, and I've been bored out of my mind these past few days, said Mingyue unhappily. I have prepared everything in these few days, and now can tell you. Xuanhuan smiled and said, What is it? Mingyue asked happily. I plan to create a reality show for your exorcist group. I've already come up with a name, Where the Ghosts Run. Reality show? Is it like a TV drama? Mingyue looked puzzled. Something like that. But there are differences. For Xuanhuan, TV dramas and reality shows were pretty much the same thing, just acting. The only difference was that TV dramas involved portraying characters from stories, whereas in reality shows, you portrayed yourself. You could even create any persona you wanted. That's great. I want to shoot the reality show. My students watched others act in TV dramas and have long wanted to try too. Can they join me in acting in this reality show? Mingyue was ecstatic. Xuanhuan nodded. But not everyone can participate. Choose 3 more students, then including you. There will be 4 people, enough to form 2 groups. Only 3. Mingyue seemed a little disappointed. We're just starting, and I don't know how the results will be yet. We'll increase the number depending on the situation later. Xuanhuan explained. Well, okay. Then when do we start? Tomorrow, call them all here. Alright. The next day, Mingyue called 3 students, a stone, a nyonyo, and a xiuxian. Lord City. The 3 bowed respectfully. Xuanhuan nodded, then waved his hand, teleporting them to the filming base. After renovations, the filming base had become very comprehensive, and its business was booming. Many production crews came here to shoot. To make it easier for others to find specific actors, Xuanhuan released the ghosts who had previously acted in films in the underworld. They were free now, as Xuanhuan had promised to reduce their sentences. Now, they could act in the filming base and exchange their remuneration for ghost money at a fixed ratio. Because they could change forms at will, many film crews sought them out for minor roles, making their business flourish. Now, they'd even bought houses in the underworld, where real estate prices were incredibly high. It showed how wealthy they had become. When people first learned that they were ghosts, they were shocked, but after getting used to it, no one was scared anymore. Prince and Princess Mingyue. Upon seeing Xuanhuan, everyone greeted him respectfully. Most of the crews here were royal ones from various empires. Despite the expensive fees at the filming base, its convenience and occasional personal guidance from Xuanhuan made them feel honored to be there. Many outside applied to work here, but failed to get through. Your Highness. Even the ghosts shooting here greeted Xuanhuan. They're ghosts. Mingyue screamed loudly, then pulled out a talisman, ready to attack. The 3 students also pulled out their talismans simultaneously. Stop, Mingyue, Xuanhuan stopped them. Brother Ihan, they're ghosts. Mingyue pointed at several ghosts who had come to greet them. I know, Mingyue. Ghosts can be good or bad, and these are good ones now. They're just working here to earn a living. There's no need to be so tense, Xuanhuan explained. Do ghosts also have good and bad ones? Mingyue asked curiously, thinking that every time they encountered a ghost, the ghost would always attack first. She had never met a good ghost. Yes, there are both good and bad ghosts. However, most turn into good ghosts after some improvement. These ones have undergone such transformations. When you encounter ghosts in the future, don't hesitate. Show no mercy, because there are no good ghosts outside. The reason Xuanhuan said this was that he feared Mingyue might hesitate in the future, trying to discern whether a ghost was good or bad. Ghosts are cunning, and naive Mingyue would likely fall victim to their tricks if she started chatting with them. After hearing this, Mingyue nodded. Alright, regardless of that, let's go to the shooting location I've prepared. Subsequently, Xuanhuan led a few of them to the base of a mountain where a small village stood. Some actors were already waiting there. Xuanhuan introduced Mingyue and her companions to the actors. Mingyue, let me explain the plot to you. There's a ghost in this village causing trouble, tormenting the villagers. This ghost specifically eats children, So the villagers have found you exorcists and hope that you can help them eliminate the ghost. Is there really a ghost here? After hearing this, Minghua looked around cautiously. Minghua, it's all fake. The reality show needs hype. Everything is fake. Don't worry, Xuanhuan explained. Oh, Minghua nodded. Let's shoot the first scene. You're traveling nearby when villagers recognize your identity. Afterward, Xuanhuan gave a detailed explanation of the plot to Minghua and everyone else. Do you all understand? Yes. Great. All departments ready. Start shooting. Sure too. Teacher Minghua. The scenery here is so beautiful. Xiuxian, yes. These flowers are gorgeous. Minghua. Nice. This place is perfect for camping. Let's prepare for the meal. Students, okay. Then they cheerfully started preparing the food. At this moment, a working villager saw them. First came confusion, then excitement as he shouted. Are you the honored talisman masters who defeat ghosts and monsters with limitless power? Nyo proudly said. That's right, it's us. Villager, fantastic. I've met the legendary talisman master. Then came a heart-wrenching cry of complaint. Upon hearing about the dire situation in the village, Minghua decided to go and remove the ghost. While returning with the villager, Minghua turned back and said, Friends of the audience, we are now following the villager to check out the situation. If it's indeed haunted by a ghost, the talisman masters won't stand by. Cut. Great, nice work. Next scene, heading to the village, Xuanhuan shouted. Xuanhuan brother, is that all? Minghua asked. Yeah, isn't it simple to film? Minghua nodded, but she was feeling a little confused. Just that? Chapter 168, the first reality show release. Next, Xuanhuan arranged for a panel of experts to analyze in a room. The expert panel consisted of renowned individuals, and Xuanhuan was one of them. Death City Lord Xuanhuan. Looking at the environment of this mountain, it has many graves, and they are buried chaotically without following any feng shui rules. It seems the villagers here do not care about feng shui. All the graves face away from the sun. Moreover, the stream water below the mountain is dark and rarely sees sunlight, making it easy for yin energy to gather. There must be ghosts appearing here, what do you think? Magic Guild President Qifeng. Moreover, the entire village also rarely sees light, making it very easy for yin energy to form. I believe Crown Prince and statement is correct. Warriors Guild President Huangli. The village is precisely at the center where yin energy gathers. This ghostly presence is likely no ordinary ghost. Mercenaries Guild President Da Hao. Correct. A ghost from such an extreme yin place should be able to reach the level of a ghost king within just a few years. It seems that the talisman masters have encountered a big problem this time. Death City Lord Xuanhuan. It seems we're facing quite a challenge, but I trust the ability of the talisman masters more. They've never been defeated by ghostly beings before. All nodded their heads. Lord of the City is right. Death City Lord Xuanhuan. Let's wait and see. Let's check out the skills of the talisman masters. Everyone nodded. Seated beside the hot pot, Minghua looked astonished. How did you manage to chat nonsense so convincingly on camera in that room? It sounded like everything you said was real. After finishing their discussion, they gathered around Minghua and began eating hot pot, smiling happily, showing none of the serious demeanor from moments ago when they were speaking. Princeton, is this what you call a reality show? It seems rather interesting, Huangli asked while cooking meat in the hot pot. Yes, if you guys are interested, you could also create one. Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Huangli glanced at Qifeng nearby. Never mind, this guy made Wizard World, which achieved high ratings. I'm preparing to shoot Warrior World. We can't let them steal all the attention. No time for a reality show. Haha, you better work hard then. Then, Xuanhuan turned his eyes to Da Hao and asked, Da Hao, are you planning to shoot a mercenary world? Hearing your highness, preparations have already started. Oh, you really are doing it. All our members at the Mercenary Guild wanted to produce something about mercenaries, so I didn't refuse. Haha, great. Xuanhuan felt pleased. Hearing this, Minghua became curious. Brother Ihan, should I shoot a Talisman Master World? I'm shooting one for you now. But this isn't Talisman Master World, is it? Alright, if this reality show makes money, I'll give it all to you. And you can invite a professional team to shoot Talisman Master World for yourself. Will Brother Ihan not shoot it for me? I have plenty of other things to do. Xuanhuan smiled. Reality shows developed well, but as always, we shouldn't let them interfere with cultivation. The reason he helped Minghua and others with this reality show was because of this consideration. However, this wasn't enough yet. Xuanhuan came up with a better idea, hosting a Young Masters tournament. Originally, it was supposed to be the first martial arts conference, but this world has mages, warriors, and various professions. Ancient-level experts like Xuanhuan didn't want them to participate in this tournament. They no longer needed encouragement. It's the young ones who needed motivation. Thus, changing it to a youth event would make the title Young Master appealing and inspire younger generations to strive harder, awakening their competitive spirits. But there was no rush. After filming the current reality show, they could study it further. After everyone had eaten their fill, they continued shooting Where Ghosts Run. Since Minghua and the others were not yet accustomed to it, the first episode took several days to complete. Once the first episode was done, Xuanhuan made some post-production modifications and called Minghua over. Minghua, the reality show Where Ghosts Run has been completed. Do you want to watch it before releasing or watch it after release? Brother Ihan, you go ahead and release it. I'll watch it on my handheld mirror. Xuanhuan nodded, then released the program. He then edited an ad for the handheld mirror, the first reality show Where Ghosts Run. Its first episode has now been released. Here, you can witness how mysterious talisman masters subdue ghostly creatures. You will also get to see the various abilities of ghosts and the magical power of talismans wielded by the talisman masters. Alright, it's been released. Watch it carefully. I'll start working on the content for the second episode. Mingyue looked anxiously at the handheld mirror, nodding her head. Being broadcast on the handheld mirror for the first time, Mingyue felt very nervous now. She herself didn't know why she was anxious, maybe fearing to damage the reputation of the talisman masters. Mingyue contacted her students and asked them to take a look as well. After watching the first episode, Mingyue was quite satisfied with it herself. She then stared at the comments section, waiting for others' feedback. Why hasn't anyone commented yet? Is it because I didn't perform well? Mingyue doubted herself. A while later, finally a comment appeared. Wow, so this is what a talisman master looks like. They're incredibly powerful. Mingyue smiled upon seeing this comment. They were praising her. Another comment followed. So, talisman masters don't actually need invocation talismans when fighting ghosts? I thought they just summoned soldiers through those talismans. The comments continued to increase. The person above lacks knowledge. Invocation talismans are created by talisman masters, only to help others who encounter ghosts without a talisman master nearby. Talisman masters themselves are much stronger than gods. Otherwise, how could they summon soldiers? So that's how it works. Amazing. Of course, they're amazing. Most of the following comments were in praise of talisman masters, and some were worried about the haunted village. Mingyue couldn't stop laughing when she saw these comments. Mingyue, why are you giggling so much? Xuanhuan walked over to Mingyue. Xuanhuan brother, they're all praising me. You're amazing, of course, they should praise you. That's true. Mingyue nodded affirmatively. Then Mingyue remembered something and asked, Xuanhuan brother, didn't you say there would be money if people watched it? Where's my money? You little money lover, the first episode is free. The ones that come after will generate money. Xuanhuan gently tapped Mingyue's head. Oh, Mingyue nodded, then continued reading the comments. Stop reading now, it's already dark outside. We still have to shoot the second episode tomorrow. Get some rest early. I'll read just a bit longer. Considering the current situation, many people seem interested in talisman masters. In the future, there might be tens or even hundreds of thousands of comments. You won't be able to keep up with them. It's better to rest well now and present your best condition to the audience tomorrow. Alright. Mingyue happily nodded, then continued reading the comments. Xuanhuan sighed helplessly. Chapter 169. The First Teenager Gathering of the World. The reality show, Where Did the Ghost Go?, was still in production. Like a TV series, each episode was released as soon as it was made. Because the first episode received decent feedback, the second episode started being charged for viewing. Due to the fees, there was a noticeable drop in viewership for the second episode. After all, the number of TV shows was increasing rapidly, and hand mirror users had more options for viewing, which resulted in far fewer people watching this reality show compared to the previous journey to the West. However, Mingyue was very happy. Her current biggest hobby was to check the comments on hand mirror after shooting ended and laugh out loud with a GGGG. When she saw particularly entertaining comments, she would insist on dragging Xuanhuan over to read them together. Seeing Mingyue's joyful face, Xuanhuan also felt incredibly glad. Now, apart from Journey to the West, the hottest content on Hand Mirror remained the Talisman's Youth Chronicles from the Great Xia Empire, as talismans were much more mysterious to spellcasters. Spellcasters could be seen in many cities, but those who wielded talismans rarely appeared before the public. Even if they did appear, others might not necessarily know that they were using talismans. It could be mistaken for magic in this world. Most people possessed 5 elements magical tools, which looked similar to magic. Time flew by, and the first reality show was nearing its end. It had only been filmed for 1 month, with 10 episodes in total. Initially, there were plans to shoot more episodes, but due to reasons such as fewer ghostly events or otherwise, the number of viewers steadily declined as time passed. Xuanhuan frowned. How quickly had people forgotten about the incidents involving ghosts? Truly, once healed, they forget the pain. This further convinced Xuanhuan that he must organize the first teenager gathering of the world. Well, people were too quick to forget danger and immerse themselves in entertainment. Alright, today's filming of the reality show Where Did the Ghost Go has come to an end. Once we calculate the revenue in a few days, I will distribute your salaries. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Oh, the actors playing villagers joyfully cheered. They loved the day salaries were paid most of all. Big brother Xuanhuan, is the filming finished? Mingyue asked somewhat wistfully, as during these short months, she had fallen in love with the feeling of acting. What, are you addicted to acting? I think it's really fun. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, Mingyue, strength is the most important thing. Acting is just something to pass the time and entertain yourself. Don't get too deeply involved. Don't forget that you're supposed to become the master spellcaster. I won't forget. Mingyue nodded her head. Good, as long as you remember. Next, I'm going to host the first teenager gathering of the world, and you'll participate under the identity of a spellcaster. The first teenager gathering of the world? Mingyue was puzzled. That's correct. If you can win first place in this gathering, it will significantly promote the development of spellcasters. Later, I'll teach you some powerful spells, so make sure to study hard. Okay. Mingyue opened her big eyes and nodded her head. After leaving the shooting location, Xuanhuan returned to the city lord's mansion. Now he needed to start planning the first teenager gathering of the world. First, he needed people to sign up for participation. To attract people, rewards were crucial. Those willing to join were usually confident in their strength, and such individuals likely wanted to grow stronger, so rewarding weapons seemed like a good idea. He could craft a weapon himself to use as a prize. Money was another factor. Cultivation required money. Thus, he would also offer 1 billion ancient coins as a reward. Upon reflection, it seemed too little. Better make it 100 billion ancient coins then, equivalent to 1 billion gold coins, which wasn't much. With gold coins and a weapon, things seemed pretty balanced. But to make it even more attractive, why not add one wish? After a day of deliberation, Xuanhuan announced, the first teenager gathering of the world will be held in Death City 3 months from now. The champion will receive one wish, a custom-crafted divine artifact, and 100 billion ancient coins. Second place receives a custom-crafted divine artifact and 50 billion ancient coins. Third place earns a custom-crafted divine artifact and 1 billion ancient coins. Participants ranked 4th to 10th receive between 70 million to 10 million ancient coins plus the choice of a top-tier cultivation method. From 11th to 30th place, participants may select a high-level cultivation method. Participants from 31st to 100th place will also receive a large amount of ancient coins. Those interested may refer to the detailed announcement, and anyone aged 30 years old or younger may enroll. At the end, Xuanhuan added, enrollment fee, 1,000 ancient coins. Once the announcement went out, everyone was stunned. Is the divine artifact real? One wish, what does that mean? Can any wish work? Like eternal youth, I wish to be unbeatable. It should work if it's something doable, right? What's the point of calling it a wish if it can't be achieved? This is organized by Death City, so as long as the wish isn't too excessive, it should be achievable, right? After all, Princeton is the first under heaven and also rich. I wonder if wishing for an infinite amount of money works. You need to wake up and win first before you can wish for anything. Only those under 30 years old can register. Alas, I've missed my chance to be number one. You need to wake up. The public chat channel was full of discussions about the first teenager gathering of the world. Xuanhuan smiled while watching others' discussions. If someone really wanted immortality or unlimited money, it could be satisfied, but the condition was that you had to become the champion. The reason Xuanhuan set this championship prize was for Mingyue. Xuanhuan wasn't worried whether Mingyue could win because he had prepared a special talisman for her, the Huan Shinfu, which was just an ordinary communication talisman that could connect with others. Xuanhuan had already informed Yu, Skeleton, Wang Chong, and the Black and White Impermanents. Whenever Mingyue used the Huan Shinfu, they would show up to assist her depending on the opponent's strength. If one person wasn't enough, two would come. If two weren't enough, all of them would join in. Xuanhuan didn't believe there was anyone in their generation who could beat all of them together. Isn't this cheating? Yes. Other commenters thought that immortality couldn't be achieved, but for the Earth gods from other empires, they completely believed that Xuanhuan could accomplish it. Even though they assumed that the first place might be pre-decided, they still instructed their clans to attend the gathering. Currently, the competition for the positions of Earth gods was fierce, so even just catching Xuanhuan's eye during the gathering might secure the god position for someone. Even if they couldn't secure the first place, the divine artifacts for second and third were still very appealing. Many people shared this mentality, so within just the time it takes for incense to burn down, tens of thousands had registered through the entry portal. With 1,000 ancient coins per person, there was already several million accumulated. As long as more people registered, there would be even more income. Not a bad deal. Chapter 170, Preliminary Contest. The first youngsters gathering in Death City is scheduled to take place in 3 months. During this time, preparation will be made for those who have registered to compete in preliminaries held across various locations. Xuanhuan has already notified the mercenary guilds in each area that there are registration points everywhere. In each city, the top 100 candidates will be selected. Then among these 100, more competitions will take place, and another 100 from each empire will be chosen. Subsequently, only these individuals will make it to Death City for the final competition. Because it's the first gathering, Xuanhuan didn't complicate things too much. If the results are good, then perhaps team events can be added later. Dahao, Your Highness, you called. You order the mercenary guilds in each empire to live stream every preliminary competition. Collect information about the strongest contestants participating. Xuanhuan instructed. Yes, Your Highness. The awards for the first youngsters gathering attracted many people, with over 1 million registrations in just 3 days. The registration period was 3 days, after which local preliminaries would begin in various places. On the day of the preliminaries, everyone's screens were filled with video clips of the matches, as well as live broadcasts. Everyone was cheering on their local competitors. Xuanhuan was also watching the preliminaries on his device. Do they even have the capability to participate in such a competition? Xuanhuan shook his head. He continued scrolling down. Tisk, this kind of ability. Xuanhuan clearly disapproved. He kept browsing. All the way through, he shook his head repeatedly. None of them caught his eye. Their strength was too poor. Some hadn't even reached the Earth Warrior level, yet they dared to join the contest. It seemed as if they had no regard for their money. After pondering for a while, Xuanhuan understood that these people probably knew their skills weren't up to par, but still participated because their families wanted them to train further. While flipping through, Xuanhuan paused, eyes lighting up. This person is quite remarkable. At that moment, in the live broadcast, a man in his 20s floated above the arena with a look of disdain on his face toward the burly man below him wielding a hammer. The muscular man looked to be less than 30 years old, but Xuanhuan paid no attention to him. Instead, his gaze remained firmly fixed on the hovering youth. The young man wore coarse cloth clothes and showed signs of having faced the elements, looking very much like an ordinary peasant boy. However, the contemptuous expression in his eyes revealed someone who had endured much hardship. Could this be a low-key expert? Xuanhuan asked curiously. Then, during the live broadcast, a young girl dressed similarly as a peasant shouted excitedly at the floating youth. Go for it, big dog brother. So this young man's name is Second Dog? Xuanhuan muttered in disbelief. How could such a name possibly not belong to a bit character? The broadcast came with commentary, and at this moment, the commentator introduced the two participants' information. Dear viewers, preparations for the 7th match at arena number 18 in Xiuxian City have been completed. Currently standing on the left side of the arena is the 16-year-old young generation's top warrior from Zhang village named Zhang Ba, whose strength has reached the 3rd level Earth Warrior tier. On the right side, floating midair, we have Wang Ergu from the neighboring Wang village. As per our understanding, Wang Ergu has never practiced before but seems to have hidden his true abilities until now, drawn out by the competition rewards. The commentator was visibly excited. Ding! Upon hearing this sound, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. Great, the match begins now. Let's see. Before he could finish, Zhang Ba let out a resounding boom as he collapsed motionlessly onto the stage. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Well, did anyone see how Zhang Ba fell? All I saw was Wang Ergu flicking his finger once at Zhang Ba, and Zhang Ba fell down. Is this guy Ergo really that strong? The commentator was equally stupefied. I haven't even finished my sentence, and you've already dropped. He quickly recovered himself. Congratulations to Wang Ergu for securing victory. The commentator originally wanted to interview Wang Ergu, but Wang ignored him completely and flew off immediately, leaving the commentator embarrassed. The audience couldn't help but criticize in the comment section. Isn't Wang Ergu being a bit arrogant? What's with this haughty attitude? Did you notice that he was flying in the air all along? I initially thought he might be at the sky tier level, but now I doubt it. Someone of the sky tier wouldn't waste so much combat energy flying around. Maybe he uses magic? Not necessarily. Wizards need incantations when attacking, don't they? I speculate he might be someone awakened with a magical artifact. Everyone speculated wildly in the comment section. Xuanhuan let out an indifferent smile. Just now, he had seen the person's attack. It was a stream of energy released from their finger. It didn't seem to be magic or inner strength, so it must have been the ability of a magical artifact. If it were the ability of a magical artifact, then that would not pose any threat to Mingyue because all other people's magical artifacts were within his control. Xuanhuan thought there wouldn't be much impact, so he continued flipping through the live broadcasts. There were many participants with low levels of strength, but also quite a few powerful ones. But strong individuals usually relied on magical artifacts since those under 30 years old were rarely able to train to a level where they could rival someone with an artifact. However, among these contestants, there were a few who weren't human, they belonged to other races. Among them, Xuanhuan felt one threatening figure to Mingyue, a young man named xiuxian, introduced as the prince of the Moonfall tribe of the elf race. Elves are naturally born archers and wood elemental mages. This elf prince, xiuxian, excelled in both skills, imbuing his arrows with wooden magic, making his attacks unpredictable. Those struck by his arrows, whether pierced through or merely grazed, quickly lost their ability to resist because wooden magic often carries poison. Even if not hit by his arrows, anyone who fought him for too long on the stage would gradually lose most of their abilities. As the battle time increased, more toxins would accumulate on the stage, slowly paralyzing opponents until they were no longer capable of resisting. If such poison appeared elsewhere, simply moving away would prevent its effects. However, this was on the battlefield. Leaving the arena range meant disqualification, giving xiuxian a significant advantage on the stage unless one had immunity to toxins or could quickly defeat him. Otherwise, losing was inevitable. After some consideration, Xuanhuan decided to prepare some antidotal talismans for Mingyue. Though antidotal talismans could detoxify, they only remove existing poison. Detoxification would not prevent repoisoning if still in the toxic atmosphere. It's like how a towel can dry off your body when you're outside water, but cannot keep you dry if submerged entirely. Thus, while the antidotal talisman could cleanse existing poison, protection from further poisoning required something else entirely. Chapter 171. Too many troublesome competitors. Apart from the elf prince, there were a few other people who caught Xuanhuan's attention. One was the flower spirit of the 100 Flowers tribe, and several others were the son of light, son of darkness, son of fire, and son of water from the divine Descent Empire. The 100 Flowers tribe was just like the small fairies and flower sprites from the stories he read in his past life. They were tiny, about the size of a palm, and an all-female race. They fed on flowers, loved peace, and occasionally liked to play pranks on others. Don't let their small size fool you. Their strength was quite formidable. This time, the 100 Flowers tribe sent a young fairy named Xiaoling, who was the tribe's little princess. She was very powerful, so much so that even Xuanhuan couldn't fully grasp her strength. Xuanhuan had watched her compete in matches. After the referee announced the start, her opponent would sit down on the ground motionless, while Xiaoling took out a colorful pen and started scribbling all over their face. When she finished drawing, she danced happily beside them. Once satisfied with her dance, she simply placed her opponent outside the arena, and thus the match ended. This made Xuanhuan feel uneasy because her opponents included people with sky-grade strength, yet they seemed like toys in front of Xiaoling, completely incapable of resistance. Moreover, it wasn't clear how she was attacking them. It couldn't be artifacts, since members of the 100 Flowers tribe never attended academies. If they did, the hand mirror would certainly have buzzed with news about it. It also didn't seem like mental magic. Xuanhuan thought for a long time and eventually found information about the 100 Flowers tribe in his mind. The 100 Flowers tribe appeared once every 1,000 years among humans, their purpose unknown. They were born from flowers, but no one knew exactly how or when they came into existence. They didn't know magic or combat energy. The 100 Flowers tribe called their racial abilities sinking, but as of now, no one understood what this sinking actually was. Xuanhuan calculated the time according to the records and realized that it had been roughly 1,000 years since the last appearance of the Hundred Flowers tribe. Purpose unknown. Sinking. Xuanhuan searched through his memories. Later, he found in the memory of his past life an experiment called the 25th Universe Experiment. This experiment was terrifying. Someone placed 4 male mice and 4 female mice in a place called the 25th Universe. Inside was an endless supply of food and water, and the researchers constantly protected the mice from any external harm such as diseases, weather changes, or traps. However, there was one disadvantage. The space was limited. The 25th Universe could only accommodate up to 4,000 mice. It was a square room with tunnels in the middle of the walls, providing living quarters for the mice. The experiment began like this, but no one expected that after a few years, all 8 mice and their descendants had died without a single survivor. Throughout this period, neither the environment nor the resources of the 25th Universe changed. The results were horrifying, but the process was even more frightening. In the first 2 months, the original 8 mice doubled in number and then kept increasing. Mice usually search for food alone, but as their numbers grew, they began moving in groups. Additionally, they became afraid to act independently. As the experiment progressed, a hierarchical system developed within the group of mice. The experimental area was divided into 8 regions, leading to obvious inequalities in reproduction rates. Stronger mice held reproductive priority, resulting in more offspring in those areas, while other regions had only a few mice. As the experiment continued, after 2 years, male mice began appearing in the central area of the experimental site, lying still and grooming themselves. Although they looked calm, if another mouse touched them, they would go berserk and viciously attack the intruder. The attacked mice wouldn't fight back. After the attack stopped, they calmly groomed themselves. If other mice approached, they turned into attackers, biting other mice. Initially, only a few mice exhibited this behavior, but soon more and more joined. The male mice all became stationary and violent at the slightest touch, while the female mice took charge of managing the entire group until, by the 8th year, the last mouse stopped breathing. All the mice were dead, no external enemies, plenty of food, but all were gone. Why was it called the 25th Universe? Because the previous 24 experimental sites had experienced the same scenario, with all the mice dying until the 25th experiment ended, and researchers finally realized that this condition was known as sinking. Note that the 25th Universe could hold up to 4,000 mice, but around the 2,000 mark, some mice began stopping reproduction altogether. Some pregnant mice even digested their unborn children. At first, Xuanhuan thought it was a joke that mice could digest their unborn children, but after looking up the information, he realized that mice truly had this capability. Now, with the Hundred Flowers tribe claiming their racial ability as sinking, this raised an alarm in Xuanhuan's mind. If the Hundred Flowers tribe really possessed the ability to make everyone fall into a state of sinking, then that would be terrifying, because sinking was irreversible. Once it occurred, there would be no way to reverse it. But there had been no disasters recorded during the times when the Hundred Flowers tribe appeared. Still, caution was necessary. If this sinking referred to what Xuanhuan understood it to be. Dahao, Your Highness, you called me. Pay attention to Xiaoling of the Hundred Flowers tribe. Watch anyone who comes into contact with her for any abnormal behavior. If anything unusual happens, let me know immediately. Xuanhuan instructed seriously. Yes, Your Highness. Also, send someone to check on the contestants who have fought against Xiaoling and see if they exhibit any abnormalities. Yes, Your Highness. After arranging for the monitoring of Xiaoling from the Hundred Flowers tribe, Xuanhuan furrowed his brow and looked toward the representatives of the Divine Descent Empire. The Divine Descent Empire consisted of 4 magical families, each skilled in one of the 4 elemental magics: light, darkness, fire, and water. Xuanhuan had always avoided any interaction with the people of the Divine Descent Empire, as these 4 families all had the ability to communicate with their deities of faith. If they were to discover something amiss and report it to their deities, that could bring about trouble. People from the Divine Descent Empire usually didn't leave their territory, so the arrival of 4 members indicated that they had likely discovered something. Xuanhuan sighed inwardly. Simply hosting a competition had somehow attracted all these troublesome individuals. Fortunately, everything was still within his control. For the Hundred Flowers tribe, there was only Xiaoling, so keeping an eye on her was manageable. As for the representatives of the Divine Descent Empire, as long as they didn't see Ashura, there wouldn't be any problems. Everyone already knew about the underworld, so they wouldn't be able to uncover much. Chapter 172, Mental Curse. A month passed quickly, and the city selection had ended. Next up were the top 100 chosen by each empire. Unlike the preliminary round, all contestants in the Imperial Selection Tournament were highly skilled individuals. Besides Qingyuan, the prince of the Jinglindu Moonfall tribe, and Xiaoling from the Hundred Flowers clan, who were non-human races, there were also other races that participated in the competition, but they had all been eliminated. Now, aside from a few individuals with extraordinary talents, the rest had already forged their magical artifacts. The 4 representatives from the Divine Descent Empire belonged to the category of extraordinary talents. Not only were they extremely proficient in their respective elemental magics, but they possessed an ability that no one else had: the domain. Their domains could cover the entire arena. In Guangxi's domain, the light was blinding, making it impossible for opponents to open their eyes. At the same time, Guangxi's recovery abilities were greatly enhanced, making him almost invincible. During a previous match, someone with a flying dagger managed to cut Guangxi's head into 2 halves, but he healed within a single breath. Truly bizarre. In Anji's domain, complete darkness reigned. This darkness had a corrosive effect, and fighting him without quickly defeating him would result in being gradually eroded by the darkness. No matter what martial arts or magic one used, resistance against this was futile. It simply became a question of how long one could endure. Shuaiji's domain consisted entirely of water, making it difficult to even breathe, let alone fight. Huiji's domain was engulfed in flames. Those who couldn't withstand the heat dared not step onto the arena to face him. Xuanhuan was now focusing his observations on the four from the Divine Descent Empire, as well as Qingyuan and Xiaoling. These 6 people. From the current performance of the various contestants, it wasn't that there weren't others stronger than these 6. For instance, Wang Ergu appeared stronger than them. However, Wang Ergu relied on a magical artifact, which didn't pose much of a threat to Mingyue according to Xuanhuan. These 6 individuals presented a more significant danger. Guangxi's rapid healing ability particularly troubled Xuanhuan. If Mingyue faced him, it might become very troublesome. There was currently no specific charm especially capable of countering such a skill, so the only option was to compete in terms of endurance. As long as Mingyue had enough charms, Xuanhuan believed she could outlast him. After all, it wasn't possible for him to remain perpetually in his domain state. As for countering Guangxi, Xuanhuan's temporary strategy for Mingyue was simple: endure. The other 3 weren't as much of an issue. All Xuanhuan needed to do was prepare a dust-repelling garment for Mingyue, and that would keep the effects of darkness corrosion at bay. Similarly, water and fire could also be resisted as long as their domain effects didn't influence her. The elf race posed some difficulty as well. Their bow attacks were strong and fast, and Mingyue might not react in time, even with speed-enhancing charms. Furthermore, the elves had wood element magic. Vines could grow from the arena and easily control their opponent. However, wood magic was vulnerable to fire, so Xuanhuan planned to provide Mingyue with many powerful fire element charms. As for Xiaoling from the 100 Flowers clan, Xuanhuan hadn't yet thought of a way to counter her. After a month of observation, Xuanhuan had understood Xiaoling's method of attack, but even so, he still didn't know how Mingyue could counter her. The 100 Flowers clan's attack method was akin to curses. Ordinary curses target the body, causing physical abnormalities, but Xiaoling cursed the spirit, plunging the victim into a state of low mood. Someone under this curse would lose interest in everything, entering a state of apathy. Eating? Whatever. Won't you get hungry if you don't eat? Whatever, let me starve. Will hunger lead to death? Whatever, everyone dies eventually. Whether earlier or later, death is unavoidable. Once in this state, nothing anyone else does will have any effect. Even if they hit or scolded the victim, the person wouldn't move a muscle. Hit me? Whatever, I've been hit before. This ability was terrifying indeed. The most horrifying part was that there was no way to defend against this kind of mental cursing attack. Mental curses happen every day. In fact, the simplest form being insults. A slightly overweight person walking on the street might suddenly be yelled at, "Fat pig, get out of the way." If this person had a stronger mentality, they'd either brush it off or perhaps confront the offender in a duel due to their temper. But what if another person came along and said the same thing, and then every person they met afterwards said the same insult? How would the slightly overweight person react? Would they still lash out like they did at first? Probably not. Over time, this individual would stop leaving the house, growing increasingly insecure until they became numb. Eventually, they'd reach a state where they became indifferent to everything, essentially becoming useless. This kind of simple mental curse requires time, but Xiaoling from the 100 Flowers clan didn't need to follow such a process. She could immediately skip straight to the final state of apathy. This was the reason why Xuanhuan couldn't think of a way to counter it. Without any process, only results were hard to deal with. Shaking his head, Xuanhuan decided to observe Xiaoling's matches again, hoping to find some weaknesses. It would be better if someone's magical artifact could counteract this ability of sinking Xiaoling's effect. But currently, Xuanhuan hadn't found such a magical artifact. Every time someone forged their magical artifact, Xuanhuan's diebook would record its abilities. However, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find an effective counter to Xiaoling's sinking ability. He located Xiaoling's competition stage, but the 2 people fighting on the arena now were others, not her yet. Currently on the arena were 2 youths who had already forged their magical artifacts, each wielding their respective magical items in hand. One held a fan, and Xuanhuan knew that this was a wind element clearing fan, which when fully evolved could create a level 13 tornado with just one flick. It was very powerful, though it was clear that this person had not reached that level yet. The other person held a bell, a relatively rare magical artifact, a dream-related item called the Dream Bell. It could pull the opponent into its own dream, where the holder of the Dream Bell was omnipotent. However, this magical artifact had a few drawbacks. First, it could only pull one person into the dream at a time. Second, as long as the opponent firmly believed they were in a dream, then the Dream Bell would be useless against them. Unaware opponents might easily mistake it for an illusion. If you thought it was an illusion, then you were doomed. Unless you believe you're in a dream, any harm you receive in the dream will reflect back onto your real body. In short, the Dream Bell could be considered one of the strongest magical artifacts, or one of the weakest. It all depended on whether the opponent realized it was just a dream. But clearly, the youth holding the clearing fan was unaware of the Dream Bell's weakness. As soon as the match began, the person with the Dream Bell rang it. After a crisp ring, the young man with the clearing fan stood motionless on the stage, then wounds started appearing on his body. Subsequently, a look of terror appeared on his face as he shouted out a surrender. Chapter 173. Calculating, it's a loss. After the 2 left the stage, it was Xiaoling's turn to compete. However, just as usual, after the referee announced the start of the match, her opponent gave up right away. She didn't care about anything and lay still on the platform, allowing Xiaoling to draw a few little ducks on her face. Once Xiaoling was satisfied, she pushed her off the stage. Guihan shook his head, still unable to figure out anything. Her opponent had no ability to fight back. In Guihan's opinion, these 6 hadn't exerted their full strength yet since they were not competing within the same region. Before arriving at Death City, they would not have encountered each other. This made Guihan feel regretful. If these 6 people had faced each other, some might have been eliminated, saving him the trouble. The 4 sons of the Divine Descent Empire were from the same empire, but only the Son of Light competed in the Divine Descent Empire. The others went to different empires, deliberately avoiding meeting prematurely by not being in the same competition. Guihan considered them cunning scoundrels. He looked around at the matches again, finding them uninteresting. There wasn't much else to see. Out of boredom, he checked the registration fees and sighed with pain. More than 1 million people had registered, each paying 1,000 ancient coins, which amounted to no more than 10 billion or so in registration fees. Meaning Guihan had suffered a loss. This simply would not do. After all the hard work organizing this great tournament, he handed out so many prizes and good stuff, only to recoup slightly over 10 billion in costs. That wasn't his style. Thinking about it, Guihan decided to make up for what he had lost. Next, he began fiddling with his handheld mirror. When the night grew quiet, Guihan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally done. Looking at the software called betting displayed on his handheld mirror, Guihan smiled. Subsequently, Guihan also released an announcement. Because the current youth championship tournament is proceeding in high spirits and is being watched by many, viewers have expressed dissatisfaction due to a lack of personal involvement. Hence, to meet the demands of our wide range of handheld mirror users, betting has officially opened. Inside, you can bet on your favorite young contestants to win. Please refer to the return ratios yourself. Although producing a piece of software doesn't usually take much time, researching the reward rates for participating contestants cost Guihan quite some effort, leading to the delay until late at night. Glancing at betting, Guihan felt it was still insufficient. Subsequently, he introduced a live streaming tip feature where spectators could tip while watching, keeping half of the tipping fees himself. Even though tips may not amount to much, every bit helps. It's always better to recover something rather than nothing. The next morning, Guihan asked how to notify the Magic Guild, Warrior Guild, and members of other factions that he would be treating them to lunch. All morning, Guihan monitored the situation inside betting. Perhaps because of prior lottery experience, many understood how to participate in this betting game quite well. Inside the chat group of betting, everyone, who do you think will win between the 2 competitors on platform 63? No question, you can tell just by looking at the odds. A gain of 1:3 clearly means betting on the one on the left. If you win, it triples your capital. You obviously don't understand. Such a high proportion means the one on the right is stronger. I suggest everyone bets on the one on the right. Although you'll get less money, it's steady. Why settle for steadiness? Let's spice things up. If you want excitement, go ahead. Why don't you bet on Xiaoling from the 100 Flowers Tribes match, where the odds are 1:100. Betting on her opponent winning doubles your bet by 100-fold. Dare you try? Who says I won't? I'm going to buy a gold coin right now. Discussion topics regarding who was better than whom filled the chat group. Guihan nodded satisfactorily. No matter who they bet on, he wouldn't lose. The more they bet, the better. Throughout the morning, Guihan kept an eye on the match results, worried that if a dark horse emerged, his profits might shrink. Fortunately, everything fell within his expectations. No real dark horses appeared, thanks largely to his caution. For those whose abilities remained unclear, he hadn't given them too high odds, so even if any dark horses showed up among them, it wouldn't significantly impact him. As more and more gold coins started coming in, Guihan's expression improved noticeably. Though these weren't necessarily entirely his yet, most already were. Lunchtime came quickly. The people he invited were almost all there. Arriving in the hall, Guihan didn't wait long before the 2 representatives from the Magic Guild and Warrior Guild entered together. Princeton, Qifeng, and Huang Li bowed respectfully. The 2 presidents have arrived, welcome. Guihan greeted them with a smile. Their simultaneous arrival indicated they had likely inquired about the purpose of the visit beforehand. We thank Princeton for your invitation, but may I ask what this invitation is for? Qifeng asked. Please take your seats. Let's wait until everyone has arrived before we start. Otherwise I'll have to repeat myself several times. Guihan gestured for them to sit down. All right. After waiting a little longer, all of the people invited by Guihan had arrived. Among them were the innkeepers, the owners of hotels, and the leaders of large mercenary guilds. There were more than 20 of them in total. Seeing that everyone was present, Guihan stood up and picked up his wine glass. Thank you all for coming to this banquet on my invitation. Your Highness inviting us is an honor for us. They all stood up and raised their cups respectively. After taking a sip from his cup as a sign for them to sit back down, he continued. The reason I invited all of you here is mainly regarding the Youth Championship Tournament. Youth Championship Tournament? The group looked confused. Some of them had participants from their organizations in the tournament. Was His Highness planning to give them some special treatment? While everyone was lost in thought, Guihan continued. You all have seen how the tournament is proceeding, with many people paying attention through their handheld mirrors. Aren't there any ideas crossing your minds? Ideas? Could it be His Highness truly wanted to offer them shortcuts? My lord, I'm not sure what you mean, Huang Li asked directly without overthinking it too much. Guihan sighed. How can you business people fail to see the benefits this tournament could bring to all of you? What kind of benefits? Everyone looked puzzled. Reputation. They still appeared perplexed. Realizing their expressions, Guihan went straight to the point. The final venue of this competition will be in Death City. Have any of you calculated how many people will come to Death City? Not just the competitors, but also those who come to watch won't be few, right? I plan to help promote your establishments. Looking around at the group, Xiuxian continued. Take the innkeepers for instance. So many people from other empires will arrive. Are you certain they will all stay at your inns? If I do some promotions now, won't a lot of them immediately think about your inns when they arrive in Death City first thing? They are all experts from various empires, and they are wealthy. Chapter 174, Advertising to Cover Costs. Upon hearing this, the innkeepers lit up immediately. That made sense. Each empire sent 100 people to Death City for the competition. Their respective empires, valuing reputation, wouldn't be stingy with them, possibly covering all expenses. They wouldn't skimp for their empires. After seeing that the innkeepers understood, Xiuxian turned his gaze toward the hotel owners. You each have your own brand of liquor. If I advertise it on my handheld mirror, wouldn't the participants from various empires come to taste your drinks? Once they try, oh wow, it's delicious, then won't your liquor become famous throughout the entire continent? Moreover, if some of these contestants end up champions, the promotional effect would be even better. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the tavern owners also brightened. Subsequently, Xiuxian looked at several captains in the mercenary guild. When they noticed Xiuxian looking at them, they immediately perked up, also hoping to become famous across the entire continent. The competition will take place in Death City. A lot of people might show up, and I don't have enough manpower. At that time, please help maintain order. The captains were stunned. You're asking us to guard the gate? Don't worry, you won't be working for free. I'll pay wages by the day and won't let you lose out. Seeing the captain's unsatisfied expressions, Xiuxian thought they believed he wanted them to work without pay, so he explained quickly. Thank you, your highness. The captains bowed unhappily. Xiuxian nodded. He had initially planned to let Hao directly post a task for maintaining order at the mercenary guild. However, after reconsidering, scattered individuals would be hard to manage, so hiring a few large mercenary groups seemed better. Xiuxian then looked towards Qi Feng from the Magic Guild and Huang Li from the Warrior Guild. Seeing Xiuxian look at them, the two asked tentatively, Is your highness asking us to also help maintain order? Xiuxian was surprised. No, why would you ask that? With several captains and their mercenaries, we should have enough manpower. Nothing, just asking. The two glossed over it. Why did your highness call us? We don't have anything to promote either. Qi Feng questioned curiously. It made sense what Qi Feng said. If the Magic Guild and Warrior Guild wanted to promote something, there was absolutely no need for external assistance. They were strong enough themselves. There really isn't much to promote for your two guilds, but how about promoting yourselves? Ourselves? Yes. You are only the presidents of the Death City branch, aren't you? Don't you want to climb higher? Climb higher. The two instantly realized what Xiuxian meant. Climbing higher implied entering the general guild. Their current positions, one step up would lead them to the position of executive officer or elder within the general guild. Qi Feng's eyes lit up and asked, Does your highness have a way? What would I call you for if I didn't? Please enlighten us, your highness. After speaking, Qi Feng respectfully bowed as a noble would. There's no need to be so formal. Xiuxian smiled. He then asked, Have you both watched the competition already? The two nodded. Aside from a few magicians from the Divine General Empire, there are no other magicians, right? And among the warriors, it's even worse, not a single warrior present. Now mostly those who cast artifacts have gained qualifications for the finals. This must make the two of your guilds very embarrassed, doesn't it? Xiuxian smirked. The two felt awkward indeed, certainly true. Even now, the presidents of their general guilds were troubled because this meeting severely damaged the reputation of both guilds, making them look bad. If this continued, who would want to learn magic or martial arts in the future? It's because your highness Imperial Academy is stronger. The two sighed. Really? Xiuxian questioned skeptically. The two remained silent. After knowing each other for so long, there's no need to hide anything from me. Just speak your mind. Huang Li couldn't hold back and blurted out. This is a youth competition. Anyone over 30 can't participate. Magic and warrior cultivation cannot be achieved in short periods of time. If we talk about the future, I think neither warriors nor magicians will be worse than those casting artifacts. After listening, Qi Feng nodded, agreeing with Huang Li. That's exactly why I brought you here. The two looked confusedly at Xiuxian. This youth competition where only those below 30 years old can participate does put you at a disadvantage, so I plan for you to serve as judges. During the matches, accidents may occur, and I hope you can intervene promptly when necessary. By doing so, imagine how others will perceive the Warrior Guild and the Magic Guild. Xiuxian smiled, posing the question. Both understood instantly, thinking it was a great idea. Below, those who create artifacts would compete, while magicians and warriors would act as judges, clearly showing a higher status. If you can also intervene when there's an accident, it will even more strongly indicate that warriors and magicians are very powerful. If you can display the ability to easily suppress both sides of artifact users, the effect would be even better. With this thought, the two smiled. Thank you for your guidance, your highness. Seeing that they understood, Xiuxian nodded and then invited everyone to sit down. So, we finished discussing the previous matters. Now, let's discuss the matter of costs. That's proper, that's proper. Everyone raised their glasses. This meal continued until the evening before it finally concluded. After seeing them off, Xiuxian returned to his small courtyard. Looking at the additional ancient coins on his handheld mirror, Xiuxian smiled with satisfaction. His capital was now recovered. They were truly generous, especially the presidents of the Mage Guild and Warrior Guild. Xiuxian didn't expect them to be so wealthy. As he gazed at the ancient coins on his handheld mirror, Xiuxian's smile faded. Something isn't right here. They paid in ancient coins? Why did they pay in ancient coins? It's because they have long since converted their gold coins into ancient coins. They no longer possess gold coins. Those gold coins are already in my treasury. These ancient coins are actually the virtual currency I created myself. I can have as much as I want. What do I need these for? Xuanhuan was shocked. No, something must be wrong somewhere. In fact, there is very little circulation of gold coins in the market now. Transactions are all done through handheld mirrors. The games, dramas, gambling services, and other entertainment options available on handheld mirrors are all collecting ancient coins for me. Thus, most of the world's gold coins are being concentrated into my hands. In the short term, this might not seem like a problem, but over time, others may find it difficult to earn income because there's nowhere for money to come from. The empires return profits to the people by spending money, taking from the people, and giving back to the people. If I don't use these coins, serious problems will arise in the future. Realizing this point, Xuanhuan quickly began thinking about how to spend the money, and he needed to ensure that the money benefited ordinary people. He wanted to influence the entire continent, not bring chaos to it. Chapter 175, xiuxian decision. Money that is never used has no meaning. There's a saying that goes, money you spend is truly yours. If you don't spend it, it might not be yours at all. Some people always eat frugally and save money until they grow old. After they pass away, are those savings really theirs? No, they're all taken by others. Xuanhuan suddenly felt that everything in the world should have its limits. Just like money. Saving is fine, but you can't save it all, nor can you spend it all. You need to keep some for later contingencies. At this moment, he also thought about the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity. Perhaps his direction from the very beginning was wrong. The existence of these 3 books was meant to maintain the balance of the 3 realms. The appearance of the human book was for maintaining the balance of life. Where there is birth, there is death, allowing the cycle of life to endlessly continue. As for the earth book, Xuanhuan had always believed that as long as he influenced the entire continent, he could succeed. Now reflecting on it, he might have been wrong. What the earth book wants is for the balance of the physical world, that is, the balance of living beings. Just as he thought this, the earth book suddenly flashed with a beam of light. Is this the earth book affirming my thoughts? Xuanhuan was startled. With his own thoughts being affirmed, Xuanhuan once again fell into deep thought. Immortal path. Is it truly a method for cultivating immortality? Why did I end up in this world after cultivation? There must be some reason behind it. Xuanhuan suddenly remembered a line from Immortal Path. After the sealing of the gods, achieving immortality became one of the rules of this world. Hence, immortality is no longer possible here, and attempting cultivation would surely lead to death. If this is the case, then it means the original world wasn't suitable for cultivation. To cultivate immortality here, he must transform this world into one that is conducive for cultivation. If this world doesn't suit immortality, then he may never achieve the celestial immortal stage. Though he had already become an earth immortal isn't considered a true immortal. So what exactly is an immortal? Xuanhuan couldn't figure it out, but he understood the method of cultivation beyond the celestial immortal stage, making others have the possibility to ascend to immortality. As long as others can also become immortals, the barrier of ascension can be broken, thereby opening up the path to immortality. After realizing this, Xuanhuan felt a lot clearer in his mind. But now the problem is how to enable others to ascend. Currently, there are immortals, they're land gods, but land gods and city deities alike become gods due to the underworld. Only after death can one become a deity, which is clearly different from ascending to immortality. Now the issue is figuring out how to allow living beings to ascend. He had initially created simple cultivation techniques, but others were unable to practice them. It seemed as though this world restricted its inhabitants. But then why do treasures still appear? Treasures, in fact, are among the items closest to immortals. Could it be because this world's restrictions prevent others from directly cultivating, forcing them to rely on other things to use divine powers? But using divine powers alone is meaningless. Xuanhuan blankly stared at the sky. Subsequently, he recalled something, took out a handheld mirror, and encoded the simple cultivation technique he previously created into a word game. Deheo, Your Highness, you called. Deheo responded as quickly as ever, instantly arriving. Have you played word games before? Yes, it's quite a good game. Good. Try playing it now. Yes, Your Highness. Deheo didn't ask why and immediately started playing. Xuanhuan used the earth book to control the hand mirror and embedded the simple cultivation technique into the monster Deheo was about to fight. What luck. I hit a cultivation technique I've never seen before. Deheo was pleasantly surprised. xiuxian decision. Deheo hesitated for a moment. Xuanhuan then said beside him, take a look at it now and see if you can practice according to the technique described. Deheo nodded and began practicing according to the methods outlined in the xiuxian decision. After a long wait, Deheo looked at Xuanhuan. Your Highness, this technique is useless. It must be fake. Xuanhuan nodded and said, no matter, go back to your work. Yes, Your Highness. Although Deheo was puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. After Deheo left, Xuanhuan grew depressed again. The xiuxian decision was a cultivation technique created by himself, only a basic introductory level 1. Given Deheo's talent, he should certainly have been able to practice it, at least experiencing some changes after cultivation. But right now, there were still no sensations whatsoever. Apparently, embedding the technique in the game didn't help either. On second thought, it made sense. In giving it via the game versus giving it directly to others, the pathway of transmission changed, but the place where they practiced remained the same. Change the place of practice? Xuanhuan thought of the underworld. Deheo, Your Highness, you called me again? Deheo was puzzled. What was wrong with the prince today? Let's go to the underworld. Before Deheo could react, Xuanhuan pulled him and descended into the underworld. What is this? After arriving in the underworld, Deheo looked around curiously. This is the underworld. You've been here before. Let's not talk about that for now. Try practicing the xiuxian decision again and see if you can cultivate it. Yes, your highness. Deheo started practicing with a head full of questions. After a short while, Deheo exclaimed joyfully, Your highness, the xiuxian decision works. Really? Xuanhuan was also pleasantly surprised. Yes, your highness. I feel the spiritual energy mentioned earlier. Spiritual energy? Xuanhuan was confused. The underworld was filled with only yin-qi. How could there be spiritual energy? Try cultivating it again and see. Xuanhuan hadn't paid close attention earlier and decided to have Deheo try again so he could observe where the spiritual energy came from. Deheo continued to practice. At this moment, Xuanhuan noticed that as Deheo practiced, thin threads of yin-qi entered his body. After traveling once along the route described in the xiuxian decision, part of the yin-qi transformed into spiritual energy. After several more rounds, all the yin-qi had turned into spiritual energy and stayed within Deheo's body. It made sense. Yin-qi could be converted into spiritual energy, Xuanhuan understood. Though he understood this, it made him depressed again. It seemed cultivation was only possible in the underworld. He couldn't possibly bring living beings down here, could he? In the future, when more people would want to become immortals, were they all supposed to enter the underworld? The underworld was a place meant for the dead. If living beings were brought in indiscriminately, would the underworld still command respect or retain its mystery? This wouldn't work. It would undermine the dignity of the underworld in the eyes of others. Absolutely, large numbers of living beings should not come to the underworld. Can souls cultivate? With that thought, Xuanhuan looked at Deheo again. At this moment, Deheo was happily immersed in his cultivation. Chapter 176. The contestants arrive. After a day of various experiments, Xuanhuan had confirmed that souls could also cultivate in the underworld. However, the prerequisite was that the physical body must be alive. Ghosts with already deceased bodies were unable to practice the xiuxian little celestial technique. This seemed only suitable for living people. With that thought, Xuanhuan had already figured out how to enable most people to cultivate. Using his manifestation through speech ability, Xuanhuan selected an empty area in the underworld and then divided it into billions of small rooms, each about the size of a fist. Xuanhuan called these cultivation chambers. Although small, when souls entered them, they would shrink even further, making the rooms feel larger by comparison. By placing other souls inside, they could begin cultivation. The current problem, however, was how to get others to enter willingly. After some thought, Xuanhuan created a simple soul out-of-body cultivation method named Minduju, beginner's method. Due to its simplicity, the Minduju was easy to cultivate. Those who practiced it could leave their bodies as spirits and would randomly appear in one of the countless cultivation chambers where they could proceed to train. Still following the old method, he integrated the technique into a text-based game where others would defeat monsters to obtain skills. Thinking that having only xiuxian would be too monotonous, Xuanhuan spent a month locked in his room creating a multitude of cultivation methods. These techniques, numbering in the hundreds, were all named based on his past life memories. Entry-level Tian Gang 36 transformations, entry-level Disha 72 transformations, entry-level Flying Sword Art, entry-level Heavenly Thunder Technique, entry-level Golden Light Spell, Summon Wind, Invoke Rain, and more. Why were they all beginner level? Because anything more complex was beyond his own capabilities. He could refine them later when he had more strength. Subsequently, Xuanhuan placed all of these techniques into the text-based game, allowing others to acquire them by defeating monsters. He didn't issue any official announcements, but planned to let others discover the methods on their own. After being sequestered for a month, the preliminary rounds of the world's greatest youth competition concluded, and the top 100 contestants from each empire had gradually arrived at Death City to prepare for the finals. With well over 100 empires across the continent, nearing 200, the number of competitors alone totaled 10 to 20,000. Add to this the accompanying individuals and spectators, and Death City suddenly saw a surge of several 100,000 visitors. This made the already densely populated Death City even more crowded. The more people there were, the more problems arose, especially among the contestants. On the road, whether acquaintances or strangers, anyone not from one's own empire deserved a menacing glare to bolster one's aura. What are you looking at? So what if I am? Go ahead and look again if you dare. I've looked, so now come and hit me. Fights inevitably ensued, given that all participants were strong young representatives of their respective empires. Once tempers flared, they were impossible to restrain. In recent days, battles had broken out daily within Death City. They were almost impossible to manage. More importantly, Xuanhuan hadn't instructed them to intervene unless things got fatal. Compensation for damages afterward was sufficient. The citizens of Death City were quite pleased to see the contestants fight amongst themselves. Most residents were either mercenaries or merchants. Mercenaries loved a good spectacle, while merchants hoped their goods would be destroyed during the fights because afterward, the city guard would step in to help claim reparations at a tenfold rate. A far better deal than honest trade. Some residents noticed the trend and began moving their most valuable possessions out, rushing to areas near the fights in hopes they'd get damaged. This phenomenon escalated until the participating fighters struggled financially under the weight of compensations, reducing the frequency of conflicts due to lack of funds. In some extreme cases, even money set aside for instays was used for compensation, leaving some to sleep on the streets. Whenever a dispute erupted among the participants on the street, the onlookers eagerly watched, and shopkeepers hurriedly brought out their priciest items, hoping to profit from the situation. However, upon realizing this, the disputing parties simply exchanged a few angry glances before parting ways. Disappointed crowds lamented the missed opportunity for wealth. Inside the city lord's residence, Xuanhuan spoke with Dahao. Dahao, have the brothers play the text game, and cultivate once they acquire them in Diju. Share the other skill books as well, trying every skill. If any shows significantly faster progress, focus on cultivating that one. Yes, your highness. Xuanhuan did not directly give them the methods for cultivation, but instead had them play the game themselves. The members of the guard were the earliest followers to join him, spending every day either practicing or guarding Death City. Constant work can make a person numb. Letting them play games was a way for them to relax. Games like these, involving leveling up and fighting monsters, could sometimes be an excellent way to rest. Of course, if one became addicted, that was another matter entirely. Xuanhuan believed that no one would become addicted. After all, he himself couldn't even play this game continuously, not unless it dropped useful techniques or skills. If not for those benefits, he thought few people would bother continuing to play. It seemed he'd have to improve the game later. It was too monotonous. Dahao, are all the contestants here by now? Reporting to your highness. They've all arrived except for those who live far away. They should get here before the finals. That's good. Then Dahao added. Your highness, some of the participants seem bored and have registered as mercenaries, heading to the Death Forest to hunt down demons. Many demons in the Death Forest have already been killed. Should we do something about this? I see. There's also this. Once inside the forest, some contestants started ambushing each other. Several of them have already been killed, Dahao continued. After thinking for a moment, Xuanhuan responded. Let them fight. Just ensure no one causes deaths within the city. Out in the forest? We don't need to intervene. This is a perfect opportunity for the underworld to gain skilled individuals. They're exactly what we need. Yes, your highness. If there's nothing else, go tell the guards to spend more time playing the game. Yes, your highness. Over the next few days, Xuanhuan visited Mingyu daily. Besides teaching her how to create talismans, he also passed on the art of casting fate to her. However, Xuanhuan was surprised by the artifact forged from Mingyu's use of the art of casting fate. It turned out to be a talisman. The 10,000 Talismans Charm, a special artifact with primary abilities to speed up drawing talismans and enhance their power. Secondary abilities include controlling any talisman. Advanced abilities unknown. Ultimate abilities unknown. Mingyu's artifact was a talisman. Was it really destined that she was meant to become the ancestor of talismanists? Chapter 177. The Mysterious Wang Erdu. These past few days passed by in a calm manner, and soon the day of the finals arrived. With nearly 20,000 participants, there were many venues for the competition, a total of 100 arenas. Each arena could host about 10 matches a day, with 2 people per match, so 2,000 people would compete each day, completing all matches in 10 days. In 10 days, half of the competitors would be eliminated, and it would progress even faster afterward. The first round of eliminations was fierce. After all, these were the top 100 individuals from each empire, but Xuanhuan didn't find much interest in it. The 6 individuals Xuanhuan paid attention to also smoothly passed the first round, still not revealing their true abilities. However, one person caught his eye a bit more. Wang Erdu from Wang family village. Wang Erdu's ability was strong. He defeated everyone just by pointing a finger, which prompted Xuanhuan to carefully observe him. Wang Erdu indeed possessed a treasure, though it was a peculiar one, since Xuanhuan had been unable to find any information about its capabilities in the Book of Earth, meaning that Wang Erdu's treasure had not been recorded by the Book of Earth. Xuanhuan had deduced the treasure's power. It involved emitting a streak of deathly energy from his fingertips, causing the soul of whoever was struck to be stripped away and vanish directly. Only after the opponent left the arena would their soul suddenly return to their body. This situation somewhat resembled pulling someone else's soul into the underworld. Though Xuanhuan was certain that the souls hit by Wang Erdu did not go to the underworld, but seemed instead to enter another dimension. This raised many questions for Xuanhuan. Why the Book of Earth had not recorded Wang Erdu's treasure's abilities, why this treasure used deathly energy, where exactly he sent others' souls, and why his opponents did not resist. Wang Erdu's name had become very prominent among the contestants. Although other competitors had studied his method of attack, it was strange that they stood still, allowing themselves to be pointed at, rather than dodging. After pondering, Xuanhuan called out, Dahao, your highness, you summoned me? Go try this fellow named Wang Erdu tonight, and assess his strength. Yes, your highness. Xuanhuan was highly wary of Wang Erdu, as he couldn't track his treasure's capability, making it hard to counteract his moves. If Mingyu faced him, the chances of failure would be significant, so he sent Dahao to test the waters first. It was truly troubling. Before resolving how to deal with the spirit, another concern had arisen with Wang Erdu, and Xuanhuan felt disgruntled. As for whether Dahao might fail, Xuanhuan didn't even consider it. Dahao's extreme fire armor had already reached the intermediate level, forming an extreme fire body that could ignore all attacks for a period. Not even Xuanhuan himself could harm Dahao when he was in this state, let alone others. Xuanhuan decided to investigate Wang Erdu further, and others shared similar intentions. Well, what do you think about this guy named Wang Erdu? Not interested. Shui, what's your opinion? If he doesn't care, neither will I. So, and you won't take a look either? I'll check it out tonight. Good. You're strongest at night, so it's better if you investigate. Whenever I observe Wang Erdu, I feel an aversion. The speakers were precisely the four sons of the Divine Descent Empire. At midnight, Dahao, dressed entirely in black clothing covering his head except for his eyes, appeared. As the president of the mercenary guild, he was recognized by many people, so if Wang Erdu found out, it wouldn't look good. After all, it would seem like a big shot coming in secret to ambush someone junior, which could tarnish reputations. Arriving at Wang Erdu's resting place, this Wang Erdu apparently wasn't too fond of staying around others. He randomly picked a tree on the edge of the forest to sleep under, possibly due to lack of money. Without hiding, Dahao appeared before Wang Erdu. Another suicide candidate, Wang Erdu said disdainfully. Dahao remained silent, seemingly uninterested in chit-chat. Wang Erdu stretched out his finger immediately. Knowing Wang Erdu's technique, Dahao tried to evade the moment he noticed Wang Erdu's move, but unexpectedly, he found his body immobilized. Alarmed, Dahao wondered why his body couldn't move despite no visible attack or abnormality being sensed. It happened as soon as Wang Erdu raised his hand. His body froze completely. Bursting out with the aura of Dahao's skills proved futile, his body was still immobile. As Wang Erdu slowly pointed towards him, Dahao's soul abruptly escaped his flesh, and then he collapsed motionless on the ground. Xuanhuan shot up, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He had been observing Dahao's encounter the entire time, never expecting that even Dahao would be powerless against Wang Erdu. Just as Xuanhuan prepared to rush forward to save Dahao, he sat back down. For at this moment, Dahao burst into flames all over his body, transforming entirely into fire and ascending into the air. Meanwhile, Wang Erdu looked as if he had suffered some significant injury. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he stood still like a statue. Dahao glanced at him, noticing that he wasn't dead, then vanished into the sky. From afar, Nji silently observed everything. After Dahao departed, he flew towards Wang Erdu. It seemed Wang Erdu noticed Nji's arrival. Behind him appeared a black portal, and with great difficulty, he entered it, vanishing from the spot. This left Nji momentarily stunned. What in the world is that? On the other side, upon returning, Dahao immediately appeared before Xuanhuan. Your Highness, what just happened? Xuanhuan asked in confusion. Reporting to Your Highness, when Wang Erdu raised his hand, I couldn't move a muscle, and when he pointed at me, my soul found itself trapped in a pitch-black space filled with deathly energy. The deathly energy gradually eroded my soul, trying to assimilate me into it. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan understood. It must have been the space within Wang Erdu's treasure. Dahao continued. I attacked my surroundings, but nothing worked. All attacks were dissolved by the deathly energy. Not until I activated the extreme fire body did I manage to burn off the deathly energy and leave that space. Xuanhuan followed up. How long were you inside there? About the time of an incense stick burning. An incense stick's time? Clearly, Wang Erdu's treasure could also manipulate time, for from Xuanhuan's perspective, Dahao had only lain motionless for a few breaths. Subsequently, Xuanhuan inspected the place where Wang Erdu had been earlier. Where was he now? Chapter 178, Mingyue's Battle. The disappearance of Wang Erdu left Xuanhuan astonished, and after searching for 100 miles around where he had just been, there was still no sight of Wang Erdu. Is this space magic? It seems that Wang Erdu has been concealing quite a bit. Very interesting. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Although spatial magic was rarely seen, it wasn't unheard of. However, generally only great mages could wield such techniques, or with the help of an array. Hence, Xuanhuan wasn't overly surprised by Wang Erdu's sudden disappearance. Dahao, have you discovered anything else? Asked Xuanhuan. After pondering, Dahao replied. There is nothing else unusual apart from a feeling that his death aura seemed slightly different. What kind of difference? Asked Xuanhuan, puzzled. I can't really put it into words. I just feel something different. Dahao scratched his head, unsure how to describe it. Well then, go back and rest for now. Yes, Your Highness. After Dahao left, Xuanhuan started to worry about how to deal with this Wang Erdu. After all, Mingyue wouldn't be a match for him. Time passed slowly as the competition entered its third phase, reducing tens of thousands of competitors to the strongest 100 individuals. Next would come the ranking matches among these top 100. The final 100 would compete on a single arena stage, beginning with a draw. Competitors would then fight based on their assigned numbers, such as number 1 versus 2, 3 against 4, and so on. Not unexpectedly, several individuals who Xuanhuan deemed as troublesome were all within this 100 group, including Wang Erdu. He returned to Death City on the second day after disappearing, though he didn't seem to be in his best condition. Distinguished competitors, first let me congratulate each of you for successfully advancing to the top 100. This also means, even if you don't win another match henceforth, you will still receive rewards from the Lord and Wang of Death City. However, I'm sure you would much rather prefer higher rankings, especially the prize for coming first. Without further ado, let us begin the drawing, announced the commentator on stage loudly. One by one, the contestants stepped up to the stage for the draw. Mingyue was not among them, because she skipped straight to the final ranking matches as Xuanhuan's sister, a privilege she enjoyed. 99 others participated in the lottery since Mingyue was automatically assigned the first position. Once all the other participants completed their draws, the first matchup turned out to be between contestant number 1, Mingyue, and the person who drew number 2. Alright, dear audience members, now the draw has been finished. Let's welcome our first participant onto the stage, Princess Mingyue. Mingyue gracefully ascended the stage. Teacher, come on. Teacher, come on. All her students came to watch, including students and teachers from the Civic Academy. Second under the heavens, cheered others from Death City. They acknowledged Xuanhuan as first, and Mingyue as second. After ascending the stage, Mingyue gave a small wave and smiled faintly. Princess Mingyue smiled at me. I might die of joy. Back home, Guihan looked on through a handheld mirror, expressionless. He did not attend the tournament personally. Now, we invite the competitor who drew number 2 to step onto the stage, the commentator said. A young man in green robes leaped onto the stage gracefully and positioned himself on the left side. From below, cheers rang out, but were few in number compared to those from Mingyue. As per tradition, let me now introduce both competitors. The commentator paused briefly and looked toward Mingyue. The lady to the right, as you all know, is the sister of our city ruler, Princess Mingyue, daughter of Lord Xuanhuan, and also princess of the Daxiao Empire. You all know the world contains many professions. Yet, Princess Mingyue has created a new one, the Talisman Master. There's no need for me to elaborate further on the strength of Talisman Masters. Everyone can see for themselves that even the most formidable ghost creatures cannot stand before them. Would everyone agree Princess Mingyue deserves the title of first champion under the heavens? Absolutely, yes, absolutely, the crowd shouted excitedly. The commentator smiled at the excited spectators and continued. Our Princess Mingyue has been a genius since youth. When others were struggling to master their magic, she was already able to use spells effortlessly. By the time others could perform basic spells, she was defeating people older than herself. She's a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. And isn't that why she managed to create a powerful new profession? Wow, Princess Mingyue, is this amazing? I never knew this. That's understandable. Under the brilliance of Lord Xuanhuan, every other talent is overshadowed. Yes, indeed. Hearing the commentary, Mingyue looked curiously at him. Was I really that strong? I didn't even know. After concluding his introductions, the commentator turned to look at the competitor on the left side of the stage. The contestant on the left is Li Mao from the Xianxia Empire. All right, please prepare for the match, the announcer said. Li Mao froze for a moment, then became furious inside. You spent so much time introducing her, but only gave me a few words? Are you looking down on me? Despite his anger, he dared not show it openly since this was someone else's territory. Nonetheless, he resolved to defeat Mingyue with the most spectacular moves to regain his dignity. You people look down on me? I'll beat the person you've hyped up so much and see what you have to say then. I'll let you know that I, Li Mao, am even more talented than she is. Are both contestants ready? The referee asked beside them. I'm ready. I'm ready. Prepare. Begin. As soon as the word begin came out of the referee's mouth, Li Mao immediately sprinted towards Mingyue at top speed. The weapon he had forged was a sword. Being a warrior himself, he specialized in close combat. The battles of Talisman Masters had already been studied by those in his empire. Similar to wizards, the difference lies in that while wizards gather magic, Talisman Masters draw talismans. Although their offensive capabilities are very strong, they require preparation time. Once in close range, Li Mao believed Princess Mingyue would surely not be his match. As Li Mao was about to reach Mingyue, she still hadn't moved an inch, seemingly oblivious. Witnessing this, Li Mao felt disdain within. Thinking her reaction speed must be pitiful, she probably got into the competition through backdoor connections. With a boom sound that none of the crowd had anticipated, Li Mao was sent flying off the arena. Outside the arena, Li Mao steadied himself. He wasn't hurt at all. He was simply ejected from the stage. What? Li Mao himself didn't understand what happened. Just as his blade was about to touch Princess Mingyue, some kind of force suddenly pushed him away. Mingyue glanced at Li Mao, who was now outside the arena, and gave him a faint smile, a friendly one. However, Li Mao became incredibly infuriated, assuming Mingyue was mocking him. Chapter 179 Wang Erdu vs Xiaoling. The ability that allowed Li Mao to be repelled was merely a protective charm. It caused no harm, only pushing away things that came too close. This was a basic defensive method used by Talisman Masters. Other Talisman Masters might have been able to break through Li Mao's charm with their treasures, but Mingyue was different. Her treasure, the 10,000 talismans, enhanced her talisman abilities, easily blocking and repelling Li Mao's attack. Princess Mingyue wins, the referee shouted loudly. Oh, Princess Mingyue, Princess Mingyue. The audience reacted, yelling in unison. Li Mao below, however, was ignored by everyone, not even his own empire's people offering him comfort, for fear of losing face. To lose in just the span of a few breaths, this disgraced the Upper Qi Empire entirely. Mingyue slowly descended from the stage. The crowd shouted once more, Princess Mingyue, Princess Mingyue. Guihan watched this scene through her hand mirror and smiled. Li Mao was the weakest among the 100 contestants. As for why Mingyue had been matched against Li Mao, it goes without saying that Guihan had arranged it. Simultaneously, she had assigned several other potentially troublesome opponents to each other. Previously, there were too many participants to control everything effectively, but now, with only 100 people left, who would face whom wasn't something she couldn't manipulate herself. Next, number 3 versus number 4 featured the battle between the Light Child and Dark Child of the Divine Descent Empire. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the Dark Child immediately forfeited, possibly because both understood their respective strengths and didn't want to waste resources fighting amongst themselves. Following that, a few matches took place where ordinary treasure-awoken individuals competed normally, until it came to contestants 61 and 62, Wang Erdu versus Xiaoling. This match particularly interested Guihan since both competitors posed a threat to Mingyue. Their confrontation here would reveal their true abilities. On the stage, Wang Erdu frowned as he observed Xiaoling. The capabilities of those from the 100 Flowers tribe were too bizarre, making him uneasy. Xiaoling, meanwhile, tilted her small head curiously as she eyed Wang Erdu, looking puzzled. Then she asked curiously, How do you manage to enter someone else's body? Upon hearing this, Wang Erda's expression drastically changed. Had she seen through him? What are you talking about? I don't understand. With concern, Xiaoling said, you've sustained such severe injuries and yet remain within this body. It will die. I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting. Wang Erdu appeared very flustered. He then looked at the referee. I'm ready. Let's begin. You're in a hurry, aren't you? Something urgent perhaps? Wang. Before the word Wang was even fully pronounced, disregarding whether the referee had officially started the match or not, Wang Erdu instantly pointed a finger directly at Xiaoling. Subsequently, Xiaoling froze mid-air, motionless, while Wang Erdu maintained the position of pointing his finger. Thus, they both remained still on the stage as if time itself had stopped. After much time passed, neither moved an inch. Did the match start or hasn't it begun? Can anyone tell me? It should have started already? But who has the upper hand right now? The situation seems balanced. The spectators were baffled, unsure of what exactly was happening. Meanwhile, people watching the competition through their hand mirrors discussed among themselves. What are they doing out there? What else could they be doing except competing? So is this how it happens now, completely motionless contests? Based on their previous performances, Wang Erdu always points at his opponents, and they fall. Similarly, Xiaoling doesn't move, yet her opponents collapse as well. Hence, this appears evenly matched. Without comments being made in the chat, I'd think my hand mirror had malfunctioned with its unmoving picture. Do you think they'll stay like this forever? Gaihan furrowed her brows as she observed the situation. Just at the mention of the character Wang by Xiaoling, Wang Erda hastily attacked, suggesting his identity might indeed be special. She promptly located giant clan leader Jutian's contact through her hand mirror. Jutian clan leader, does the undead race possess the ability to inhabit another person's body? Jutian quickly replied. The undead race is actually just skeletons. They can inhabit bodies whose builds are similar to theirs. Once they inhabit someone, although their power diminishes somewhat, the undead aura is concealed. This is why we've struggled to find them for so long. Why doesn't Wang suddenly ask about this? Giant clan leader, have you watched any of the recent Death City competitions? There are lots of videos on the hand mirrors. I occasionally browse some. Do you know about someone called Wang Erdu? Yes, I remember him. What's the matter? If I'm not mistaken, he should be from the undead race. What? I'm coming right now. Xuanhuan could sense that the current giant clan leader Jutian was quite excited. Clan leader Jutian, does the undead race possess special spatial magic? Yes, but we have ways to counter their spatial magic. They won't be able to escape. Jutian assumed Xuanhuan asked this because she was worried that Wang Erdu from the undead race would escape. Xuanhuan knew he had misunderstood her intention but didn't bother to explain. The feud between the giant race and the undead race was understandable. Wait a moment, clan leader Jutian. You know your size makes it inconvenient for you to come to Death City. Please wait, and I will bring him to you. After seeing Xuanhuan's message, Jutian thought about it for a bit and then asked, doesn't Wang have a way to deal with their spatial teleportation? No problem. Good, I trust in Wang. After speaking with Jutian, Xuanhuan turned her gaze toward the arena. The two individuals were still motionless. Onlookers couldn't discern their condition, but at that moment, Wang Erdu was extremely anxious inside. His death energy couldn't penetrate Xiaoling of the 100 Flowers tribe at all. It seemed that only the stasis effect of his treasure worked on her. He was stuck in place due to needing to guard against her ability of ensnarement. Any movement might expose his weakness, and if her power infiltrated him, Wang Erdu wouldn't be able to stand up to her. This was Death City, and if too much time passed, the nearby giants might discover his identity, making it impossible to escape. As he kept thinking, he became more and more anxious, and anxiety caused him to reveal his flaw. Just as Wang Erdu revealed his vulnerability, Xiaoling's ensnarement ability swiftly seized the opportunity. Seeing the danger approaching, Wang Erdu had no choice but to abandon this body, causing his true self to separate from the borrowed form. In the instant he separated, Wang Erdu activated the undead race's spatial portal, intending to enter it and leave. Upon seeing this scene, Xuanhuan simply waved her hand. Chapter 180, The 6 Shadows of the Undead Clan. All of this happened in an instant. In the eyes of others, Wang Erdu on the platform suddenly couldn't hold himself up and then collapsed. Oh, Xiaoling. Those who had bet on Xiaoling's victory immediately cheered at the sight, while those who had bet on Wang Erdu winning cursed. What garbage, you made me lose so much. It's over, all my belongings. Wang Erdu, go die. Among those who lost too badly, someone rushed onto the platform, wanting to lay hands on Wang Erdu lying on the ground. Just as they stepped onto the platform, Wang Erdu shook his head and slowly stood up. Where am I? Wang Erdu looked around bewilderedly. He couldn't understand why he ended up here after just a nap. What place was this? Xiaoling tilted her little head and looked at Wang Erdu, leaving. Those who had just rushed to the platform immediately backed off. Since he woke up, no one wanted trouble with him. Phew, that was dangerous. If my real body had left Wang Erdu's body, the death aura would certainly have been detected by the giant clan. 6 Shadows sighed in relief. 6 Shadows is a member of the undead, tasked to investigate Death City. By coincidence, he encountered the announcement of the Young Martial Arts Championship, so he possessed the body of someone named Wang Erdu to enter the competition and infiltrate Death City. 6 Shadows looked around, intending to report the situation, but looking left and right, he wore a puzzled expression. Where am I? This is the underworld. Who? 6 Shadows leaped backward cautiously, turning toward his back. Xuanhuan. Oh, you know me. 6 Shadows did not answer Xuanhuan's question but asked surprisingly. You mean this is the underworld? That's right. Then how are you in the underworld? Are you the earth god? Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Seems like your undead clan knows quite a lot. I'm not the earth god, but I can freely enter the underworld. You know I'm from the undead clan? Xuanhuan nodded, then said, You've been asking me questions constantly, and I've answered them one by one. However, I only asked one question, and you haven't replied to me yet. The Emperor suspected correctly. The underworld really does have something to do with you. Emperor? Does your undead clan also have an emperor? No comment. After speaking, behind 6 shadows appeared a spatial black hole. Subsequently, he turned around and entered. Xuanhuan just quietly watched, without any obstruction. Princeton, next time we meet, I'll definitely challenge you a few moves. Xuanhuan smiled and replied, All right. After 6 shadows entered the black hole, coming out again, he was still inside the underworld. Xuanhuan smiled gently and said, After walking so many times, don't we already meet each other numerous times? They say unfamiliarity fades with repeated meetings, thus we could be considered acquaintances. What kind of technique are you using? Why doesn't my space magic work? Why can't I leave here? 6 shadows was greatly alarmed. Why do you keep asking me questions? After finishing his sentence, Xuanhuan reached out towards 6 shadows. I'll take you for a stroll around the giant clan. No, I won't go. 6 shadows panicked upon hearing Xuanhuan was going to take him to the giant clan. That's not up to you. I will tell you everything you want to know. Please don't take me to the giant clan. There's no need. I already know everything I want to know. In the underworld, Xuanhuan had unlimited power. Everything that 6 shadows knew, Xuanhuan knew as well. Bang! A humanoid skeleton was thrown on the ground. Leader xiuxian, I have brought someone from the undead clan to you. His name is 6 shadows. He's now under your charge. Thank you, your highness. xiuxian respectfully bowed to Xuanhuan. Well, I shall take my leave first. I think you're going to be very busy next. Thank you again, your highness. Please call us whenever needed. Xuanhuan nodded and departed. Subsequently, xiuxian glared menacingly at 6 shadows. Xuanhuan returned to his room, continuing to watch the competition. The matters concerning the giant clan were none of his concern, nor did he wish to meddle in them. However, although he stared into the mirror, his thoughts dwelled on the information he had obtained earlier from 6 shadows' mind. The undead clan had always suspected there was a connection between Xuanhuan and the underworld, which led them to send 6 shadows to investigate. The reason was that they found the underworld intriguing. They possessed other people's bodies and learned the art of soul casting at the Academy of Fate because their original abilities were impressive. They also got the opportunity to become earth gods at the Academy. However, since they were merely possessing other beings, becoming an earth god required dying first. But once they left the human bodies, the tools and qualifications they had forged would vanish. There was nothing they could do. The undead clan began to study the art of fate casting, hoping to forge magical treasures without relying on someone else's body. Don't underestimate the undead clan. It turned out they actually succeeded. They discovered a way to use ghosts combined with the art of fate casting to forge magical treasures. Because their method of creating these treasures was so unusual, Xuanhuan's Earth Scroll did not document it. Now, the undead clan was capturing large numbers of ghosts to forge these magical treasures. However, they were targeting powerful malevolent spirits. While they also captured weaker ghosts, that was only when they couldn't find stronger spirits. As the more powerful the ghost, the stronger the forged treasure. Xuanhuan was contemplating how to deal with these guys. Originally, Xuanhuan thought, if you want to capture ghosts, go ahead. There are plenty of them. And once you forge powerful treasures, they will be a great help when the celestial beings arrive. But the undead clan wasn't satisfied. They even sent spies to gather information about him, planning to attack him later, and they had the audacity to want to seize control of the underworld. This left Xuanhuan no choice but to intervene. As Xuanhuan pondered, he thought of the skeleton land spirit. He too was a skeleton. Did he have any connection to the undead clan? After considering it, he concluded there should be none. The skeleton land spirit only cared about magical beasts in the magical beast forest, having spent countless years there. The giant clan had long been aware of his existence, and given the giants' hatred for the undead, if the skeleton land spirit posed any issue, the giants would have acted against him by now. Xuanhuan learned from 6 shadows where the undead clan was located, but he didn't plan to go himself. This world had its own rules. If he interfered directly, it would disrupt the balance, making it harder for the Earth Scroll to grow stronger. This was something Xuanhuan had realized later. Change is acceptable, but one mustn't break the rules. Strictly speaking, the giant clan and the undead clan were eternal foes, yet complemented each other. If his calculations were correct, the disappearance of one race would quickly lead to the demise of the other, unless another race could be created to compensate for the loss. Chapter 181. Dahao challenges the giant race. In the original world, there were no gods, demons, spirits, or ghosts. Xuanhuan speculated that it must have been the gods who eradicated the demons. Thus, they themselves couldn't last long and gradually disappeared. Once the gods were gone, the spirits would follow suit, and without spirits, the demons would vanish as well. Every race had its counterpart. Humans, Xuanhuan was unsure of their equivalent, but it was probably beasts. If beasts disappeared, humans wouldn't survive for long either. The matters concerning the undead race should best be dealt with by the giant race. However, it was ideal if he could balance the power between them. Now that the undead race knew how to forge magical treasures, the giant side should also learn this skill. In the past, because the giants were too large in stature, they couldn't conveniently enter the Academy of Fate for study. Ming hadn't gone to learn, and neither had Xuanhuan taught them, so the giants never learned the art of casting destinies. Now it seemed like the right time to teach them. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan contacted the leader of the giant race. Chief Zhu, how are things going now? Zhu quickly responded. Princeton, we've already interrogated everything Six Shadows knows. We've crushed him into bone powder and thrown him into the river. Again, we thank Princeton. It was within Gu Yihan's expectation that Six Shadows confessed everything in such a short time. After all, he was terrified when Gu Yihan said he would hand him over to the giant race. Clearly, Six Shadows wasn't someone willing to die heroically, and confessing everything was normal. Chief Zhu, now that you know about the emergence of the undead race, do you have any plans? Alas, only Six Shadows has come out so far. He isn't an important figure among the undead race, and doesn't even know where they are located. What can we plan? Gu Yihan paused. It seemed that Six Shadows didn't reveal everything he knew after all. Apparently, Six Shadows still cared for the undead race and hadn't completely betrayed them. After pondering, Gu Yihan replied, Chief Zhu, I know where the undead race is, and I have a way to get to their hiding place. Really? Please inform me, Princeton. Zhu was very excited upon seeing Gu Yihan's message. There's no problem in telling you, but your current strength may not match up to the undead race. Princeton, you might not know this, but the undead race is no match for our giant race. It might have been true before, but now it's uncertain. As far as I know, people from the undead race can now create magic treasures. Their treasures differ from ours at the Academy of Fate. They forge their tools using ghostly entities, each possessing immense power. Even Dahao almost fell at the hands of Six Shadows. Gu Yihan wasn't wrong. The current giant race might indeed not be a match for the undead race. It wasn't until after capturing Six Shadows that Gu Yihan used his ability to follow words with actions in the underworld and stripped the magical treasure from Six Shadows. Otherwise, the giants might have allowed Six Shadows to escape. But Chief Zhu didn't see it this way. Please rest assured, Princeton, our giant race has always been stronger than the undead race. Tell us their hideout, and we will surely repay Princeton afterward. Seeing Zhu so unconcerned, Gu Yihan helplessly replied, It's not that I won't tell you. I'm afraid you'll suffer a loss. Let me send Dahao over for a visit. If anyone can defeat him, I'll tell you immediately. How does that sound? Zhu quickly responded, No problem. At this moment, Zhu felt very dissatisfied inside. Princeton looked down on their giant race, thinking they wouldn't be a match for the undead race. Aren't the undead just hiding to avoid confronting them? Sending Dahao over and saying they couldn't defeat him. How could this be possible? Their giant race was one of the strongest races, and no matter how powerful Dahao might be, he couldn't possibly stand against them. Subsequently, Chief Zhu summoned Xiuxian. Leader, did you call me for some big news? Xiuxian asked curiously, currently patrolling. If nothing major had happened, why would the chief call him back now? Princeton wants to test our strength. Shortly, he will send his guardian knight Dahao to exchange skills. You, being the most outstanding member of our younger generation of the giant race, will spar with him. Remember to hold back so he doesn't lose too miserably. Upon hearing about a fight, Xiuxian was very pleased. No problem. I've heard Dahao is very strong. I've wanted to test my skills with him for a while. Gu Yihan also summoned Dahao at this point. Your Highness, you called me. In a bit, you'll go to the giant race for a friendly match. Don't use other abilities, just use the power of your magical treasures. Your mission is to let them know how powerful the treasures are, and defeat them as quickly as possible. Understood, Your Highness. Dahao was also glad. He also wanted to fight with the giant race, having heard rumors about their strength. His Highness wants me to use magical treasures, so His Highness must also think the giant race is strong. Otherwise, why would he only let me use magical treasures? After all, his magical treasures are now his strongest abilities. Dahao turned and flew toward the giant race. He soon arrived at the place where the giants were gathered. Zhu and Xiuxian were waiting for him there, while other giants who heard about Dahao's visit for a duel with Xiuxian also came to watch. Seeing such a large crowd of giants waiting for him, Dahao was also a bit excited. The idea of sparring with the entire giant race filled him with anticipation. Gu Yihan had only instructed him to come for an exchange with the giant race, but didn't specify that it had to be a one-on-one match. Hence, Dahao assumed he would spar with the entire clan. Seeing so many giants gathered there, he became even more convinced of this. You've arrived. Xiuxian's enormous voice echoed. By order of His Highness, I've come to exchange skills with the whole of the giant race. Please enlighten me, Dahao shouted loudly. The whole clan. Zhu immediately felt displeased, and so did the other giants. Princeton looked down on them too much by sending Dahao here to challenge the entire race. Fine, Princeton truly has confidence in you. Let's start then, Zhu said with a tinge of anger. Dahao noticed that Zhu seemed somewhat angry, though he didn't know the reason. Nevertheless, since it had started, he decided to fight first and ask questions later. Good, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Dahao activated the intermediate state of his extreme fire armor, transforming into the extreme fire body. His Highness Gu Yihan told him to defeat them as quickly as possible. However, Gu Yihan wasn't watching the battle between Dahao and the giants. With Dahao's extreme fire body, it was impossible for any single giant to overpower him. Instead, he was studying the magical treasure he had stripped from the undead Six Shadows. This treasure was shaped like a needle, completely gray in color, radiating waves of deathly and ghostly energy. Gu Yihan stared at the artifact for a long time, not finding it aesthetically pleasing. Subsequently, he took out his earth book and began to record its details. Soul-stabilizing needle. It can immobilize beings with souls for a certain amount of time. The duration depends on the strength of the target soul. Chapter 182. The final. After taking notes, Gu Yihan smiled faintly. In Liu Ying's memory, He had long known the ability of this settling soul needle. Now, by documenting it in the Earth Book, he hoped to control other magical artifacts created by the undead, but unfortunately, it didn't work. The ability of Liu Ying to pull others into another space was not from a magical artifact. It was due to their own undead cultivation techniques. Previously, it involved pulling people into the world of the undead, but now it has changed into bringing them into the death space, which is also an artifact. It's referred to as the Lord's Artifact Space by the undead clan. This is also how they capture ghosts, by pulling them into the undead space where their lord refines them. Seeing that recording it didn't help him control other undead artifacts, Xuanhuan lost interest in the settling soul needle. Just as he was about to check on Dahao's situation, Dahao returned. Your Highness, I've returned. So fast. It seems your strength has improved again. Xuanhuan chuckled. Dahao grinned foolishly. Well, you'd better get back to work. After Dahao left, Xuanhuan took out a hand mirror and started contacting the leader of the giant race. Giant leader, don't you realize the power of these artifacts by now? I'll give you the life casting art, and after you create artifacts, I'll tell you the hidden location of the undead race. After sending the message, Xuanhuan waited a long time, but did not receive a reply from Zhu Tian. Curious, Xuanhuan used his divine sense to check on the giants. At that moment, 80% of the giants lay on the ground motionless, with sparks still sizzling from their bodies. Xuanhuan was shocked. Dahao, what have you done? Your Highness, are you calling me? Dahao, what did you do with the giant tribe? Why are they all lying down? Wasn't it you who sent me, Your Highness? Dahao sounded aggrieved. Xuanhuan didn't know what to say. He understood that Dahao had misunderstood his intentions, but he thought that this outcome wasn't bad either. All right, nothing more to worry about. Oh, are they all right? Your Highness, please don't worry. They're fine, and will recover soon. Xuanhuan nodded. Good. That night, Xuanhuan received a reply from giant leader Zhu Tian. Lorden, could we possibly learn the life casting art? Seeing this message, Xuanhuan smirked. It looked like they had finally compromised. Then Xuanhuan took out a specially prepared life-opening sphere for the giant tribe, tossed it into the sky, and directed it toward the giant tribe. Initially, he wanted to use the hand mirror to transmit it, but since the life-opening sphere exceeded 1 meter in size, it couldn't be teleported. Next, Xuanhuan informed them about the life-casting art. With the giant tribe on his side, Xuanhuan didn't need to worry about the undead clan causing any trouble. In the following few days, Xuanhuan focused his attention on the Youth First Tournament. Friends in the audience here, and those watching through hand mirrors, hello. Today is the final day of the youngest first competition, and our city lord, Lorden, will personally come to watch. Please welcome Lorden. Xuanhuan slowly walked towards the guest seat. Lorden. The crowd below erupted in excitement, clapping continuously. Xuanhuan smiled and waved gently. Is this Lorden? So handsome. His Majesty ranks first in strength under the heavens, and his handsomeness ranks first too. Two women gazed at Xuanhuan with sparkling eyes. A man beside them rolled up his sleeves, flexed his muscles forcefully, and said indifferently, You two probably don't understand what real beauty is. The two women shot him a disdainful glance. Tisk. They then continued to stare at Xuanhuan with adoration. The participants also admired Xuanhuan. Is this really Lorden? If only I could become as strong as him. Forget it. You should know that Lorden is currently just over 20 years old, and may even be younger than us. No matter how hard we try, we can't surpass him. You remind me. I almost forgot Lorden is just over 20 years old. I don't know how he trains. Isn't that Dahao, the president of the mercenary guild, next to him? Yeah, did you hear? A few days ago, for some reason, Dahao beat up all the members of the giant tribe. I heard that too. TSK. The giant tribe is also a powerful race. Who would have thought that Dahao alone challenged an entire tribe? I heard Dahao is Lord and's personal guardian knight. Yes, so stop dreaming about reaching Lorden's level. Even achieving what Dahao has is tough for us. Looking at the giant tribe's capabilities, we're far behind them. As they finished speaking, their confidence deflated. Members from the Divine Descent Empire nearby also stared at Xuanhuan, filled with curiosity. Now, please welcome the 10 finalists to the stage. The commentator shouted. Then, the 10 finalists walked onto the arena. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. Ladies and gentlemen, after several months, we have finally chosen these 10 participants. I believe everyone is already very familiar with them, so I won't introduce them one by one. Among these 10, some have never lost. Tell me who they are. The commentator shouted again. Princess Mingyu, Son of Light, Xiaoling, Qingyuan. The names were called out from the crowd below. These 4 had never lost a match. The others had lost 1 or 2 matches at most. Good, it seems like you all know. Now let me explain the rules. The 4 who have never lost will compete for rankings from 1st to 4th place. Those ranked 5th to 10th will battle for their respective positions. Now we'll begin with the competition for the 10th position. The rules were simple. The remaining 6 would take turns fighting each other. Whoever lost 5 consecutive matches was ranked 10th, for losses meant 9th, and so on until 5th to 10th places were determined. The final event would be the championship among the top 4. Alright, now the match begins. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. It wasn't yet Princess Mingyu's turn, so Xuanhuan summoned her over. Mingyu, are you confident? Xuanhuan brother, they're all so strong. So who's the strongest? After thinking for a moment, Mingyu replied, Xiaoling. Xuanhuan smiled. Are the other 3 not strong too? The other 3 are also strong, but not as strong as me. Mingyu grinned proudly. Haha, it's good that you're confident. Xuanhuan looked up toward Xiaoling floating in the air. Xiaoling was also looking at him, her young face showing both confusion and excitement. In fact, ever since he appeared, Guihan had noticed that this Xiaoling of the 100 Flowers tribe had been staring at him. He smiled and gave Xiaoling a slight nod. Seeing Guihan nod and smile at her, Xiaoling flew overexcitedly. This made Guihan pause in surprise. What are you going to do? Chapter 183. The Little Spirit That Can Distinguish Good from Evil. When the little spirit of the 100 Flowers tribe flew toward him, Guihan was taken aback. What do you mean? I just politely nodded and greeted you, and you rushed over so excitedly? In no time, the little spirit flew to Guihan's side and circled around him a few times. Seeing this scene, the others were also curious. Could His Highness and Wang have any connection with the 100 Flowers tribe? Mingyu also looked curiously at the little spirit. Your Highness, hello. The little spirit's voice was very pleasant to hear, making Guihan feel quite comfortable. Hello, little spirit. Is there anything you need? Guihan responded with a smile. No. The little spirit answered very straightforwardly. Guihan was momentarily speechless. I sense that you are extraordinary. There is a powerful life force in you. I heard that you had killed many living beings before, so I thought you were a bad person. However, when you smiled at me just now, I felt that you are a good person. The little spirit slowly explained. It was not surprising for the little spirit to sense his life force since the 100 Flowers tribe was born from flowers, and having such an ability was understandable. Nonetheless, the little spirit's comment about feeling that he wasn't a bad person piqued Guihan's interest. Can you feel whether a person is good or bad? The little spirit nodded, then further explained. Our tribe can feel the goodness and wickedness, but only after the person shows their smile can we sense it. This was the first time Guihan had heard of such an ethnic ability. What about her? Mingyu asked cheerfully from the side. You are also a good person. The little spirit replied joyfully as well. Hearing that the little spirit considered her a good person made Mingyu even happier. Big brother Ihan. The little spirit says I'm a good person, huh? Guihan smiled and said, Mingyu, you are inherently good. He then looked at the little spirit. I've heard that your 100 Flowers tribe appears once every 1,000 years, as if looking for something. Is this true or not? The little spirit nodded. That's correct. We have a tribal rule that requires someone from our tribe to stay in the human world for a year every 1,000 years. It is said that a person will appear who will lead our 100 Flowers tribe to take another step forward. But in 5,000 years, none have been met. Guihan was shocked inside. Was this a prophecy? Before, Guihan didn't believe in prophecies, but now he did, considering his own experiences were far more absurd. So, how do you look for that person? The tribal rules say that when the timing arrives, we will know whether or not it's the right person. Do you have anyone specific in mind currently? After hearing this, the little spirit shook its head, then nodded again. Confused by its contradictory gestures, Guihan wondered what was going on. I don't know if I found the person yet, but I think you are different from other people. Me? Guihan pondered for a moment and realized he indeed was different from others. I still don't know if you're the person I'm looking for. Perhaps the timing hasn't come yet. Therefore, I would like to follow you. The little spirit earnestly said to Guihan. Follow me? Sure. Welcome. Without hesitation, Guihan agreed. He had never been comfortable letting the little spirit run rampant, given her capabilities were dangerously unpredictable. Now, since she wanted to be by his side, it couldn't have worked out better. Moreover, she was exceptionally strong. Upon hearing that Guihan agreed to let her stay by his side, the little spirit was delighted. She spun a few circles in the air and then landed on top of Guihan's head, sitting there. Since the little spirit resembled a flower anyway, and now settled atop Guihan's head, one might just assume if they weren't paying close attention that Guihan had a flower pinned in his hair. Why are you perched on my head? Guihan grumbled unhappily. The life force around your head is the strongest. I like the aura of life. Are you unhappy about it? The little spirit asked curiously. Not really. Well, just stop wherever you want. Both Guihan and Mingyu took a liking to the little spirit. They chatted for half a day until all 6 participants below had finished their matches. It's your turn now, Guihan said to the little spirit and Mingyu. All right, big brother Ihan, let's go then. Mingyu finished speaking and looked up at the little spirit perched on Guihan's head. I won't participate. Why? The competitors are all strong, and I was initially hoping to see if I could find the person I'm searching for during the match, but there isn't the one I'm looking for in there. The match has lost its meaning. The little spirit explained. Upon hearing this, Mingyu looked toward Guihan. Guihan advised. Still, it would be better to try. Withdrawing mid-match would cause too much trouble. Many people were watching the competition now, and with the little spirit being one of the favorites to win, her withdrawal would surely bring about a lot of fuss, primarily resulting in him losing a lot of money. Fine. Having said that, the little spirit flew toward the arena. Now 4 contestants have stepped onto the stage. The upcoming matches are their final contests for the championship. Let's invite the 4 to draw lots now. Then, the few of them started to draw lots. Xiaoling versus the Son of Light. Mingyu versus Xuanhuan. This was arranged by Guihan. The best match for Mingyu was against Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan belonged to the wood element. As long as Mingyu bombed him with fire talismans, Xuanhuan wouldn't be a match for her. The regenerative ability of the Son of Light was too strong. If Mingyu fought him, she'd expend far too much energy. If she faced Xiaoling, she'd have to use the summoning talisman, which was their trump card and couldn't be used so early on. Thus, Guihan arranged for Mingyu to fight Xuanhuan first. The lottery is over. The first match of the championship will be between Xiaoling of the 100 Flowers tribe and the Son of Light from Divine Descent Empire. The commentator loudly announced, Xiaoling, Xiaoling, Son of Light, Son of Light. Their supporters were shouting their names beneath the stage. As it related to their fortunes, they shouted very energetically. Xuanhuan didn't quite understand what good would come from all that shouting. No matter how loud they shouted, it wouldn't make them stronger. The two stepped onto the stage. Xiaoling of the 100 Flowers tribe, I'm quite curious about you. I hope we can have a proper conversation after the match ends. The Son of Light smiled at Xiaoling. When Xiaoling saw his smile, an expression of repulsion immediately appeared on her face. Why aren't you saying anything? Xiaoling ignored him. How could the Son of Light endure such blatant disregard? He thought to himself that he would surely teach her a lesson in a moment. Alright, the match begins. As soon as the referee gave the signal, the Son of Light immediately unleashed his light domain, intending to cover the entire arena. However, the moment this field reached less than a meter away from his body, it disappeared. Because the Son of Light had already fallen unconscious by then, Xiaoling flew to the side of the Son of Light, drew a big cross on his face, and then tossed him off the arena. Xuanhuan found this scene quite amusing. In previous matches, Xiaoling had always dragged her opponents outside the arena. With the Son of Light, it was a toss instead. It seems Xiaoling really disliked the Son of Light. Indeed, Xiaoling didn't like him. Just now, when the Son of Light smiled at her, she sensed evil emanating from him. Chapter 184, Mingyue wins the crown. The winner is Xiaoling from the 100 Flowers tribe, the referee announced. Xiaoling, Xiaoling. The cheers below continued to rise, and those who had placed large bets were moved to tears with excitement. However, those who had bet on Guangxi's victory were now in tears. It's over, it's over. I've lost everything I own. It's over. Below the arena, there were all kinds of expressions on people's faces. Xiaoling didn't care about any of this. As soon as the referee declared her the winner, she left the stage and flew to the top of Gaihan's head. Gaihan let out a wry smile. The next match is Princess Mingyue against Xianxia. Please have both contestants come to the stage, the referee shouted loudly. Mingyue looked at Gaihan. Big brother Ihan, I'm going up. Gaihan nodded and said, good luck. Do you still remember the methods I taught you to deal with Xianxia? Yes, I remember. That's good. Go ahead. Mingyue slowly walked towards the arena, while Xianxia of the fairy tribe flew to the arena. The reason why Mingyue was walking instead of flying, even though she could fly, was because Gaihan had told her that walking gave an impression of profound mystery, providing an aura of calmness which made her seem more imposing. After they both ascended the platform, Mingyue politely nodded to Xianxia, and Xianxia returned the nod. Are both contestants ready? Ready. Ready. All right, then let's begin. After the referee said start, Mingyue immediately began drawing talismans in the air. Her hands simultaneously moved, and the talismans continuously appeared in front of Mingyue. The talismans Mingyue was drawing were all red, obviously all fire-based talismans. While Mingyue was drawing her talismans, Xianxia shot several arrows at Mingyue at high speed, but Mingyue did not respond. The arrows were deflected by her protective amulet once they reached her. These arrows were merely Xianxia's probing attacks. Seeing no effect, Xianxia began preparing wooden magic-infused arrows. Meanwhile, Mingyue continued drawing her talismans. She already had dozens of completed talismans floating around her without attacking. Seeing this, Xianxia understood Mingyue's plan, to gather a large amount of talismans and then attack simultaneously to take her down in one go. Having realized this, Xianxia wasted no time in releasing vines, quickly covering the entire arena with emerald green vines emitting poisonous green gas. At this moment, Mingyue's clothes glowed with fiery red light, preventing both the vines and poison from getting within a meter of her. This clothing was specially crafted by Gaihan for Mingyue to specifically counter Xianxia's wood magic. Seeing this, Xianxia understood that Mingyue's clothing was peculiar. Subsequently, she drew her bow and fired an arrow at the ground vines, causing them to tremble violently. Slowly, the emerald green poison transformed into black poison. This black poison evidently had a corrosive effect, and Mingyue's defensive circle started shrinking slowly. By this time, Mingyue had drawn hundreds of talismans. Subsequently, Mingyue pointed her finger towards Xianxia. Go! Those hundreds of talismans rushed towards Xianxia upon command. Xianxia had never been attacked by talismans before, uncertain of their power but dared not underestimate them, immediately gathering vines for defense. The first talisman hit the vines and was easily blocked, allowing Xianxia to relax slightly. Following this, second and third talismans and continuous strikes came, overwhelming the vine's defense. At this point, Xianxia's face revealed signs of tension. He had no way out, only able to passively endure the assault as there were still many talismans remaining outside. These talismans kept attacking while Mingyue continued drawing without pause. Seeing that the talismans in the sky showed no signs of decreasing, Xianxia knew he would lose and immediately shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, I surrender. Mingyue was taken aback, her hand movement in the air pausing momentarily. She then looked at Xianxia and then at the referee. The referee was also momentarily surprised but quickly recovered. Princess Mingyue wins. The referee announced loudly. Wow wow, the crowd cheered instantly. Mingyue Mingyue. After hearing the referee announce her victory, Mingyue retracted her talismans, then nodded towards Xianxia before leaving the arena. The audience continued shouting her name, while the referee looked around on the arena, expecting the commentator to appear and speak now. Where was he? Someone from the crowd reminded him. Don't bother looking, the commentator lost all his money last round, and he's still unconscious. The referee sighed in resignation. The next bout will be the final, between Princess Mingyue and Xiaoling from the 100 Flowers tribe. But due to the great exhaustion of both sides, we'll hold the final battle in the afternoon, the referee called out loudly. Just as he finished speaking, Xiaoling on Gaihan's head spoke. No need, I forfeit. Upon hearing Xiaoling's words, everyone paused, the entire field falling silent momentarily. The referee looked towards Guyan. Xiaoling, you're not going to compete anymore. Mingyue asked from the side. I don't want to compete. After hearing this, Guyan nodded toward the referee. The referee immediately understood what it meant and then announced. Xiaoling of the 100 Flowers tribe has conceded. Princess Mingyue is crowned as the youngest number 1 in the land. What? Is it over already? Is that it? I was looking forward to the final match. I think the person from the 100 Flowers tribe didn't want to offend Princeton, so they gave up. This Xiaoling of the 100 Flowers tribe must have known Xuanhuan and his group for a while. It seems like she intentionally let Princess Mingyue win. TCH, you're talking nonsense. Clearly Xiaoling knew she couldn't defeat Princess Mingyue, so she willingly forfeited. That's right, exactly. The audience below began whispering amongst themselves. Some who had already lost too much earlier felt disheartened because they were counting on one last bet to make their money back, but now there wouldn't be a match. If you two aren't competing, how will I ever get my money back? Continue the match, keep going. Many with similar thoughts also started shouting. Go on, go on. Seeing more and more people shouting go on. The referee didn't know what to do next. He hadn't expected this situation. Even those who had initially been indifferent began to join in the chant, hoping to win another round. They might not have considered that their previous losses would all be wasted. The referee looked towards Guyan. Guyan quietly watched the crowd yelling below. A short while later, he said faintly, "You dare to defy me." Although the voice was soft, everyone somehow heard these two words, and upon hearing them, an inexplicable sense of fear welled up in their hearts, like the feeling when the sky is about to collapse, leaving them powerless and hopeless. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Guyan was quite angry at that moment. They dared to unite and force him to change his decision. Looking over the crowd, Guyan spoke calmly. Proceed with the rest of the ceremony. Chapter 185, for Sons. The competition for the number 1 youth ended. Mingyue came in first, Xiaoling second, third was Xuanhuan, and fourth was the Son of Light. Xuanhuan gave rewards according to their rankings. However, Mingyue and Xiaoling did not receive all of their rewards. Xiaoling wasn't interested in any of it. She didn't need money since she had no use for a hand mirror. It was as big as her body, nor did she require weapons or techniques. Mingyue, on the other hand, smiled widely at the prize money but hadn't decided what to wish for or which weapon to choose. Xuanhuan promised he would help her come up with a satisfactory weapon, while the wish reward meant nothing to Mingyue anyway because whatever she wanted, Xuanhuan would already give her, rendering the wish redundant. Mingyue, what are you going to do with all that money? Asked Xuanhuan with a smile. I want to make a movie about spellcasters. Alright, I'll recommend a few good directors. Then Xuanhuan turned his attention to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, is there truly nothing you desire? Xiaoling tilted her little head and thought for a moment. Nothing. You came in second place. You can't just refuse all the prizes. Let me create a hand mirror suitable for you. After saying this, Xuanhuan waved his hand and quickly created a small hand mirror the size of a thumb. It might be too small for others to use, but it fit Xiaoling perfectly. Take it and play with it. Xiaoling accepted the hand mirror, unsure how to use it because she had never used one before. Then Xuanhuan patiently taught her step by step how to use the hand mirror. Being from the 100 Flowers clan, Xiaoling was very intelligent and learned how to use it quickly, partly due to the simplicity of the mirror. Xiaoling, what do you usually eat? Xuanhuan asked. Flowers. Xuanhuan nodded, and then ordered the servants to bring various types of flowers. The servants soon returned with a pile of flowers, but Xiaoling wasn't particularly pleased upon seeing them. These are dead. You want living ones? Alright, I'll have someone pick some fresh ones. No need. After finishing speaking, Xiaoling flew around Xuanhuan's yard once, and soon the entire garden blossomed with flowers. Wow, Xiaoling, you're so amazing, exclaimed Mingyue in surprise. Xuanhuan was also impressed, not realizing members of the 100 Flowers clan possessed such abilities. After pondering briefly, Xuanhuan figured that with Xiaoling around, selling flowers could be a way to get rich. Xiaoling danced excitedly among the flowers, while Mingyue happily followed her around. Your Highness, Deheo arrived before Xuanhuan. How's it going? Did you find out anything? The 4 people from the Divine Descent Empire have been wandering around the Death City. They visited the Land Temple, the River God's altar, and overheard their chatter mentioning they intend to explore the skeleton land within the Death Forest tonight. They shouldn't leave the Death Forest alive. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Yes, Your Highness. At first, Xuanhuan hadn't paid much attention to the 4 people from the Divine Descent Empire, but when Xiaoling mentioned an evil aura surrounding them, Xuanhuan became cautious. From them, Xuanhuan detected the same divine aura he had sensed in the previous beast god, though much weaker. Recalling the Divine Descent Empire's ability to communicate with deities, Xuanhuan speculated that perhaps these men were sent by the deity they served to investigate here. Through information gained from the beast god, Xuanhuan knew gods seldom appeared directly in the mortal realm, as the cost for manifesting was exceedingly high. Even if they managed to contact their god for assistance, most likely only an avatar would appear, and rarely would the true deity come down unless there was something worth it personally. Typically, gods merely desired faith, collected through their followers' worship. However, should something be valuable enough for them to show up themselves, it wasn't impossible. Their visit now clearly indicated they had learned something. Xuanhuan wondered if the beast god's matters had been discovered by them. If that was the case, eliminating them would be best, just in case these 4 returned and reported back, causing trouble. There was another reason. Xuanhuan didn't want them staying in the Death City too long. If the beast god found out they were here, there was a chance he might contact them, and Gu Yihan didn't fully trust the beast god. Even during his own tribulation trial, Gu Tian noticed that the beast god had too many disloyal tendencies. If not for his utility, Gu Yihan would have eliminated him long ago. In the middle of the night, the 4 people from the Divine Descent Empire arrived at the Skeleton Land Shrine within the Death Forest. This is the shrine inside the Death Forest? It's huge, said the 4 standing at the entrance of the large land shrine. All 4 remained concealed within the domain of the Son of Darkness, leaving the surrounding beasts unaware of their presence right before them. Let's go inside and check it out. What if there's danger? I feel something is off. You're overthinking it. Didn't we go to other land temples in the Death City before? Did any Earth god detect us? I guess you're right. Maybe it's my mistake. The 4 slowly entered the land temple. What is this strange aura? I felt it outside just now, and now inside this place. The weird atmosphere is even stronger. Is this what they called the incense offering aura? But isn't that odd? The land temples of Death City don't have such offerings. They were puzzled. The land temple of the Death City truly seems unusual, but that's exactly why we came here, isn't it? That makes sense. The 4 continued walking inside. When they reached the center of the temple, they saw a skeleton sitting there. Is this the Earth god of the Death Forest? How come it's not a stone statue, but an actual skeleton placed here? It's indeed strange. The 4 secretly rejoiced, but at the same time became more cautious. Should we take this skeleton back with us? Good idea. Just as they moved forward to take the skeleton suddenly spoke. Hey kids, where do you plan to take me? The 4 froze in their tracks. Why aren't you moving? Do you think I'm not talking to you? Sons of the Divine Descent Empire. Upon hearing this, the 4 realized they had been discovered. The 4 gradually revealed themselves. Are you the land god? How did you find out about us? With your lousy concealment skills, shouldn't you have expected to be found out? The 4 exchanged glances. Let's go. They then sped toward the door. You've come, so you're not leaving. Fixed. As soon as the word fixed was spoken, the 4 couldn't move at all, still maintaining their running posture. Then the skeleton waved his hand, and 4 skeletons appeared by his side, 2 on each side. The 4 skeletons respectfully stood on both sides, like servants waiting for their master's orders. The divine arts are truly powerful. The skeleton sighed, then looked silently at the gate, lost in thought. Chapter 186, Huaxia Continent. Stability. These 2 words have been on Gu Yihan's mind for the past few days. The incident with the 4 sons of the Divine Descent Empire has made him more eager to enhance the Earth Book. There are already gods noticing something amiss on this continent, and they've started paying attention. If these 4 sons can come today to check, others will surely follow tomorrow. Killing them one by one isn't a solution. If his own strength were sufficient, he wouldn't have to resort to such stealthy measures. However, his strength is clearly not enough yet. He knows the method to enhance the Earth Book, but doesn't know how to proceed. The Earth Book requires everything on this continent to be stable, and for him to advance to the heavenly immortal level, others must also be able to achieve immortality. Now, with the word games in place, people will gradually come into contact with cultivation practices. Once more and more individuals gain strength, disputes will become inevitable, contradicting his desire for stability. Furthermore, money is rapidly accumulating in his gold vault, reducing the income sources for others. The cash-sucking ability of the handheld mirror is too strong. Monthly fees are required for watching TV series, movies, variety shows, and other content. Although the amounts aren't huge, it adds up daily. Since the creation of the handheld mirror, commoners' expenses have noticeably increased, making life much harder for many. This also affects stability. Gu Yihan now thinks it's time to let the common people earn income from the handheld mirror. Gu Yihan thought about short video clips. Although at the start short videos might allow commoners to earn a little money, later on, it'll probably become less profitable. It's not a long-term solution. Even though it's not a permanent solution, giving the people a bit of income is better than nothing. Gu Yihan quickly created a new software called Short Videos. He then released an announcement explaining how to use short videos. Gu Yihan didn't bother looking at what people thought about short videos. Instead, he focused on finding ways for people to have sustainable income while addressing the various issues arising from their enhanced strength through the cultivation techniques. Increased power often leads to a desire to challenge others. This flaw is shared by all races. After some consideration, Gu Yihan decided that developing games would be a good idea. If they cannot fight in reality, then why not let them fight somewhere else? Wasn't there a concept of a virtual world in the previous life? As long as he could create a virtual world surpassing that, things would work out. However, this virtual world needs to feel real, and their own abilities should carry over into it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any effect. Thinking this through, Gu Yihan's figure instantly vanished from the room, reappearing in a secluded and undeveloped area of the underworld. Standing still, his thoughts raced, and space around him twisted and transformed rapidly. For 3 days, Gu Yihan remained motionless. On the 4th day, Gu Yihan sighed. Finally finished. Exhausting. During those 3 days, using his power of manifesting ideas instantly into reality, Gu Yihan created a virtual world in the underworld combining elements from all kinds of games from his previous life. This world includes divine beings, demons, ghosts, monsters, spirits, zombies, beasts, humans, vampires, and legendary creatures like the 4 holy beasts, fierce beasts, and so forth. All imaginable creatures made the cut. Skills included martial energy, magic, talismans, formations, curses, alchemy, herbal medicine refinement, celestial methods, demonic arts, ghostly ways, and even everyday living skills. Every skill Gu Yihan could think of was integrated. With the virtual world now created, the next step was figuring out how others could use their own powers within it and grow stronger, ensuring their progress in the game carries over to reality while maintaining a truly immersive experience. Xuanhuan had already figured out the answer: to pull their souls inside. Once the soul enters, unless it exceeds their capability range, anything is possible, and they will absolutely feel like they're right there. Additionally, Xuanhuan implemented the system of defeating monsters to obtain cultivation methods within the game. Now, besides obtaining cultivation methods, one can also acquire equipment, potions, materials, and more. Many people cannot cultivate, which is partly why there are so many commoners. To ensure their survival in the game, Xuanhuan set up life professions, enhancing everyone's comprehension ability regardless of whether they spent years learning. The life professions were straightforward, including cooking, farming, manufacturing, forging, fishing, and being merchants, among others. Manufactured items possess attributes. For instance, the higher the level, the more health and mana food cooked will restore. The consumption of health-restoring items was substantial, but life professions could generate considerable income within the virtual world. All these were merely Xuanhuan's own ideas. The specifics would depend on the outcomes and could be adjusted if issues arose. If the real world wouldn't work, then the virtual world was the way to go. After leaving the underworld, Xuanhuan immediately drafted a notification. The xiuxian continent is now officially launched. Everything you desire can be found inside. Xuanhuan didn't elaborate much, just uttering a brief sentence. Then he added another message. Players, please enter the game in a safe environment. After sending the messages, Xuanhuan called for Mingyu and Xiaoling. Big brother Ihan, why did you call us? I was teaching Xiaoling how to make peach blossom pies. We'll let you taste them when they're done. I'm taking you to play a game. A game? What kind of game? The xiuxian continent. The xiuxian continent. Right, tap your handheld mirror. It's what I just created. Alright. Subsequently, Xuanhuan took Mingyu and Xiaoling into the xiuxian continent. As soon as they entered, an announcement echoed. You are a member of the human race. Your random spawning location is Unfinished City in the Eastern Continent. Wish you a pleasant gaming experience. Xuanhuan chuckled, then immersed himself fully in the game. This game had no function for naming characters. You could call yourself whatever you wished, completely freeform. Mingyu also received her prompt. You are a member of the human race. Your random spawning location is Xiaobai Town in the Eastern Continent. Xiaoling also got her information. You are a member of the 100 Flowers tribe. Your random spawning location is 100 Flowers Valley in the Eastern Continent. In reality, all the spawn points set by Xuanhuan were within the Eastern Continent, just at different locations. The game world was divided into 4 continents: East, South, West, and North. Each continent was larger than the real world. The other 3 continents were dominated by various races arranged by Xuanhuan. The ultimate goal of the game was for the people of the Eastern Continent to unify the entire world, although this was unlikely. After all, the other races were made so powerful by Xuanhuan that, unless he gave himself advantages, even he would be instantly killed. Chapter 187. Game becomes popular. The Ming Institute and several other colleges of the Daxia Empire that could teach the art of casting fate techniques were receiving a large number of applicants every month. This delighted Gu Meng and the ministers greatly, as financial issues were no longer a concern, and the ministers also reaped benefits. Although many people had learned the fate casting technique, the number of people who could actually forge magical artifacts was getting fewer and fewer. After discovering this issue, Xuanhuan thought about it for a long time without understanding why. It was only after consulting the Earth Scroll that he learned the cause. It was still the balance problem. Nothing would remain in an extreme state forever. At the start, about 20% of people were able to forge magical artifacts, but this number kept decreasing. Now, only those with excellent life force could forge such items, which amounted to roughly 10%, half of what it used to be. Even though fewer and fewer people were capable of forging magical artifacts, more and more people wanted to learn the art of fate casting. People are strange like that, always thinking they'll be the ones chosen by heaven. The more they saw others fail at forging artifacts, the more they believed they would succeed. Now, the film and television industry was also booming, especially with Xuanhuan's promotion, making powerful individuals more popular among audiences. Those who managed to forge magical artifacts entered the movie industry one after another. With fewer wars these days, pursuing money through film and television became the best choice. Even the leaders of the mercenary groups in Death City were eagerly seeking film crews, hoping to lead their teams in shooting scenes. Shooting films and TV series not only had less danger than mercenary missions, but the rewards were much higher too. Most chose this safer and more profitable path, although there were still some focused on growing stronger. However, the reason they wanted to grow stronger was to have more opportunities to join film productions and earn more money. With the appearance of the xiuxian continent game, the phenomenon of everyone wanting to become an actor gradually improved. Because if luck favored them, they might make even more money inside the game. Inside the mercenary tavern. Brother, what trade did you choose? Why don't we team up today and go kill sea turtles? I heard that a group found a sea turtle commander while hunting sea turtles before and got a lot of good stuff. They sold it for 10,000 ancient coins. I won't go. I've chosen a living profession. What? You're a mercenary, and yet you chose a living profession. The person asking the question was greatly surprised. I'm tired of being a mercenary in reality. If it weren't for making a living, I'd have quit long ago. In the game, living professions are relaxing, and the income isn't bad either. I think it's pretty good. Not bad income. What living profession did you choose? Oh, I'm a boar breeder. Yeah, I breed boars. Once they're well raised, they can be let out to mate with other pigs, earning a breeding fee. You're putting your dreams on pigs, brother. Respect. Respect. The person chuckled awkwardly. Brother, how much do you make per pig mating? It's not much, about 100 ancient coins per time. Also, let me correct you. It's not me who does the breeding. It's my stud boars that mate. That's the same thing, right? 100 coins a time is not much. No, it's different. I can handle around 10 matings a day. 10 times. So you make 1,000 coins a day? I have 10 boars. Ah. The mercenary who asked the question froze in shock. 10 boars meant making 10,000 coins a day. Isn't that like stealing money? It's not so good recently. The few I've raised seem to have lost some stamina. I'm planning to raise more, but my career level allows me to raise only up to 10. Nowadays, in the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about the xiuxian continent. The living professions they initially thought useless were unexpectedly very popular in the game. For example, chefs were highly sought after since in the game. Just like in real life, you feel hunger and need to eat. Other living professions weren't bad either. The animal husbandry sector performed better in the game than in reality. Since the game just started, many things were lacking, and raising chickens and ducks in the game earned quite a bit of money. Feathers from chickens and ducks could be used to make arrow fletching. There were many people unable to cultivate in reality who chose combat classes in the game. But because they lacked power, in the early stages, they relied on bows and arrows for long-range monster fighting, so the demand for arrows was high. In fact, there were no fixed careers in the game. However, upon entering the game, players needed to choose a development direction, combat, living, or ordinary types. After choosing a direction, a talent would be granted. Combat classes receive combat talents, which increase cultivation speed. Living classes get enhanced skills, and ordinary classes gain a bit of everything. Their cultivation is slightly worse than the combat class, and their skills are slightly less than the living class, making them an average choice. However, the ordinary class has one advantage. They level up faster than others. Once the direction is chosen, it's time to select skills. Everyone starts with a basic skill book at the beginning, which can be chosen freely. If you want more skills later, you either have to kill monsters for drops or find opportunities. Xuanhuan had set up many opportunities in the game. Some give good rewards, while others may disappoint. For example, there's a black stray cat in the game. If you feed it a fish every day for 3 consecutive days, then for the next 3 months, it will deliver a rat to you every day, no matter where you are in the game, as long as you eat dinner. It will definitely appear in front of you and place the rat in your bowl. If you eat every rat it delivers, after 3 months, you'll gain the title Cat's Favor. With this title, whenever you call the black cat, it will appear with a rat, ensuring you never go hungry again. Xuanhuan spent several days playing the game with Mingyu and Xiaoling. Even though they didn't land in the same spot initially, they've now gathered together. Xuanhuan wasn't playing the game to defeat monsters, level up, or obtain equipment. He was testing for any flaws in the game, so he chose the ordinary class. After these few days, he found no issues, and he was quite satisfied. Mingyu chose the combat class. As she was already a talisman master, she is also one in the game, where there are ghost creatures. Xuanhuan advised her to train herself in the game. Xiaoling chose the living class because she loved growing flowers and was a florist. In the largest city on the eastern continent, Zhongzhou City, Xuanhuan arranged for himself to be the city lord. It's reasonable that the creator of the game should give himself an advantageous position. He also made arrangements for Mingyu and Xiaoling. Mingyu became the dean of the Talisman Academy. Xiaoling was given the largest garden. Chapter 188. The idea of enhancing the Earth Book. A month has passed. As more and more people have entered the game, Xuanhuan noticed something was amiss. The game used to be crowded with players, but now there were far fewer people inside. If it wasn't for hunger driving them out, most people were spending their time in the game rather than in real life. The streets in reality had become nearly deserted. This was not surprising. Life in the game was much better than reality. Money was easier to come by. So many treated gaming as a full-time job. With too few people active in real life, this was becoming a problem that would likely trigger a series of issues. Entering the game meant the soul entering, which left players unable to perceive the outside world while they were immersed in the game. Even though most people stayed home when entering the game, some unscrupulous individuals would take advantage of this and enter others' houses to do whatever they wanted. In just one short month, Death City witnessed a large number of thefts. Some players woke up in the game only to find their homes stripped bare, even their own bodies looted. Many women, especially the beautiful ones, suffered various degrees of harm. At the same time, as such incidents increased, the number of players within the game dropped by half. It wasn't that they didn't want to enter the game. It was because they dared not. Those with family could take turns entering the game, but single individuals became completely afraid to log in. Xuanhuan felt this situation needed to change. After studying the matter for several days, Xuanhuan issued an announcement. Since entering the game makes players unable to perceive external dangers, we've made an improvement. Now you can see what's happening in the real world from the game interface, allowing any danger to be detected promptly. To prevent everyone from becoming overly addicted to the game, each person is only allowed to stay in the game for half a day per day. Once the time limit is reached, re-entry will not be possible until midnight. Upon the release of this announcement, all players cheered. They no longer had to worry about waking up to find their homes gone. However, they did express some dissatisfaction regarding the limitation of only being able to spend half a day in the game, but complaints were useless since Xuanhuan wouldn't listen. Xuanhuan also did not let the offenders off easily, dispatching the city guards to capture all of them, confiscating their property, ordering restitution for losses, and imposing punishments. But this was only effective within Death City. In other places, Xuanhuan simply couldn't manage them. Many people had been affected by these crimes, And since the whole incident was closely related to himself, Xuanhuan arranged a grand welfare event in the game. The event was simple. Treasure chests would randomly spawn across different locations in the game. Only those who opened the chests would gain items. Anything could potentially be found inside. It all depended on luck. Luck was something Xuanhuan did not interfere with, unlike certain games where good fortune required money. Since the restriction of limiting game time was enforced, the number of people on the streets noticeably increased. Most chose to play at night since they discovered that playing all night actually refreshed them more the next morning. This happened because souls entering the game allowed the physical body to rest better, leading to a more energetic feeling after an all-nighter. With lively activity both in reality during the day and in the game at night, things seemed normal again, and Xuanhuan was quite satisfied. At the same time, Xuanhuan realized his Earth book had become stronger. Xuanhuan had a premonition. If it got just a little stronger, he would be able to advance to the celestial immortal stage. Although it was just a small gap, Xuanhuan didn't know where else he could focus his efforts to enhance it. He had already improved various aspects like daily living, entertainment, and power. After pondering for a long time and finding no answer, he had no choice but to further develop these areas. Regarding daily necessities, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, there wasn't much more room for improvement. As for strength, with the skills available in the game, it was sufficient. It was only a matter of the players gradually cultivating themselves to grow stronger. The only aspect with room for development was entertainment. Entertainment was best represented by short videos. Since operating short video platforms was relatively easy, many enjoyed casually recording clips to post online. Due to the popularity of the game-related videos now predominated. Next in line was television dramas. Most TV dramas originally focused on different professions involving magic, spirit energy, and magical artifacts in combat scenarios. However, since a group of wealthy women jointly produced a family ethics drama with considerable success, numerous romance-focused TV shows began emerging. Even those producing combat-themed dramas realized the commercial potential and began incorporating romantic elements into their storylines. Indeed, adding romance significantly increased viewership. Thus, nowadays, no TV drama without some romance tends to attract much attention. This made Xuanhuan laugh and cry at the same time. It seemed that no matter which world it was, things always ended up being about the same. Currently, the only entertainment aspect left undeveloped was variety shows, and this was mainly due to Xuanhuan's own missteps earlier. The variety show he had helped Mingyue produce only achieved mediocre results, so others naturally thought there was no point in pursuing this direction. In their minds, if even Princeton couldn't pull off a good show, then surely they wouldn't be able to either. Sometimes, celebrity influence really could be powerful enough to sway others' thoughts. After pondering for a while, Xuanhuan decided to focus on developing variety shows as the next step forward. There were plenty of great variety shows from his previous life, but whether or not they would work in this world remained uncertain. Xuanhuan began considering what kind of variety show might please the people in this world. Crosstalk? Nah. Too many people probably wouldn't understand. Singing competitions? Pass. Nothing particularly attractive about them for this world's audience. Variety shows with celebrities playing games? Not likely either. In this world, the celebrities were all mighty warriors. How could you get them to play trivial games like standing on a rotating pole to see who falls first? They could stand there until the pole rotted without falling. To these people, the games of the past life would simply seem laughable. Xuanhuan initially thought about organizing an adventure in the netherworld, but if only he could make such a show while others couldn't replicate it, that defeated the purpose. He was supposed to lead the way in making variety shows popular among everyone, not just for his own enjoyment. There needed to be something that others could imitate. After thinking for a long time, Xuanhuan finally came up with an idea. It was to create a variety show where others were invited to come and enjoy leisure, relaxation, and recreation. In this dangerous world, everyone lived under constant tension. If he could produce a game or program that provided a sense of ease, it might soothe people. Most people still hoped for a more peaceful life, but societal pressures left them unable to achieve it even when they wanted to. With this decision, Xuanhuan also came up with a name for the variety show. It would be called Life of Dreams. Chapter 189, Inviting People. Think and act. Firstly, the idea was simple. Find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, free from worries, akin to a utopia beyond the world, then invite various renowned individuals to be guests there. After that, it would just be simple labor, chatting about trivial matters, doing whatever felt comfortable. All troubles would be refused outright. Having thought this through, Xuanhuan decided to arrange such a place. However, he hesitated shortly after. Would such a place really be good? It clearly didn't seem practical. If there truly existed such a place, once the program aired, regardless of how wonderful the location was, it wouldn't remain as such. Creating such a place himself? That was even less acceptable. He did not want to fabricate anything. And as for those places with beautiful landscapes, the world indeed had many, but these areas were the domains of monsters. Humans mainly lived within the cities. If the show was filmed in one of these picturesque locations, the audience's first reaction wouldn't be envy. It would be worry over potential dangers outside. Without city walls or protection from powerful individuals, they wouldn't feel any sense of beauty. Xuanhuan thought long and hard again. You can't judge the people of this world based on your past life's experiences. This is still a world dominated by the strong. Why go to another place at all? Isn't Death City what others yearn for the most? With me being the #1 in the world, Death City is the city with the largest population and wealthiest residents. Filming right there in Death City should work fine. Xuanhuan slapped his head. What obstructs us from seeing the truth is simply our involvement within. The reality was, Death City was the safest place in the world. Realizing this, Xuanhuan no longer considered filming elsewhere. It would be in Death City, and the location chosen would be the Lord's mansion, where he planned to invite guests to come and visit. In doing so, it would also promote Death City, attract more people to come here, and increase income for its residents. Most importantly, it would allow him to convey the spirit of Death City to others. Previously, during the World Youth Summit, there was an opportunity to promote well, but at that time, Xuanhuan hadn't thought of it. He let the contestants fight on the streets, which later led to huge compensation costs, tarnishing Death City's reputation in many people's eyes. They thought that even stepping on an ant in Death City might lead to financial ruin. Now filming a variety show called Dream Life in Death City, Xuanhuan believed, could help restore Death City's image. Subsequently, Xuanhuan took out his hand mirror and began looking for currently famous people, planning to invite them to participate in the shooting of Dream Life. He searched for a long time, not because there weren't any famous people, but because for the debut episode's guest list, they had to have some humor, high recognition, ideally a mix of men and women, seniors and juniors. Most importantly, they couldn't be terrified upon meeting him. Familiar people would be ideal. After selecting for quite a while and not finding anyone familiar, Xuanhuan had no choice but to pick 3 individuals who probably wouldn't be scared of him. The elder one was named Lu Laosan, a commoner who had starred in several popular TV series playing comedic roles, much loved by audiences. Through directors who had previously worked with Lu Laosan, Xuanhuan learned that Lu was a decent person. There were 2 young ones, one male, Xuanhuan, and one female, xiuxian. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. They were currently the most beloved actors. With their contact information now in hand, Xuanhuan intended to send out invitations personally to the 3 of them. At present, it was unclear whether agents played a role, so Xuanhuan planned to send it directly to them. To prevent them from suspecting him as a scammer, Xuanhuan initiated a video chat. Adding someone as a friend was required to start a video chat, except for Xuanhuan. He could send whenever he wanted. Lu Laosan was resting when he saw someone named Wang initiating a video call. Perplexed, he muttered, "I don't recall adding anyone named Wang." He then laughed slightly. This guy has guts, daring to call himself Wang. Upon accepting the call, Lu Laosan had been ready to ridicule the name, but froze upon seeing Xuanhuan's face. Stammering, he greeted, "Your Highness, Crown Princeton. Are you Mr. Lu Laosan?" Xuanhuan asked with a smile. "Yes, it's me, Your Highness." Lu Laosan was very nervous. Normally carefree, Lu Laosan wouldn't be tense even if faced with a saint-level expert, yet upon meeting Xuanhuan, unease naturally crept into his heart. "Don't be nervous. I'm asking if you're available. I'm planning to film a variety show soon and would like you to join us." Xuanhuan maintained his smile. "I am free. I have nothing but time," Lu Laosan replied decisively. In his mind, if Princeton invited him, he had to make time even if he was busy. Even if he died, people would have to carry his body over for Princeton's show. Xuanhuan didn't know what Lu Laosan was thinking, so he continued. "Good. Prepare yourself. I will send someone to pick you up early tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness, Princeton." "Then prepare well. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Your Highness." Lu Laosan exclaimed with excitement. After ending the call, Lu Laosan stared excitedly at the hand mirror, motionless. "Lu Laosan, what are you so worked up about? Your scene is next. Get ready." The director looked curiously at Lu Laosan from the side. "Director, I might temporarily leave your drama production tomorrow." "What do you mean? Did you suddenly have a child in your old age?" Lu Laosan gave the director a glance and then said excitedly, "Do you know who just video chatted with me?" "Who?" "Princeton, His Highness personally video called me, inviting me to film a variety show." "Wake up. It's only morning. You don't believe me?" "Would I believe that?" "I don't believe it either, but it's true. I won't explain. You'll know when Princeton sends someone to pick me up tomorrow." After saying this, Lu Laosan happily left to shoot his scenes. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan continued contacting the other 2. Princeton, Xuanhuan let out a surprised shout. The people around him also gathered over, and once they realized it was indeed Xuanhuan, they quickly moved away. "Are you Xuanhuan?" Xuanhuan smiled and asked. Yes, Princeton, how may I assist you?" In this way, Xuanhuan explained the matter. Xuanhuan nodded repeatedly after listening. "Princeton, rest assured, I will not disappoint you." "Good. See you tomorrow." "Yes, Princeton." After hanging up, the people around Xuanhuan immediately gathered again. "Xuanhuan, you actually know Princeton?" Then came a round of flattery and Xuanhuan boasting. Using the same method, Xuanhuan also contacted Mu Shuishui. Chapter 190, Guest Arrival. After arranging the guest stars, it was time to select the permanent cast members. Initially, Xuanhuan considered joining himself, but he worried that if he did, they might not be able to chat freely. This was a travel-based variety show, and there was a chance that he wouldn't blend well with them in terms of gaming and fun. After some consideration, Xuanhuan decided to send Mingyu and Xiaoling. However, for the first episode, Xuanhuan planned to make a brief appearance at the start to attract viewers using his own popularity. Xuanhuan called Mingyu and Xiaoling over. "Mingyu, Xiaoling, I'm planning a new variety show where you 2 will accompany our invited guests on tours of Death City. What do you think? Brother Ihan, are you doing another variety show?" Mingyu was very excited. She loved acting. "Yes, precisely because you have to teach and catch ghosts regularly. We should take this opportunity to relax. You and Xiaoling can play with the guests as a form of rest." "Great." Mingyu happily agreed. Xuanhuan turned to Xiaoling. Xiaoling also nodded. "All right then, the specific content of the show is up to you. Just focus on having fun without any set scripts or obligations." "Understood." I'll make sure they eat and drink well. By the way, who are we inviting? Xuanhuan smiled and said, isn't Mu Shueishui your favorite? She'll be coming tomorrow along with Lu Laozhan and Wang Haoyue. Wow, amazing, I like all three of them. Mingyu was delighted. Brother Ihan, what about you? Will you join us? In Mingyu's view, variety shows were all about playing. I won't go, but I'll stay with you for the first day. That's great. It's been a long time since Brother Ihan went out with me. The last time was when I came to Death City with Zhiming for the first time. Mentioning this, Mingyu paused momentarily, thinking of Zhiming. Brother Ihan, I miss Zhiming and Mother, Mingyu said with a slight hint of resentment. Jinhua, they've already reincarnated. It's best not to disturb them. Let bygones be bygones. It's better for everyone involved. Xuanhuan consoled her. Mingyu shook her head, indicating that she didn't quite understand. It doesn't matter now if you don't understand. Later on, everything will become clear. Okay. Mingyu stopped asking further questions, fully trusting Xuanhuan's words. Rest well today. Tomorrow we'll greet our guests. The next morning, Mingyu and Xiaoling cheerfully waited at the entrance to welcome the three guests. Soon, a shadow appeared in the sky. As the shadow approached, it became evident that the shadow was an enormous magical beast captured by Da Hao as a mount, the skycracking bird. Standing on top of the skycracking bird was Da Hao with three others behind him. Seeing these three, Mingyu smiled. Quickly, the skycracking bird arrived at the Lord's mansion and descended. Mingyu cheerfully approached with Xiaoling. Welcome, welcome, Princess Mingyu. The three quickly greeted her respectfully. Mingyu gleefully looked at Xiaoling. Xiaoling, sprinkle flowers. With that, Xiaoling gently waved her hand, and petals of various kinds slowly rained down from the air, creating a beautiful scene. How does it look? Isn't it pretty? Mingyu asked happily while looking at the three. Pretai, very pretty. They responded in agreement. Sister Mu Shueishui, I watched the drama God of Law you acted in. It was really good. In the end, you married the God of Law. Does that mean you're together in real life too? Mingyu curiously inquired. Mu Shueishui smiled lightly. No, that's just a TV series. It shouldn't be taken seriously. What a pity. I really hoped you were together. Mingyu regretfully replied. Mu Shueishui maintained her smile, but couldn't explain further since the relationship dynamics were complex, something unsuitable for outsiders. Then Mingyu turned to Wang Haoyue. I've seen you in Demon Hunter. Are you a saint-level warrior in real life as well? Your Highness, I am merely an earth-level warrior, not yet of the saint rank. Oh see, Mingyu felt slightly disappointed. You shouldn't call me your Highness anymore. Since we're shooting a variety show, just call me Mingyu. Yes, Princess Mingyu. Mingyu nodded, feeling that they were still somewhat restrained, but believed that things would get better with more interaction over time. She then glanced at Lu Laozhan. Lu Laozhan, haha, is this really your actual name? Same as the TV show you starred in. It's so amusing. My name means third eldest son in my family. My father might not know how to choose a formal name, so he simply named me Old 3. They chatted for a few moments. Lu Laozhan had a humorous personality and made Mingyu giggle uncontrollably. Alright, now that we're familiar with each other, let me show you around the Lord's mansion first. My brother is still inside waiting for you. After finishing her speech, Mingyu turned to lead them into the Lord's mansion. However, upon turning around, she noticed that Xiaoling was still spreading flowers, so many in fact that the entrance was nearly blocked. Stop, stop. Xiaoling, that's enough, enough. You can't spread any more. Mingyu hurriedly called out. Once Xiaoling stopped, Mingyu looked at her helplessly. Then, she introduced Xiaoling to the three. This is Xiaoling. You've probably seen her on your hand mirrors before. Yes, yes we have. Then they exchanged a few words with Xiaoling, but it seemed that Xiaoling, other than liking Lao Lu, wasn't particularly fond of the other two. Xiaoling casually cleared the petals off the ground, and Mingyu invited them inside. When they first arrived, the three were a little nervous in front of Mingyu, but after chatting for a while and realizing how urging she was, their tension eased quite a bit. Now, upon hearing that they would soon meet Princeton, their anxiety resurfaced. Mingyu noticed their uneasy expressions and reassured them. You don't need to be nervous, elder brother Ihan is very kind. Upon hearing this, the three weren't exactly comforted and thought privately, that's only because he likes you. It's hard to say about others. Mingyu led the three to the main hall, where Gu Ihan was already waiting for them. Seeing them come, he smiled and said, Welcome to Death City, my guests. Greetings, your highness, Princeton. The three quickly bowed. Ho ho ho, don't be nervous. I've invited you here, so you're my guests. During these days, I will treat you well. Thank you, your highness, Princeton. By the way, I summoned you so early. Have you had breakfast yet? Asked Gu Ihan. Not yet, Lu Laozhan cautiously replied. In that case, neither have we. I'll go cook breakfast for you all, while Mingyu takes you on a tour of the Lord's mansion. I'll call you when it's ready. Ah, your highness, Princeton, personally cooking us breakfast? That's far too much honor. We cannot dare to accept such a privilege. The three were shocked. They didn't expect the number one prince in under heaven to personally cook for them. What do you mean by dare not? It's just a meal. Gu Ihan smiled, then turned around to start cooking. Mingyu happily said beside him, What good fortune. My brother cooks really delicious food. Chapter 191, The Hot TV Show. The TV show continued filming non-stop, and the first episode aired on the handheld mirror that evening. Gu Ihan watched the broadcast from his room. The content of the first episode was quite simple. It started with Da Hao riding his Cracker Sky bird to pick up the three of them. The audience was highly interested in Da Hao's Cracker Sky bird. What kind of beast is this? It's so big. You just don't know. It's a saint-level beast, the Cracker Sky bird. A saint-level beast. No wonder President Da Hao can tame it as a mount. You might have forgotten, Princeton also has a saint-level beast, and he bears the title of Turtle Knight. I imagine President Hao will soon be ennobled as the Bird Knight. Wow. So does that mean our Daxiao Empire now has 3 saint-level knights? Seeing these chats, Xuanhuan wasn't exactly thrilled. He didn't desire the title of Turtle Knight, but Hao would surely be pleased with the title Bird Knight. The show then moved to Xiao Ling scattering flowers. This Xiao Ling is truly hilarious. She's told to scatter flowers for the welcome, but she scatters endlessly. Look, the door's almost blocked, huh? Xiao Ling is so cute. I wish I had a friend like her from the 100 Flowers clan. The person above you is really daring to dream. Me too. You guys should consider your own capabilities before dreaming such good things. Xiao Ling from the 100 Flowers clan never lost in the competition for the first young master of the land. Yeah, how could Xiao Ling even look at you or become friends with you? With me, it's more plausible. Tisk. As the program reached the scene where Xuanhuan announced he would make breakfast, the audience watching on the handheld mirror erupted once again. Seriously? What did I just hear? Princeton plans to cook personally. Who would have thought that Princeton, whom I've always revered like a god, knows how to cook? No wonder the Death City is managed by Princeton so well organized. Take a look at other noble lords. Forget about cooking. They probably wouldn't even go near the kitchen within a 100-meter range. Our Princeton is approachable, loved, and adored. The people of Death City are truly blessed, being governed by someone who exudes a sense of daily life. How could they not feel happy, truly deserving of my dream-like lifestyle? In my dreams, I'd never imagined Princeton would even cook. Agreed. Xuanhuan looked at these chats and smiled, achieving exactly the result he wanted. In this world, the class gap was immense. Nobles and commoners practically lived in 2 separate worlds. Now, they see an aloof noble, a prince, and the strongest youth on the continent, someone actually going to cook. This greatly challenged their worldview. With this sense of shock, the viewership would increase. Perhaps other nobles might not like this type of TV show, but the commoners certainly would enjoy watching it. Who makes up the majority in this world? Common folk do. With their views, it's not hard to make the TV show successful. As long as the dreamlike lifestyle show can take off, those nobles will definitely try every means to imitate it. Money-wise, temporarily lowering their dignity isn't impossible. Many people from other empires were also watching, including various emperors, among whom was Emperor Gu Ming of the Daxiao Empire. At first, Gu Ming was quite disdainful when seeing Xuanhuan cooking. However, after reading the comments below, he began hesitating. Should he try launching a similar show? Looking at the flood of comments pouring in, thousands per second, and observing the increasing number of online viewers skyrocketing exponentially, envy arose in Gu Ming's heart. Recently, the number of TV dramas kept growing, resulting in intense competition. Over this period, their television revenues had drastically diminished. Combined, the earnings from the later few series were less than half of the first. Having acquired wealth earlier gave him extravagant habits, and his recent gaming expenditures in Huaxia Continent's game also increased significantly because he organized a group to train inside. After thinking it over, Gu Ming decided to start preparing a TV show tomorrow morning. If the news of TV dramas reached him, action must be taken early. It's better to act fast and snatch some profits, rather than delaying, losing everything to competitors. No, tomorrow was too late. Start mimicking right away and shoot the next day. With this decision, Gu Ming immediately sent out notifications through his handheld mirror to the directors he had previously cultivated, instructing them to begin studying and commence shooting the following morning. Not long after, messages from the directors appeared on Gu Ming's handheld mirror. Your Majesty, we have been studying this variety show just now. The other parts aren't difficult. We can just invite some famous actors as guests. However, the most crucial point is to have someone with status and prestige do something that lowers their dignity, which will be hard to arrange. Gu Ming thought about it for a moment and understood what they meant. The highlight of this variety show was precisely when Xuanhuan was cooking, attracting many viewers. What are your thoughts? Gu Ming replied. After waiting for a long time, the director sent back a message. Your Majesty, at the moment, the only people who can achieve Prince N's effect are you and Lord Dragon Rider. Me or Dragon Rider? Gu Ming hesitated. Could he, the great emperor of the empire, really lower himself to cook? As for Dragon Rider, that was even less likely. If Gu Ming were to order Long Xianshan to go, it was almost certain that Long Xianshan wouldn't pay him any heed. And that dragon of his called Lena would probably slap him away with one swipe of her paw. Sighing, Gu Ming realized that although Long Xianshan was his guard knight, he would only ensure his safety and nothing else. Whether or not he could command Long Xianshan depended on his mood and willingness. In the end, Gu Ming made up his mind to do it personally. The expenses in Huaxia Continent were too high. Although Huaxia Continent had just started, there were already numerous forces present. Of course, what attracted them were the cultivation methods dropped by the monsters in the game. Even though these things couldn't be brought into reality, the cultivation methods practiced inside the game could be used outside. Some powerful cultivation methods had already been discovered, alarming Gu Ming greatly. Currently, they were still competing within the game, but if a faction from the game decided to fight over territories in the real world one day, it would be perilous for his side. Gu Ming was sure that such events would happen eventually. Like many others, Gu Ming also wondered whether these cultivation methods were placed there by Xuanhuan. If so, that was terrifying, meaning Xuanhuan knew all these cultivation methods. Then where did Xuanhuan obtain these cultivation methods? Chapter 192, Seclusion. The appearance of the game on the Huaxia continent puzzled many people. The cultivation methods in the game could not be practiced in reality but only within the game. Yet after succeeding in their practice, they could then be used in real life. So here came the question, Why did these cultivation methods appear? If cultivation methods could only be practiced inside the game, that meant no one could successfully cultivate them before the existence of this game. If no one could cultivate them, it followed logically that it was impossible for anyone to create such methods. In this game, its realism left much to be desired for being simply a game. Instead, it seemed more like another world entirely. Carrying all these curiosities, various forces began probing into the mysteries behind these cultivation methods, and eventually, they uncovered something. It was about the Earth Spirit. At present, all empires experienced instances where Earth spirits manifested, using exactly the same spells as those found in the game, even bearing identical names. This news excited everyone. They believed that the various techniques from the game were something only deities could practice. And since the game felt so lifelike, they concluded that the game world was indeed a fragment of the divine realm. They believed they had discovered the truth. As a result, countless people were frantically sent into the game, aspiring to become gods. Moreover, within the game, they discovered other continents with monsters so powerful that they felt despondent. Thus, they became even more convinced that this wasn't merely a game, but the actual divine realm. Xuanhuan knew about their thoughts, but he chose not to explain further. In less than 2 months, under Xuanhuan's guidance, the variety show industry thrived as well. Today, Xuanhuan sat quietly alone in his room. He had already reached the peak of the Earth Immortal level, needing just one step to ascend to the level of Celestial Immortal. And this single crucial step involved allowing others to cultivate immortal techniques in the real world, thus achieving immortality. Letting others cultivate immortal arts in reality wasn't particularly difficult. If others managed to cultivate them successfully in the game and subsequently unleash these arts in real life, then gradually there would be more and more spiritual essence in the real world, making it possible to practice cultivation. However, it required too much time, perhaps a century at the current pace. A century wasn't an issue for Xuanhuan, but he couldn't wait now because among the 3 guests invited for the previous variety show, Xuanhuan realized that Lu Xiuxian was the only normal one. The other 2 were problematic. Mu Shueishui was sent by the Divine Empire. This time she was hiding her true identity very effectively, and Xuanhuan might not have noticed without Xiaoling's reminder. Wang Haoyu, on the other hand, was sent by the Undead tribe, information also provided by Xiaoling. Though Wang Haoyu didn't overly concern Xuanhuan, he informed the giant tribe right after the show wrapped up and trusted they'd handle the situation. Mu Shueishui was giving him some trouble because Xuanhuan discovered that there was a godly avatar within her body. This meant at least one particular deity was now paying close attention to him. Should it be merely a case of an accidental discovery by a beast deity, it wouldn't be a big deal. What worried Xuanhuan more was if this probe was initiated by the God King, which would complicate matters greatly. Therefore, he urgently needed to reach the celestial immortal level. The reason the real world couldn't support cultivation was the absence of spiritual essence. Meanwhile, cultivation inside the game was possible due to the entire game taking place in the underworld, where energy was converted into spiritual essence. Hence, currently, the only way to increase the amount of spiritual essence in the real world would either be waiting for others to bring it out from the game, or for Xuanhuan himself to convert the energy from the underworld into spiritual essence and transfer it to the real world. Currently, there was indeed quite a substantial amount of energy in the underworld, and converting it into spiritual essence was feasible, though this conversion would need to be done continuously by him. Unfortunately, Xuanhuan lacked the capability to fabricate any sort of artifact that could automate the conversion process of spiritual essence, and thus could only do it manually. After careful deliberation, Xuanhuan decided to enter seclusion. It was unclear when dangers might come knocking. He shouldn't delay anymore, so reaching the level of Celestial Immortal sooner rather than later was the prudent decision. Once he made up his mind, he summoned Dahao. Your Highness, you called. Dahao, I am going into seclusion in the Death Forest. I can't determine how long I'll be gone, so you will take care of the City of Death during my absence. Your Highness is going into seclusion? Xuanhuan nodded. Can you protect the City of Death? Please rest assured, Your Highness. I will defend the City of Death with my utmost effort. That's good. As for Mingwei, I won't bid her farewell. You tell her. Yes, Your Highness. Xuanhuan nodded again and disappeared from sight afterward. However, he didn't head toward the Death Forest, but arrived at the underworld. Your Highness, you've come. Lu He respectfully bowed. Lu He, I am about to enter seclusion, and during this time, a large amount of energy from the underworld will be channeled to the mortal realm. I'm informing you of this matter. Your Highness is entering seclusion? Then I'll prepare a suitable location for you in the Palace of Xianhuan. No, that won't work. It must happen in the human world, not the underworld. Originally, Xuanhuan had also planned to convert energy into divine energy in the underworld. However, Xuanhuan discovered that while converting a small amount posed no problem for large-scale conversion, it was faster to do so in the mortal world rather than the underworld. Xuanhuan didn't understand why. Perhaps it was because the mortal realm was more suitable. How long will the Highness be entering seclusion? I'm not sure either. It might take some time. During this period, pay attention to other forces and instruct the other land gods to stay alert. If there are any unsolvable issues, inform me. Yes, Highness. Xuanhuan nodded, then disappeared from the underworld and arrived at the Death Forest Skeleton Land Shrine. Lord, the skeleton greeted respectfully. You remain quiet. I will enter seclusion here for some time. Help me maintain my meditation. Yes, Lord. Xuanhuan nodded, then summoned Xuanwu. Highness, you called. Xuanwu arrived with a little turtle, clearly busy taking care of his offspring. I'm going to enter seclusion for a period. During this time, you and the skeleton will guard me. Do not disturb me unless there is something serious. That's all. No worries, just minor stuff. Xuanwu confidently responded. In Xuanwu's mind, it was impossible for anyone to come to the Death Forest and disturb Gu Yihan's seclusion. Gu Yihan didn't explain further and proceeded to the rear room of the land shrine. He sat still, closed his eyes, and began to convert the yin energy. First, Gu Yihan opened the passage to the underworld. The passage was as big as the entire room, and he was seated right in the center of it. In the pitch-black passage, yin energy surged out rapidly. Gu Yihan spread his hands wide, emitting waves of power that covered the entire room like ripples on water. The yin energy passed through these ripples and slowly transformed into divine energy. From the outside, Gu Yihan's room emitted an inexplicable aura, one that made people feel comfortable but also gave them the impression that they shouldn't approach. At this moment, the skeleton looked on in shock. What pure divine energy! Chapter 193, Reincarnation for Cultivation. Looking at the intense spiritual aura emanating from the closed-door room of Gu Yihan, the skeleton's eyes lit up, and it immediately sat down to start absorbing. After these spiritual auras exited the room, they quickly filled the entire land temple. However, once the spiritual aura left the land temple and reached the outside, it was soon diluted, turning into a strange kind of qi. This qi, while far inferior to spiritual aura, was gentler than the elements in this world. Gu Yihan also noticed this scene. How did the spiritual aura turn like this? Can it still be called spiritual aura if it's been diluted? Gu Yihan was puzzled. He then captured some of this qi for study. Gu Yihan attempted to recompress this diluted spiritual aura, and after compression, it reverted back into its original spiritual form. What's going on? After thinking for a long time, Gu Yihan understood the gist. If spiritual aura were compared to ice, then the diluted spiritual aura would be water. Water only becomes ice again when condensed. Gu Yihan decided to call the diluted spiritual aura essence qi. In order for essence qi to revert back into spiritual aura, it must be compressed within one's body, allowing qualitative change to lead to quantitative transformation. At the same time, he realized that spiritual aura could not be directly absorbed into the body. Watching the skeleton outside continuously attempting to absorb spiritual aura confirmed this. No matter how hard the skeleton tried, it was unable to retain spiritual aura within itself, which simply dissipated after circulating through its body once. However, there were benefits to this process. Gu Yihan discovered that the spiritual aura process through his conversion made the skeleton's bones noticeably more lustrous after circulating through its body. It seems that in order to reach the celestial immortal level, one needs to transform all the energy within their body into spiritual aura. Gu Yihan furrowed his brow. He could use divine techniques entirely because he utilized life energy to activate the earth scroll and the human scroll. His cultivation direction originally focused on life energy. While he could convert yin qi into spiritual aura, he was unable to convert his own life energy into spiritual aura. So, how was he supposed to achieve the celestial immortal realm? Gu Yihan communicated with the earth scroll and the human scroll, seeking answers. This communication lasted 3 days, during which Gu Yihan understood many things. The path to immortality he was cultivating followed the route of life energy cultivation. To become an immortal, he needed to transform his life energy into spiritual aura. For others who wanted to become immortals, they had to absorb essence qi and then convert it into spiritual aura. Spiritual aura also had different tiers and was not uniform across all forms. Clearly, the spiritual aura formed from his life energy belonged to the highest tier. This much was certain in this world. For him to convert the life energy inside his body into spiritual aura and enter the celestial immortal realm, there was one condition that had to be met. Someone needed to reach the earth immortal level using essence qi, after which he would absorb this person to complete himself. Upon realizing this, Gu Yihan was stunned. It meant he had to consume an earth immortal to enter the celestial immortal realm. Even if he was willing to do so, where could he find someone at the earth immortal level? Moreover, there was an additional strict condition. This person must not only be an earth immortal, but must also match him perfectly. It made Gu Yihan feel like he was matching blood types. With these conditions combined, Gu Yihan felt that the cultivation technique, Immortal Path, was rather deceptive and extremely difficult. If time permitted, perhaps it would always be possible to find the right person eventually. However, time might not be on his side. The divine realm had already taken notice of him and sent people to investigate. Before long, he would be discovered. Gu Yihan fell into deep thought. There's no other way. In order to quickly reach the celestial immortal level, I have to take action myself. Gu Yihan summoned the earth scroll, then tossed it into the sky. The earth scroll had the ability to isolate this continent. He intended to separate this continent from the divine realm, preventing anyone from the divine realm from entering. How long it could last, however, remained unknown even to Gu Yihan. Meanwhile, Gu Yihan left his physical body in the land temple to continue converting spiritual aura, while his soul entered the underworld. He planned to reincarnate. Finding someone who matched him and could cultivate up to the earth immortal level might take an uncertain amount of time. Instead, having his own soul reincarnate and cultivating personally would be faster and absolutely guarantee compatibility. After arriving in the underworld, Gu Yihan approached Lu He and explained his plan to him. Master, if Princess Mingwei asks, what should this humble servant say? Lu He asked. Just say I'm in seclusion. There's no need to tell her. Yes, master. I don't know how long I'll be gone. You'll need to manage everything for me. That is my duty. In that case, I will go and reincarnate. Master, shall we arrange for you to reincarnate into a specific family? Not necessary. Just let it be random. It doesn't matter where. After finishing, Xuanhuan walked toward the cycle of human reincarnation. Xuanhuan only told Lu He about his plan to reincarnate, as he wasn't confident in or didn't need to inform others. The fewer people who knew, the better. As Xuanhuan was about to enter the cycle of rebirth, he stopped for a moment. After some consideration, he decided it would be better not to keep his memories and thus turned around to head towards the bridge of helplessness to drink a bowl of Mengpa soup. Looking at the Yin soldiers guarding the Mengpa soup pot, Xuanhuan thought that he should find someone to act as Aunt Meng in the future, but he figured this could wait until after he became a celestial immortal. He drank one bowl and then another. Is this Mengpa soup fake? Well, maybe it just doesn't work on me. After that, Xuanhuan entered the human cycle of rebirth. In an instant, Xuanhuan lost all knowledge, his soul being torn apart by the cycle before being reassembled over and over again. Lu He had been watching as Xuanhuan was about to be reborn, wanting to know where he would be reincarnated. However, no matter how long he waited, there was no sign of Xuanhuan's rebirth. This puzzled Lu He, but he didn't think too much about it and assumed that Xuanhuan intentionally chose to obscure his whereabouts from everyone. Time flew by, and 100 years had passed in the human world. During these 100 years, Xuanhuan's physical body continued to transform divine aura into essence qi, endowing the human realm with abundant spiritual energy. The changes in the human realm were immense over this period, as spiritual energy had altered the cultivation landscape. Nowadays, cultivation sects were emerging everywhere. Because Xuanhuan's body kept transforming Yin energy, the amount of Yin energy in the underworld had decreased significantly, which also affected the game environment. Originally, cultivation within the game advanced swiftly, but over these 100 years, people realized that the pace of improvement in the mortal world was faster. Therefore, now, unless necessary to venture into the game to slay monsters for manuals, most people cultivated within their sects. Though a century had passed, and spiritual energy was now available, only a few had managed to reach the Earth Immortal level, partly due to Xuanhuan's presence. Before he advanced further, no one could surpass him to become a celestial immortal. Even becoming an Earth Immortal was exceedingly difficult. Chapter 194, Lin Shu. Everyone has dreams, and when they wake up, some people can remember their dreams while others forget them upon waking. Some people know they're dreaming while in the dream, and others can even control how the dream unfolds. If a dreamer is aware and conscious that they are dreaming, such a dream is called a lucid dream. In lucid dreams, the sensation of being omnipotent can be addictive. Therefore, those who can have lucid dreams often become deeply immersed in them, unwilling to wake up and return to reality. Lin Shu could also have lucid dreams, but he was far from willing to enter his dreams because all there was in his dreams was darkness, endless darkness. Damn, when will this end? This damn dream has lasted for 10 years. I don't want to sleep at all anymore, Lin Shu sighed. He pushed open the door, and the morning sunlight bathed his whole body. Squinting for a moment, Lin Shu walked toward the kitchen next to him and began preparing breakfast for the day. Soon, 2 bowls of porridge topped with a few green vegetable leaves were placed on the stone table in the courtyard. Master, come out and eat, Lin Shu called out to the room next to his. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man with a refined demeanor, slightly lean and sporting a small beard, stepped out of the room. How can there only be 2 bowls of porridge? Think about it. I'm the illustrious Master Xianhuan, and you give me this? Master Xianhuan looked disapprovingly at Lin Shu. Lin Shu helplessly replied, Master, have you forgotten? If you hadn't destroyed 70% of the spirit land, would we have been short on spirit rice and vegetables? Now everyone in the sect is cutting back, relying on the remaining 30% of spirit land just to survive. We're lucky to even have these 2 bowls. Except for the sect leader and the elders, no other disciples even get this. The old face of Xianhuan turned red. This was just an accident. One mistake, and the whole sect pays the price. If it weren't for the fact that you're both a peak master and the sect leader's elder brother, someone might have already beaten you up by now. Maybe while doing so, they'd hit me too, for good measure. Xianhuan scoffed. Do you really think those worthless ones can lay a hand on me? Without boasting, apart from the sect leader, if everyone else came at me together, I could take care of them with 1 slap. Even including the sect leader, it would only take 1 extra slap. Lin Shu rolled his eyes. Master, I know you're strong, but isn't this boast too much? The sect leader would need just 1 extra slap? Why not just say you're unbeatable? The sect leader has already reached the combined body realm, and once he successfully undergoes the celestial tribulation, he'll become an Earth Immortal. Are you trying to say you've already become an Earth Immortal? How do you know I haven't become an Earth Immortal? Xianhuan countered. Alright, you've become an Earth Immortal. So an Earth Immortal stays here managing a vegetable garden and takes the title Master Xianhuan? Does that mean you've subdued a vegetable garden? Fine, you've succeeded. It's only us 2 here, and I'm your disciple, so I should obey you. I suppose you've thoroughly subdued this vegetable garden. Truly impressive. Lin Shu mocked Master Xianhuan. Humph, ignorant child, I won't stoop to arguing with you. Go fetch more spirit rice and vegetables. 1 bowl doesn't provide enough spiritual energy. You keep saying you're an Earth Immortal, yet you still need spiritual energy? Shouldn't you require immortal energy instead? Besides, the supply of spirit rice and vegetables is really insufficient now. Every extra bowl we eat means the sect leader and the elders have to eat less. Aren't you worried they'll actually confront you later? You talk too much nonsense. Whether or not they have enough is none of my concern. This vegetable garden belongs to me anyway. After eating, go inform the sect leader that we aren't getting enough spirit rice and vegetables, and we temporarily stop supplying them. Lin Shu grinned, raising his thumb. Master is mighty. I'll go arrange it immediately. Although Lin Shu hadn't had enough after one bowl, though the spirit energy was useless to him, the spirit rice and vegetables tasted delicious. Not long after, master and apprentice faced a bucket of porridge and a large pot of vegetables on the stone table and began gorging themselves. This was their typical breakfast. After 6 bowls, Lin Shu was full. Watching his master continue eating, Lin Shu started daydreaming, waiting for his master to finish so he could wash the dishes. Xiuxian, how was last night? Hearing his master's question, Lin Shu knew what he was asking about. What do you expect? Same old thing. Nothing but blackness everywhere. Don't lose heart. Keep trying. You'll find it eventually. Master, what exactly am I supposed to find? Can you really find something in a dream? I've been looking for 10 years and haven't found anything. I don't know what you're supposed to find either. You don't know, yet you let me search for 10 years? Lin Shu shouted loudly. As long as you fall asleep, you'll enter that dream. Instead of idling around in that darkness, why not look for something? You're wasting time anyway, and you might as well stumble upon something like a blind cat running into a dead rat. Lin Shu was at a loss for words. I thank you, Master. Master, what is wrong with my dream? You said you would help me look into it. It has been 10 years. Have you found out anything? Xuanhuan sighed. I haven't found out anything. These past 10 years, every time you dreamt, I tried to enter your dream, but for some reason, I couldn't get in. How am I supposed to check if I can't even enter? After hearing this, Lin Shu felt a surge of frustration and gave up, saying, all right, I won't look anymore. All these years I've gained nothing. I reckon when I enter the dream tonight, I'll just stay still and do nothing. Why should I keep wandering around like an idiot in the darkness? I've decided to sleep directly in my dream. Thinking about it, Lin Shu chuckled. Hee. I've never slept in my dreams before. I wonder if dreaming while sleeping leads to another dream, and whether that dream will also be filled with darkness. If it does, I'll sleep again in the dream within the dream and see what happens. Hee. Interesting, very interesting, I'll try it tonight. After listening, Xuanhuan first paused, then agreed. Not a bad idea, give it a try. Great, I'll give it a shot tonight. Lin Shu looked cheerful. Previously, he used to hate nighttime, but today Lin Shu was somewhat looking forward to it getting dark faster. Master, are you done eating? In that case, I'll go wash the dishes. Go ahead. Remember to inform the sect leader that we will temporarily stop providing them with spirit rice and vegetables. Just as Lin Shu turned around holding the bucket and basin, he looked back at Xuanhuan in astonishment. Master, are you serious? Do you think I'm joking with you? Is it not a joke? This is the sect's vegetable garden. You can't just say we won't provide without any consideration. Who told you the garden belongs to the sect? It's mine, all right? In the past, we had so much we could afford to give them a little. Now we don't even have enough for ourselves, so they can't expect any more. If we don't supply them, what will the sect leader and others eat? Surely they won't resort to eating food of ordinary people. Chapter 195, A New Life. Xuanhuan scolded loudly. Why don't you understand anything? I told you to go around different places in the sect a long time ago, but you didn't. You just stayed here on Linyuan Peak and didn't leave. Our xianxian sect has several spiritual vegetable gardens, but our vegetables at this Linyuan Peak are the best. They are already close to being celestial level. Do you know that? So amazing. Lin Shu seemed a bit skeptical. Looks like this Qingming dream has made you detached from reality. After you're done with your errand to find the leader later, you can visit other places, inquire about how our Linyuan Peak is different from the others. Why don't you just tell me directly? Why should I bother asking around myself? You haven't told me anything these 10 years. Did you ever ask me? No. Then there you go. Do you expect me to babble everything out even when you don't ask? Well, I'm asking now. I'm too lazy to tell you. Fuming, Xuanhuan turned around and returned to his room. Lin Shu smiled at seeing his master who got upset again and went into the kitchen to tidy up. 10 years ago, he was just a 6-year-old child. Lin Shu remembered meeting his master after a heavy snowfall, when the ice and snow were melting. The weather wasn't cold during the snowfall, but it became chilly during the melt. That day, trembling from the cold, he was holding a small wooden stick with a runny nose, trying to rob Xuanhuan as he passed by. Thinking about this made Lin Shu chuckle. He had no idea what had crossed his mind back then. A kid holding a stick, planning to rob an adult. Maybe he thought Xuanhuan looked easy to intimidate. Lin Shu's memory only went up until the day of their encounter. He could not recall any earlier memories. At the foot of Linyuan Peak, Lin Shu looked left and right, unsure which direction to go. Since being brought to the xianxian sect by his master 10 years ago, Lin Shu had never left Linyuan Peak. Although his master had once taken him to the main peak where the patriarch resided, Lin Shu was only 6 years old at that time and had forgotten which one was the main peak. As Lin Shu was pondering whether to randomly choose a direction, 3 disciples of the xianxian sect approached him. Excuse me, senior brothers, could you please show me the way to the main peak? Lin Shu asked politely. There were 2 men and a woman. The female disciple looked ethereal, and Lin Shu could tell she wasn't ordinary by her demeanor. As for the 2 male disciples, one was earthy while the other appeared gentle and scholarly, almost like a scholar. It was strange to Lin Shu that these 3 people seemed to come from completely different worlds. What brought them together? It looked like they were heading towards Linyuan Peak. They also looked curiously at Lin Shu when they saw him. Linyuan Peak was not a place anyone could casually enter, yet this person wasn't wearing disciple robes. Instead, he was wearing elder robes. When did the xianxian sect get such a young elder? Most importantly, it seemed like this person was descending from Linyuan Peak. After a brief moment of silence among the 4, the gentle man suddenly realized something, brightening up, and greeted Lin Shu respectfully. Are you Lin Shu, Senior Uncle Lin? Senior Uncle Lin? Lin Shu was curious. I am Lin Shu from Linyuan Peak, but I am certainly no one's senior uncle. Upon hearing this, all three immediately bowed simultaneously. Greetings, Senior Uncle Lin. Why do you call me Senior Uncle? Lin Shu asked curiously. The gentle disciple explained, Senior Uncle Lin, you are the closed-door disciple of Xiuxian. Xiuxian is the elder brother of the patriarch and of the same generation as our grandmaster, so according to seniority, you are our senior uncle. Is my seniority that high? Lin Shu was surprised. His master hadn't mentioned these things to him. Yes, Senior Uncle Lin, you are of the same generation as our teachers. The three responded with smiles. Looking at them, Lin Shu asked, judging by your appearance, you seem to be going to Lingyuan Peak. Is there something you need? Revered Senior Uncle Lin, we have come to collect spirit rice and spirit vegetables from Lingyuan Peak. We three used to come before as well. So that's how it is. No wonder I feel like I've seen you. After saying this, the three didn't believe it at all. Not just them. Even Lin Shu couldn't believe it. Every time Lin Shu prepared the rice and vegetables, he would throw them at the gate and close the door without ever meeting them. You've wasted a trip. Why? They all asked curiously. My master said that the spiritual vegetable garden has been mostly destroyed and will temporarily stop supplying to others. The reason I am seeking the patriarch is to report this matter. After hearing this, the three said, we understand. Seeing that they accepted it without resistance, Lin Shu curiously asked, don't you have any opinions about this? After their explanation, Lin Shu finally understood the reason. Each peak in the xianxian sect had its own spirit vegetable garden, but the one on Lingyuan Peak was the best. The vegetables on Lingyuan Peak belonged solely to Xiuxian, not to the xianxian sect. Disciples couldn't eat these vegetables originally. They were exclusively for the patriarch, the various masters of peaks, the elders, and closed-door disciples. The xianxian sect had 3 peak masters. The master of Tianxian Peak, Yi, who was also the head of the sect, the master of Dixin Peak, Lu Luo, and the master of Rinxian Peak, Li Zhua. They were classmates with Xianxia, who went by the name Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan was the eldest among them. The 4 of them held the highest rank publicly in the xianxian sect. Most of the other elders were actually the disciples of the other 3 peak masters. However, Xianxia had only one disciple, Lin Shu. Therefore, Lin Shu's status ranked just below the 3 peak masters. Lingyuan Peak was rather unique. In fact, it was just a small mountain. However, Xianxia insisted on calling it Lingyuan Peak, so others followed suit. Those outside the xianxian sect had no idea such a peak existed. Lin Shu chatted with them for a long time and learned much about things he didn't know before. Realizing it was almost noon, he still needed to go back to cook. Well, then please deliver my message to the peak masters for me. I won't bother visiting the sect head. Yes, Uncle Lin, we will surely pass along your words. After saying this, Lin Shu turned around and went back. After Lin Shu left, the 3 looked at each other. What do you think of Uncle Lin? The gentle disciple asked. There is nothing unusual about him. He seems like an ordinary person, the ethereal female disciple said after some thought. I feel the same way. He's just an ordinary person. I can't sense any spiritual energy from him. The earthy-looking disciple added. But that's not likely. Even a pig eating vegetables close to being celestial would carry some spiritual essence. Yet we don't feel any from Uncle Lin, probably because his realm is too far beyond ours. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Yes, but look how young Uncle Lin is, and he is already stronger than us. He must be a super genius. We 3 are the strongest of the younger generation in the xianxian sect, but truly, comparison can drive someone crazy. How could he not be a super genius to gain the favor of Xianxia? Lin Zhan only took in one disciple in his whole life. As the 3 continued discussing Lin Shu over there, Lin Shu had already returned to the courtyard. I told you to wander around the sect, but you only talked with people at the foot of the mountain, then came right back, Xianxia scolded. Chapter 196, The Chaos Quality Constitution. Zhenyu and Zhenren had seen everything about Lin Shu chatting with the 3 people at the foot of the mountain crystal clearly. They will inform the sect leader about our Lingyuan Peaks matters. And I've learned a lot about the 3 immortal sects from their conversations as well. Since all my objectives for this outing have been accomplished, why should I bother to go anywhere else? It would just be wasting time. Zhenyu and Zhenren was taken aback. That actually makes perfect sense. Then he got angry and said, I think you're just lazy. In 10 years, you haven't left Lingyuan Peak. Are you even young anymore? You lack any curiosity that a youth should possess. Who says I don't have curiosity? Right now, I'm quite curious if I can dream while sleeping in a dream. Then Lin Shu added dejectedly, even if I go out, what does it matter? With this body of mine that cannot practice cultivation, am I going out to embarrass Lingyuan Peak? After hearing this, Zhenyu and Zhenren, who was still a little angry, paused once again before consoling him. In this world, there are no people who cannot cultivate, only methods yet to be discovered. You mustn't feel discouraged. Your master will find a way for you. Master, stop comforting me. There are so many ordinary people in this world who cannot cultivate. I'm just one of them. Nonsense. Ordinary people are not incapable of cultivation. They simply have such poor talent that it isn't worth cultivating. The same amount of natural treasures, when given to an ordinary person, might just provide a small bit of spiritual energy, extending their life by a few more years. But if given to someone talented, it could help them ascend to the next level. This is the difference, understand? Isn't that the same thing? I may just be one of those people with very poor talent. How can you still not understand? Haven't I already told you? Your talent is the most perfect I've ever seen. No one is more suitable for practicing cultivation than you. It's just that your body absorbs all the spiritual energy. However, I also don't know where exactly it has absorbed the spiritual energy to. So, when my body reaches full absorption, will I be able to cultivate then? Lin Shu asked expectantly. In theory, yes. But what? Xianhuan Jinren sighed and said, the hardest type of people to practice cultivation in this world is the chaos quality constitution type. They need both replenished spiritual energy and divine energy. Then he pointed to the vegetables in the vegetable garden and continued. We grow spiritual vegetables and grains in this garden. A person with a chaos quality constitution should eat them every day. And on top of that, if a celestial were to replenish their divine energy daily, the person's condition could probably be completely fixed within 3 years. Then he looked at Lin Shu. But you've been eating for 10 years now, without any response. Is it because there's no celestial giving me divine energy? After hearing this, Xianhuan Jinren hesitated, then replied, maybe. After hearing this, Lin Shu slumped his face, saying, where am I supposed to find a celestial to give me divine energy? Then Lin Shu thought of something and brightened up, asking, Master, you said when will the sect leader manage to pass through the calamity and become a celestial? Xianhuan Jinren, seeing Lin Shu's appearance, knew what he was thinking about. Don't count on him, based on his talent, unless there's some extraordinary opportunity. Otherwise, even the calamity heaven thunder would disdain to strike him. So, being struck by lightning is a good thing then? Yes, at least it signifies recognition of talent. All right, Master, if you come across anyone who has been struck by lightning, please let me know. I'd like to visit and ask how it felt to be struck. Night fell. Lin Shu, who had already eaten his fill, looked at his master who was still devouring his meal voraciously. Master, there's something I don't understand, Lin Shu said. What? Xianhuan Jinren asked with a mouthful of food. Based on what those 3 disciples said today, the higher one's cultivation, the less need there is for eating. Our sect leader only eats large amounts of spiritual grains and vegetables when his cultivation consumes too much spiritual energy. Aren't you always claiming to be stronger than the sect leader? Why do you eat 3 large meals a day when you spend all your time reading and not cultivating? Xianhuan Jinren slammed his bowl heavily onto the stone table. You impudent boy, are you complaining that I eat too much? Are you calling me a glutton? Lin Shu grinned sheepishly. Not at all. I'm just feeling a bit confused, that's all. Mind your own business. I'm finished eating. Now you go clean up. All right. When Lin Shu returned to the kitchen to clean up, Xianhuan Jinren looked towards the kitchen and sighed deeply. If it weren't for you, kid, how would a proper Earth Immortal end up in such a sorry state? Then he fell into deep thought. Even as an Earth Immortal, after so many years, I've been unable to restore his body. Perhaps only in Wang, who disappeared 100 years ago but is rumored to have this ability, can help. Half an hour later. Master, I've cleaned up, I'll be heading to bed. Xianhuan Jinren didn't respond, but got up and returned to his room as well. After returning to his room, Lin Shu lay sideways on his bed, closed his eyes, motionless, anticipating tonight's dream. Half an hour later, Lin Shu suddenly sat upright in bed. Xianhuan Jinren, who had been sitting in meditation with his eyes closed in the next room, also opened his eyes the moment Lin Shu sat up. Did something happen to this kid in his dream? But Lin Shu muttered to himself, I can't fall asleep at all. Upon hearing this, Xianhuan Jinren's forehead broke out in 3 black lines. He mumbled, you little rascal, I was worried you were encountering something in your dream. Then he continued to close his eyes and meditate again. After sitting for a while, Lin Shu lay down once more. If I can't sleep, thinking about things might help me fall asleep. If only I could practice cultivation. Then I'd work hard and aim to reach the stage of integration within half a year. After that, it would take another half a year to pass through the heavenly tribulation successfully. Then I'd become an Earth Immortal. Becoming an Earth Immortal, I'd find a way to help my master achieve the same status so we could cultivate together. No, once I became an Earth Immortal, why would I bother cultivating? I'd rather find a beautiful companion for the way and get one for my master too. But considering how misshapen my master looks, he probably wouldn't be very popular among women. That's going to be difficult. Forget about the companion idea. I've heard that women are troublesome. I'll just create a celestial sect. I'll be the patriarch of the celestial sect, and let my master serve as the great elder. But creating a sect sounds complicated. Why not turn the 3 Immortals sect into a celestial sect? It won't do if the name 3 Immortals sect implies there are only 2 Earth Immortals, me and my master. So why not turn the current sect leader, Yi, into an Earth Immortal too? But master said Yi's sect leader's highest potential is merely at the integration level. That's a problem. Well, let me just grow vegetables on Lingyuan Peak. It's actually pretty good. Thinking to himself like this, Lin Shu gradually fell asleep. The familiar dream, familiar scenery, familiar darkness. I see. I have fallen asleep and come into the dream. So next, I'll go back to sleep. Lin Shu stretched out his body and began sleeping. In this dream world filled only with darkness, there was nothing around. Lin Shu could fly freely in any direction, upwards, downwards, left, or right. He had tried flying endlessly in every direction, but when he woke up the next morning, he hadn't encountered anything. There was no top above, no ground below, giving a sense of void. Lost in thought, Lin Shu went back to sleep. Chapter 197, Dream Within a Dream. Not long after, Lin Shu fell asleep again. Looking at this wide expanse of the world, Lin Shu was incredibly excited. Truly, one can dream within a dream. The previous dream world was darkness, and I could see nothing but black. Now it's white, and still I see nothing, except that now it's all white. Lin Shu picked a random direction and kept flying, not knowing how long he had flown for. It seems that both the white dream and the black dream have nothing in them. I'll sleep some more to see if I can dream again. After circling around and confirming that there was indeed nothing in this white dream as in the black one, Lin Shu lay down where he was and started sleeping again. Before long, Lin Shu fell asleep again. Upon opening his eyes and looking around, Lin Shu realized he had arrived at the third dream. Though this dream was white like the second, this time the whiteness felt different from before. The second dream's whiteness resembled light, whereas this third dream's white was akin to morning mist, imparting a feeling of etherealness. Just as Lin Shu prepared to fly off in a random direction again, he noticed there was a large house beneath him. So there is actually a house here. Finally, I found something in a dream. Lin Shu felt a bit excited. Flying towards the house, Lin Shu arrived at the entrance. Lin Estate. It shares my surname. Walking up to knock on the gate, Lin Shu's hand passed right through it. Startled, Lin Shu paused for a moment, but quickly decided not to think too much about it. After all, this was a dream, so anything was possible. Passing through the gate entirely, Lin Shu entered a courtyard. What he saw in the courtyard made Lin Shu's pupils contract sharply. Lying sprawled out everywhere in the courtyard were dozens of corpses, their blood staining more than half the yard red. On closer inspection, Lin Shu determined from their death postures that it seemed these people had engaged in fierce combat with each other, but based on their similar attire, they likely belonged to the same force. Lin Shu preliminarily judged that this was an internal rebellion. These must be people from the Lin estate. As Lin Shu was about to examine more closely, he heard voices arguing coming from the rooms in front of the courtyard, though they were too far away to understand clearly. Lin Shu slowly approached the room's doorway. Initially planning to hide and eavesdrop on what was being said inside, Lin Shu reconsidered. This is my dream after all, why should I hide? Thus, Lin Shu confidently walked in. Inside, there were 2 living people. No, 3 living people. A child, roughly 5 or 6 years old, was tightly guarded under a man who was completely drenched in blood. The man with blood all over him was rather fat, covering the child, which was why Lin Shu hadn't seen him initially. Lying on the ground, the fat man clutched the boy protectively. Facing them stood a white-haired man wielding a sword. Lin Dafu, you never thought you'd end up here, did you? The white-haired man cackled madly. At the time when you killed father, I should have done you in then and there instead of showing mercy. Lin Dafu said sorrowfully. I regret it. Regret? Ha ha ha. That word, I often hear it spouted by the weak. It's no surprise coming from your mouth. You deserve to die? That decrepit old man deserved it too. Why should he pass the position of family head to you? Just because you're my older brother? The white-haired man's face twisted into a sinister expression. Our father foresaw that you were a despicable person, but even he didn't expect just how terrible you were. For the sake of being family head, you dared to kill our father and elder brother. What kind of unforgivable deed is that? Because of his serious wounds and heightened emotions, Lin Dafu spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood after speaking. Standing aside, Lin Shu had now understood. It was simply a story of brothers contending for property. He'd read such tales in his master's study. He had been standing there unnoticed beside the 2 men for quite some time. Lin Shu considered something, then moved forward to pat the white-haired man on the shoulder. As expected, just like when knocking on the door earlier, his hand passed straight through the white-haired man's shoulder. Indeed, as I thought, they're merely playing out their own stories while I'm just a spectator. Understanding this, Lin Shu decided to watch how things unfolded from the side and see when this story would come to an end. Choosing a well-angled spot, Lin Shu began observing. At this point, Lin Shu noticed the child again and, curious, approached to take a better look at the boy's face. Drawing near and crouching down to observe. How familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? Lin Shu wondered puzzledly. Taking a closer look. Isn't this me as a child? Lin Shu exclaimed. Lin Shu glanced at the trio and suddenly had an idea. Could this be something that happened before I turned 6? Is this Lin Dafu my father? Then wouldn't this white-haired man be my uncle? Realizing this, Lin Shu stepped aside, emotionless as he observed the events unfold. The story continued as the white-haired man gave a long, triumphant speech before he slew Lin Dafu with one stroke of his sword and then grabbed the child. At this point, the scene shifted. The white-haired man and the child appeared in a forest. My dear nephew, don't say your second uncle hasn't given you a chance. The demon king of Xuanhuan Mountain is my friend, and now that he's about to wake up, he must be hungry. Whether you live or die depends on your fate. With that, the white-haired man slapped the boy on the forehead, knocking him unconscious. The scene shifted again. Lin Shu found himself back in the previous courtyard, still surrounded by bodies. Upon entering the room, he saw Lin Dafu and the white-haired man repeating the earlier events. Leaving the room, Lin Shu wandered around other parts of the Lin estate, hoping to see his mother, but aside from the corpses in the yard and the 3 people in the room, there was no one else in the estate. After searching fruitlessly, Lin Shu returned to the room and watched the repetitive scene unfold. Lin Shu felt little emotional fluctuation at this moment, though what he was witnessing was likely his own history. Without any memories of these events, it all seemed like a story from a book to him. My master said that if I wish to cultivate immortality, I need to discard worldly affairs. My master was right. It appears my aptitude is indeed not bad because even seeing my father's murderer does not stir much feeling within me. Lin Shu sighed. Lin Shu repeated watching the same scenario several times. Looking at the furious father Lin Dafu and his own trembling self cradled in Lin Dafu's arms, then at the smug white-haired man, Lin Shu made a decision. He would kill his second uncle to avenge his father, not for anything else but to do what a son should do. After making the decision, Lin Shu left the Lin estate and flew toward the fog outside, curious about what lay beyond. Soon enough, Lin Shu entered the mist. However, after flying approximately 5 meters within the fog, Lin Shu found himself in another scene. Chapter 198. Heaven's Gift, the Earth Book. HM. Is this Linyuan Peak? The scene was in the courtyard of Linyuan Peak where he and his master lived. There were two people sitting in the courtyard. One was his master, Xianhuan True Person, and the other was the sect leader Yi. At that moment, the two were sitting at the stone table where he and his master usually had meals. Senior brother, do you really intend to do this? Asked sect leader Yi. I've examined this child. A yuan body. If we can fully repair his body, he will surely ascend to immortality in the future, and not just any immortal, a heavenly immortal, not like me, an earthly immortal, Xianhuan True Person confirmed. Sect leader Yi hesitated for a long time before persuading him. Senior brother, you know as well as I do that unless we find heaven's gift and it automatically repairs the bodily defects, there's never been anyone who repaired it using external force. If senior brother uses immortal chi to fix it, then how will you face the trials of earth immortals later? Think carefully, senior brother. Xianhuan True Person glanced at the room inside. When I first saw this child, I felt that this child would be my lifelong companion. I like this child very much. There's no need to persuade me. Sect leader Yi saw that he couldn't sway Xianhuan True Person and said, Senior brother, how about this? There's an earth immortal trial every 10 years, and you've just faced it. Why don't you help this child after you successfully deal with the next trial? Xianhuan True Person was silent for a while. Younger brother, let me tell you honestly. I've already turned my life-bound treasure into this patch of spirit fields. I have no confidence to pass the next earth immortal trial anymore. Sect leader Yi widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted loudly. Senior brother, why are you doing this? You're committing suicide. Xianhuan True Person remained silent. Seeing that Xianhuan True Person didn't respond, sect leader Yi stood up and pointed angrily at the room. Again, because of this child, right? Let me kill him now. With that, he turned around and rushed toward the room. As soon as Xianhuan True Person noticed this, he waved his hand, pulling sect leader Yi back to the stone table. That's enough. I've made my decision. Besides, what's called suicide? If I could truly mend his body, then even if I die, it would be worth it. Even if it doesn't succeed, if he can find heaven's gift, maybe it could save me too. Seeing Xianhuan True Person's anger, sect leader Yi knew he had no ability to resist his senior brother and angrily sat down again. Senior brother, let me advise you once more. This yuan body is also called a yuan waste body. Over the past 100 years, many capable cultivators have been discovered, but only Mingyue Princess from the City of Death has found heaven's gift. Consider carefully, won't you? After speaking, he waved his sleeve in rage and left. The scene shifted. Next came Xianhuan True Person eating large amounts of vegetables grown in the garden daily, absorbing their essence, then slowly converting it into immortal qi. In the evenings, while Lin Shu was asleep, Xianhuan True Person used the immortal qi to nourish Lin Shu's body. Lin Shu felt a mix of emotions as he watched this. Now it all made sense. His master ate so much every day because he cared for Lin Shu deeply. At this point, Yi suddenly became a little uncertain. The scene shown should have been shortly after his master had brought him back 10 years ago. It had been 10 years now, and according to what sect leader Yi had said, his master should be about to face another earth immortal trial. With his life-bound treasure now transformed into spirit fields, he had no chance of passing the next trial. Wasn't this to say that master may not live much longer? Thinking of this, Yi panicked. What should I do? What should I do? Yi paced anxiously. Right, master said earlier that if I could find heaven's gift, it might save him. Yes, I must find heaven's gift to save master. With that thought, Lin Shu rushed into the mist. However, after walking another 5 meters or so, Lin Shu arrived at another scene. This scene featured a middle-aged man hugging a pile of gold and silver treasures, laughing wildly. I'm rich. Zhang Danu is rich. Ha ha. Lin Shu took a lap around this scene but did not find anything significant and continued rushing into the mist. In the following period, Lin Shu moved through various scenarios, witnessing the myriad states of human existence. Some celebrated the birth of children, others cried over death. He'd seen siblings murder each other over treasures, and mothers who voluntarily sacrificed themselves so their children could survive. But Lin Shu didn't focus on these images much. His heart was set on finding his heaven's gift, and thus, Lin Shu searched within his dream world for a year. It's been a year, and still, I haven't found it. Master, your disciple is incompetent. Hiding in the mist, Lin Shu mumbled absent-mindedly to himself. Suddenly, Lin Shu began furiously pounding on the mist around him, shouting, Come out! Damn it, heaven's gift, come out! After a fit of venting, Lin Shu curled up, tears streaming non-stop down his cheeks. He whispered incessantly, Come out! Come out! Just as Lin Shu was losing hope, a beam of light suddenly appeared on his chest. Staring at the glow on his chest, Lin Shu became incredibly excited and stared intently at it. In no time, something book-like slowly emerged from his chest. Once the book had fully come out, Lin Shu quickly grabbed hold of it. The moment he gripped the book, Lin Shu felt an indescribable connection between himself and the book. This book was the same size as a regular one, only a soil yellow color, exuding a sense of weightiness when looked upon. Earth Book? Is this the name of this book? Fantastic. Finally, I found it. I must leave the dream world now and go find master. As soon as Lin Shu thought about leaving the dream, everything went dark all at once. He gradually opened his eyes. The first thing Lin Shu saw was his master sitting beside him, looking worried. Master, I found the heaven's gift, Lin Shu shouted in excitement. Subsequently, Lin Shu extended his hand, and a book materialized in it. Upon Lin Shu's awakening, Xianhuan True Person immediately moved forward anxiously asking, Disciple, are you alright? You slept for so long. I thought something happened to you. Seeing the look of concern on Xuanhuan true person's face and recalling what he had done for him, Lin Shu couldn't help but let tears stream down his face. Master, I have wronged you. I've made you worry these past year, but now it's fine because I've found the heaven's gift which can save you. After hearing this, Xuanhuan true person paused. Disciple, did you fall asleep foolishly? You only slept for a day. How could it be a year? Then, Xuanhuan true person looked again at the book in Lin Shu's hand. This is your heaven's gift? But how do you know about the heaven's gift? I never told you that. And what you just said about saving me, do you know something? Only a day? Lin Shu asked in astonishment. Yes. What exactly happened to you in these past day? Calm for a moment. Lin Shu then recounted every single detail of what occurred within his dreams during the last day to Xuanhuan true person. Chapter 199. The Earth Scroll eliminates the disaster. Ah, I see. So this divine treasure of yours called Earth Scroll has the ability to let you enter others' dreams, Xuanhuan Jinren analyzed. Lin Shu became anxious upon hearing this. To enter someone else's dream? What good is that? How can I save you with such an ability? Xuanhuan Jinren smiled at Lin Shu's worried expression. That you care this much means I haven't raised you in vain. Though the power of this scroll won't help me, since you found a divine treasure, your body can now cultivate. If you can reach the immortal of Earth level, then you will be able to help me. Lin Shu questioned after hearing this. Master, if I reach the immortal of Earth level, and you are already there, shouldn't you have friends who are also immortals of Earth? Can't we ask them for help? It's different. What's different? Xuanhuan Jinren explained. If I ask other Earth immortals for help, the Heaven Tribulation will consider it as two Earth immortals undergoing tribulation at the same time. The Thunder Tribulation's power would double, and neither of us would survive. But people with divine treasures are treated differently. The tribulation doesn't count those who possess divine treasures because they don't need to go through the tribulation. Do not need to go through the tribulation? Why is that? On this, I am not very clear. In this world, only Princess Mingyue of Death City has a divine treasure. She once said that those with the mixed primordial essence have a chance to obtain a divine treasure, and those with a divine treasure do not need to endure the tribulation. Since you also have a divine treasure, when the time comes, you'll know. Lin Shu nodded upon hearing this, then asked again. Master, how long will it take me to cultivate to become an Earth Immortal? And how long did it take you? With my exceptional talent, plus some opportunities one gained while playing games on the Huaxia continent, I reached the Earth Immortal level within 50 years. So long? Then how about me? You and I are different. You have the mixed primordial essence and have already obtained a divine treasure. Back in the day, Princess Mingyue became an Earth Immortal on the very day she received her divine treasure. Became an Earth Immortal on the same day? Xuanhuan Jinren nodded. So fast. Am I going to become an Earth Immortal today too? Lin Shu exclaimed in shock. Xuanhuan Jinren shook his head. Princess Mingyue was already close to the realm of Earth Immortality back then, which is why it happened so quickly. But I don't have any cultivation yet. What should I do? Lin Shu felt extremely anxious inside. There was no telling when Master Xuanhuan's celestial calamity would arrive. Without reaching the realm of an Earth Immortal, he wouldn't be able to help. This, I'm not entirely sure about either. It depends on yourself. Princess Mingyue mentioned that divine treasures bestow cultivation methods to their owners. Perhaps you could try asking your Earth Scroll. All right, Master, I'll give it a try right away. Xuanhuan Jinren chuckled softly. No need to rush, take your time. You haven't eaten all day, so why don't you eat something first? Otherwise, your stomach won't cooperate, huh? Seeing his master looking happy, Lin Shu knew his teacher's mood must be quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be in the mood to make small jokes with him. The two left the room and planned to go prepare some food first. Just as they stepped out of the room, Xuanhuan Jinren suddenly trembled, stopped in his tracks, and slowly looked up at the sky without moving. Master, what's happening? Lin Shu curiously gazed at the sky. Dark clouds were gathering from all sides above Lingyuan Peak, and what was originally a bright and sunny day soon turned into night. Amidst the dark clouds, lightning flashed fiercely, and purple-white lightning seemed ready to strike down at any moment. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan Jinren used his magical powers to protect Lin Shu's whole body and tossed him toward the foot of Lingyuan Peak. In midair, bewildered, Lin Shu heard Xuanhuan Jinren's trembling voice. Don't approach Lingyuan Peak. When Lin Shu landed at the foot of the mountain protected by Xuanhuan Jinren's magical power and without injury, he was about to run toward Lingyuan Peak. A hand caught Lin Shu's clothes and forcefully pulled him back. Turning around, Lin Shu saw that it was Sect Leader Yi. Seeing Sect Leader Yi, Lin Shu immediately pleaded anxiously. Sect Leader, something has happened to Master. Please, hurry and take a look. Yi shook his head. I can't go. Why? Lin Shu cried anxiously. Because it's the heaven tribulation of Earth Immortals. With my cultivation level, if I enter, it's certain death. Sect Leader Yi looked solemnly at the peak of Lingyuan Mountain. How is that possible? Lin Shu couldn't believe it. Sect Leader Yi gave Lin Shu a faint glance. It seems you already know. If in the future you find a divine treasure, then inherit your master's wish well and protect the three immortal sect. After hearing this, Lin Shu flew into a rage. What do you mean? Are you saying my master is bound to fail this trial of Earth Immortality and surely die? How dare you curse my master? Finishing these words, Lin Shu clenched his fists and rushed toward Yi. You dare to curse my master? I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Slap. Yi slapped Lin Shu and sent him flying to the ground. Then Yi angrily said, if it wasn't for your appearance, would brother be unable to pass this trial of Earth Immortality? I've put up with you for a long time. If brother hadn't treated you like his own child, I would have killed you just now with that slap. Lin Shu sat on the ground in shock after hearing this, his eyes vacant as he blamed himself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Yi ignored the already dazed Lin Shu, sighing as he looked at the increasingly dark clouds above Linyuan Peak. With brother's current state, it seems he might not even survive the first thunder tribulation. Brother, I wonder if you regretted the decision you made back then. But given your personality, if you had to choose again, you probably wouldn't change your choice back then, right? Yi glanced at Lin Shu, who was still in a daze. Brother, rest in peace. Although I dislike this kid, I will take good care of him after you're gone. The xuanhuan under the thunder strike at Linyuan Peak seemed to have heard Yi's words. A smile appeared on his face, and he unleashed all his remaining immortal energy to prepare for the first wave of the thunder strike. At this moment, Yi stood expressionlessly, gazing unwaveringly at the sky towards the direction where his master was on Linyuan Peak. This feeling of helplessness sunk his heart to the bottom, making him look lifeless like a corpse. Suddenly, Lin Shu sitting dumbly on the ground felt a strange sensation, as if a voice was telling him, if you want to save your master, throw the earth scroll into the thunder layer. Without thinking about who the voice belonged to, Lin Shu acted without hesitation, throwing the earth scroll in his hand toward the thunder layer. Seeing this, Yi beside him didn't intervene. He considered it merely Lin Shu's last act of venting. As soon as the earth scroll was thrown less than 3 meters, it suddenly accelerated and in an instant disappeared into the thunder layer. There was no spectacular scene. Less than a second after the earth scroll entered the thunder layer, the thunderclouds began to dissipate. Within 10 seconds, they were completely gone, and the sunny sky reappeared above Linyuan Peak as if nothing had happened before. Chapter 200. Problems with the Ascension Tribulation. Lin Shu was overjoyed at the sight and ran towards Linyuan Peak. Sect Master Yi watched Lin Shu's retreating back in astonishment. Xianxia, however, stood ready for battle, looking perplexedly at the sky. Did the Divine Ascension Tribulation get scared by my overwhelming presence? He then shook his head to rid himself of this absurd thought. A clang sounded as something fell beside him. Xianxia looked down and saw a book. Upon picking it up, he examined it closely. Isn't this little Shu Zi's Earth book? What's going on here? At that moment, Lin Shu had already reached the courtyard and, seeing his master standing safely there, couldn't help but burst into tears. Master, you're all right. That's wonderful. I thought I'd never see you again. Woo woo woo. That's enough. Stop crying. The thunder tribulation hasn't even started. How could anything have happened to me? Holding the earth book, Xianxia asked Lin Shu. What's the meaning of all this? Lin Shu explained while looking at the earth book. During the thunder tribulation, Sect Master told me to throw the earth book into the thunderclouds to save you. So I did. Just as Lin Shu finished speaking, Sect Master Yi's voice came from behind. When did I ever say that? Didn't you, Sect Master? Lin Shu asked doubtfully. No, I didn't. Sect Master Yi was also confused. Then who said it? It was just the two of us at the foot of the mountain earlier. How should I know? But I'm sure I never said that. At this point, Xianxia spoke. Little Shu Zi, you said earlier you were going to cook. Why haven't you started yet? Go do it now. Lin Shu glanced hesitantly at his master and replied. All right, I'll go cook then. After Lin Shu entered the kitchen, Yi curiously asked, Brother, why did you deliberately send Lin Shu away? Did you notice something unusual? Before an Earth Immortal tribulation occurs, there are usually omens. This time though, it came rather suddenly, sighed Xianxia. Do you suspect there's something wrong? Yi asked curiously. Xianxia nodded. Startled, Yi exclaimed. Could there be problems with the Earth Immortal tribulation? Is it possible someone can manipulate the tribulations? Do you remember the description of tribulations in our game on the Huaxia continent? Asked Xianxia. Yes, it says that each realm of cultivation brings its own tribulations. What's wrong with that? Yi was confused. It's true that every realm comes with tribulations, but not all tribulations are alike. For example, this lightning tribulation is a heavenly tribulation which only appears when one ascends to celestial immortal status. However, the tribulation faced by an Earth Immortal is actually a trial of the heart, not a lightning tribulation. Yi was shocked, but these past decades, those who have become Earth Immortals all went through a lightning tribulation. Sighing, Xianxia said, that's where the problem lies. Those who have reached Earth Immortal status in recent years have been studying this issue. Could it be that the information in the game is incorrect? Yi questioned. We've considered that possibility too, but it's unlikely. Cultivation itself stems from what we learned in the game, and these yearly occurrences of lightning tribulations have led some Earth Immortals to notice irregularities. What irregularities? Some people detected signs of divine power during their tribulations, the same kind worshipped in the Divine Descent Empire. The Divine Descent Empire? Could they be controlling the lightning tribulations? Yi couldn't believe it. It's unclear, but they're definitely involved somehow. Furthermore, on the Huaxia continent, it was never mentioned that Earth Immortals face a tribulation every 10 years. So, there must be a problem somewhere. Additionally, the path of cultivating magic and martial arts to achieve godhood is entirely different from the cultivation path we follow, stated Xianxia seriously. You mean, the gods who have achieved mastery through magic and martial arts want to exterminate cultivators like us? Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Nodding, Xianxia hesitated before shaking his head. We don't know yet, but it's a plausible assumption. So aren't we at odds with the gods? Then Yi seemed to recall something and asked, but wait, if the gods really wanted to eradicate us cultivators, why not just come out and fight us directly instead of complicating things with these tribulations every 10 years? I'm unsure, but I think it might have something to do with Princeton, who disappeared 100 years ago. Princeton? Yes, shortly after Princeton created the Huaxia continent game, he vanished. Before, in the real world, cultivation was impossible. Only within the game was it achievable. After Princeton disappeared, the spiritual energy gradually appeared in the world, making real-world cultivation possible just like in the game. Do you mean, all this that Princeton did was aimed against the gods? Yi was startled by his own conjecture. Xianxia nodded. Do you remember a TV series from 100 years ago? There was a story about 4 people journeying to the west. Yi nodded. I've seen it. Regarding the demon race mentioned earlier, it now seems that those demons were actually gods. This is merely a conjecture. Don't mention it to anyone else. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, Lin Shu walked out from the kitchen. Master, the meal is ready. Lin Shu emerged from the kitchen carrying a bucket and a basin. With mixed feelings, Yi glanced at Lin Shu and said to Xianxia, Brother, I'll leave first then. Lin Shu watched Yi as he left. Why did the sect master leave? Is he not staying for dinner? Lin Shu asked Xianxia. There are matters in the sect, so don't worry about him. Let's eat ourselves. Alright, we save quite a bit of food this way. I've heard sect master Yi can eat quite a lot. Come on, master, eat more. Yi said cheerfully. Looking at Lin Shu, Xianxia asked, Little Shu Zi, has your earth book encountered any issues? Issues? There haven't been any. Even if there were, it would be worth saving you once, master. Lin Shu laughed foolishly. Xianxia felt deeply moved after hearing this. I'm glad to have a disciple like you. I'm also glad to have you as my master, Lin Shu chuckled afterward. Little Shu Zi, now that you can cultivate immortality, what do you want to do in the future? I just want to reach the rank of Earth Immortal and live happily with my master, being an easygoing Earth Immortal. Haha, it's good that my disciple understands life. Living freely and without worries is wonderful. Once you reach the realm of Earth Immortal, you're practically invincible. As long as you survive every 10 years tribulation, you can essentially live forever. Being an Earth Immortal living comfortably is also pretty great. Exactly what Master said. I will train diligently to reach the Earth Immortal realm, and then live happily with my master. Here, let's empty this bucket of rice. Lin Shu raised the bucket of rice in his hand and declared loudly. Very well, let's finish this bucket of rice, and later will be known as the Twin Rice Bucket Immortals. Xianxia exclaimed joyfully. Ha! Great, master, you're the big rice bucket. I'm the little rice bucket. We're the happy Twin Rice Bucket Immortals. Chapter 201, A Night of Integration. At night, Lin Shu held the Book of Earth with excitement and studied it carefully. Xianxia had mentioned that treasures from heaven come with techniques for their masters. Lin Shu was eager to gain these techniques and start cultivating as soon as possible. By midnight, Lin Shu felt a bit drowsy. After yawning, he fell asleep unintentionally. Darkness, endless darkness. Lin Shu realized that he was in the first level of the dark dream realm. Am I dreaming now? Does the Book of Earth only impart techniques in dreams? He then pulled out the Book of Earth. Book of Earth, give me the technique. There was no response. He flipped through the pages, but there were no techniques inside, just maps of mountains and rivers, just like game maps. Am I supposed to find the techniques on my own in this dream? With this thought, Lin Shu wanted to go to the third layer of the dream realm since the first 2 levels contained nothing. If there were techniques, they must be in the third layer. To get to the third dream realm, I need to sleep twice more. How troublesome. If only I could go directly, Lin Shu murmured to himself. The moment these words left his lips, the scene shifted, and Lin Shu found himself in the third layer of the dream realm. Startled at first, Lin Shu then smiled inwardly. Good, I can jump straight to the third dream realm, saving me a lot of trouble. Thinking about seeking techniques in other people's dreams, Lin Shu suddenly wondered aloud. If there's a third dream realm, could there also be a fourth? Take me to the fourth dream realm, Lin Shu shouted. After waiting for a while with no response, he lay down in place and began sleeping again. Unsure how much time passed, Lin Shu opened his eyes. Looking around, nothing had changed. It seems there are only 3 dream realms after all. My master said the heavenly treasure would grant me techniques, but apparently, that's not happening. Lin Shu sighed once more. Dream after dream, Lin Shu wandered aimlessly through others' dreams. He didn't know where to begin or where to search for his cultivation method. Thus, he just wandered aimlessly. Bored, Lin Shu observed a disciple of the 3 Immortals sect reciting spell incantations word by word. Lin Shu found it even more tedious. For a mere 1,000-word incantation, I memorized it after hearing it once. Yet this fool has been struggling for an entire hour, Lin Shu muttered derisively. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that I am capable of learning others' techniques in my dreams? Realizing this possibility made Lin Shu feel gloomy. This was the age of shared information. Any cultivation technique could be found on a handheld mirror and bought. Especially within games, techniques obtained could often be purchased if one had the money. If he needed the technique, why not just buy it? There was no need to steal anything. In this world, cultivation primarily depended on one's talent, and techniques were never lacking. Contemplating this, Lin Shu decided against wandering around aimlessly anymore. He took out the Book of Earth and planned to investigate whether it truly functioned the way he imagined. If it were indeed designed solely for stealing techniques, then its only benefit to him would be saving money. As soon as Lin Shu retrieved the Book of Earth, the dream of the 3 Immortal sect disciple began to twist and distort, gradually being absorbed by the Book of Earth. Seeing this, Lin Shu was overjoyed. About a day later, this entire dream was fully absorbed into the Book of Earth. At this point, Lin Shu could feel large amounts of spiritual energy gathering inside his body. So, absorbing others' dreams is my method of cultivation. Lin Shu exclaimed joyfully. Without hesitation, Lin Shu entered another person's dream. Once again, he took out the Book of Earth and began absorbing the dream. A month passed in the dream world, during which Lin Shu had already reached the division spirit stage. In one dream day, I can absorb a dream, having already absorbed 30. Now I have reached the division spirit stage. Judging by this calculation, one dream year equals 1 day outside, 12 months per year, 12 hours a day. That means one dream month equals 1 outside hour. So achieving the division spirit stage within a dream month translates to reaching it in an hour outside. After this calculation, Lin Shu couldn't help but doubt its authenticity. It was simply too fast. No wonder Master said Mingyu, Princess of the City of Death, became a celestial immortal in just 1 day. Truly, treasures from heaven are extraordinary. Lin Shu closed his eyes to acquaint himself with the abilities of the division spirit stage. The sensation of the soul leaving the body felt akin to the mind detaching from the body. Not exactly. Rather, more accurately, it felt similar to the tactile sense departing, akin to closing one's eyes and using one's hands to feel something. One knew that something existed and could discern its size, but not its color. No wonder in-game experts always warn against casually using one's spirit to examine others. This isn't merely checking, it's outright touching them. An act so explicit that it constitutes provocation. Lin Shu retracted his spirit, opened his eyes, and decided against further practicing soul departure. At the same time, he felt something peculiar, almost as though he'd experienced this before. It felt as though this wasn't his first time experiencing soul departure. I must have been mistaken. I am clearly experiencing soul departure for the first time, so why does it feel familiar? It must be an illusion. Shaking his head, Lin Shu moved on to the next dream. So far, only a month had passed in the dream world, which equated to just 1 hour outside. It was still early before dawn. Lin Shu wanted to absorb more dreams before daybreak. In the dream, Lin Shu absorbed the dream's essence while blending the obtained spiritual energy with his own spirit. After several more months passed in the dream world, Lin Shu considered continuing but decided that it should already be morning. He stopped and opened his eyes. The sky had brightened. Exiting the room, Lin Shu entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Master, it's time to eat. Having arranged the tableware, Lin Shu called out towards xuanhuan's room. Xuanhuan soon stepped out of his quarters. Little Shu, how did it go last night? Did you make any progress? Xuanhuan asked as he sat down on the stone bench. Master, take a look. Lin Shu extended his hand with a proud grin. Seeing the sphere of spiritual energy in Lin Shu's palm, Xuanhuan felt very pleased. Excellent, excellent. You've cultivated your spiritual energy in just 1 night. When I started, it took me an entire evening to achieve this. I was considered a genius back then. Lin Shu smiled smugly. Master, take a closer look at me. What's there to see? Before Xuanhuan could finish speaking, his face turned astonished. How is this possible? Have you reached the fusion stage already? Lin Shu proudly nodded. What do you think about that, Master? Xuanhuan murmured to himself. This is too terrifying. In just 1 night, you've reached the fusion stage, just 1 step away from becoming an Earth Immortal. I used to think Princess Mingyu achieving Earth Immortality in a single day was exaggerated, but now it seems not at all overstated. Hee. Lin Shu was thrilled by Xuanhuan's stunned expression. Don't just gawk like a fool. Your rapid progression needs practice. After breakfast, go hone your skills in the game. Yes, Master. Chapter 202. Lin Shu enters the game. Night fell. With excitement, Lin Shu entered the game of Huaxia continent. In the past, he didn't have the talent for cultivation and thought he never would. So in the game, he chose a life career, livestock farming, planning to get rich by raising pigs. Now that he had gained talent for cultivation, he decided to specialize. The game of Huaxia continent has been running for 100 years. During these 100 years, everything has stabilized and is not as profitable as it was at the beginning. Thus, a life career could only offer basic sustenance. Currently, the most promising path is still the combat career. There are 4 continents in this game divided into East, West, South, and North. Even after 100 years, humans have never left the Eastern continent. It's not that they can't leave, but the other continents are too dangerous for cultivators of their level. Right now, the hottest activity is for combat professions to explore the other 3 continents because there are countless treasures over there. The Eastern continent is where humans live. In 100 years, it has completely transformed into a new world, mainly focusing on immortality cultivation. The Southern continent is inhabited by demons. According to people from the Exploration Guild of the Southern continent, demons are evolved from magical beasts and can transform into human forms. Lin Shu didn't understand how magical beasts could turn into humans. The Northern continent is the realm of beasts, filled with powerful magical creatures, including rare creatures like xuanhuan, baizhe, and xilan, which do not exist in the outside world. The Western continent is where the demon race survives. Lin Shu didn't know what the demon race was, nor did anyone else, since none of those who ventured into the Western continent came back alive. Therefore, the Western continent was known as the most perilous one, and hardly anyone dared to take risks there anymore. Lin Shu had a breeding room in the game where he raised 5 pigs. He planned to sell these 5 pigs and change his profession. The cost of changing professions was expensive, and he didn't have enough money. Leading the pigs to the slaughterhouse. There were many natives in this game. Natives refer to the people who lived within the game from its inception. According to Lin Shu's knowledge, initially, there weren't many natives, but now there were more of them than outsiders like him. Natives also possess strong factions. Over the past century, their relationship with outsiders remained average. The owner of the slaughterhouse was also a native. He and Lin Shu had conducted many transactions before, and their relationship was fairly friendly. Upon seeing Lin Shu lead 5 pigs into the slaughterhouse, the owner clearly appeared surprised. Lin Shu, has your professional rank increased? Selling 5 pigs at once. No, Boss Wang, these are all my pigs. Oh, selling all of them? Don't you want to keep a couple for piglets? No, I'm planning to switch to a combat career. You can cultivate now? Boss Wang had many dealings with Lin Shu, and Lin Shu had already told him about his inability to cultivate before. Good luck, I can cultivate now. Lin Shu smiled. Boss Wang envied. What great luck. If only I had the same luck. Lin Shu didn't know what to say, so he just smiled. After purchasing Lin Shu's 5 pigs according to market price, Boss Wang gave him a little extra money. Lin Shu didn't refuse, and happily said, Thank you, Boss Wang. It's no big deal. Since you're not going to raise pigs anymore, we may have fewer opportunities to meet. Here's some extra cash for you. When you become an immortal, remember to look after me. Boss Wang joked. All right, Lin Shu responded with a smile. They chatted casually for a few moments. Boss Wang then sighed. I really envy you outsiders. What is there to envy? Lin Shu questioned. You see, when you die in this world, you can return here soon after. And when we die, we're truly gone. Moreover, you can travel between the 2 worlds. That's pretty good. It's not as admirable as you think. We'll die in our own world too. Still better than us, isn't it? If only I could visit your world. Boss Wang expressed his envy. Then, Boss Wang looked around carefully and whispered to Lin Shu. Do you know? It's rumored that many forces are studying ways to leave this world and go to your world. What? Is that true? Lin Shu was shocked. Of course. Actually, this isn't a secret. It's just that discussions on this topic are discouraged. Can you tell me more? I haven't heard about this. Lin Shu asked softly. Well, let me explain it to you. Then, Boss Wang pulled Lin Shu into the house. After sitting down, Boss Wang said, Actually, various forces have been researching this matter for many years. Recently, some news has come out, possibly due to fear that someone might discover it. Fear of whom discovering it? Lin Shu was curious. The Lord of Zhongzhou City. The Lord of Zhongzhou City? What does he have to do with this? This is where you're uninformed. After research by us natives and you outsiders, the Lord of Zhongzhou City is also the Lord of Death City from your world. His name is Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, the legendary Wang who disappeared 100 years ago. Lin Shu was greatly startled. Mr. Wang nodded. That's correct. So what does this have to do with Wang? Would Wang knowing about this cause any issues? Lin Shu asked curiously. How can you know so little? This world was created by Wang. What? Can't be. Isn't it said that this world is part of the divine realm, and Wang merely opened a passage for us to enter? Do you really believe that nonsense? Mr. Wang said disdainfully. I'm a native-born resident here. How come I've never heard our world is part of the divine realm? Moreover, this world only has 100 years worth of history. There are no records of anything before 100 years ago. What do you make of that? Mr. Wang glanced at Lin Shu. So, why then do they want to study leaving this world? Lin Shu didn't understand. Isn't it obvious? This world was created by Wang. If one day Wang gets unhappy and destroys this world, what will happen to us natives? If we can go to your world, we might survive. Hence they started researching ways to leave. Why do the powerful ones among you outsiders agree to collaborate on the research? That I don't know either. Maybe because the competition in your world is also fierce, so they were looking for allies. So it's like that. Lin Shu understood. Everyone was doing it for themselves. If Wang knew, he might not necessarily disagree, right? Lin Shu asked. Who knows? But Wang has been gone for so long. Maybe he won't return anymore. Well, all we common folk can do is just listen and chat about it. Even if we could leave this world, it wouldn't be our turn anyway. It's better to live life honestly. Lin Shu nodded. He also understood that normal people without strength had no right to voice opinions on major events. Chapter 203, Azura's Small World. After leaving Mr. Wang, Lin Shu went to the occupational union for a career change. And just after Lin Shu left, the smile on Mr. Wang's face behind him became intriguing. Immortal above, you transformed yourself into this person called Lin Shu. What exactly do you intend to do? At the same time, in the hall of Yama in the underworld, the Yama king Luha opened his eyes and muttered, Azura, why are you disturbing His Highness? What is your intention by deliberately getting close to His Highness? In this game set in the Chinese mainland that originally took place in the underworld, after a century, it had already been discovered by Azura. Simultaneously, he found Xuanhuan who had turned into Lin Shu. He did not know what Xuanhuan intended to do. After realizing Xuanhuan didn't have his memories anymore when he approached as Mr. Wang, Azura thought deeply about several things. The first was, where were Xuanhuan's memories? Azura did not believe that Xuanhuan would erase his own memories. They must have been sealed somewhere. He initially assumed they might be sealed in his own physical body. In the land temple of the skeleton god, Azura located Xuanhuan's body. For a moment, upon finding it, he almost went crazy with happiness, thinking he could take over this body. But he was wrong. It wasn't that he couldn't enter Xuanhuan's body. Rather, when he entered, he found nothing inside. This body was merely a tool for converting Yin energy into immortal qi, continuously transforming it, akin to any ordinary artifact made of stone or wood, unable to be occupied. Simultaneously, he understood that Xuanhuan's memories weren't sealed in this body either. Subsequently, he examined Lin Shu. The memories were not sealed in Lin Shu's body either. Finally, Azura turned his attention to the Wheel of Reincarnation. Indeed, he discovered something there. However, Xuanhuan's memories were scattered across multiple cycles of reincarnation, beyond Azura's ability to extract them all. Fortunately, within the cycle of Azura's realm, Azura found a portion of these memories and learned a little about Xuanhuan, though only a tiny bit. Even so, just this small amount of memory astonished Azura greatly, because from it, he learned about something new, psi abilities or superpowers, as well as the concept of transmigration. Upon discovering this part of the memory, Azura was ecstatic. Following that, using this memory combined with the power of the Azura realm cycle of reincarnation, he himself created a small world. This small world was very fragile and prone to collapse easily, but it didn't matter. He planned to use this small world to cultivate a person endowed with psi abilities. Azura's own ability was creation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for him to create an entire race of beastmen. After obtaining a part of Xuanhuan's memories, he realized why his own race of beastmen had been weak. The beastmen lacked complete life experiences. Things created out of nothing often contained many flaws. Hence he decided to utilize the concept of transmigration to create a fully realized human being, one gifted with powerful psi abilities. When he deliberately informed Lin Shu about breaking the boundaries between games and reality, it was because he feared that if Xuanhuan woke up and found out he had created someone with psi abilities, it would cause trouble. So, he gave him another problem to distract him. As long as Xuanhuan did not notice him, it would be fine. After leaving the game, Azura returned to his domain in the underworld. Subsequently, he extracted a glowing sphere from his body. This was the world of psi abilities he had created. Now, he needed to create a person and then forge a complete life experience for them. This world was too fragile, unable to sustain for long before collapsing. Thus, Azura cautiously proceeded step by step. A person named Lin Wuyu appeared in the world of psi abilities. The intense pain coursing through his entire body awakened Lin Wuyu. Upon waking, a flood of memories surged in. A few minutes later, Lin Wuyu comprehended his current predicament. The original owner of this body was a minor lackey of the Mad Blade sect, who had been completely cut apart in a gang war with the Celestial Eagle sect. The Mad Blade sect considered saving him a waste of resources, so they discarded him at home, letting him live or die on his own. Struggling at home for less than half a day, the original owner died in agony. Right at that moment, Lin Wuyu arrived through transmigration and took over the original owner's body. This body's master shared both name and surname with him, which satisfied Lin Wuyu. However, the looks were slightly inferior to his original form. What am I thinking about? Having the chance to live again, I shouldn't still care about this. Even if I were to transmigrate into a pig, I should be satisfied. Smiling helplessly. Hiss. This laugh stirred up wounds all over his body, and the excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint. He strived to recall his entire life to stay awake, fearing that if he lost consciousness now, he might never wake up again. I wonder if I'll conjured again after death. Recalling his life as it co-male, Lin Wuyu suddenly remembered an event from his childhood. Wuxing disaster. Lin Wuyu remembered that when he was 8 or 9 years old, he met an old Taoist priest who told him that when he was 25 years old, he would experience the Wuxing disaster. Vaguely recalling, the old Taoist had said that the Wuxing disaster consists of 5 calamities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Generally, the Wuxing disaster appears at the age of 5, and once survived, one can live out their life normally. However, his Wuxing disaster was different. It would appear at the age of 5 fives, which is 25 years old. This kind of Wuxing disaster is also called the Wuxing Yinyang disaster. The old Taoist said that if he could survive the Wuxing Yinyang disaster, he would soar to great heights, but if he couldn't, there would be no second chance. At the time, he completely disregarded the old Taoist, thinking the man was trying to cheat him for money. Back then, Lin Wuyu was very clever as a child, so after hearing the story, he simply patted his buttocks and left without paying any attention to the old Taoist. Now, reflecting on the old Taoist's words, the fire accident, the lake, the vine whip, and the knife wound, aren't these 4 of them? Then the 5th should be the earth calamity. He blankly looked at the small earthen house in front of him. Impossible, right? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the small earthen house collapsed and fell onto Lin Wuyu's body. Before losing consciousness, Lin Wuyu only had one thought in mind. Why didn't I ask the old Taoist about the solution to the Wuxing Yinyang disaster before slipping away? When Lin Wuyu woke up, he found himself lying on a bed in a room. Brother Wuyu, you're awake? A joyful voice rang in Lin Wuyu's ears. With great difficulty, Lin Wuyu turned his head toward the direction of the sound. Xiaoyu. Based on the original owner's memories, the little girl calling him was named Tongyu. She had grown up with the previous owner, and they were engaged. Brother Wuyu, you're awake. That's wonderful. Then Tongyu looked at an elderly person beside her and said, Master, you're truly amazing, curing Brother Wuyu right away. Chapter 204, Lin Wuyu's Betrayal. The elder stroked his beard affectionately as he looked at Tongyu. For ordinary people, this kind of injury might be incurable. But for us cultivators, it's merely a superficial wound. You should focus on your cultivation. In the future, such injuries will be easy for you to heal. Tongyu nodded obediently. Who is this? Wuyu brother, this is my master Lu Zhong, an elder of Xianxia sect. An elder of Xianxia sect? Lin Wuyu glanced at Lu Zhong and then Xiaoyu. One was an elder, the other his fiancée. They were also teacher and student, and they discovered him right in his own home. Could they be here to dissolve the engagement? This routine was so familiar. Lin Wuyu tried sitting up, feeling his body. Aside from some pain, there were no major issues. He couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the cultivators of this world truly were. With these injuries in his previous life, he would have certainly passed away. Lu Elder, greetings. Since you and Xiaoyu found me in my house, there must be something you're looking for, right? Hearing Lin Wuyo's words, Xiaoyu's face showed hesitation, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Lin Wuyo immediately knew his guess wasn't far off. Lu Zheng laughed heartily. You're absolutely correct. I am indeed here for something. I'll be blunt. I've come to take Xiaoyu to Xianxia sect. You are Xiaoyu's fiancé, but you're just an ordinary person. Xiaoyu has great talent for cultivation. I don't want you holding her back, so this time we're here to cancel the engagement. Do you agree? Whether or not I agree doesn't matter, does it? Lin Wuyo smiled as he said to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng chuckled. You're quite clever. Regardless of your agreement, I must take Xiaoyu with me. The most important thing is that Xiaoyu herself also wishes to go to Xianxia sect with me. Wuyo brother Xiaoyu hesitated again. I agree. Wuyo brother you. Xiaoyu opened her wide eyes incredulously as she stared at Lin Wuyo. Knowing Lin Wuyo through years of familiarity, she never imagined he'd consent. When Xiaoyu merely expressed her wish to join a sect before, Lin Wuyo fiercely scolded her, claiming she intended to abandon him and wouldn't allow her to leave under any circumstances. Xiaoyu understood Lin Wuyo's sentiments. His parents had fallen victim to sect disciples, leaving Lin Wuyo with no favorable impressions of sections. This time, fearing Lin Wuyo's disapproval once again, Xiaoyu specially invited her master to assist her. But now Lin Wuyo's attitude made Xiaoyu feel unfamiliar with her beloved Wuyo brother. Lin Wuyo earnestly gazed at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, follow your master diligently in the future. Wuyo brother, do you really mean it? Of course, I was too selfish in the past, but now I've realized that cultivating is beneficial. It prevents one from being bullied, extends one's life, and helps maintain youth. If only I had better aptitude, I'd have joined a sect myself. Let our betrothal become void. We are no longer part of the same world. To let you fully focus on cultivation under your master, I've decided that we will never meet again in the future. After saying this, Lin Wuyo feigned reluctance, turning his head aside. You two may leave. Lu Zheng smirked. Haha, young man, you're wise and rational. Then he turned to Xiaoyu. Disciple, let's go. When they really started to leave, Lin Wuyo was upset. I just acted so reasonable just to get some compensation from you, and you didn't even bother to give me anything? I should have said something dramatic like, don't underestimate the young, to look more dignified. Lin Wuyo thought about asking for benefits directly. After all, the old man seemed completely out of touch with human relations. As for whether opening his mouth to ask for advantages would seem shameless, Lin Wuyo shrugged it off, thinking what face or no face. No way was he letting money slip away because of pride. Crossing into this poverty-stricken person, who owned nothing except for a collapsed mud hut, how could he still care about face when he had nowhere to live? Just as he was about to open his mouth, Xiaoyu stopped her master who had already turned around to leave. Master, Wuyo brother has lost everything. Did you bring any money? Lin Wuyo happily watched Tong Yu and her master leave with the 100 taels of silver in hand. As for breaking the engagement, Lin Wuyo didn't care at all. Having just arrived in this new world, he inherited only the memories of the original host. He felt no attachment to the host's emotions towards Tong Yu. Though Tong Yu was undeniably beautiful, compared to all the women he'd seen online in his previous life as a shut-in, she wasn't much different. Moreover, with his new arrival, having someone as familiar with the original host sticking around would make it easy to expose him, so it was better for her to leave. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the door echoed through. Lin Wuyo was startled. How did they come back? Could it be that old man thought he gave too much with the 100 taels? And wants it back? Opening the door, it turned out to be the two men from the Crazy Knife sect who had carried him home. One was named Li Daju and the other Lu Er. Indeed, you are not dead, just as I guessed. Lu Er proudly glanced at Li Daju beside him. Lin Wuyo looked confused. What do you mean just as I guessed? Lu Er, looking smug, said, I saw Tong Yu and Elder Lu Zheng of Xianxia sect heading to your place earlier today. So, there was no doubt in my mind that you were still alive. You know Elder Lu Zheng is from Xianxia sect? Lin Wuyo asked, curious. I didn't initially, but after Tong Yu's parents bragged to all their neighbors about their daughter joining Elder Lu Zheng's sect, well, who wouldn't know? Lin Wuyo understood now upon hearing this explanation. Then he inquired, so, Brother Lu and Brother Li, if you came here to bring me back to Crazy Knife sect, can I rest a bit more before returning? My body has just recovered. In fact, Lin Wuyo never intended to return. He didn't fancy being a mere foot soldier at such a small sect. What kind of shame would that be for a person coming from another world? With a sly grin, Lu Er said, before we talk about whether or not you're going back to the sect, Elder Lu Zheng must have rewarded you, right? Hand over the rewards. Knitting his brows, Lin Wuyo questioned, Brother Lu, what exactly do you mean by that? Beside him, Li Daju interjected, we went through so much trouble to carry you home, we certainly don't expect nothing in return. It's reasonable to give us a little compensation for our efforts, don't you think? Plus, if it wasn't for us bringing you home, Elder Lu might never have found you. You'd probably be dead somewhere out there. Therefore, as your lifesavers, don't you owe us something? After pondering silently for a moment with an emotionless face, Lin Wuyo then smiled and said, that seems fair enough. He then took out 2 silver taels and handed each of them 1 tael. Thank you both for taking me home. Use these silvers to have a good meal and some tea. The pair's eyes gleamed as they took the silver coins, a full tael each, equivalent to their monthly pay for being lowly members of the sect. This generous act showed they believed Lin Wuyo still had plenty of silver. Looking at Lin Wuyo with a darkened face, Lu Er muttered, do you take us for beggars, Lin Wuyo? Chapter 205, The Death City Packed with Crises. Do not mean this, don't misunderstand. Lin Wuyo hurriedly chuckled apologetically. Nope, hee hee. Then came the sound of a knife entering the body. Lin Wuyo slowly fell to the ground and lay there unmoving with an unwilling expression on his face. As Lin Wuyo died, the small world bang collapsed. Azura God stood there blankly holding just one fragment of the shattered small world in his hand. How could this happen? Why doesn't it work? He looked at the fragments of the small world in his hand. Fortunately, the broken memories haven't disappeared yet, so it seems I still have to think of other ways. Azura closed his eyes and started cultivating to heal himself as the collapse of the small world had injured him quite badly. The underworld Lord Lu has silently paid attention to all these developments. Even though he was able to observe the entire underworld, it was only for observation purposes. He could not manipulate situations like Xuanhuan could, so he couldn't do anything about Azura either. Prince, when will you come back? Azura is probably beyond my control. I can't handle him. Sighing, Luha looked toward the land temple of the Death Forest, which still emanated sacred energy despite being made of skulls. With the nourishment from this divine energy, the Skull Land Guardian became more powerful. This 100 years of nourishment didn't just empower the skull significantly, but the various magical beasts outside the land temple had also mutated. They were no longer much like magical beasts, but rather resembled monsters from a game. Luha once again gazed at the body of Xuanhuan that was converting energy into divine energy. Muttering to himself, Luha said, Prince, is this the world capable of achieving immortality that you spoke of? You said that when immortals, demons, monsters, ghosts, humans, and animals all exist, then it is truly a world of immortals. Now the latter 5 kinds already exist, so why haven't you returned yet? Is it that once you return, we will be able to ascend to immortality? Luha once again glanced at the skeletal land spirit. This skeleton has also changed. Luha suddenly felt exhausted. With the prince absent, problems appeared everywhere. Azura has become increasingly brazen, daring enough even to steal the prince's memories. The skeleton land spirit has started to develop ambition as well. Deities from the divine realm have been appearing more and more frequently, and in recent decades they have already started influencing the trials of becoming an immortal among the gods of Earth. Meanwhile, the land spirits of other empires have begun to collaborate with creatures from Chinese games, intending to break through the game's boundaries and bring them from the virtual realm into reality. And for all these issues, there was nothing Luha could do. What comforted Luha somewhat was that currently everything in the underworld remained stable except for that Azura. Everything else was fine. For the mortal realm, fortunately, Moonfeather Guardian, Wangchang River God, and Princess Mingyue are managing things. Otherwise, it would be much more chaotic now. Still, even the 3 of them are starting to feel overwhelmed. The land spirits of each empire have begun setting their sights on Death City. Those gods from the divine realm are constantly causing trouble. Fortunately, their real bodies cannot descend. Otherwise, if they sent followers from the Faith Empire down, things would become far more complicated. Also, those ghost beings from the mortal realm have grown stronger over these 100 years. Fortunately, Princess Mingyu's exorcism sect has developed nicely and can hold them off for now. But if this continues, the sect's abilities won't last long as the ghost beings keep growing stronger, while the talisman capabilities of the exorcists can no longer keep up. Meanwhile, the undead race has become restless, and even the giant race is under strain now. However, since giants have regained the ability to reproduce, many young giants have emerged. Conversely, for the undead, producing new members is difficult, so now the giant race is actually suppressing the undead by numbers alone, leading to a great deal of frustration among the giants. They once used to rout the undead so completely that the latter dared not leave their homes. Now, Luha does not want or need to deal with any other affairs. He merely hopes that before Xuanhuan returns, the area he governs does not encounter any major problems. After using the Book of Humans to influence Azura's small world, now that it has collapsed and Azura himself has been wounded, Luha estimates that within a short period of time, Azura will not take any action. Regarding that part of memory from Xuanhuan, it was specially protected by Luha so it wouldn't disappear. Even though Xuanhuan gave the Book of Humans to Luha, Luha cannot fully wield its power, and so all he can do is protect that portion of the memory until Xuanhuan comes back and retrieves it. Alas, Luha sighed deeply, continuing his work in the underworld. Inside the mansion of the city lord of Death City, Princess, because of the competition for spiritual essence, the various sects have become more audacious. According to reconnaissance from the Guild of Mercenaries, they intend to join forces and stake out territory within the Forest of Death, Dahao indignantly stated. And what stance do the land deities of the various empires take? Mingyu asked indifferently. After a century, Mingyu no longer held the naivety she once did. She now subtly embodies some of Xuanhuan's calm demeanor, likely due to her admiration of him, thus subconsciously imitating him. Dahao increasingly feels that Mingyu exudes the aura of an Wang palace from back in the day, tranquil, confident, and unperturbed. None of the land deities from the various empires have made any statements. They should be taking it as a given. At this, Dahao grew even angrier. These land deities are really ungrateful. They don't seem to realize who gave them their current status. Normal. Brother Ihan hasn't shown up for 100 years, so they're probably trying to use the sects to check if Brother Ihan is still alive, Mingyu sneered. But they underestimate Death City too much, thinking these Ka soldiers can bring Brother Ihan out. Mingyu then turned to Dahao. Dahao, send out the notice. Expand the range of Death City by 100 miles, and each year expand by another mile. Those who resist, kill. Dahao was shocked. He hadn't expected Princess Mingyu to be so commanding. Others wanted Death City's territory, and in response, the princess expanded the city's range, even deciding to expand annually by 1 mile, leaving Dahao momentarily speechless. You issue the message. Mingyu glanced at Dahao indifferently. Yes, Your Highness. Dahao quickly snapped back. Then he pulled out his hand mirror and began composing the message excitedly, as combative after 100 years as ever. Due to development needs, Death City now declares an expansion outward by another 100 miles from its existing borders. Each year thereafter, the boundary will increase by 1 mile. All sects within this new area must accept Death City's administration. Registration must occur within 1 month. Failure to register means you must leave. Those who neither report nor leave will die. After completing the message, Dahao clicked send with excitement. Your Highness, the message has been sent. Good. I expect we'll soon be facing tough battles. Other sects also have Earth Immortals roughly equal to your strength. Are you confident? Your Highness need not worry. Our guard force's 3,000 veterans have never lost. We'll kill as many as come, and absolutely won't let Your Highness down, Dahao said confidently. Very well. Go make preparations. Yes, Your Highness. Dahao left joyfully, recapturing the feeling from when Crown Prince Wang was still around. Chapter 206, The Land God's Plot. Dahao excitedly left, but Mingyue's face began to look melancholy. She didn't want to do it this way either. In the past, people from various forces were secretly doing some small things behind the scenes, and she pretended not to see them, letting them be. But the more they were indulged, the more outrageous these people became. Now, this group of people dared to scheme against Death City, something she could not tolerate. If they were only defending, even if these people failed, they would try again next time. Rather than just defending, an offensive might be better. Since you want Death City's territory, I'll take your territory first. Unfortunately, Ihan had instructed Lu He long ago that unless there was ghost-related trouble, the underworld was forbidden from interfering in human affairs. Otherwise, with the help of the underworld, these sects wouldn't even be a problem. At present, the only ones who could match the high-level powers of the sects in Death City were Dahao and the 4 captains leading the 3,000-strong guard force. Dahao and the 4 captains had already reached the heavenly immortal level, while the 3,000 guards were all at the integration realm. Mingyue was confident in taking on all the sects. However, many might get injured or killed, which worried Mingyue. Mingyue wasn't worried about the afterlife for her guards. With the underworld present, they could still become formidable warriors of the underworld even after death. What Mingyue worried about was whether Xuanhuan would blame her if he returned to find his 3,000 guards transformed into Yin soldiers. However, Mingyue couldn't think too much about this now. If someone bullied her, and she didn't strike back doubly hard, she thought Xuanhuan would be even more dissatisfied when he came back. Dahao's news quickly attracted the attention of all parties. Different factions reacted differently. The land gods of several empires soon gathered together to discuss matters, mainly the land gods surrounding the Great Xia Empire. What do you think about this piece of news? Luohua from the Yanhua Empire asked. What can we do? Just stand and watch, right? It doesn't concern us. These sects all want the spiritual energy of the Death Forest. The big-bearded xianxia said, drinking wine. It doesn't concern us now, but what about later? 1 mile per year may not seem far, but Death City is only a little over 100 miles away from the nearest empire. Now with an additional 100 miles, within a few years, it will reach other countries. Besides, how can you be sure that the range will expand only by 1 mile per year? Qianlai, a normally silent land god, spoke up unusually. The big-bearded xianxia paused. You're right. Then what does Death City mean? Do they want to occupy the entire continent? Probably not. Those within the specified area must report to the sections. It seems targeted specifically at those sections. Another land god from a different empire replied. Xianxia laughed. That's good then. You guys have your sects established, or sects that you support, but I don't. So it's none of my business. How can you think like that? They're managing those sects now, but won't they eventually manage all empires? We shouldn't start down this path. Xianxia sneered. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Aren't those sect issues supported secretly by you? Aren't you trying to find out if Princeton is still alive? Your ultimate goal in doing all this isn't still to gain control over the underworld. Are you not wanting it? Nope. I think things are already pretty good as they are. After saying that, Xianxia drank a big gulp of alcohol, stood up, and prepared to leave. I don't care what you plan to do. Even if you manage to get the underworld someday, I wouldn't want to share. But let me give you a warning. You're all living well now. What would happen to Princeton when Lord Wang finds time to settle accounts? Humph. After speaking, Xianxia turned around and disappeared. This bastard, truly a coward, one of the land gods angrily said. Don't mind him. One more doesn't make a difference, nor does one less. He won't affect us, as long as he doesn't regret it when the time comes. A land god noticed that Baiwei Empire remained silent and asked, Why aren't you talking today? The land god of Baiwei Empire thought for a moment and asked, Who do you think ordered Dahao to release this message? All the land gods were startled upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? I'm pondering where this order originated. It probably wasn't Dahao himself. If Princess Mingyue issued it, that would be normal. But what if it was given by Princeton? It should not be him, right? A land god anxiously replied. They were all appointed as land gods by Xuanhuan, and many land gods were still quite fearful of him. What are you afraid of? Although we were appointed by Xuanhuan, this world has a limit at the heavenly immortal level. Even if Xuanhuan reemerges, he would also only be a heavenly immortal like us. Why should we fear him? Luohua said loudly. Qianlai, the land god, also said it this time. That's right. No need to worry about Xuanhuan. Even if he comes out, he won't affect the big picture. All the land gods felt it made sense upon hearing this, but something still didn't feel quite right. The land god of Baiwei Empire helplessly remarked. If you're not afraid, then just charge into the death forest and destroy Prince N's mortal body. Why all these small tricks? After this remark, all the land gods fell silent. The land god who initially felt something was off now realized what it was. Weren't they doing all these things just to test whether anything had happened to Prince N? Words sounded good, claiming that even if Prince N came out it wouldn't affect the big picture. So why don't you go to the death forest yourselves? Seeing all the land gods looking at him, Xianlai said, our initial plan of testing is one thing, but fearing Prince N is another. Now that we've already started, we must carry on, even if Prince N returns. Also, right now, we're only making the sex deal with Death City. If the underworld shows up, we still have to act. Everyone, don't hesitate when the time comes because Prince N dying is best for us. If he doesn't die and returns, he won't let us off either. The underworld is something we must acquire. All the land gods nodded in agreement. That's right. Prince N only has one mortal form here, and his steward manages the underworld. He even tricked us before by saying the underworld wasn't his. Now it seems he intentionally said that to make us suspect there were others involved. Looking back, it was because he couldn't handle so many land gods that he deliberately confused us, making us cautious. But he didn't expect us to discover his scheme. Exactly. He doesn't manage the underworld himself, but lets a steward do it instead, and he even asks us to deliver ghost creatures to the underworld, claiming that's our duty. I think he just wants to use us as servants. You're right. He asked us to collect treasures imbued with yin-qi and deceived us by saying we needed enough to become land gods. In fact, if he wanted to, he could directly appoint land gods. Isn't he just playing with us? Chapter 207. The land gods want the underworld. The land gods grew angrier and angrier. They felt that they had been constantly exploited by xiuxian. If they occupied the underworld, everything would be theirs, and then they could appoint whomever they wanted to be a land god. The most infuriating part is that his physical body is now in the death forest, converting yin energy into spiritual energy. Even cultivators can reach the celestial immortal realm now. But what about us? We committed suicide just to obtain our positions as land gods. That's right, I regret it too. If I had waited a few more decades, cultivation would have allowed me to reach this level too. Alas, though we're deities, those talented cultivators from the sects I support are almost as strong as me. Some of them are already not far behind. Who isn't in the same situation? If we leave the area under our jurisdiction, I doubt I could even match them anymore. Now it seems xiuxian made us become land gods just to keep us trapped in one place. The land gods started to complain, expressing dissatisfaction, believing xiuxian was deceiving them. Alright, stop complaining. Sending various sects to the Death City now is also to consume those who don't listen, right? Luohu said indifferently. What matters most now is how to destroy xiuxian's physical body in the Death Forest. The skeleton land god has always protected that body. The Death Forest is managed by the skeleton land god, who is the strongest there. Leaving our own jurisdiction weakens us. There's nothing we can do for now. The land gods were troubled. Even combined, they couldn't defeat the skeleton land god within the Death Forest if they left their own areas. xiuxian's body still needs to be destroyed. If we let him continue to convert yin energy, there will be more cultivators reaching the celestial immortal realm in the future, making it even harder to control. Luohu frowned and said, still no news on the direction of xiuxian's soul? The land gods shook their heads. What about xuanhuan and xiuxian? Are they ignoring it? Luohu looked at Xianlai, who had been negotiating with them on behalf of Xuanhua. Xianlai nodded. Xuanhuan still holds the original stance. Unless we land gods personally go to Death City, she won't interfere. She says she won't get involved in human affairs. As for xiuxian, he only follows orders from Xuanhuan. If she doesn't care about human affairs, then what about the underworld? Does she know anything? Xianlai nodded again and replied. Xuanhuan says without the order of Prince N, she only performs her duties. Matters of the underworld are managed by King Yen Luha. She knows about our affairs but says that if we have the ability to depose the king of the underworld, that's our business and she won't intervene. Luohu frowned, thinking, and asked the group of land gods, what does Xuanhuan mean by this? The land gods weren't quite sure. As the city deity of Xuanhua, just like them, she cooperated with the underworld rather than being under its jurisdiction. Their divine positions were actually bestowed by the heavenly court, but there was no longer a functioning heavenly court now. Could it be that Xuanhuan had absolutely no ambitions towards the underworld? One land god spoke up. I think Xuanhuan wants to enter the heavenly court. Heavenly court? But there isn't even a heavenly court now. Can she be certain she'll get promoted to the heavenly court? I believe so. Everyone knows that land gods can either be promoted within the ranks of the underworld or ascend to the heavenly court. However, Xuanhuan has already reached the highest position among us, the city deity position. If she wishes to enter the underworld, that would require becoming one of the 10 kings of the underworld, but to ascend to the heavenly court might allow her to become an emperor. You mean, the other land gods were shocked. They had all read Journey to the West and knew about the description of emperors in the heavenly court. It was certainly much stronger than being one of the 10 kings. Yes, she wants the position of emperor. And you all know that, without the Jade Emperor's decree, the gods of the heavenly court cannot interfere in underworld affairs. She doesn't want to overstep her bounds. With no decree from the Jade Emperor, she shouldn't be able to interfere. But then she said that without Prince N's command, she wouldn't bother either. So does this mean that Xuanhuan regards Prince N as the Jade Emperor? At this realization, the land gods were startled. Why was she doing this? Did Xuanhuan know something they didn't? There's no heavenly court now anyway. So she's just dreaming. It's better that she doesn't meddle in the affairs of the underworld, sparing us unnecessary trouble. Let her indulge in her daydreams of power. Once we finish our own plans, that's enough, Luohu snorted. The land gods nodded in agreement. The existence of a heavenly court was merely a shadowy concept now, while gaining control over the underworld was much more tangible. Moreover, they no longer had a choice. Once started, there was no turning back. Now we don't need to worry about her. The most important thing is Xuanhuan's physical body in the Death Forest. I'll go talk to the skeleton land god again. If he can join us, it would be best. If not, then we'll think of a way to lure him out of the Death Forest. If he doesn't come out, we'll stick to the original plan and have cultivators who reach the Earth Immortal realm try. The land gods nodded in agreement and dispersed to make arrangements. While the land gods had concluded their discussions, people from various sects also gathered together to deliberate on the message Daoho had sent. More than 10 Earth Immortal level experts from different sects were present, including Xianxia Real Person, Lin Shu's master. Xianxia Real Person quietly listened to the other Earth Immortals' discussions without speaking. He didn't really want to be there, but being part of the sect meant losing some autonomy. Many things weren't up to him, nor even his younger brother, who was the sect leader. The Earth Immortals' discussions soon ended, with little actual deliberation. They simply knew that Princess Yu of Death City wanted to challenge someone, so they discussed how to assign the mission. Xianxia Real Person's task was to destroy someone's physical body in the Death Deep Forest along with several others. He didn't know whose body it was, and neither did the other Earth Immortals. They were merely following orders. After the deliberation ended, Xianxia Real Person returned to Lingyuan Peak. This mission was bound to be dangerous. Not because he sensed anything unusual, but because he realized that he wasn't exactly on good terms with the other Earth Immortal level experts. The most perilous tasks would undoubtedly be assigned to him. There was no doubt about it. 7 days later, they would set off. Xianxia Real Person planned to spend these brief few days getting along well with Lin Shu because he understood that he might not return this time. Even if his magical treasure hadn't turned into spirit fields, and even if he were at his peak state, he wouldn't dare guarantee his safety. Moreover, without his magical treasure, he was much weaker than the other Earth Immortals. Even if he completed the mission, it was impossible for him to survive. But he couldn't refuse to go, as he still had the sect to consider, and a disciple like a son. Chapter 208, Master Xianxuan's Departure. Master, Lin Shu emerged from the game, his playtime over. He spent his days inside the game battling monsters, and his nights entering dreams to devour them. Little Shu, how is it going? Asked Xianxuan in a smile. Master, I've transitioned into a combat class and learned several skills. Today I fought monsters outside the city, but those near the city are too weak, they lack challenge. Lin Shu continued talking excitedly. In the past, without any cultivation skills, even the weak monsters he now faced with ease were impossible for him. Now, he felt a peculiar sensation as though achieving something effortlessly that used to seem out of reach. Just like a goddess who once seemed unattainable, now can be easily acquired, making me feel rather bored. Haha, that's natural. Even though you have just started your cultivation, you're already at the combined body stage. The monsters outside the city in the game are too trivial for you. You should try finding some stronger ones further out, laughed Xianxuan heartily. Yes, Master, tomorrow I will seek powerful monsters. Today was my first contact with fighting, so I'm still getting used to it. Master, let me go cook now. With that, Lin Shu walked happily towards the kitchen. Xianxuan watched Lin Shu's cheerful expression and sighed in his heart. Soon, Lin Shu came out with 2 large buckets of food. Master, dinner's ready. Good, let's eat. The two dug into their meals vigorously, Lin Shu occasionally breaking into a foolish grin. Xianxuan chuckled as well. He could see Lin Shu had become more optimistic after gaining the ability to cultivate. Halfway through the meal, Xianxuan said, Little Shu, now that you have gained the ability to cultivate, reaching the Earth Immortal stage won't take long. From now on, the spiritual field management duties will be yours. No problem, Master. I'll take good care of the spiritual fields. Lin Shu agreed without hesitation. Previously, all he did was water the spiritual fields, which required the nourishment of qi. Now with cultivation skills, he could contribute, letting Master rest more and tend to his health. Now that you have the talent for cultivation, reaching the Earth Immortal stage shouldn't take long either. Remember, you belong to our 3 Immortals sect. While I don't expect you to always stay here, if there is ever a need, I hope you'll help us. Xianxuan spoke earnestly. Master, what are you saying? Why wouldn't I remain at the 3 Immortals sect? I grew up here, and I'll continue to stay. Lin Shu was confused as to why his master brought this up. Xianxuan smiled and said, You are still young and may find new goals. Leaving 3 Immortals sect isn't an issue. As long as you remember where you come from and help when possible, that would be fine. Xianxuan did not explain the current situation of the sect to Lin Shu. All sects were related in varying degrees to the land god, whose intentions were somewhat linked to the underworld. Xianxuan didn't want Lin Shu to get involved due to the great future he holds with the divine treasure. Lin Shu nodded, understanding little of his master's reasons. Yet, respecting his judgment, he agreed. Understood, Master, I will help 3 Immortals sect. Nodding, Xianxuan continued. This Spirit Garden Peak will also be entrusted to you. Manage it well. Spirit Garden Peak given to me? What else is there to manage besides the spiritual fields? It's just the 2 of us, pouted Lin Shu. You fool, are you thinking about managing me? The reason is that I will be leaving for a while, perhaps for a long time. Master, you're leaving? Where will you go? Lin Shu wondered aloud. Why can't your master take a break after all these years caring for you? Now you're capable. Aren't you allowing your teacher a bit of enjoyment? Disrespectful disciple. Xianhuan said with a feigned scolding tone. Hee. Of course, Master says right. Lin Shu immediately smiled and showed no sign of questioning. That's good then. I'll brief you on Spirit Garden Peak matters. You must manage them well. If I return and find chaos, I'll teach you a lesson. Xianhuan clenched his fists menacingly. Yes, Master. As they chatted through the evening, dinner soon ended. Lin Shu tidied up and returned to his room, beginning his dream traveling. Meanwhile, Xianhuan took out some newly bought fabrics. He planned to sew a few clothes for Lin Shu by hand. He learned this craft before he even began practicing spiritual cultivation. Back then, he also had a happy family, and he personally made the clothes for his family members. However, after a ghostly disturbance left only him and the entire family, he hadn't touched needle and thread for all these years, for fear of being reminded of all that happened. But now, he suddenly wanted to sew clothes for Lin Shu by hand. He wasn't sure why, but the thought just came over him very strongly. Even though decades have passed, his sewing skills haven't deteriorated. Perhaps because of his powerful abilities, he who used to take half a day to finish a set of clothing, today finished sewing one piece in no time at all. As he looked at the clothes in his hands, Xianhuan smiled contentedly. Subsequently, he sewed a pair of pants and a pair of shoes for Lin Shu. By the time he was done with the whole outfit, it was already midnight. Originally planning to make another outfit, he suddenly sensed someone rushing towards him. Putting down the needle and thread, Master Xianhuan waited quietly. In no time, the visitor appeared before him. Ziming Dijian, what brings you here so late? Master Xianhuan was puzzled. Ziming Dijian was the fellow member on this mission. He didn't understand why Ziming would come see him now. Master Xianhuan, plans have changed. We're going to the Death Forest right now, said Ziming Dijian coolly. Now? Wasn't it supposed to be 7 days later? It's just fake news to prevent someone from warning others. The mission begins from now. Ziming Dijian calmly looked at Master Xianhuan. Let's go now? Also, this mission is important. I'll keep the hand mirror. Though unhappy, Xianhuan did not argue. He took out the hand mirror and handed it over, leaving 4 words, your teacher has gone, on the stone table with a wave of his hand. With a last reluctant glance at Lin Shu's room, Xianhuan flew away with Ziming Dijian towards the direction of the Death Forest. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was gleefully devouring dreams in his own dream world, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Chapter 209, Earth Immortal Realm. The first thing Lin Shu did after waking up the next day was to go into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After Lin Shu carried 2 large buckets of food out of the kitchen, he habitually shouted loudly, Master, it's time to eat. However, there was no reply. Deciding to place the 2 buckets of food on the stone table before shouting again for Xianhuan, Lin Shu saw a set of clothes and shoes placed on the table just as he reached it. How did these clothes get here? Lin Shu was puzzled. He put down the buckets, picked up the clothes, and compared them against his own body size, finding that they fit perfectly. Could this be the clothing Master bought for me? Then he noticed 4 characters written on the stone table. Your master has left. Lin Shu paused, reading the message twice more carefully, then took out his hand mirror and sent a message to Xianxia. Master, you left too suddenly. Wasn't it supposed to be a few more days? After sending the message, Lin Shu noticed sewing needles and thread also placed on the table. How could there be needle and thread here? He glanced at the clothes in his hands. Could it be that my master actually sewed these clothes for me? I never knew master had such skills. With that thought, Lin Shu felt deeply moved, gently stroking the clothes and trying on the shoes, which also fit perfectly. Lin Shu smiled happily. Checking the hand mirror afterward, he saw no reply. What is master up to? Not overthinking, Lin Shu assumed Xianxia had just left that morning and might not have seen the message yet. He packed away the clothes and started eating. I can't finish both buckets alone. Master is truly wasteful like this. As he ate, Lin Shu found himself without much appetite. Previously, master would always join him every day, but now he was alone, feeling quite unfamiliar all of a sudden. I need to get used to this. Master has been unable to leave properly all these years because of me. Now I must let master enjoy their travels carefree. Even hand mirrors say that elderly life needs quality. Muttering that, Lin Shu resumed eating from the bucket in large bites. After finishing, he entered the game and began leveling up by fighting monsters. As night fell, Lin Shu stepped out of the game and looked at the hand mirror again. Still no reply from Xianxia. What's master doing now? Lost in fun, he muttered. Then he sent another message. Waiting through a meal's time, still no reply. Lin Shu began to feel something was off. What happened to master? Could there be trouble? Then he shook his head. No way. Master is at the level of Earth Immortal. If master left in the morning, messages were sent, and still, no response. Given so little time, nothing bad could happen. Even if anything happened, master wouldn't be silent. At that moment, Lin Shu suddenly realized. It must be that master wants to test whether I can live independently after their departure. Master is probably hiding somewhere observing me right now. The more Lin Shu thought about it, the more convinced he became of this possibility. Then he intentionally stretched, yelling loudly. Oh, today was so comfortable. Nothing beats a day with no one around to watch over me. Sneaking a glance around secretly, he didn't see anything unusual. For the following few days, Lin Shu spent every day gaming during the day and consuming dreams at night. On the 3rd day, Lin Shu consumed enough dreams and reached the realm of Earth Immortal. In those few days, Lin Shu hadn't sent any messages to Xianxia. He believed that Xianxia had been observing him constantly, but upon reaching the Earth Immortal realm that day, his first instinct was to share this news with Xianxia. Master, I've reached the Earth Immortal level, Lin Shu called out loudly. Still, there was no response after waiting for a long while. Lin Shu guessed perhaps Master wasn't observing him anymore and had already left. Thus, he took out the hand mirror and sent a message. Master, I've reached the Earth Immortal level. Full of hope, Lin Shu watched the hand mirror. Having reached the Earth Immortal realm, Master must respond once informed of this news. Sure enough, after a short wait, a message appeared on the hand mirror. Come to the Death Forest. Upon seeing this message, Lin Shu felt a sense of relief overall. Even though Lin Shu didn't believe anything untoward had happened to xiuxian, there was still a slight worry in his heart. Now, seeing the reply, that worry was finally put to rest. Master, how did you end up in the Death Forest? Let's talk when you arrive. Understood, Master. I'm already an Earth Immortal, and I can travel the entire continent with you, Lin Shu said joyfully. Yet, no reply came after a long wait. At this point, Lin Shu grew anxious once more. Master, did something happen there? Another message was sent. Still, there was no reply. Lin Shu tensed up, made no hesitation, and immediately flew toward the direction of the Death Forest. During these 3 days, Lin Shu's power improved very quickly in the game, so fast that he himself could hardly believe it. No matter what skill he used, after one attempt he could unleash its full power as if he had known it all along. It didn't take long to reach the Earth Immortal realm. In less than an hour, Lin Shu was almost at the Death Forest. However, when he was still dozens of miles away from the Death Forest in the air, someone blocked his path. Who are you? Lin Shu asked cautiously as he eyed the stranger. Xiuxian was equally astonished. He hadn't expected Lin Shu to arrive so quickly. Was this truly someone who had just reached the Earth Immortal realm? His speed was twice as fast as even a veteran Earth Immortal like himself. You're Lin Shu, right? Your master xiuxian has mentioned you. I am Xiuxian, your master's friend. Xiuxian introduced himself. Master's friend. That's correct. Then Xiuxian took out a hand mirror. Seeing the hand mirror in his hands, Lin Shu stared suspiciously and asked, how come my master's hand mirror is in your possession? It's a long story. Let's talk about it down there. Lin Shu nodded, and together they went to a small mountain. Now we can talk. Also, where is my master? Lin Shu kept a watchful eye on every movement of Xiuxian. I'm your master's friend. Calling you Lin Shu nephew should be fine, right? Xiuxian asked. Lin Shu nodded. Alas, Lin Shu nephew, please bear with the sorrow. Xiuxian sighed heavily. What did you say? In an instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Lin Shu. Xiuxian was caught off guard and nearly fell to the ground under the immense pressure. With bloodshot eyes and an ever-present potential for an explosion, Lin Shu stared at Xiuxian, shocking him deeply by his terrifying strength. Was this really someone who had just ascended to Earth Immortal? Whose sorrow are you talking about? What do you mean? At this moment, Lin Shu looked like a devil, glaring fiercely at Xiuxian, as though ready to devour him at any moment. Lin Shu nephew, please calm down first. Don't get excited. Let me explain it slowly. Looking at Lin Shu's angry face, coupled with the increasing pressure around him, Xiuxian began to feel afraid. Chapter 210. Immortal sir, you're back. Lin Shu, my young nephew. Calm down first, and let me finish my words. You tell me, what happened to my master? Immortal Xiuxian tried hard to suppress his inner fear, and slowly said, young nephew Lin Shu, a few days ago, your master told me he was going to catch a few magic beasts in the Death Forest to nourish your body. We didn't expect the skeleton land spirits to ambush us without warning when we were unprepared, leaving us severely wounded. To protect my escape, your master was captured and taken to a room behind the skeleton land spirit temple where there was a monster waiting for him. I think your master might have already. After saying this, Immortal Xiuxian lifted his clothes to reveal the injured part of his abdomen. Lin Shu saw a large hole on Xiuxian's abdomen, still emitting traces of incense power, and at this moment, he believed every word Xiuxian had said. Did you witness my master's death with your own eyes? Lin Shu asked, hoping against hope. Immortal Xiuxian also perceived Lin Shu's intention, which was to hold on to the faint possibility that his master was still alive. No, I only saw the skeleton land spirit take your master away, so he was not dead then. However, I believe. Before Immortal Xiuxian could finish his sentence, Lin Shu disappeared instantly and rushed toward the direction of the skeleton land spirit temple in the Death Forest. After seeing Lin Shu leave, a satisfied smile spread across Immortal Xiuxian's face. He clapped his hands, and a soul emerged from them revealing its head. The appearance of this soul belonged to Master Xuanhuan. Master Xuanhuan, it seems like you have a very filial disciple indeed. Hearing that you might still be alive made him hurry over to seek vengeance against the skeleton land god. At this moment, Master Xuanhuan's soul was being controlled by Immortal Xiuxian and unable to speak, only struggling while glaring furiously at Immortal Xiuxian. You don't need to hate me so much. If we fail to complete our mission, we will still be punished upon returning. However, if I turn you in and accuse you of being a traitor, I would be making up for my faults. Sacrificing you alone will save me. Wouldn't that be an excellent arrangement? Then Immortal Xiuxian looked toward the direction where Lin Shu had left. But rest assured, I won't bring you back just yet. Your disciple is truly strong. Who knew how you trained him so well? Originally, I planned to trick him into coming here to die, but since he has reached such strength even as a newly ascended celestial immortal, he might help us actually complete the mission. If that happens, then I will gain double credit. Of course, if the task is completed but your disciple dies in the process, that would be even better. Master Xuanhuan's soul was under control and unable to speak, could only glare fiercely at Immortal Xiuxian. He also gazed in the direction Lin Shu had gone, full of worry in his eyes. Lin Shu arrived before the land spirit temple. Without hesitation or empty threats, All he wanted was to rescue his master. For each second delayed now would increase the danger for his master. Therefore, he directly charged into the small room behind the land spirit temple. Even earlier, he had felt that there was someone sitting inside the room behind the temple. Because the room radiated intense divine energy, he could only sense one person was present, and moreover, this presence seemed familiar to him. He assumed that figure must be his master, Master Xianxia. Who else would make him feel such familiarity? When he approached within less than 2 meters of the room, a man dressed in the clothing of a land spirit and holding the staff of a land spirit suddenly appeared before him. The skeleton land spirit always maintained his skeletal form within the temple. Now, wearing the attire and wielding the staff of a land spirit indicated that he held great respect for Lin Shu, because only in the full suit of the land spirit could he unleash his greatest strength. Who are you? The skeleton land spirit eyed Lin Shu warily. From Lin Shu, he sensed overwhelming power, a force he had never encountered before, though strangely, it felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where. Get out of my way. Lin Shu wasted no words. All he cared about was rescuing his master and wasting no time. So, without further ado, he struck out with all his might toward the skeleton land spirit. Without hesitation, the skeleton land spirit uttered a single word, stabilize, then pointed his staff at Lin Shu, intending to repel him. The skeleton land spirit had no illusions that one simple command of stabilize would completely immobilize Lin Shu. Rather, he merely intended to slow him momentarily before launching the spiritual force within his staff as an attack. However, unexpectedly, the stabilize word exerted absolutely no effect on Lin Shu, halting nothing, not even for a flash. And their staff met Lin Shu's palm. Crack, followed by bang, resounded through the air. The first sound was the sound of the staff breaking. The second was the sound of the skeleton land spirit crashing against the wall after being struck. Lin Shu paid no attention to the skeleton land spirit and immediately darted towards the room. In the meantime, the skeleton land spirit remained frozen, staring incredulously at his broken staff, unmindful of several bones fractured in his own skeletal frame. How could this be? How is this even possible? Is there actually someone in this world who can break the land staff? The land staff is formed from incense power. Unless one can sever the force of the incense, the land staff cannot break. To sever a land god's incense power, unless that person's incense power was stronger than his own, and not just a little stronger. Even the city god with the strongest incense power now, the Moonfeather city god, would have to pay a great price to break his land staff. And yet now, a mere human celestial immortal, someone without incense power, was able to easily snap his land staff. This made the skeleton land god unable to believe what he was seeing. Why was he able to break it so easily? What? Suddenly, as if the skeleton land god had thought of something, he looked at Lin Shu incredulously. Exalted immortal? Lin Shu arrived before the shadowy figure inside the room. Master, I've come to save you. But when he saw the face of the person sitting inside the room, Lin Shu froze. He was certain he had never seen this person before, but the feeling of familiarity surged from within the moment he set eyes on him. It was as though he were looking at himself, like staring into a mirror. Why do I feel this way? We don't even look alike. Shaking his head, Lin Shu cast these doubts aside. Master, where is my master? Looking around the room, there was no sign of anyone else. The skeleton land god outside saw Lin Shu effortlessly approach xuanhuan's corporeal form and became even more convinced that this man was an exalted immortal. You see, even he couldn't get close to xuanhuan's body, but this person did so without any effort. Hurry up, tell me, where did you take my master? By now, Lin Shu, having failed to find xuanhuan inside the room, rushed over to the skeleton land god and hoisted him up by his neck, glaring fiercely. The skeleton land god did not resist. He allowed Lin Shu to hold him and looked at him calmly, speaking quietly. Immortal sir, you're back. Chapter 211, Summoning the King of Hell. What did you say? Lin Shu, seeing the attitude of the skeletal land god, asked with confusion. Then Lin Shu turned around and glared fiercely at the skeletal land god, saying, Don't try any tricks with me. Tell me quickly, where did you take my master? Exalted immortal, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't know who your master is. The skeletal land god respectfully said, Don't try to deceive me. My master Xuanhuan real person and Zimming deity both came here, and you injured Zimming deity before capturing my master, Lin Shu said in anger. Upon hearing this, the skeletal land god realized what he meant. Ah, the ones you're referring to are them. Indeed, 5 earth immortals came here. 3 were outside attempting to lure me out, but were killed by me. The other 2 tried to enter this room intending harm to the flesh body of an exalted immortal, so I injured both of them. However, both managed to escape. I don't know if one of these 2 is the Xuanhuan real person you mentioned. The skeletal land god then extended his hand, revealing 3 souls. As soon as they appeared, they struggled to escape, yet in front of the skeletal land god, their attempts were futile. Exalted immortal, these are the 3 individuals I killed. Please examine if any of them are your master. The skeletal land god remained calm, unconcerned even if one of these 3 was the master of the exalted immortal. He had killed them in defense of the immortal's physical body, and the exalted immortal was not unreasonable. Though it seemed he hadn't yet recovered his memories, once he did, there wouldn't be any issue. Moreover, since he hadn't destroyed the souls of these 3 individuals, it didn't count as true death. Lin Shu examined the appearance of the 3 souls, finding none that belonged to his master. Do you know where my master is? Lin Shu asked the 3 souls. Still doubting the words of the skeletal land god, Lin Shu wanted information about Xuanhuan great immortal from these 3. Initially, the three kept struggling when they first appeared, but after realizing their escape was impossible, they settled down. Then they saw a young man grabbing the neck of the skeletal land god. Clearly, the skeletal land god was being controlled by this youth. They were overjoyed. Young friend, kill him quickly and free us. The three excitedly shouted. Lin Shu was only concerned about Xuanhuan real person and ignored them, asking again, do you know where my master Xuanhuan real person is? After hearing this, the three also understood the situation. This was clearly the disciple of Xuanhuan real person who had come searching for him. Although they didn't understand when Xuanhuan real person acquired such a powerful disciple, stronger even than a land god spirit, they now knew how to proceed. Your master was murdered by this land god, and his soul was consumed. If you hadn't arrived just now, we three would have been the next to be swallowed. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu tightened his grip on the neck of the skeletal land god, glaring furiously at him. The expression of the skeletal land god remained calm. Though Lin Shu was gripping his neck, controlling his entire body with spiritual energy, this didn't prevent him from speaking. Exalted Immortal, every word I've spoken is true, while they are lying to you. If you do not believe me, you may examine the memories of these three. What? Why should we let you examine our memories? You should examine his. Nephew, examine his memories. Once the three heard that their memories were to be checked, they panicked, urgently persuading Lin Shu to instead check the memory of the skeletal land god. No problem, Exalted Immortal, you may examine if you wish, the skeletal land god replied calmly. Lin Shu wasn't stupid. He could tell something was amiss with the trio. Checking memories was indeed dangerous for the person being examined. It might make them a fool, but depending on the individual, it wouldn't always lead to negative consequences. He was an Earth Immortal, as were they. Therefore, examining their memories shouldn't pose a risk. So why were they so terrified? On the contrary, the skeletal land god remained tranquil, not worrying at all about Lin Shu truly checking his memories. Nephew, this skeletal land god suggesting you check his memories must have made preparations, probably altering his memories somehow to agree to let you examine, one of the three hurriedly said. The other two immediately nodded in agreement. They had thought it through. They couldn't afford to examine the skeletal land god's memories. If the skeletal land god proved truthful and they lied, it would place them in a tough spot later. Thus, they hastily provided themselves with a plausible excuse, which they could use later if necessary. Lin Shu became even more suspicious of them upon hearing this. Slowly, he released the skeletal land god. Why did you keep calling me Exalted Immortal just now? Lin Shu wanted to know why the skeletal land god was so respectful to him. From the beginning, it was clear that the skeleton had held nothing back during their confrontation. However, after Lin Shu emerged from the room, the skeletal land god's attitude had completely changed, leaving Lin Shu feeling very puzzled. Seeing Lin Shu release him, the skeletal land god realized that Lin Shu had suspicions about these three individuals. Exalted Immortal, I'm not sure if I should inform you of the situation. The skeletal land god was truly unsure whether he should reveal that he was king in Yihan of the City of Death, as he wasn't certain whether this would disrupt Yihan's plans. Though he didn't actually know what those plans were. Then just say it, Lin Shu said angrily. Exalted Immortal, I really don't know if I can tell you. Or perhaps you could summon Lord Yama. The skeletal land god respectfully suggested. Lord Yama? The Lord Yama of the underworld? Are you joking with me? How am I supposed to summon him? Lin Shu hesitated for a moment. Exalted Immortal, all you need to do is call out his name, and he will appear. Lin Shu continued to observe the skeletal land god carefully, trying to determine whether he was playing tricks on him. Yet the skeletal land god maintained his courteous demeanor, giving no sign of deception. Meanwhile, the three Earth Immortal souls stood confused nearby. What did the skeletal land god mean by this? Could someone just casually summon Lord Yama? Since it seemed the skeletal land god was sincere in this claim, Lin Shu cautiously shouted, Lord Yama. Lord Yama Luha in the underworld had been closely monitoring everything that was happening here. Every word they spoke, he heard clearly. He understood the skeletal land god's behavior perfectly, outwardly acting as if reluctant to disclose information, while repeatedly addressing Lin Shu as Exalted Immortal, even deliberately arranging for His Highness to be summoned. Clearly, Luha knew that the skeletal land god simply hoped to interfere with His Highness's arrangements. However, since His Highness had summoned him now, he couldn't fail to appear. Perhaps the time had come. It was appropriate for His Highness to return. With this thought, Luha slowly manifested before everyone. As Lin Shu doubted whether the skeletal land god was lying, Luha stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lin Shu. Servant Luha greets your highness. Chapter 212, Guihan's return. After Luha finished his bow, he took a glance at the skeleton. However, the skeleton just stood still without saying anything. Lin Shu, seeing that the king of hell had truly appeared, was greatly shocked. You really are the king of hell? Yes, your highness. How is that possible? How could I actually summon the king of hell from the underworld? Lin Shu still couldn't believe even though the king of hell was standing right in front of him. The three immortal souls stared speechlessly at the king of hell. They were all blank-minded. What on earth was happening? Lin Shu snapped back to reality, his head full of questions. Why do you call me your highness? And why does he keep calling me Lord Immortal? Your highness, you are the Lord Duke and master of the City of Death. I was your butler in life, so I address you as your highness. As for him, the position of land god was conferred upon him by your highness, which is why he calls you Lord Immortal. Luho explained. What? I've been raised by my master since I was young. Wasn't Lord Dukan a person from 100 years ago? Haven't you made a mistake? Lin Shu couldn't believe it. Your highness, the story behind this cannot be fully told right now. Since you have already seen your own mortal body, I think the time has come. Would you like to reclaim your previous memories? Luha asked. Previous memories? Lin Shu was puzzled. That's right. The memories when you were Lord Dukin. Ah. Before Lin Shu could answer, he thought for a moment and then asked, will I still have my current memories after that? Lin Shu cared deeply about retaining his present memories. He did not want to forget his master. If the current memories were lost, he would rather not reclaim the past ones. Luha saw through his thoughts and said, Your Highness, please rest assured. You can retain your current memories if you wish. In that case, that's good. Lin Shu sighed in relief. Oh, by the way, you're the king of hell, so you must be very powerful. Do you know where my master is right now? Lin Shu asked anxiously. Yes, Your Highness, I know. Where is he? I want to find him, Lin Shu urged quickly. Your Highness, you should recover your previous memories first. Once they are restored, everything will be easier, Luha said. All right, how do I restore them? Lin Shu responded immediately. All you need to do is agree. Subsequently, Luha activated the power of the Book of People, summoning the memories sealed by xuanhuan within the cycle of rebirths. Return. As soon as Luha spoke, a flash of white light from the cycle of reincarnation appeared, followed by white beams entering Lin Shu's mind. At that moment, Lin Shu froze, standing motionless as if petrified. Luha waited quietly beside him. The skeleton still stood there immobile. The three souls were at a loss. Could the apprentice of xiuxian master be Dukin? This must be false. Terrible. If it is really Dukin, then the matter of us killing his master will surely be uncovered, and our souls will be scattered. For some reason, the three suddenly realized their paralyzed souls could move again. They paused for a moment, looked at the skeletal land god, but there was no reaction from the land god. The three, originally planning to flee, suddenly had an idea. If they killed Lin Shu, they could survive. This idea came abruptly and intensely, so strongly that they forgot everything else and focused only on rushing over to kill the immobilized Lin Shu. In an instant, all three simultaneously charged toward Lin Shu. Since they were already close, and Luha hadn't expected the three to break free from the skeleton land god's control, he had no time to react before it was too late. They reached Lin Shu, beginning to explode their souls. Your Highness! Luha screamed in despair. Though Lin Shu was at the level of an earth immortal, his body was just Lin Shu's, not the strong physique of xuanhuan. A close-range explosion from 3 earth immortal souls would certainly kill him. If Lin Shu died, Luha couldn't even begin to imagine what might happen next. Bang! An explosion sounded. After a while, the smoke cleared, and Luha was blown out to the entrance of the shrine. The skeleton land god had disappeared. Luha, bearing immense pain, rushed to the site of the explosion. Your Highness! Your Highness! There was no trace of Lin Shu left. Only scattered flesh lay on the ground. Your Highness! Luha cried out in despair. He knelt down and sobbed uncontrollably. It's my fault. All my fault. There's definitely something wrong. As the king of hell, wailing openly under broad daylight. How embarrassing. If my underlingine soldiers saw this, they'd laugh their heads off. A familiar voice sounded behind Luha. Luha turned around and saw xuanhuan smiling warmly at him. Your Highness! You're safe. Thank goodness. Whoa, whoa, whoa. xuanhuan let out a soft laugh. How old are you now? Yet you're still whoa, whoa, crying? Forget others. I'm already amused. Ha! xuanhuan burst into laughter. For some reason, Luha suddenly didn't feel sad at all anymore. Instead, he felt somewhat embarrassed. All right, show some authority befitting your title as the king of hell. Luha composed himself and immediately adopted a solemn expression. Seeing this, xuanhuan couldn't help but burst into another round of hearty laughter. Luha maintained his solemn demeanor, though his cheeks turned slightly red. Your Highness, will your return interfere with your plans? Luha quickly changed the subject. It won't. I've already found what I need. xuanhuan replied calmly, then glanced at the scattered flesh on the ground. This is for the best. Luha, I am here, Your Highness. Go and rescue Lin Shu's master, xianxia real person, and invite him to take up the position of one of the kings of the 10 halls of hell. Consider it as a resolution for Lin Shu. As you wish, Your Highness. Luha respectfully replied. Although xuanhuan had retrieved his own memories, Lin Shu's memories remained intact, and so did xuanhuan's understanding of Lin Shu's deep affection for his master xianxia real person. Then, xuanhuan extended his hand, and a white orb appeared in it. He handed this white orb to Luha. This is a copy of Lin Shu's memories. His feelings for xianxia real person are included here. It belongs to the teacher-student bond between them. Deliver it into xianxia real person's hands. If he ever has the capability, whether finding a blank soul or directly creating one, he can replicate his disciple without any problem. Memories could be replicated, but not emotions. xuanhuan retained Lin Shu's memories, but lacked the deep feelings Lin Shu held for xianxia real person. For xuanhuan, Lin Shu's memories were now merely a fragment of his life from a certain period. It was like having loved someone deeply long ago. After many years, that person might still exist in your life, but the deep affection from back then was gone. Chapter 213. Crisis in the City of Death. After Luha received and stored the white energy sphere, he turned to look at the skeleton who had just appeared nearby. Welcome back, Great Immortal. The skeleton respectfully bowed. You've done well, xuanhuan said indifferently. Thank you for your praise, Great Immortal. Now there's nothing left here to do, but it seems that there are many issues outside. All of you return to your positions. I must also go out and deal with matters accumulated over the past 100 years. With that, xuanhuan flew toward the City of Death. After xuanhuan left, Luha looked at the skeleton before departing as well. As the two left, the skeleton glanced at the room, which had returned to its usual ordinary state. then stared at the slowly dissipating immortal energy, his gaze fixed, deep in thought. After leaving, Luha caught up with xuanhuan. Your Highness, there's something about Skeleton Land Administrator. Luha realized there was a big issue with the skeleton but lacked evidence, unsure of how to proceed. I know what you want to say. I will handle it myself. The matter with Skeleton Land Administrator will be dealt with properly. So you also suspect that there's an issue with the skeleton? Luha was surprised after assuming xuanhuan wouldn't have known due to being absent for a century. Not only do I know there's a problem with the skeleton, but I also know that Azura stole a piece of my memory. Even this you knew? I was just about to report it to your Highness. Luha was even more astonished. Anything that happens on this continent, if I want to know, I surely will find out. Whether or not I know something depends entirely on whether I wish to. I understand, your Highness. You may continue with your duties. Yes, your Highness. After Luha spoke, he slowly entered the underworld. After Luha departed, xuanhuan glanced toward the direction of the Forest of Death, not at Skeleton Land Administrator, whose betrayal didn't concern him. His focus was on xuanhuan. That creature, assigned to guard him, had spent the last century breeding baby turtles and now led them playing in water. Xuanhuan chuckled bitterly. Xuanwu had changed, becoming a nanny turtle. Meanwhile, Mingyue, Dahao, and the four captains were discussing affairs at the Lord's Manor. Princess, some minor sects have already arrived in the City of Death and registered, but members from major sects, under the pretense of registering, have secretly entered the City of Death as well. According to intelligence, they seem to plan to launch an assault once everyone is assembled tomorrow. Should we make our move first? Asked Dahao. Xuanhuan has always taught us that actions should be justified. If we strike first without their attack, we would lose righteousness. Mingyue thought for a moment and asked, do we have information on the exact time of their planned action? We do. They intend to gather at the Mercenary Guild tomorrow to register while actually planning to eliminate our operatives inside. Pausing for a moment, Dahao added, though this information might not be accurate, it could very well be disinformation intended by them. Do any of you have thoughts? Mingyue looked at the four captains. Dong Yi said, Princess, I think the news of attacking from the Mercenary Guild is likely false. The guild is full of mercenaries. Our people are very few, and many mercenaries belong to other factions. It's highly improbable they would offend so many forces at once, especially powerful organizations like the Warriors Guild and Mages Guild. Mingyue nodded her head in agreement. Correct, Dong Yi makes sense. Princess, it's still uncertain if they don't intend to target the Mercenary Guild, Nanny chimed in at this moment. What do you think? Mingyue inquired curiously. Nanny thinks they are unlikely to engage us directly since both sides are aware of each other's strengths. They know we are not weak. My guess is they will resort to sneak attacks, beginning with an assault on the mercenaries where our operatives are stationed, eliminating them quickly before retreating. They might then wait until another opportune moment to strike elsewhere, progressively weakening our forces. Once confident, they'll confront us face to face. Nanny outlined his hypothesis. The group frowned deeply, finding his reasoning convincing. Though the City of Death was formidable, its weakness lay in being on defense. If various sects maintained concentrated combat power, the City of Death could only passively endure attacks. As Princeton once remarked, taking a city is easier than holding it, precisely for this reason. Given the vastness of the City of Death, it was impossible to defend only one area. By continuously whittling away at their strength bit by bit, the enemy left them with no effective countermeasures. Moreover, fighting within the City of Death limited their options because it was their home ground. The invaders had no such constraints. They would act without hesitation, whereas the defenders needed to weigh far more factors. Dahao also realized this point, and in a fit of anger, he shouted, I might as well go and destroy all their sects. I can't stand this frustration. Dahao, calm down. Even if we wipe out all their sects, what's to stop them from destroying the City of Death? They don't care about their own sects, but can we not value the City of Death? This is a place your brother Ihan built with his hard work, Mingyue consoled. Dahao quieted down, knowing that they couldn't trade the City of Death for those sects because it belonged to Princeton, and they had no right to make that exchange. I should have never let them enter the city, Dahao muttered. Mingyue added, if they want to register their sects, can we really deny them that opportunity? Everyone felt deflated at that. If sects indeed attacked various places as Nanny predicted, there would be little action left to them. Every choice risked destroying the City of Death. After some time, Dong Yi said, Princess, since they're all gathered together now, why don't we act directly and eliminate them? It's the best solution. Mingyue lowered her head, pondering for a long while. But then we'd lose righteousness. Mingyue was conflicted. Killing so many high-level experts without proper justification would severely tarnish the City of Death's reputation, making it difficult to recover. Without a valid reason, who would dare come here in the future? Was this what Brother Ihan intended? Mingyue suddenly felt useless. If only Brother Ihan were present, he surely could resolve this issue perfectly. My darling little Mingyue, why does she look so gloomy now? You're not as beautiful when you're worried. A voice sounded from outside the door. Turning around, everyone's hearts brimmed with joy. Brother Ihan, Mingyue shouted excitedly, leaping off her chair and running toward xuanhuan. Your Highness. Dahao and the four captains were equally overjoyed, unsure of what to say. At the sight of xuanhuan, they knew that everything would be fine now. His Highness would handle all problems. Chapter 214, Back to Death City. Xuanhuan patted Mingyue's head and smiled. As soon as I returned, I saw you looking worried. What's wrong? Mingyue said resentfully. Big Brother Ihan, while you were away, they have been extremely unreasonable. They now want to occupy our Death City. As you said, I didn't want to provoke trouble first, but now they are here in Death City, and I don't know if I should strike first or not. Mingyue poured out all her grievances to Guihan. Guihan just listened quietly with a smile on his face. It took a long time for Mingyue to finish speaking, and then she looked nervously at Guihan and asked, "Big brother Ihan, am I useless?" Guihan again patted Mingyue's head and laughed. "You've done very well." Hearing this, Mingyue showed a smile and sighed in relief. "Dahao, Dong Yi, Nan Yi, Bei Yi, Shi Yi, are you all doing well?" Guihan looked at the five of them and asked, "Your Highness, we are all fine." "That's good. Your Highness, we all missed you." Guihan chuckled. "Are you now discussing the affairs of the various sects?" As soon as Guihan asked, Dahao became angry. "Your Highness, these people from the sects are too disgraceful. They need to realize who gave them their achievements today. If it weren't for your Highness putting all the cultivation methods into the game, how could they have achieved such power today?" "Haha, that was expected. Were you discussing this matter just now?" From the big chunk of words Mingyue had thrown at him earlier, Guihan had understood the current situation in Death City. It was getting chaotic on the continent. It needed some order now. "Your Highness, we were just discussing the matters of these sections. However, there hasn't been any decision yet. Now that you're back, Your Highness, everything is up to you," Dahao said excitedly. Guihan chuckled and asked, "Dahao, the four captains, do you guys think you can win against the sect members currently in Death City?" "Your Highness, together, they are still no match for us, let alone tomorrow when they'll all arrive. There will be no problem defeating them," Dahao analyzed. Guihan glanced at Mingyue and said, "If so, why didn't you let them go take those sect members to the city lord's residence, or even kill them? Is there anything you are concerned about?" After hearing this, Dahao became thrilled. He thought that's the way to go. Enemies have already come to the door, direct action is justified. Worriedly, Mingyue responded, "Big brother Ihan, if we fight, won't Death City suffer greatly?" Guihan laughed. "Mingyue, war always has losses, but what really matters is what gets lost. Relocate the citizens beforehand, and if some houses are destroyed, it's nothing major. War would even be better because loss shouldn't be feared. Make them compensate afterwards. Would capturing others without cause damage Death City's reputation?" Mingyue asked curiously. Guihan smiled. "Mingyue, you're still too kind. Reputation is something the victors hold if they want. The losers, regardless of their goodness, remain losers. They might only gain some sympathy before being forgotten by history. They may even become examples of failure to educate others later. You must understand, losers have no right to speak." Mingyue didn't quite understand. Guihan chuckled. "Not understanding is okay. You will understand later." "Huh? So, big brother Ihan, should Dahao go and kill those sect members right now?" Upon hearing this, Dahao quickly said, "Please give the order, Your Highness. I'll immediately lead the men to kill them all." Guihan smiled. "There's no need for your personal intervention. Since they came to Death City, we won't have to go through great lengths." Turning to Nan Yi, Guihan asked, "Nan Yi, aren't they within your jurisdiction now?" "Yes, Your Highness," Nan Yi replied respectfully. "Good. Send a squad of city guards to capture all of them and imprison them. Find a few excuses, it can't be random arrests." After hearing this, Nan Yi was confused. The other few people were also baffled. "Your Highness, did you mean to send the city guard instead of the bodyguard squad?" Dahao reminded, thinking Guihan had made a mistake. "I meant regular city guards, not the bodyguard team," Guihan said, smiling faintly. "Your Highness, but there are many Daxian realm cultivators among those sects in Death City. How can Nan Yi lead a team of city guards to capture them?" Dahao questioned, stunned. Dahao had always believed in Guihan, but although the ordinary city guards were decent in strength, they were merely decent. Capturing Daxian realm experts was impossible. Who said that Nan Yi must lead the team himself? I meant for Nan Yi to send a squad, not go there personally. Then Guihan smiled and said, "Rest assured, now that I'm back, if I say the city guard can capture them, they will succeed." "Yes, Your Highness." Guihan had already spoken clearly. Though Dahao and the others didn't know why His Highness was doing it this way, they still followed his orders. Without hesitation, Nan Yi edited a message on his hand mirror and sent it to his subordinates, instructing them to capture the members of various sects. "Then what should we do, Your Highness?" Dahao asked. Guihan looked at Mingyue. "Mingyue, wasn't it that Death City has expanded by 100 miles, and each year increases by another mile? I think it's inappropriate." Big brother Ihan. Upon hearing this, Mingyue looked edly at Guihan, assuming he was blaming her. "Mingyue, you're still too low profile. Since we've decided to deal with all the sects, we need to take decisive action once and for all." Mingyue was surprised again. Guihan turned to Dahao. "Dahao, immediately send out a notice stating from now on, all sects will be under the management of Death City. All sects need to register on their hand mirrors, and half of their annual earnings will belong to us. Additionally, inform everyone, after 1 month in the game, only those within sects will be allowed to choose combat professions. Those outside the sects will not have this option." There was good reason for Guihan's decision. He had already sensed that the formation of the Earth Book would eventually fail. The gods from the divine realm were now using heavenly tribulations to purge the earthly immortals through the weakening formation. This indicated an important fact. While the gods of the divine realm couldn't yet penetrate the formation entirely, they had already discovered the affairs of the mortal world. Before the formation disappeared completely, Guihan planned to unify the sects under Death City's control. As for those who chose not to join the sects, they would essentially remain as commoners. If they didn't qualify for combat roles, they could simply focus on life-based professions. "Yes, Your Highness." With his mission clear, Dahao began editing the messages and sending them out. Chapter 2:15, Capturing People at the Inn. The Return Inn is a large inn in the outer city of Death City. Because the words return carry a good omen for mercenaries, its business has always been thriving. 9 people from various sects who have achieved Earth Immortal level and over a dozen people at the combined phase level are staying at this inn. Will all the others be here by tomorrow? One person at the Earth Immortal level asked. I just contacted them. They will all arrive in Death City by tomorrow morning. That's good. Once everyone arrives, we'll start with an attack on the Mercenaries Guild. After wiping out their people in Death City, we'll immediately leave to deal with the others, exhausting them piece by piece. What if Crown Prince comes back while we do this? Someone was still somewhat worried. You're still concerned about that? 100 years have passed, and Crown Prince hasn't appeared yet. He might already be dead, and even if he isn't, what then? The highest realm anyone on this vast continent can reach is Earth Immortal level. 100 years ago, Crown Prince was the first under heaven, but even if he's still the best now, his level would only match ours. Earth Immortal, at most, slightly stronger than us. With so many of us, why should we fear him? Someone said contemptuously. That's right. The spiritual energy in the Forest of Death is so dense. I think it's precisely because of this reason that Crown Prince became the greatest under heaven. If we take control of the Forest of Death, we'll have nothing more to fear from him. As they were speaking in the room, a commotion arose from downstairs. All the strong ones listened carefully and quickly understood why things were so noisy below. Ha! This marks the true end of Death City. Sending these ordinary city guard soldiers to arrest us is laughable. Soon shouts came from downstairs. Listen up, people from the various sects on the upper floor. You've ruined the crops, trampled farmland, harassed other people's sows, even going as far as messing with boars. On top of that, you've stolen widows' clothes and seized old men's chamber pots. And on went the list of over 100 disgraceful actions shouted out by the city guards below, which made several Earth Immortals boil with anger. Damn it, they dare to pin so many despicable charges on us. They are mocking us. Zhang Daqiang downstairs, reciting all the crimes, also felt annoyed. He, as a squad leader in the Southern City Guard unit of Death City, had spent considerable time there and had never seen anyone commit so many revolting acts, especially since they were people from sects. When Zhang Daqiang first received the mission to capture some members of sects, he was a bit anxious. His 20-man squad only had Great Land Warrior level strength. How could they capture members of powerful sects? But upon hearing about the offenses, he relaxed. Those capable of committing such petty, shameful deeds must not rank highly within their sects. They were likely lowly errand boys of the sects. Not long after Zhang Daqiang finished shouting, several Earth Immortals and over a dozen people at the combined phase level walked out of the rooms and coldly looked down at Zhang Daqiang and his team. Once they emerged, Zhang Daqiang immediately identified them as sect members, recognizing their clothing. However, seeing the oppressive aura exuding from them, Zhang Daqiang began to feel nervous. Although he couldn't sense their exact cultivation levels, the pressure they emitted was undeniable. Xuanhuan was observing the situation here and smirked. With a wave of his hand, he deprived them of their artifacts' functions and, with another gesture, sealed their inner chi. Since Xuanhuan crafted the artifacts himself, he could control them effortlessly. At his will, he could strip them of power or seal away their spiritual energy. Any individual who hadn't practiced the native magic or martial techniques of this world wouldn't stand a chance against Xuanhuan. Though their artifacts' capabilities and spiritual energy were sealed, the sect members did not yet realize this before they attempted to use them. Because these individuals had always held high positions within their sects, their air of superiority remained intact, exerting a pressurizing effect on Zhang Daqiang and his team. Zhang Daqiang gave himself a pep talk, shouting, I have already read your crimes aloud. Will you surrender willingly and let us escort you back, or shall we force you? Ignorant brat. One person at the combined phase level sneered and pointed his finger toward Zhang Daqiang. This individual had planned to use spiritual energy to kill them, but found that no energy responded. Pointing again brought no results. After several more attempts, nothing happened. His spiritual energy inside his body refused to respond to his command. Old Wang, what are you doing? A nearby person questioned. I don't know. My spiritual energy won't work. Old Wang, in panic, exclaimed. Below, Zhang Daqiang had just noticed that someone from the group of seemingly troublesome people was pointing at them. He thought it was some kind of attack, but after waiting for a long time with no response, he then saw that person continuously pointing at them as if they were insane. Zhang Daqiang became angry. You dare to intimidate me? Brothers, arrest them and take them back. Yes, Captain. Then 20 members of the city guard team rushed toward the stairs heading toward those people from the sects. And upon seeing this, those people from the sect also pointed their fingers at the city guards like Wang Lao did. For these experts, when dealing with those they look down upon, killing with just a finger point is common. It saves spirit energy, and it's flashy. Killing someone with one point of a finger is the most showy way. But this time, they failed. No matter how they pointed their fingers, they couldn't use any spirit energy. Thus, this scene occurred where a group upstairs kept pointing fingers at the guards who charged at them in anger. The guards were extremely upset. People usually either don't dare to resist or flee when faced with the city guard. You guys kept pointing your fingers at us without stopping. Isn't this looking down on us? Without another word, the city guards charged to these people, not to arrest them, but to beat them first to vent their anger. Ouch. Oh, stop. Do you know who we are? You dared to kick my butt? You're finished. Stop hitting. Surrender. I surrender. Wow. My old bones are going to fall apart. These people who have always been highly esteemed in the sect now cried out loud from pain. Although they have rich combat experience, without spiritual energy and artifacts, they are just like ordinary people. A person with even the richest combat experience won't be a match for a great land warrior due to the enormous disparity in strength. Techniques mean nothing under such a gap. Meanwhile, the city guards continued beating while cursing nonstop. You dared to point at me, and even pointed at me several times. Xuanhuan watched this scene in the room and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that this group of people aren't tough after all. They started begging for mercy after only a few punches. Chapter 216, Devouring. When the city guards had their fill of beating them and felt relieved, they bound up this group of people and took them away. As this group of sect members left the inn, all of them were bruised and swollen in face. Xuanhuan smiled and didn't care about them anymore. Now it was just a matter of locking them up for some time first. As for those who would arrive tomorrow, Xuanhuan also planned to use the same method, intending to lock them up first and deal with them later. Night fell. Xuanhuan summoned Mingyue, Deheo, and the 4 captains to his small courtyard, personally preparing over a dozen delicious dishes. You've worked hard these past 100 years, Xuanhuan toasted, raising a cup to Deheo and the 4 captains. Not at all, not at all. Deheo and the others hurriedly raised their cups. Ihan brother, why don't you toast me? I've worked hard too. Mingyue said unhappily. You are just a child. What wine will you drink? Ihan brother, I am over 100 years old, Mingyue pouted. During the time Xuanhuan wasn't in the Death City, Mingyue always wore a serious expression. Now that Xuanhuan had returned, she once again appeared as her innocent and adorable self. Xuanhuan paused, slightly stunned. He then laughed and said, That's right. Mingyue, you are over 100 years old already. Seeing your unchanged appearance makes me forget that. I'll toast to my beloved Mingyue. A toast. Mingyue, you have been the hardest worker. That's more like it. After saying this, Mingyue happily raised her cup. Deheo and the 4 captains also revealed smiles of joy. Since hearing that His Highness had left, it was the first time they saw Lady Mingyue display such a radiant smile. Mingyue, do you have anyone on your mind yet? Xuanhuan teased her. Mingyue shyly lowered her head. What nonsense are you talking about, Ihan brother? Ha. Mingyue isn't young anymore. It's time to find you a partner. Is there anyone you fancy? Let me check them out. No one. Mingyue blushed and played with her empty bowl. Well, we'll talk about this later. There's plenty of time. Seeing Mingyue was really shy, Xuanhuan stopped teasing her. How's everything going back home for all of you? Xuanhuan looked towards Deheo and the 4 captains. Your Majesty, everything is fine at our homes. All 5 of us have become great-grandpas, Deheo replied. Great-grandpas? Time flies indeed. Xuanhuan sighed. Ihan brother, what about you? When will you get married? I want a sister-in-law. Me? Xuanhuan was taken aback. He had never even thought about this kind of thing. I have plenty of time. No rush. If you're not in a rush, neither am I, Mingyue teased. Ha. Neither of us is in a rush. The few of them ate delicious food and talked about various experiences they had in a pleasant atmosphere. After eating heartily, Deheo asked, Highness, how should we handle the affairs concerning the sects? After we issued the notice today, only one sect has registered on the hand mirror. Oh, there's actually another one? Which sect is it? Xuanhuan was somewhat surprised. Sects usually had connections with land spirits, and in his estimation, none of them should have chosen to register so quickly. Registration was supposed to be something they would consider only after matters in the Death City were settled. The sect is called xiuxian sect. Deheo replied. xiuxian sect. Upon hearing this name, Xuanhuan suddenly understood. This was Lin Shu's sect, wasn't it? The current master Xuanhuan likely had already been brought into the underworld by Lord Luha, whom Xuanhuan had wanted to become one of the 10 kings of hell. However, Luha hadn't given him any news, so Xuanhuan guessed Master Xuanhuan might not have agreed yet. Now that xiuxian sect was the first to register, Xuanhuan speculated it must have something to do with Master Xuanhuan, perhaps because Master Xuanhuan had said something to the leader of xiuxian sect. Highness, how should we handle it now? Xuanhuan pondered for a moment and said, Since xiuxian sect supports us so much, we can't not give them some benefits. Deheo, take people tomorrow and exterminate all the sects within 1,000 miles of xiuxian sect. Afterwards, hand over their territories to xiuxian sect for management, along with half of the resources. Yes, Highness. Deheo was very pleased. It meant he could take action again. Subsequently, Deheo asked again, Highness, if the land spirit intervenes, what should we do? The land spirit. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Most of the land spirits he had appointed before turned out to be rebellious, and this incident involving the sects was also caused by them. They owed an account that needed settling. The land spirits need to be cleaned up too. Xuanhuan muttered under his breath. As for the land spirits issues, you don't need to worry about that. I'll let someone else manage it. Yes, Highness. After casually chatting a bit more, everyone parted ways. Xuanhuan returned to his room, took out his hand mirror, and sent a message to Yueyu. Yueyu, those who want to occupy the land of Death City, go and clean them all up. Yueyu soon replied. Yes, Your Highness. Gaiahin had no doubt that Yueyu knew what the land spirits were doing. Gaiahin didn't ask why Yueyu did nothing even though she knew. Because he understood, Yueyu always believed in him. If one were to choose the most devoted person to him in the world, Mingyue would only rank second, and Yueyu would be first. As for Luha and Deheo, they were mainly loyal. As for whether Yueyu had the power to deal with other land spirits, there was no need to worry at all. A higher position could completely suppress others. If land spirits weren't in the mortal realm, Luha could fully suppress them. The divine posts of land spirits in this world belong to the celestial positions of heaven. Yueyu's post as a city god also fell within the range of these celestial positions set by Gaian. Lui's role as king of hell belonged to the underworld. Though his rank was higher than that of land spirits, he couldn't interfere with land spirits in the mortal realm. Gaian aimed to maintain balance among the three realms. If Luha left the underworld to fight heaven-appointed deities, it would upset the balance, unless they were human. After finishing the tasks at hand, Xuanhuan entered the dream space in his sleep. He already knew how to become an immortal through the dream space. Devouring dream spaces was actually the Earth Scroll devouring them. By devouring 3 dream spaces, the Earth Scroll would reach its strongest state, allowing Xuanhuan to smoothly ascend to the celestial immortal level. Upon entering the dreamscape, Xuanhuan arrived at the first layer, the Dark Dream Realm. When he was still Lin Shu, he thought there was nothing in this first layer, but in fact, it needed to be devoured as well. The dark elements within were to be consumed. At that time, Lin Shu didn't know that if he had stayed longer in the first layer, the Earth Scroll would have manifested after enough time passed. Xuanhuan calmly sat in place and summoned the Earth Scroll. Once the scroll appeared, it began to voraciously consume the surrounding darkness. Although there seemed to be no visible changes around Xuanhuan, he could sense it. The entire dark space was slowly shrinking. Chapter 217, Various Situations. The Earth Book was consuming the dark space at a very fast speed, covering a range of more than 10 miles in the blink of an eye. However, the dark space was too vast. After calculating in his mind, Xuanhuan realized that even if it continued to absorb non-stop, it would take about 3 days to completely consume the first layer. If the absorption rate for the next 2 layers was similar, it would approximately take 9 days to consume all 3 spaces. 9 days was short for Xuanhuan, so he planned to consume all 3 dream realms before leaving. He adjusted his posture and sat still on the ground, thinking about other matters. Consuming the dream realm did not require his active participation. As long as he stayed here, the Earth Book would automatically consume it. Thus, he had plenty of time to think about future plans. First, he thought about the human world. Although it was chaotic now, part of the sect's high-level fighters had already been captured by him, and the rest were expected to be caught tomorrow because he had marked those who were coming to Death City the next day. Once they entered Death City, they would lose their ability to use magical treasures and spiritual energy. Dahao would go to the 3 Immortal sect the next day to eliminate members of other sections. With this action, those sects that were observing from the sidelines might finally submit. The situation with the sects was not difficult to handle. As for the various local gods, Yu would remove those who were disobedient according to his own will. Given Yu's strength, there was no need to worry about this side. Although Xuanhuan could easily clean up all the land gods himself, since these land gods were all personally infested by him, it was simple to manage them by taking out the Earth Book and revoking their divine duties. The reason why Xuanhuan didn't do this himself was that he wanted Yu to gather enough merit. Xuanhuan had marked the disloyal land gods on the Earth Book, turning them into wanted criminals of the Earth Book. Removing them would grant a large amount of merit. All of these were deliberately prepared by Xuanhuan for Yu. His aim was to enable Yu to rise to a higher divine rank when Xuanhuan established the Heavenly Court after becoming a celestial immortal. The situation with the land gods no longer needed much concern. Xuanhuan then thought of the skeleton land god. Previously, the self-explosion of the souls of 3 Earth Immortals was known by Xuanhuan to have been caused by the skeleton land god. For just this reason, the skeleton land god deserved death. However, the skeleton land god was not on the list of those to be removed. Although he had changed somewhat, Xuanhuan still did not want to kill him. Recalling the skeleton land god's previous single-minded focus on the safety of the monsters within the Death Forest, Xuanhuan sighed. In just 100 years, he never expected such a change. The reason Xuanhuan hadn't planned to remove the skeleton land god was twofold. First, he wanted to give him a chance. As long as he didn't overstep in the future, Xuanhuan would no longer hold him accountable for the soul explosion incident. Second, due to the monsters in the Death Forest, a complete cultivation world needed the species of demons. The monsters inside the Death Forest, especially those near the skeleton land god's temple every day, had already developed conditions to become demons under the nourishment of prior spirit chi. They possessed intelligence. What they lacked was the demonic cultivation techniques. With demon cultivation techniques, they could entirely become true demons. Xuanhuan wanted the skeleton land god to manage these demons in the future. However, further consideration was still needed since the skeleton land god had changed, and demon cultivation techniques were currently unavailable. Demon cultivation techniques differed from other cultivation methods, and Xuanhuan wasn't yet able to create them. At least, it would only be possible when he reached the celestial immortal stage. As for the current issue of spiritual energy on the continent, Xuanhuan no longer needed to convert it. After 100 years, the living beings of this human world had grown accustomed to and accepted spiritual energy. Grass, trees, and plants, nourished by spiritual energy, had already become different from the past. Now, plants could generate spiritual energy, albeit in small amounts, but the sheer quantity of vegetation was significant. It was already sufficient to sustain cultivation normally, and even leave surplus. Plants accepting spiritual energy was mainly due to the fact that spiritual energy suited plants better than elemental energy. Previously, plants imbued with elements had gradually decreased, and elements themselves began slowly disappearing. Before long, elements would be entirely replaced by spiritual energy. This was also something Xuanhuan looked forward to, because the deities of the divine realm relied on elements to become deities. Without elements, the threat posed by these deities against him would decrease significantly. At the very least, it cut off the divine realm's new generation of forces. No one could possibly achieve a divine level through the power of elements anymore. The same went for Duki, which although it was an individual's own power, without elements, Duki cultivation methods would merely become body-nurturing techniques that only enhanced physical health. Each race also had its respective adversarial races to deal with. In the human world, there were no other matters for him to personally worry about. Next came the matter of Diyu, the underworld. Diyu had long since entered normal operations. The 6 paths of reincarnation were all in place except for the Deva path, which could only be created once he became a heavenly immortal. There was also the issue of personnel in the underworld. There were still many vacant positions in Diyu. Among the 10 yamas, there was only Lu Ha, and 9 more were still needed. However, this didn't significantly affect Diyu's functioning. Therefore, Xuanhuan didn't plan on finding replacements at all costs. If suitable candidates were found, they could take the positions. Otherwise, it wasn't necessary either, just like Xinyuan Jinren. Xuanhuan had offered him the position of one of the yamas, but if he refused, it wouldn't impact Diyu's functioning. As for roles such as Nyoto and Matong, Bullhead and Horseface, their absence or presence made little difference. Having black and white Wuchang was sufficient. However, one particular role stood out. Mengpa, the Lady Ming. This role had limited responsibilities because the Mengpa soup was actually produced by Xuanhuan. Nonetheless, this position carried great merit, making it a good position for accumulating blessings effortlessly. Before the souls reincarnated, they needed to drink the Mengpa soup, which erased their memories from their past lives. Though the memories were removed, it might just as well erase all aspects of someone's previous life. After drinking the Mengpa soup, everything from the previous life vanished. With this erasure, both good and evil deeds from the past life disappeared too. Thus, those who drank it gained a new start, accruing blessings. Although each soul brought only minimal merit, the countless ghosts consuming Mengpa soup every day added up greatly over time. With the merit continuously increasing, over time even Mengpa herself would grow stronger without doing anything. Besides, Mengpa didn't have to personally make the soup, it was all pre-prepared by Xuanhuan. Since the underworld was currently under his administration and wasn't run extremely strictly, if Mengpa found her duties monotonous, she could even take a vacation and travel around. Her work may be tedious, but it was easy. Chapter 218, Public Parade. The position of Mengpa was a lucrative one, and Xuanhuan already had someone in mind. However, this person probably wouldn't come to the underworld anytime soon. Such a good position, Xuanhuan didn't give it to anyone else. He gave it to Mingyue. Xuanhuan had already mentioned this to Lu Ha before. Once Mingyue reached the realm of Earth Immortal, the Mengpa token prepared for her would be given to her. And the rumor outside that Mingyue possessed a celestial treasure actually referred to the Mengpa soup jar. After Mingyue received the Mengpa token, the Mengpa soup jar naturally became her treasure. Mingyue currently hadn't gone to the underworld to officially start work, so she only held the title, which meant fewer merits would be accumulated, but it was better than nothing. Xuanhuan also didn't insist that Mingyue must accept the position of Mengpa. He couldn't kill her if she refused, could he? It still depended on Mingyue's own decision. So at the moment, the position of Mengpa could still be considered vacant. The underworld was vast and lacked manpower. But since Xuanhuan hadn't made arrangements, Lu Ha didn't dare to take initiative either. For 100 years now, no new positions had been added. But this was not urgent. After becoming a heavenly immortal, he could assign appropriate people later. It was easy to solve the issue of the underworld's positions. The only slightly complicated problem right now was Azura, though it was just slightly troublesome. After becoming a heavenly immortal and establishing heaven, Azura would either follow orders or be sealed in the Azura path forever, guarding it indefinitely. Once all the matters related to the underworld and the human world were arranged, what remained was the gods of the god realm. After becoming a heavenly immortal, he would definitely establish heaven. Thus, the god realm had to be destroyed. There should only be the 3 realms, no extra god realm allowed. Even if another one appeared, it must be under the jurisdiction of the 3 realms. While Xuanhuan was still dreaming, it was already morning in reality. Big Brother Ihan. Mingyue came early in the morning to find Xuanhuan. But after calling for a long time with no response, upon entering the room, she saw Xuanhuan meditating. Quietly, she stepped out of the room. Not closing the door again, Mingyue pouted. She dared not disturb Xuanhuan and left his yard. As soon as she left not far, Neni came to report. Neni, what's up? Princess, I'm looking for you. Neni bowed. Big Brother Ihan is in seclusion again. You can tell me what's going on. Upon hearing that Xuanhuan was in seclusion, Nani did not hesitate and directly told Mingyue. Princess, those who arrived from various sects today have all been captured and imprisoned. We don't know how to handle them yet. Huh, have they been caught so soon? Yes, we discovered them entering the city at dawn and detained them immediately. Mingyue thought for a while and said, since they like Death City so much, why not take them for a little tour? Remember, parade them around in prisoner wagons. Yes, princess. Without hesitation, Nan Yi went out to instruct his subordinates to carry out the task. Mingyue originally thought of just killing these people, but considering Xuanhuan didn't initially eliminate them, they might have some other use. Though initially planning to keep them in custody, she couldn't let go of the grudge knowing that they were targeting Death City. Therefore, she ordered Nan Yi to parade these prisoners through the streets as a warning to others about what happened to those who opposed Death City. Zhang Daqiang was extremely annoyed today. Sleeping soundly, he was abruptly woken by an order from his superior, causing him to arrive at the city gate before sunrise, ready to capture the members of various sects. Thinking of these sect people, Zhang Daqiang grew irritated. Those previously captured acted insane, always pointing fingers at others. This time, he hoped these individuals would act somewhat normally. Unexpectedly, they were exactly the same as the previous group. As soon as they heard they were about to be arrested, they began laughing mockingly and pointing fingers at him. Zhang Daqiang lost his temper then. Were none of these sect members normal? All they knew was to point fingers. Without any words, he had them arrested, locked up, and reported to his superior. He thought everything was done and that he never wanted to see these crazy ones again. Unexpectedly, he received an order earlier that he needed to take these people for a public parade. Smack! Zhang Daqiang delivered a whip lash to the captives on the nearby prison wagon, venting his anger for skipping breakfast onto these sect members. You dare hit me, do you know? Smack! Another whip followed. You psychopath, are you trying to say that you're an elder from a certain sect? Humph, you think you can deceive us? More than 10 prison wagons slowly paraded through the main streets. What kind of people are these? Some citizens asked each other, confused. They are people from some sects. All of them are perverts, stealing clothes, chamber pots, even making advances on boars and sows. There are so many other crimes, an informed person explained. How bizarre. That's right. I'm telling you, there are even more people like that. A series of shameful offenses were recounted by this person, making the old woman beside him flush with embarrassment. While the commoners were discussing, further away, members of certain sects were looking at those who were being paraded around. Isn't that Elder Qian from Dayu sect? There's also Lu, head of GUS sect. Look, over there. Isn't that Li Gaofeng from Kama sect, a celestial immortal? Ah, really? Even a celestial immortal got captured? That's terrifying. Yes, the strength of Death City is overwhelming. I was still seeing them have breakfast at Guilai and just yesterday morning. Never would I have thought they'd be captured for a public parade today, without even hearing the sound of battle. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. It seems like Death City doesn't even consider celestial immortals as its opponents. What? Then what should we do? Death City has sent out messages requiring all sects to register and to submit half of their annual earnings. If we don't register, will we end up being paraded too? People from various sects began to worry. It said that they were arrested under baseless charges. I wonder if that's true. If we get treated the same way, I think we'd better register. I'd rather disband my sect than hand over half of our earnings, someone angrily remarked. Members from various sects saw on their hand mirrors how many experts were being paraded around. They were all discussing what to do. Some were willing, others were not. Those who were unwilling thought, Death City couldn't possibly kill all of us, could they? Thus, they neither agreed nor opposed, waiting to see what Death City would do next. This idea received approval from most of them. Meanwhile, Deheo was leading the 3,000 guard corps towards the direction of Xianxian sect. Chapter 219, Extinction of Sects. Is Lord Yi of the Three Immortals sect here? Dahao, leading 3,000 guards, shouted loudly in the sky above the plaza of the Three Immortals sect. After hearing this voice, Yi, the sect master of the Three Immortals sect, and the other two peak masters, Lu Luo and Li Zhua, immediately appeared before Dahao. President Dahao, I am Yi, the sect master of the Three Immortals sect. May I ask what brings you to me? Asked Yi with a tone laced with tension. Yi couldn't figure out why Dahao from the Death City would bring so many people to their sect. Was it for trouble? It shouldn't be. He had registered his sect's information right after the announcement from Death City was made and also agreed to give half of their annual profits to the Death City. So how could they still not be satisfied? It's impossible. But now, Dahao had arrived with such a large number of people, the 3,000 Death City guards. This group didn't just come out randomly. From past experience, whenever these 3,000 guards came out, they would not return unless some powers had been destroyed. The other two masters also watched Dahao anxiously. Dahao was an Earth Immortal and one of the strongest Earth Immortals at that. The 3,000 guards were all at the Fusion Realm level. Even though they were at the Fusion Realm, in Legends, these 3,000 individuals were called the most terrifying 3,000. It was said that their technique, called the Death Guard Immortal Technique, and their combined battle formation, known as the Soul Rating Formation, grew stronger with each fight. Given enough time, even if these 3,000 men faced off against 3,000 Earth Immortals, it wouldn't be a problem. Though they hadn't seen it themselves, they weren't too sure whether the stories were true, but dealing with their own Three Immortals sect would be more than enough. The disciples below, seeing the 3,000 figures hovering in the sky, were utterly terrified. The aura of the guard team was far too frightening. This is Great Immortal Dahao from the Death City and the 3,000 Death Guards. We're doomed. We are all going to die. Some disciples had already begun trembling with fear in their legs. Seeing their reaction, Dahao quickly reassured them. There's no need to be afraid. I've come under orders from Prince and said that the Three Immortals sect has always been a responsible sect. However, the current territory is too small. Starting today, your territory will expand by another 1,000 miles. Expand by 1,000 miles? Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. The range of the Three Immortals sect was only about 100 miles currently. Expanding by 1,000 miles would mean increasing its size manyfold. After being shocked for a moment, Yi reflected and then responded. Great Immortal Dahao, our Three Immortals sect is just an ordinary sect. We can't manage such a large area. This was Yi's genuine thought. Within the new range of 1,000 miles, there were several other sects, not all of which were weaker than the Three Immortals sect. Would these other sects willingly submit to the Three Immortals sect simply on Dahao's word? That was basically impossible. Dahao already knew what he was thinking and replied, don't worry about that. I'll handle everything. I'm just informing you now that by this afternoon, you'll be able to send people to take over the territories. With that, Dahao waved his hand, and with the 3,000 guards, they flew towards the closest sect to the Three Immortals sect. After Dahao and his crew left, Master Luluo of the Earth Immortal Peak hesitated and said, "Master, aren't they planning to?" Yi nodded. "I think they're likely going to clear out those other sects within the 1,000-mile radius." Oh. Master Li Zhuo of the Human Immortal Peak let out a surprised shout. They really plan to eliminate all sects within 1,000 miles. That seems to be the case. And earlier, Dahao said he acted under the command of Princeton. This indicates that Princeton has returned. It seems Princeton is genuinely upset and plans to wipe out all the defiant sections. Subsequently, Yi took out his mirror, opened a video feed, revealing images of high-ranking fighters from various sects who had been paraded as prisoners. "The video must have reached you by now," Yi stated. They both nodded. "If I'm correct, those sects must already be discussing countermeasures." "Master, did they not include you in their discussions?" mistrustfully asked Li Zhuo. Yi gave him a look of annoyance. "Our Three Immortals sect was the first to register. Do you seriously believe they'd invite us?" Li Zhuo realized his mistake and lowered his head silently. "What should we do now, Master?" asked Luluo. "What else can we do? Didn't Master Xuanhuan instruct us before? Not to oppose Prince in whatever Princeton commands, we follow. Now that Princeton is asking us to accept an increase in territory by 1,000 miles, we'll accept it." Yi glanced in the direction where Dahao and his team had gone. "Our master also once said that if the Three Immortals sect wants to become the top sect, truly aiming to cultivate immortals instead of merely Earth Immortals, then we must act according to every single command given by Princeton." After speaking, the three of them fell silent. They didn't know why Xuanhuan had said those words, but they believed he must have learned some significant secrets. After a while, Yi said, "Great Immortal Dahao has instructed us to take over other sects' territories. We'd better each prepare ourselves." "Yes, Sect Master." Then the three of them dispersed, leaving the bewildered disciples of the Three Immortals sect behind. What was going on? Dahao and his crew soon arrived at the nearest sect. Dahao didn't even bother to check the name of the sect or explain his reasons before attacking. Instead, he launched his assault immediately. The sound of boom 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 reverberated from all directions within this sect's area. Dahao hovered in the air, waiting for the strongest individual from the sect to emerge. Cries and wails arose below, as many were killed without knowing why. Dahao showed no sympathy. Perhaps there were many innocent and pitiful people here, but war knew no right or wrong. From his perspective, anyone who held hostility toward Death City was wrong, while from their side, it was Dahao's group that was wrong. Long ago, Dahao had once asked Princeton, "Should we also kill those pitiable ones?" Princeton had replied, "In this world, there are no people unworthy of pity. As long as they are our enemies, they must be eliminated." At that time, Dahao hadn't fully understood what that meant, but now he did. Endless vendettas would only prolong suffering. Completely eradicating one's enemies would prevent these endless cycles of revenge. "Why, great immortal Dahao!" A man flew up into the air and shouted pitifully at Dahao upon seeing him. Dahao glanced at the man, likely the sect master judging by his distinct clothing. After another look, Dahao judged his power to be mediocre. He didn't bother speaking, delivering a direct punch from afar, turning the man into a bloody mist. As for the man's soul, it was quickly taken away by the Yin soldiers of the underworld. Not long after, the 3,000 guards approached Dahao. "Captain Dahao, mission accomplished. In that case, let's proceed to the next target." After speaking, the group flew toward the next sect. Chapter 220. The city god confronts the earth god. With the handheld mirrors, news spread quickly. The news that Dahao was leading a team of 3,000 guards to exterminate all sects within 1,000 li of the Three Immortal sect was soon captured and spread far and wide. His Highness Prince and his mighty, Captain Dahao is awe-inspiring, and the 3,000 guards are invincible. The people of Death City were thrilled upon hearing this news, feeling proud to live in Death City. Most parents in Death City would educate their children to study hard so that they could become like the guards, protecting Death City in the future. However, those not from Death City were not as joyful. People from various sects were terrified, quickly logging into their handheld mirrors to register their information and handing over half of their sect's assets to Death City. Not everyone was willing to hand over their assets though. Some hastily disbanded their sects and fled with their wealth. Upon learning of this, Mingyu didn't let them off easily. She immediately sent people to retrieve all the money. Since they had abandoned their sects, they wouldn't be allowed to take the money either. After eliminating a few members of the dissolved sects, no one dared to dissolve their sects without permission anymore. If you truly wanted to dissolve your sect, it was fine, but you couldn't take anything from it. Furthermore, the people within the sect would be absorbed by other sects. The various empires did not make any comments about this issue, nor could they. Death City only mentioned managing sects, not anything else. Moreover, sects originated from cultivation techniques in the game, which belonged to His Highness Princeton. Hence, managing all sects seemed reasonable. If you found it unreasonable, you didn't have to cultivate these methods, no one forced you. But if you chose to cultivate, then you would be subject to his management. At the same time, the emergence of these sects was causing headaches for the emperors of each empire. These powerful individuals greatly impacted their empires, troubling every emperor immensely. Now, with Princeton unifying the management, they too agreed because they understood Prince and had no ambition to conquer the world. Even if he did, they wouldn't be able to resist him anyway. As for the empires ruled by earth gods, they showed no response, not because they agreed with Prince in managing all sects, but because they themselves were struggling to survive and lacked the energy to manage this matter. In just a few short days, Yu had killed dozens of earth gods. Other earth gods were initially worried, but when they realized Yu, the city god, only targeted those who had intentions against Death City. Those uninvolved Earth gods felt reassured. Nevertheless, the implicated Earth gods gathered together on this day. Didn't the city god Yu say she wouldn't interfere? Why is she doing this? Luohua looked at Qianlai. Yu's city god office had been in contact with Qianlai, so Luohua asked Qianlai for an explanation. Qianlai explained. City god Yu said she wouldn't act without His Highness Prince N's command. Now it seems she must have received orders from the prince. So, does that mean His Highness Prince N has returned? I think so. Da Hao, the celestial immortal, has also begun clearing out the sections. I suspect His Highness Prince N intends to wipe all of us out. Qianlai closed his eyes and said, what should we do now? It's clear His Highness Prince N aims to kill all of us. Other land's spirit emperors panicked. Don't panic. Didn't we already discuss what to do when Prince N returns? No matter how strong he is, he's just like us, celestial immortals. Now he isn't fighting personally but sent Yu, the city god, alone to deal with us, clearly still viewing us as before. Let's first remove Yu, the city god, then directly attack Death City. Luohua's face showed signs of malice. He continued, Yu has already killed many of our comrades, but it's because he attacked individually without giving us time to prepare. Now we're all here together. I don't believe Yu would dare to appear before us again. All the land spirits thought it was true. Although Yu was stronger than each of them, she couldn't possibly defeat all of them at once. Just as the earth gods thought Yu wouldn't dare to show up, the air rippled and Yu's figure appeared before them. Yu coldly stared at them. Her city god aura, along with her black and gold city god attire, made her appear solemn and untouchable. City god Yu. All the earth gods were shocked. Yu, expressionless, said, His Highness commanded me to eliminate all earth gods involved in plotting against Death City. Are you ready to die? Da Hao differed from Yu in this aspect. Da Hao finished tasks without saying a word, letting others die without knowing why. However, Yu would always state the reason before taking action, allowing others to know exactly why they must be eliminated. City god Yu, don't you underestimate us too much. Do you really think you can kill all of us alone? Luohua shouted loudly. Yu glanced at him, and then turned her eyes to Qianlai beside Luohua. Luohua, Qianlai, the two of you were among the first people I interacted with. Back when I was still the princess of the Baiwei Empire, during my battles against Prince N, the three of you, along with Xiao Yao, helped me stall Prince N. I never imagined that one day I would carry out Prince N's orders to deal with the two of you. Truly, life is unpredictable and things change endlessly. Yu reflected on the past. Upon hearing this, the other earth gods also recalled those events. They too were from 100 years ago, though they had only heard rumors at the time. But so many years had passed now, their memory wasn't very clear. They vaguely remembered that city god Yu had fled due to internal strife in the Baiwei Empire back then. Since no one dared to shelter her, with nowhere else to turn, she eventually sought refuge under Prince N and later became the current city god. City god Yu, have you forgotten what Xuanhuan did to your master? Luohua deliberately brought up this incident, hoping it would make Yu resent Xuanhuan. Of course I haven't forgotten. However, in battle, everyone has their own duty. If you think I hold grudges against Prince N, you're wrong. My master's fate rests more heavily on my shoulders. Then Yu scanned the crowd again. You were all appointed as land spirit emperors by Prince N. If not for Prince N, would any of you be where you are today? And yet, how dare you harbor dissent while he is away? Tell me, do you not deserve death? Yu, if you want to be Xuanhuan's dog, go ahead. Don't try to force us to be dogs too. Disgusting. Luohua cursed. You speak eloquently, trying to justify yourselves for wanting to replace Prince N, but your excuses cannot mask your treachery. Indeed, you must die. Yu said emotionlessly. Want to kill us? Then prepare to die first. With that, Luohua rushed toward Yu first. Chapter 221, Surrendering Resources. Luohua rushed towards Yu. It seemed as if he was rushing straight ahead, recklessly committing himself fully, but in fact, he had reserved some strength for his retreat. Luohua wasn't a fool. Having never seen Yu take action, he didn't know what tricks Yu might have up his sleeve. Such a reckless charge was dangerous. Now he deliberately acted like he was throwing caution to the wind, and charged at Yu to try and incite the other land deities to join in the attack. Then, he could step back, observe Yu's offensive skills, and look for an opportunity to ambush him. Luohua's treasure, the three-flavor true fire, was incredibly powerful. He was confident that if he succeeded in the ambush, Yu would die under his three-flavor true fire. Sure enough, when the other land deities saw Luohua charging forward, they followed suit and also rushed towards Yu. Seeing them charge towards him, Yu remained calm, lifting his hand and casually waving it at them. At the moment Yu raised his hand, Luohua immediately retreated. However, the other land deities did not, and thus they were directly struck by Yu and hurled away. They crashed heavily onto the ground, their forms slowly dissipating. In less than a moment, all the land deities who were flung away had completely vanished. Now only two land deities remained, Luohua, who had retreated, and Qianlai, who had been standing aside without moving the entire time. The two of them, seeing how Yu killed all the land deities with just a casual wave of his hand, exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible? Is it so unbelievable?" Yu asked lightly, "Why can you kill them so easily? We're all at the realm of Earth Immortals. Why are you so strong?" Luohua shouted loudly, unable to believe it. "Don't you understand? Well, let me tell you. It's because my divine rank is higher than yours." Divine rank. The two were confused. It seems you're still stuck in the idea that the stronger one's personal abilities, the more powerful they are. What's wrong with that? Isn't it true that the stronger one's personal abilities, the better? The two were even more confused. Yu chuckled lightly. In the human world, there's a saying, an official one level higher crushes you. Let's not talk about officials. Even in an inn, if you compare the innkeeper with the inn helper, who's stronger? Even if the helper is in the prime of life while the innkeeper is an old man, who do you think is stronger? The two didn't know how to respond. In reality, the innkeeper can easily teach the helper a lesson, right? After looking at the two, Yu continued. Perhaps you'd argue that the helper could definitely succeed in killing the innkeeper if they wanted. Yes, it might succeed, but that's in the human world. We, on the other hand, are gods with divine ranks. According to the rules of divine rank, the gods below cannot threaten those of a higher rank. Princeton does not allow it. Is this clear now? So this is why? This rule was set by Princeton, wasn't it? He's been playing us all along. Luo was screamed wildly, feeling bitter resentment. He realized that everything he had plotted probably looked like a joke to Princeton. Princeton has not played any of you. It's just that you've been too greedy and wish to replace him. While saying this, Yu pointed his finger at the two, and by the time his words finished, the two had already disappeared. Then, Yu took out his handheld mirror and sent a message. Your Highness, the rebellious gods have all been dealt with. Not long after, the handheld mirror relayed a reply. Good work. Yu put the mirror away and felt the merit he had collected over these days. Thank you, Your Highness. Yu said softly. Since killing the first land deity earned him merit, Yu realized that Prince and was giving him merit by having him handle these rebellious land deities. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan was still dreaming. Though he didn't have the handheld mirror in his dream, it didn't stop him from replying to messages. The handheld mirror worked due to the influence of the Earth Scroll, which allowed communication with others elsewhere. Since Xuanhuan always carried the Earth Scroll, he could naturally obtain any information from the handheld mirror without needing the device itself. His habit of using the mirror was merely that, a habit, much like how he didn't need sleep or food, yet maintained those routines out of habit. Xuanhuan had already spent 5 days in his dreams. The issue of the land deities was resolved, and Dahao had solved the matters of the sect several days ago. He was currently devouring the second layer of the dream, estimating he'd finish by tomorrow. As for the third layer, it would take 3 more days. Xuanhuan couldn't wait to enter the heavenly immortal realm. With worldly affairs resolved, the city of the dead was now extremely busy, especially among the likes of Dahao. President Dahao, here's half of our Luo Yu sect's assets. Please check them over. The Luo Yu sect elder said cautiously. Dahao briefly glanced through them before looking at him. You haven't secretly stashed anything, have you? Absolutely not, President Dahao. The heavens and earth can bear witness that our Luo Yu sect has not only not concealed anything, but also given more. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check. The elder of the Luo Yu sect immediately became nervous upon hearing Dahao's suspicion and quickly assured him. Actually, Dahao was just asking casually. Nowadays, almost no sect dared not hand over half of their assets honestly. Many would even give a little extra, in case they missed something somewhere. This way, there was some leeway. No concealment is best. Also, these martial arts manuals and secret techniques are unnecessary. This stuff isn't very useful. Dahao pointed at the box containing the martial arts scrolls. Yes, President Dahao. After looking through everything, Dahao registered it on his handheld mirror, then called out, next sect. While Dahao was registering, the others were also busy. There were too many sects, all coming within these few days. The registration couldn't be left to underlings. Dahao and the 14 leaders had to do it personally. President Dahao. Dahao looked up and saw Yi, the sect master of Xianxian sect. Yi, sect master, why are you here? Do you need something from me? Dahao was curious. Xianxian sect was currently receiving territory. As the sect master, he should be very busy. Could it be that there's troublemakers bothering Xianxian sect? Yi didn't know what Dahao was thinking. He pointed to the boxes behind him and said, President Dahao, these are half of Xianxian sect's resources. Xianxian sect's resources? Dahao paused for a second. You guys don't need to contribute. Didn't I tell you? President Dahao, if it weren't for the dead city, we wouldn't have such a large area for our sect. This is our tribute to show gratitude, Yi respectfully said. Upon hearing this, Dahao immediately understood. So they came to express thanks. Haha, you're a good person. No wonder the prince favors your Xianxian sect. But I really can't accept this. The prince ordered long ago that Xianxian sect doesn't need to contribute. President Dahao, this is our sincere gesture, Yi said with difficulty. I've accepted the thought. Keep these resources for developing your sect. Don't disappoint the prince. Chapter 222, Summoned by Wu Chang. Yi was about to say something, but since Dahao really didn't want to accept the offerings, he had no choice and left with all those things. When he returned to the inn, Lu Luo from the Three Immortals sect saw Yi come back with everything intact and asked, Sect leader, what happened? They didn't accept? No. President Dahao said that Prince and has given orders not to accept anything from our Three Immortals sect, telling us to focus on development. Sect leader, why is this? Just because we were the first sect to agree to register? That's impossible, right? Lu Luo was puzzled. I also think it's impossible. Just because we were the first to register, we get no benefits, and they even help expand our territory. What does Death City really want? Yi was also confused. In Yi's view, Death City manages all the sects just to gain benefits from them. So why wouldn't they accept his offering? Lu Luo guessed. Could it be because Death City is so powerful that they look down on our small contribution? Yi thought about it and nodded. Maybe. But then he added, let's still go every year to offer tributes. Go every year? Why? Wouldn't it be better if they don't take anything? This way, we would develop faster than other sections. Lu Luo was puzzled. Yi sighed and said, I suspect that Death City might not care about our meager resources now, but what about later? As Three Immortals sect grows stronger and accumulates more resources, will they continue to not take anything? If we don't willingly bring resources, are we inviting trouble from Death City in the future? Do you mean that Death City is giving us some leeway now because we were the first to surrender, but when Three Immortals sect becomes powerful, they will find an excuse to destroy us? Luluo was shocked. Yi nodded. I can't think of any other reason. They say Princeton is upright, but it seems he isn't. Luluo was angry. Yi made a shushing gesture. This is Death City. Be careful what you say. Luluo shut up. He then asked again. Has Xuanhuan Master still not been heard from? Yi shook his head. Since Xuanhuan Master appeared last time and told us to follow Princeton, he hasn't been seen again. Luluo also sighed. I wonder how Xuanhuan Master is doing in the underworld. Could he have already reincarnated? Unknown. Yi also shook his head. After a moment, Luluo suddenly had an idea. Sect leader, shall we ask? Ask? Who should we ask? Yi was puzzled. The Yin soldiers. Oh, Yi suddenly understood. Summoning talismans can summon Yin soldiers to eliminate ghosts. However, there was once someone who missed their deceased family members, so they used a summoning talisman to summon a Yin soldier to inquire about the status of their loved ones in the underworld. The Yin soldier initially didn't want to answer, but the person was well prepared and burned paper money for the soldier as a bribe. Eventually, the Yin soldier gave in. This incident made headlines at the time and reached #1 on the public news platform. Many people started using this method to summon Yin soldiers to learn more about the underworld. However, the Yin soldiers only provided basic information, such as whether family members had reincarnated or their living conditions, and would occasionally deliver messages for a fee. Of course, delivering messages required extra payment. Yin soldiers never divulge more specific details about the underworld. Alright, let's summon a Yin soldier tonight. Send someone now to prepare the paper money. Yi agreed. Alright. As dusk fell, Yi and Luluo brought a large stack of prepared paper money to a remote, deserted forest. Are you ready? Yi asked. Ready. Then use the summoning talisman. Luluo nodded, then pulled out the summoning talisman. Although all summoning talismans are the same, the stronger the user, the stronger the Yin soldiers from the underworld who sense it will be. At that moment, Bai Wuchang had nothing to do and suddenly felt the call of the talisman. A person at the unification stage? Has a ghost appeared that even someone at the unification stage cannot handle? I'll have to check it out personally. Muttering to himself, Bai Wuchang disappeared from the underworld. On this side, soon after Luluo used the talisman, both of them felt the surrounding air temperature drop sharply, followed by the arrival of a deathly atmosphere. A white figure suddenly appeared before them. Sensing the intense death aura radiating from the white figure, Yi and Luluo froze in place, too scared to move. Upon arriving in the mortal realm, Bai Wuchang immediately sensed for any ghost presence. However, there was no presence of a ghost to be felt. He then wanted to ask the person who summoned him, but looking at the two people in front of him and noticing the several piles of paper money, each taller than the two of them, Bai Wuchang understood. These two hadn't summoned him to capture a ghost, they had come to inquire about news. Bai Wuchang coughed once, alerting the two spaced-out individuals. Lord Bai Wuchang. Yi and Luluo stuttered out. They hadn't expected that by casually summoning a Yin soldier, Lord Bai Wuchang himself would appear from the underworld. This left them feeling uncertain as there were no records of anyone ever bribing the Yin gods Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang. Bai Wuchang's face was expressionless as he looked at the two, yet inside he was overjoyed. In the past, others always summoned his subordinates, and when hearing how much Yin currency they obtained for free every day, he was incredibly envious. Expenses in the underworld were also quite high, especially since he was the leader with even higher expenses. He too wished to go out and earn some extra cash, but without the summons of a powerful individual, he could not hear the calls. Finally, someone had summoned him today. If it was just for capturing a ghost, there wouldn't be much benefit, but asking questions was another matter entirely. Looking at those stacks of paper money beside them, this would convert into an unimaginable amount of Yin currency. You two wish to ask a question, right? Go ahead and ask. However, I can only answer appropriately. I cannot tell you any significant matters of the underworld. On hearing this, both were immediately reassured. So, even Bai Wuchang would answer their questions. Yi composed himself, giving Luluo a nudge. Luluo immediately got the hint and began burning the paper money for Bai Wuchang. Respectfully, Yi said, Lord Bai Wuchang, I apologize for disturbing you, but I would like to inquire about my elder brother Xuanhuan Master. Is he well in the underworld? Has he already been reincarnated? Upon hearing this, Bai Wuchang was momentarily stunned. Are you Xuanhuan's junior disciple? So, you are Yi, the sect leader of the Three Immortals sect. Hearing this, Yi was pleasantly surprised. Lord Bai Wuchang, you know my elder brother, and even me? Bai Wuchang was speechless. How could he not know? That Xuanhuan guy would often drag the two of us, Yin gods, to brag. If it weren't for the fact that he treated us, we wouldn't even bother acknowledging him. Chapter 223, Bai Wuchang delivers a message. I know your master, Xuanhuan the Taoist. He is now living well in the underworld and has not yet reincarnated, Bai Wuchang said as he looked at Yi. That's wonderful. Thank you for letting me know, Lord Bai Wuchang. Yi bowed respectfully. Bai Wuchang glanced at the several piles of paper money still burning and felt his Yin currency increase. Then he looked back at Yi. Do you have any other questions? Since he had collected so much Yin currency, answering only one question would seem improper, so Bai Wuchang asked if there were more questions. Yi politely said, Lord Bai Wuchang, I have no other questions, but may I ask if you could deliver a message to my master? A message? No problem. What message would you like me to deliver? Bai Wuchang quickly agreed. Delivering messages was better than answering questions since all it took was passing on words, while answering required thought. In the past, there had been instances where a Yin soldier divulged secrets of the underworld and got punished. That Yin soldier exposed secrets and was penalized, so now they answered people's inquiries very cautiously. Of course, those who intentionally tricked others were also punished, having their remaining lifespan taken away and unable to speak for 3 lifetimes. Lord Bai Wuchang, I miss my master greatly. Could you please tell him if he can visit me in a dream tonight? No problem, I'll deliver your message. Thank you, Lord Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang nodded. Then Bai Wuchang's figure gradually disappeared as he returned to the underworld. After Bai Wuchang left, the chilly atmosphere dissipated, returning to normal. Phew, that was powerful. This is the strength of Bai Wuchang? It seems even stronger than that of Earth Immortals. The pressure from Master back then wasn't nearly as intense. Yi exhaled deeply. Yes. Lu Luo beside him nodded in agreement. Glancing at the layer of paper money that hadn't burned, Yi went over to help slowly set fire to them. With joyous hearts, they burned the paper money, imagining what questions they'd ask Xuanhuan the Taoist when he came to them. Paper money didn't convert into Yin currency by just transforming the paper. Instead, the emotions of the person burning it at that moment, through the 7 emotions and 6 desires, transformed into Yin currency. When Bai Wuchang was present, Lu Luo experienced fear, anxiety, and curiosity among various emotions. These feelings traveled with the burning paper money to the underworld and were converted into Yin currency via a Yin currency machine. The stronger the person producing the emotions, the more Yin currency generated. And the more paper money burned, the greater the amount of these emotions transported. Even with intense emotions but burning just 1 sheet of paper money, only a little emotion could enter the underworld. This explained why Bai Wuchang was pleased seeing so many piles of paper money. If someone strong burns enough, the Yin currency he gains will be plentiful. Each person constantly generates emotions whether sad or happy, all converting into Yin currency. Only a wooden statue would lack emotion, so some degree of emotion will always exist. After finishing the burning of the rest of the paper money, they both went straight back to sleep, awaiting Xuanhuan the Taoist's dream visit while asleep. Bai Wuchang received Yin currency from the emotional output of 2 individuals of the combined realm, making him very content. He then headed to the Yin currency machine, withdrew a portion, bought some alcohol and meat in the ghost market, and proceeded toward Xuanhuan the Taoist's direction. Having received so much money from them, he decided to not only pass on the message but also bring some nice food as thanks. Previously, Xuanhuan the Taoist often treated them, so this was an opportunity to reciprocate. Bai Wuchang, carrying food and drink, arrived at Zhen Yuanzi's residence. Because Gui Han intended to give Zhen Yuanzi 1 palace of the 10 courts of Yanwang, Lu Ha arranged a villa for Zhen Yuanzi along with plenty of living expenses to ensure his comfort, so Zhen Yuanzi wasn't poor. When will I ever afford such a large house? Bai Wuchang stood in front of Zhen Yuanzi's villa in admiration. With his current salary, it would take him at least 1,000 years to save enough for such a villa. And Bai Wuchang was a Moonlight clan member, spending every bit of his monthly income without saving a penny. Zhen Yuanzi, I've come to see you. Bai Wuchang called out loudly. Lao Bai, how do you have time to visit me? Zhen Yuanzi walked out from the villa. Seeing what Bai Wuchang was carrying, Zhen Yuanzi hesitated briefly before asking, Lao Bai, what's wrong? Why have you brought things here? This isn't like you. Did you find money? Hee, something close to finding money. As they spoke, they entered the villa inside. After setting the wine and dishes on the table, Bai Wuchang explained, not long ago, your junior disciple summoned me with a spirit exchange talisman, and that's how I got some money. My junior disciple? Yes, the one named Yi, along with another called Lu Luo. They wanted to know if you had reincarnated yet, and also asked me to bring a message for you, wanting you to go see them as they wish to chat with you. Bai Wuchang said while eating. So that's it. I was wondering why you were being so generous today. You must have gained quite a few benefits. Indeed, this trip earned me the equivalent of an entire month's salary. Bai Wuchang continued eating. Your junior disciple seems decent and respectful. It's been so long. Why don't you just meet them? What is there to meet about? There's nothing much to say anyway. Now I'm in the underworld, he's in the human world. Even when we were in the 3 Immortal sect, I seldom interfered in matters. Now that I'm dead, I care even less. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand dismissively. At least they are your disciples. If they want to see you, there should be a reason. Shouldn't you check it out? You might be right. Zhen Yuanzi thought for a moment. I'll check later. Well then, my message has been delivered, so I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Bai Wuchang instantly disappeared. Why did he leave in such a hurry? Zhen Yuanzi wondered. Then he glanced at the food on the table. Not a scrap remained, just a few bones. This old Bai. You brought food to my place, but didn't mean to treat me. Were you showing off being a hungry ghost in front of me? Zhen Yuanzi sighed in disbelief. After clearing away the leftovers, Zhen Yuanzi looked at the time. It was already midnight in the human world. He considered for a moment and decided to visit Yi's dream to find out if something had happened in the 3 Immortal sect. Zhen Yuanzi had special privileges. He could enter someone's dream at will without paying fees or registering. Closing his eyes, he prepared to enter Yi's dream. But soon after, he opened his eyes again. What is this Yi doing? If you don't sleep, how can I deliver the dream to you? Chapter 224. Zhen Yuanzi appears in a dream. Yi couldn't fall asleep in his room no matter what. For those who have reached the unity of body realm, sleep is rarely needed anymore. Mostly, it's all about cultivation, It's rare to truly sleep once a month. But in order to see Zhen Yuanzi, Yi forced himself to sleep and finally managed to do so when dawn was approaching. At the same time, Zhen Yuanzi smoothly entered Yi's dream. Senior brother, you've come, Yi said with delight. Zhen Yuanzi nodded and said, do you need to see me because something has happened to the Three Immortal sect? Senior brother, there's nothing wrong with the sect, but we all miss you and want to ask how you're doing in the underworld. I'm doing well in the underworld. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Since I am already dead, I no longer wish to meddle in human affairs. From now on, you should handle matters regarding the Three Immortal sect yourself. Consult the other two juniors more often if anything happens. After saying this, Zhen Yuanzi wanted to leave. Although Zhen Yuanzi still cared about the Three Immortal sect deep down, now that they were separated by life and death, it would be inappropriate for him to interfere. Moreover, his only disciple had already passed away. What he currently desired most was to create a soul, and not just any soul, but a powerful one where he could place xiuxian's memories, thus helping xiuxian reincarnate. He befriended all the somewhat capable ghost soldiers and gods in the underworld, hoping they would help him find special materials for his creation. But many things were still missing. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi wanting to leave, Yi quickly said, Senior brother, wait. Is there anything else? There's a matter I want to ask you, senior brother. What is it? Last time, based on your advice, I followed Prince N's orders. Now Prince Sun, through Daho, expanded our territory by 1,000 miles. Other sects are required to contribute half of their resources to Death City, and I brought half of our resources as well. However, they wouldn't accept it. Is there something wrong? Subsequently, Yi explained his concern. Was it possible that Death City might find an excuse to annex them once the Three Immortal sect became stronger in the future? After hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi frowned slightly. You shouldn't misjudge Prince N with your own petty thoughts. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the Three Immortal sect. Even if it grows stronger, Death City won't cause trouble unless you intentionally go against them. Senior brother, even though you say this, I'm still unsure. I don't understand why Prince N is being so nice to us at the Three Immortal sect, and I always feel uneasy, Yi said anxiously. Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment and then sighed. All right then, I'll tell you the reason, but you must promise me not to tell anyone. Otherwise, I don't know what the consequences might be. Yes, senior brother, I definitely won't tell anyone, Yi said seriously. Looking at Yi, Zhen Yuanzi asked, do you know where xiuxian has gone? Shaking his head, Yi replied, Senior brother, I haven't seen Lin Shu for many days now. I don't know where he's run off to. Xiuxian is already dead. What? Senior brother, is this true? Who did this? I'll take revenge for him, Yi said angrily. However, he soon grew confused. Lin Shu was like flesh from his senior brother's bone. Why did it seem like his senior brother didn't care much when he mentioned Lin Shu's death? No need for revenge. Xiuxian was destined to die anyway, because Prince N would never let him live. What? Yi was bewildered, failing to grasp what Zhen Yuanzi meant. Xiuxian is the reincarnation of Prince N. This life of Xiuxian's is likely just Prince N's mortal journey through the world. Once Prince N needs to return, Xiuxian will certainly die, Zhen Yuanzi explained. What? Lin Shu is Prince N's reincarnation. Yi was so astonished that he didn't know what to say. However, Xiuxian hasn't really died. Knowing how deep my affection was for him as a teacher, Prince N specially handed over Xiuxian's memories to me. When I find an appropriate soul for Xiuxian, he will be reborn, and we, master and disciple, will reunite again. Saying this, Zhen Yuanzi smiled. He recalled the days spent together with Xiuxian, when the boy had talked about how they, master and apprentice, would become the two rice bucket fairies and travel across the entire continent. You should keep this information to yourself and not mention it to anyone. Before Yi could respond, Zhen Yuanzi left. For a long time, Yi stood stunned. He never expected such a connection between Prince N and the Three Immortal sect. No wonder his senior brother was so sure that Prince N wouldn't harm the sect. The sect was essentially the second home of Prince N. Thinking this, Yi sighed in relief and stopped worrying about issues concerning the Three Immortal sect. When Yi woke up, it was already bright outside. As Yi came out of the room, Lu Luoxin was waiting for him outside. Lord Zong, I saw you didn't seem awake just now. I thought you were talking to senior brother Zhen Yuanzi. What did you two talk about? How is senior brother doing in the underworld? Lu Luoxin asked eagerly. Not much, we just casually discussed how senior brother is faring in the underworld. He's doing well there. Did Lord Zong ask if Death City has any plans for us, the Three Immortal sect? Death City doesn't have any particular plan for the Three Immortal sect. You're overthinking it. Prince N is a man of integrity and would not have ulterior motives against our sect. Stop imagining things from now on, Yi said unhappily. Lu Luoxin stood dumbfounded. Why should I stop imagining things? Is that something you can just tell me? When did I say that? You must have heard wrong. Lu Luoxin stood frozen. How could he forget what he had said during the entire night? After breakfast, let's head back to the sect. There are many affairs awaiting our handling there. Yi didn't plan to tell anyone else about this matter, especially not someone as loose-lipped as Lu Luoxin. If he told him, the whole world would know sooner or later. Who knows? He might even post a video on his hand mirror app to brag. We don't yet know Prince N's attitude, and our senior brother also doesn't want too many people to know. Let's keep this secret between us. For now, it suffices to know that Prince N has no bad intentions toward the Three Immortal sect. The rest need not concern us. We should just focus on developing the sect vigorously right now. With Death City's support, Yi was confident that the Three Immortal sect could become the top sect. What matters most to a sect? Resources. With resources, a large number of people can be recruited, thereby increasing the probability of attracting highly talented individuals. Moreover, in the entire continent, only the Three Immortal sect is exempted from having to give half of its resources to Death City, which will bring our sect great renown and attract even more people to join. A surge of ambition swelled within Yi. The day when the Three Immortal sect becomes the top sect is just around the corner. Chapter 225. Xuanhuan's Celestial Immortal Tribulation. The morning sunlight was soothing. Xuanhuan had spent 9 days in a dream, and as soon as he stepped out of his room and felt the sunlight, he was in a good mood. Now, the Earth Book had completely devoured the 3 layers of dreams and had reached a new stage. Xuanhuan checked his physical state. He could already become a celestial immortal at any time. The reason he wasn't yet perfect was because some of his memories still hadn't returned to him. Once they did, Xuanhuan would face the heavenly tribulation, which would bring about earth-shattering changes in this world. This was what both the Earth Book and the Human Book had told him. Previously, Xuanhuan thought that the underworld realm appeared only after the establishment of the underworld. However, he now understood that this world originally had 3 realms: heaven, earth, and humanity. Before, the earth realm was nothing but emptiness. Later, after Xuanhuan obtained the Human Book, it took over the earth realm and established the underworld within it. The human realm, on the other hand, was occupied by the Earth Book. As for the heaven realm, it was currently occupied by the space created by the Divine King. If Xuanhuan were to reach the celestial immortal realm, then the celestial court would be born, which must reside in the heaven realm. But currently, the heaven realm is occupied by the Divine King's divine realm. Unlike the earth and human realms where the earth realm had nothing, and so the underworld easily took control of a portion, and the human realm was similarly easy to occupy since previously it only contained saint-level forces. After Xuanhuan became the strongest, it was straightforward for him to conquer it. However, the heaven realm contains the Divine King's divine realm, making it difficult to establish the celestial court. It's not that the celestial court cannot appear in the heaven realm. It will meet with the divine realm immediately after appearing. With Xuanhuan's current abilities, he might not be able to protect the celestial court. Fortunately, Xuanhuan has both the Human Book and the Earth Book. If he uses his strength at the celestial immortal level and simultaneously mobilizes the powers of the Human Book and the Earth Book, he can expel the divine realm from the heaven realm, sending it into chaos. In the past, the divine realm in Xuanhuan's journey to the west was referred to as the demon realm. If it were truly sent into chaos, it would indeed become the demon realm. Thinking of this made Xuanhuan chuckle. However, one issue remained. When the time came, the divine king of the divine realm would certainly force his way into the 3 realms, and Xuanhuan wasn't confident he could resist. Xuanhuan thought long and hard and eventually came up with a solution. Although the Human Book and the Earth Book can expel the divine realm from the heaven realm and remain connected to the heaven realm, if Xuanhuan can quickly take control of the celestial court after entering the celestial immortal realm, he can utilize the power of the 3 realms to push the divine realm far away, creating a distance filled with chaotic chi between their worlds. People from the divine realm wanting to reach these 3 realms would need to cross this chaotic zone. Given that the chaotic zone is filled with dangerous chaotic chi, the divine realm probably wouldn't risk traveling through it to enter the heaven realm. This would grant Xuanhuan enough time to develop further. But all of this depends on his ability to swiftly control the celestial court. Xuanhuan was confident that he could control the celestial court. Once the divine realm is expelled from the heaven realm, it will become empty, much like the earth realm was at first, making it easy to conquer. Looking at the sky, the Earth Book's formation couldn't hold out much longer. Xuanhuan decided to take a risk, having at least a 50% chance of success. What a great day today. It would be a shame not to undergo the tribulation. Xuanhuan had made up his mind. Subsequently, Xuanhuan flew into the air, planning to undergo the heavenly tribulation right above Death City. The heavenly tribulation posed no problem for him. In front of the Earth Book and the Human Book, even the heavenly tribulation was like tickling to him. Hovering in midair, Xuanhuan focused his thoughts, and the memory stolen by Azura immediately returned to his mind. Upon the return of this fragment of memory, the rules of the heaven realm immediately sensed Xuanhuan. Subsequently, the sky began to darken. The clear sky without a single cloud inexplicably darkened with ominous black clouds, swirling and gathering directly above Death City. In an instant, the bright morning turned as dark as midnight, pitch black with no sight of anything. The only visibility came when flashes of lightning temporarily illuminated the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder initially sounded every few seconds, but soon it roared multiple times per second, its deafening volume inducing a sense of despair. What's happening? What's wrong? People in Death City were panic-stricken. What's going on? Why did day suddenly turn into night? And what about this thunder? Though others didn't understand, those at the Earth Immortal level were well aware. This was the heavenly tribulation. They underwent it every decade, yet knowing this made them even more astonished because it confirmed the event was truly taking place in the heavens. They felt that the heavenly tribulations they had undergone before were nothing compared to this one, like the difference between a grandson and his great-grandfather. In fact, this heavenly tribulation was so fierce that they wouldn't last a single moment against it. Boom. There was no sequence of first or second thunderbolts. Instead, a massive cluster of thunder struck Xuanhuan continuously without any pause. Xuanhuan didn't show a hint of panic. As the Earth Book and the Human Book protected him, he remained unharmed as the thunder struck his body repeatedly. He was waiting for the heavenly tribulation to end. When it ended, he would become a celestial immortal. At that precise moment, He must use the powers of the Earth Book and the Human Book to expel the Divine Realm from the Heaven Realm and quickly take control of the Celestial Court. Afterward, he'd push the Divine Realm farther away with the combined strength of the three realms. Look up at the sky. The lightning is striking that person. Is that His Highness, Princeton? The heavenly tribulation instilled fear in the timid, who had already hidden under their blankets shivering. However, there were always those who were bold and fearless. Some had started recording the event from the moment the sky changed. I get it now. Princeton is undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Viewers watching through hand mirrors observed and explained. Is this what a heavenly tribulation looks like? Why is it so terrifying? I've never seen other Earth immortals undergo such a fierce tribulation. Perhaps His Highness Princeton is stronger than others, which is why his heavenly tribulation is also more powerful. It's too scary. I need to roast 2 bull whips to calm myself down. Having bull whips early in the morning? You're not up to the task, buddy. I have an erection every morning. The heavenly tribulation only affected the area around Death City, so most people outside the range merely watched out of curiosity. By noon, the heavenly tribulation continued. Xuanhuan estimated that it would soon end. He immediately prepared the Human Book and the Earth Book to expel the Divine Realm from the Heaven Realm at the exact moment he became a celestial immortal. Mingyu and her group watched anxiously from below. Brother Ihan, please stay safe. Mingyu prayed. Don't worry. Look at His Highness's expression. This heavenly tribulation has no effect on him. Luha also appeared in the city lord's residence, gazing at Gu Ihan in the sky. Chapter 226, Fairy, Heaven. After the last thunder struck, the life energy within Gu Ihan's body instantly entered a state of transformation. His original life energy was basically no different from others, except for one difference. The life energy in his body was much more intense than in others, countless times over. However, after the celestial calamity, his life energy began to enter a higher state. Gu Ihan's cultivation path was focused on life. He had already received recognition from the Earth Realm and the Human Realm, and now after enduring the celestial calamity, he had gained the approval of the Heavenly Realm. Now that Gu Ihan had been recognized by the 3 realms of this world, it could be said that his cultivation technique had also been acknowledged by all 3 realms. Cultivators could now break through from Earth fairies to become true fairies. The energy within his body quickly transformed, and before long, all of his original life energy had turned into fairy-infused life energy. At this moment, he realized that he had reached the level of a true fairy. Without hesitation, Gu Ihan took out the Earth Scroll and the Human Scroll and threw them into the sky. The 2 scrolls transformed into 2 beams of light that disappeared in an instant. Through the connection formed with the Heavenly Realm after achieving the rank of a true fairy, Gu Ihan directed the Earth Scroll and the Human Scroll towards the God Realm. In the blink of an eye, the Earth Scroll and the Human Scroll arrived at the edge of the God Realm. Gu Ihan activated the Earth Scroll and the Human Scroll, slowly pushing the God Realm beyond the range of the Heavenly Realm. As the God Realm was pushed further and further away, Gu Ihan had no idea what the current thoughts were of the God King of the God Realm. All Gu Ihan was thinking about was how to quickly take control of the Celestial Palace. With the Heavenly Scroll that had just appeared in his hand, Gu Ihan's spirit entered the scroll. Upon entering, Gu Ihan immediately learned many things. After putting the Heavenly Scroll away, he slowly disappeared from where he stood, then reappeared in front of a gate. It was different from when the underworld was established, as there had been nothing there then. Now, in the Celestial Palace, there was a gate presented to him, which Gu Ihan found very satisfying. Currently, this great gate was closed. With a wave of his hand, the gate slowly opened. Once fully open, those who had cultivated to the rank of Earth Fairy felt something change in the mortal world. They sensed that they might have a chance to break through their limits. This sensation came unexpectedly, leaving the Earth Fairies somewhat bewildered. With the opening of the gate, Gu Ihan knew that as long as he consented, or someone achieved the rank of Earth Fairy while meeting the necessary conditions, they would be attracted to the gate and pass through it, thus truly becoming a fairy. Currently, the Celestial Palace was just this one gate. To grow stronger, more people needed to become fairies and live in the Celestial Palace, slowly generating fairy energy. The more fairy energy, the stronger the Celestial Palace would become. This reminded Gu Ihan of the underworld. Like the underworld before, but while the underworld needed energy, released by spirits, the Celestial Palace required fairy energy, which must be cultivated by fairies. Looking at the gate, Gu Ihan waved his hand and inscribed 3 characters onto the plaque above it, South Heaven Gate. After finishing, the Celestial Palace was officially under his full control. Previously, Gu Ihan thought that controlling the Celestial Palace might present difficulties, but it turned out that all he needed to do was name the only gate in the Celestial Palace. He named it South Heaven Gate, out of nostalgia. Furthermore, South Heaven Gate sounded good. He was too lazy to think of other names right now, and the most important task at hand was to push the God Realm further away. Successfully naming and gaining control of the Celestial Palace, Gu Ihan could now smoothly mobilize the power of the Heavenly Realm. Taking out the Heavenly Scroll, he threw it in the direction of the Earth Scroll and the Human Scroll. Under the combined force of the Heaven Earth Human 3 scrolls, the God Realm was pushed out of the Heavenly Realm at an obvious accelerated rate. In less than an hour, the God Realm was pushed beyond the boundaries of the 3 realms. Although the God Realm still connected to the 3 realms, Gu Ihan once again mobilized the strength of the 3 realms, pushing the God Realm further away. After 3 days, the God Realm had been pushed over 100 meters away from the 3 realms, and Gu Ihan withdrew his force. It wasn't that he didn't want to push it further, but the power of chaos was too strong. His current abilities weren't yet sufficient, and the Heaven-Earth Human 3 scrolls weren't in perfect condition either. This distance of 100 meters was already his limit. Pushing further might cause damage to the 3 scrolls. At this distance, xuanhuan estimated that the people of the God Realm wouldn't be able to cross easily. All of this took several days. The God King should have noticed by now, but there was no apparent reaction, leaving xuanhuan somewhat surprised. However, upon deeper reflection, perhaps the God King hadn't even noticed. 3 days might seem long, but to the God King, it might have just been the blink of an eye. The God Realm was created by the God King. Although the God Realm had moved some distance, this was akin to a person being inside a car. Even if the car moved slightly, the driver in the car probably wouldn't notice, or if they did, they wouldn't care. Perhaps the God King had no idea about what happened in the mortal world from the very beginning. The ones who previously probed the mortal world could have been other gods. Maybe he had overthought it right from the start. Regardless of whether the God King had not noticed or simply didn't care, it was a good thing for xuanhuan. Now that he had become a celestial immortal and obtained control over the celestial palace, and with the threat from the God Realm temporarily neutralized, xuanhuan's mood was great. Xuanhuan walked into the South Heaven Gate and then came back out. In fact, the inside and outside of the gate were the same. One could even bypass it. It felt more like a decorative piece without any particular significance. Then, after some thought, he understood. This was because it wasn't yet connected to the mortal world. Just like how Ghost Gate in the underworld had originally been nothing special, but later became the passageway between the mortal world and the underworld once connected. To connect the South Heaven Gate to the mortal world, celestial energy would be required. Unfortunately, there was currently no source of celestial energy in the Celestial Palace, so xuanhuan had no choice but to use his own celestial energy for the connection. Spreading his arms wide, the life celestial energy within him flowed into the South Heaven Gate, subsequently establishing a link with the mortal world. Not long after, the passage between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm was established through the South Heaven Gate. Currently, the most pressing issue remained the source of celestial energy. Xuanhuan first thought about allowing a group of earth fairies to ascend to the rank of celestial immortals, but upon further reflection, he decided it was unwise. The Celestial Palace was currently empty, just a single gate here. What should he tell them to do when they ascended to the Celestial Palace? Would a group of immortals gather around the South Heaven Gate to chat? With no other options, if people couldn't come, he would have to cultivate celestial plants himself. As long as one used celestial energy to nurture plants, those plants could also produce celestial energy. Although any plant could work, poorer quality plants would consume more celestial energy during cultivation, making it inefficient. But xuanhuan only knew that inferior plants consumed more celestial energy, without fully understanding how to distinguish good from bad. Perhaps nurturing rare plants from the mortal world using celestial energy wouldn't yield results, whereas ordinary ones might prove effective. Thus, xuanhuan planned to try all types first. Chapter 227. The entire Baiwa clan ascends. Xuanhuan first used his own divine energy to create a piece of land. There was no other choice. The heavenly court had nothing, not even land. It was just an empty space. If he wanted anything else, he would have to use divine energy to create it. After creating the land, he turned his attention to plants. Xuanhuan focused and traveled to the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, he collected flowers, grasses, trees, and all kinds of plants, taking at least one sample of everything he saw. Once back in the heavenly court, he planted all the specimens he brought. After planting them, the plants grew rapidly under the nourishment of divine energy, visibly thriving. Just as xuanhuan was about to nod in satisfaction, there came several snap sounds, and all the plants shattered into pieces. Xuanhuan was bewildered and examined them closely. Is this because they couldn't handle too much nourishment? Xuanhuan sighed in exasperation. He then controlled the rate at which the plants absorbed divine energy, which indeed worked. However, if he stopped controlling it, the plants failed immediately. At the heavenly court, xuanhuan did not possess the ability to instantly command effects with his words, nor could he continuously monitor these plants' growth. Doing such time-consuming and labor-intensive tasks himself was not his style. Oh right, Xiaoling. Xuanhuan thought of Xiaoling from the Baiwa clan. He hadn't seen her since he returned. She must have left the city of death long ago. He remembered that Xiaoling mentioned her clan usually stayed outside for only a year or a few years before returning home. It had been 100 years now, so Xiaoling should already be back with the Baiwa clan. After pondering for a moment, xuanhuan sent a message to Xiaoling via a handheld mirror. Inside the Baiwa Valley, the Baiwa clan was currently not doing well. The Baiwa clan possessed great power, which had caught the eye of some local earth gods who admired their strength. The Baiwa clan, however, were a peaceful race who wished not to get involved in others' disputes. But a coalition of earth gods had pressured them, giving them 3 days to decide. If they refused to join the forces of the earth gods, the Baiwa clan might be destroyed entirely. Leader, what should we do now? Do we really have to side with one of the earth gods? Someone in the Baiwa clan asked. Xiaoling lowered her head in deep thought. After 100 years, she had become the leader of the Baiwa clan, though she had held this position for only a month and was already facing such a predicament. The Baiwa clan loved peace, could discern good from evil, and Xiaoling didn't wish to associate with the ambitious earth gods. At the same time, she also wanted to avoid conflict. All they desired was to happily cultivate the flowers they loved. As Xiaoling was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a notification on her handheld mirror. Over the past 100 years, Mingwei occasionally sent her messages and chatted with her. Xiaoling quite liked Mingwei as a friend. Xiaoling pulled out the mirror, but wasn't in the mood to chat, planning to make up an excuse about being busy to decline chatting with Mingwei. But when she saw who had sent the message, her eyes lit up. Xialing, it's been a long time since we last met. I want to talk about something. Are you free? This message didn't seem particularly profound, but Xialing felt happy. 100 years ago, the previous leader predicted that the Baihua clan would face a crisis after a century. Her travels around the continent had been an attempt to find someone capable of resolving this potential problem. Back then, Xialing had sensed something extraordinary about Xuanhuan, intuitively believing he might be able to save the Baihua clan. Now, during the time of peril for the Baihua clan, Xuanhuan's message arrived. This reinforced her conviction. I'm free. What would you like to discuss, Princeton? Xuanhuan wanted to bring the entire Baihua clan to the heavenly court to let them cultivate plants. The Baihua clan was well suited for the role of flower fairies. Although many of them hadn't yet reached the conditions for immortality, special treatment could be made for them, as they were a special race. There wouldn't be any issue. Upon receiving Xiaoling's reply, Xuanhuan considered how to phrase his request. Not wanting to deceive her, he directly replied, I would like to invite your Baihua clan to come to the heavenly court and take on the roles of flower fairies. Could you help me consult with your leader and see if she agrees? Upon reading the reply, Xiaoling was startled. Flower fairies? She knew about flower fairies. She had also watched Journey to the West and remembered the presence of the Baihua fairy. Initially, Xiaoling had lamented that becoming a flower fairy would mean happiness without troubles. She never imagined that Xuanhuan would now offer the entire Baihua clan to become flower fairies. This made Xiaoling feel like she was dreaming. However, after calming herself down a bit, she questioned whether he was actually a celestial being. Xiaoling was unsure whether to believe him. While she trusted Xuanhuan not to lie to her, the situation seemed implausible. After some contemplation, Xiaoling replied, I am the leader of the Baihua clan. If this truly involves becoming flower fairies of the heavenly court, then on behalf of the Baihua clan, I agree. After reading the message, Xuanhuan was a little surprised. What astonished him was not that Xiaoling agreed to come to the heavenly court, but rather that she was actually the leader of the Baihua clan. As for her willingness to join the court, he wasn't too surprised, as Xiaoling had always liked the title 100 Flowers Fairy. However, given the current state of the heavenly court, having nothing, he decided it would be best to clearly explain the situation to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, the heavenly court is still in its early stages. There's nothing here yet. But don't worry, things will get better over time. Please prepare your clan, and when you're ready, I'll take all of you up to immortality. After arriving, you can inspect the conditions here, and if you don't wish to stay in the heavenly court, I won't force you. Xiaoling quickly replied, there's no need to prepare. We're ready right now. The people of the Baihua clan have nothing else to prepare for. After sending the message, Xiaoling turned to the other clan members and said, just now, Lorden sent word asking our Baihua clan to come to the heavenly court to take on the roles of the 100 Flowers Fairies. 100 Flowers Fairies? Are they like those fairy ladies from TV dramas who are surrounded by many beautiful flowers? The members of the Baihua clan were excited, delighted, and full of joy. The rest of the Baihua clan were quite innocent, trusting the leader's judgment completely since she had seen more of the world than any of them. Before Xiaoling could say anything else, a beam of light illuminated the entire Baihua Valley, followed by a booming voice that reverberated through all three realms. The Baihua clan loves peace, has unique racial qualities, and has made great contributions to mankind. Therefore, the Emperor of Heaven specially grants all 133 members of the Baihua clan immortality, bestowing upon them the title of 100 Flowers Fairies. This honor will be known throughout all three realms. As soon as the voice stopped, the light dissipated, and the Baihua clan ascended into the air. Then, the creatures of the three realms heard celestial music playing harmoniously, celebrating across heaven and earth. When the celestial music ended, the Baihua clan disappeared into the sky, having successfully ascended to immortality. At this moment, chaos broke out in the mortal realm. They've become immortals. They've become immortals. The entire Baihua clan has become immortal. There really are immortals, and there really is an Emperor of Heaven. I thought the story in Journey to the West was just fictional. By the way, what great contribution did the Baihua clan make? Why were they allowed to ascend entirely? Chapter 228, Developing the Heavenly Court. The common folk were in discussion, and so were the Earth Immortals and the Land Gods. Almost all the Earth Immortals were sending messages to their close friends. Lao Lu, did you hear? The Baihua clan has become immortal. My ears aren't deaf, of course I heard. You think what they've done for the entire clan to ascend and become immortal? From what was just said, it doesn't seem like the Baihua clan achieved immortality because of their strength, but rather because of some great contribution. What do you think their great contribution was? I wonder if we could do it too. If I knew, I would have become an immortal long ago. Didn't you hear what was said before? The Baihua clan has a special race, and the role of Flower Immortal suits them well. Would you want to appoint a man as the Flower Immortal? As long as the Heavenly Emperor agrees, I don't mind. However, this is not the time to discuss that. Don't you find it strange that after Prince and Tribulation, I suddenly felt hope of ascending? And previously, we thought Earth Immortals were the highest level, but now there are truly immortals, and even a Heavenly Emperor. Do you know if the one who spoke earlier was the Heavenly Emperor? You also feel strange, right? I think the same way. This matter must be related to Princeton. All the Earth Immortals were discussing about the Heavenly Court. The Land Gods were no exception. To become an immortal without doing anything? It's completely unfair. We worked hard for years, and what about the Baihua clan? They ascended out of nowhere, and based on the TV drama contents, the Land God seems to be the lowest deity. I'm not convinced. One Land God expressed his anger in their group chat. So what if you're not convinced? Go complain to the Heavenly Emperor. Don't say any more. I feel upset already. You think when we meet the flower immortal later, will we need to salute and greet them? If you want to salute, go ahead. There's no way I'm going to salute. Are you the land god next to Baiwa Valley? Originally, you wanted to subdue the Baiwa clan, and now the Baiwa clan has become your superior. It's natural for you to be angry. I understand. The land god who had been speaking remained silent. He didn't know what to do now. Those he intended to subdue suddenly became his superior. Surely they wouldn't come for revenge. Below, discussions were heated, while the people from the Baiwa clan in the heavenly court were filled with confusion. They joyfully ascended to the heavenly court and first saw a massive door. After checking their own conditions, they found nothing had changed. And this heavenly court didn't seem to have the floating divine chi like in TV shows. It seemed like they hadn't become immortals yet, and the heavenly court didn't look as imagined. Welcome to the heavenly court. Once you enter the South Heaven Gate, you officially become immortals. Are you ready? Xuanhuan stood beside the South Heaven Gate, smiling, and asked. After hearing this, Ling realized that they still needed to pass through this gate to truly become immortals. Ling went through the South Heaven Gate first. After passing, she immediately felt her body change. All her energy transformed into celestial chi, her wings emitted a colorful glow, and a 7-colored flower appeared on top of her head. At the same time, Ling obtained some celestial arts. The current Ling looked much more beautiful than the flower immortal portrayed in the TV dramas. I've truly become an immortal, Ling rejoiced. Seeing this, the other members of the Baiwa clan were overjoyed and subsequently headed towards the South Heaven Gate. Not much time passed before everyone from the Baiwa clan had successfully ascended. Xuanhuan stepped forward and congratulated them. He then handed them a token. This is your divine office token. After receiving the token, they immediately understood their responsibilities. I've said before, if you're dissatisfied, I won't force you to stay, Xuanhuan said. Thank you, Princein, for allowing our Baiwa clan to ascend to immortality. From the divine offices we received, we understand the duties of being flower immortals. When shall we start working? Xuanhuan replied. Follow me. Subsequently, Xuanhuan led them to the place he had created. That is where you will work. Ling was stunned. Is it such a small area? Xuanhuan bitterly smiled and said, on the way here, aside from the South Heaven Gate, did you see anything else? Ling shook her head. In fact, the Heavenly Court only has the South Heaven Gate and this plot of land, and even this land was just recently built. Everyone from the Baiwa clan was dumbfounded. Princein, earlier I felt something wasn't right about the Heavenly Court. Isn't the Heavenly Court supposed to be full of floating divine chi? Why is there nothing? Ling asked curiously. I briefly mentioned it to you in the hand mirror before, and now I will tell you specifically. This Heavenly Court is actually newly established. Do you know about my experience of the Thunderbolt disaster? The crowd nodded. After the Thunderbolt disaster, I became a fairy. When I arrived at the Heavenly Court, I found there was nothing except for this South Heaven Gate. This plot of land was created by me. My idea is to let you cultivate plants here so they emit divine energy. Gradually, I believe that soon the Heavenly Court will become what we imagine, a place full of divine aura. After finishing his speech, Xuanhuan glanced at them. Are you willing to help me build up the Heavenly Court? Of course, if you are unwilling, I won't force you. You mean when you came here, there was nothing at all in the Heavenly Court? Xiaoling was shocked. Xuanhuan nodded. Does that mean something's wrong with the Heavenly Court? Was it caused by the invasion of the demon race? Xuanhuan was speechless. Their imagination was really rich, but he didn't plan to say that this Heavenly Court was his. I don't know either. Maybe. I checked. Currently, the deities of the Heavenly Court are only me and your Baiwa clan. I want to work with you to create the Heavenly Court. Xiaoling nodded. No problem. Let's work together to build a beautiful Heavenly Court. Xuanhuan felt pleased inside. Good. Then I'll leave the divine aura to you, and I will go and collect other materials to construct the buildings of the Heavenly Court. All right. Xiaoling nodded. But then Xiaoling added. However, this piece of land is too small. It might take quite a long time. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, since I'm the first person to become a deity, I have privileges, such as creating soil. Now I will transfer this privilege to you. What? Can privileges be transferred? Xiaoling was confused. I don't know about others, but mine can, possibly because there is a rule to promote rapid development. Xuanhuan made an excuse casually. This is highly likely. It seems that previous immortals have left some backup plans here at the Heavenly Court. In that case, we should work harder on building the Heavenly Court. Xiaoling nodded and said, I think you make a very good point, Xiaoling. Xuanhuan agreed with a nod. Chapter 229, The Celestial Path. For the misunderstanding that Ling Xiao had about this Heavenly Court, Xuanhuan did not bother to explain, just assumed the Heavenly Court has always existed. Just like the underworld, Xuanhuan did not wish to manage it. He favored freedom much more. If he had to sit high on the Heavenly Emperor's throne every day, he would find it boring. Thus, he planned to let someone else be the Heavenly Emperor while he would stay behind the scenes. Xiaoling, the matters concerning the celestial energy in the Heavenly Court will be handed over to you, Xuanhuan said to Xiaoling. No problem. That's good. I'll leave first then. After speaking, Xuanhuan left the Heavenly Court and arrived at the city lord's residence. Everyone knew about his tribulation, but with his disappearance for a few days, many people might be guessing whether he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation or not. Mingyu and the others should be quite worried about him. Therefore, Xuanhuan planned to return home first to report safety. Arriving at the city lord's residence, Mingyu, Da Hao, the 4 captains, Lu Ha, and the rest were all present in his small courtyard. Everyone is here. Xuanhuan smiled as he greeted everyone. Ihan brother. Mingyu exclaimed in pleasant surprise, rushing toward Xuanhuan. Wah wah wah. Ihan brother. I thought something bad happened to you since there was no news for several days. Mingyu hugged Guihan and burst into tears. A little heavenly tribulation couldn't possibly cause anything to happen to me. Guihan consoled Mingyu by patting her head gently. Subsequently, Guihan turned to everyone else. It's fine now. All of you can disperse. Originally, everyone wanted to express their concern, but after hearing Guihan's words, they forcibly held back what they were about to say. Guihan intentionally made them disperse. He did not want a crowd around him showing their concerns. As long as they knew he was safe, that was enough. Too many questions would make him feel naggy, especially when men showed too much care for him, which he could not bear. Seeing that Guihan did not wish to elaborate, the group also did not ask any further questions, gave their salutations, and then left. After everyone departed, Guihan chatted with Mingyu for a while. After sending Mingyu off, Guihan came before the wheel of reincarnation. The cycle of reincarnation has 6 paths, but currently, only 5 exist. Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Animal Path, Human Path, and Azura Path. Now it only lacks the Celestial Path. Now that he had become an immortal of heaven and possessed the Heavenly Book, it was time to complete the Celestial Path. Taking out the Heavenly Book, amidst some mystical changes, the cycle mirror representing the Celestial Path appeared beside the other 5 cycle mirrors. After completing the Celestial Path, Guihan nodded contentedly. With the Celestial Path established, the difficulty for others to ascend to immortality would decrease significantly. Currently, one requires formidable strength or special abilities like the Bai Hua clan to ascend to immortality. But with the Celestial Path, even ordinary individuals will have the opportunity to ascend. For example, generals and soldiers on the battlefield. As long as the conditions are met, these fallen warriors will have the chance to enter the Celestial Path, thus greatly increasing the likelihood of becoming a celestial soldier in their next life. Of course, besides celestial soldiers, there are opportunities for other divine positions. Even if not, one may still become a wandering immortal. When the Celestial Path was founded, the entire underworld trembled slightly. Guihan sensed that the underworld was now basically considered perfected, and his control over it had reached an absolute level. In the past, although he could do as he pleased in the underworld, it was not exactly like this. Back then, the underworld felt like his home, but after its completion, Guihan now considered the underworld as part of his body, able to do whatever he wanted. This sensation made Guihan very comfortable. He glanced towards the direction of the Azura. The matter of the Azura stealing part of his memories cannot be overlooked so easily. In a flash of thought, Guihan appeared before the Azura. Upper Immortal, the Azura was momentarily stunned. At the same time, his heart started to be on guard. Since the stolen memory disappeared, he realized that it must have been Guihan who took back the memory. Now that Guihan was standing in front of him, it was surely to settle accounts. However, he was not afraid at all. Firstly, he was confident in his own power. Secondly, he also understood that the underworld needed him. Without him, there wouldn't be the Azura Path. I'm sure you understand why I've come here, Guihan said calmly. Upper Immortal jests. I do not know what Upper Immortal wants from me. The Azura feigned ignorance, thinking that now since the memory wasn't with him, without evidence, as long as he pretended to know nothing, Guihan would have no way against him. However, he underestimated Guihan's character. Guihan was not the type who insisted on making others die fully aware. Once he understood himself, there was no need to talk excessively to others. It doesn't matter that you don't know. You'll have plenty of time to think about it once you're in the cycle of reincarnation. Guihan didn't even wait for the Azura's reply. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Azura was sucked into the Azura Path. Guihan sealed the Azura within the Azura Path. At this moment, in the mirror of the Azura Path, it was clearly visible that the Azura's figure was present, and he was now wildly attacking the Azura Path with no effect. All his efforts were in vain. Azura, you can stay inside there until I feel that you've realized your own mistake, and I'll naturally release you then. After Guihan finished speaking, he left. At this point, the Azura couldn't figure out why he had absolutely no ability to resist in front of Guihan. However, all of this would not be answered by Guihan. After returning to his room, Guihan looked towards the Death Forest. The matter concerning the Azura had been handled, so now it was the issue of the skeleton land god. He still remembered how the skeleton controlled the 3 souls to self-detonate at Lin Shu's place. Although the skeleton intended to kill Lin Shu rather than himself, Guihan was certainly aware that Lin Shu was his reincarnation at the time, meaning that the skeleton intended to kill him back then. However, Guihan had previously planned to give him a chance, so he did not want to confront the skeleton now. The skeleton still had some use. Though he wouldn't bother him for now, whether the skeleton would remain loyal in the future was still a question. Therefore, Guihan planned to give the skeleton more power, to see if he would develop greater ambition with more authority, which would mean that the skeleton land god truly could not be kept any longer. Closing his eyes, Guihan began to create a cultivation method for demon beasts. He used to be unable to create one, but now that he had reached the celestial immortal realm, he was able to do so. It didn't take long for Guihan to create a simple cultivation method for demon beasts. Guihan had researched it before, but the missing part was what broke the boundary between beasts and humans. Now that he possessed the heavenly book, this was no longer an issue, hence it went so smoothly. Tossing the demon beast cultivation chapter towards the land temple of the skeleton. This can turn magic beasts into demons. From now on, the demon race will be under your management. Chapter 230, Divine Positions. Guihan didn't care and had no interest in how the skeleton land would react upon obtaining the demon cultivation chapter. What Guihan was thinking about now were the matters of the heavenly court. Though the Celestial Man path allowed others to become immortals as well, these were just ordinary immortals. The issue was that there were still no appointed individuals for the 365 main deities' positions responsible for managing both the immortals and the heavenly court. The 365 main deities were different from ordinary immortals because an official deity managed an entire domain. The deity of thunder managed heavenly lightning, the fire department managed flames, and so on. Each main deity had their own jurisdiction, which was crucial for maintaining the balance among the three realms. But the problem was that becoming a main deity required being inscribed on the gods list. Xuanhuan took out the Celestial Book. The Celestial Book was also called the gods list, overseeing all the main deities of the heavenly court. Did this mean he also had to plan a gods list to fill the void for the main deities of the heavenly court? Xuanhuan felt somewhat frustrated. Even if he wanted to activate the gods list right now, it wasn't possible because the cultivators in the mortal realm were too weak. Once inscribed on the gods list, their cultivation wouldn't progress further. If he listed them now, the overall strength of the heavenly court would be very weak. If in the future a powerful demon or human were to challenge the heavenly court, they might not be a match, and in that case, the heavenly court would lose its dignity. Therefore, it wasn't yet time to open the gods list. It should only be opened once the mortal realm cultivators reached a certain level. Main deities could be controlled by the gods list, but dealing with those immortals was more complicated. In the future, many capable people would surely ascend to immortality, and if they weren't properly managed, it would pose a big problem. Xuanhuan thought back to his previous life's depiction of the heavenly court in TV shows where they managed immortals by offering things like life extensions, such as peaches of immortality. Immortals weren't necessarily immune to death. Every 500 years, they had to undergo the celestial mortal tribulation, while peaches helped immortals avoid calamities. Of course, elixirs made by Grandmaster Lao could help as well. However, Xuanhuan didn't have any peaches. And as for elixirs, he still lacked the ability to produce tribulation-avoiding pills. After all, he was merely a celestial immortal himself. After a moment, Xuanhuan suddenly thought of something. Why do immortals have tribulations every 500 years? Subsequently, Xuanhuan reviewed the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man, but found no record related to the immortal tribulations occurring every 500 years. After pondering for a long time with his eyes closed, Xuanhuan felt that there was something amiss here. If there truly were tribulations every 500 years, they would surely have been recorded. Since there was no record, it meant one thing. The immortal tribulations were fake. Recalling the memories of the heavenly court from his past life, Xuanhuan guessed the reason. These tribulations that occurred every 500 years were actually concocted by Emperor Jade to control the subordinate immortals. Upon reflection, powerful beings never encountered immortal tribulations, which only affected average immortals. This made sense. Emperor Jade used tribulations to control regular immortals and prevent chaos. As for powerful beings like Buddha Amitabha and Avalokiteshvara, Emperor Jade likely bound them through mutual interests, ensuring they wouldn't act beyond boundaries. Having thought this over, Xuanhuan considered whether he should create his own immortal tribulation to control other immortals. But he quickly dismissed the idea. His world was already different from the original one, and now, the 3 realms were firmly under his control. No one in the 3 realms could surpass him, so there was no need to worry about rebellion. Hence, such small tactics were unnecessary. Cultivators in the mortal realm were still not very strong at present, and finding candidates to complete the main deity's roles was nearly impossible. Moreover, the heavenly court remained rather rudimentary for now, and all he could do was wait patiently. Xuanhuan realized he seemingly had nothing left to do at the moment. Not having anything to do was fine, as it allowed him to check up on how the mortal realm had developed over the last century. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan took out his handheld mirror. Over the span of 100 years, the content in the handheld mirror had become far richer, including developments in television, movies, variety shows, and other forms of media, reaching a steady and advanced state. There were no longer instances of overnight riches, since everyone had become accustomed, losing the initial sense of novelty. Spending his days browsing through the hand mirror, Xuanhuan's mood improved significantly. One day, while idly scrolling through the mirror in the courtyard, Mingyue arrived. As soon as she entered, Xuanhuan noticed her worried expression. Mingyue, what's wrong? Xuanhuan asked, still glancing at the mirror. Xuanhuan, brother. Mingyue seemed deeply despondent. Mingyue, what's the matter? Xuanhuan was curious. What could possibly trouble Mingyue this much? Mingyue paused to collect herself, but still couldn't manage a smile as she said, Xuanhuan, brother Xiamin may not have much time left. Xiamin. Xuanhuan was startled. Xiamin and Mingyue were twins, and also his younger siblings. Xuanhuan remembered that 100 years ago, Xiamin had chosen to be reborn into an imperial family, becoming the son of Gu Meng, just to compete for the throne once again. 50 years ago, brother Xiamin became the great emperor of the Daxiao Empire, and in these 50 years, he has put all his efforts into developing the Daxiao Empire, with little cultivation, so now his lifespan of more than 100 years is almost up, Mingyue explained. After hearing this, Xuanhuan sensed the current situation of the Daxiao Empire, and indeed found that, thanks to Xiamin's efforts, the Daxiao Empire had become one of the strongest empires by now. Looking at Mingyue, he asked, Mingyue, what do you want to say? Mingyue stammered and said, Xuanhuan, brother, can you add some years to brother Xiamin's life? It's been so hard for brother Xiamin. After pondering for a while, Xuanhuan replied, now Xiamin's body has already withered, cultivation won't help. Even if we extend his lifespan, it would only make him work harder for the Daxiao Empire for a few more years. Don't you think Xiamin deserves a rest? Xuanhuan, brother, Mingwei didn't know how to respond for a moment. Indeed, in this lifetime, Jamin had devoted all his heart to the Daxia Empire, which was now governed perfectly under him, and he deserved a rest. Still, Mingwei felt uneasy about saying goodbye to Jamin again. Guihan could tell that Mingwei was reluctant to let go. Mingwei, let Jamin rest. Given his achievements for the Daxia Empire, he deserves a place on the Celestial Man path, and there's a chance he'll become an immortal in the next life. This life will not have been in vain. Ah, Xuanhuan brother, the Celestial Man path has opened already? Mingwei exclaimed in delight. She had known about the 6 paths of reincarnation for quite some time and understood the role of the Celestial Man path. Guihan nodded. That's wonderful. In the next life, Brother Jamin might become an immortal. Mingwei was very happy. Seeing Mingwei smile, Guihan couldn't help but smile as well. Chapter 231, Cultivation Technique Upgrade. After Mingyu happily left, Guihan suddenly remembered that there was still something undone. That was to upgrade the cultivation techniques for everyone. The current cultivation techniques were still the ones Guihan had created before. Although the path to becoming an immortal had already been opened, without upgrading the techniques, achieving immortality would be very difficult, unless one had great merits or other opportunities. Otherwise, the road to immortality was too tough. Now, the Heavenly Court was short of people, so Guihan decided to upgrade the cultivation techniques. After spending a few days in the room, Guihan completed the upgrade of all the techniques. It took several days because there were simply too many cultivation techniques in the game. Back then, his idea was to let 100 schools of thought contend and have as many techniques as possible, which ended up costing him several days to finish this update. Having updated them, he put the revised techniques into the game. Guihan embedded these cultivation techniques within the monsters the players could currently deal with in the game. It wouldn't take long before someone would acquire these techniques by defeating these monsters. Subsequently, Guihan also upgraded the Great Hero skill and the Death Protection technique for the guards. Both skills took Guihan a lot of time, as they almost drained all his knowledge when he created them. Of course, their power was also more formidable. In fact, at present, Dahao and others already qualified for Ascension. Not only Dahao, but also many others among the terrestrial immortals had the qualifications. However, Guihan didn't let them ascend. He shut down the guidance feature at the South Heaven Gate that allowed others to ascend. It was still for the same reason. It wasn't the right time yet for others to become immortals since the Heavenly Court was still far from complete. Guihan felt the current state of the Heavenly Court. Although the members of the 100 Flowers tribe were working hard to cultivate plants, the Heavenly Court was too vast, and there were too few people. Currently, only the area where the 100 Flowers tribe resided contained divine energy. Everywhere else did not. Moreover, the divine energy had to be used by the 100 Flowers tribe to create more soil, so the amount of divine energy was even scarcer. With the presence of the 100 Flowers tribe, plants grew quickly, but the initial patch of fertile land was too small, and the quantity of divine energy emitted by the plants themselves was also too low. There was no quick fix at the moment. It would improve over time when a larger amount of fertile soil was available. Before this, Guihan wasn't entirely against the idea of converting the yin qi from the underworld into divine energy to temporarily compensate for the deficiency of divine energy in the Heavenly Court. However, after pondering, he abandoned it. Converting spirit energy on Earth took him a century, and he certainly didn't want to sit idly for another century. That would be too boring. So, it was better to let the 100 Flowers tribe develop gradually. Guihan called out Dahao. Dahao, here's the advanced version of the Great Hero skill. Keep it well. Also, this is the advanced version of the Death Protection technique, which you should pass to the guard team. After finishing, Guihan handed the 2 manuals over to Dahao. My lord, will I be able to ascend if I practice this? Dahao asked doubtfully. That's correct, Guihan nodded. Dahao paused for a moment and said, My lord, I'll hold off practicing it for now. Why? Guihan was puzzled. I don't want to become an immortal, nor do I want to go to the immortal realm. I just want to stay by my lord's side. Dahao said firmly. Guihan froze momentarily and chuckled. Ha, Dahao, you mean well. There are some things I haven't told you yet. Actually, both the Heavenly Court and the Underworld were established by me. If you want to ascend, you can ascend right now. But the Heavenly Court is still too rudimentary, so I haven't let others ascend yet. Dahao was greatly surprised and stared wide-eyed. Was the Heavenly Court also owned by the Lord? Seeing Dahao's astonished face, Guihan smiled and said, There's no need to be so amazed. Have you heard of the 3 realms on TV? Dahao nodded. These 3 realms now belong to me. The 3 realms are yours, Lord? Then does that mean you're the Celestial Emperor now? Dahao exclaimed in astonishment. Guihan shook his head. No, much like how Lu He manages the underworld, I also plan to leave the management of the Heavenly Court to someone else. Dahao was dumbfounded. Could it be that Lord wasn't interested in the position of Celestial Emperor? Subsequently, Dahao looked at Guihan with burning eyes. Guihan laughed lightly. What? Do you want to become the Celestial Emperor? Dahao nodded. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be the Celestial Emperor. But can you manage the Heavenly Court as well as Lu He manages the underworld? Guihan asked. If you really can manage it well, then the position of Celestial Emperor isn't a problem. After hearing Guihan's question, Dahao thought for a long time. Could he really handle it? Even now, managing just a mercenary guild made him lazy. In reality, the affairs of the guild were handled entirely by the 4 captains. Perhaps he just wasn't cut out for the job. After realizing this, Dahao chuckled and said, Then never mind, I'm not suitable for it. Your Highness, you'd better find someone else. Guihan smiled. Dahao's character was indeed unsuitable. The Celestial Emperor had to manage the Heavenly Court, And while Da Hao had enough might and majesty, when it came to managing people, Xuanhuan didn't even want to mention his lack of skills. Alright, work hard on your cultivation. It's not the right time to ascend to the heaven realm now. We'll talk about it later. In the future, I will naturally arrange an appropriate position for you. Yes, your highness. Da Hao bowed respectfully and left. Seeing Da Hao leave happily, Xuanhuan also smiled faintly. Da Hao was his guardian knight, having followed him for 100 years with unwavering loyalty. Today's revelations were planned by Xuanhuan. If he always hid everything from those close to him, it wouldn't be good and would make them feel unappreciated. After handling all these matters, Xuanhuan continued scrolling through his hand mirror, a magical device. He currently had nothing else to do but pass the time by browsing on the hand mirror, checking updates from various empires. Since Yu had killed many earth deities, internal strife began in the empires under the control of those deities. But this was within Xuanhuan's expectations, so he paid no special attention to it. In terms of entertainment, things were still progressing as usual. There were already quite a number of stars emerging. There were no other unusual developments in other areas either. As he scrolled, Xuanhuan suddenly furrowed his brows. He saw a piece of news. A person who died 100 years ago suddenly turned into a rigid corpse that has come back to life. Many experts have gone to investigate and study this corpse, which is extremely stiff and highly resistant to attacks, leaving these experts at a loss. Upon seeing this news, Xuanhuan knew it was a zombie. Zombies are outside the 3 realms and beyond the 5 elements. They possess extraordinary defense capabilities. Moreover, judging from the strength of this zombie, it must have reached the level of a corpse king already. A corpse king level zombie corresponds to the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Xuanhuan couldn't understand why, in just 100 years, a corpse king could emerge. Chapter 232, King Wangming. It was within Xuanhuan's expectation that the world would produce zombies. Initially, when he let Mingyu study the ability of talismans, it was precisely because he hoped Mingyu could develop the occupation of a talisman master, so that in case zombies ever appeared, people in this world would have the ability to deal with them. However, in Xuanhuan's imagination, common zombies should appear first. But now, a corpse king appeared right off the bat, which left him slightly astonished. Since there was nothing else going on, Xuanhuan decided to check out what was happening. In an instant, Xuanhuan arrived at the place where the zombie had appeared, as mentioned on the hand mirror. This place was close to the Daxia Empire and the Baiyu Empire. The first appearance of the zombie occurred on a small hillside. A group of mercenaries passed by here and rested on this small hillside one evening. They noticed some movements underground and found a corpse upon investigation. Discovering a body in the wilderness wasn't strange since many people perished outside without proper burial in those days. At first, these mercenaries didn't feel anything was wrong, thinking the body hadn't rotted because of recent death. However, after closer inspection, they realized the clothes on the corpse were noble outfits worn by people 100 years ago. This made them curious about this corpse. After the introduction of hand mirrors 100 years ago, such ancient-style clothing had long been abandoned. Fashionable nobles certainly wouldn't wear such garments. At the same time, they also discovered that the corpse was hard as iron, dried out with no moisture, and couldn't be cut with a knife. It clearly didn't look like someone who had died recently, but more like a mummified corpse. Not long afterward, the corpse absorbed moonlight and came back to life, greatly surprising the mercenaries. These mercenaries then published their discovery on the hand mirror, attracting many experts to come investigate. When Xuanhuan arrived at the small hillside, he felt familiar with this place. Looking around, he saw multiple dry corpses lying nearby. Upon closer examination, Xuanhuan realized that these were the mercenaries who posted the short video along with the experts who later came to check things out. From the looks of them, they were evidently drained of blood with 2 distinct holes in their necks. Judging from their body positions, it seemed that these people hardly resisted. Xuanhuan sensed around to locate the position of the zombie. Just as he pinpointed the location of the zombie, the bodies of the mercenaries and the experts started changing around him. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the corpses stood upright one by one, their eyes turning red, arms stretched forward flatly, and their mouths sprouting long fangs. This was exactly the same as the zombies Xuanhuan imagined. Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to these low-level newly turned zombies and looked toward the corpse king not far behind them. The corpse king was watching Xuanhuan with bloody red eyes, his killing intent overflowing uncontrollably. Upon seeing the face of the corpse king, Xuanhuan finally understood why this place felt familiar. This small hillside was exactly where he killed Wang Ming, the swordsman saint of Baiyu Empire 100 years ago, and the corpse king before him was none other than that Wang Ming. King Corpse Wang Ming looked at Xuanhuan and asked in a hoarse voice, "Xuanhuan, what did you do to me? Why have I become like this? And where is my Baiyu sacred sword?" Wang Ming's mind was filled with questions at this moment. He remembered drawing the Baiyu sacred sword, using the sacred sword skill called Moon Goddess Descends. A light then emitted from Xuanhuan's body, and everything went black. When he woke up, he found himself extremely emaciated and had an insatiable thirst for blood. He also noticed that many people were surrounding him, wanting to attack. Although he tried to ask what was going on, he couldn't speak. Finally, unable to suppress his thirst for blood, he sucked all the blood out of the people attacking him. He realized that his previously withered body gradually returned to normal after being replenished with fresh blood and could once again speak. "I haven't done anything to you," Xuanhuan replied nonchalantly. "You didn't do anything? Then how did I turn into a blood-sucking monster?" Wang Ming, the swordsman saint, shouted angrily. Then he sighed. "Never mind whether or not it was you who turned me like this. It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that you have saint-class warrior strength, posing too great a threat to our Baiyu Empire. No matter what, I can't let you live today. Hearing these words from Wang Ming, the swordsman saint, Gu Yihan understood. Wang Ming's memory remained fixed at the moment over 100 years ago when he killed him. Realizing this, Gu Yihan smiled. I'm not sure whether to call you Sword Saint Wang Ming or King Corpse Wang Ming now. Wang Ming's brows furrowed. King Corpse? What kind of King Corpse? After drinking enough blood, Wang Ming looked no different from a normal person in appearance. Moreover, since he had no idea that he had been dead for over 100 years, the current Wang Ming appeared perfectly human to others. If I told you that you've been dead for over 100 years, would you believe me? Gu Yihan, don't play these tricks. If you're trying to buy time for someone to come save you, then forget it. Besides the Dragon Knights, no one from your Daxiao Empire can help you. And as far as I know, the Dragon Knights haven't made it to the front lines. Wang Ming snorted at Gu Yihan, thinking Gu Yihan was merely trying to delay things. I'm not lying. Over 100 years ago, I killed you. During this century, your body has mutated into a corpse king. Earlier, I didn't understand why a corpse king appeared, but now I do. You were killed in the state where the moon goddess descends, so your corpse never decayed. Plus, it seems like the moon goddess descends state kept helping your corpse absorb moonlight. With you originally being of saint-class strength, it only took this short span of 100 years for you to evolve into a corpse king. Gu Yihan explained. Wang Ming stood with his eyes closed, listening silently. After Gu Yihan finished speaking, he opened his eyes and calmly said, Is this your last words? Or do you think telling me a strange story before you die will make me spare you? Seeing that Wang Ming didn't believe him at all, Gu Yihan knew further explanations would be futile. Before coming here, Gu Yihan intended to investigate why a corpse king appeared so soon and then remove it. Since zombies don't belong to the 3 realms or the 5 elements, they are outside his jurisdiction, and eradicating them is the best option. But when discovering the zombie was Wang Ming, Gu Yihan changed his mind because Wang Ming was Master Yu Yu's teacher. Chapter 233, Yu Yu meets Wang Ming. Wang Ming didn't believe what he himself had said, so continuing would be meaningless. Since he didn't plan to eliminate him, the best method was to let Yu Yu come and meet her master. I can say whatever I want, but you won't believe me. If you don't trust me, you should at least trust what Yu Yu says. I'll have her talk to you. After finishing his sentence, Gu Yihan began contacting Yu Yu to make this trip. When Yu Yu received Gu Yihan's message, she found it strange. Why did she need to go back to the place where her master died? She was the city god now, overseeing all of Daxia Empire, while the small hill where Wang Ming had originally perished was within Baiwei Empire's territory. Unlike Gu Yihan, who leisurely scrolled through mobile videos all day, Yu Yu hadn't heard anything about zombies appearing. Just as Gu Yihan notified Yu Yu, Wang Ming looked at him with confusion. Gu Yihan, what are you trying to do? Make Princess Yu Yu come here to speak with me? Do you even realize what you're saying? Wang Ming was indeed confused. This time, he had come at Yu Yu's insistence. Now Gu Yihan wanted Yu Yu to speak with him. In a moment of uncertainty, Wang Ming didn't know if he was lying or not. But no matter, if he could summon Yu Yu, things would become clear. They didn't wait long before Yu Yu's figure appeared by Gu Yihan's side. As Yu Yu prepared to pay her respects to Gu Yihan, she noticed Wang Ming standing nearby. Yu Yu froze, as did Wang Ming. Master, Yu Yu called out hesitantly. Princess, why have you come here? Wang Ming asked, puzzled. Master, is it really you? When Yu Yu heard Wang Ming speak, she immediately confirmed that it was indeed him. Memories of the past flooded her mind, and unable to hold back any longer, she rushed toward Wang Ming and burst into tears. Over the years, she had outwardly remained strong, but deep inside, her heart bore much sorrow. Confronting her most beloved master, Yu Yu finally couldn't suppress the weight she had endured for years, and she wailed uncontrollably. Yu Yu's cries shocked Gu Yihan. He never imagined she had such a fragile side. In his memory, Yu Yu had always been brave and decisive, a strong woman through and through. Upon hearing Yu Yu's crying, Wang Ming felt a stabbing pain in his heart. How great must her suffering have been to reduce such a resilient girl to this state? Then Wang Ming turned his gaze fiercely toward Gu Yihan, concluding that he must have done something terrible to make Yu Yu cry so grievously. Princess Yu Yu, rest assured, even if it costs my life, today I will end this man. He will never step foot in my Baiwei Empire again. With these words, Wang Ming moved to attack Gu Yihan. Seeing this, Yu Yu immediately intervened. Master, it has nothing to do with Princeton. Puzzled, Wang Ming looked at Yu Yu. Then why does your highness cry so bitterly? A sudden realization struck him. Could there have been a major event in Baiwei Empire during your and my campaign? Wang Ming first thought that one of the Baiwei princes might have taken advantage of their absence and orchestrated a coup in the Baiwei Empire. Caught up in the excitement of seeing Wang Ming earlier, Yu Yu had not detected anything amiss. She assumed that Gu Yihan had resurrected her master. However, upon examining Wang Ming closely now, she realized that her master's body seemed quite off. There was no soul in his body, not exactly. Correctly speaking, Wang Ming's soul and body had merged into one entity, making him appear soulless. Simultaneously, she also noticed that her master's memories seemed stuck on the day of his death. Perplexed, Yu Yu turned her gaze toward Gu Yihan. Your master has now become a zombie, Gu Yihan said plainly. A zombie? What is a zombie? Yu Yu questioned, more perplexed than ever. After someone dies, the soul leaves the body and enters the underworld. But if a corpse is buried in a nurturing corpse ground, a place heavy with yin energy, it's possible for the soul and the body to merge, transforming into a zombie. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Normally, only one spirit merges with the body, creating a soulless zombie. But your master is different. Perhaps because I killed him while he was in the moon goddess's descent form. So all his 3 souls and 7 spirits have merged completely with his body. Therefore, he currently appears no different from an ordinary person, explained Xuanhuan. But it's not without its differences. His instinct for blood still exists. Periodically, your master needs fresh blood to replenish his body. Otherwise, he will become desiccated and prone to frenzy, biting anyone around until he is fully sated. Subsequently, Xuanhuan glanced at the surrounding zombies. Zombies have one other innate ability. They carry necrotoxins. Anyone who gets bitten will turn into a zombie. Yu was greatly shocked. This was the first time she had ever heard of such creatures as zombies. Wang Ming was also astonished. What you just said, is it true? Have I already been dead for over 100 years? Xuanhuan nodded, then looked at Yu and said, you explain it to him. Afterward, Yu recounted everything that had happened after Wang Ming's death, telling it all to Wang Ming. When Yu mentioned being pursued and hunted by her several elder brothers, Wang Ming's eyes flared red with anger. By the time Yu concluded that only Xuanhuan had taken her in, Wang Ming cast a glance of gratitude toward Xuanhuan. As Yu prepared to speak about how she committed suicide to become a land god, she looked toward Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan understood her meaning and nodded his head. You may tell him everything. He will always be by your side from now on. Having received permission, Yu narrated the story of how she became a land god and later turned into the city god. Wang Ming listened intently, his expression full of astonishment. For a long time after Yu finished speaking, Wang Ming couldn't recover from the shock. Finally, Wang Ming sighed and said, who would have thought so much has happened over the span of 100 years? The world has completely changed. Yu asked beside him, Master, since you've come back to life, what are your plans moving forward? Plans? In my current state, what plans could there even be? Back then, all I could think about was using my last moments to protect Baiwei Empire, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. Just now, Prince An already made it clear, apparently, I'll stay by your side forever. Wang Ming glanced at Xuanhuan, understanding the meaning behind his words. He was now a zombie, needing to drink blood, and anyone he bit would also turn into a zombie. With his dangerous nature, Prince An wouldn't let him wander freely outside. If not for Yu being his student, Xuanhuan would likely have gotten rid of him already. And Yu also realized, it seemed Prince An wanted her to keep an eye on her master, ensuring he didn't accidentally spread the necrotoxin. Chapter 234, Heaven's Will. As Yu was about to say something, Xuanhuan said, we can talk about the rest when we get back. Yu nodded. She also noticed many people coming this way. After Yu bowed to Xuanhuan, she disappeared with Wang Ming from the spot. Xuanhuan looked around at the zombies turned by Wang Ming's bites, waved his hand, and made them disappear forever from the 3 realms. Then he left as well. Back in his own courtyard, Xuanhuan thought about Wang Ming's situation. Wang Ming was both a trouble and a good card. If Yu could manage him properly so that he wouldn't spread the necrotic poison, there wouldn't be much of an issue. After all, zombies would surely appear again in the future, and if Wang Ming were cultivated properly, it could be an excellent choice to let him manage those future zombies. It would be best for this first zombie king to manage other zombies since no one else could possibly control them. Zombies in the future certainly wouldn't have memories like Wang Ming did. Zombies without memory only know how to suck blood and cannot be managed by humans. Even the underworld can't manage them. The underworld can summon souls, but zombies are combinations of soul and body, impossible to separate. Moreover, the bodies of zombies are famously tough. Regular zombies might still be manageable, but once they become flying zombies or zombie kings, basically no human or even cultivators at the Earth Immortal level can kill them. The most that can be done is seal them, not destroy them completely. The current issue is how to cultivate King Wang Ming. Unlike other races that can practice cultivation techniques, zombies grow stronger by absorbing the essence of the moon or through drinking blood. When they reach a certain realm, special abilities will naturally manifest. Thinking this through, the only option seems to be letting Wang Ming slowly cultivate himself. There's not much more Xuanhuan could do to help. Regarding the method of cultivation, Xuanhuan reminded Yu to let Wang Ming try to absorb the essence of the moon instead of relying on drinking blood. Drinking too much blood easily leads to becoming berserk and losing reason. Wang Ming is different from other zombies. His 3 souls and 7 spirits have merged with his body, allowing him to keep a normal appearance. It seemed that his potential for growth would not be low. Xuanhuan was also looking forward to seeing what heights Wang Ming would reach in the future. As he thought, Xuanhuan suddenly felt that Mingyu had entered the underworld. Mingyu usually doesn't come to the underworld unless necessary, so why did she come today? Subsequently, Xuanhuan entered the underworld and arrived behind Mingyu. At this moment, Mingyu was on the Bridge of Sighs, facing the soul of an old man. That old man also seemed to recognize Mingyu and bowed, saying, Great Emperor of the Daxia Empire greets, Aunt Mingyu. Jimin had reincarnated as Gu Ming's son, and Gu Ming and Mingyu were siblings. By hierarchy, he should address Mingyu as Aunt. For Mingyu's presence in the underworld, Jimin did not feel anything unusual. A powerful person entering the underworld was not impossible, especially Mingyu who had received the title of the #1 youth 100 years ago. After a century had passed, her strength must have grown even stronger, making it unsurprising that she could enter the underworld. What puzzled him, however, was that it seemed as though Aunt Mingyu had been waiting for him here. I didn't expect that over 100 years later, you're dead again. Mingyu sighed. Hearing this, Jimin paused, confused. What does again mean? Aunt Mingyu, I don't understand what you're saying. You don't need to understand. Today, I've come specially to see you off. Having said that, Mingyu personally handed a bowl of mungpa soup to Jimin. A bowl of varied taste mungpa soup, all memories of the past life are forgotten. Drink it and begin your new journey. Although Jamin was baffled, he drank it without hesitation. Then his soul emitted a glow, and the purified soul floated toward the heavenly path. Mingyu watched Zhang Min's reincarnation with complicated eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Why? Still unwilling to let go, Gu Yihan asked softly from behind. Brother Yihan, why did you come? I've been here for a while now, just wanting to see if you'd cry your eyes out like you used to upon seeing Jamin being reincarnated. Gu Yihan joked. But our Mingyu didn't shed a tear. Xuanhuan brother, you're always teasing me, Mingyu said unhappily. Still, she then lost her spirit and added, after drinking Mingpa soup, all past memories are forgotten. Remembering has no use. It only serves to make myself feel sentimental. Gu Yihan paused, laughed, and said, Mingyu really has grown up. Understanding this truth will definitely lead to less troubles. Brother Yihan, I've realized. From now on, I won't interfere in reincarnated lives anymore. Let things pass after this lifetime. Ha ha ha, that's great. Gu Yihan left happily from the underworld and returned to his little yard. When he was in the underworld just now, it made him think of a question. For those who are reborn in the underworld, their next life usually follows a general rule, and what will happen in the next life is basically determined beforehand. This is what people mean when they say that one's fate is predestined at birth. Since the heavenly book appeared, Gu Yihan has come to understand more clearly that everyone's life is arranged. And even if you ascend to immortality, feeling as though you've broken away from heaven's will, the truth is that it was also prearranged. Some may feel like they have defied destiny and altered their fate, not knowing that this was already planned long ago. If the king of hell decrees your death at midnight, you won't live until dawn. Some might believe they've changed their destinies with their incredible abilities and lived a few more days, but they haven't considered that perhaps heaven had simply intended them to die later by a few days. Their supposed change in destiny is nothing more than an illusion. Defying one's destiny? Laughable. Who can truly defy heaven? Of course, except for me. Gu Yihan thought privately. Now, Gu Yihan has discovered another kind, zombies. There's no such thing as predetermined fate for zombies, because zombies arise after death due to various reasons, somewhat similar to scars on a person's body. A scar is part of the body, yet it isn't fully regarded as part of the body. Similarly, zombies exist within the three realms yet float outside of their management, being neither essential nor completely irrelevant. Without them, the three realms would be fine. With them, they merely affect aesthetics. If not for the impossibility of zombies never appearing, Gu Yihan really wanted to eliminate every zombie the moment it showed up. The main problem is that zombies are too tough to defeat and have extremely strong contagious properties. Given they cannot be eradicated entirely, the only option left is to control them. Now that a variant zombie like Wang Ming has appeared, Gu Yihan doesn't know whether it's a good or bad thing. The advantage is that Wang Ming could potentially be used to manage future zombies. However, the downside is that if Wang Ming reaches a certain level of power, Gu Yihan wonders if he would become powerless against him. After all, zombies fall out of the jurisdiction of the three realms. If Wang Ming's physical strength becomes so great that even Gu Yihan can't destroy him, then in the future, there truly wouldn't be any way to deal with him. Chapter 235, Various Developments. Gu Yihan thought that in the original world, zombies didn't seem very powerful. Even xiuxian, the ancestor of zombies, didn't appear to be particularly strong, and no immortal ever paid much attention to zombies. So why was this? He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't understand it, he stopped thinking about it. After all, this world is the real world, while his previous life, gods, demons, and zombies were all part of legends. Things he'd only heard of but never seen. They shouldn't be generalized. However, the matter of appointing deities still needed some research. With the heavenly scroll, it would definitely be necessary to establish divine ranks in the future. The celestial court cannot operate without the management of deities. But appointing deities isn't something that can be done recklessly. The celestial court needs high-end combat power, not people who just freeload. In the past, when he read the Tablet of Gods, powerful cultivators were unwilling to be enshrined as deities. This was because after becoming a deity, their cultivation could not progress, and secondly, they would be restricted by the celestial court. For them, becoming a deity was equivalent to sealing away their potential and freedom, so they strongly resisted the process. But in this world, Gu Yihan believed that if he were to announce the establishment of deities, allowing them to enter the celestial court as officials with immortality and freedom from tribulations, there would be countless people begging to become deities. Where else could such good fortune be found? Therefore, Gu Yihan's standard for enshrining deities was that one must first have adequate strength, and secondly, possess administrative capabilities. It should not resemble the celestial court he observed in his previous life where, when something happened, only a few individuals handled the situation while the other gods avoided getting involved, pretending they hadn't noticed. What use were such gods? Just like the Cupid of his previous life, who rarely cared about matters of fate, leaving these issues mostly managed by the wealth god. Such occurrences Gu Yihan absolutely refused to allow within his own three realms. However, the current timing wasn't right for establishing deities in the celestial court since there were too few capable individuals. Things could only proceed gradually until the celestial court was fully established. The celestial court had nothing yet. Gu Yihan sat drinking tea in the small courtyard and realized that once again, he had little left to do. Though he disliked being busy all day, he also couldn't spend the entire day doing nothing. It would be too boring. He probed into the death forest. Since last time, when he asked Skeleton Land to spread the cultivation manual for beasts, he still didn't know how effective it had been. After inspecting, he saw that there were still many high-level beasts gathered before the Skeleton Land Temple. Probing into their bodies, he discovered that there was already a small amount of beastly energy within them. Xuanhuan nodded. In such a short period of time, there was already some beastly energy, meaning it wouldn't take long for genuine beast cultivators to emerge. At a certain level of cultivation, beasts could transform into human form. Xuanhuan wondered whether there might one day be a story of love between a monster and a human, and then an immortal attempting to break them apart, composing a touching yet tragic tale. Thinking about it seemed melodramatic, but Xuanhuan knew that if a large number of beast cultivators truly emerged, then romances between humans and beasts would certainly increase. By that point, what would he do about it? Not only human-beast romances, but also human-divine romances. Should he care about those? There may even be divine-monster romances. Would they be considered violating heavenly laws? And furthermore, if there were combinations of zombies and humans, or beasts, or immortals, what would happen then? By contemplating this, Xuanhuan felt a headache brewing. Calculating this way, if ignored, half monster half human, half divine half human, half undead half human, and half monster half undead entities might arise. After pondering, Xuanhuan decided that there should indeed be regulation. Otherwise, too many bizarre beings would emerge. It was conceivable that some anomalies might arise, leading to chaos in the world. In conclusion, Xuanhuan determined that such things must be strictly forbidden in the future. However, this was still a distant concern. Currently, there was nothing yet. After withdrawing his probing awareness from the Death Forest, Xuanhuan began observing other places. Ghostly creatures, having developed well over the course of 100 years, had now formed ghost-based factions. Due to the necromancers capturing ghostly spirits to forge their unique magical artifacts, ghosts and necromancers were now mortal enemies, engaging in life and death confrontations upon meeting. This situation made the giant race quite relieved. At the same time, the necromancers reverted to their previous state of wandering exile. Currently, not only were giants hunting them, but the ghosts were also chasing them down. The necromancers were living a pitiful existence. The giant race, however, had experienced a century of comfort. Many new baby giants had been born, increasing their population. The whole giant race brimmed with hope for the future. The dwarves were still the same as ever, spending their days forging iron and drinking liquor. There had been no changes over the past 100 years. For a race with such long lifespans, a century really wasn't that long. As for the various empires, they were still much the same too, occasionally engaging in minor conflicts, but mostly experiencing internal turmoil. The empires that had once been managed by land deities had seen more frequent uprisings after those deities were removed. Without divine protection, their control was quickly overtaken by others. Later on, Xuanhuan issued an order forbidding the families of land deities from entering the empire's administrative ranks. Therefore, those now managing the empires largely had no connection to the land deities. After inspecting various regions, Xuanhuan finally turned his attention to the Death City. Compared to 100 years ago, the Death City had greatly expanded, and its population had significantly increased. Just as it had been a century ago, the Death City remained the largest and most prosperous city on the continent. Watching the bustling streets filled with people coming and going, Xuanhuan couldn't help but reflect on how this place used to be barren when he first arrived at the Death City. He never imagined it would become so flourishing. A significant part of the Death City's current prosperity could be attributed to his initial efforts. Despite the passage of 100 years, there were no noticeable changes in the inner city. It was just like it had been a century ago. Xuanhuan briefly considered whether he should renovate the inner city but decided against it in the end. Given the major transformations in the outer city, he thought it best to preserve the original charm of the inner city. After retracting his divine awareness, Xuanhuan felt a twinge of nostalgia. He had been in this world for over 100 years, and he realized he had yet to truly relax. In the beginning, he had been an unpopular prince, even bearing the title Idiot Prince. Now, perhaps no one remembered that title anymore. Even if someone did, no one would dare utter it aloud. Stretching his arms lazily, Xuanhuan decided to indulge himself in some relaxation and frivolous spending soon. It had always been one of his hidden aspirations. Chapter 236, Small Bowl. Of course, if you're a spendthrift, you shouldn't let others know your identity. Otherwise, it could damage your image. Therefore, Xuanhuan created a secondary account in the handheld mirror. Each person can only have one main account. Even if you change to a new hand mirror and authenticate with blood, it will still be your original account, and it would be impossible to create a secondary account. But Xuanhuan could create as many accounts as he wanted. After all, who made the hand mirrors but him? After some thought, Xuanhuan gave himself the username White Idiot Prince. Over the past 100 years of the hand mirror's evolution, usernames no longer carried the same weight as before. In the past, unless you were an actual prince, no one dared to use such a username. But now, titles like emperors, princes, fathers of great emperors, or mothers of princes were everywhere, and no one cared what you called yourself online anymore. You could pick any name you liked, and no one would interfere. However, it was best not to choose a username that carried insulting connotations and make it obvious to anyone involved. The consequences could be unpleasant. The reason Xuanhuan decided to create a secondary account on the hand mirror was because he planned to squander money there. If he spent extravagantly in real life, people might easily recognize him, even if he changed his appearance. But how much could he really waste in reality? It took too much time and effort, and it wouldn't be satisfying. On the hand mirror, however, there were plenty of live streaming hosts. There was no upper limit to tipping them gifts, and that was where he could truly indulge in extravagant spending. After making preparations, Xuanhuan transferred a cool trillion ancient coins into his secondary account, plenty of money. He then entered the live streaming channel of Mirror Vision Entertainment. Tipping live streams was about giving gifts, not directly sending ancient coins. The gifts were rather straightforward. A beginner secret manual for 10 ancient coins, an intermediate one for 100 ancient coins, an advanced one for 1,000 ancient coins, and a divine method secret manual for 10,000 ancient coins. The streamers and Mirror Vision Entertainment split the profits from the gifts 50-50. Since Mirror Vision Entertainment belonged to Xuanhuan himself, this effectively meant that he was only paying half the price when gifting items. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan entered a random live stream room. This live stream featured a mercenary squad completing a mercenary task. Judging by their appearance, they weren't particularly strong mercenaries since their task was to catch a green rabbit, which was a low-tier magical beast. Due to its cute appearance, it was quite popular among children. The mercenary guild frequently posted tasks involving catching these creatures. However, this type of task offered neither high rewards nor significant points, so only beginner mercenaries typically accepted such assignments. Welcome, little mushroom baby. I'm catching green rabbits right now. If you need them, you can buy directly from me at a cheaper rate than the mercenary guild. Welcome, water soil unaccustomed. If you need green rabbits, just say so publicly. Buying from me is cheaper. Two other viewers who had entered with Xuanhuan were greeted warmly, but no one welcomed him. This made Xuanhuan somewhat irritated. Did they look down on my zero-level account so much? Without another word, Xuanhuan immediately exited the live stream room. Xuanhuan wasn't the type who, if underestimated, would flaunt his capabilities to prove himself to others. He was the type who, if underestimated, simply ignored those people completely. Why would he continue wasting his time on someone who didn't respect him? Who in their right mind would splash a bunch of gifts just to make the streamer lose face? That'd just be stupid. Imagine sending a bunch of expensive gifts, and then what? Just to hear the streamer say, "It's my eyesight that failed me. I didn't recognize the boss." Would that genuinely embarrass the streamer? No way. Perhaps the streamer would secretly feel delighted to find an overly generous fool. In some cases, this incident would spread, and other streamers, knowing his habits, might deliberately ignore him upon seeing his username, then wait patiently for him to shower them with gifts, later pretending to be shocked and apologizing profusely. This kind of situation had happened numerous times. Flipping to the next live stream room. This one featured a fishing streamer who was quietly sitting there, silently fishing without saying anything. Yet, the audience count was surprisingly large, with hundreds of viewers, more than the last one. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan swiftly skipped to the next live stream room. He couldn't comprehend why anyone would enjoy watching fishing. It baffled him entirely. Hundreds of people sat there glued to the screen for something he found so dull. He then entered a few more rooms, each one leaving him increasingly disappointed. Some streams showcased mercenaries doing various missions. To Xuanhuan, they seemed even more boring than watching fishing. Others explained martial arts manuals. These types of streams were common because this world placed immense value on power, so they attracted considerable attention. But to Xuanhuan, these streams were even more tedious than watching mercenaries do their jobs. Flipping back and forth between rooms, Xuanhuan realized that, comparatively speaking, the fishing stream room seemed to be the most reasonable option. Xuanhuan sighed in frustration. Why aren't there any big sisters dancing? If not, at least singing would do. After flipping through more streams, he finally found a young lady who was singing. Welcome, White Idiot Prince, to Small Bull's live stream. The girl named Small Bull looked rather young, thin, with an average appearance, not particularly pretty. It might precisely be due to her plain looks that her live stream only had a few viewers. When Xuanhuan entered, there were only 3 people in the room. Her voice sounded soft and timid, as if she was scared, and her lean figure wearing clothes washed until they were slightly faded made her look pitiful and helpless. But Xuanhuan understood that the reason why her stream had so few viewers could possibly be because of this sense of helplessness and her worn-out clothing. In this world where strength reigned supreme, pathetic individuals weren't pitted. Instead, they were seen as easier targets for bullying. Moreover, her shabby clothes clearly indicated that she wasn't well off, signaling to others that she wouldn't have the means to fight back even if bullied, practically inviting others to torment her. Sure enough, no sooner had Small Bull greeted the newcomer than someone in the chat began to mock her. Supreme God. A 0-level account. Welcoming what? Can he even fart? First Immortal. And calling himself White Idiot Prince. He must be an actual idiot. Ha. Supreme God. Don't bother with idiots. They're contagious. Small Bull, have you thought about my offer? As soon as you agree, I'll buy you a brand new set of clothes. First Immortal. That's right. All it takes is one date, and you'll get a new outfit. What are you hesitating about? After keeping Supreme God company, you can keep me company next, and I'll also buy you something nice. Small Bull weakly replied. I have enough clothes. Supreme God. You call those rags clothes? Don't give me attitude. Look at yourself in the mirror, what you look like. It's my honor to take notice of you. First Immortal. You ungrateful piece of trash. Why don't you show your face when we're around? My buddy and I have been looking for you for days. You'd better hope we never catch you. Chapter 237. Giving Gifts. The words of the 2 people made the girl named Xiaowan very scared, and she instinctively shrank her body. Xuanhuan sighed. He understood clearly now. These 2 knew the girl named Xiaowan and were looking for her. Xiaowan should be hiding outside, too afraid to go back. Without strength, being bullied but unable to fight back, perhaps even unable to escape. Considering Xiaowan's lack of strength, she might not be able to leave the city she is in. Outside the city is far more dangerous than inside. Unable to leave her city, it's only a matter of time before the 2 find her. Based on the current situation, Xiaowan's fate after being found may be very tragic. After pondering for a while, Guihan asked, "It says on your live stream that you can sing. What can you sing?" Xiaowan quickly replied to Guihan's comment. "I sing Hua Xiaodiao best. Let me sing it for you." "Good." Then Xiaowan began singing Hua Xiaodiao. Her voice was melodious. Despite having no musical accompaniment, it was still very beautiful. Supreme God. You idiot. Are you looking for trouble? Didn't you see I'm talking with Xiaowan? And you're listening to songs. Do you know who I am? My brother is a member of the Death City Guard. Sword Immortal. I think this idiot is looking for trouble. Jerk, idiot. Have some guts to tell us your address, and I'll teach you a lesson. Guihan was about to give Xiaowan a gift, but stopped after seeing this sentence. He didn't intend to quarrel with them originally, but these two people were from Death City and related to the City Guard, so he decided to discipline them. The City Guard is different from the Protector Group. The Protector Group is composed of 3,000 veteran soldiers of the inner city, while the City Guard protects the outer city. Guihan remembered that long ago, it was assigned to a few meritorious mercenary groups, never expecting their relatives would dare bully others. Through the Earth Book, Guihan quickly got information on these two individuals. Currently, they were located in the North District of the Outer City in Death City. He then informed Bei Yi to investigate whether the two had done any morally reprehensible deeds and take the opportunity to properly clean up the North District. Supreme God. So what? Afraid now because my brother is from the City Guard in Death City? Sword Immortal. An idiot is an idiot. Guihan was too lazy to respond. Anyway, these two couldn't keep acting for much longer. Subsequently, Guihan started giving gifts to Xiaowan. The Foolish Prince has sent one cultivation manual. The Foolish Prince has sent another cultivation manual too. A series of notifications popped up in the chat channel. Xiaowan, who was singing, at first worriedly saw their messages for a few days, but when she noticed a string of top-tier gifts being given out, her song abruptly halted. She looked at the screen in disbelief. The highest level gift was the cultivation manual, which cost 10,000 ancient coins each. How many manuals were given? How much money would that be? Guihan was also frustrated. The livestream platform was so imperfect. The gifts could only be sent one by one, not in bulk, causing him to continuously tap away, and sending so many gifts didn't trigger any full-screen announcements, making it impossible for others to know how much he actually gifted. No one followed up with shouts of 666, leaving no energy in the act of gifting. After Supreme God and Sword Immortal saw the non-stop sending of top-tier gifts, they fell silent as well. They realized they had met their match. Anyone capable of giving out so many high-level gifts like that isn't someone the regular rich could afford. This person might belong to a certain family. For merchants, they weren't afraid. But if this was a family, that could bring trouble. No wealthy merchant dared come to Death City to look for them, yet it was uncertain for families. Both of them prayed now that this foolish prince wasn't from Death City. If so, it would be much more troublesome. Looking at the name Foolish Prince, both wondered if this was really a prince from some empire. If that were the case, it wouldn't be bad since princes usually don't chase them all the way to Death City, just because of a few words. As the two were still speculating on various possibilities, a group of people entered and immediately took them away without saying anything. As for the results of these two afterward, Guihan didn't care to know. Guihan stopped gifting, but at this point, the screen had already displayed that he had sent more than 600 gifts, amounting to over 6 million ancient coins. For commoners, this was truly an astronomical figure. Xiaowan remained in a state of shock. After a little more waiting, she came back to her senses. Your Highness, these gifts. I dare not accept them, said Xiaowan, stuttering slightly. If I've already sent them, why wouldn't you dare to accept them? Your singing voice is lovely. Take the money and dress yourself better, buy a better instrument. This is too much. For me, it's not. It sounded like boasting, but Guihan was telling the truth. If you have a talent for cultivation, then it's good if you practice diligently. I don't have any talent for cultivation, Xiaowan said softly. Do you have any hobbies? I like singing. Then learn to sing well. Your voice is very nice. Thank you, Prince. Guihan smiled and asked again, why are you called Xiaowan? Xiaowan said with a tinge of sadness, when I was born, because my family was poor, we couldn't pay the midwife who helped deliver me. In the end, my parents gave her the only bowl in our home, so my father named me Xiaowan. After hearing this, Guihan sighed. The game inside the hand mirror could more or less sustain one's living needs. However, after 100 years had passed, life-related careers had become saturated. For those who entered afterward, unless their predecessors had laid down solid foundations, they wouldn't be able to survive within the system. But even knowing all that, he wasn't going to try and change it, not without considering how it might impact others. What about your parents? They passed away a few years ago. What do you plan to do in the future? Xiaowan thought for a moment and replied, I want to find a master to study music. A teacher once told me I have some talent in this area, but I haven't learned because my family was too poor. Guihan paused and said, then go register at the City People's Academy tomorrow. The City People's Academy? Xiaowan looked puzzled and said, Prince, you don't know. The City People's Academy only admits people from the inner city, not outsiders. You should just go register. How would you know for sure you won't get accepted until you've tried? Maybe they'll agree since you have such great musical talent. Xiaowan froze in surprise. Well, no more talking. I have things to do. Remember to sign up tomorrow. After finishing his sentence, Guihan left the live stream. Once he exited, Guihan quickly updated the streaming features. He added bulk gift giving and full screen announcements. It hadn't been satisfying enough before. Nobody shouted 666 to acknowledge him as an elder brother. It was too lackluster. Chapter 238. Transformation Tribulation. Happy times always seem fleeting. During this period, Xuanhuan became well known under the online name White Idiot Prince in the live streaming channel. In just a few days, he became the most popular big brother in various live streams, with a large group of little brothers following him around, shouting 666, internet slang for applause. Since Xuanhuan's most frequented live streams were singing and dancing ones, these types of live streams had recently become even more popular. Everyone was hoping to catch White Idiot Prince's attention, as whenever he appeared, he never left empty-handed, giving at least 1,000,000 ancient coins worth of gifts every time. This also encouraged other streamers who couldn't originally sing or dance to hum some tunes or wiggle around from time to time. Gradually, the tone of the live streaming channels shifted more towards entertainment, unlike at the start when people streamed things in a serious and formal way. Task streaming, lectures, all rather dull. Life is tough enough without watching mundane, everyday content on live streaming channels too. Live streams should be relaxing and meant for entertainment, making it so much better after a long day of work. Continuously practicing cultivation or working can exhaust a person. Occasionally, unwinding improves efficiency instead of reducing it. On that day, Xuanhuan was about to continue visiting live streaming rooms with his little brothers when he suddenly received a message from Skeleton Landowner. After reading the message, Xuanhuan knew his journey as a spendthrift was about to end. Skeleton told him that a demon might soon transform, but Skeleton didn't know what was happening and sought Xuanhuan's advice. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan immediately prepared to head to the Death Forest. This would be the first demon to undergo transformation, and Xuanhuan was highly interested. He'd never seen how demons transformed before, only watched fake depictions on TV, but now there was a real demon preparing to transform right in front of him. He quickly arrived at the land shrine in the Death Forest. Elder Immortal, you have come. Skeleton bowed respectfully. Which beast are you referring to that's about to transform? Xuanhuan looked around at the beasts near the land shrine, but saw none showing signs of transformation. Elder Immortal, it's not one of the beasts, it's a locust tree behind us. Skeleton explained. A locust tree? Xuanhuan was surprised. He assumed it would be one of the beasts. After all, these beasts had been there since the land shrine was established, nourished by years of incense offerings and the essence of celestial qi transformed by Xuanhuan. It seemed logical that one of the beasts would achieve the ability to transform first. Why would the locust tree take the lead? Subsequently, Xuanhuan followed Skeleton to the back of the land shrine. At that moment, a huge locust tree was radiating an intense demonic aura. The tree was massive, as tall as Skeleton's land shrine, requiring 3 people to encircle its trunk. Even though there was no wind, the entire tree was trembling, its branches swaying loudly, and due to the overwhelming demonic aura, it made the whole tree appear quite ominous. Elder Immortal, it's this locust tree. Its current state resembles the description in the demon cultivation scriptures you gave me where demons undergo transformation. So I alerted you to come take a look. Xuanhuan perceived the condition of the locust tree. The spiritual energy inside it was rushing around rapidly and wildly. When this energy flowed out from the tree trunk, it became irregular and transformed into demonic energy. Currently, this locust tree wasn't yet a true demon because its body still contained natural energy, not purely demonic energy. Xuanhuan then sensed the heavenly scroll. Not long after, he understood. For a demon to become a true demon, they must go through the process of transformation. And to transform, they must endure the trial of transformation, which comes from heaven. However, Xuanhuan had shut the only passage between heaven and earth, the south gate of heaven, so the trial of transformation wouldn't occur. If a trial doesn't occur, the transformation won't either. While the transformation thunder trial was dangerous, without undergoing it, the energy within a demon wouldn't convert completely into demonic energy. Reaching the peak without converting would result in the chaotic rebellion of inner spirit energy, exactly what was happening to the locust tree now. Xuanhuan estimated that if no transformation thunder trial came within half a day, or if no one helped the locust tree convert its demonic energy, it would soon be torn apart by its own uncontrollable spiritual energy. After considering, Xuanhuan decided to temporarily open the south gate of heaven, allowing the transformation thunder trial to descend naturally. Although Xuanhuan could use his own powers to help the locust tree convert its energy into demonic energy, he wanted to observe the true power of the thunder trial to establish a reference point for himself. Currently, the heavenly court was still incomplete, and there were no such records in the heavenly scroll. Allowing the locust tree to undergo the thunder trial on its own would enable the scroll to record the data. With that thought, Xuanhuan's mind flickered, and the south gate of heaven opened. The instant it opened, thunderclouds quickly gathered above the locust tree. Xuanhuan stepped back instantly, appearing far away. Land Elder, you should leave as well. After hearing this, Skeleton Landowner flashed beside Xuanhuan. Immortal, what is this? Skeleton Landowner was confused. The locust tree is about to undergo the transformation trial. If we stay too close, it will affect it. Now we just have to wait for it to pass the trial. There's nothing else to do. Yes, Immortal. Then the two quietly waited for the transformation thunder trial to descend. The other beasts had already moved far away when the ominous clouds formed by the celestial thunder appeared. Although they didn't know what was going on, they could sense the danger from the thunderclouds. Soon, the transformation thunder trial formed, with the first bolt of lightning striking directly down at the locust tree. Boom! A loud noise reverberated as the lightning struck the top of the locust tree. On the surface, the locust tree seemed undamaged, but the surrounding demonic aura had been completely dispelled. It was the demonic aura emitted by the locust tree that blocked the first bolt of thunder. At this point, with the demonic aura dissipated, the locust tree momentarily stopped shaking. But very soon, it began trembling even more violently. Not long after, the second bolt of lightning struck down. The locust tree rallied all its branches toward the incoming lightning. After the second bolt dispersed, the branches of the locust tree were mostly destroyed, around 80% of them damaged. However, xuanhuan noticed that the spiritual energy within the locust tree's body had transformed into a demonic aura for more than half, and it was no longer as chaotic as before. Subsequently, the third bolt of lightning came crashing down. This third bolt was stronger than the previous two, and the locust tree used all its remaining branches to face it, but it proved ineffective, offering no resistance against the thunder trial. The lightning struck directly onto the main trunk of the locust tree. The smell of scorched wood wafted through the air. At this moment, the tree's body was pitch black, and the locust tree was nearly lifeless. xuanhuan estimated that the next bolt of lightning would take its life. But strangely, the fourth bolt of lightning did not fall again, and the thundercloud started to slowly dissipate. xuanhuan paused in confusion. Was it over? Were there only 3 bolts of thunder? Chapter 239, The Birth of the First Demon. The Shaping Heaven Tribulation only had 3 heavenly thunders, which was unexpected for xuanhuan. In xuanhuan's understanding, wouldn't a tribulation usually have at least 9 thunders? His previous tribulation lasted half a day, and the thunder didn't strike one by one, but came in groups. For half a day, he didn't even count how many times it struck. And now, this shaping tribulation just passed with 3 lightning strikes? xuanhuan felt it was unfair. Feeling it was unfair didn't help. In the future, when the heavenly court has the righteous gods of the thunder department, the heavenly thunders will be under their control, and at that time, xuanhuan could add a few more for these demons. At this moment, after experiencing the thunder tribulation, the locust tree's insides had all been transformed into demon energy. However, it was severely injured. Its outer part was already completely scorched, with no intact skin left. Nevertheless, xuanhuan knew that the locust tree had successfully overcome the tribulation. The demonic aura within its body would slowly repair it, and within a few days, it would recover. Once healed, this locust tree would be able to utilize the demonic aura to shape itself into a human form. xuanhuan didn't want to wait. He wanted to see what the locust tree demon would look like. With a point of his finger toward the locust tree, a strand of celestial chi entered its body, and the wounds began visibly healing rapidly. After not long, the locust tree's outer bark started shedding, and eventually, out emerged a humanoid log. Why call it a humanoid log? Because although it looked like a person, its skin was akin to wood, dry, wrinkled, and cracked. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a person carved out of wood. Thank you, Great Immortal, for aiding me. The humanoid log creaked. Wisdom so high upon just forming a shape. xuanhuan was surprised. In response to Great Immortal, I attained enlightenment quite some time ago. Oh, quite some time ago. Great Immortal, I am the locust tree beside the Earth Spirit Shrine. Over these 100 years, I've been nurtured by the shrine's vitality and your celestial chi transformation. 50 years ago, I obtained wisdom. But since I am a tree, I couldn't speak like humans before. Recently, while Lord Land explained the demon cultivation techniques, I listened and started practicing curiously, and unexpectedly. Today, I can transform. The locust tree explained. I see, xuanhuan understood. No wonder this locust tree was able to become a demon first. This was why. Its location was right next to the room where the initial conversion of spirit energy took place. It must have gone through the most comprehensive spirit energy cleansing. What is your name? xuanhuan asked. The junior demon doesn't have a name. Please bestow one on me, Great Immortal. The locust tree hurriedly said. Although the locust tree had just become human-like, it was quite clever. Over these years, it also realized that the person before him was the true master of the Death Forest, because even the strongest skeleton in the Death Forest obeyed him. For himself to randomly choose a name or let the man before him give him a name meant entirely different things. If the person before him were to name him, it would mean he belonged to him, which for this lowly, weak, talentless, backgroundless, poorly endowed little demon with no cultivation resources and an unattractive appearance would be a tremendous blessing. xuanhuan didn't know what he was thinking. If he did, he would be shocked. How clear could one's self-awareness be right after shaping? You will be called xiuxian Lao Yao. When xuanhuan saw the locust tree's appearance, he thought of this name. It matched perfectly. They were both spirits of wood though. Spirits of trees. Thank you, Great Immortal, for bestowing a name. xiuxian Lao Yao was overjoyed. Cultivate well. After speaking, xuanhuan turned around and left. Now that he'd witnessed the shaping tribulation and recorded the data, there wasn't anything left to do. xiuxian Lao Yao felt a little disheartened as he watched xuanhuan leave. He had thought that xuanhuan would take him away. But then again, considering his own abilities, being given a name by the Great Immortal was already a monumental favor. Asking for more would be inappropriate. Moreover, the reason he could achieve this form was entirely due to the Great Immortal. Unlike other ferocious beasts who were born with some degree of intelligence, he was merely a locust tree. Had the Great Immortal not been converting spiritual energy here for over 100 years, and solely depending on the incense offerings from the Earth Spirit Shrine, it might have taken thousands of years for him to undergo this transformation. Over thousands of years, he doubted whether he could even survive until then. Maybe during a renovation or decoration of the Earth Spirit Shrine, they'd chop him down and use him as material. But now it's different. Now that he's become a demon, no one can cut him down just like that anymore. Heishan Lao Yao greatly appreciated having such an opportunity. As he was still expressing gratitude to Xuanhuan, the skeleton nearby spoke up. You can continue cultivating beside the Earth Spirit Shrine in the future. After finishing his words, the skeleton turned around and left. Heishan Lao Yao was also very happy after hearing this. Thank you, Land Spirit. The area beside the Earth Spirit Shrine was rich in spiritual energy and nourished by incense offerings, making it an excellent place for cultivation. While Heishan Lao Yao was still rejoicing, he suddenly heard the skeleton land god muttering to himself. I've heard that absorbing human yang qi can allow for quick cultivation. I wonder if it's true. After saying this, the skeleton land god entered the Earth Spirit Shrine. Heishan Lao Yao paused upon hearing this. He then muttered to himself, absorb human yang qi? How does one do that? As the skeleton land god had already entered the shrine, his spirit sense was still observing Heishan Lao Yao. Upon hearing this question, the skeleton was momentarily taken aback because Heishan Lao Yao indeed wouldn't know how to absorb yang qi. In the following days, the skeleton land god took an opportunity to deliberately let Heishan Lao Yao find some spell manuals, among which included instructions on how to absorb human yang qi. Heishan Lao Yao was overjoyed, treating it like a treasure, and practiced diligently every day. Actually, there was no need for too much hard training. Absorbing yang qi is difficult for others, but for Heishan Lao Yao, it was simple since he originated from a tree. By refining the skill of drawing nutrients from the soil, he could use it to absorb human yang qi as well. One day, after feeling confident in his abilities, Heishan Lao Yao decided to test whether what the skeleton land god said about absorbing yang qi being a fast way to cultivate was indeed true. With a turn, Heishan Lao Yao left the Earth Spirit Shrine and headed towards the outer perimeter of the Death Forest, where more humans were located. As Heishan Lao Yao left, the skeleton land god inside the Earth Spirit Shrine revealed a smile. He had only accidentally learned about the ability to quickly cultivate by absorbing human yang qi from somewhere in the underworld, but wasn't sure whether this method actually worked or if there were any adverse side effects. More importantly, Xuanhuan seemed not to favor demons who absorbed human yang qi. The skeleton land god wanted to take advantage of Heishan Lao Yao to observe the actual effect. If the result turned out to be extremely effective, he didn't mind selecting some demons in the future for secret cultivation. At the same time, he wanted to see what kind of punishment Xuanhuan would impose on demons that absorbed yang qi. Chapter 240. The Ascension of Juku True Person. Yang energy is the qi that sustains the body's functions. The more powerful one's yang energy, the healthier the body. Conversely, a lack of yang energy will make the body frail like that of an elderly person. Once a person loses their yang energy, they will surely die. Monsters and ghosts differ in this regard. Ghosts avoid yang energy, as it is extremely lethal to them. But for monsters, yang energy is a highly nourishing substance. In particular, the yang energy within powerful cultivators is exceedingly beneficial. Xuanhuan did not know about the recent events in the Death Forest. After returning from there, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of transformation. Since the Divine Book recorded this transformation calamity, it provided some descriptions of the process. The transformation calamity isn't always 3 fixed thunder calamities. Instead, it can be 3, 6, or 9 thunder strikes. Compared to the 49 heavenly thunders of becoming a transcendent or the highest level 81 thunder strikes, the 3, 6, or 9 thunder strikes seem like child's play. But that is normal. After all, transformation is not too difficult a task. However, what seems easy relative to small demons, like Black Mountain Elder Devil, is actually very challenging. This simplest form of 3 thunder strikes nearly cost him half his life. Similarly, 3 thunder strikes represent the lowest level of the thunder calamity, offering minimal benefits. Like Black Mountain Elder Devil, who could not fully transform into a human, though having a human shape, he lacked human features. For Black Mountain Elder Devil, succeeding in transformation merely resulted in the production of demonic energy within his body. If it were 6 thunder strikes, then not only would the subject look more human-like, their future cultivation talent would also be commendable, possibly granting innate abilities upon transformation. With 9 thunder strikes, one would completely transform into a human, indistinguishable in appearance, while possessing high talents and undoubtedly receiving exceptional natural abilities. Black Mountain Elder Devil had only faced 3 thunder strikes because his aptitude was too low to warrant anything more. While Xuanhuan was pondering why this time's transformation wasn't into a beautiful woman, someone up in the heavens was stunned. Juku True Person, a terrestrial immortal on Earth, had recently felt the summons of the heavenly palace, knowing he was about to ascend and become a celestial being. After arranging matters at home, he ascended to immortality amidst the adoration of over 10,000 family members. Fortunately, he smoothly passed through the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the celestial realm. But upon arriving, he was dumbfounded. First, he saw the southern heaven gate, which was grand and majestic but covered in colorful flowers, making it appear somewhat effeminate. He didn't mind, thinking it was the style of the heavenly court. However, once inside the southern heaven gate, things seemed amiss. There were flowers everywhere, and deeper inside, nothing but emptiness. Even the ground lacked soil. The places with soil were entirely filled with flowers. Juku True Person wondered if he had come to the wrong place. This certainly wasn't the depiction of the heavenly court he'd seen in TV dramas. Carrying doubts, he searched around until he finally met the flower immortalises. He recognized them, being the immortals of the 100 Flowers tribe. Quickly, he greeted them. Flower immortalises, greetings. Juku True Person smiled and paid respects. The flower immortalises were startled. Are you newly ascended? Xiaoling asked curiously. She remembered Xuanhuan saying no one would ascend soon, so she was surprised by this early arrival. Nevertheless, she was delighted. I have just ascended and am unfamiliar with the situation here. Where should I register? I've searched for a while and haven't found anyone else. Juka True Person explained. Register? There's no need to register. No need to register? Then what should I do now? Juka True Person asked bewilderedly. Do whatever you want. Xialing looked at him with confusion. Juka True Person was somewhat confused. Though becoming an immortal means freedom to do as one pleases, something felt off. Immortalists, where are the other immortals? And where is His Majesty the Jade Emperor? Shouldn't I pay my respects upon arriving at the heavenly court? Xialing thought deeply after hearing this. She was unsure whether she should tell him about the current state of the heavenly court, fearing he might flee if he knew. It's rare for someone to come here, and losing one would be a waste. Subsequently, she sent a message to Xuanhuan, informing him that someone had ascended and was asking questions about the heavenly court. Upon seeing Xiaoling's message while sitting in the courtyard, Xuanhuan abruptly stood up from his chair. He hadn't expected someone to be able to ascend. At the time, in order to help Black Mountain Elder Devil pass through the Thunder Calamity, he had opened the Southern Heaven Gate. Later, he intended to close it but thought that it might not be long before other demons would need to pass through a Thunder Calamity, so he left it open. To prevent human cultivators from ascending, he specially increased the difficulty of ascension by raising the merit requirement in the conditions for ascending several times over. He had assumed that with the current speed of collecting merits on Earth, it would be impossible for anyone to gather enough within a short period to ascend. However, to his surprise, someone had managed to ascend. After quickly contacting Xiaoling, Xuanhuan prepared and then headed to the Celestial Court. Upon receiving Xuanhuan's message, Xiaoling said to Juka True Person, I've informed those above about your situation. Someone will come to fetch you shortly. Please wait for him at the Southern Heaven Gate. Hearing this, Juka True Person let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he had assumed there were only a few people at the Heavenly Court. Thank you, Immortal Lady. Then I shall go. Xiaoling nodded her head. After arriving at the Southern Heaven Gate, Juka True Person saw someone waiting for him. As he approached closer, he recognized the figure. Prince On. Juka True Person was greatly startled. Ha ha ha. Are you Juka True Person? Congratulations. Congratulations on ascending to immortality. Xuanhuan congratulated him warmly. Prince On, why are you here? Have you also ascended? Juka True Person asked curiously but then thought, it made sense. With Prince On's capabilities, attaining immortality was no issue. Haha. I ascended a bit earlier than you and got the job as a guide. A guide? Congratulations, Prince On, for obtaining an immortal post, Juka True Person said enviously. Seeing how the other person already had a position while he still knew nothing, Juka True Person felt somewhat uneasy. Juka friend has many doubts, I presume? My job as a guide is to explain things to newcomers like you. You can ask me any questions. Earlier, I slacked off a bit and went sightseeing, causing inconvenience for you, Juka Daoist. Xuanhuan smiled and explained. Oh, I see. May I ask, Prince On, isn't the Southern Heaven Gate supposed to be guarded by the 4 heavenly kings? Why haven't I seen them, or even a single heavenly soldier? Juka True Person inquired. Xuanhuan explained. I knew you'd have this question, Juka friend. It's actually quite simple. The Celestial Court is currently under renovation, and this Southern Heaven Gate is just a temporary structure. The real Celestial Court won't be open until the renovations are complete. You'll have to wait a while before entering the true Celestial Court. What? Juka True Person was absolutely astonished. Was the Celestial Court undergoing renovations? Chapter 241, Purification Officer Juku. Xuanhuan smiled and said, Friend Juku, there's no need to be so surprised at the renovation. It's quite normal. So much has changed in the mortal realm over the past 100 years, so heaven should also make some changes. If it still looked ancient, wouldn't it become disconnected from the human world? Imagine if you came to heaven and saw that the architectural style of the heavenly palaces was still behind compared to the mortal world. Wouldn't you feel that heaven is inferior to earth? After pondering for a moment, Juku Real Person agreed that this made sense. The housing styles, furniture design, and environmental layout in the mortal world were now much more reasonable and beautiful than before. If heaven still had the same old architecture, he would indeed think that heaven was outdated. Prince and makes a valid point. Juku Real Person nodded in agreement. Xuanhuan let out a faint smile. This matter was considered resolved. Then Juku Real Person asked again. Princen, as heaven undergoes renovations and I can't enter, what should I do now? Just wait here? And when will the renovation be completed? You can either join Baiwa clan here at the temporary location to grow flowers, or you can take on a task. That's entirely up to you, friend Juku. Juku Real Person glanced at the flower immortal who was planting flowers nearby and shook his head. As a high-ranking male cultivator, he didn't want to indulge in such a delicate activity like growing flowers. Princen, I'd rather take a task. Planting flowers is not my forte. Xuanhuan already anticipated that he would say this. Very well, I'll assign you one then. But first, I must explain to you the basic structure of heaven, as it is my duty to ensure new ascended immortals understand their surroundings when they come to heaven. Juku Real Person nodded in agreement. That's right. My understanding of heaven is based solely on the television dramas you directed, but the reality remains unclear to me. Xuanhuan chuckled. Even the things depicted in those shows aren't entirely true. After all, how could we disclose everything about heaven to mortals? Juku Real Person nodded once more. Indeed, if everything about heaven was disclosed to mortals, where would the secrets of heaven lie? Alright, let me start with the structure of heaven. In TV dramas, it's mentioned that heaven has 33 levels, but in reality, it's not that complex. Heaven is divided into 3 layers, each consisting of 3 sublayers. The first layer is where the guardian deity resides. The second layer houses the heavenly soldiers, and the third layer is where newly ascended immortals reside. You'll soon be choosing your residence among the third layer. So that's how it is, but what about the other 2 higher layers? The 3 layers are also known as lower, middle, and upper layers. The first 3 levels belong to the lower layer, the middle 3 levels to the middle layer, and the last 3 to the uppermost layer. The lower layer hosts guardians and newcomers. The middle layer is where officials and deities live, and the uppermost layer is where the celestial emperor and powerful immortals dwell. I can't elaborate further on this until you have the opportunity to access them. The reason Xuanhuan stopped talking was that he hadn't fully fabricated the details yet, as he arrived hastily and only prepared information about the first 3 levels. Understood. Juku real person nodded seriously. He figured that just like human empires, someone newly arrived at heaven might naturally not know everything about the emperor or the high-ranking officials, which seemed logical. All you need to know for now is the rough structure. You'll gradually understand more when you're inside. Thank you, Princeton, for answering my questions. That's part of my duty. Now, let's talk about your task. Xuanhuan turned his gaze toward the nearby flower fairies. The flowers the fairy sisters plant now will be used later as decorations for heaven. They will receive rewards for this work. These rewards are called merit, which serves as the common currency in heaven. Merit is extremely useful. In the future, you'll need merit to obtain certain divine roles. Growing flowers is relatively simple. Are you sure you don't want to take this task instead? Princeton, I truly have no skills in growing flowers. Please assign me another task. Xuanhuan nodded approvingly. All right. There are several tasks available for you. First, you can be a purification officer for heaven, using your celestial energy to cleanse the air around you. Second, you can be a collector and help gather treasures imbued with unique energies. Third, you can serve as an inspector, looking for demons or monsters that affect the balance of the 3 realms, eliminating them when found. Which role do you choose? After hearing, Juku real person went deep into thought. However, Xuanhuan quickly interrupted him and said, in fact, these roles can overlap. When you're free, you can purify the air in heaven. If you get bored, you can collect treasures. And if you encounter any demonic disturbances, you can handle them too. I originally thought I could only choose one. Juku real person suddenly realized. Xuanhuan smiled and said, once you ascend to immortality, you are free. If you don't want to do anything but focus on cultivation, that's fine too. However, you're not yet in the true heavenly court. This temporary place has little spiritual chi, so your cultivation progress might be very slow. Thank you for your advice, Princeton. Now, since the heavenly court hasn't been fully opened yet and isn't strictly managed, if you want to return to the mortal world, no one would stop you. But remember, you must not speak of any matters of heaven to others, or it could lead to big trouble later. Keep that in mind. Thank you for informing me, Princeton. I will not reveal any secrets of heaven. What you choose to do now is entirely up to you. Once you enter the real heavenly court, you won't be able to leave at will anymore. Afterwards, Xuanhuan continued, I've covered everything I wanted to say. Now I'll descend to the mortal realm. You can decide for yourself what to do. If there are any tasks, I'll notify you. All right, Your Highness, please attend to your business. I'll just observe for now. After he finished speaking, Xuanhuan left. After Xuanhuan departed, Juku real person began pondering under the soft-spoken southern heavenly gate. Juku real person didn't doubt a single word from Xuanhuan. He believed that the heavenly court was truly a great place where immortals were hardly restricted, allowing them to pursue their own paths, which pleased him greatly. Now that he had ascended, he couldn't really sit idle doing nothing. He thought that wouldn't be right. He hadn't planned to go home just yet. He had just ascended. If he returned home so soon, his family might think that heaven had rejected him. After some thought, he decided since he couldn't go back home, he'd begin by purifying the air. As for treasures or demons, he wasn't sure where they could be found. Subsequently, Juku real person crossed his legs into a meditative posture and started releasing his celestial energy. From afar, Xuanhuan observed Juku real person beginning to release his celestial energy and nodded satisfactorily. It seemed like Juku real person had completely trusted him. Xuanhuan had high hopes for Juku real person because he possessed far more merit than the average person, something that most wouldn't achieve, even after ascending. Earlier, when Xuanhuan checked Juku real person, he learned that Juku's abundant merit came from saving an entire city of people. During his time in the mortal realm, as part of a wealthy family, he had also provided relief to many refugees, which contributed to his significant accumulation of merit. Xuanhuan was contemplating how to devise a plan for Juku real person to contribute all his merit, thereby enhancing the celestial chi of heaven. Chapter 242, The Black Mountain Old Demon Who Violated the Heavenly Rules. Xuanhuan was contemplating how to swindle the immense merit of Juku Daoist when the skeleton land spirit in the Death Forest transmitted a message, informing him that something had happened and he should come take a look. Over the past few days, the skeleton land spirit had been observing the actions of the Black Mountain Old Demon. In just a few days, Black Mountain Old Demon had already absorbed the yang energy of quite a number of people. After absorbing the yang energy of the first person, Black Mountain Old Demon couldn't stop. On the first day, 5 people's yang energy was consumed. On the second day, directly 50. And today, in just the morning, 3 mercenary groups totaling over 100 people. At the same time, the skeleton land spirit also discovered that by absorbing others' yang energy, demonic power increased very rapidly. In only 3 days, the formerly weak Black Mountain Old Demon had reached the Yuan Ing stage of cultivation. a terrifying advancement speed that left even the skeleton land spirit amazed. Initially, Black Mountain Old Demon had only been at the Jindan level. In just 3 days, he ascended 1 cultivation rank, faster than so-called geniuses by more than 10 times. Moreover, the skeleton land spirit hadn't noticed any negative side effects from Black Mountain Old Demon's consumption of other beings' yang energy beyond a possible addiction. For the skeleton land spirit, anyone would become addicted if it allowed such rapid advancement. Upon realizing the method could swiftly increase his strength without unacceptable consequences, the skeleton land spirit immediately betrayed the Black Mountain Old Demon, wanting to see how xuanhuan would deal with him. Xuanhuan quickly arrived before the skeleton land spirit. What is so urgent that you called me here? Xuanhuan was also curious. What sort of matter could arise now to make the skeleton summon him personally? Immortal, sir. Do you remember the locust tree that transformed into a demon a few days ago? Black Mountain Old Demon. Is there something wrong with him? Xuanhuan found this increasingly strange. Could such a minor demon cause any serious issues? Did he die? No, it's like this. After you, Immortal sir, left, Black Mountain Old Demon somehow learned a technique for absorbing the yang energy of others. These past few days, he has consistently absorbed yang energy from mercenaries who entered the Death Forest. He's already drained over 100 people, and his realm has also advanced 1 stage. Since Black Mountain Old Demon was the first to successfully transform into a demon form and you, Immortal sir, personally named him, I am unsure how to handle this situation. Therefore, I have come to seek your guidance, the skeleton explained. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan paused, surprised. Was Black Mountain Old Demon consuming human yang energy? He didn't expect that the tree demon he casually named Black Mountain Old Demon in this world would follow the same plotline as the previous world, absorbing people's yang energy. Could it be that later, he will capture a few female ghosts, among them one named xiuxian, then send these female ghosts out to capture people, catching a scholar named Ning Kaichen, resulting in an undying love between man and ghost? Shaking his head, he cast away these absurd thoughts. Where is he now? Immortal sir, Black Mountain Old Demon is currently on the outskirts of the Death Forest. I understand. I'll handle it. After saying that, Xuanhuan left. Not long after, Xuanhuan appeared floating above Black Mountain Old Demon. Initially, Xuanhuan had intended to eliminate him directly. Consuming human yang energy deserved death, especially given the volume consumed. However, after encountering Black Mountain Old Demon, he changed his mind. At heart, Black Mountain Old Demon was just a small, newly transformed demon, much like a newborn child who still doesn't fully understand the world. Perhaps Black Mountain Old Demon did not realize his actions were wrong. If he were to confront him, instead of fear, Black Mountain Old Demon might boast or proudly show off his rapid progress to him. On reflection, it was mainly his own fault for not guiding Black Mountain Old Demon properly. After all, it was due to his reasons that Black Mountain Old Demon became capable of transforming into a demon form. As a tree demon, Black Mountain Old Demon was essentially plant-based. The flower fairies were experts in nurturing plants. If they were responsible for teaching and guiding him, maybe his production of spiritual qi could surpass that of ordinary flowers and grasses. Xuanhuan felt unable to personally capture him and bring him to heaven, so he went to visit Juka Daoist at the heavenly court. At the moment, Juka Daoist was meditating, releasing his own spiritual qi to purify the air. Friend Juku. Xuanhuan smiled as he greeted. Juku Daoist opened his eyes, recognized Xuanhuan, and quickly rose to ask, Your Highness Princeton, is there anything important? It's like this, there's a demon hunting mission assigned from up high. I wonder if friend Juku is interested? This mission carries substantial merit. Really? A demon exists? I've never seen one before. Your Highness Princeton, please tell me more. Juka Daoist didn't immediately agree. He was a cautious person. What if the demon proved too powerful to handle? After all, some demons in TV dramas were so strong they made him feel completely outclassed. Xuanhuan feigned helplessness and said, Come to think of it, this demon is related to me. It's a tree spirit named Black Mountain Old Demon, a name I gave him. I provided the opportunity for him to become a demon. But who would have thought that just a few days after becoming a demon, he started absorbing human yang energy to cultivate himself? All in all, I didn't guide him well at first, and because I know him personally, it's not appropriate for me to take action. This chance falls to you. Is this demon one summoned by Princeton? Xuanhuan sighed inwardly. So he even brought up the term summoning. It was clear this man watched quite a few TV series. Yes, he might be considered the first demon of the mortal world. I see. Then Juka Daoist asked another question. Princeton, why haven't there been any demons appearing before? Xuanhuan was speechless. Just let you catch a demon. But why are you asking these questions? I haven't even thought through the answers yet. After thinking for a moment, Xuanhuan replied. This shouldn't really be told to you, but I can disclose a bit. Actually, there have always been demons, but they were driven away to other places, which is why you don't know about them. The world is vast, and there are still many things you're unaware of. Upon hearing this, Juka Daoist had an epiphany. I understand. It's like in Journey to the West, where no demons exist in the southern continent or here. Once Xuanhuan heard this, he quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly. All right, I'll go eliminate this demon. But what's the strength of Black Mountain Old Demon like? He's only at the yuaning stage. However, you mustn't kill him. You need to bring him back alive. Juka Daoist was startled and asked, Why is that? Xuanhuan shook his head. I'm not sure either, but the mission published by higher-ups is to capture the demon, not exterminate it. Therefore, we can only capture him, not kill him. Juka Daoist nodded solemnly. All right, I understand. After Guihan informed him of the direction, Juka Daoist descended into the mortal realm. Guihan stayed behind, waiting quietly in place. With Juka Daoist's abilities, he would return soon with Black Mountain Old Demon, so there was no need for Guihan to leave. Sure enough, not long after, Juka Daoist brought Black Mountain Old Demon to the South Heaven Gate. From afar, Guihan could already hear Black Mountain Old Demon shouting loudly, "Spare my life, immortal! Spare my life!" Chapter 243, Sage Rank. Soon, Juka Jinren brought Heishan Laoyao to Guihan. Upon seeing Guihan, Heishan Laoyao cried out like he had found a lifeline, yelling, "Immortal, save me!" After Juka Jinren released his grip on Heishan Laoyao immediately ran to Guihan, holding onto his leg and crying while pointing at Juku Jinren. "Immortal, he beat me." Guihan felt exasperated. He gave a bow to Juku Jinren. "Thank you for your trouble, Immortal Juku." Then he kicked Heishan Laoyao away and cursed. "Who told you, you bastard, to absorb human yang energy? Do you even know that's against the celestial laws?" "Ah." Heishan Laoyao was shocked. "I didn't know that." Guihan said to Juku Jinren, "Immortal Juku, I'll tell you about the merit rewards later. I need to deal with this guy first." Juku Jinren nodded. "All right, Prince An, please go ahead." Guihan then carried Heishan Laoyao and flew towards Huaxianzi's place, soon arriving before Xiaoling. Seeing Guihan, Xiaoling asked, "Prince An, why are you here?" Then she looked at Heishan Laoyao on the side. "What kind of thing is this? A moving piece of wood?" Xiaoling had never seen a plant spirit before and was curious. "You're the wooden one," Heishan Laoyao retorted, feeling unhappy. It can talk." Xiaoling became even more curious. Guihan kicked Heishan Laoyao. "Shut up. This is by Huaxianzi. The celestial law you violated will be judged by her." Hearing this, Heishan Laoyao got scared and quickly tried to ingratiate himself. "By Huaxianzi, you're so beautiful." Xiaoling ignored him and asked Guihan, "Prince An, you mean he violated the celestial laws? Should I judge him?" Guihan nodded. "Yes, his name is Heishan Laoyao. He broke the celestial laws by consuming the yang energy of mortals because he is a spirit from a locust tree. I believe you can reform him and see if he can produce divine energy in the future. If he can produce divine energy, let him do it as a form of repentance. If not, it's up to you how you want to handle him." Immortal, I didn't know that absorbing people's yang energy would break the celestial laws," Heishan Laoyao complained. Guihan glanced at him indifferently. "Because you didn't know, you're given a chance to correct your mistakes. Otherwise, you would have already been destroyed into non-existence." Heishan Laoyao sat there dumbfounded. "Xiaoling, I leave him in your hands now. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll go ahead." "No problem. I'll train him well." After leaving Xiaoling, Guihan returned to Juku Jinren. "Immortal Juku, Prince An, everything is dealt with. We've handed him over to Bai Huaxianzi. All plants fall under her jurisdiction. Now, let me explain the matter of merits." All right. The distribution of merits was something Guihan decided on later. Any immortal who contributed to heaven must receive a reward, and this reward was merit. There was no choice. Besides merits, immortals seemed to need nothing else. What can these merits be used for? First, they can be used to upgrade one's celestial position or to cultivate. They can also be used to forge divine tools or pass down to descendants, etc. Basically, most things can be exchanged for using merits. Subsequently, Guihan handed over a token to Juka Jinren and said, "This is the merit token you accumulated during your missions capturing demons outside. With it, you can check your merits and exchange them for things you desire. Because you currently don't have a rank yet, the amount of items you can exchange is limited." This merit token was made recently by Guihan. It was essentially a simplified version of a hand mirror. The merit token did not have too many functions. It mainly served three purposes. One was to accept and publish tasks. 2, it could be used to upgrade celestial positions. 3, it contained a mall where items could be exchanged. For Guihan, the most important function was the third, which allowed him to collect others' merits. Juku Jinren looked at the merit token, which showed his merits amounted to over 10,000. "Prince An, are these 100,000 merits much or little?" Juku Jinren did not understand. Guihan smiled as he explained, "In general, newly promoted immortals usually only have around 10,000 merits. 100,000 merits are significantly more than average immortals. Just take the recent demon hunting mission, it only awarded 10 merits. Tell me, isn't this number quite high?" Calculated this way, my merits are quite plentiful." Juku Jinren was surprised. Guihan chuckled and said, "See how many merits are needed to upgrade your celestial position." After hearing this, Juku Jinren looked at the description for upgrading his celestial position. After reading it, he was surprised and said, "From no rank to a first rank immortal requires 10,000 merits. To reach the second rank, you need 100,000 merits, and for third rank, it takes 1 million. For each higher rank, you need 10 times as much. If you want to reach the 9th rank immortal, how many merits would that require?" That's assuming you don't spend your merits on anything else. If you use them elsewhere, then becoming a 9th rank immortal will take even longer. But there's no issue. Immortals have all the time in the world. Juku Jinren agreed after thinking about it. Immortals indeed had time. Then Guihan asked again, "You don't have a rank yet. Do you want to upgrade your rank first? Once you have a rank, you can buy more items from the mall, and you'll also get involved in more affairs of heaven. I suggest it's better to increase your rank." Juku Jinren thought about it and replied, "Prince An's words make sense. Anyway, my merits are useless at the moment. Might as well use them to upgrade my rank." Subsequently, Juku Jinren held the merit token and clicked the button to upgrade his divine position. After confirming the upgrade, Xiuxian realized he had become significantly stronger. Does power increase with the rank? Xiuxian felt a bit surprised, as he initially thought his strength wouldn't change. Of course, otherwise, if high-rank immortals had ordinary strength, wouldn't that tarnish the image of immortals? In fact, xuanhuan only used a small portion of the merits required to upgrade his rank to enhance Xiuxian's power. The rest ended up in his own pocket. Had he utilized all the merits from upgrading, one whole 10,000, for enhancing his own power, he would have been even stronger. If that 10,000 in merits were spent on tools in the store to aid in cultivation, his power could have improved even further. Using merits for rank upgrades is not actually a bad deal. Higher ranks mean more privileges, but it ultimately depends on the choice of each immortal, whether they prioritize power or rank. Now Xiuxian had become a first-rank immortal. He originally intended to upgrade further, but his merits fell short by just a little. You're now a first-rank immortal. In the future, you can join the Celestial Soldiers. They receive an annual salary in merits, 10,000 per year. xuanhuan said. Only first rank is eligible for the Celestial Soldiers? xuanhuan explained. That's correct. From first to third rank, these are all Celestial Soldiers. However, first rank represents the lowest level among Celestial Soldiers. At second rank, you'll stand a chance to become a squad leader. With third rank, you're certain to be promoted to captain. And once you reach fourth rank, you enter the junior management tier. I see. Afterward, xuanhuan smiled and said, well, these promotions are still far from you. Keep working hard. I'll go first. Chapter 244, Arrangements for Heaven's Court Personnel. After xuanhuan left, Xiuxian carefully examined his merit token. Now that he had become a first-class celestial being, there were quite a few cultivation elixirs available in the shop, but they were all of lower quality. Although they were low tier, this was only relative. Even these lower-grade elixirs carried an essence of immortality, which wasn't very helpful to him since he had already ascended to divinity. The little divine energy meant almost nothing to him, but for mortals, it was an excellent nourishing substance. The immortal aura of celestials could stay within another person's body, much like Xiuxian's own. Though using it on others could enhance and nourish them, it was still another's divine energy, and it would eventually dissipate. However, the divine energy from elixirs was different. Once consumed, that divine energy could be absorbed by the person, and once absorbed, it would truly become theirs. This was far more effective than having someone else transfer their divine energy into one's body. Thus, Xiuxian wanted to trade some of these low-grade immortal pills for his mortal family. However, after hesitating many times, Xiuxian ultimately resisted the urge. He currently had over 90,000 merits. If he gathered a bit more merit, he would reach 100,000, enough to ascend to the second rank as a celestial being. At that time, the shop would have even better items. Trading his merits now for these low-level pills might not be cost-effective. Let's wait until I've reached the second level of celestial status before making any trades. Xiuxian muttered to himself. Subsequently, he found a spot to sit down and began purifying the air. Purifying the air also yielded a certain amount of merit, though it was just a little. After a single hour, one could gain merely a tiny bit of merit. Xiuxian calculated that if he wanted to gather 100,000 merits, it would take him over a month. Initially, Xiuxian wanted to ask xuanhuan if there were other tasks with more merit rewards, but upon further thought, he didn't bring it up. As a newcomer, good opportunities would surely not fall to him. He resolved to honestly continue purifying the air. After xuanhuan returned to his small courtyard, he began contemplating how to handle matters concerning the heavenly court. Currently, it seemed that Xiuxian believed him, but in the future, other people would ascend, and he couldn't always reject them all under the excuse that the heavenly court was still under renovation. At minimum, he needed to arrange some personnel for the heavenly court right away. After some thought, xuanhuan remembered Yu. Given Yu's current strength, merit, and qualifications, she could now enter the heavenly court to oversee some affairs. Also, Dahao and the 4 captains, along with the 3,000 veterans who had initially followed him, xuanhuan planned to place all of them within the heavenly court. At least, he should establish the framework for the personnel of the heavenly court. Even though it had yet to be fully established, it was necessary to arrange staffing. After pondering for a long time, xuanhuan finally decided to call them all together to discuss arrangements. They were all the people xuanhuan trusted most, and placing them in the heavenly court would give him considerable peace of mind. Having made up his mind, xuanhuan sent a message to Yu and Wang Chang. Come to the King of Hell's Hall in the underworld for a meeting. He then called over Dahao and the 4 captains. xuanhuan planned to personally lead them to the underworld, as Dahao and the 4 captains couldn't freely enter at will since they were still humans. Your Highness, did you summon us because there's something important? Dahao asked, a touch excited. He thought perhaps there was going to be a fight. There is indeed an important matter to discuss with you, but not here. Wait a moment, and I'll take you to the underworld. xuanhuan explained. The underworld? Are we going to the underworld? A few of them questioned curiously. I'll take you there now. After giving it some thought, xuanhuan sent a message to Mingyue, then led Dahao and the 4 captains into the underworld. They quickly arrived at the King of Hell's Hall. Your Highness, you've arrived. Yu and the others are inside. Luha greeted respectfully. xuanhuan nodded. Good, let's go in. The meeting location was selected at a large hall behind the King of Hell's Hall. It was a hall specifically used for hosting guests, but so far, Luha hadn't received anyone here. It was the first time Dahao and the others had come to the underworld, so they curiously looked around. xuanhuan chuckled and said, you don't need to look anymore. If you want to visit in the future, you can come whenever you want. Subsequently, Xuanhuan granted to Hao and the others the ability to enter the underworld at will. Your Highness, this is the first time I've seen the underworld. It's a little different from what's depicted on TV. It's correct that it's different. If it were the same as on TV, the underworld would have no secrets left. Alright, let's head in for the meeting. After everyone entered the large hall at the back, Yu and Wang Chong were already waiting inside. Upon seeing Xuanhuan arrive, they rose to greet him with a bow. Your Highness. Xuanhuan nodded, and just as he sat down, Mingyue arrived as well. Xuanhuan brother, why did you summon me here? Then Mingyue noticed everyone present, and said, you're all here too. Mingyue, come, sit down first. I have something to discuss with all of you. Alright, once Mingyue was seated, Xuanhuan looked around at everyone and said, today, I called you all here to talk about Heaven's Court. Heaven's Court. Everyone looked puzzled. Xuanhuan explained, all of you are people I trust. So, I'll be straightforward with you. Pausing for a moment, Xuanhuan continued, you all know that I created the underworld, right? Everyone nodded. Since my last tribulation, my strength has progressed even further. Now, I've also established Heaven's Court. Xuanhuan brother, wasn't Heaven's Court already in existence? Mingyue asked in surprise. Xuanhuan chuckled and questioned, who told you that Heaven's Court had always existed? Mingyue tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and replied, that's what they say on TV. Xuanhuan then asked, and who films those TV shows? At this question, everyone finally realized the truth. Indeed, before Xuanhuan introduced the idea through television, no one had ever heard of the underworld or Heaven's Court. All of it originated from what Xuanhuan had revealed to others. Noticing the amazed expressions on everyone's faces, Xuanhuan said, you're all thinking correctly. After creating the underworld, I plan to establish Heaven's Court. Everything shown on TV was deliberately arranged by me to ensure that when Heaven's Court emerged, people wouldn't find it hard to accept. Now, 100 years have passed, and I believe my plan has been quite successful. No one doubts the existence of Heaven's Court anymore, and the recent ascension of the Baihua tribe only strengthens this belief even further. Everyone was greatly shocked upon hearing this. They now understood that all of this had been meticulously planned by their Highness long ago. Chapter 245, Bestowing Titles. Xuanhuan continued, now that the Heavenly Court has been established, there's just no one. Well, it's not exactly that there's no one. Right now, the only ones in the Heavenly Court are the 100 Flowers tribe and a man named xiuxian. However, I'm not very familiar with xiuxian yet, so I lied to him and told him that the Heavenly Court is still under renovation. Next, Xuanhuan recounted his dealings with xiuxian to everyone, and also informed them of the matter concerning Heishan Liao. Everyone's expressions shifted continuously after hearing this. They never expected the Heavenly Court, which was feared by all people in the world, had actually only been established for a few days. So what is your Highness meaning in calling us here? Yu asked. Xuanhuan said, the reason I called you here this time is because I want all of you to become immortals and help me govern the Heavenly Court. Let us all become immortals? Daheo exclaimed in shock. Then he asked again, Highness, once we become immortals, will we be able to return to the mortal realm? The TV says immortals cannot descend casually. Xuanhuan smiled and said, what? Are you unwilling to leave the human world? It's not that. It's just that I'm used to living here on Earth. Once I ascend to the Heavenly Court, I don't know how I would adapt. The rule that those who fly up cannot descend freely is for restricting other immortals. That doesn't apply to you guys. But when you're in the mortal realm, you can't use your Heavenly Court identities. That solves the problem, Daheo chuckled. Afterward, Xuanhuan continued, I've already thought about your positions in the Heavenly Court. See if they work for you. He looked at Yu first. Yu, you're the strongest among us here. I'd like you to manage all the female immortals in the Heavenly Court. Queen Mother of the West. Yu questioned in confusion. Yeah, pretty much. You can call yourself Queen Mother of the West, or you could choose another title, whichever you prefer. Yu thought for a moment and then said, thank you, Your Highness. I'll go with Queen Mother of the West. This title is more familiar to others, and if I were to change it, people might have trouble getting used to the new one. Alright, from now on, you will be the Queen Mother. All the immortal women in the world will come under your management. After the meeting concludes, we'll formally bestow the title upon you. Yes, Your Highness. Though outwardly calm, Yu felt overjoyed inside. She had become the Queen Mother. Then Xuanhuan turned his gaze toward Wangxiang. Wangxiang, you followed me alongside Yu. Now you're a river god, but I plan to bestow upon you the title of water god and entrust you with managing all rivers, lakes, streams, and spring water in the world. What do you think? Thank you, Your Highness. Wangxiang immediately agreed without hesitation. Xuanhuan nodded. Wangxiang wasn't very talkative, perfectly suited for the title of water god. Besides, since he enjoyed diving silently, the title of water god fit him well. Next, Xuanhuan looked at Daheo. Daheo noticed Xuanhuan looking at him and excitedly stared back at him, full of anticipation. Daheo, you love fighting. How does becoming the war god of the Heavenly Court sound? From now on, the task of protecting the Heavenly Court and subduing demons will be yours. Yes, Your Highness. Daheo shouted loudly. He was extremely satisfied with the title of war god. Just hearing war god made it clear that this role was formidable and powerful. I'm glad you're pleased. Then he looked at the four captains. You four have helped me guard the Death City in the east, west, south, and north for so many years. I plan to bestow upon you the titles of the four great emperors of the Heavenly Court and assign you to protect the boundaries of the three realms. What do you think? Thank you, Your Highness. The four bowed in gratitude. Seeing everyone assign their positions in the Heavenly Court, Mingyue hurriedly asked beside him, Big brother Ihan. What about me? Gu Ihan looked at Mingyue and said, Mingyue, I've reserved the position of Aunt Ming for you. If you'd also like to hold a position in the Heavenly Court, then I'll give you the title of Talisman Master. In the future, you'll be responsible for overseeing talismans and handling ghostly entities, given your expertise in dealing with ghosts. What do you think, Talisman Master? That's great. Mingyue was delighted. She felt she was more capable than the others. As Aunt Ming in the underworld and Talisman Master in the Heavenly Court, she held two important positions. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? No objections. Good. Starting now, I'll bestow the titles. Here? Shouldn't we fly up first? Mingyue asked curiously. Gu Ihan smiled and said, The Heavenly Court is all mine. Whether we ascend or not makes no difference. My word is final. Mingyue thought about it and realized he was right. Then, Gu Ihan started bestowing the titles individually to everyone. There was no elaborate coronation ceremony, just giving each of them merit tokens, after which he let the celestial book record their respective duties. Since their true souls weren't inscribed on the ennoblement chart, all their powers were eligible for increase. Once the bestowment was complete, all the divine qi, incense offerings, and blessings within their bodies transformed into pure celestial energy, raising their strength to even greater heights. Everyone could feel their power growing, filling them with joy. However, Gu Ihan was still dissatisfied, thinking that their powers were still too low. Subsequently, Gu Ihan apportioned a large portion of the vast merits he had accumulated from establishing the three realms to help them all boost their strength. In an instant, all of them ascended to the peak level of celestial immortals. If it weren't for the impossibility of surpassing Gu Ihan's own cultivation stage, these merits could have propelled them into the realm of golden immortals or even grand golden immortals. However, there would be no waste of excessive merits. Once Gu Ihan broke through to the golden immortal stage, their remaining merit points would directly elevate them to that rank as well. Your Highness, I feel I've become stronger again. Deheo exclaimed in surprise. The others also looked curiously at Gu Ihan, not understanding why. Gu Ihan explained, I used the merit points to bring you to the highest possible level at this point. There is no one on this earth who is stronger than you now. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Thank you, Your Highness. All right, your improvement means the Heavenly Court will also grow stronger. The future of the Heavenly Court relies on you. Gu Ihan smiled and said, Your Highness, so are we going to the Heavenly Court now? Gu Ihan thought for a moment and said, Let's visit the Heavenly Court right now. Currently, it doesn't have anything. I wish to construct some buildings. Although Flower Fairy has already gathered quite a bit of celestial qi for the Heavenly Court, it's still not sufficient. I'd like for you all to help create some simple structures, since xiuxian is still waiting outside. It wouldn't be right to let him linger out there for too long. Yes, Your Highness. At this point, Gu Ihan added, We shouldn't let xiuxian see your current appearances. I should design fitting clothes according to your identities. You guys don't look like high-ranking immortals in your current attire. Looking down at their outfits, everyone realized they indeed didn't seem appropriate. How could immortals wear what resembled mere mortal clothing? After pondering for a while, Gu Ihan spent a good amount of merit points crafting each person their own suit of attire based on the styles of immortal garments he had seen on TV in his past life. After they changed into their new clothes, they undeniably carried more authority. One function of the merit garments gave them a faintly blurred aura, making it impossible for those weaker than them to clearly discern their appearances. Chapter 246, The Well-Informed Xichu Immortal. After everything was ready, Gu Ihan still felt like something was missing. Would Xichu believe you are high-level immortals if he saw us walk into heaven like this? Asked Gu Ihan. Dahao looked at himself and then everyone else. There doesn't seem to be any issue. At that moment, Yu said, We need attendants, maids, and guards. Gu Ihan suddenly realized why he had that nagging feeling that something was missing. Then Gu Ihan said, I originally planned to make the 3,000 guards ascend in a few days, but it seems they'll need to ascend today. As for maidservants and servants, I'm sure all of you have mastered the spell to create immortal servants, so you can conjure them yourselves. After that, Gu Ihan departed from the underworld. When Gu Ihan returned to the underworld, he was followed by the 3,000 guards. After explaining things to the guards, no one had objections. They wanted to go to heaven too since they were bored on earth. After discussing the details of entering heaven as a group, Gu Ihan led the way, heading to heaven first to inform Xichu. After arriving at the southern heavenly gate, Gu Ihan found Xichu meditating and purifying the air. Xichu, my friend, prepare yourself quickly. Gu Ihan deliberately rushed over to shout at Xichu anxiously. What's the matter, Princeton? Xichu looked at him with confusion. Xichu, Lady Wangmu has heard that Baiwa Immortal's flowers are unique. She's come with great interest along with several major deities to take a look. They'll arrive soon, so let's prepare to greet them. Lady Wangmu and the major deities are coming. Xichu was greatly shocked and hurriedly started fixing his headdress. Yes, coming with Lady Wangmu to admire the flowers are the war god of heaven, the four great emperors, the talisman master, and the water god, among other major deities. We must not lose our manners. Yes. Upon hearing about so many great deities, Xichu's heart was a little nervous, yet also excited. He never imagined he would encounter so many powerful deities at once. Princeton, what should we do next? Xichu asked nervously. Do nothing. Just stand there quietly and maintain your respect. Stand? Shouldn't we kneel and pay respects? No need. Oh, all right then. If Lady Wangmu speaks to me later, how should I respond? Xichu, I think you're overthinking it. Hearing this, Xichu paused for a moment, then realized he really was overthinking things. A newly ascended minor immortal like him would likely not even catch the eye of an existence like Lady Wangmu, much less talk to her. Just as Ji-Chu was about to ask something more, an awe-inspiring, sacred aura suddenly appeared around them. This aura carried no negative emotions, but it gave an instinctive feeling of intimidation, something people dared not approach. Ji-Chu was startled. Having already ascended, his own powers were significant, yet just the aura made him feel a deep fear and inability to get close. He realized immediately, it must be Lady Wangmu and the various great deities who arrived. Then, in the distance, a group approached flying through the air. In the front were celestial soldiers, and Ji-Chu could sense these soldiers ahead were already far stronger than him. On either side, there were celestial soldiers as well. In the center sat an enormous phoenix carrying someone standing upon it. This was likely Lady Wangmu herself, Ji-Chu thought. On both sides flew individuals whose strength he couldn't sense at all. These must have been the great deities, he surmised. Beside them hovered several maidservants. Behind them were more celestial soldiers. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the group reached the entrance to the southern heavenly gate and entered without anyone even glancing at Xuanhuan or Ji-Chu who stood nearby. Phew. Only after the group moved further away did the oppressive presence disappear, and Ji-Chu sighed with relief. Just when that team passed by, he finally understood what true terror was. Ignoring those who possessed completely insensible powers, even the celestial soldiers were much stronger than him, giving him immense pressure. A bit scared, Xuanhuan teased. A little, that was terrifying. Were the celestial soldiers always this strong? Ji-Chu replied shakily. These are elite forces, not ordinary celestial soldiers. Thinking about it, Ji-Chu nodded as well. If Lady Wangmu and the deities traveled with them, their guards couldn't possibly be ordinary soldiers. If regular soldiers were that powerful, Ji-Chu figured he probably wouldn't even qualify to become one. Just now, wasn't Lady Wangmu riding a phoenix? I thought she'd be sitting in a chariot, like on TV. Ji-Chu asked while looking inward. That's not fixed either. Sometimes it's a phoenix, sometimes a chariot. It depends on Lady Wangmu's mood. That's true. If I had such a powerful mount, I wouldn't ride in a chariot either. xiuxian chuckled. Xuanhuan found this amusing inside. A mount as powerful as that. It was probably just an ordinary object changed using an illusion spell. There was nothing really powerful about it, but he couldn't say this out loud. Brother Juk, I need to go and attend to things now, so I can't accompany you anymore. All right, Princeton, go ahead with your business. Xuanhuan entered the southern heavenly gate and then moved toward the group. Your Highness, you're here. Did he see anything unusual? Yu asked. No, he was so frightened that he didn't notice anything. Let's proceed with our plan and start releasing divine energy. Good. But your Highness, would Juk Jinren dare to barge in suddenly? After pondering for a while, Xuanhuan replied. He definitely wouldn't dare to come in, but maybe he'll sneak a peek. Send 4 celestial soldiers to guard the southern heavenly gate and keep an eye on him at the same time. At this moment, Juk Jinren was hesitating outside the southern heavenly gate. However, he wasn't debating whether to enter or not. Instead, he was contemplating whether he should retreat first to avoid being there when Lady Wangmu and the others emerged, since they'd have to pass through this gate again. That oppressive feeling that made people reluctant to approach was something he didn't want to experience once more. But if he left now, would that seem strange? After some thought, Juk Jinren decided there was nothing wrong with leaving. The deities probably hadn't even noticed his presence, so leaving wouldn't matter. Just as he was about to go down to the mortal world, Juk Jinren saw that 4 celestial soldiers had suddenly arrived. As soon as these 4 celestial soldiers appeared, Juk Jinren stopped in his tracks, wondering if they were here for him. It seemed he was overthinking things again though. The 4 celestial soldiers merely glanced at him before positioning themselves on either side of the southern heavenly gate, obviously there to guard it. At this point, Juk Jinren regretted not leaving earlier. Now, staying wasn't right, nor was leaving. Staying felt awkward, and leaving might lead the celestial soldiers to misunderstand. You were about to leave the moment we arrived. Do you have any hidden intentions? Chapter 247, Juku the Overthinker. Juku Jinren didn't know what to do, awkwardly pacing in circles on the spot. The 4 celestial soldiers who had ascended from the guard team immediately found this amusing. This must be the immortal Juku Jinren that his highness spoke of. No wonder he was so easily deceived, judging by his circling around like this. He doesn't seem very smart. This is him all right, quite amusing. What is he doing just circling around? Judging by his expression, it seems like he's looking for something. Could he be searching for something? Perhaps he's looking for ants. The 4 celestial soldiers communicated through telepathy. As Juku Jinren continued spinning around and realized the celestial soldiers were watching him, he stopped abruptly, feeling even more awkward. After a lot of internal conflict, he thought about approaching them to at least greet them. But what if they ignore me? Or look down on me? They are all stronger than I am, and I'm just a newly ascended first-rank immortal. If they ignore me, won't it be even more embarrassing? Besides, they appear to be guarding the gate right now, which means they're working. If I approach them now, won't they think I'm disturbing their work? Furthermore, what if I say the wrong thing and leave a bad impression? If they tell others, won't my reputation in heaven be ruined? What's worse, what if they assume I'm trying to inquire about the secrets of heaven? That would be even more troublesome. If it came to explanations, and they still didn't believe me, I might be considered a spy and captured. It's rumored that heaven severely punishes immortals who make mistakes. Take the story from Journey to the West. The Jade Emperor's general who broke a cup belonging to Queen Mother Wangmu was demoted to the mortal realm and suffered the daily punishment of having 7 swords pierce his heart. It's truly terrifying. Judging from this incident, Queen Mother Wangmu does not seem like an easy person to negotiate with. If I'm demoted back to the mortal realm, How will I survive down there? Just being sent back after such a short while of ascension. How would my family see me? What would others think of me? Finished. My life is over. The more xiuxian thought, the more desperate he felt. He could almost visualize himself being dragged to the execution platform and beheaded. Xiuxian's expression grew increasingly pained. What is this man doing? Why does his face look so terrible? I don't know. Maybe he has some serious illness? It's possible. I've noticed something odd about him since earlier. Should we ask? If something happens in front of us, it will be hard to explain. That's true. We should probably ask him. After discussing among themselves, the 4 celestial soldiers decided to inquire. Immortal Juku, is there anything wrong? You look rather unwell. One of the celestial soldiers asked. At first, Xiuxian didn't react, thinking the celestial soldiers were going to arrest him, which startled him. However, upon realizing his worries were unfounded after hearing clearly, he calmed down. You seemed uneasy and your complexion hasn't been good lately. Is there anything troubling you? The celestial soldier repeated. Yes, there is something indeed. Now that I've arrived in heaven, something has happened to my family down on earth, but I cannot descend to assist, so I'm worried. Xiuxian hastily made up an excuse. If you wish to go down to earth, simply go down. There's no issue leaving right now. Really? With Queen Mother Wangmu inside, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to leave? No problem. The celestial soldier smiled as he answered him. Then thank you, Immortal. I'll head down immediately. After saying that, Xiuxian quickly descended to earth, hurrying off. The 4 celestial soldiers chuckled after seeing his reaction. What an interesting person. On the other hand, Xuanhuan led Dahao, Yu, Wang Chong, the 4 captains, and the rest of the celestial soldiers in releasing their divine energies wholeheartedly. Xuanhuan began collecting these divine energies and started slowly constructing the Heavenly Palace buildings. He had previously mentioned to Xiuxian that the Heavenly Palace would be divided into 3 zones with 9 layers each. Now he planned to build the first 3 layers. The first layer was relatively simple. It only needed basic decoration. This was where the celestial soldiers guarding the gate resided, without any overly complicated components. Just corridors, passages, along with plants and flowers planted by Flower Immortal. In no time, the first layer was constructed. The second layer would be where the celestial soldiers stayed. It wasn't complex either, resting quarters for the celestial soldiers as well as a large martial arts training ground. Since there were at least 100,000 celestial soldiers requiring housing, many rooms had to be built. Xuanhuan pondered whether it should be dormitories or individual quarters. In the end, after much deliberation, Xuanhuan decided it would be better to provide each celestial soldier with a separate house. After all, even the celestial soldiers have families. If they had to live in group dormitories, that would be far too bleak, considering they are deities. Building bungalows was definitely out of the question. It would take up too much space. Thus, Xuanhuan decided to construct skyscrapers. Skyscrapers were excellent. They occupied little land, yet provided enough rooms for an entire family to reside in. More importantly, tall buildings exuded an impressive aura. Though there were also tall buildings in the mortal realm, the highest there could only reach the 7-story houses in Death City. But now, Xuanhuan planned to build a 33-story skyscraper, and when the newly ascended immortals saw these towering structures, they couldn't help but feel awestruck. After making his decision, Xuanhuan began forming the structure of the buildings using divine energy. Being a deity certainly had its advantages. Constructing a 33-story building would take a long time if done in the mortal world, but since Xuanhuan used divine energy, once he decided on the design, it only took a single thought for the construction to be completed swiftly. As Xuanhuan's powers flowed, one skyscraper after another rose from the ground. Of course, elevators were non-existent. There were only regular staircases. In fact, Xuanhuan originally didn't plan to include stairs at all. After all, why would a deity walk up the stairs? Nevertheless, upon further reflection, Xuanhuan decided to add the stairs anyway. Without them, he himself felt that something was missing, and it just wasn't comfortable. The living area was quite decent as well. Each room was 150 square meters, offering great value at an affordable price. Though value for money was merely a casual phrase, as Xuanhuan wasn't actually collecting any payment from the celestial soldiers. All the houses were given away free of charge, 1 per celestial soldier. Xuanhuan was not short of money either. As long as there were sufficient celestial soldiers living in these houses, the divine energy they produced would be what Xuanhuan needed most. Soon, the buildings were ready. Each floor had 10 households, so a 33-floor building amounted to 330 households. Altogether, 1,000 buildings were constructed, which would sufficiently accommodate 300,000 celestial soldiers. Looking at rows upon rows of neatly aligned skyscrapers, Xuanhuan found them awe-inspiring. The others were also left speechless and amazed. These splendid houses made everyone wish to move in, but they soon dismissed the idea. They knew their own homes would likely be even better and larger. Chapter 248, Heaven Palace renovation completed. The second level was also completed, so next would be the third level. The third level consisted of living areas for some ordinary celestial generals. The houses couldn't be as densely built as those for the celestial soldiers, because there would be far fewer celestial generals. Thus, Xuanhuan planned to build villa-style homes. Soon, the villa area was also constructed. Xuanhuan also created several gardens. This was different from the celestial soldiers zone, which was park-like, whereas this area had garden-like settings. The plants here were significantly better than in the celestial soldiers zone, all producing a higher amount of spirit energy. This made the concentration of spirit energy on the third level quite high. The roads also looked more beautiful. After completing these tasks, everyone's supply of spirit energy was nearly exhausted, with very little remaining. Stopping afterward, Xuanhuan said to the group, "All right, now the first section of Heaven Palace is almost complete, and the spirit energy has been mostly used up. Everyone, take a rest. Your Highness, will the following sections not be constructed?" The Hao asked. "The others can wait until we have more spirit energy," replied Xuanhuan. This first section was simple, so it didn't require too much spirit energy to build. For the subsequent sections, I plan to make them even better, requiring a tremendous amount of spirit energy. Currently, we don't have enough spirit energy. We'll plan this when more people ascend later. When will you let others ascend, Your Highness? After pondering for a moment, Xuanhuan responded, "Now that the first 3 levels are finished, I think it's time we allow others to ascend. The celestial realm still doesn't have enough immortals. With a large influx, Heaven Palace could develop rapidly. But the problem is how to assign roles to those who ascend. We can't just let them do nothing. What if we give them houses and they all stay inside? That won't work. There will always be restless ones who wander around and discover Heaven Palace's secrets, which could cause many negative consequences." Then, Xuanhuan continued, "Do any of you have a good way to arrange these immortals?" After thinking about it, no one came up with a good idea. At this point, Yu suggested, "Your Highness, can these 9 tiers of the triple-layered celestial realm not be separated?" Xuanhuan thought for a moment and asked, "Are you saying we should separate each layer and prevent them from wandering everywhere?" Yu nodded, "Yes. If separated, there wouldn't be other problems. They would only be able to move within these 3 layers and couldn't wander freely." Xuanhuan considered this and thought it made sense. He then took out the heavenly book, looked at it briefly, and discovered that separation was indeed possible. "All right, let's do it." Having said that, Xuanhuan threw the heavenly book upward, and then it emitted an intense light. After some tremors, the outer 3 layers were isolated from each other. "All right, it's done. Now I'll relax the conditions so that others can also ascend." Everyone smiled. With more immortals in Heaven Palace, they would truly be its managers. Otherwise, without any gods, what would they manage? In no time, Heaven Palace will see a surge in ascensions. Then, we should send more celestial soldiers to greet them and explain things. You arrange this. "Yes, Your Highness." "Good. Prepare to welcome the newly arrived immortals." "Yes, Your Highness." Subsequently, everyone left, leaving behind only the celestial soldiers responsible for receiving guests. It wasn't suitable for them to remain. High immortals need to preserve a sense of mystery. When passing through the southern heavenly gate, Xuanhuan noticed that Juku real person wasn't there. Upon asking, he learned that Juku had already descended to the mortal world. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and decided to contact Juku real person. As the first human to ascend to the celestial realm, Juku would certainly know many people who might ascend soon. If Juku greeted them, the effect would likely be better. However, arranging rooms for Juku needed to be considered. "Friend Juku, where are you now?" Xuanhuan sent him a message. "Princeton, I'm currently in the mortal world. Is there something?" "Friend Juku, come to Heaven Palace once. It's already renovated, and we're preparing to arrange it for you." Really? I'll come immediately." Juku sounded very happy. But shortly afterward, another message arrived. "Is Queen Mother of the West and the various great immortals still here?" Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh upon reading the message. It seemed Juku real person was genuinely startled. "They've returned. Good, I'll come immediately." After finishing chatting with Juku real person, Xuanhuan glanced at the southern heavenly gate. Previously, he had told Juku that this was a temporary southern heavenly gate. If Juku arrived and found it unchanged, he might feel something was amiss. After thinking for a while, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and immense changes occurred around the southern heavenly gate. It was no longer as crude as it had been before. The current southern heavenly gate appeared majestic and grand, shrouded in divine energy. One look showed that it was high-end, an atmosphere created by Xuanhuan using spiritual energy. Soon, Juku real person arrived at the southern heavenly gate. Seeing the transformation of the southern heavenly gate, Juku real person was shocked. "Is this the real southern heavenly gate? It's much better than the previous one. Before, that was just a temporary setup. Now, this is the real southern heavenly gate, definitely more spectacular than before." Xuanhuan added, "Now I'll show you around the true celestial court and arrange your residence." Then he led Juku to the second level, the area where celestial soldiers gathered. "How about it?" Juku real person looked at the rows of towering buildings ahead and exclaimed, "Amazing. Am I going to live here?" "Yes, this is the celestial soldier zone. Those who have newly ascended will be arranged to stay in this area. If you want a better house, then you'll need to work hard." Juku real person nodded his head. "All right, choose your place. Since this region has just been established, there's no one else yet, so you can pick your favorite place to live." "No one has moved in yet. Where are the other celestial soldiers?" Juku asked with confusion. "This is the southern heavenly gate area. The older celestial soldiers have already been assigned to the eastern, northern, and western heavenly gates. This southern heavenly gate is specially prepared for the new immortals ascending," Xuanhuan explained. "Oh, I see." Juku casually selected a dwelling place. For him, these details weren't important. After seeing that he had chosen, Xuanhuan said, "In the near future, a lot of people will ascend. We need someone to welcome the newly arrived immortals. Are you willing to take on this task?" "Willing." Juku real person readily agreed. Having a task was a good thing. It meant obtaining merit. "All right, then you're included in this assignment. There will be others assisting too, so do a good job." "All right, no problem." Chapter 249, Becoming the 3 Realms. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he left heaven and returned to the city of death. Now it was up to heaven to develop slowly on its own. Once there were more immortals, the development would accelerate, and then, with enough celestial energy, he could go back and renovate heaven. Xuanhuan no longer needed to invest too much time in heaven, as people like Yu were there. Originally bringing Yu and Hao to heaven also had the intention of him taking a break. Now that he had time, he wanted to wander around a bit. It was already night in the mortal realm. Xuanhuan strolled leisurely down the streets of the City of Death. The nightlife in the City of Death was still bustling with street vendors calling out loudly to attract customers. Mercenaries, merchants, wanderers, playful children, young men and women. Everything seemed so wonderful. He eventually found himself standing in front of Lover's Spring. Xuanhuan was lost in thought. This world also had an annual festival, and in just a few days it would be time to celebrate. Looking at Lover's Spring, Xuanhuan was reminiscing about his past life, wondering if it was almost time for the holiday there too. It had been over 100 years since coming to this world, and he had forgotten what season it was in his previous life. Maybe it was getting close to the new year as well. If it were his past life, he wouldn't dare go home near the new year, not only because he didn't have money but also because family, friends, and even the village aunties would ask whether he'd found a girlfriend. If he hadn't, the year ahead would involve endless nagging. While it annoyed him back then, such times would never come again now. More than 100 years had passed. Most likely, all those he knew in his past life were gone by now. Xuanhuan suddenly felt restless. He turned toward the direction of xiuxian, the dwarf clan master. Master xiuxian, I've come to see you. Xuanhuan's voice reached before his person did. Upon seeing the wine Xuanhuan carried, xiuxian grinned broadly and said, Welcome, welcome. How did you find the time to come today? Is there anything I can help you with? Not really. I just suddenly wanted to drink. Thinking of drinking made me think of you. Here, let's get drunk together. Ha ha ha, good. I won't let you walk out upright today unless my name isn't xiuxian. With nary a peanut between them, the two picked up their jugs and began gulping down their drinks one after another. As the night grew quieter, Xuanhuan staggered drunkenly on his way home. Though his strength rendered him immune to intoxication, today he wanted to get drunk, so he did. The next day, he woke up on the street. Evidently, he didn't make it home yesterday. After tidying himself up, he walked towards the direction of the giant race. Prince Ihan, why have you come? Zhu Tian was surprised when he saw Xuanhuan, as Xuanhuan rarely visited the giants. Even if something needed done, he usually just messaged through his mirror. I haven't visited in a long while, so I decided to take a stroll here today. Welcome, welcome. At that moment, Zhu Tian's wife approached carrying their 3-month-old child. Your Highness, and Zhu Tian's wife bowed respectfully. Xuanhuan smiled, returned the bow, and looked at the baby in her arms, asking, Is this your child? Yes, he's just 3 months old. Would your Highness like to hold him? My baby is very well behaved. Why not? Xuanhuan smiled and extended his hands to take the baby, but immediately regretted it after seeing the 3-month-old was a giant. Holding the 1.5-meter tall infant, Xuanhuan's expression wavered awkwardly. This scene looked off somehow. He couldn't decide whether he should use the same tender words for a normal baby, good baby. After staring for a while, Xuanhuan ultimately couldn't bring himself to say, good baby. He returned the strange large baby to its parents after chatting briefly and bid farewell, not wanting to disturb this happy family. Primarily, he didn't want to consume any more dog food, a phrase used for scenes of couple affection in his culture. Giant race, dog food, indeed, was overwhelming. Subsequently, Xuanhuan arrived at the Death Deep Forest. Xuanwu, how are things recently? Your Highness, why have you come? Just passing by without much to do? What have you been doing lately? What else could I do? Raising kids, naturally. This year, we had another one. It's exhausting. Though Xuanwu complained about being tired, Xuanhuan could see the joy in his eyes. Without looking back, Xuanhuan left. He couldn't handle it anymore. Xuanwu stared at Xuanhuan walking away, utterly baffled. How could he leave after saying just 2 sentences? Suddenly, Xuanhuan felt xiuxian was the best option. He contemplated going to see xiuxian again, but figured the latter probably wasn't awake yet after drinking so much yesterday. Abruptly, Xuanhuan felt there was nowhere else to go. It seems I am destined for work. Relaxation simply doesn't suit me. Sighing deeply, after pondering for a long time, Xuanhuan still couldn't think of anywhere to go. In the end, he decided to seclude himself for cultivation. After finding Yu, Xuanhuan passed on the heavenly book to her and let her manage and build heaven. As for the earth book, he still left it under the management of Luha. The human book was given to Mingyue, letting him govern the mortal world. After completing all these arrangements, Xuanhuan entered the void and began his secluded cultivation. He determined to cultivate seriously and wouldn't emerge until he reached the sacred realm. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Xuanhuan felt the aura of the 3 realms and then utilized it to strengthen himself. Time always passes quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had gone by. In those 10,000 years, Xuanhuan had already reached the highest level of heavenly path, entering the sacred realm. He emerged from the void. Feeling the outside world, the 3 realms were now fully formed. The underworld was already perfect. Heaven was also flawless. The human world had undergone countless dynastic changes. Everything had become perfect. Xuanhuan looked toward the divine world in the chaos. In these 10,000 years, no gods had entered the 3 realms. Disappointed, with one thought, Xuanhuan shattered the divine world, making it vanish into the chaos forevermore. Sensing the others again, Mingyue, Luha, Dahao, Yu, Wang Chong, the 4 captains, the 30,000 guards, all of them had lived their own lives. Suddenly, Xuanhuan felt that he was redundant. In these 10,000 years, everyone had their own lives. Even though he had been missing for such a long time, they all lived well. Even if he never reappeared in the future, it would have no effect on them. Subsequently, Xuanhuan spread out his hands and slowly turned into twinkling starlight, disappearing from the three realms. His path of immortality had come to its end. There was nowhere left for him. His existence was no longer necessary. So Xuanhuan chose to transform into the three realms. From then on, there would be no more of him in the three realms. End of story.